The man was still cleaning the windows of the building with a high-altitude machine half an hour ago. But the next second the machine malfunctioned and the whole person fell from the air and the adrenaline surged. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself in another person's body, inheriting all the memories of the original owner. The pet shop was about to close down and his parents died in a car accident. He had no choice but to come back to take care of the funeral. Finally, Shin-chin came through. He looked at the pet shop in front of him, took out the key from his pocket, and the glass door was pushed open. He thought to himself, since I have died and come to this world, this pet shop has become a new starting point. He found a broom and started sweeping the floor, clearing out the debris in the corners one by one. Halfway through his scan, his eyes fell on a forgotten acrylic terrarium. The box wasn't big, but it was the only one sitting under an empty shelf. At this moment, a cold electronic sound echoed in my mind. Ding! Poison Pet Live System binding in progress. 1%, 100%, binding successful. Shin-chin was stunned. System? Poison Pet Live Broadcast System? Poison Pet Live Broadcast? What did that even mean? The system responded quickly. The host only needs to start the live broadcast and interact with the poisonous pet to obtain rewards from the audience's emotional value. Rewards include cash and possibly other items. As the emotional value accumulates, more will naturally be unlocked. Then, another reminder sounded. Newbie gift pack has been distributed, please check it. He reached out and clicked, and the gift exploded like fireworks. A stream of light flashed by, and the list of items appeared. Ding! Obtain skills. Eavesdropping on Animals 1, Poisonous Pet Breeding Manual 1. Tip: after the skill is activated, you can listen to the animal's voice at will and turn it off at any time. Shin-chin gasped. Being able to hear animals' thoughts? This was a truly incredible ability. He looked up at the terrarium in his hand again. The system's appearance was most likely related to the creatures in the terrarium. However, the poisonous pet in the box has not yet appeared. Shin-chin stared at it for a long time, but could not find any trace of it. He decided to try out his new skill. Sure enough, a trembling voice reached his ears. Whoa, this is so scary. There's a stranger here. I have to hide. I can't let him see me. Shin-chin was completely stunned. This was clearly the sound of a lowly girl. Shin-chin quickly placed the box on the table in front of him. The incandescent light above his head illuminated the breeding box. At this moment, the sound seemed to come from the tree hole in the breeding box. It seems that the so-called poisonous pet should be hiding behind that. He could hear the babyish whisper again. Wow, I'm so hungry. Am I going to die? Shin-chin was so upset after hearing this. This poisonous pet had too much inner drama. However, the previous human mentioned in the words is most likely referring to the original owner's father. The original owner's father had mentioned some information over the phone, and this poisonous pet was probably a new breed that his father was trying to raise as part of his transformation. He planned to first see what kind of breed this guy was, and then take it out to buy food. Thinking about this, Shin-chin walked to the shelf and took down a pair of tweezers. He stretched out the tweezers and carefully pushed aside the tiles blocking the tree hole. He saw at least 4 legs of different colors. So many legs, all hairy. Could it be a spider? He simply took action and completely removed the entire tree hole that was blocking his way. Sure enough, there was a fairly large spider inside, covered with colorful hairs all over its body, and it actually looked quite pretty. At this moment, a transparent virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Shin-chin. It was a system prompt, with spider's detailed information listed prominently. Ding! The poisonous pet information is as follows. Name: Mexican red knee tarantula, adult female. Body length: 12 to 16 centimeters, covered with fur, with distinct orange-red legs. Lifespan: up to 25 years. Gentle and nocturnal. Habitat: prefers cool, shady burrows, hiding during the day and foraging at night. Diet: insects and small vertebrates. Safety: low toxicity, may kick, but not very aggressive. The information labels the names, characteristics, and coping methods of each part of the body. Shin-chin was watching intently when the spider in the box suddenly moved. The Mexican red knee tarantula suddenly kicked its hind legs and began to kick its fur. Hee, don't come over here, human. My bite hurts a lot. Shin-chin was amused by the tone again when he heard it. Okay, little cutie, don't be nervous. Aren't you hungry? Uncle will take you to buy something delicious later. It sounds like a weird uncle who kidnaps children. No matter who hears it, they will find it unreliable. The spider's kicking became even more ferocious. This human is so scary, but he said he'd buy me food. Is that true? Shin-chin almost laughed out loud. But the spider didn't think his smile was a good sign, so it scurried back into the tree hole. However, he was still muttering, he's so scary, but I'm really hungry. How about I forgive him first? If he doesn't give me food, I'll bite him. Xinqing finally understood that although this girl was poisonous, she was essentially a little lowly with a tough mouth but a soft heart, and she was the type that could be easily bribed by delicious food. He looked at the breeding box that had returned to peace, sighed helplessly, and closed the lid. According to the information provided by the system just now, when the Mexican red-knee tarantula feels disturbed, it will use its hind legs to scrape the fine hairs on its abdomen. These fine hairs do cause itching and even slight pain, but that's all. In their view, this is a safer way of survival than attacking. Xinqing shook his head and chuckled softly. This guy is really interesting. Chapter 3. After finishing the last bit of cleaning in the store, he locked the door and prepared to go buy some food for the little one. In captivity, the Mexican red-knee tarantula is commonly fed live insects such as crickets and cockroaches. He remembered that there was a flower and bird market on the other side of the street, and there seemed to be stalls selling bird food, which naturally included various insects. With a goal in mind, things became easier. The distance wasn't far, and Xinqing reached the flower and bird market in just over 10 minutes on foot. Before I even walked in, I could smell the fragrance of flowers and hear the clear chirping of birds. What meets the eye are all kinds of flowers, full of vitality, colorful and beautiful. The road in the middle is clean and tidy, with potted plants and flowers placed in front of the shops on both sides. There are also bird cages hanging above the heads, and the birds chirping are particularly cheerful. The reason why it is unique is that this store does not have common cats and dogs, but instead has many birds, insects, flowers, plants, snakes, and insects. He walked into a flower shop, which looked like an ordinary shop selling flowers and birds. But inside the shop there were all kinds of creatures including insects, snakes, and ants. As soon as Xinqing entered the room, he activated the skill of animal voice. As long as the animal's intelligence was still there, he could hear the voice of the animal. As for which animals cannot hear the voice of the heart, that is not something he can control. Then, several voices rang out in my ears. Master, guests are coming. Hurry and welcome them. The canary in the golden bird cage at the door had a playful and crisp voice, which sounded like a lovely girl's voice to his ears. He took a few more steps forward and heard another sound. Xiaojin, you're too noisy. What's the point of you coming? Do you really want to be bought? Wouldn't it be better to stay here? Immediately afterwards, another sudden sound entered my ears. Human, do you want to buy a pet? Take me with you. I'm so tired of hearing these women chattering all day long. It was the rough and hoarse voice of a middle-aged man, which abruptly broke the previous atmosphere and made him stand there in a daze. The beautiful scene that he had been immersed in the sounds of a young girl and a mature woman, instantly collapsed. The corners of his mouth twitched as he tried to identify the source of the sound. Finally, he found the owner of the sound in the glass container, a centipede that was more than 10 centimeters long. There were more than just these in the store. He also saw several snakes and lizards. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! A poisonous pet, the golden-headed centipede, has been detected. The host is advised to purchase it. Immediately, a detailed information about the golden-headed centipede popped up. Even the breeding method was clearly stated. In this way, the little spider found his first partner. He asked the owner, "Do you have any food for tarantulas?" The shop owner stood up immediately after hearing this and said, "Young man, you actually keep a tarantula? What kind is it?" "Mexican red-knee. Maybe this is the one you sold a few months ago," Xinqing said truthfully. He knew very well that if his father had bought the spider here, it meant that the boss did have a reliable source of goods. Hearing the answer, the shop owner suddenly realized, "Isn't your father the owner of the cute elf pet shop across the street?" Xinqing nodded, and the other party sighed and said softly, "No wonder. My condolences, young man. Your father used to tell me that he had a capable son." Chapter 4. He patted Xinqing on the shoulder. Although he couldn't be considered a close friend of Xinqing's father, they had a lot in common and could be considered friends. "What's your name, young man? From now on, you can call me Uncle Sue. I will do my best to help you wherever I can." He nodded and stated his name. "Uncle Sue, my name is Xinqing." "Hey, Xiaoqing, come with me. Didn't you say you wanted to raise a poisonous pet? I'll take you to see a real poisonous pet." Su Gue smiled and waved, motioning him to follow. The two of them walked past several display areas filled with glassware and arrived at a door at the back. As soon as Xinqing stepped in, he was shocked by the scene before him. All the animals in this room were poisonous pets. The system's notification sounds almost never stopped, constantly recommending to him that this was worth buying and that was suitable for raising. In addition, there are also endless sounds from these poisonous pets. "This old man has brought people here again. Is he trying to take us away again?" This was the voice of a young man in his 30s, with a flat tone. Xinqing's gaze first settled on a red-clawed scorpion. A system prompt appeared above its head. Red-clawed scorpion. Similar to the emperor scorpion, but less toxic. To the side, there is a large transparent snake breeding tank. The interior of the tank is exquisitely decorated, like a miniature corner of a primeval forest. An emerald green snake was coiled around a branch. Upon hearing the sound, it immediately raised its head and stuck out its tongue vigilantly. It's so noisy, so annoying. Why is this old man disturbing my sleep at this time? If I get angry, even I'll be scared. Xinqing's ears rang with the slightly angry girl's voice, and his expression immediately softened. So what if he had a bad temper? He had clearly disturbed someone's lunch break, so he deserved the scolding. He continued forward and saw a transparent water tank that simulated the marine ecological environment. There are 3 pink jellyfish floating in the water in the box. Their movements are slow and graceful. Their tentacles draw layers of ripples in the water, swaying lightly like a girl's skirt, which is extremely beautiful. The system prompts, moon jellyfish. Moon jellyfish. Tentacles can secrete toxic substances, causing immediate poisoning upon contact. Good boy, it really is a poisonous pet. Xinqing immediately thought of a sentence. The more beautiful things are, the more poisonous they are. Oh, sister, there's another person here. Is he going to separate us too? Sigh. Several of my sisters were taken away not long ago. I don't know how they are doing now. This sister has a gentle, royal voice that softens people's hearts. The other 2 have a Lolita voice and a girlish voice, both of which are sweet and charming. Of course, the system also reminds that this moon jellyfish is not very poisonous, but is more ornamental and has a very beautiful appearance. Even Xinqing, a man, was attracted by the pink jellyfish, not to mention the girls. He also noticed that the jellyfish's color changed depending on what they ate, presumably due to the shellfish they ate. He decided he had to take these moon jellyfish back home. The live stream would definitely be outstanding. Of course, the bamboo green pit viper was also good, and the red claw scorpion was also worth considering, provided the price was right. At this time, Su Guo smiled and said, Xiaoqing, these are the last 3 poisonous pets left in my shop. They're not very poisonous and easy to raise. You can start with these. His tone was calm and sincere. He had originally had other venomous pets in his shop, but they had all been bought up not long ago. Who could have imagined that these days, there are actually people who specialize in keeping venomous pets? The more venomous and aggressive the pets, the more popular they are. When Su Guo himself buys his own stock, he only chooses moderately toxic species, so that he can provide timely treatment in case of an accident. However, he also has several friends in the same industry who sell highly toxic species. Xinqing already had an idea in mind at this moment, and asked directly, Uncle, how much are these 3 poisonous pets? If the price is right, I will take them all. Don't worry, I wouldn't cheat you. Su Guo answered readily. This bamboo green snake is an adult, weighing over 3 kilograms. The market price is 100 yuan per kilogram. It's a bit expensive as a pet, but just give me 200 yuan for the cost price. I won't make any money from you. There's only one red-clawed scorpion, and the price is cheap, only 20 or 30 yuan. As for the 3 jellyfish, just give me 260 yuan in total. Originally, Su Guo wanted to say 250, but as soon as he said that number, he felt like he was mocking a fool, so he changed it to 260. Xinqing could tell that this was Uncle Su's sincerity, so he naturally wouldn't be ungrateful. He immediately smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Uncle Su. I also want to buy some food for my poisonous pet. Do you have any here? Please prepare some for me. Haha. Okay, Uncle will prepare it for you. Su Guo liked Xinqing's straightforward and frank personality very much. He patted his shoulder and took him to choose special feed for poisonous pets. Along the way, he was taught in detail how to raise and feed the poisonous pet, and he was treated as if he were a younger relative. Finally, Xinqing spent 500 yuan and returned to his pet shop with 3 poisonous pets and a pile of food. He placed the poisonous pets on the shelf in the next room. Just as he had finished setting things up, a soft, childish voice suddenly echoed in his head, full of grievance. Humph. Human, you still remember to come back? You promised to buy me food. Do you know, I'm almost starving. Chapter 5. Xinqing's eyes fell on the tarantula in the middle of the table, and his heart moved slightly. The little guy seemed to be waiting impatiently, and he immediately took out the box containing the crickets. The crickets were still alive. Uncle Su said his shop and several nearby flower shops that sold birds would buy crickets and insects. After all, some birds love to eat these things, and Uncle Su's shop bought more. There were delivery people coming every day, so Xinqing could go directly there to pick up the goods without having to pay the difference. He picked up a pair of tweezers and carefully picked out a cricket. The cricket struggled desperately, trying to escape. Shin casually opened the lid of the breeding box, threw the cricket in, and quickly closed the lid, completely blocking its escape route. The moment the cricket landed, it suddenly jumped up, chirping rapidly. But Shin couldn't hear its inner voice, probably because it was at the bottom of the food chain. At that moment, the red-knee tarantula, startled, emerged from its burrow and immediately spotted the cricket hopping around in the cage. Ah, yummy. It's yummy. What a huge bug. Slurp. With an excited cry, the tarantula pounced on the cricket, and you could even hear the sound of its drool slurping in excitement. The cricket seemed to sense a life-threatening threat and struggled desperately. But the spider's cute voice was tinged with anger. You annoying little thing. You still want to run, I'll catch you. The tarantula was like a little girl at heart, but its instincts were intact. It stared at its prey, waiting for the cricket to land again, accurately predicting the landing point, and dragged it into its mouth in a few seconds. Delicious, such fresh bugs, so delicious. Shin listened, feeling like he was watching a live food show, and couldn't help laughing. Spider-Man was busy enjoying the food, so he stopped paying attention and started sorting out the poisonous pet he had just bought. The largest enclosure is for a bamboo green snake. It's a glass box, 1.5 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 1.5 meters high. It's spacious and well-organized. Uncle Sue helped move it in, and it fits perfectly against the wall, eliminating the need for a shelf. The red-clawed scorpion's box was small and placed next to the tarantula. The golden-headed centipede was also brought back and placed in a similar row. They were all placed against the wall, opposite the bamboo leaf green snake. After they were positioned properly, Shin peeled off the black cloth one by one. Most venomous pets don't like strong light, so the curtains on the glass windows are drawn to block the sunlight out. A row of small spotlights on the ceiling provide moderate light, bright, but not glaring. The moon jellyfish were displayed on a shelf next to the cash register, becoming the most visible presence. Shin planned to buy a few more glass tanks to house venomous aquatic creatures, choosing attractive species. This way, customers would be drawn in as soon as they entered, while the interior would become the home of the other venomous creatures. The first floor was spacious, enough to accommodate various venomous pets. The empty shelves had been moved to the back rooms. There were 4 rooms on the first floor, plus the half room at the entrance, for a total of 5. The second floor was even larger, originally a rest area with complete facilities. He would live there from now on. Once these new venomous pets were settled in, the atmosphere immediately became lively. Sister, are we being taken away together? The second oldest moon jellyfish said softly and timidly. It's just a change of place, as long as we're together. The eldest sister's voice was as gentle as water, as if it always soothed people. Don't be afraid, big sister and second sister. I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will poison him to death. The youngest voice was crisp and stubborn, with a hint of ferocity in its childishness. Shin watched these scenes, rubbing his chin as he began to ponder the content of the live broadcast. He wanted to stir the audience's emotions, and the best way to do that was to create a sharp contrast, such as first suppressing something and then praising it. The store happened to have 2 contrasting venomous pets, the moon jellyfish and other venomous insects. The moon jellyfish's beauty easily elicited a positive response. He planned to buy some decorations to spruce up the cashier's area. Tomorrow's live stream will begin with moon jellyfish. Once the audience has adjusted, the camera will switch to those terrifying little creatures. On the first day, 2 venomous pets will be showcased. After all, many people livestream cute pets, but he believes this is the only one showcasing venomous pets. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations! The host has now acquired 5 poisonous pets. Reward, Animal Affinity Skill 1. He was stunned for a moment, then revealed a look of surprise. There was actually such a reward. It seemed that this poison pet system hid many unknown functions. Animal Affinity is undoubtedly a huge boost, allowing him to naturally favor poisonous pets. This will be of great benefit to future development. Who knows what rewards will be unlocked as more poisonous pets are acquired. Chapter 6. On that day, Shin purchased all the necessary supplies, and the balance on the card was cut in half again. Fortunately, as long as the live broadcast went smoothly, he would be able to earn the first income soon, so he didn't have to worry about going hungry. He spent a whole day redecorating the pet shop from top to bottom. The once empty shop now looks brand new and has undergone a complete transformation. Directly opposite the counter is a transparent glass tank. 3 moon jellyfish in the water are like pink umbrellas floating underwater, sometimes rising and sometimes sinking with elegant postures. The bottom of the tank is covered with milky white sand, dotted with fake corals and seaweed, creating a miniature underwater world. Outside, a few pots of emerald green plants and a few soft spotlights, not glaring but highlighting the jellyfish's graceful movements. The white walls are no longer monotonous. They are covered with various cartoon-style marine animal stickers. Patterns of large and small dolphins, octopuses, whales, etc. make the walls look much more vivid. The whole atmosphere becomes warm and lovely, and it brightens the eyes as soon as you walk in. There is also a conch wind chime hanging at the door, which makes a crisp and pleasant sound whenever someone enters. A few small pots of flowers and a lucky cat statue have been added to the front desk counter, breaking away from the previously deserted appearance of just computers. The lockers behind the counter have also been decorated with a few cartoon-style stuffed animals, all in a uniformly adorable style. He was incredibly busy the entire day. After a quick dinner, he began preparing for the live stream. It was scheduled for 8 p.m., the peak time for traffic, and since it was a Saturday, the traffic was even more significant. He used his Douyin account, which had just reached over 1,000 followers, meeting the platform's eligibility criteria for live streaming. He had never live streamed before, but his account had posted a number of short videos documenting the daily lives of his adorable pets. Every time he goes home, he shoots a few videos of himself interacting with the animals, which has amassed a considerable following. As for live streaming equipment, he currently can't afford professional equipment, so he can only use his phone. He plans to make plans later when his income increases. According to the rules of the system, as long as you successfully mobilize the audience's emotions during the live broadcast, you can get system rewards, including but not limited to cash. The amount of the reward depends on the audience's emotional level, a fact the system doesn't explicitly specify. Shenxing treated tonight as an experiment, testing the effectiveness of the live stream for future adjustments and optimizations. With everything ready, he picked up his phone and launched his first live stream. He had already chosen the title for his live stream, Cute Elf Pet Shop. The system immediately sent a notification to his 1,000 followers. Meanwhile, in a milk tea shop, a round-faced girl in her late teens was relaxing with her best friend, holding a cup of milk tea. As she was browsing her phone, a system notification popped up. Ding! The anchor you're following, Qing Kong, has started broadcasting. Come and watch. Huh? Qing Kong is broadcasting live. Xiaoxua, did you receive it? She put down her milk tea in surprise and looked up at the long-haired girl opposite her. They have been following this account called Qing Kong for over a year. It posts videos of daily pet life, each one so adorable it's hard to look away. Although the two are still in school and can't raise pets themselves, that doesn't stop them from being cloud pet girls. However, in the past half-month, this account suddenly stopped being updated, and even their private messages to them did not receive a reply, as if it had disappeared from the face of the earth. Suddenly receiving a live broadcast reminder, they glanced at each other, eyes full of curiosity, and immediately clicked into the live broadcast room. Not only them, but many old fans also received the same push notification at this moment and entered the live broadcast room one after another. The first image that appeared on the screen was a close-up of the water tank. 3 moon jellyfish blossomed like peach blossoms amid the waves, their transparent bodies tinged with a faint pink, resembling a dreamlike scene under the light. Light gently streams down from both sides of the tank, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene, like something from a fairy tale. Jellyfish tentacles drift gently on the water, refracting the light to create flowing patterns of light that are breathtakingly beautiful. Many viewers who had just entered the live broadcast room were immediately absorbed in the scene before them, remaining silent for a long time. It wasn't until a moment later that the comments began to pick up steam. Oh my god, this is so pretty. Is it a jellyfish? It's pink, so dreamy. Has the anchor switched to running an aquarium? Is this a pet? Brother Qing Kong, where have you been? You haven't updated in such a long time. We were worried. Yeah, it's been so long since I saw you update your video. I miss you so much. As the number of comments increased, the live broadcast room quickly gained popularity. It was already prime weekend time, and with the existing fan base, it quickly attracted more passers-by to enter the live broadcast room. The number of people is still climbing. Shenxing felt a little relieved when he saw the popularity gradually increasing. Facing the questions from the barrage, he smiled slightly and said slowly, "Good evening, everyone. I am the anchor Qing Kong. Today I want to introduce you to some new friends. They are the new partners who just arrived in my store." Shenxing's voice, carried through the headset, reached the audience, deep and magnetic, warm and not harsh. It was as if he were whispering softly in their ears, making them unable to help but be mesmerized. This short opening line instantly caused the barrage to explode again, and the popularity continued to rise. "Ah, Qing Kong's voice is so beautiful, my ears are pregnant." I don't want to look at the jellyfish anymore. I want to listen to you speak. Chapter 7. As soon as Xing opened his mouth, the livestream room's comments exploded. Holy crap, this little brother's voice is so beautiful. When I first heard it, my ears went red and warm. Who knows that tingling feeling? Oh, this voice is simply the voice of a domineering boss. Why didn't he talk much before? I feel like I missed out on a lot of things in the past. After just a few words, most of the fans were completely hooked, especially since they were all girls. Xing looked at the comments and could only shake his head helplessly, but he still patiently explained the situation. He said in a steady voice that he'd been gone for half a month because something had happened at home, so he hadn't been able to update his post in a timely manner. But he would try to live stream every day unless something important happened. His tone was unhurried and unhurried, making it particularly pleasant to the ear. In just 5 minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream room exceeded 100 and continued to rise. For an account broadcasting live for the first time, this was a good result. However, he noticed that despite the audience's enthusiasm, the system had no response. Obviously, the fans are simply interested in him personally, and the system doesn't count this as an emotional value. Let me introduce you to the 3 sisters who work at the front desk of our store. You'll see them the moment you walk in. As Xing spoke, he slowly aimed the camera at the glass tank. A finger appeared in the frame, hovering a few centimeters above the water's surface. The hand, with distinct joints and a slender, fair complexion, was softly illuminated, instantly capturing the viewer's attention. The hand's shadow cast on the wall added a touch of atmosphere, drawing even more attention than the hand models in commercials. The female fans in the livestream room instantly lost control. What kind of divine hands are these clearly defined joints, slender and fair? I really want to hold their fingers. Didn't I come here to see the jellyfish? Why am I obsessed with the host's hands? Something's wrong. Host, you're not doing this on purpose. With this scene, the popularity of the live broadcast room suddenly soared. The number of people instantly exceeded 1,000 from 1 or 200. Xing looked at the barrage and couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling that the focus of these female fans was a little strange. He coughed lightly and changed the subject. Ahem, do you know why they are pink? As his finger neared the water's surface, his animal affinity skill quietly triggered. Green bubble labels appeared above the heads of the 3 moon jellyfish, displaying their affinity values. They were originally all 1, but as the skill took effect, the numbers jumped to 2. What a pleasant scent, so fragrant. A young girl's voice rang in his ears, soft and sweet, making his heart soften unconsciously. Xing's eyes softened. It really smells good, making me want to get closer. A gentle, royal voice echoed, and the larger moon jellyfish in the tank slowly swam toward his finger. It must be that human. Only when he's close does this smell come out. How did he do it? Loli's voice chirped, full of curiosity. It had been the farthest away, but now it was swimming desperately upwards. The scene was like a pink cloud floating in, dragging long tentacles, a particularly lovely sight. Xing noticed that as they approached, their affinity values rose rapidly, from 1 to 3. Especially the number above the little girl's head, which instantly soared to 10. He immediately understood why. His finger didn't touch the water, just waved casually, but 3 moon jellyfish swam quickly under the water and followed closely. The value continued to rise wildly, jumping from 10 to 50. They were only separated from his hand by a thin layer of water, almost clinging to it. Xing waved his hand gently, and the 3 jellyfish followed suit, incredibly obedient. The livestream room exploded. Holy crap, what's going on? Are these jellyfish so clingy? They're really following the host's movements. Oh my god, the pink jellyfish are so beautiful. The tentacles dragging as they swim are like a dream. Why are they so obedient? It's like they've been domesticated. The audience was stunned. They had never heard of anyone being able to train a jellyfish. After all, jellyfish are low-level selenorates, lacking brain structures and only having a simple nervous system. Yet, they were so obediently following him at this moment. It was simply incredible. The barrage of comments continued, practically flooding the screen. Just then, a long-lost notification chime rang in Xing's mind. Ding! Detected fans have strong emotions due to the host's interaction with the poisonous pet, earning a total of 60 emotion points. Chapter 8, 60 Points of Emotion. Xing glanced at the system panel, his eyebrows raised slightly, and a slightly complacent smile curved the corners of his lips. The number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 1,000, steadily approaching 2,000. But after just a brief interaction with the moon jellyfish, the system only recorded 60 points of emotion. At the same time, the system also pushed a reminder. Emotion points can be exchanged for cash in the system mall, with an exchange rate of 1:1. However, the mall will not be open until 1,000 emotion points are accumulated. The key is to create strong emotions, and the key here is strong. But Shinqing has a plan for this. As long as the live broadcast content has enough contrast to shock the audience visually or cognitively, there is a chance that they will be emotionally triggered. If half the live stream audience triggers 3 emotions, 1,000 points is within reach. He steadily focused the camera on the moon jellyfish in the tank and said with a smile, "Actually, these jellyfish are originally colorless. They were originally transparent. Is there a reason they're pink now?" The 3 jellyfish in the water seemed to be pulled by him, floating lightly, sometimes spinning, sometimes gathering together. In the camera, the 3 pink jellyfish were like peach blossoms in the mist, dancing lightly in the water. The tentacles that trailed out, like kites on strings, moved gracefully at the touch of a finger. Meanwhile, the system panel indicated that the favorability ratings of the 3 jellyfish had risen to over 90. They had clearly become incredibly close to Shinqing. "Ah, such a pleasant breath, human. Come a little closer, I love you." That was the voice of the second sister among the moon jellyfish. Her originally soft tone now took on a touch of shyness and boldness, like a young girl immersed in love. This human is much better than the old man before. If he's willing to put his hand inside, I'll like him even more. The voice of gentle sister is still soft and pleasant, but the favorability value of over 90 points says it all. As for the lively little sister, although she didn't say anything, her favorability was rising, even slightly higher than her 2 older sisters. Her body was closer to the water surface, as if she would jump out of the tank at any time. This subtle change has not been noticed by most people in the live broadcast room, and only a few viewers caught the clue. The comments began to refresh rapidly. This jellyfish was originally transparent? Is it true? How did it turn pink? I heard that some jellyfish can glow at night. Are these jellyfish like that? Could this be the legendary moon jellyfish? I think I've seen something similar mentioned before. Please explain in more detail what a moon jellyfish is. Can it be kept as a pet? Some viewers had already spotted the clues. Shinqing had originally planned to reveal the true identities of these jellyfish next. Yes, everyone guessed correctly. They are moon jellyfish, he said, zooming in slightly. This jellyfish doesn't bioluminescent, and its color changes mainly depend on the food it eats. For example, these jellyfish recently fed on crustaceans, so their bodies are pink. If they are fed brine shrimp, they may turn orange. He spoke slowly and gently. Also, the lighting has a certain impact. After all, they're transparent, so shining a colorful spotlight on them can also create a variety of colors. Shortly after finishing the talk, the knowledgeable netizen in the live broadcast room preemptively added, "What the host said is correct, but the point is, moon jellyfish are poisonous." A few comments instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Poisonous? Is this true? Why is a pet shop selling poisonous pets? Isn't Shinqing a cute pet shop? Why is he involved in the poison business? This is too cruel. As the news spread, the atmosphere in the live stream suddenly heated up. The originally gentle and soothing atmosphere suddenly became a huge sensation. The audience was in an uproar. On the platform, keywords like poisonous pet and moon jellyfish quickly climbed the search rankings, and the number of people clicking into Shinqing's livestream began to pour in. In just 5 minutes, the number of people watching the livestream skyrocketed from 2,000 to nearly 8,000, and it was still rising. However, this wasn't Shinqing's main concern. He was more concerned with the emotional value that kept jumping on the system panel. Surprise, shock, doubt, panic. These emotions were exactly the fuel the system needed. He didn't even need to check the data changes. Just by looking at the density of the comments, he knew he had made a killing. As the barrage of comments flooded his screen, he remained calm and continued in a steady tone. It's true that moon jellyfish are poisonous. Their venom is stored at the ends of their tentacles, and contact with them can cause skin irritation and even redness and swelling. However, to the human body, their toxicity is not high, nor is it fatal. He glanced calmly at the 3 jellyfish in the tank. Because they are so attractive to watch and not very venomous, many aquariums and private enthusiasts keep them as pets. As soon as these words were spoken, the comments went viral again. The host is facing off head-on, not panicking at all. Even though they're toxic, they're so beautiful I really can't bring myself to hate them. What should I do? I actually like them. As he was explaining and gesturing, his fingertips inadvertently approached the water surface. The eager little sister jellyfish finally got her chance. The next moment, it suddenly raised its tentacles and pounced towards Shinqing's fingertips. The barrage instantly boiled over. "Show host, get out of the way. The jellyfish is about to attack you. Does anyone know where the show host is? Call an ambulance." "Stop. Is the show host going to be poisoned to death just as she's becoming popular? Before the livestream screen changed, the comments were already abuzz. Xinqing's finger was less than 5 centimeters from the water's surface, and the screen froze at the moment it was about to touch. Chapter 9. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Just a moment ago, someone was explaining that moon jellyfish are poisonous, and the next second, Xinqing's hand was about to be entangled by the tentacles. Netizens all held their breath. Everyone thought it was a complete car accident and was extremely nervous. Some people were even ready to pull out their phones to call 911. But when the time came and saving lives was the most important thing, no one dared to look away. In this highly tense atmosphere, the camera clearly captured Xinqing's fingers still tightly entangled by the jellyfish's tentacles. However, the scene was completely different from what the audience expected. He looked down at his fingers, which were wrapped by slippery tentacles, like thin silk threads, with a faint pink color, and did not look dangerous. At this moment, a small voice seemed to come from his ear. Netizens could not see it, but they could feel a hint of surprise on Xinqing's face, as if he had really heard something strange. The tentacles pulled lightly, as if trying to pull him into the water, but lacking the strength to do so. The deadly poison everyone had feared never materialized, and Xinqing's fingers remained unharmed. Normally, the tentacles of moon jellyfish are covered with stinging cells, which should inject toxins upon contact. But Xinqing didn't seem abnormal at all, and even acted like he was interacting with a pet. As the first jellyfish clung to him, the other two followed suit, wrapping themselves around his hand. It was as if the 3 jellyfish had recognized him as their master, treating him as something special. Xinqing could clearly sense their proximity, and in his sight, their favorability was already at its peak, with no signs of aggression at all. However, all the audience saw was a screen filled with shock and confusion. Xinqing raised his entangled hand and gently shook it towards the camera. His large, bony hand was completely submerged in the water, but the tentacles held tightly, refusing to let go, as if relying on it. He smiled and assured everyone that the jellyfish would not attack him. When the camera zoomed in, the audience could see more clearly that the 3 jellyfish clung to him tightly, as if they were acting coquettishly. Strangely, bursts of artificial laughter emanated from the livestream, sounding like children playing happily. Netizens were stunned for a moment, unable to explain this bizarre scene. Everyone was originally worried about his safety, but now they are all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that not only did the crisis not happen, but it turned into an extremely heartwarming scene. The comments instantly flooded the screen, with some expressing surprise, some expressing doubt, and some simply jokingly saying that their nervousness had been wasted. Some netizens insisted that this was impossible, thinking that it must not be moon jellyfish, otherwise the anchor would have been poisoned long ago. Others thought that perhaps these jellyfish just liked Xinqing and therefore did not release the toxin. Doubts and questions mingled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Everyone discussed Xinqing's actions, some saying he was creating a persona to attract attention, while others considered it a miracle. Amidst this kind of discussion, the popularity of Xinqing's live broadcast room skyrocketed instantly, with over 10,000 people watching online at the same time, directly rushing into the top 10 of the newcomer list, and the number of barges was frighteningly high. Many people clicked in out of curiosity at first, but after seeing the scene, they all stayed. Some even asked him for the address of his store, wanting to buy such a pet. Of course, not everyone bought it. Some suspected he was putting on a show, using fake jellyfish to create buzz. After all, in an era where traffic is king, attracting attention is the greatest asset. Just as the audience was discussing the issue heatedly, the live broadcast attracted a special viewer. This viewer was not an ordinary netizen, but a famous anchor on the platform who specialized in popularizing marine life. Nicknamed Brother Bear, this anchor has a chubby figure, wears glasses, and looks gentle and knowledgeable. He is also a professional popularizer of moon jellyfish, having just taught relevant knowledge a few days ago. Brother Xiong was interacting with fans in his live broadcast room when he was suddenly reminded that someone actually kept moon jellyfish as pets and interacted closely with them during the live broadcast. Out of curiosity, he opened a small account and entered Xinqing's live broadcast room. As soon as the picture was synchronized, his fans also saw the picture of Xinqing and the 3 jellyfish. In the picture, Xinqing's fingers were still entangled by 3 jellyfish, which looked to be genuine moon jellyfish, without any mistake. Brother Xiong frowned, his eyes full of confusion, because he knew very well that the tentacles of this creature were poisonous. Once they touched the skin, it would cause stinging, redness, and swelling at the mildest, and difficulty breathing at the worst. But Xinqing was completely unharmed, and even showed a relaxed expression. Chapter 10. As a well-known science broadcaster, Brother Xiong had no reason to be vague about this matter. However, the current situation was beyond even his comprehension. The moon jellyfish, which is clearly poisonous, became docile and harmless in Xinqing's hands, which made netizens suspicious. He sat in the live stream room, brow furrowed. The more certain he was that it was a moon jellyfish, the more doubts grew in his heart. He had over 500,000 followers, and a live stream usually had at least 100,000 people online simultaneously. Hearing his personal confirmation, his fans were immediately excited. Everyone was intrigued, finding Xinqing, the new streamer, incredible. Touching a moon jellyfish and remaining unharmed seemed like a revelation. Most of Brother Xiong's viewers immediately flocked to Xinqing's live stream. Despite the sudden drop in popularity, Brother Xiong didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he became even more curious. He simply continued to use his secondary account, watching the fun from Xinqing's live stream and wanting to know how he would explain things next. He even had a vague thought. If Xinqing really had a way to tame these venomous pets, he might want to buy one and try it out. Xinqing was completely unaware that Brother Xiong was secretly observing him. He only saw a sudden influx of viewers into the live stream room, dozens of comments flashing across the screen every second, making it impossible to see clearly. In a short period of time, the number of online users had exceeded 100,000 and was still soaring. More people means more emotional energy. Xinqing was excited, secretly clenching his fists. He knew the moon jellyfish was just the appetizer. The real show was about to begin. His first venomous pet, the Mexican red knee tarantula, was finally making its debut. Xinqing calmly showed the camera his palm, showing no scars other than watermarks. He calmly explained that while these pets were poisonous, they wouldn't attack without provocation. The live stream room erupted in discussion, and everyone remained in disbelief. He gently separated the 3 jellyfish, dried his fingers, and walked to the back room, phone in hand. His tone was casual, yet whetting the audience's appetite, as he announced that other pets were about to be unveiled. Instantly, netizens' curiosity was piqued. The screen was immediately flooded with comments. Some speculated whether the pets were still infected with the virus, while others asked if he had any more cats and dogs in the store. Xinqing simply smiled and told them that the cats and dogs in the store had long been sold out and were now being replaced with new ones. As for what the new pets were, he deliberately kept it a secret. The audience was immediately hooked, and almost no one left. The camera followed Xinqing into the room. The moment he pushed the door open, the frame only focused on the ground, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. The tension in the live broadcast room was once again full. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in Xinqing's ears. Miss Zwiking looked up and saw that he had no food in his hand. She snorted proudly and turned her head away, ignoring him. That aloofness was particularly amusing. The red-clawed scorpion nearby was busy chiming in, his face full of servility, saying that the humans didn't know the rules for not bringing any gifts. The golden centipede didn't say anything, simply raised its head and quickly retreated into the darkness. Xinqing saw it, but ignored it. They weren't the main characters today. Soft lighting shone on the center table, where a brand new terrarium sat quietly. The transparent glass was decorated like a miniature forest, complete with tree bark, rockery, tiles, and even a water basin the size of a bottle cap. The environment was realistic and complete. The camera finally slowly lifted, revealing the entire enclosure. The audience was stunned. Instead of seeing an animal, they saw only a meticulously crafted environment. Commentators were immediately filled with speculation, with some suspecting a reptile, while others suggested Xinqing should simply change careers. Xinqing, however, remained calm. He approached the enclosure and whispered, "Little one, come out and say hello to everyone." His slender fingers pushed open the side door, and the camera quickly zoomed in. The audience waited with bated breath. Suddenly, a sweet voice came, as delicate as a little girl who had just woken up and complained about being woken up. The voice was so sweet that it was sickening, but the scene that appeared immediately afterwards was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. Amidst the rustling sounds, a furry leg stretched out from the tree hole, followed by another, then 4, and finally, a pitch-black head emerged, its outer ring of bright red fur particularly eye-catching. The camera focused on this scene, and the entire audience gasped almost simultaneously. Those in the know immediately recognized that this was no ordinary pet, but the famous Mexican red knee tarantula. A line of comments instantly crossed the screen. Holy crap, it really is a tarantula, and it's an adult. This thing is also poisonous. For a moment, the live broadcast room completely exploded. Chapter 11. The live stream was ablaze with comments, and the audience's reactions were all over the place. Some people exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is actually a reptile, and a giant 8-legged spider at that." Many people were shocked by its identity, recognizing the orange-red hairs, and saying it was a Mexican red-knee tarantula. Some were excited, while others were terrified, especially the female audience. After all, while this spider can be a pet, it's poisonous, and most people would rather look at it than keep it. Comments swirled, with voices of doubt and exclamation rising and falling. Shin-Ching spoke calmly, as if introducing an ordinary pet. He said that this tarantula had just reached adulthood and was actually still a cute little girl with a lively temperament. You would like it after getting to know it. This sentence immediately left the audience bewildered. Everyone understood each word, but the whole thing was incredibly strange. A little girl cute applied to a spider. It was completely incomprehensible. The camera continued to move forward, and Shin-Ching's hand slowly reached out to catch the tarantula. The audience was so nervous that they dared not blink, fearing that they would see an accident happen in the next second. Some people in the comments section screamed that the host was too bold to touch the tarantula with his bare hands. Others reminded that although the venom is not fatal, the pain of a bite is enough to make people collapse. At this moment, the tarantula crawled out of the hole, its front legs moving noticeably. It began to pick at the hair on its legs, its 8 eyes fixed on Shin-Ching, alert and alert. Netizens immediately sensed the danger and flooded their screens with comments, saying this was a sign of an attack and that the situation was about to get out of control. However, only Shin-Ching understood that the other party was not about to attack, but was just hesitating. In his eyes, the favorability value on the tarantula's head, which was 20 just now, has now jumped to 50. It is obvious that it is attracted to him and no longer repels him as before. The tarantula muttered to itself, sensing Shin-Ching's unusual scent. It instinctively found the scent pleasant, which was why it didn't immediately retreat back into its burrow. So the kicks the audience saw were actually a sign of hesitation and deliberation. But netizens saw it as a clear signal for an attack. At the same time, the tarantula's voice rang in Shin-Ching's ears, and in a sweet voice, it said that the smell made it want to get closer, and even couldn't help but want to stick close. This scene made Shin-Ching smile, and said that the little guy liked him very much, which was why he was swaying back and forth. But the audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned. In their eyes, this was clearly a red flag, yet he actually praised it as cute. Doubts instantly filled the screen, with some saying he was trying too hard to attract attention, and others urging him to stop. Some even shouted directly, "This is simply courting death." However, a small number of viewers said that perhaps the host really has a special tacit understanding with the spider and found it unexpectedly cute. Amidst the debate, Shin-Ching continued softly, urging everyone not to be intimidated by appearances. He called the tarantula Xiaohong, meaning little girl. He even called out to the spider, asking if it liked the name. By this time, his fingers had already touched the tarantula's back, and the live stream was completely silent. Netizens almost held their breath, afraid to continue watching, fearing that bloody scenes would appear in the next second. Some said that this was a live broadcast of a murder and they should have called the police earlier. But unlike everyone's fears, the tarantula not only did not attack, but instead slowly approached Shin-Ching's hand, as if actively catering to it. At this moment, its inner voice sounded, with shyness and excitement, feeling that Shin-Ching's aura made it irresistible, and even wanted to stick to him and not leave. Its legs were still lightly kicking, but its steps had stopped, as if awaiting his touch. Shin-Ching froze for a moment, clearly shaken by this heartfelt statement. The audience completely misunderstood, believing he had been frightened to a stop by the attack. The comments immediately exploded, with some saying he'd truly fallen flat on his face, while others scolded him for being reckless. However, the reality was completely different. Shin-Ching was stunned for a moment by those words, but then he calmed down and placed his palm firmly on the tarantula's back. He smiled and said to the spider, "Xiaohong, I'm live streaming now. Do you want to say hello to everyone?" In Chapter 12, Shin-Ching's hand gently rested on the tarantula's back, his movements as skillful as petting a cat, sliding down the fur bit by bit. The audience's eyes widened, their heartbeats almost accelerating simultaneously. Unexpectedly, this poisonous spider, which should have been ferocious, suddenly collapsed, with its 8 legs lying limply on the ground, and it looked like it had no intention of attacking at all. Its inner voice echoed in Shin-Ching's ears, cute and coquettish. It said that the tickling was very comfortable, and even instructed the intensity of the force, and even asked to change direction. The live stream instantly exploded, with comments scrolling nonstop. Some people exclaimed that the style of the video was off, saying it was clearly treating the spider like a cat. Someone else exclaimed in surprise, "A tarantula can actually act like a spoiled child?" As the camera zoomed in, the audience got a closer look. Far from rejecting the attack, the tarantula actually raised its front legs high and gently waved them in Shunqing's direction, as if in response. For a moment, the audience was stunned. They had been so nervous they held their breath. But now, the scene before them was so shocking they questioned their lives. The tarantula was completely intoxicated by this closeness, and actually turned over in public, revealing its furry belly, and asked Shunqing to scratch its belly like a spoiled child. The comments were so shocking that they exploded. The audience went from initial fear to being in tears and laughter. Some even began to admit that such a poisonous pet was actually a little cute. He reached out and lifted the tarantula, holding it in front of the camera. The audience was startled, and the huge figure pressed against the camera almost made them think it was about to pounce. Some people in the comments said they were so scared that they dropped their instant noodles on the ground, while others joked that they were lucky they didn't choke on the food. Many more people exclaimed that it was too terrifying and urged Shunqing to put it down quickly and not take any risks. The tarantula fluttered excitedly in front of the camera, its 8 legs dangling nonstop, but it was confused, not understanding why it suddenly wanted to say hello. It even complained that it had no relatives or friends. The audience completely misunderstood, thinking the tarantula was enraged and ready to bite. The live broadcast room was filled with screams, and the popularity soared again. But Shunqing simply let go, placing Xiaohong firmly in his palm. In the camera, the spider lay quietly, looking surprisingly well-behaved. He smiled and said, "After tonight, it will be the store's little star. It needs to be dignified and not always act like a spoiled brat." The audience was skeptical, thinking he was joking. But the next second, the tarantula begged him to continue tickling in a cute tone, and even rolled around in his palm. The comments were flooded with comments again, with some saying it was unscientific, others saying the host might be raising a monster instead of a spider. Some were suddenly tempted, thinking it would be nice to have such a docile venomous pet. The tarantula's orange-red fur sparkles under the light. Its body, which should be scary, looks rather adorable when it performs cute actions. The audience's attitude had shifted from initial resistance to unconscious acceptance, a change so rapid that even they hadn't noticed. Some even left messages expressing their desire to buy the same model at the store. Shunqing, seeing this, shook his head helplessly, but a smile remained on his lips. He couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Xiaohong's back 3 times. The tarantula immediately stretched out its 8 legs in great comfort, feeling extremely relaxed. It did not forget to continue to act coquettishly, and said in a baby voice that it hoped it could be like this every day in the future. This scene completely captivated the live streaming room. Netizens' emotions were stretched to the extreme, with the initial fear turning into wonder and admiration, a seamless transition. "Fuck, I suddenly think this tarantula is pretty cute. I agree. I was terrified just now, but now it looks much better to me. If even venomous pets were this well-behaved, it would be really cool to have one at home." Chapter 13. Shunqing looked at the comments and felt particularly relaxed. Originally, the audience was very resistant to poisonous pets, but after this night's demonstration, most people had changed from resistance to acceptance. This contrast pleased him. Tonight's live stream had been a test, designed to gauge the public's acceptance of the toxic pet. As it turned out, everyone was gradually adapting to this novel setting, which meant his subsequent plans were finally possible. Shunqing knew that while his shop might be called a pet store, its future direction was completely focused on the poisonous pet theme. Of course, he didn't necessarily have to sell directly. Cat cafes, for example, offered a valuable model, allowing customers to experience the in-store experience and interact closely with these toxic pets, which could also generate stable revenue. However, the store's current space is limited. To realize this idea, they need to rent 2 adjacent shops to create a comprehensive experience area and foster care area. This will not only attract customers to the store to view the venomous pets, but also provide foster care services for customers on business trips, forming a complete system. However, the immediate problem was money. Expanding, renovating, and operating the store required capital, which he simply didn't have. Therefore, he had to start from the live streaming studio, gradually accumulating popularity and resources to achieve success. He candidly explained the situation to the audience on camera, saying the shop was still in its trial phase and could only interact with the audience through live streaming. He also stated that he would open a pet-friendly experience area like a cat cafe and set up a foster care center, and that everyone was welcome to come. His tone was sincere and his attitude was frank. These words only served to further enhance the audience's favorability. People loved down-to-earth people like this. Consequently, the number of followers skyrocketed. Originally, the account had only 1,000 followers, but within just 1 hour of live streaming, it had grown to 50 or 60,000. By the end of the show, half of the audience in the live stream had already clicked on Follow Me. By the time the live stream ended, his fan base had surpassed 100,000, making him unrivaled in the newcomer section. Xinxing thanked the audience and promised to continue the live stream at the same time tomorrow, introducing new pet friends. He then ended the live stream. However, he didn't expect the buzz to continue even after the broadcast ended. Instead, it began to spread across the internet. In particular, the clips of him interacting with moon jellyfish and tarantulas were edited into short videos by fans, quickly taking the platform by storm. The fan himself was an expert editor. He had carefully selected clips of Xinxing's low, doting voice, and then added cute expressions and subtitles for the spoiled characters. The effect instantly transformed the originally terrifying scene into a cute one, a combination of contrast and amusement. After the video was released, it immediately went viral. The comment section was flooded with comments, with netizens captivated by Xinxing's voice, calling it a domineering CEO-level voice and full of doting. Some even joked that just listening to the sound could make their ears pregnant, while others even joked that if they said this to themselves instead of the spider, it would be perfect. Some viewers also lamented that they were clearly afraid of spiders, but they didn't show any fear in the video, and even thought the spiders were cute. As the buzz continued to grow, someone quickly posted a link to Xinxing's live stream in the comment section, and it spread from one person to 10, then to 100. Netizens, still searching for the source of the sound, instantly flocked to the live stream to replay it and, incidentally, follow his account. Likes, comments, and reposts skyrocketed. Within a single night, the video had surpassed 1 million views and 1 million likes, and discussion continued to grow. The platform system automatically recommends users based on data, and this high popularity naturally brought in more traffic. Xinxing's popularity immediately broke through the newcomer zone and became a complete hit. Amid this wave of popularity, his number of followers continued to skyrocket, soaring from 100,000 to hundreds of thousands, making him a well-deserved dark horse newcomer. Xinxing, the person involved, was unaware of the outside uproar. After turning off the live stream, he immediately checked the system's aggregated data. A familiar notification chime echoed, and a virtual pop-up window appeared on the system panel. Ding. Live stream ended. Viewer sentiment values being aggregated. Ding. Aggregation completed. This live stream earned a total of 68,410 points, including the previous 60 points. Total points/points, 68,410 ding. The point reached 1,000 points, and the system mall officially opened. Ding. Triggered achievement. First time exceeding 10,000 points. Reward. 10,000 yuan in cash and basic veterinary skills upgradable. Next, the system also provides an upgrade path for veterinary skills. In the primary stage, you will master common veterinary skills and basic detoxification methods in reality. In the intermediate stage, you will have corresponding solutions for 3 rare poisons. In the advanced stage, you will cover the treatment methods for 9 rare poisons. At the top level, healing skills are unlocked, allowing them to treat any poison or wound, regardless of species. Seeing this information, Xinxing felt a sense of security. He already knew that while poisonous pets were rare, they were also dangerous. If handled improperly, accidents could easily occur. Now that he had this skill, it was like having an extra layer of security. Even if he had to raise more and more species in the future, he could handle it with peace of mind. Adding to this the cash and emotional points rewarded this time, Xinxing's funds were finally improving. He couldn't help but smile, feeling that tonight's harvest was even more abundant than he had expected. The virtual screen switched, and the personal panel reappeared before him. Name, Xinxing. Age, 23. System, Poison Pet Live Broadcast System. Cash, 10,000 yuan. Total emotion points, 68,410. Skills and items. Eavesdropping on animals, Poison Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity, Level 1 Veterinary Skill. Chapter 14. The system panel vanished before his eyes, and Xinxing had already figured it out. Almost all of his current skills were closely related to poisonous pets. Rather than being biased, he was more focused. He was actually looking forward to what abilities he would unlock later. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, and the summer heat had already settled in. The streets were bustling with traffic, the sounds carrying into the bedroom on the second floor of the pet shop. Ding-ling-ling, a shrill ringtone suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the room. Xinxing reached out in a daze, fumbling around on the bedside for a while, and finally grabbed the phone in front of him. The caller flashing on the screen was the Uncle Sue he'd mentioned just yesterday. He answered the call automatically, offering a hoarse greeting. Uncle Sue on the other end got straight to the point, saying they had a shipment of poisonous pets coming in today and asking if he wanted to check it out. Shin immediately woke up, turned over and sat up, and his whole body instantly became energetic. After a simple response, he hurriedly washed up, left enough food for the poisonous pets in the store, locked the door, and set off. Uncle Sue's shop wasn't far from him, a 10-minute walk. When he arrived, Uncle Sue was already prepared, waiting for him in his pickup truck. On the passenger seat sat steaming buns, fried dough sticks, and a cup of soy milk. Shin-Ching's heart warmed, and he drove straight to the car to thank him. He took the breakfast and ate it with a smile. The car slowly drove out of the city and headed towards the highway. Shin-Ching couldn't help but ask where they were going this time. Uncle Sue explained while driving that he was taking him to meet a big client. That person wasn't a businessman, but a pure hobbyist. He had a habit of raising poisonous pets, wanting to try all sorts of exotic species, but he got bored easily and would sell them off after a short time. The tarantula in Shin-Ching's hand actually came from that man. This time, the other party was planning to dispose of several batches of pets at a relatively low price. Uncle Sue didn't want to miss the opportunity, so he took him along. Shin-Ching nodded inwardly after hearing this. This was exactly what he wanted. The system had just rewarded him with a sum of cash last night, perfect for purchasing more goods. The store didn't have a wide variety of items right now, so replenishing the inventory would give it more confidence for the future opening. The car sped along, onto the highway, the scenery whizzing by. About 2 hours later, they finally got off the highway and arrived in the suburbs of the next city. This was an upscale villa area, with single-family buildings lined up one after another, tall iron gates, and strict security. Uncle Sue got out of the car, gave his number, and was only allowed to pass after his identity was confirmed. The pickup truck turned onto a tree-lined avenue and stopped in front of a villa numbered 8888. Several cars were already parked outside, evidently indicating that other colleagues had also received the news. A middle-aged woman, resembling a servant, came out to greet them and led them into the living room. The room was already quite crowded, and the atmosphere was lively. A chubby, middle-aged man was the first to greet him, his tone familiar, apparently an old acquaintance of Uncle Sue. Another well-dressed woman immediately joined in, her smile laced with sarcasm, and she confronted the chubby man head-on. Then, she turned her gaze to Shin-Ching, mistaking him for Uncle Sue's son, and spoke in an ambiguous tone. At that moment, Shin-Ching felt that the atmosphere was not right. He immediately responded politely, introducing himself as Uncle Sue's nephew. This statement really made the woman's expression relax a lot, and she even smiled and asked him to call her Auntie Lien. Just as the situation calmed down, Uncle Sue hurriedly changed the subject. His gaze fell on the spiral staircase, where someone was descending. Everyone present cast their gazes over there. They saw a gray-haired old man, supported by a servant, slowly descending. What caught people's attention most wasn't his aura, but the snake around his neck. That's right, a living snake, coiled around his neck, swaying gently with his steps. The sight was terrifying, yet one couldn't help but stare. Chapter 15. A gray-black snake hangs around the neck. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I didn't expect so many humans to come this time. I guess they're here to take away those annoying guys. I should have taken it away earlier. If I had kept it, I would have eaten it all. Humph. If the old man wasn't so annoying with his crying face, I would have eaten all of them without hesitation. A cold young man's voice suddenly sounded in Shin-Ching's ears. The tone was particularly arrogant and proud. An arrogant little boy with a particularly sharp tongue unconsciously appeared in my mind. It goes without saying that the owner of this voice is the snake hanging around Mr. Lay's neck. As Master Lay walked down the stairs, Shin-Ching also saw the appearance of the snake clearly. It was a gray-black snake, and its body was a little bluish under the light. Not only that, Shin-Ching also saw a virtual pop-up window floating above the snake's head. Name: Black Mamba. Toxic: neurotoxin. Symptoms of poisoning: after being bitten, the body will quickly become paralyzed and have difficulty breathing. Anti-venom is available. Habits: timid, tend to avoid humans and do not actively attack them. They only attack when they feel threatened. Wow, here comes the scan result directly. This seems to be the first time this has happened. System: why are there scan results for venomous snakes this time? Why weren't there any yesterday? Shin-Ching has not yet figured out the functions of the system, so he is very confused. Replying to the host, some functions will only be enabled after reaching a certain score. The host has exceeded 10,000 points last night, and some functions have been automatically enabled. Then why didn't you say so earlier? The host didn't ask. Well, blame him. Listening to these words without any ups and downs, what else could he say? Forget it. Anyway, The functions the system said would be unlocked as long as a certain value was reached, so he didn't bother to ask. At this time, Master Lei had already walked up to everyone. You're all here. As usual, the price is negotiable. You take all the poisonous pets away, and he will take you there. Apart from his gray hair, Mr. Lei looks in good spirits. After saying this, he sat down on the sofa beside him, while his other hand gently stroked the black mamba snake that had already come down from his neck. The other people who saw it felt their scalps tingle. I subconsciously took a few steps back. Even Uncle Su did the same and stepped in front of Xinqing. The expressions of the other people were not very good either, and they were all a little nervous. Xinqing looked at the black mamba snake. It seemed to be very sensitive to human gaze and noticed it immediately. He met Xinqing's eyes directly. The black mamba's head was originally lying down, looking a little lazy. But after looking at Xinqing, he immediately raised his head, spitting out snake-like nature and making a hissing sound. Everyone except Lei Yi and Xinqing was so frightened that they took a few steps back again. Even the servants who serve Master Lei are the same. Apparently, everyone is afraid of the black mamba snake. Why isn't this human afraid of me? Am I not fierce enough? I'm already very fierce. If anyone bullies me, I'll definitely make them pay. That fat guy is an example. After I bit him the last time, he no longer dared to touch me. You know, although I used to be timid, my poison is very powerful. The sound of farting sounded again, and Xinqing heard many problems from the other party's words. That fat uncle was actually bitten by a snake. No wonder people are so afraid of it nowadays. There is nothing wrong now. I guess Mr. Lei has serum at home. However, he was a little confused. According to the habits of this snake, it was timid and tended to avoid humans, and would not actively attack humans. They only attack if they feel threatened. But the black mamba snake in Lei Ye's house seems to be very brave and is not afraid of humans. Is it because he was raised by Master Lei since he was a child? That was all he could think of. Xiaoman, don't be naughty. You scared them all. Master Lei's tone was exceptionally gentle as he stroked the snake's body. The snake showed no sign of resistance, and the relationship between the master and the pet was very harmonious. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Old man, I didn't scare them. These humans are just too timid. They're even timider than me. Sundara's voice lowered a little, showing that he still had a good impression of Master Lei. The snake even rubbed Lei Ye's arm with its head, which shows that the two sides have a good relationship. However, only Xinqing could feel this scene, and everyone else was terrified. Haha, Master Lei, let's go check out some other poisonous pets first. After the fat uncle finished speaking, he took the servant who led the way and left first. If he didn't leave, he was afraid of being bitten again. Every time he came to Master Lei's place, he subconsciously wanted to avoid meeting the snake. But I couldn't escape it once. In their eyes, Master Lei is a person who gets bored easily. However, he just had a special liking for that snake and took it with him wherever he went. Otherwise, how could a timid snake be trained into a brave one? Let's go take a look too. Uncle Su also pulled Xinqing and Aunt Lien to retreat, determined not to stay in the living room for another minute, for fear of being spotted by that little ancestor. He doesn't want to suffer anymore. What's more, there was Xinqing, who was brought here by him for the first time. Don't scare him. Master Lei naturally had no objection to their words. It was good enough that they could help deal with those poisonous pets. Who told Xiaoman not to like those toxic playmates? Since she doesn't like them, then change them. That's right. Those poisonous pets were found by Master Lei as playmates for Xiaoman. Lei Yi feels a sense of accomplishment in having been raised by him from a young age to this age. Xiaoman's breed was not very courageous to begin with, but he trained her to become much braver, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. I have always treated the little guy as a family member. It almost got to the point where they ate and slept together. Anyway, he has money and always has serum ready at home, so he doesn't have to worry about getting hurt. Perhaps because she was raised by Xiaoman since she was a child, Xiaoman has never bitten him once, which makes him even more relieved and fond of her. Mr. Lei almost raised Xiaoman as his own son, so naturally he wanted him to be happy. Xinqing and the others had no idea what Master Lei was thinking, and they had no time to care about the black mamba snake. Following the servant who led the way, we arrived at a room on the first floor. The space is large, but it is designed to resemble a primeval forest. There are fake rocks and trees, and even the sand, rocks and dead leaves are so realistic. There is only a shelf at the door, on which are placed many empty breeding boxes, large and small. But at this time it was empty. As for where the things inside went, everyone knew it except Xinqing. Look for it yourselves. As usual, whoever finds it can take it away. The servant left the room and closed the door for them, saying, I'm right at the door. If you get poisoned, remember to tell me. The serum is here. Chapter 16. The bustling large breeding house. When Qing heard this, he raised his eyebrows, looked at the environment in front of him, and his eyes were full of curiosity. Of course, the sounds coming to his ears were even more lively. Oomph. These annoying humans are here again. It was the same as last time. Luckily, I hid well, and they didn't find me. It's a cute little voice, but the tone isn't very nice. It sounded like he was disgusted with these intruders. Boo-hoo. I was bullied by that stinky snake, and now I have to be bullied by these humans too? I am so pitiful, boo-hoo. It was followed by a weak boy's voice. The voice was very soft and sounded like he was always being bullied. The tone is weak and lacks strength. No wonder he was easily bullied. Just the sound of that weakling made him want to bully him. Qing secretly shook his head, and a thin young boy appeared in his mind. She is a little gloomy and can only hide in a corner and cry when she is bullied. Stop crying. You're whining all day long. It's annoying. You're so weak. No wonder that stinky snake bullied you. I think you should just run away and let those humans take you away. This time it was a very domineering queen's voice, and it sounded very powerful at first listen. There were originally several shouting voices, but after the queen's voice appeared, they all fell silent. When Qing heard this, he suddenly curled his lips and smiled silently. Suddenly, I remembered the bamboo green snake in the store. Although its voice is that of a girl, it is very powerful and has the personality of a hot-tempered young lady. I just don't know who will give in first when put together with this domineering queenine. Just these few simple sentences gave Qing a general understanding of the poisonous pets hidden in this place. Isn't it said that whoever finds the poisonous pet can take it away? Then he won't be polite. It just so happened that his store was in need of some fresh blood. Qing smiled unceremoniously, turned to Uncle Sue, and said, Uncle Sue, since whoever finds him can take him away, let's split up and act accordingly. This way our chances will be higher. Okay, there are breeding boxes over there. Take a big one and a few small ones. Uncle Sue pointed to the tools and breeding boxes on the shelf and nodded in response. This place is quite spacious, probably 2 or 3 rooms connected together. Therefore, there are many items such as rockery and fake uncles. Most of these poisonous pets are not big. For them, the place is very large, and there are so many hiding places. It is a lot of work for them to find the poisonous pets. It is best to act separately. Several other people had the same idea. So, everyone took a large breeding box, which contained several small ones, a bit like the jewelry boxes girls use. Each small grid has a cover. Also, everyone has a pair of special gloves and a pair of tweezers as tools. Qing took his tools and breeding box and started to choose a direction to search. His purpose was very clear, which was the queen's voice coming from his ears. The first choice is naturally this sound. No matter what animal it is, this sound must be captured. His store now has lowly voices, girl voices, gentle queen voices, but no domineering queen voices. Little ones, your new master is here to take you home. Qing said softly with a smile, looking like he was in a very good mood. He walked to the left side where there were 2 fake trees. There was a path paved with pebbles, with brown coconut soil and artificial green grass on both sides. There are also many dead branches, fallen leaves, small stones and tiles. From a macro perspective, it is indeed not that realistic, but from a micro perspective, the environment here is extremely real. Especially when the sunlight penetrates the specially made windows, strands of sunlight come in from the gaps in the windows. It fell on those leaves first. It passes through the branches and falls to the ground, scattering spots of light. Especially in this place, in order to ensure sufficient humidity, Master Lei also used a humidifier, and mist-like green smoke floated in the air. Not only does it block the strong sunlight, but it also allows more moisture to penetrate into this place. Everything complements each other, and it is indeed a very good environment suitable for poisonous pets. The temperature and humidity are well balanced. Qing walked to the path between the trees and suddenly squatted down, bringing his sight closer to the ground. I just stared at the front without moving. The voice in my ear paused for a moment and then appeared again. Why did this human suddenly stop moving? Did he find out where I am? Impossible. I'm hiding so well. How could I be discovered? It was still the same queen's voice, but this time there was a bit more doubt and confusion. No one can find me in this place. He definitely can't find me. Even that stinking snake can't find me, let alone these humans. Qing finally figured out where the voice came from. It's the fake tree next to him. However, the sound came from the ground, and the ground was nothing but stones, fallen leaves, dead branches, and some fake grass. Putting down the things in his hands, Qing picked up a branch and moved it towards the place where the sound came from. The withered yellow leaves were pushed aside, and the small stones and tiles were also separated one by one. Even the small grasses that could hide things were moved away, but there was nothing. Ha 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 ha. I told you no one can find me, human. You too, quickly retreat. The sound in its ears became a little higher pitched, which showed that it was very happy with this situation. However, it was wrong to guess that Shin-Ching would leave on his own. Haha, little guy, I've found you. Come out quickly, I'll take you home. Shin-Ching discovered the other party's location from the sound just now. It was the fake tree in front of him. There was no shelter on the tree trunk, nor any hole to hide the sound, but the sound came from there. I guess the other party hid in the tree trunk for some unknown reason. No wonder it said the snake didn't notice it. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this human possibly have discovered me? He must be trying to trick me. Humph. I'm not stupid, so I won't go out. Shin-Ching already knew the other party's location, but it was indeed difficult to get it out. We can't just cut down the fake tree. The other party must be a small creature and not easy to deal with. The only way is to let it out on its own. He just happened to have this ability. His animal affinity skill can be controlled freely, and he will turn it off unless he is interacting with animals. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of it. Maybe he won't even have to look for them, as those little guys will come to him automatically. Thinking so, he did so. Starting from Shin-Ching's feet, an invisible aura slowly emanated from him. The first thing I felt was the domineering queen's voice hidden in the tree trunk. What's that smell? It smells so good. Chapter 17. Beneath the domineering queen's voice lies. It smells so good, what on earth is it? Ahem, if I'm careful, I shouldn't be discovered, right? I'll just see what's emitting this unique scent. The domineering queen was suddenly attracted by the smell, and her voice lost its previous domineering tone, but became a little gentle and arrogant. The image of the sound in Shin-Ching's mind became even more profound. His lips curled up beautifully, without saying a word, just waiting for the other party to come to him automatically. However, before the queen's voice came out, the crying boy-een was the first to crawl over. Oh wow, this smells so good. I love it. It's the scent of this human being in front of me. He smells so good. He probably won't bully me. Then I'll go with him. His aura makes me feel safe. Shin-Ching. He feels safe. Haha, I also want to thank this young man for his affirmation. But now that it's been delivered to my door, of course I can't let it go. He turned his head to look in the direction where the sound came from, which was in the bushes behind him. At this moment, there is a black and orange spotted lizard, which is not big and looks only as long as a palm. Because the color of its body was similar to coconut soil and it was hidden by the grass, it was not discovered at first. Shin-Ching was just attracted by the queen's voice again, and since it didn't speak, it naturally didn't notice. Now that it has come out, it is indeed eye-catching. A basic information screen was also displayed above the other person's head. Name, beaded lizard/baby lizard. Toxic, nerve venomed. Symptoms of poisoning. Symptoms and signs after a bite include severe pain, swelling and edema, and swollen lymph nodes. No antivenom. The venom is less lethal and usually does not cause death. Behavior. Beaded lizards can be brave when necessary, especially in self-defense and when hunting. They are not aggressive animals and prefer to protect themselves through their defense mechanisms. Wow, I didn't expect that the little guy that came out was actually a poisonous lizard. It's just a baby lizard, no wonder it's not big. That's right, he looks like a very powerful person, but why does his voice sound so weak? She cries all the time, the contrast is too strong. Little guy, it seems that you like me very much, so come in by yourself, and I will take you home later. Of course Shin-Ching would not miss it. He directly opened the slightly larger breeding box, placed it in front of the beaded lizard, and said gently. His breath was as gentle as his voice, making the other party completely unguarded. Sure enough, he climbed in happily. This human's voice is so gentle, just like his aura. I like him. The beaded lizard crawled into the breeding box and uttered the weak boy's voice again. But compared to its previous crying, this time the sound was much louder, which showed how much it loved Shin-Ching. Subconsciously, he moved closer to Shin-Ching's hand that was holding the box. It rubbed Shin-Ching's hand with its head and didn't look like it was going to attack anyone. In addition, there is an additional favorability value above its head, which has now reached 100 points. It can be seen that animal affinity is still very strong. Be good, go in, I'll take you back later. Shin-Ching raised his hand and gently touched the other person's head, and he was also in a good mood. At this moment, the queen's voice appeared again. Damn, what is that human doing? The crybaby got caught, and he looks like he's enjoying it. Wait, that pleasant smell is getting stronger. Is it coming from that human? A series of questions confused it. However, Shin-Ching followed the direction of the sound and finally saw what kind of animal the domineering queen sounded like. It was a black caterpillar with white spots. That's right, a caterpillar. The body is about 5 to 6 centimeters long, cylindrical, and slightly flat. The head is small and similar in color to the body, with dark spots. There are 2 pairs of antennae, one located in front of the head and the other at the back of the body, as well as 3 pairs of thoracic legs and 5 pairs of abdominal legs. There are fine white stripes on the body surface. Name: long-winged swallowtail/larva, also known as Oriental white-banded swallowtail. Toxic: cardiotonic steroid toxin. Symptoms of poisoning. Ingestion may cause symptoms including vomiting, diarrhea, lethargy, loss of appetite, and difficulty breathing. The toxins in an adult swallowtail butterfly are enough to kill 6 domestic cats. Antitoxin treatment. Corresponding antitoxin or antidote. Habits. Adults are usually active during the day and prefer to fly in sunny environments. After hatching, the larvae, caterpillars, feed on the leaves of the host plant. It turns out that the black caterpillar with a few white stripes is actually a long-winged swallowtail butterfly. Because it is still a larva, it has not yet turned into a butterfly, but its voice is queen enough. That's right, its body shape is the same as the lizard just now. The contrast is very strong. Especially with its cute look now, it's hard to imagine that the queen's voice comes from it. Little guy, do you want to come with me? It's not bad to change your living environment. Although he said this, he did not hesitate at all and opened the breeding box. Even if the other party was unwilling, it was useless. Can it run away once it comes out? Is this human talking to me? Humph, don't think I'm going to follow you just because you smell good. I tell you, going with you comes at a different price. But his aura is indeed very attractive. At first, he said arrogantly that he would go with me, but the price was different. But within 3 seconds, he was attracted by the unique smell again. Yuan's head clearly turned away, but he still couldn't help but look towards Xinqing. The tangled thoughts were almost showing on his face. Several legs also moved slowly forward. It was simply that the body was more honest than the mouth. Xinqing had already seen the favorability value above its head, which was constantly rising. It will soon break through 100 points. Come on, let's go home together later. Xinqing didn't give it a chance to refuse. He just reached out, gently grabbed it, and put it in the small box. During this process, the long-winged swallowtail caterpillar did not resist at all. Instead, like the lizard before, it touched Xinqing's hand with its head. It's just blocked by gloves. But it can still reflect the other person's love. Ahem, human, I'm going with you because you look like a good person, not because you smell good. Okay, it's not because I smell good. Whatever you say is right. Xinqing responded subconsciously, and it finally froze, turning its dark head stiffly. Some said foolishly, You can actually understand what I say. Chapter 18. Finished, targeted by the venomous snake. Xinqing poked its black body, then smiled without saying anything, and closed the box with a snap. Then continue looking for other little cuties, leaving it and the previous lizard in a messy state in the breeding box. Then Xinqing seemed to have turned on a cheat. As long as he kept moving forward, the poisonous pets would automatically come to his door. He found all the little poisonous pets hiding in his area. Perhaps it was because of his affinity for animals that the poisonous pets from other places could no longer hide. They exposed their positions one after another, allowing the others to reap great rewards. When everyone finally left the room, the breeding boxes were full. Xiaoqing, it seems you are very lucky to have found so many poisonous pets. When Uncle Su saw Xinqing coming, he looked at the breeding box in his hand and was shocked. Each type of poisonous pet there is different, including lizards, caterpillars, ants, wasps, etc. He recognized many of them because of the famous toxins in their bodies. Most people really don't dare to raise one. But Xinqing happened to find all the most poisonous pets in the room by himself. Compared to him, the poisonous pets they have are much less toxic. Xiaoqing, these poisonous pets you found are all quite toxic. Why don't you trade a few with others? Uncle Su couldn't help but give some advice. In his opinion, since Xinqing had just started to get toxic pets, it would be best for him to first raise some pets that were not very toxic. If you start with something highly toxic, accidents can easily happen if you are not careful. If something really happens then, he will be guilty. Yes, Xiaoqing, Aunt Lian has several poisonous pets that I can exchange with you. Aunt Lian, who was beside Uncle Su, also expressed her opinion when she saw this. But Xinqing knew that the other party was doing it for Uncle Su's sake. How could he not see at this time that Aunt Lian was obviously interested in Uncle Su? But he didn't know why Uncle Su didn't express his opinion. Could it be that Uncle Su has a handsome face under his beard that fascinates Aunt Lian? Ahem, I was thinking the wrong thing. Back to the topic. Uncle Su, Aunt Lian, don't worry. I can really do it. There's something you may not know. I studied veterinary medicine, and I'm familiar with many toxins and how to deal with them. Xing answered with a calm smile and told others that he knew veterinary skills. This way, if you have any poisonous pet resources in the future, you can tell him about it. Or you can leave your child in his shop. Business is always done inadvertently. He is now developing the market. I happen to have a pet store, so having veterinary skills is always a plus. I'll also be able to help people feel comfortable leaving their pets with me. See, the publicity has been released. You're quite capable, young man. I'm optimistic about you. If there are any problems with my poisonous pet, I'll have to trouble Xiaoqing. Aunt Lian is also a smart person. She immediately took over the topic, which made people like her even more. The others also shifted the topic to Xing's pet shop. They all said that they would ask Xing for help if they had any problems in the future. Seeing this, Uncle Su stopped talking. However, while everyone was chatting, they did not notice that a gray-black snake was hanging on the chandelier above their heads, staring at Xing and the others. Be prepared to act when the opportunity arises. Hiss. Humph. It was this human just now. He's not afraid of me. He's seriously provoking my dignity. I'm going to make him pay. My venom is ready. I'll jump over and bite his arm directly. It's summer now. The temperature outside is very high, and everyone is wearing similar clothes. Short sleeves and long pants, or short sweatpants. Xing was wearing a loose white t-shirt and black sports shorts. Just covers the knees. On her feet was a pair of simple white sneakers. He is dressed neatly, just like a high school student. It is indeed easier to attack the arm that is exposed. Xing raised his eyebrows, turned his head, raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the chandelier not far above his head. Sure enough, I saw a gray-black snake. Isn't it the black mamba snake from before? Hiss discovered. What's wrong? Uncle Su saw Xing turn his head and looked over, only to see a frightening scene. The black mamba snake on the chandelier has raised its head, showing its snake-like nature, as if it is ready to attack. The target is still towards them. When I saw this, my scalp went numb instantly. Oh no, everyone, get out of the way. The snake is about to attack. Hiss human, since you've discovered me, I won't be polite. I'll show you how powerful I am. Uncle Su's voice and the snake's voice sounded at the same time, and everyone else turned their heads to look over. When he saw the black mamba snake open its mouth, he quickly moved backwards. Fuck. Run. Hurry, hide quickly. Xiaoqing, go away. Several voices sounded at the same time. Everything happened too quickly, but Xing remained calm and was not afraid of the poisonous snake that opened its mouth wide and rushed towards him. Just when everyone thought Xing was going to be bitten, everything has changed. Xing didn't dodge at all, but stretched out his arm and grabbed the snake that was sweeping towards him. That position is not the snake's weak point. If the black mamba wants to attack, it can still do so. However, the other party opened his mouth wide and did not bite down. The poisonous teeth were also retracted, and after being caught by Xing, there was no sign of struggle. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him affectionately and rubbed her head against him. That smells so good, human. Did you spray something on yourself? It smells so good. How come I haven't smelled it before? It's so strange. Slurp. The snake licked the arm from time to time. It was as if he wanted to taste it and see where that pleasant smell came from. Although he has a sharp tongue, his actions are a bit like a loyal dog. The contrast was so shocking that everyone's jaw dropped. Only Xing knew that the reason why the black mamba snake had such a big change in growth was due to its animal affinity. After leaving the room, he restrained that aura. The animals could only smell him if they got close to him. The black mamba snake that wanted to bite him just now was because it was close to him and felt that breath, which instantly increased his favorability. If you raise the favorability to 100 directly, he will naturally not bite you. Don't worry, it won't hurt me. Xing stroked the snake's back with one hand, and his bare hands naturally felt the cold touch. He was not afraid at all, and with the support of the voice, his ability to accept things was even better. In his eyes, the poisonous snake in his hand was just a young and arrogant boy. Still the kind with low mental capacity. That's right, I'm such a nice person, how could I possibly bite someone? Hey, human, don't stop, touch me more. Chapter 19, he caught my weak spot. Uncle Su and others who saw this scene opened their mouths wide and couldn't find their voice for a long time. Even Aunt Lian, the only woman present, was stunned. Even if, as Xing said, the poisonous snake did not attack anyone, they would not dare to get close. Didn't you see that the servant ran away quickly when the incident happened just now? Now he was running over with a medicine box in his hand. You don't have to think about what the other party means. However, it seems that it is not necessary at the moment. After receiving the news, Du Leia also walked in from outside the door. What's going on? He just went out to answer a phone call and didn't pay any attention to the black mamba snake. In just a short while, did he get into trouble? Boldly, have you got the serum? Give that young man an injection first. No one answered him, but he could see with his eyes, and it happened that everyone's eyes were on Shin-Ching in the middle. Of course he saw it, especially the poisonous snake wrapped around Shin-Ching's arm. Isn't she the baby of his family? As the owner, he naturally knew the temper of his poisonous pet, so there was no need to think about it. The key was to get someone to inject the serum into Shin-Ching first. Xiaoman, come here. Then Master Lei walked towards Shin-Ching and extended his hand. In the past, Xiaoman would have naturally let go of the other person and returned to Master Lei. But now it found that Shin-Ching's scent was so pleasant and it didn't want to leave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. No, I don't want to leave this human. I want to be with him. Xiaoman turned her head to look at her master, showed her snake-like temper, as if saying something, then turned around and rubbed Shin-Ching's arm again. Human, continue. Don't worry, I won't leave you. This young master is giving you this opportunity to serve me. Hurry up and don't be lazy. Wow, he really treated her as a massage girl. Shin-Ching stopped stroking the snake's back and looked up at Master Lei without caring what the other party did. He said calmly, Don't worry, Master Lei, I wasn't bitten by it. Now Xiaoman's favorability towards him has reached 100, and she will not attack him at all. After saying that, he quickly coiled up the poisonous snake on his wrist and threw it directly to Master Lei. Everyone was terrified by his graceful movements. That's a poisonous snake. If you're not careful, it will bite you. How could he be so casual like Shin-Ching, as if he was just a toy that could be manipulated by anyone? Even the owner of the poisonous snake, Master Lei, had to be careful to coax this little ancestor. In the end, only Shin-Ching was casual. Xiaoqing, you're too brave. Don't do that again in the future. If you really get bitten, it's okay with the serum, but without it, the consequences will be disastrous. Uncle Su finally found his voice and hurriedly gave worried instructions. He was the one who brought the person here, so we can't harm him. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Uncle Su. Haha, you wouldn't do anything reckless, so I did. Don't you see who was so aggressive just now? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Huh? Human, why did you abandon me? This is unacceptable. The other protagonist who was being paid attention to fell into the arms of his master after a dizzying spin. However, now he felt that he had a better place to go, so he naturally struggled and fell out of Master Lei's hands, and quickly crawled towards Shin-Ching. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he had crawled to Shin-Ching's side. Without even thinking, he climbed up around his legs. The problem was that Shin-Ching was wearing sports shorts, which were very loose. Everything below the knees is exposed, and it climbs up around the legs. No need to think about where it will end up. Shin-Ching's face turned dark. When Xiaoman climbed to his knees, he still grabbed her by the vital point. He directly pulled the other person off his legs. Some gnashed their teeth and lifted Xiaoman up to them, staring at them. Boy, you're really good. If you keep crawling around, I'll beat you up. This scene happened so quickly that it was over before anyone could figure out what was going on. But the necessary reaction still occurred. Poochie. Ha 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 ha. Don't take it seriously, young man. It's just a snake. The fat uncle, who was originally very afraid of Xiaoman, had a very low sense of humor and was the first to laugh at this scene. He had long forgotten that one of the people he was mocking was the one he feared. Haha, young people are always quick, what a pity. Aunt Lien also smiled charmingly. As for her last word, what a pity, everyone knows what it means. Even Uncle Su and Master Lei were very embarrassed. No one had expected this to happen. So he didn't get too angry even though Shin-Ching treated his beloved pet so rudely. Who made his pet look a little bit naughty. He didn't dare to think about the scene just now. It was too embarrassing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Human, are you kidding me? I don't like this. Please rub my back. It feels good. You can also touch the front. Your technique is excellent and you understand me so well. You just need to increase the strength. Back. Front. Shin-Ching was completely speechless by this poisonous snake. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. He is not massaging a girl. Master Lei, does your poisonous pet have a dedicated cage? I'd better find a cage and lock it up before I leave, otherwise I'm afraid it will continue to harass me. It was also a strange thing that Shin-Ching calmly told the owner of the poisonous snake that he was harassed by a snake. But it is true. To avoid more embarrassing things, it's best to lock him up. Boldly, go upstairs and take down Xiaoman's cage. Master Lei took the poisonous snake from Shin-Ching and directly ordered the servant to get a cage. He turned around and told Shin-Ching and the others about the poisonous pet on the other side. At this time, Master Lei avoided talking about other things in detail. After the cage was taken down, the poisonous snake was put in and locked up. Just now, although Xiaoman did not attack him as her master, she was obviously sticking to Shin-Ching. He was afraid that the little guy would eventually follow Shin-Ching away, which would be bad. Finally, they were asked to give some money to each of them and then leave. Especially Shinqing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Human, please don't leave. If you have to leave, take me with you. Woohoo! I can't live without you, human. The moment the door closed, Shinqing heard a heart-wrenching sound in his ears, and he was speechless. Fortunately, he finally put away his affinity skill. Otherwise, the other party would really pester him. If it wasn't Mr. Lay's favorite, he would naturally buy it back. Unfortunately, no? It seems that he will have to try his best to control the animal affinity skill within a certain range in the future and not use it randomly. If you are not careful, you might attract a big guy and get into trouble. Fortunately, today's trip was worthwhile. I bought 5 or 6 poisonous pets in total. Although it's not much, it's enough. I know you need poisonous pets to open a shop and maintain its reputation. I'll give you the ones I have here. I'll also let you know if there's any news later. After getting in the car, Uncle Sue handed his share of the poisonous pet to Shinqing. Chapter 20. One mistake can lead to fatal danger. Uncle Sue found several poisonous pets, none of which were ordinary, and there was even a spider among them. He knew that this was Uncle Sue's kindness, and his heart warmed. Without hesitation, he took it and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Sue. If you need any help in the future, please let me know. I will definitely be happy to help you." He was right. The other person was really kind to him. He had accepted the favor, and he had to repay it. He was very lucky to meet someone who was willing to help him when he was in obscurity. Shinqing has already accepted this uncle in his heart. A person's character can be judged by how he performs. Uncle Sue's character is impeccable at the moment. Ha ha ha, sure. I'll definitely ask you for help if I have any problems in the future. Uncle Sue was so happy to see that Shinqing was so straightforward and unpretentious, and he looked up to him even more. In this way, the two of them took more than 2 hours to return to their original city by car. However, after Uncle Sue sent Shinqing to his doorstep, he received a phone call and left in a hurry. He accidentally saw the name of the caller, which happened to have the word Lien in it. He couldn't help but think of Aunt Lien. However, this is Uncle Sue's business, so he won't get involved. He opened the door and entered the house carrying a few feeding boxes. This trip was very rewarding and cost me less than 1,000 yuan in total. It can be seen that the price is relatively cheap. However, the poisonous pets this time are all smaller, with only the lizard being considered big. However, as long as it grows well, the beaded lizard can grow to more than 1 meter long when it reaches adulthood. The body size will also increase several times. Place the breeding box on the front desk cabinet and think about how to place these poisonous pets. As long as you know the name of the poisonous pet, the breeding manual will automatically pop up the corresponding breeding method. He doesn't have to worry about that. Now he opened the breeding box and checked the type of poisonous pet inside. Finally got all the information. The poisonous pets he found were all quite toxic, such as the beaded lizard, the long-winged swallowtail butterfly, the panda ant, the bumblebee, and the black widow. These poisonous pets are extremely poisonous and can be fatal if handled carelessly. However, Shinqing was not worried about this at all. As long as the veterinary skill is upgraded to level 4, you will have access to 3 rare toxin detoxification methods. This is something that can be flexible. When the time comes and he needs to detoxify Black Widow, he can report directly to the system and get the detoxification method. It doesn't have to be fixed, but it can change with his subjective opinion. Of course, there are only 3 of each level. If you want more, work your way up to level 10. He also obtained 5 poisonous pets from Uncle Sue, including the rove beetle, centipede with many spines, desert hairy scorpion, and jumping spider. Together with the 5 species originally in the store, there are a total of 15 species. Each type of farming method and living habits are different, so naturally, they need to be replanned. Although he really wanted to make it a large breeding house like the one in Lei Ye's house, it would be inconvenient for viewing. The essence is different from the pet shop he is going to build next. Therefore, it is still necessary to prepare a small single room for each poisonous pet. Also, you can take over the 2 stores on the left and right, and then directly renovate them. Fortunately, those 2 shops were not rented out and are still empty. Shinqing took out the phone number saved in his mobile phone. It was the phone number listed on the sublease information next door. Because the location of the store here is not very good, it is at the very end of the street. The flow of people is low, and there are really few successful businesses here. Only Shinqing's family's pet shop is barely doing well. But now, because of the car accident involving my parents, all the other pets are gone, and I have to start all over again. He saw no problem in taking over the 2 stores. So, Shinqing started contacting the owners of the 2 stores and signed the contract in less than 2 hours. The minimum lease term is 5 years, and the price is reasonable, 3,000 per month, which also includes the second floor. He got a great deal. In fact, it is also because of the bad location that everyone who comes here to do business loses money. Over time, no one was willing to rent a shop here. Now there is a man named Xinqing who is willing to take over, and the two landlords happen to be acquainted with his parents, so it is naturally easy to reach an agreement. 3,000 a month, 6,000 for 2 stores, 1 lump sum payment for half a year, that is 36,000 yuan. Now, apart from the 10,000 yuan reward from the system, I only have a little over 8,000 yuan in cash left, which is not enough. But his points can be exchanged for cash. The exchange rate is 1:1, so 30,000 points is equal to 30,000 yuan. So Xinqing exchanged 30,000 cash, gave it to 2 landlords. I still have 2,000 in cash that can be used, and there are only 38,410 points left in the system. Next, the storefronts on both sides need to be renovated. All 3 shops need to be renovated whether they are on the 1st or 2nd floor. Only the 2nd floor where he lived remained unchanged. But it's wide enough. The remaining 30,000 points might not be enough, and he also needs to upgrade his veterinary skills. So right now he needs to earn emotional points from the audience through live broadcasts, and then upgrade his skills and decorate the store. After understanding what needed to be done most at the moment, Xinqing also knew what to do. It just so happened that I had some time in the afternoon, so after feeding my poisonous pet, I immediately contacted the decorator. Just tell us the effect you want, and leave the rest to the decoration company. I paid a deposit of 2,000 yuan, and the rest will be paid slowly after the results are out. That's just right. After everything was arranged, Xinqing exchanged all the remaining points, went to the supermarket to buy vegetables, and cooked dinner at home. When the sky outside was completely dark and the city was shrouded in lights, his live broadcast room was quietly opened. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, all the fans who subscribed to his live broadcast room received the message. It happened to be the most prime time in the evening, and almost everyone was online. As a result, the number of people who flocked into the live broadcast room was much greater than Xinqing had expected. Good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to have so many fans come to my live studio. Xinqing raised his eyebrows as he looked at the rising number of people. Unexpectedly, within 5 minutes of the broadcast starting, the number of viewers had exceeded 10,000. If he didn't know that he was live streaming yesterday, I would have thought he was a big anchor. He hasn't been on Douyin since he finished his live broadcast yesterday. It was only when he opened his homepage just now that he realized that his number of fans is now extraordinary. After 1 night and 1 day of fermentation, the number of fans has now reached 300,000. It seems that there are still many netizens following him. The anchor has finally started broadcasting. Will he broadcast at this time every day from now on? Oh my god, I came here just for the host's voice, but I didn't expect it to be such a domineering voice. I love it. When will Qingkong show up? We want to see it. I heard that this live broadcast room is dedicated to live broadcasting interactions with poisonous pets. Where is the poisonous pet? Chapter 21. The character has not been established yet, and it has already fallen apart. There are both male and female fans in the live broadcast room. The girls were attracted by Xinqing's voice and think that his voice is the natural voice of a domineering boss. It was especially touching when he deliberately lowered his voice when speaking. Even if you haven't seen him in person, you can still imagine a handsome figure in your mind based on his voice. This is also the reason why they want to see Xinqing in person. Of course, there are also some people who think that sounds are sounds and people are people. Even if someone has a nice voice, it doesn't mean that he or she will be handsome. You know, there are a lot of boys on the internet who pretend to be female voices. Who knows whether the person behind the computer is a handsome guy or a shabby guy? The boys thought it was cool that Xinqing was interacting with his poisonous pet during the live broadcast. Especially those poisonous pets were so obedient in front of Xinqing. No one can tell that it is a poisonous pet. This is also what attracts them. Therefore, the fans in the live broadcast room are half male and half female. Showing my face is no problem. I'll show my face along with the new pets in the store later. I hope everyone will give me some face and not scare us away. Xinqing naturally saw the comments from the fans in the live broadcast room and smiled. He doesn't mind appearing on camera. His goal is to create emotional values among fans through online interactions with his poisonous pet. If his appearance can add icing on the cake, why not? Of course he would. Another purpose is his pet shop. Once the decoration is completed, it will definitely be open to the public. At that time, he thinks the first group of people who will be interested will still be the fans in the live broadcast room. Tonight, he has turned on the local search function. I believe that netizens in the same city will be able to see it. Of course, he wouldn't miss out on free publicity, and online and offline promotions complement each other. When they heard that Xinqing was going to show his face, the fans in the live broadcast room became extremely excited. The two of them hurriedly told each other, and the number of people in the live broadcast room jumped wildly again. It's almost close to 100,000 people. Is the host really going to show his face? Oh my god, I'm so excited. I wonder if it's a handsome guy. It's impossible that the boss is a big guy who picks his feet. If he is, then my dream will be shattered. No. Chinkong must be a handsome guy. I trust my intuition. I don't really care whether the host is good looking or not. What I care about more is who will be the poisonous pet that appears tonight. Yesterday's interactions between the moon jellyfish and tarantula and the host were very heartwarming, not at all like poisonous pets. How did the host do it? The barrage of comments was obviously more active than before, with many of them flashing by in a flash. But Shenqing knew the general meaning and didn't care. Instead, he came to the entrance of the store holding his mobile phone and first showed everyone the moon jellyfish tonight. You all know the 3 moon jellyfish sisters at the front desk of our store. They're wearing lavender dresses tonight. They look great, don't they? Shenqing pointed the camera towards the water tank, allowing everyone to clearly see the movement of the moon jellyfish floating underwater. They look like 3 dancing flowers, so beautiful. Everyone knows that the original color of the moon jellyfish is transparent. Even if it has color, it is because of the color produced by eating shellfish and other foods. These colors are time-sensitive. But for the sake of aesthetics, Shenqing bought some colored lights and placed them under the water tank. Tonight, the lights were purple, and the transparent moon jellyfish were dancing in the water as if they had put on new skirts. It looks great. In addition, Shenqing also covered the white wall behind the water tank with black wallpaper. This creates a more atmospheric feel under the lighting effect. Therefore, the scenes seen in the live broadcast room tonight are obviously more refined than those last night. Oh wow, this is so beautiful. The host is so attentive to detail. It wasn't there during last night's live stream, but it's already been scheduled for tonight. This little brother is so dedicated, he can succeed in everything he does. As expected, moon jellyfish are really good to watch. I suggest that this little brother raise more. The picture will definitely be more beautiful. Wow, awesome. You can tell they put a lot of effort into this. My future live broadcast will be like this, showing how toxic pets and humans can live in harmony. Quick, let's take a look at tonight's new poisonous pet. Of course, what I'm most looking forward to is the host's face. All of a sudden, all the fans in the live broadcast room started to speak. But at this time, most of the people speaking were female fans, and the boys hadn't started yet. They were all waiting for the appearance of a new poisonous pet to see if there would be another chance to shock them. Gentle and elegant voice. Human, why did you come to see us just now? You haven't been home all day. A soft girl's voice. Yes, without you, our meal has lost its flavor. Straightforward lowly voice. Humph, human, do you dislike us anymore just because you found other little animals? 3 female voices immediately sounded in Shenqing's ears. They were the 3 moon jellyfish that had turned purple. Their favorability towards Shenqing has already reached 100. So it won't have any impact even if Shenqing doesn't release animal affinity. Once the favorability is maxed out, it will not change. Faced with 3 poisonous pets that were obviously acting like spoiled brats, Shenqing naturally wouldn't ignore them. What's more, there are 3 different voices, each with its own personality and temperament. Who can refuse? He can't anyway. Didn't I tell you before that I went out today to increase the popularity of the store? Don't worry, you are the store's signature. The guys and girls in the live studio all like you guys very much. Come and say hello to everyone. Shenqing pointed the camera at the 3 moon jellyfish, making sure that all 3 could fit in the lens. The gentle and low voice, with a hint of doting, immediately excited the female fans in the live broadcast room. Of course, even some male fans can't stand it. I told you that little brother's voice is amazing. Is it really possible for me to hear such a doting voice? Fuck. As a guy, my ears are numb just listening to this. No wonder the girls are all so hooked. Ahem, when the little brother's voice came out just now, even my mother subconsciously asked, "Who is this?" She thought it was my boyfriend. Damn it. I've been beaten to death by this little brother's voice and can't get out of this pit. I'm going to turn that sound into an alarm clock and let it wake me up every day. Hey, all you crazy fans, stop drooling. Is this host treating these toxic pets like humans? They can't understand. So how could they possibly greet everyone? The host character hasn't even been established yet, and they've already fallen apart. There are excitement in the comments, some like it, and some don't like it. I feel that Shenqing is just establishing his character. There's no way around it. Shenqing gained hundreds of thousands of followers in just one day of live streaming, and many people were jealous. Chapter 22, we are going to watch washing hair upside down and eating instant noodles upside down. However, He was slapped hard in the face the next second. Those who were told that the moon jellyfish couldn't understand human language and wouldn't respond to Xing were all stunned. Of course, it wasn't just them. It could be said that everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. The reason is very simple. After Xing finished speaking, the moon jellyfish in the camera actually greeted everyone in the live broadcast room. Just now, all 3 October jellyfish floated to the glass closest to the camera. They held up a few tentacles and swayed them towards the camera. What's the difference between that look and waving and saying hello? The only difference may be that the other party is a marine animal. Only Xing could clearly hear the 3 sisters whispering to each other. When humans say hello, shouldn't we find a way to greet each other? Do you think I'm doing it right? The eldest sister gently asked the 2 younger sisters. It had already raised several tentacles and was swaying in the water. Of course it is. I've seen customers wave to that old man before, and he even called him boss. The straightforward third sister spoke in a cute, lowly voice, saying things that didn't fit the actual situation. The contrast is quite strong. The old man it is talking about must be Uncle Sue. But then again, Uncle Sue's beard, long hair, and casual clothes really make him look like a sloppy old man. Is this human going to be our master from now on? He just praised us for being pretty. I really like him. The second sister speaks in a girlish voice and the softest words, and you can tell she is a good girl. Although its actions don't match its words, it's trying hard to fit and still makes people feel soft-hearted. The same goes for fans in the live broadcast room, even if they can't hear what they are saying. But just being able to see the action was enough to shock everyone. Holy crap, moon jellyfish actually said hello to us? Can they understand human speech? Aw, so cute, so visually appealing, and it can even understand human speech. I really want to take it home and raise it. After watching the anchor's live broadcast yesterday, I bought a batch of moon jellyfish online. I don't know when they will arrive, but I also want to see if these jellyfish can really understand human language. Don't be naive. The above person, when you receive the goods you will find that only the Anchor Brothers' poisonous pet can understand human words. Where are those people who were shouting before? Come out and get beaten. There are more and more barges from fans in the live broadcast room, and more emotions are generated by the interaction between Du Chong and Xing. Xing didn't even need to ask. He knew that in the live broadcast room with more than 100,000 people, there were at least 10,000 people whose emotions were aroused. Of course, the exact number can only be known after the live broadcast and system statistics. There is still time for the live broadcast. This is just the beginning. The next part is the highlight. After seeing the 3 sisters, let's go to the other side to see the other little cuties. Xing held up his cell phone and walked step by step towards the room, not far away. I didn't intentionally block anything this time, but it was already night time and without turning on the lights, only sporadic light from outside the window shone through the curtains. It just made the room no longer pitch black, but it was not very bright either. It was still dim. So when Xing opened the door, the camera really couldn't see clearly. Fortunately, it only took a short while for the picture to appear in the camera. It was the same table from yesterday, placed in the middle of the room. There were several breeding boxes on the table, but they were still covered with black cloth. No one can see what's inside. There were obviously shelves on the surrounding walls, but they were covered by black curtains. No one knew what was behind them except Xing. The lighting in the room was not particularly bright, but soft and not glaring. There is also a larger round desk lamp on the table, which is not turned on at the moment. Of course, these things were added by Xing later. Yesterday's scene looked too empty and the picture was not satisfactory. He also learned from the effect of the live broadcast. I thought it was all for the purpose of being able to live broadcast well. After the store is completed, he will also set up a separate live broadcast room, and the live broadcast effect will definitely be better at that time. Xing walked over and turned on the desk lamp first. The bright light quickly illuminated that area. There is actually a chair on the other side of the table, which matches the table perfectly. Everyone wait for me for a moment. I'll get a phone stand and live stream with you all. Xing walked around the table and sat down on the chair, put his mobile phone on the table, then took out a mobile phone holder from the front of the breeding box and started fiddling with it. Adjust the height of the bracket and then place the phone on it. The camera hasn't turned yet. I've finally been waiting for this. The little brother is finally going to show his face. I'll definitely take a screenshot later. It's over. I'm both excited and nervous. I'm hoping the host will be an incredibly handsome guy, but I'm nervous that everything is just my imagination. Don't worry, as long as your expectations are low, you won't be sad no matter how unsatisfactory the results are. For example, in my heart, I think the anchor is a big guy who picks his feet. Impossible, the anchor boy has such a nice voice. How could he be a big, dirty guy? I bet $5 he's a handsome guy. 5 yuan is nothing. If the anchor is a handsome guy, I will eat instant noodles while standing on my head. If the anchor is a handsome guy, I will wash my hair while standing on my head with one hand. There were more and more comments in the live broadcast room, because everyone knew that Shin would show his face in the next moment. Everyone stood in several camps. Some supported Shin as a handsome guy, some supported Shin as a big man who picked his toes, and some directly raised the flag. I just don't know if these people will do as they are told once Shin really shows up. It was obvious that Shin happened to see these remarks. His brows raised, a smirk playing on his lips. I saw everyone who made the promise in the live stream just now. You guys need to follow it later. After saying that, Shin clicked on the camera and switched from the rear camera to the front camera. A clean, handsome, and angular face appeared in the camera. Beneath the dark sword-like eyebrows are a pair of smiling phoenix eyes, and the high nose bridge has its own shadow. A light brown mole of medium size falls right between the eyebrows. You can't notice it from a distance, but up close, it looks like a beauty mole, and paired with those smiling phoenix eyes, it's simply captivating. What's more, his lips are like rose petals, soft and sexy. In addition, her jawline is clearly defined and her skin is very fair. Each one is unique separately, and when these points are put together, the feeling is even stronger. The slightly raised smile on his lips, coupled with his domineering voice, directly turned the female fans in the live broadcast room into idiots. Fuck. The overbearing CEO voice in my head finally materialized. I unilaterally declare that this little brother is the overbearing CEO himself. Oh, I told you this little brother is such a handsome guy. How could he be such a big, toe-picking guy with such a nice voice? Slurp, slurp, I've taken a screenshot. I'm going to use my brother's photo as my phone screensaver and enjoy it every day. Hey everyone, those who have set flags, come out quickly. We want to see people washing their hair upside down, eating instant noodles upside down. Chapter 23, I am new to this anchor. However, those who had just said that Shin was a pigfoot guy remained silent and did not say a word when asked. Who really wants to wash their hair upside down or eat instant noodles upside down? It's just talk. There really isn't one. Shin naturally understood this, and he was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Didn't you see that the number of people in the live broadcast room increased significantly the moment he showed his face? From the original tens of thousands, it has now exceeded 200,000. And judging from their activity level, most of them are active fans. This is not something that ordinary people can do. But Shin did it. His live broadcast room has long been ranked first among novice anchors, and the second one is only a few 100,000 people behind him. This made some big and small anchors grit their teeth in hatred. There is only so much traffic, and Shin took away most of it, so the traffic they get is naturally less. Less traffic means less money. So some unhappy people started to pretend to be someone else and go to Shin live broadcast room to stir up trouble. I don't know what's going on. Are people these days so blind? Once the beauty filter is turned on, even the ugliest person can be called a handsome guy. That's right. Who knows what he's like in real life? He's not a sleazy hunk, but the term handsome guy still needs to be taken with a grain of salt. Showing your face on live broadcasts these days is truly a technological feat. It can slim your face, smooth your skin, and even lengthen your height. But are there still real people out there? Although these comments are not posted by one person, they are very purposeful. It's almost like saying that Shin looks so handsome because he uses beauty filters. The rhythm of stirring up trouble instantly made the other fans in the live broadcast room unable to hold back. They all expressed their belief in Shin and others. But the person involved doesn't care about these bad comments. Doesn't he know whether he has turned on beauty filters or not? Someone must be unhappy with the other party for doing this. Otherwise, who would deliberately pick a fight for no reason if they are not famous? It just so happens that he is actually somewhat famous now, and of course he also has to rely on netizens to give him face. Everyone, don't get excited. Whether I've turned on beauty and filters is a simple matter. You'll know once I run it through. Shin directly used the actual situation to slap those haters in the face. Shin clicked on everything, such as big eyes, thin face, and skin smoothing, which amazed the fans in the live broadcast room. Holy crap, this is so scary. I usually use beauty filters when taking selfies, and they look absolutely stunning, but when this guy used it, I finally understood what natural beauty is. Yeah, the host himself is absolutely handsome. Anything more wouldn't be this cool, so I'd better turn off the big eyes and all that. It's unbearable to watch. I finally understand that saying, only ugly people need beauty filters to enhance their looks. Naturally handsome people don't need any external enhancements. Shin's move caught the black players off guard. He didn't even have a chance to speak and was bombarded by those fans. It made all the villains hiding behind the computers look gloomy. As for Xinqing, he doesn't care at all. All right, it's my honor to entertain you all. Now let's get into tonight's topic. Xinqing brought up the topic and brought over a box from the side, which was the breeding box on the table. It's just that it wasn't covered with a black cloth, and it wasn't captured in the camera. Didn't I say yesterday that I would introduce you to the other pets in the store? Here I come. I also bought a batch of poisonous pets today. From now on, unless there are any accidents, I will broadcast live at 8 o'clock every night. I will introduce 2 poisonous pets to you every day. Xinqing explained to the fans in the live broadcast room with a smile and a gentle tone. Looking at that handsome face and listening to the gentle and domineering voice is a real treat for the eyes and ears. At this time, fans are willing to listen to whatever Xinqing says. This little brother is so gentle. I feel his eyes are full of affection even when he looks at the screen. I really want to meet him offline. Where's your shop, host? We can go visit it when we have time. Yes, even if the little brother has a poisonous pet, with this appearance, there is nothing unacceptable. Female fans' values are directly influenced by the appearance of the girl, and they are completely crazy about her. The focus of male fans is on the poisonous pet itself. Host, what kind of pet are you going to accept tonight? Is it also a poisonous pet? By the way, I also want to raise a tarantula. Does the host have any suggestions? Host, I'm from the same city. Where's your store? I'd like to bring my friends to patronize your business next time. Open the box quickly and let's see who is the protagonist tonight. The barrage of comments flashed by quickly, and Xinqing only answered a few key questions. One mobile phone is not enough. It seems that live broadcast equipment and mobile phones are also needed. Don't worry, our store is still under construction and it will take some time to open. Let me first introduce today's new partners to you. After Xinqing finished speaking, he took out a breeding box and held it in front of the camera for everyone to see. The space inside the transparent box is not small and is as long as a keyboard. The height is about 20 to 30 centimeters. The key point is that the decorations inside are very complete, including small rockery, branches, stones and gravel, and of course some fake plants. It looks like a small outdoor space. It is worth mentioning that behind the rockery, there is a palm-sized gray-brown lizard lying there. The grass slightly blocked its view, making it look a little shy. Oh, is this human here to see me? I want to get close to him. But what should I do if I'm scared? Woo woo woo. The frightened boy's voice sounded in Xinqing's ears. He was still out of breath and kept crying. It has nothing to do with its size and breed. If it was a little lowly voice, perhaps coupled with this crying tone, it would make people feel very cute and distressed. But this little guy has a boyish voice, and it is difficult to judge when he is crying. However, it is still a pet in our store, and it will have to go out and see the world in the future. But you can't be so timid anymore. Ahem, this is a new pet I bought today, a baby beaded lizard. The venom of this lizard contains multiple toxins, so it is not recommended to keep it if you don't have relevant experience. Don't look at how small it is now, but when it grows up it will be over a meter long, so it will be a big guy. Xinqing said as he opened the lid without showing any fear at all. He reached his hand directly into the breeding box and reached out towards the beaded lizard. He was just saying that the lizard was poisonous, and the next second he put his hand in without wearing any gloves. If you really get bitten, you will definitely be poisoned. The fans watching the live broadcast were very nervous. Fuck. Streamer, don't get excited. We'll just watch. Don't catch him. Yeah, don't provoke them. Why is a toxic pet streamer teasing with a tool? It makes us so worried. Hey, little brother, be careful. Woohoo, please don't get hurt. I've finally fallen in love with a streamer, and it's only been 2 days. I'm still feeling fresh. Please don't poison me. Don't worry, I'm from the same city as the anchor. I've already taken out my phone and dialed 120. I'll call as soon as the anchor gets bit. Chapter 24 Run. The poisonous lizard is about to bite you. Everyone looked at Xinqing's hands nervously. The breeding box happened to be placed in front of Xinqing, and the camera could see the entire scene, especially Xinqing's outstretched arm. There was nothing to cover up with the short sleeves, and there were no gloves or anything like that on the hands. Just when everyone was holding their breath and extremely nervous, Xinqing's big hand was about to touch the back of the beaded poisonous lizard. This scene made everyone terrified, especially when the poisonous bead lizard stared at Xinqing motionlessly, as if it was about to attack in the next second. It makes people dare not even breathe. Someone who was more knowledgeable saw this scene and immediately commented in the barrage. Fuck. Host, don't move. You'll get attacked if you just enter their territory. This type of beaded lizard has a strong sense of territory, and approaching rashly will be considered a provocation. If a beaded lizard is foraging or eating and is suddenly disturbed by humans, it may attack out of fright or anger. When facing a beaded lizard streamer, You should keep your distance and avoid trying to capture or harm the lizard, as this will irritate it and lead to an attack. With the appearance of a series of comments from this knowledgeable person, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became even more tense. Xinqing didn't do any of what he said. Doesn't this mean that Xinqing is about to be attacked? A group of fans frantically shouted in the barrage. No, take your hands back quickly, it's dangerous. But Xinqing didn't even see the content of the barrage. His eyes had long been fixed on the lizard in the breeding box. He seemed to be in a good mood, and his big hands grabbed the lizard's back without any fear. The people in the live broadcast room were already screaming silently, and the timid ones behind the screen had already covered their eyes with their hands for fear of seeing the shocking scene. Even the netizen who just said a lot was stunned. Fuck, why is this anchor so aggressive? He's playing for his life. In front of the computer, a young man cursed and thought Xinqing was too amateurish. People like this still want to keep poisonous pets. They are simply asking for death. However, even though he complained, his eyes never left the computer. But the next second he was slapped in the face. Originally, people said that Xinqing would be attacked by the poisonous lizard, but in the end, nothing happened to him, and he was very well behaved. And Xinqing's calm voice came from the computer. Come on, Xiaozhu, say hello to everyone. Let the brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room know you, so they won't feel unfamiliar when they see you in the future. Just now, Xinqing calmly caught the poisonous bead lizard in his hand, and there was no sign of it attacking anyone. Not only that, the other party seemed very happy and tilted his head to get close to Xinqing. The human touched me. He really likes me. I love the smell of humans. Although the beaded lizard is very timid, it seems to become a little braver when facing Xinqing. She even rubbed her head against his hand. It's not about attacking anyone at all. Then Xinqing held it in front of the camera and placed it on the back of his other hand, allowing the beaded lizard to climb on it. He also patted the other person's back gently. Don't be a coward. Be brave. Come and look at the camera here. As Xinqing spoke, he pointed in the direction of the camera. The man and the pet looked at each other, as if they could understand each other. Humans know I'm timid, so they've been paying attention to me. I still smell so good. Since it smells so good, I'll just say hello, even though I don't really understand. The little guy who used to cry a lot was no longer afraid as he lay on his arms. But having said that, it still can't change its habit. So, netizens in the live broadcast room saw that the poisonous lizard was lying on Xinqing's arm without moving. Only after hearing Xinqing's words did it reluctantly raise its head. He actually looked towards the camera and nodded. Holy crap, this lizard definitely understands human language, and it doesn't attack humans at all. Oh my god, the moment the anchor reached out, I thought I was going to be bitten by it in the next second. I almost called 120. Awesome. I was terrified 1 second, and then the next, the result was reversed. Sure enough, it was still the familiar recipe and the familiar taste. I was wrong. I shouldn't have viewed the anchor's toxic pet with common sense. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like this. Is that beaded lizard still a beaded lizard? Well, the fans in the live broadcast room were all stunned, and then became extremely excited. The barrage of comments flew up and poured in like an overwhelming force. The number of people in the live broadcast room has reached a terrifying number, exceeding the number of his current fans. It seemed like just now, everyone thought Xinqing was going to be bitten by a poisonous pet, and the topic instantly became popular. Some people even went out to post something. There were more than one person who posted, and the topic became popular instantly. What's more, those people also posted the link to Xinqing's live broadcast room. As a result, the number of people continued to rise. Everyone wanted to see who was so awesome that he could catch the beaded poisonous lizard with his bare hands. The result was such a harmonious scene, so harmonious that it seemed unreal. Xiaozhu is a bit timid, but she's very simple-minded and obedient. She just cries a lot sometimes, and she's a little tearful boy at heart. Xinqing raised his arm in front of the camera, allowing everyone to observe more closely. The other hand was gently stroking the other's back. If the beaded lizard had hair, it would look like it was being combed. Carrot, humans actually say I'm a crybaby. It's true, but can't they just hide it from me? If they can't hear me, I won't want to cry anymore, sob. It feels so good. Push harder. Yes, right there. I felt a little itchy there just now. The beaded lizard was whimpering and about to cry, but suddenly felt a force coming from its back. I just scratched its back several times. I grabbed its heart and lay on it, and it stopped crying instantly. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and began to enjoy it, and turned to look at Xinqing and made his request. A little further down to the right, there's also a hand that needs to be scratched. The beaded poisonous lizard became bolder after being tickled by Xinqing. It even knew to raise its claws and open its mouth to bark at Shinqing. This scene appeared completely different to the audience in the live broadcast room. Fuck, you said the monster wouldn't attack people, but it already has its hands raised and is yelling at the anchor. I must have opened it the wrong way just now. How could the poisonous lizard become so gentle? This is the correct way now. Little brother, please put it down quickly and don't get hurt. We are so worried. But I don't think the lizard wants to attack anyone. If it really wants to, it could just bite the host's arm. What is it saying? Chapter 25 Human, you disturb my sleep. There are so many people in the live broadcast room, and everyone has different opinions. And in the interaction between Shinqing and the poisonous lizard just now, the poisonous pet did not show any attacking behavior. Shinqing was also very calm. As long as one is not stupid, he will not put himself in danger. More people think that the reason for this is that Shinqing is sure that the poisonous pet will not attack him. In other words, even if the poisonous pet attacked him, he could deal with the consequences. Sure enough, Shinqing also saw some of the barrage in the live broadcast room. In addition, he was interacting with poisonous pets in the first place, so he naturally had an idea of some of the problems that might arise. There are only a few of them. First, will poisonous pets attack people? After all, they are poisonous, and if you are not careful, you will be poisoned. Second, if poisoning occurs, can it be treated? This is probably the most important point. I'm sorry if I scared you all just now. Let me explain to you all, my poisonous pet has a high degree of favorability towards me and will not actively attack me. And another thing is, I've learned veterinary skills, so if I really get poisoned, don't worry, I can handle it myself. What Shinqing said was not wrong. As long as it was not a deadly poison, he could handle it. Even if it is a deadly toxin, he has a system and can handle it. It can be solved without going to the hospital. As for medicine, he had looked at it in the system mall and found all of them. Human, who are you talking to? Aren't you going to scratch my itch? Oh, you really don't love me anymore. Wow, Shinqing explained to the live broadcast room and paused his hands. As a result, the little guy in my hand started crying again. But in just a short while, the beaded lizard had already climbed up his arm and directly reached his shoulder. It rubbed Shinqing's cheek with its not-so-bright head. She even licked his face in a sultry manner, obviously trying to please him. Human, hurry up and tickle me. You can't give up halfway. Before Shinqing made any statement, the fans in the live broadcast room were already fed up. Looking at the somewhat ugly skin of the beaded lizard next to its handsome face, it is like a beast and a handsome guy. Fuck, this scene is such a stark contrast. It feels weird no matter how I look at it. Shut up. Let go of that handsome guy and let me do it. At this moment, my first thought was not whether the little brother would be bitten by a poisonous lizard, but that such a handsome face was actually touched by a lizard. I really want to be able to feel it up close for a second. Upstairs, you are not the first. The style of the live broadcast room was a bit surprising, and the original feeling of fear disappeared completely. You've made a fool of yourself. Xiaozhu, be good and go play by yourself. Shinqing could only smile helplessly, his tone full of gentle doting, but he still scratched the back of the beaded lizard. Then he put it back into the breeding box. But what he didn't know was that his helpless yet doting smile just now had directly turned the female fans in the live broadcast room into idiots. A handsome face with a gentle and doting voice like a boss, and the affectionate look in his eyes when he looks at everyone. Even if Shinqing is wearing a simple short t-shirt, it can't hide the natural temperament that exudes from him. Especially attractive. Oh, it's over. I've fallen for my brother's looks and voice. That doting tone isn't directed at Du Chong, it's completely directed at me. Especially that word, good. It felt like countless Cupid's swords were shooting at me. I've been single since birth, and the only time my heart beat was thanks to this man in front of me. Brother Anchor, you have to take responsibility. Fuck. As a man, my ears are numb just hearing this. If I had this face and this voice, why would I get dumped? Host, how do you manage to make your poisonous pets so obedient? Is the host really a veterinarian? Can we chat privately? Almost half of the people were screaming, intoxicated by Shinqing's appearance and voice. Only a small number of people were still rational, but they were very interested in how Shinqing made his poisonous pet so obedient. Some people even sent private messages to Shinqing. The person who sent the private message was the one who previously told everyone that beaded lizards can attack people. Sulu looked at the live broadcast room on the computer and waited for Shinqing's reply after sending the message. He is willing to try as long as there is hope. If the interaction between Shinqing and his poisonous pet hadn't been so bizarre, he wouldn't have sent him a private message even if he said he had studied veterinary medicine. His childhood friend has a golden python, but he has been seeking medical treatment for the python recently, but to no avail. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for several months now. He helped find more than 1 or 2 veterinarians, even veterinarians from authoritative institutions. But it still doesn't solve the problem. Xinxing is undoubtedly trying his best to save the situation. Maybe it will work out by accident? Xinxing on the other end answered a few questions from fans, but did not check the private messages immediately. Rather than wanting to wait until the broadcast was over, Su Lu could afford to wait and just continued watching the live broadcast. Xinxing put the beaded lizard back and took out another breeding box. This time he took out one of the poisonous pets he bought today. However, his figure is not very appealing now. Ahem, the next poisonous pet is the famous long-winged swallowtail butterfly. The breeding box was quite small, and Xinxing blocked it with his hands, so the fans in the live broadcast room really didn't see it. But as soon as you hear the name, you know it is a butterfly. Long-winged swallowtail butterfly? Does anyone know what kind of butterfly this is? Is it poisonous? You guessed it right. I just checked. The long-winged swallowtail butterfly is poisonous. It is said that its venom can kill 6 cats. Wow, that's amazing. Your pets are so poisonous, one by one. Are they more poisonous than the other? Are all the animals in your pet shop really poisonous? Sure enough, when the fans in the live broadcast room heard that it was poisonous, they immediately became nervous again. I'm afraid that Xinxing will have another big one. It has never been so thrilling in other people's live broadcast rooms. Only Xinxing always surprises them again and again. Little Phoenix Butterfly, say hello to everyone. As soon as Xinxing finished speaking, he let go of his covering hand, allowing everyone to see what was in the breeding box in his hand. Originally, everyone had preconceived notions that there must be a butterfly inside, but when the black caterpillar-like thing appeared in everyone's eyes, everyone was stunned. What the hell? That's it. Caterpillar. A domineering queen's voice came straight to Xinxing's ears. Human, you're disturbing my sleep. Don't you know? It's unkind to ask a woman to work so late. What are you going to give me as compensation? Chapter 26, Who in their right mind would raise caterpillars? In the transparent breeding box, there is a black caterpillar, with its round head proudly raised on top of its antennae. He just looked at Xinxing with disdain. Of course, this is what Xinxing saw. After all, the queen's voice is inherently domineering, right? Now its body looks like a caterpillar, which is really a bit inconsistent. But what was seen in the live broadcast room was a black caterpillar with thin white stripes, raising its black head in an ugly and cute way. A look of confusion. At first they thought there was a butterfly inside, but there was no butterfly, only insects. Some timid girls are afraid of these black caterpillars and are immediately frightened to the point of trembling. Ah, a bug. Didn't you say it was a butterfly? Why is it a bug? It's so black and scary. Holy crap. That scared me. I'm not even afraid of lizards, but I'm afraid of these caterpillars. Ouch, my eyes are hurting already. As expected, the host always has surprises waiting for us here. He really doesn't treat us as outsiders. Even caterpillars come to the live broadcast. Awesome. Actually, it's not wrong to say that caterpillars are butterflies. Once they emerge from their cocoons, they will naturally become butterflies. For a moment, the interaction that fans were concerned about was ignited again. Everyone was discussing this new, ugly, cute black caterpillar. The heat had calmed down, but it was stirred up again by this bug. It has always been at the top of the list of new live broadcast rooms, without moving a muscle. Whether it is the number of people in the live broadcast room or the popularity of the discussion, it is many times higher than that of the anchors of the same period. It makes those new anchors who want to become famous through live streaming hate it. They all went to the platform's manual backend to file complaints. What this means is that Xinxing's live broadcast room is so popular that it should not be given to new anchors. If he had been there all along, there was no way they would have survived. What's the point then? All the traffic was intercepted by Xinxing alone. Of course, even if Xinxing has not yet left the newcomer zone, the old anchors are still terrified. They are also afraid that such a powerful anchor will leave the novice area and come to their side to steal traffic. It's only the second day, and there are already so many people in Xinxing's live broadcast room. Moreover, who wouldn't be afraid of an anchor who gains hundreds of thousands of followers a day? Another thing is that his live broadcast room is unique on the platform. Everyone has a curiosity mentality, so don't be afraid of poisonous pets. But they don't have to interact with it themselves. They can just watch how Xinxing interacts with the poisonous pet. It not only satisfied their curiosity, but also helped them understand what poisonous pets are. As long as there is traffic coming in, you will make money regardless of whether it stays or not. Therefore, many big anchors put on fake identities and went to Xinxing's live broadcast room to spy on the enemy. Should we stir it a little more? However, it seems to be of no use. Of course, the authorities received more and more letters of complaint and had to take this matter seriously. Xinqing was the only one who could take down the newcomer live broadcast area in just 2 days. After comprehensive consideration, I finally decided to send a private message to Xinqing and invite him to sign the platform in advance. It means leaving the novice area and also means going to a larger traffic pool. Of course, Xinqing also has the right to refuse. But Xinqing is still live streaming and has no time to check private messages. Yes, everyone must have guessed it. The little swallowtail butterfly is still a larva now. When it matures, it will naturally become a butterfly. Xinqing calmly explained to the fans in the live broadcast room, not realizing at all how much of a response his previous scene had caused. Of course, this is exactly the effect Xinqing wanted. Although the little swallowtail butterfly is only in its larval form now, it is a true queen at heart and has quite a temper. Xinqing opened the breeding box and reached out to tease the caterpillar inside. Human, who gave you permission to speak ill of me? Don't think I don't understand. You disturbed my sleep and haven't even offered compensation, and now you're defaming me. Aren't you afraid I'll punish you? The domineering queen's voice was full of questions, and she very humanely avoided the hand that Xinqing extended. However, the last threatening statement was not as intimidating as it thought. But the fans in the live broadcast room don't know this. Isn't the anchor afraid that the poisonous pet will bite him if he reaches out to touch it? Is it poisonous even in caterpillar form? Does it get poisoned if you touch it, or does it bite you? Is the host planning to catch the caterpillar with his bare hands? Isn't he afraid of crushing it to death? Just thinking about the explosion would be too exciting. Ha 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 ha, the person above is talented. It instantly reminded me of a similar explosion experience when I was a kid. The green, fishy smell was unbearable to look at. However, the one I played with was not poisonous. The comments in the barrage are also very weird. Some people even say words like explosion. They simply don't treat everyone as outsiders. It's just something some girls can't stand. Just imagine, the handsome boy was pinching a black caterpillar in his hand, and it accidentally burst. Ugh, that picture is so beautiful. I can't bear to look at it. It happened that at this time, Xinqing's hand had touched the caterpillar and was about to pick it up. Human, I tell you, even if you smell nice, you can't enslave me, and you must pay me a lot. The place I live in now is too small. I want a bigger house. Please arrange it for me. The queen's domineering voice is still as powerful as ever. Although he still sounded unapproachable, there was still dissatisfaction in his tone. But the body didn't resist at all. The situation that everyone thought would attack people did not occur at all. Looks quite well behaved. Okay, I know I've wronged you today. Tomorrow I'll buy you a bigger house, and you can decorate it however you want. Now it's your turn to say hello to your friends in the live broadcast room. Come on, if you don't have hands to shake, the tentacles on Yao Yao's head will do. I think no one will mind. Xinqing smiled dotingly and spoke softly to the caterpillar in his hand. Then carefully place the other hand in the palm of your other hand, hold it in front of the camera, and let it greet everyone. This series of actions stunned the fans in the live broadcast room. Listen to what he said. The tone of his voice doesn't sound like he's talking to a poisonous pet. It's obvious that he's treating the little pet as a human. And more than once. In other words, Xinqing always speaks to the poisonous pets in his shop in an equal tone. It's as if they are all human beings and can communicate normally. It's really fantasy. Wow, the host is amazing. He actually had a conversation with his pet. The question is, can it really understand? And he even let it choose the decor? How can a caterpillar understand all that? You're too naive. Look, didn't the host's words just reveal it? It's obvious that he's just trying to create a character. I mean, who would talk to animals so deliberately? The problem is these insects. Yes, if you talk to a cat or a dog, they'll at least meow back even if they don't understand. But will insects respond? No. So it's all fake. Hatari, stop yelling and look at the camera before you say this. Chapter 27. Probably the most poisonous butterfly in the world. Originally, everyone in the barrage was discussing why Xinqing wanted to communicate with the poisonous pet. As a result, some of the haters below immediately saw the opportunity and started jumping around wildly in the barrage. He expressed his own well-reasoned words. They are very good at this kind of situation. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can let them find a loophole and then instigate a rebellion. This kind of situation used to work every time. As a result, it turned out to be a complete failure tonight. They had just finished saying that poisonous pets were insects and could not understand human language at all. So how could they understand what Xinqing said? The next second, he was slapped in the face. The reason is very simple. That is, the little phoenix butterfly actually responded. After Xinqing finished speaking, the black caterpillar actually raised its round black head. Used the two tentacles on its head to shake left and right towards the camera. It was exactly the same as Xinqing's waving action. You said you understood it, or what? Holy crap, How can a caterpillar actually say hello to someone? Is this really still a caterpillar? It must have quite an IQ. Ha 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 ha. Those haters, look over here. The caterpillar is waving at you. Oh no, it's waving its tentacles. Awesome. Just asking those haters, does it hurt when you get hit on the face? As expected, outstanding people are always envied no matter where they are. This little brother has really made it. He already has haters after only 2 days of live streaming. When will your shop open? I live in the same city and want to go and support it. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was hot again. Even though there were black fans stirring up trouble, not many people were affected. After all, most of the people who like to watch Shunqing's live broadcast are adults. Everyone has mature thinking and considers problems comprehensively. They are not the kind of people who are easily influenced by the pace. Even if there are some young people, they come here out of curiosity. It doesn't matter whether he can interact with poisonous pets, as long as the pet is really a poisonous pet, that's fine. Raising a poisonous pet is something that most people don't dare to do. In their eyes, Shunqing is undoubtedly the coolest. What's more, those poisonous pets always interacted with Shunqing inadvertently. It can be said that this is something that many cute pets cannot do 100%. But Shunqing hasn't had any problems yet. So, the haters immediately quieted down and stopped talking. Shunqing saw it, but didn't explain. After all, was he trying to say that he could really understand the thoughts of animals? Even if he dares to say it, no one dares to believe it. Thank you for your support. The actual shop will not be open to the public for at least half a month. When the store reopens, everyone is welcome to come and check in. At that time, you can take photos with the venomous pets that interest you. Don't worry, the store is equipped with a detoxification and anti-inflammatory medicine kit to prevent any accidents. Shunqing took out a small cotton swab from somewhere and teased the caterpillar in his hand while talking. The other end of the cotton swab was gently poking the caterpillar's head. If it had a face, the cotton swab would poke its cheek. Human, who gave you the guts to poke this queen with something? Are you tired of living? Carrot, don't think I'll be bought off by a little favor. Don't even think about it. Keep poking. I'm really going to bite. My poison is very powerful. The domineering Queen Een was originally very calm, but became a little angry after being teased by Shunqing. The sound brightened up a few degrees. His tone was full of threats, but he didn't move at all while lying on Shunqing's hand. Not to mention biting him. Only Shunqing knew that if these animals had a maximum favorability of 100, they would not attack him. Unless your life is threatened by him. The problem was that he didn't want to kill them, so there was no danger. It only means closeness. Oh, you still have a little temper, and you won't let me poke you? If you don't please me as your master, aren't you afraid that I won't change your house and let you live in this cramped place forever? Shunqing poked the caterpillar's round head again. He said it with a smile, his tone full of teasing. But the movement of his hands never stopped, as if he was a naughty little boy when he was young who just liked to tease little girls. The situation before us is very similar. You are now in my hands. Shouldn't you please me? Come, little birdie, act like a spoiled child and see how it goes. Shunqing didn't treat the people in the live broadcast room as outsiders at all and said whatever he wanted. The teasing language was so skillful. That's right, the person he was teasing was not a girl, but a black and poisonous caterpillar. If you don't look at the picture and just listen to the sound, you will hear the domineering voice, low and gentle. Every word seemed to carry a sense of tenderness. It makes people's ears feel soft after listening to it. Especially his slightly rising teasing tone. It's simply the 2.0 version of ear pregnancy. The female fans in the live broadcast room were already screaming. At this moment, they could no longer remember the caterpillars they were afraid of. My ears are definitely pregnant. Is this the kind of voice I can truly possess? Oh my god, this guy's looks and voice are the perfect match for my ideal type. Why tell it to a poisonous caterpillar? You should tell it to us. Tell us more. We like to hear it. Hiss. Even as a guy, my ears went numb after hearing this. No wonder these girls were so excited. The anchor is already very popular just for her looks and voice. Fuck. Let's stop talking about this here. Look everyone, has the cotton swab from the caterpillar bite turned black? The moment this sentence came out, everyone subconsciously looked at the cotton swab in Shunqing's hand. It just so happened that the black caterpillar was unhappy about being poked by Shunqing, and it directly bit the head of the cotton swab. Although they can't see whether the caterpillar has teeth. But the cotton swab head is white, and it suddenly changes color, which is really shocking. That's right, the head of the cotton swab has changed from white to black. And 1/3 of them were caught in the caterpillar's mouth. Humans, see? Even though I haven't grown up yet, I'm still very powerful. I warn you, don't poke me anymore. Also, if you dare not change my house, I will really bite you. This is what happens to you. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Xinqing took the cotton swab away, but did not put it down. The queen is the queen. Even though she lives in the body of a caterpillar, it still cannot stop her from looking down on everyone. Even though she's a little bit arrogant, she's still cute. This contrast is so pleasing. Xinqing looked at the caterpillar in his hand and suddenly smiled. The doting look in his eyes almost overflowed from the live broadcast room. However, everyone is still worried about the cotton swab turning black. Looking at the cotton swab in Xinqing's hand that had turned completely black, you could tell how poisonous the caterpillar was. Holy crap! The cotton swab turned black. Just because of a caterpillar bite, it changed? This is too poisonous. Gulp. I was so scared I almost choked on my saliva. I thought even if the caterpillar was poisonous, it would be just that. But haha, I was naive. The darker the color, the stronger the toxin. Look at that cotton swab. It's almost as black as ink. It must be highly toxic. I looked up detailed information online and found that even the larvae of the long-winged swallowtail butterfly contain extremely high levels of toxins. This may be the most toxic butterfly in the world, and even in the caterpillar stage, it should not be underestimated. The host is awesome. The pets in his shop are all poisonous, and some of them are the most poisonous in the world. Isn't he afraid of accidents? Chapter 28, What if I get poisoned? Black and cotton swab. The fans in the live broadcast room were flooded with comments. Each message was meant to remind Xinqing to be careful, and also to know why this caterpillar was so poisonous. What if I get poisoned? This is what everyone is most worried about. Xinqing put the caterpillar back into the box, and then saw what was said in the comments. He lowered his eyes to look at the dark color on the cotton swab, and the corners of his lips curled up. He didn't think it was a bad thing for everyone to talk about the topic now. On the contrary, I feel it came just in time. He originally said that he had studied veterinary medicine, but of course there would be no direct effect if he didn't see anything. Then let's use the poison of the small swallowtail butterfly to conduct the experiment. System, there should be an antidote for the long-winged swallowtail butterfly toxin in the mall. Although after upgrading the veterinary skills, you can obtain related technologies and detoxification skills. But it doesn't say that it is not sold in the mall. In his opinion, the price of selling the antidote for a toxin alone should be less than the points spent on upgrading. But the effect is only one way. Sure enough, the system gave the answer the next second. Replying to the host, it is indeed sold in the mall. The price of each specific detoxification method varies. The long-winged swallowtail butterfly detoxification method is priced at 5,000 points. Whether to buy. 5,000 points is indeed not low. It takes 10,000 points to upgrade to level 1, and there are only a few detoxification methods for levels 1 to 3. There is no fixed number. I think it is just the common detoxification methods in real life. If you want to solve more difficult or challenging problems, you must upgrade. If you want to obtain rare antidotes, you can only upgrade to level 4 or above. Each level grants you an antidote to a rare poison. It can be specified or random. Presumably, those rare detoxification methods will only be more expensive. And from this perspective, 5,000 points is about the same. Of course, there are other uses for this detoxification method. Buy. 5,000 points deducted, total remaining points, 25,000. Then Xinqing had an additional set of detoxification information in his mind. Everything written above is very complete. Even the weight of the items needed is marked in detail. It's simply a nanny-style teaching, the kind that guarantees that you will learn it. As it happened, everything needed was in his medicine box. It can be used as long as it is prepared. I'm sure everyone must be worried about the many poisonous pets in the store. What if one of them gets poisoned by accident? What if we don't get to the hospital in time? When I tell you I studied veterinary medicine, I'm sure many people won't believe me. Wait a moment, I'll get something. Xinqing smiled and spoke to the fans in the live broadcast room, and placed the cotton swab on the table where everyone could reach it. Then he got up and left. It only took a few seconds for him to communicate with the system in his mind, so no one noticed anything unusual. On the contrary, Xinqing's departure now made everyone very confused. What's the host trying to do? Is he trying to detoxify himself on the spot? Of course, I'm kidding. It's normal for us to be worried. Who isn't afraid of poison? This little brother runs a poisonous pet shop, so we should be careful. However, if the host can really handle the problem of poisonous pets and toxins, and the safety aspects are self-evident, I will definitely go to support him when his store opens. Yes. Although I seek excitement and appreciate the host opening a pet shop, my health comes first. Even Su Lu, who had been waiting at the other end of the live broadcast, stared at the screen curiously. He wanted to see what Xinqing was going to do. I was also thinking, could it be that, as netizens said, he was looking for a way to detoxify? His doubts did not last long. Xinqing walked in with a disposable water cup. However, The disposable cup in his hand contained half a cup of light blue liquid. I don't know what it is. Host, what's that in your hand? It can't be a drink, right? If it's not a drink, then maybe it's a detoxifying potion? He just told us to wait, so he must have a purpose. That's right. I guess that's the case, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. I'm back. I guess everyone is curious about what I have in my hands. After Xinqing sat down, he calmly waved to the fans in the live broadcast room and raised the cup in his other hand. Shake under the camera. Then he placed the cup on the table and lifted up the cotton swab on the other side, which had turned black. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Everyone already knows that this is a cotton swab bitten by a small swallowtail butterfly, and it contains venom. The toxins of the long-winged swallowtail butterfly are extremely harmful to the human body. Once poisoned, you should seek professional medical help immediately. But what should we do if we cannot seek medical treatment in time? I happen to know a little bit about detoxification. Please take a look. Xinqing spoke a lot, and he talked as if he was taking a professional knowledge class. If I wear glasses, I will look more like a teacher. However, everyone's attention was focused on Xinqing's hands at this moment. He took the poisonous cotton swab in his right hand, and to everyone's confusion, he threw the poisonous end of the cotton swab directly into the disposable cup containing light blue liquid. The next second, a strange scene appeared. When the black cotton swab fell into the light blue liquid, the original black color was seeping into the liquid. But when the light blue substance in the liquid touched the black liquid, an amazing scene happened. The blue liquid was actually swallowing the black liquid. It was like a one-sided plunder. The light blue swept over the inky black, and the two offset each other visibly to the naked eye. Eventually, the pitch-black cotton swab turned back to its original white color, and the light blue liquid faded and turned transparent. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, and all colors disappeared. It was as if the scene just now had never happened. It shocked everyone. Holy crap, what's going on? The guy just brought a glass of colored water, and the poisoned cotton swab changed so drastically. Is this detoxified or not? Why can't I figure it out? Could it be that some chemical was dropped on it? That's impossible. The cotton swab has been right under our noses the entire time and hasn't been changed. So, the problem must be with the light blue liquid. Didn't the host say he had found a way to detoxify it, using that light blue liquid? After all, he's a veterinarian, so what's wrong with knowing how to detoxify? If that's true, then the host is absolutely amazing. With such impressive medical skills, any business he opens will be a success. That's right. If you have the skills, you can easily open a veterinary clinic. Everyone guessed correctly. The problem lies in the water just now. It wasn't actually water, but an antidote I mixed with medicine. Everyone has seen the effect. Of course, what you hear may not be what you see. I will go to the relevant testing agency for testing tomorrow. I'll let you know when the results are out. This way, people can feel at ease when they come to our store in the future. Xinqing explained to everyone with a smile, directly blocking the black fan's tricks. That calm look, as if he was sure of victory, once again took root in the hearts of fans. I felt a little more confident in him. Most people are also waiting for Xinqing's store to open, and they will definitely go to the store to take a look when they have time. Not to mention looking at poisonous pets, looking at handsome guys is also a good choice. Chapter 29. I was so confused that I turned upside down. After saying that, Xinqing looked at the live broadcast time. It had been a while, so he simply said goodbye to everyone and ended the broadcast. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary ends. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 163,250 emotional points. Total emotion points, 188,250. Ding. Achieve the first record of breaking 100,000 and receive a reward of 100,000 in cash, a car, and a hair extension pill. Ding. The number of poisonous pets exceeds 15, and you will be rewarded with a deluxe breeding box package 1. Then the personal panel is refreshed again. Name, Xinqing. Age, 23. System, Poison Pet Live Broadcast System. Cash, 108,410 yuan. Total emotion points, 188,250. Skills, Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Creature Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 1 Veterinary Skill. Items, Car 1, Hair Growth Pill 1, Luxury Breeding Box Set 1. Xinqing looked at the drastically changed data on his personal dashboard, and the smile on his lips deepened a little. The result he got tonight was something he had not expected. It's several times more than yesterday. The netizens this year are really awesome, and they give a lot of emotional value. Of course, the number of people watching the live broadcast also has a lot to do with it. The maximum number of people exceeded 300,000. This was something he had never expected. At the end, Having more than 100,000 emotion points left is already pretty good. After all, each person can only capture it 3 times. It won't work if you exceed that. In addition to cash rewards, this time the reward also includes a car. This is exactly what he needs most right now. Fortunately, he knew how to drive in his previous life, and the original owner also passed the driving test, so he didn't need to take the test again. Another point is that the car rewarded by the system can be driven on the road directly. All the documents and license plates have been arranged. There were also hair growth pills, a reward he hadn't expected, so he looked at the detailed description. There are 3 pills in a bottle of hair growth pills, which can not only treat hair loss in humans, but also in animals. In general, it is effective on any living thing with hair. And the effect is absolutely awesome. Finally, there is the luxury breeding box package. When I clicked on it, I was dazzled by the array of options. It was indeed a luxury breeding box package, with a total of 108 breeding boxes. Some are big, some are small. The largest one is as big as several rooms, and the smallest one is only the size of a palm. However, each one is made of solid glass and is much harder than real glass, not easily damaged. It is also worth mentioning that the decoration inside the breeding box is very luxurious. Each breeding box has a label that describes the simulated environment inside and what type of venomous pet is suitable for living. And everything is not virtual, but real scenes and real objects. For example, a breeding box suitable for venomous snake pets contains a small forest, grass, rockery, etc. There's even running water. I don't know where the water comes from, but there are mountains, water, trees, grass, and flowers. It's simply a wild environment. There are tropical rainforest environments, desert environments, and so on. Anyway, it deserves the word luxury. This package contains almost all the environments that Shunqing's poisonous pets need. It perfectly matches the luxurious room that Xiao Fengdai had mentioned before. When not in use, you can put it in the backpack that comes with the system and take it out when you need it. This reward is the most practical one at the moment. After the store is renovated, he can arrange these breeding boxes according to the area. It saved him the trouble of buying it later. How can the things you buy yourself be as good as the ones rewarded by the system? After checking, Shunqing saw that his points had reached 180,000, which was just enough to upgrade his veterinary skills. It takes 10,000 points to upgrade to the next level and 100,000 points to upgrade to level 10. His current veterinary skill is level 1, which means he needs 90,000 points to reach level 10. If you have enough points, you can upgrade them all at once. Raise the veterinary skill to level 10. Ding! 90,000 points deducted, remaining points, 98,250. Ding! Veterinarian skills upgraded. Unlock the healing skill. All poisons and injuries can be cured, regardless of species. Now, the last danger of keeping poisonous pets has been solved. Shunqing was in a particularly good mood. He closed his personal panel and then picked up his phone to check private messages. I just saw 2 key messages. One was sent by the official and the other was sent by a fan. In the novice period early? Not impossible. There are a lot of explanations written above, as well as some preferential policies after signing the contract, etc. The contract was also sent. After reading it, Shunqing thought it was feasible and signed the electronic signature. His number of fans now has reached nearly 500,000, which is a very high number in just 2 days. Most of the netizens who are interested in him are following him, so there should be few newcomers who want to increase their followers in the future. For example, the official reason is the size of the traffic pool, so he signed the contract readily. Another private message is also very special. The other party sent 1 message during the live broadcast and sent several more after the broadcast ended. Said he wanted his help to save a golden python. This is the first person who is willing to believe that I can save an animal, and it's a golden python. Let's go and see. Maybe you can learn more about the venomous pet market through them. It is impossible that his shop will always only have small poisonous pets like insects. Other poisonous pets are also needed. So Shunqing sent a message back to the other party. The other side. During the second half of Shunqing's live broadcast, Sulu had already begun to believe that he had medical skills. Especially the scene where he detoxifies. It is direct, simple, and crude. Although he didn't reveal what potion he used, it was amazing that he could come up with such a thing. And the fact that he is not afraid to go to relevant institutions for testing is enough to prove that he has the ability. So the private message he sent later was more sincere and addressed some related issues. I hope Shunqing can help. Fortunately, after waiting for a few minutes, I finally received a reply from Shunqing. Agreed. Sulu's anxious heart unconsciously relaxed, and then the 2 of them determined the time and place to meet, and also left each other's phone numbers. We'll talk about the rest when we meet tomorrow. The internet became popular again because of Shun Qing's live video. It's still the same editor. It's just that this edited video is particularly popular because the owner of the voice showed up this time. His simple attire makes his facial features look even more profound and handsome. Coupled with that unique, domineering voice, he is simply seductive without realizing it. But every time he spoke, he had a unique, doting tone, with a slightly rising tone at the end of his voice and a faint smile. The people watching the video are so confused that they can't tell the directions. Chapter 30, even holding a lizard is so intoxicating. Oh, this little brother is so handsome, just like the man I imagined in my dreams. Please give me his information quickly. I want to give birth to a baby with him. Not only does he have a nice voice, but he also has a charming face. He's the kind of guy who could debut right away. From now on, he's my new crush. Oh my God, that handsome face with that domineering voice. It's like a novel come true, huh? Handsome guys are special. Even holding a lizard is so intoxicating. Even if the one in his hand is a caterpillar, he will still pamper you so much that you want to travel back to him, even if it's just a caterpillar. Is there anyone who knows how to edit? I'd love to be able to edit a single person's take, so the sense of immersion will definitely be stronger. There are so many comments like this that they have completely taken over the comment section of the video. Of course, so many of these achievements were left by female fans. Those are not Shun Qing's fans, but passers-by who were attracted purely by the platform, and then the fan group brought by the UP host. I have to say that the UP host has mastered the traffic password. Since Shun Qing's voice became well known to the public, his first appearance did not disappoint. This is how we have developed to the present day. Of course, in addition to this UP host, there were also sharp-eyed people who smelled the wind. I immediately left the stage, watched the replay of Shun Qing's live broadcast, and quickly edited a solo version. Whether it was the sound or today's live video, even Shun Qing's single sentence was edited out. Then add music and the atmosphere is instantly full. There are so many varieties, but they are all highly adaptable. As a result, Shun Qing's voice and face-showing videos continued to flourish in the short videos on the platform. Everyone who came into the platform that night saw Shun Qing, or his voice, and it's very absorbent. Even if it's just a single sentence, without any fancy music, just a sentence with a few words. It has already gone viral. It's comparable to the effect of a dubbing artist. The pronunciation was clear, the voice was pleasant and seductive, and every word seemed to fall on everyone's heart. The comments section has long been occupied by netizens, and everyone is looking for the owner of this voice. Then I knew there was a video. After comparing them, they really were the same person. From the voice to the face, Shun Qing became completely famous. The most obvious feeling is that the number of his fans is increasing again. It directly broke through the 500,000 mark and is still rising. The person involved had already logged off from the internet and fell into a sound sleep. The next day, the summer sun is still as bright as ever. The morning sun climbed up into the sky very early, as if it was trying hard to go to work early. Although not as strong, it is still eye-catching. The moon, which had not yet set, seemed a little dim in comparison. The bustling streets have started to work and more people are coming and going. The pet shop at the end of the street was pushed open from the inside by a pair of large, bony hands. A young figure walked out. It was Shun Qing, who had a good sleep. I accepted the invitation from the fan last night, so of course I have to go. The address given by the other party happened to be the neighboring city H. If you drive there yourself, it will only take more than 2 hours. I happened to be rewarded with a car yesterday, so I can drive there by myself. Shun Qing had already fed the poisonous pets in advance, locked the shop door, and went to have breakfast first. Then he drove his car from the parking lot behind the store and went to find a craftsman who was responsible for renovating the 2 shops next door. Restate your request. The breeding box rewarded by the system is of course the best, which allows the staff to decorate it according to his newly planned area. Let them measure the store and plan it carefully today. After he returns from H City, he will move all the existing poisonous pets to the 2nd floor and then ask them to connect the 3 stores. After handing the keys to the person in charge, Shun Qing drove onto the highway. The other side. Su Lu woke up early in the morning and called his childhood friend early, saying that he had found someone who could solve the problem of the golden python. Although my childhood friend has given up hope, he still wants to give it a try. So I agreed. She naturally noticed how much Su Lu had helped her during this period. While I felt sad for my pet, I couldn't help but feel warmed by my friend's actions. You and Xiao Jin wait for me at home. I'll go pick someone up and be back soon. Su Lu hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then drive to the agreed location. The time he and Shun Qing agreed to meet was 10 o'clock in the morning, in front of the square in the city center. There happens to be a very delicious restaurant in that area. He could just book a private room and order food in advance. After meeting Xiao Jin, I will definitely treat him to a meal, regardless of whether he can help or not. After all, he came from thousands of miles away without asking any questions, which shows that he is a really good person. Sulu was also very happy. When chatting with Xinqing last night, he said that he was a fan of Xinqing. I really like his live streaming style, and so on. In the end, he agreed to come without even asking. Of course he would entertain them well. Of course, even if Xinqing couldn't help, he would still give him corresponding compensation, which was what he deserved. But it doesn't matter, he now admires Xinqing's character. In his heart, Xinqing is a very sincere person. When we arrived at the restaurant, we immediately booked a private room and then ordered the most expensive dishes and signature dishes. We must treat Xinqing well. Time passed, and the agreed time and place arrived. Sulu had already gotten out of the car and was waiting by the side. He had seen Xinqing's appearance before, so he could recognize him. However, Xinqing did not know what he looked like, so it's better for him to stand alone. Soon, a car stopped not far from him, and a familiar yet unfamiliar figure got out of the car. The thick black hair simply covers the head. A white short t-shirt, paired with black sweatpants and sneakers on his feet. He is dressed very refreshingly, and people would believe he is a high school student who just graduated from school. When I turned around, the sunlight was shining just right. It filtered through the layers of leaves and fell on his head, creating spots of light. It gave him a touch of gold. Coincidentally, a breeze couldn't wait to kiss his eyebrows. The bangs in front of the forehead fluttered slightly for a moment. The golden light of the sunlight entered his eyes, staining his originally deep and dark pupils with a touch of mysterious gold. When his gaze turned, he stared at a person very accurately. Finally, as if to confirm, the corners of his lips curled up. His originally indifferent eyes also curved slightly. With just this short action, Sulu felt as if he had seen a divine work from heaven. This is what the male god mentioned on the internet should be like. Xinqing, this way. Chapter 31, Starving the Golden Python to Death. Sulu waved at Xinqing with a bright smile on his face. It was like meeting an old friend. Xinqing had actually seen Sulu. The location they had agreed on was nearby. Although he had never seen Sulu, he was very sensitive to people's gazes. I felt it as soon as I got off the car. There was no one in this place who knew him. Apart from Sulu who had invited him here, who else could it be? Sure enough, the other party called out his name soon. The two cars were parked very close to each other, in the parking spaces marked on the side of the road. It's just a few steps away. Hello Sulu, I'm Xinqing. Xinqing smiled politely and shook hands. After all, it was their first meeting, so it was impossible for them to become familiar with each other right away. Hello. I didn't expect you to be so tall. You look even younger than you appear on camera. I almost thought you were a high school student who just graduated. Sulu had no grudges at all. He looked like an friendly person and very good at socializing. A few words brought the two closer together. Xinqing didn't expect Sulu to be even more lively than on the internet. Although he was wearing a suit and had his hair combed back, he was really young. Because he has a baby face, if he takes off his suit, he might look more like a high school student than Xinqing. But just looking at the watch on his hand, you can tell that he is a wealthy man. The two of them are about the same height, with red lips and white teeth, and they are a beautiful sight standing together. Let's go see Xiao Jin first, and then come back for dinner. The table has been reserved, so don't worry. Even if he can't be treated, it doesn't matter. You've already done me a great favor by coming. I'm determined to make you my friend. Sulu is indeed a social expert. After just a few words, he regarded Xinqing as a friend. Xinqing also likes to be friends with people who have a cheerful personality. Although he agreed to come for other reasons, Sulu looked simple and innocent, so he should be a good friend. For this reason, he was determined to cure the so-called Xiao Jin. Okay, let's go. Xinqing did not deny it, and happily accepted the title of friend. Such a straightforward person made Sulu's eyes light up, and he liked him even more. So the two cars drove towards the suburbs one after the other. 10 minutes later, two cars stopped at a villa area. A beautiful girl with long curly hair was standing at the door waiting. When he saw the two people get off the car, he immediately walked over. Shan, this is the friend I told you about, Xinqing. When Sulu saw the girl, he immediately introduced them to each other, his eyes full of tenderness. Xinqing immediately understood that Sulu liked the girl in front of him. No wonder they are so positive. Hello Xinqing, I'm Sulu's childhood friend, Yin Shanshan. It would be a lie to say that Yin Shanshan was not disappointed when she saw Xinqing. Such a young man looked even younger than her. Who would believe that he can cure Xiao Jin? But this is someone invited by a good friend, and since he is here, I naturally cannot lose face. Of course there is no need to be too enthusiastic, just be polite. Xinqing naturally noticed the change in Yin Shanshan's eyes. Not only her eyes towards him, but also her eyes towards Sulu. He could see it clearly. He was indeed surprised at first, but after seeing him, he couldn't miss the disbelief in his eyes. Also, the look in her eyes when she looked at Sulu didn't show any romantic feelings. It is obvious that Sulu is in unrequited love. However, none of this matters. What matters is the Xiao Jin she mentioned. Hello, Miss Yun. I'm Shinqing. If possible, I'd like to go see the little Jean you mentioned first. Shinqing didn't beat around the bush, as continuing the small talk would only waste everyone's time. So let's get straight to the point. Okay, please come this way. Yin Shanshan obviously felt the same way. She thought that after Shinqing finished looking at her, she could send him away. She'll have guests soon. It's just that the people Sulu brought arrived earlier. That's right. She was not only looking for Shinqing, but also several other people, and they might be here soon. Those people are all top veterinary experts, and they will surely be able to cure her little Jean. Thinking of this, she hoped even more that Shinqing could finish reading and leave quickly. As for her childhood friend Sulu, she didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. If you like yourself, of course you have to take action, even if she doesn't like him. That's right. Yin Shanshan knew that Sulu liked her, but she pretended not to see it, and did not give anything in return, but enjoyed Sulu's care and concern. Don't be so double-standard. Shinqing saw it at first sight, but didn't know what to say. Just do business as usual. The three of them came into the house together. Yin Shanshan's family conditions are not bad. She lives alone in such a big house, and has hired several nannies to do the work. At the moment, she is busy in the kitchen, washing fruits and making tea, but she has not brought any of them out. It's obviously not intended for them. Or it was originally prepared for them, but after seeing Shinqing, they no longer had this plan. Shinqing saw clearly the eye contact between Yin Shanshan and the nanny. Only the simple-minded Sulu didn't notice it, or perhaps he saw it, but was used to it. Xiao Jin is in the room on the second floor, which is his private room, but he has not eaten or drunk anything in the past few months, and we can't find out the reason. You can take a look, don't worry, Xiao Jin is not poisonous. Yin Shanshan said in a light tone, and then took the two of them to the door of a room on the second floor. Gently pushing open the door, a large iron cage came into view. Xiao Jin, I'm here to see you. Don't you want to eat today? You look so thin. After entering the room, Yin Shanshan changed her previous indifference and became very concerned about Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, also known as the Golden Python, is currently being locked in a large iron cage. Even when curled up, it still looks huge. It can be seen that if it were to let go of its body, it would probably be very long. When he saw them come in, he didn't move at all, but just looked in their direction and then closed his eyes. When Shinqing came in, he heard the Golden Python's thoughts. This woman brought someone in again, what's the point? It still can't solve my problem. He's just a quack. I don't want to waste my energy. Alas, it would be fine if my majestic Golden Python fell into the hands of a woman and became her pet, but now my life is almost gone. Death is fine, but it's an extremely cowardly way to die. I'm going to be the only snake of my kind to die of starvation. So pitiful, so pitiful. This time the voice was a particularly flamboyant and evil one. However, coupled with its pitiful and funny tone, the temperament of the evil voice is greatly reduced. But Shinqing also understood a little bit of the meaning behind its words. This golden python doesn't want to eat, but there is something in its body that prevents it from eating. But in fact it had already starved to death. I even speculated how I would die, perhaps starving to death. Chapter 32. If you want to continue, there is another price. Also, all the people Yin Shanshan had found before had been examined by the golden python. I didn't see any clue. This is interesting. Just when Shinqing was about to go and take a look, Yin Shanshan's phone rang. Hey, really? Okay, I'll be right there. As soon as he hung up the phone, he ignored Shinqing and Sulu and ran downstairs. Shinqing and Sulu were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Ahem, Shinqing, please check on Xiao Jin first. There's something strange going on with his body. I've asked several veterinarians to check on him before, but they couldn't find anything wrong with him. Also, although Xiao Jin is not poisonous, he has a bad temper. If someone approaches him to check, they will turn against each other and be very fierce. But if you don't touch it, it's fine. Sulu coughed awkwardly, then explained everything he knew. Shinqing naturally knew that what Sulu said was right, and he was asking about system problems at the moment. System, I remember there was a built-in scanning function in the veterinary skill introduction. He just glanced at it at that time and didn't read many of the details. But he will grasp the key points, as if he has seen the scanning function. With the automatic scanning function, he can have a clearer understanding of the situation of the golden python. He felt that the first reason those people couldn't examine the golden python was that the other party refused to cooperate. The second is that moving will make the golden python uncomfortable or painful. This is why the treatment has not been completed yet. The third is that those so-called veterinarians are actually half-baked and can only solve common problems. When it comes to really testing my skills, I fail. Reply to the host, yes. The system then gave Xin-Qing a practical explanation, which he understood instantly after reading it. In fact, when his hand touches the animal's body, he can scan it in all directions by silently saying, scan. Okay, I won't touch it, I'll just watch. Xin-Qing just wanted to experiment with the scanning function, so he walked over. The golden python looked at Xin-Qing, who was walking towards it, and rarely looked up. But she just rolled her eyes for a moment and then ignored him. Just don't touch me, you can watch all you want. I won't live much longer anyway. I'm so hungry, am I going to die? The somewhat weak voice sounded again, the same evil voice. But he sounded weak and looked like he was about to faint from hunger. Xin-Qing looked at the snake's body several times, but didn't see any problems. It cannot be seen except where it is surrounded by the golden python. Sulu said that the golden python would not move and would get angry if it moved. It seemed that the problem was where it was curled up. After figuring it out, Xin-Qing reached out and touched the golden python's coiled belly. When Sulu saw this, his pupils instantly constricted and he shouted excitedly, Xin-Qing, be careful. Along with Sulu's voice, the golden python opened its mouth wide. The head was already raised, as if it was about to bite Xin-Qing's hand in the next second. Although there is no toxin on the teeth, it is still painful if you are bitten. Hiss. Human, do you want to touch my body too? I warn you, don't move, or I will perish with you. The demonic voice, which was originally lazy and weak, became extremely cold at this moment. Being stared at by such a pair of vertical pupils would make any normal person's scalp tingle. Only Xin-Qing was not afraid at all. His hands didn't stop for a moment and continued to touch its abdomen. Sulu hurried over and tried to stop Xin-Qing from approaching, but he was still a step too late. The golden python's head was quickly biting towards Xin-Qing. It's over, too late. Let's take Xin-Qing to get a tetanus shot later. Sulu was still a step too late and failed to stop Xin-Qing from touching the golden python. He could only think about retreating. The man and the snake in front of him were also in a stiff confrontation. Just as Xin-Qing touched the snake's belly, the snake's head was about to bite, but suddenly stopped. The sharp teeth were only 1 millimeter away from Xin-Qing's hand. But it didn't bite. Why does this human's aura feel so good? I feel like this human doesn't have any malicious intent, so I'll just consider his pleasant scent and not bite him. As long as he doesn't touch me, I can touch him. The evil voice suddenly changed 180 degrees from its original coldness. It was fierce and wanted to bite people just now, but now it doesn't bite. The raised head slowly lowered. This scent smells so good. I feel like I don't feel as uncomfortable after being touched by human hands. Human, please touch me more. It would be even better if you could touch my entire body. The golden python's evil voice was not polite at all, as if it had opened up a new world. The places touched by Xin-Qing felt particularly comfortable, and even the original pain and discomfort seemed to have disappeared. It brought relief to his body, which had been tortured for several months. His tone softened unconsciously. It sounds even more like a monster. But Xin-Qing is a boy, so no matter how nice a male voice is, he won't feel anything. So he did not comply with the golden python's request. He just touched it and then took his hand back, saying calmly, if you want to continue, there's another price. Then he calmly took a few steps back and stood aside. Without the breath that made it comfortable, the golden python felt uncomfortable all over and was unwilling to do anything. It would be fine if you didn't feel comfortable, but when you get something and then lose it, you will know what heartache is. Human, tell me how much you want. That old woman has money, you can ask her for it. She's usually very nice to me. If you tell her it's for me, she'll definitely give you a lot of money. Please touch me. I feel really uncomfortable. I'm hungry and in pain. Please have some mercy on me. Human. Good guy. The golden python that was originally lazy and didn't want to move, although its body still didn't want to move. But the head can move, and it immediately raised its head and hissed at Xin-Qing. You can see that it is really anxious. Xin-Qing also laughed when he heard the words. This guy actually called Yun Shanshan an old woman, and he knew that she treated him very well. He was also asked to follow Ken Yunshinshin, which shows that he is very intelligent. The reason why it didn't bite him just now was because he had compressed his animal affinity within a certain range. Only when he touches the animal can the other party feel it. That's just what happened. And now the golden python's favorability towards him has reached 100 points. Naturally, they would not attack him, and they even liked the aura on him. As for the comfort the other person felt, It was also because Xinqing used a little bit of his healing ability. It relieved some of the pain. And Xinqing also got the scanning results through the touch just now. The golden python was indeed sick, and its illness was not mild. The cause is actually simple parasites. Unfortunately, the golden python had a bad temper, and even though so many people looked, no one was able to really get close to its abdomen. Chapter 33 Parasites suck the blood of pythons. After being infected with parasites, the golden python may experience a drastic change in temperament. This is because the parasite sucks the python's blood and releases toxins into the python's body after it is full. The feeling is similar to the itchy and painful symptoms after a mosquito bite. A golden python that has been sucked blood by parasites for a long time may become more and more irritable. If the parasites move in the intestines, it may cause abdominal pain, cramps, etc. The pain may be more pronounced, especially when applied. This is also the symptom that Su Lu said the golden python sometimes experiences unbearable colic. In addition, the peristalsis of parasites in the intestines may affect the anal tissue, which may easily cause anal itching, local moisture, etc. If not treated in time, the parasites may multiply in the body. It will affect the normal function of the body's temperature regulation center, easily causing fever, chills, and other phenomena. After being infected with parasites, you may also experience loss of appetite, nausea, and vomiting. If small red spots appear on the skin and scales fall off, this is a sign of infection with external parasites. This is also what Xinqing saw in the scan results. To help him understand the situation, treatment is also very simple, which is to kill the parasites or get them out of the body. For mite infestations, you can apply nettle oil or olive oil to the snake. The mites will die due to being unable to breathe and will be shed with the snake. For thread-type parasites, surgical removal is required. And during the operation, it is best to only cut the snake's skin so as to reduce the damage to the golden python. During the operation, attention should be paid to disinfection. Hydrogen peroxide solution can be used for disinfection, but do not use alcohol. For internal parasites, you can use special medicines to soak in water and let the golden python drink it. However, these drugs need to be used under the guidance of a veterinarian. These methods are also displayed on the scan results. As for why the golden python is unwilling to eat, it is obvious that it wants to eat. But I have no appetite. Xinqing didn't even have to think about it. It must be the result of parasites. Parasites will absorb the nutrients of the golden python, causing it to feel unwell and affecting its appetite. At the same time, the presence of parasites may cause damage to the golden python's digestive system, affecting its digestion and absorption of food, and further affecting its appetite. Now that the problems have been found, all we have to do is solve them. Xinqing already had a solution. He had obtained the scan results, and the parasite was on the golden python's abdomen and the coiled part of its body. Just spread it out and start working on it. To remove the parasites under the epidermis, just separate the skin and pick them out. Parasites in the body require medication to assist in treatment. He naturally needed whatever medicine he wanted, but he needed the golden python to cooperate with him in taking the medicine. But now it is obvious that the golden python is not an obedient pet. Xinqing, are you okay? When Su Lu saw Xinqing retreat, he immediately began to ask questions with concern, and the worry on his face did not seem fake. Don't worry, I'm fine, and I already know what disease this golden python has. Xinqing smiled calmly, not frightened by the scene just now at all. Instead, he kindly comforted Su Lu. However, Su Lu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he already knew what disease the golden python had. However, just when he breathed a sigh of relief, Yin Shanshan walked in with a few people. Two of them were wearing white coats and carrying a medicine box in their hands. You can tell what kind of work they do at a glance. Dr. Li, Dr. Wang, Xiao Jin is right there. Could you please check him out? Yin Shanshan ignored Su Lu and Xinqing and spoke to the two men in white coats in a gentle tone, especially the one named Dr. Li, who is handsome and has a sense of abstinence, especially wearing a white coat and a pair of metal-rimmed glasses. In the eyes of girls, he is absolutely charming. Coincidentally, Yin Shanshan is it. So be extra proactive. They were invited to come to the iron cage, but Su Lu and Xinqing were simply ignored by them. Xinqing didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but Su Lu found it a bit ironic. The girl he had been thinking about turned around and showed her affection to another strange man. That little woman's side had never been revealed to him. At this moment, he heard the sound of his own heart breaking. Suddenly, there was silence. Xinqing did not say anything, but calmly looked at the two so-called professional veterinarians in front of him. I want to see how they deal with the golden python problem. Miss Yin, you're welcome. Since we've accepted your invitation, we'll naturally help you to the end. Dr. Lee said calmly, then put the medicine box on the ground and said, I need to examine the golden python's entire body. You are its master. Can you control it? These words were obviously directed at Yin Shanshan. The tone was all business, without any so-called romantic feelings. It seems that Yin Shanshan only wants to develop a relationship with the other party. My little Jean won't let anyone touch him since he got sick. He gets angry and bites people if you touch him. I dare not, and I can't control myself. Yin Shanshan looked extremely embarrassed. This was not the first time she had heard such remarks. That's what all the veterinarians who came before said. But she didn't dare. Xiao Jin is usually fine, but when it really comes to this moment, she doesn't care whether she is her master or not. Just bite it. Although she knew the snake was not poisonous, she didn't want to be bitten for no reason. She is afraid of pain. So we kept changing veterinarians one by one, and fortunately, those people were all found by Su Lu. Free labor is wasted. There's just no progress. She didn't know how many times she had cursed Su Lu in secret, and she couldn't even find a decent veterinarian. Today I brought someone who looks unprofessional. She was almost pissed off. Fortunately, she contacted a college classmate last night, who recommended the 2 veterinarians who came today. And Dr. Lee is that classmate's cousin. It just so happened that Dr. Lee's cousin was exactly her type, so naturally she treated him differently. That's right, she really can't meet this requirement now. But even if she can't do it, there are people who can. Su Lu, you're very familiar with Xiao Jin, so you can do it. I believe Dr. Lee will not let you get hurt. Even if he gets hurt, it doesn't matter. Xiao Jin isn't poisonous anyway. You're a grown man, so you shouldn't be scared, right? You know, I'm usually most afraid of pain. Brother Lu, please help me. My goodness, Yin Shanshan made a green tea speech and added moral kidnapping. Coupled with her pure appearance, Su Lu didn't know how to answer. Although he has seen through Xiao Qingmei's true character, he has not yet gotten over it. I don't want to get stuck in this anymore, calling him at this time and saying so many things. He didn't know how to answer it. I wanted to refuse but found I couldn't find a good excuse. Chapter 34 Controlling the Python. Let me do it. Xiao Jin seemed to like me just now. I also studied veterinary medicine, so maybe I can help later. Seeing this, Shen Qing shook his head helplessly and slowly stepped in front of Su Lu. He looked at Yin Shanshan calmly, then turned to look at Dr. Lee and nodded. No one expected Shen Qing to stand up. What's more, he said that he had studied veterinary medicine and came here before them, so he must have come to see this golden python. Only then did Dr. Lee turn his gaze to Shen Qing without any prejudice. He pushed up his glasses, nodded and said, Then I'll trouble you, sir. Please open the cage and keep the python from moving around while I check it. If anyone else is afraid, it's better to leave. He was talking about Su Lu and Yin Shanshan. Dr. Wang is a veterinarian like him, and Shen Qing has also studied veterinary medicine, so there is no need to worry. If you really encounter a problem, you can solve it yourself. But Su Lu and Yin Shanshan are different, so don't get scared when the time comes. Shen Qing nodded. I can do anything. Let's stay too. Yin Shanshan directly refused to leave, and Su Lu didn't want to either, so he didn't object. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Yin Shanshan no longer had the same enthusiasm as before. Now there is only guilt towards Shen Qing in his eyes. If he hadn't hesitated just now, Shen Qing wouldn't have gotten into this trouble. In fact, he was planning to take Shen Qing away and not get involved in this matter anymore. But I couldn't leave. Just tell me if you need help, I'll be right here watching. He said this to Shen Qing. Shen Qing smiled. Okay. After saying that, he calmly walked towards the golden python, holding the key given by Yin Shanshan in his hand. The golden python, which had been silent all this time, became very excited when it saw Shen Qing approaching. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Human, do you agree? Do you agree to help me touch my body? Don't worry, you can start with the reward. My master is not short of money. Haha, when it's useless, it calls the old woman, and when it's useful, it calls the master. I wonder if Yin Shanshan will still want to save it if she hears it. Quiet. Shen Qing reached out and patted the snake's head, then calmly unlocked the door. Everything seemed so natural. It surprised everyone. Because when Shen Qing finished saying, be quiet, the golden python actually quieted down and remained coiled there without moving at all. But his head was still standing, just looking at Shen Qing. Dr. Lee raised his eyebrows and pushed his glasses up again. Just when everyone was on guard, Shen Qing opened the iron gate. The golden python inside was completely exposed. The original iron cage was very large, so the door of the cage was also made large. There was only this one iron cage in this room. There is nothing else here. Maybe this is not the original place where the golden python lived. When the iron door is opened, there is a lot of space. Even 3 adults can stand side by side. So, Shen Qing just stood beside the golden python. He raised his hand and placed it on the python's rewind, stroking it gently, which felt like stroking a puppy. Be good, listen to me. The brother with glasses will treat you in a moment. Even if it hurts, bear it. Otherwise, you will starve to death. Shin-Ching didn't speak loudly, but the room was so quiet that everyone could hear what he said. However, everyone was very confused as to why Shin-Ching would say this to a snake. It doesn't understand. And what he said was very strange, like brother and starving ghost. Who wants to be friends with a snake? Who is the starving ghost? Hey, human, your touch feels so good. I feel like the pain in my body is much less when I'm around you. Who wants to be friends with that guy with glasses? If anyone wants to be friends with me, I want to be friends with you. Brother, please take me away. I'm too bored staying here, and I get sick all the time. That woman can't take good care of me. But can you really cure me? I'm hungry and want to eat. The evil sounds coming to my ears became more and more frequent. He actually said several sentences in one breath. It seemed that the other party was getting lively and active. I'm almost becoming a chatterbox. However, its expression was hard to describe, because it felt very comfortable being touched by Shin-Ching, and its head was almost close to Shin-Ching's arms. If its body had not been still coiled, it would have thrown itself into Shin-Ching's arms long ago. It's hard to describe how a python throws itself into the arms of a human. Don't move. Relax your body. Your problem is in your abdomen. Just get the parasite out. Shin-Ching still calmly patted the snake's head and pointed to where the snake's body was coiled. That was the abdomen he had touched before. That's where the most parasites are found, not only on the skin, but also in the stomach. And there is more than one kind. No wonder this big guy is so sick. But my stomach hurts so much. If I curl up, it might help. But if I let go, the bug will bite me again. I felt like my intestines and meat were about to be eaten by the bugs, but they were eating with such relish that it ruined my appetite. I'm so pitiful. Big brother, can you really cure me? My goodness, this snake monster is increasingly treating him as an outsider and is climbing up the pole. It's quite smooth to call him Big Brother. However, it did obey and did not move. Dr. Lee, please come over and check it out, especially the abdomen. There are obvious signs of parasites there. I've checked it before. Shin-Ching ignored the golden python and turned to speak to Dr. Lee, who was not far away. But his hand did not stop stroking the snake's head, because he knew that only when he was around would the python feel at ease and not get angry easily. As for the parasites he mentioned, they are real and will be discovered soon by an experienced person after a check. The veterinarians didn't notice it before because they couldn't get close to the golden python. Okay, let me take a look. After Dr. Lee finished speaking, he did not ask Shin-Ching how he knew it. In fact, there are only a few reasons why the golden python got sick. Parasites are the most common. He thought the same as Shin-Ching. It was not that those people before failed to detect it, but that they were simply unable to get close to the python itself. But now the appearance of Shin-Ching has brought about great changes. Who would have thought that the golden python would actually listen to Shin-Ching? This made the original owner feel like he was in a dream. Sulu, where did you find this friend? Why is my little Jean so obedient? He has never been so submissive to me, his master. Yun Shanshan was so jealous when she saw Shin-Ching interacting with the golden python. She has raised a golden python for several years, almost to the point where they sleep in the same room. If it hadn't been sick, it would almost always have shared a room with her. But despite this, the golden python was not very nice to her and was very cold to her most of the time. It's not like now, where he almost can't wait to stick to Shin-Ching. Chapter 35. It seems like there are bugs biting my flesh. Maybe it's because of Shin-Ching's charisma. Sulu blurted out something without any reason, leaving Yun Shanshan speechless. What is personal charm? That means she has no charisma, so her pet doesn't like her. It was only then that she realized that the childhood friend who loved her was a little different. There was a feeling that it was about to slip out of her control. However, this was not the time to talk, so he could only shut up and continue watching Shin-Ching and the others. Please control it. I'm afraid it will be in so much pain when I check on it that it might attack someone. Dr. Lee gave Shin-Ching some advice very experiencedly. Just now he had taken out a pair of gloves from the medicine box he brought and put them on. There is everything in the box, including a small scalpel, tweezers, alcohol, medicine, etc. The other doctor also put on gloves, and it was obvious that the two of them were preparing to examine the golden python together. In fact, Shin-Ching felt that he could do it alone. There is no need to be so troublesome. But the master trusted these two people, so he didn't say much. Okay, you guys check it out. Shin-Ching hugged the snake's head directly, not afraid at all, but patted it again. Don't be afraid. We'll be able to treat you after the examination. You can eat as much as you want then. Brother, I don't reject you, but I can't help but reject others. Don't blame me for my body's instinctive reaction. When the python's evil voice sounded, There was also a kind of evil smile in it. He rubbed his head in Qing's arms, feeling a bit like a lecher. But the meaning of its words was very clear. If someone touched it, especially when it was sick, it would naturally not be unguarded. It's an instinctive reaction. Unless you treat me personally, I feel that there is a kind of energy in you that is alleviating the pain in my body. The golden python is not stupid. It has been staying close to Qing for a while. In addition to being able to smell the pleasant scent coming from Qing, there is also another thing that can make its body feel comfortable. Its intuition has always been accurate. If we really want to cure the disease, it would be better to let Qing do it. He didn't think anyone else was better than Qing. Humph, it is very smart. Let them try first. If it doesn't work, I'll help you. Qing scratched the snake's back and answered calmly. It looked as if a man and a beast were communicating, which left the others stunned. The curiosity in Dr. Li's eyes deepened. However, the preparations were complete, and the two approached the opened iron cage. Dr. Wang is responsible for the snake's tail, and Dr. Li is responsible for the snake's abdomen. Of course, the snake head was controlled in Qing's arms. Everyone is ready. When Dr. Li's hand touched the snake's belly, the golden python's entire body tensed up. If Qing hadn't helped it to calm down, it would have attacked long ago. Because the snake's body is coiled, only the head and tail can move freely. The large part in the middle was crumpled into a ball. Dr. Li and his companion wanted to straighten the snake's body first, but although the idea was good, it was not easy to do. When his hand touched the belly, he could clearly feel the scales on the snake become stiff. This way he couldn't check the snake for parasites at all. After finally seeing a raised black spot, he raised his hand and pressed it, but was immediately attacked by the python. It's not the head, it's the tail. The snake's tail swung directly towards Dr. Li's arm with great force and speed. An angry voice also came to Qing's ears. It hurts. Damn human. Are you here to save the snake or to kill it? If I weren't sick, I would have bitten you to death long ago. Quack, quack. Qing, from your tone, you sound very energetic and don't sound sick at all. However, in order to prevent the python from really hurting people, he secretly gave the python some self-healing ability. Alleviate the other person's pain. Of course, this is not a long-term solution. Only by picking out the parasites and cooperating with the healing ability can a full recovery be achieved. The main function of his healing ability is to detoxify and then to restore vitality. Surgery is still necessary to solve the problem of parasites. Dr. Li was quite skilled and dodged the attack easily. Of course, he was also certain of one thing, which was that it was a parasite, just as Qing had said. However, it may not be that easy to deal with. Dr. Li looked at Qing, who was still as calm as ever, and curled the corners of his lips. I wonder if this doctor has any way to deal with parasites. The current situation is that the python is not cooperating, and no matter how good the medical skills are, it will be useless. Unless the python is knocked unconscious, no one knows whether the scales on its body will close after it is knocked unconscious. And Qing must have his reasons for allowing the python to get close to him. What's more, he also has veterinary skills, so there must be a solution. Perhaps if they had arrived a little later, the parasites might have been dealt with. That's what he believed. But Yun Shanshan didn't believe it. Dr. Li, he's not a professional veterinarian at all. I still have to rely on you to treat Xiao Jin. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Especially Su Lu, his face was very gloomy. Yin Shanshan, since you don't need Qing's help, let's leave first. After saying this, he turned around and looked at Qing apologetically. Sorry, Qing, let's go. At least he still gave Yin Shanshan some face. But I was completely disappointed with Yin Shanshan. Su Lu smiled slightly at Qing. It's almost noon. The table has been reserved. Let's go eat first. Okay. Qing glanced at Yin Shanshan without showing any expression. After saying that, he patted the snake head in his arms. Get your treatment. I'll be leaving now. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Brother, where are you going? Don't go. What will I do if you leave? What if they kill me? You won't be able to see your newly sworn brother again. Do you really care about people? Brother, big brother, please don't leave. Please save me. The pitiful and funny voice of the evildoer is simply speechless. What does it mean to be sworn brothers? Who is brothers with a snake? They're all different species, right? He was so powerful just now that he wanted to fight others, but now he is about to be killed? The corners of Qing's mouth twitched rarely. Suddenly, I really want to block out the other person's voice. He decisively let go of the snake's head and followed Su Lu to leave. But he had just taken 2 steps when his legs were wrapped up by a big tail. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react. As a result, the next second, such a big python rolled on the spot, but its tail never let go. But Qing heard miserable screams. Ah, it hurts, big brother help me. My stomach hurts again, as if bugs are biting my flesh. Woohoo, I'm in so much pain. Chapter 36. The tray is already crawling with parasites. Qing didn't expect it to turn out like this. It seemed that the condition of the golden python was getting worse. Without thinking too much, Qing said to Dr. Li, "Quick, give me the scalpel." Dr. Li immediately disinfected the surgical instrument and handed over the scalpel. Qing took it, squatted down, and placed one hand directly on the already open snake belly. An invisible energy entered the snake's body, relieving its pain. Then, when he looked at the snake's belly, several red dots appeared. Those were the red dots left by the scanning function. It indicates the location of the parasite, which only Qing can see. It happened in the blink of an eye. Qing didn't even need to press to search. He just waved the knife in his hand and started to scratch the snake's belly quickly. Yun Shanshan, who originally wanted to speak up to stop them, was discovered by Su Lu, who directly covered her mouth. I'm afraid she will ruin Qing's plans. When he turned around, he saw Qing cutting a small wound and then quickly picking out several parasites from it. It was still alive and was caught on the tray brought by Dr. Li. It was a long piece of flesh and blood, surging on the tray, which was very disgusting to look at. This is not over yet. Qing quickly started cutting at several other red dots. He used the same action as before and picked out a lot of parasites again. More and more bugs fell into the tray, causing Su Lu and Yun Shanshan to have a direct physiological reaction. My stomach churned. When the parasite in the last red dot was picked out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The tray was already crawling with parasites, which made people's scalps tingle. No wonder the golden python was in so much pain. Qing cut the snake's abdomen at least a dozen times, but very little blood was left in the wounds. Only the golden python knew that his wound was almost healed. Except for some minor skin injuries, it can be said that it has almost healed. And all the credit goes to its big brother. Woo-woo, big brother, you are my dearest brother from now on. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died here. Big brother, from now on you will be my adopted parent. I will definitely stand by you through thick and thin. It seemed that the recovered golden python was more active, and its words and actions revealed the aura of a lively treasure. That's right, it's really disillusioning to hear someone speaking in such an enchanting voice. Besides, he doesn't want to be brothers with you, a python. He still wants to be a human being. Dr. Li, you can just use some medicine on the wound. It's just that the parasites in its stomach need medicine. I'm sure you know how to deal with them. I'll be leaving now. Qing returned the scalpel to Dr. Li and said simply. But in Dr. Li's eyes, Qing is an expert. It just so happened that he also encountered a difficult problem, and he had a hunch that Qing might be able to solve it. Dr. Shun, let's add me as a friend. If you have any questions, we can chat on the phone. Dr. Li took out his cell phone and wanted to add Qing as a friend. Qing thought it was about the golden python, so he didn't refuse. Before leaving, he waved to the golden python and said, "Goodbye, Xiaojin. Take good care of yourself and don't eat mice. They carry a lot of parasites. Brother, are you leaving now? Can I go home with you? I definitely won't eat mice anymore. I'll miss you, brother." This time the golden python did not rush out to stop Qing, because it understood that its master was not Qing. This time there was no annoying pain, and applying the medicine went very smoothly. This matter ends here. Su Lu took Qing to the private room that had been reserved to have lunch. Not long after they sat down, the food started to be served. The atmosphere between the two of them is much better than before. Perhaps because he really accepted Qing as a friend, Su Lu started talking more. Of course, when people are sad, they want to drink, so they start talking about sad things. That is what happened between him and Yun Shanshan. Qing ate calmly and didn't say much. He just acted as a suitable listener. I originally thought that I would be able to get in touch with more drug addicts today, but I didn't expect to meet a White Lotus girl. What he wanted to ask came to nothing. But it's nice to have a good friend. It's just that my good friend is a little naive. Maybe it's because his family is too happy, so he can't quickly distinguish between false feelings. Just when the two of them had almost finished eating, Su Lu's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello. Su Lu was a little drunk, but the sudden words from the other end of the phone woke him up. He suddenly stood up from the chair, supporting himself on the edge of the table with one hand. What? Okay, I'll go over and take a look. His tone was very cautious and his face was grave. You could tell at a glance that something had happened. What's wrong? Do you need help? Qing stood up and supported Su Lu, who was about to fall. Perhaps it was because his voice was too calm and steady, as if nothing could overwhelm him. This made Su Lu's tense nerves relax a little. Xiao Shun, I've been drinking and can't drive. My cousin seems to have had an accident. Can you take me to Wuyue Community? 10 minutes later, a small car stopped in the underground garage of Wuyue Community. Xinqing followed Su Lu and took the elevator to the 26th floor. Su Lu secretly opened the door of 2601 using his fingerprint. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a young man lying on the ground, unconscious. And there was already a hint of purple on his face. This is clearly a sign of poisoning. Cousin, wake up and don't scare me. Seeing this, Su Lu hurried over, so frightened that he didn't know what to do, and his whole body was shaking. Go call 120 quickly, I'll help him up. Xinqing spoke immediately, and he was already supporting the young man on the ground. And a pop-up window appeared in his eyes. Ding! Poisoning detected. The poison is from red imported fire ants. The toxicity is moderate. If treated promptly, there is no danger to life. However, if the poison stays in the body for a long time, it can be life-threatening. Detoxification methods. Wow, it turns out that the upgraded veterinary skills can also be used by humans. But it makes sense if you think about it. Humans evolved from animals. After figuring it out, Xinqing first activated his healing skills and injected the ability into the other person's body through the skin. Ensure the life of my cousin. After all, he has been poisoned for quite some time, and if he is not careful, it could be fatal. Oh, okay, call 120. Su Lu started to make the call with stiff hands and feet, and dialed the wrong number several times before he got through. He was sober now. Xiaoshun, how is my cousin? He knew that Xinqing was a medical professional. Although he was a veterinarian, the principles were the same. Humans are also considered higher animals. Your cousin has been poisoned. There are obvious signs of animal bites on his arm. Check if there is a regular first aid kit at home. Xinqing breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at his face, which had lost its lavender color. As long as the toxins are under control, give him some time and the toxins in his body will be cleared out. But I still have to pretend to do it on the surface, otherwise how can I explain it? Yes, I'll go find it. When Su Lu heard that someone was poisoned, he immediately went to get the medicine box. Everything is here. Take a look at what you can use. It will take at least 10 minutes for the 120 ambulance to get here. Don't worry, although your cousin has been poisoned, his life is not in danger. Didn't I tell you that I can detoxify him? Xinqing comforted him, then took out several medicines that he could use from the medicine box. Then I tinkered with it and made it into the simplest detoxification powder. This was the simplest detoxification powder he made using limited medicines based on the detoxification method provided in the pop-up window. Of course it has an effect, but it is not as good as the healing skill. Chapter 37, Lecture. Where did you touch me? I'm pregnant. Xinqing applied the powder to the wound, and then used his healing skills again to help him remove the toxins from his body. By the time the ambulance arrived, Su Lu's cousin had already woken up. Take your cousin to the hospital. I'll check here. Perhaps the culprit who poisoned him is still at home. Xinqing just stayed like this. My cousin fainted in the middle of the living room and the entrance, and the wound was on his right shoulder. Since there was only one wound, it was very likely that the animal that bit him was a flying animal, or reptiles, such as ants, spiders, etc. Xinqing was not in a hurry, but walked around the room. He mainly wanted to see if he could hear the voices of the animals. If not, the other party may have left. If so, then he will have another poisonous pet in his store. A few minutes later, Xinqing came to the balcony and finally heard a voice. This will be my new home from now on. I'm going to build a nest in the dirt. It's a pity I'm alone now, but it doesn't matter. I'll have more companions soon. A cold and royal sister's voice sounded. The tone is a bit like AI, you can't hear much emotion in it. It's just clear and cold. But from what it said, it seems to be building a nest in the soil. Soil. Only the potted plants on the balcony have soil. The windows on the balcony were open. There's a good chance the guy came in through the window. As for what species the talking little guy is, we'll know once we dig him out. Xinqing found a fruit knife in the living room and went to the balcony with great interest. Look at the 3 potted plants on the ground. One is planted with succulents, one is planted with cacti, and the other is planted with plants that look like garlic sprouts. I don't know if it's daffodils or garlic. Xinqing held up a fruit knife and rummaged through the soil around the succulent plants, but didn't see anything. There was not even a sound. Then there was the cactus, which also had nothing. Needless to say, there is only one pod of garlic left. As soon as the fruit knife stirred the soil in the basin, a cold and royal sister's voice was heard. Who destroyed my lair? A small, red head emerged from the soil. There was still some dirt on the 2 tentacles on its head, and soon the whole body came into Xinqing's sight. It turned out that the one who was speaking was an ant, a red ant with a pair of wings on its back. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! Detected a red fire ant queen 1, recommending host feeding. Then a detailed introduction to the red fire ant queen popped up, including breeding methods. After learning the information, Shunqing finally understood how poisonous red fire ants are. No wonder the cousin fainted immediately after being bitten. Since he had encountered it, he naturally had to bring it back to the store and raise it well. If he let it outside, who knows how many people it would poison. Little one, from now on, you are mine. I will take you home soon. I will first find a small box and make a temporary home for you. Shunqing said this with a smile and gently touched the fire ants with a fruit knife. But what he touched was the area near the belly of the fire ant. I was immediately scolded by a cold and domineering voice. You scoundrel, where did you touch me? I'm pregnant. If anything happens to my child, I'll poison you to death. It was clearly an angry voice, but it also had a hint of coldness to it, which made it feel strange. Shunqing couldn't help but cough when he heard this. He was actually called a lecher by an ant. He was speechless. He just poked it with a fruit knife. Who knows what their body structure is like? I touched a place I shouldn't have touched. And she is a cold pregnant woman. I am completely speechless. No wonder the favorability is 0. Of course, this is also because Shunqing has completely released his affinity. Ahem, you wait here first, I'll be back soon. Shunqing felt like he was running away, but fortunately no one saw him. Otherwise his image would have been ruined. Not long after, Shunqing found an unused disposable plastic lunchbox in the kitchen. I thought it could be a temporary home for the queen of red fire ants. As for whether the other party is willing to go with him, Shunqing said that the weak have no right to say no. But in front of humans, it happens to be the weaker party. It can only be coordinated by Shunqing. However, just as I was about to use a fruit knife to dig the soil from the potted plant, I suddenly remembered that there was a breeding box in my system backpack. You can just take it out and use it. Why do you need this lunchbox in your hand? Moreover, the breeding boxes rewarded by the system come in different sizes and are complete in all aspects. It just happens to be the environment that the red fire ant queen likes. Look at my memory, it's all in vain. Shunqing threw the lunchbox aside and took out a feeding box from the system backpack through his mind. The breeding box produced by the system is different. The transparent breeding box in your hand is as long as the keyboard and 20 centimeters high. The volume is so big. The reason why we chose this breeding box, which is many times larger than the queen of the red fire ants, is because the queen of the red fire ants is pregnant. With such a large breeding box, it should be enough for a colony to live in when the queen ant gives birth. More importantly, these soils are loose and well drained, which is just right for the queen red fire ants to build nests. In addition to the special soil, there is also appropriate small vegetation. It can be used to block sunlight. Red fire ants usually build their nests underground, and the interior of the nests is relatively dark. Although they go out to forage during the day, strong direct sunlight will cause discomfort to them. So the vegetation is generally larger than the leaves. I can only say that Shunqing put a lot of effort into choosing this breeding box. Come and take a look at your new home. Do you like it? Shunqing placed the breeding box next to the potted plant and opened it to make it easier for the red fire ants to enter. Pick up the fruit knife again, gently pick up the red fire ants, and then move them into the breeding box. Stop, you lecher, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't touch me, or you'll be in trouble. Even when she is angry, the cold and majestic sister's tone is still cold, and even her threatening words are so contrasting. Shunqing quite liked this voice. Most of the voices in the store are Lolita voices, girl voices, gentle mature lady voices, and queen voices. They all have distinct personalities and distinct characters. Only there is no cool one. Now it's complete. Sometimes, Shunqing always felt like he was collecting cards, or various sound cards. Don't worry, I just want to change you to a better environment. You are pregnant now, don't be angry. When the red fire ant queen landed on the ground, Shunqing gently touched its antennae. She spoke in a soft and doting voice, her eyes gentle. Don't touch me. Huh, why does this human smell so good? I really want to get closer and smell it again. The red fire ant queen, who had just stood still, was still resisting Shunqing's touch. The result was a reversal the next second. Its tentacles felt it most deeply, and that pleasant smell came from the scoundrel in front of it. After smelling that scent, I felt very comfortable. Even the baby in my belly liked the smell and wanted to smell it more. It is an honest ant. Since it wants to smell it again, it will get closer and closer. So, when the queen of the red fire ants saw that Shunqing did not retract his hand, she immediately crawled towards his hand. He still used his tentacles to gently touch Shunqing's fingers first. When the familiar breath came again, it couldn't help but sigh. The whole ant body feels comfortable. Then he stepped forward with several feet and held Shunqing's fingers tightly. If Xinqing hadn't seen that the favorability level above the other party's head had reached 100, he would have thought it wanted to bite someone. Very comfortable. This breath is good for my pregnancy. Human, I forgive your previous frivolous behavior. From now on, you will be my bed warmer until I give birth to my child. Xinqing. What the hell? Is he not hallucinating? You, a red fire ant queen, actually want me, a human, to warm your bed, and even wait until you give birth to your baby? It's totally off the mark. Sure enough, there still needs to be a certain distance between humans and poisonous pets. Otherwise you will be blamed. Haha, you're overthinking it. Go build a nest quickly. Your children are waiting to see the world. Xinqing gently pushed the red fire ant queen away, then calmly closed the door of the breeding box. Pick up the breeding box and put it on the coffee table. Hey, human, why are you just leaving like this? Don't you want to be a bed warmer anymore? I'm telling you, letting you be my bed warmer is already an exception, so don't be ungrateful. Hey, human, you really don't think about it. The cold and majestic voice still lingered in my ears, especially when such a restrained and cold voice was used to say such suggestive words. It made him completely confused. If a cool and beautiful woman said this to him, the effect would certainly be different. But the problem is, you are just a small ant, and it is simply speechless for you to say such things. Just turn off the inner voice function, and your ears will finally be quiet. Only then did he take out his cell phone to check the message. One message was from Su Lu, saying that his cousin was no longer in danger and would be back after an injection. The other one was sent by Dr. Li before. Li, Mr. Shun, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with, also regarding pets. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to help me. The reward is 100,000 yuan. The key point is to ask him for help and reward him 100,000 yuan, and there is no other mention. Xinqing didn't expect that Dr. Li, whom he had met today, would actually ask him for help. And he talked about the remuneration very directly. It just happened to suit Xinqing's taste. That's right, there should be standards for doing things, and people should be paid for their work. Unlike Yin Shanshan today, who always wanted Su Lu to give it to her. Treats Su Lu as a sucker. In comparison, Dr. Li is very knowledgeable. No matter what the other party's purpose is, the price is clearly marked, and you can come if you are willing. Since the other party is willing to give money, he will naturally not be polite. He has nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. So I gave Dr. Li an okay gesture. An address was sent immediately, and the two parties agreed on a meeting time. This ended the chat. After waiting for another half an hour, Su Lu and his cousin finally returned from the hospital. As soon as they met, Jiang Min gave her a warm bear hug. My benefactor, if I hadn't met you today, I would have lost my life here. Xinqing was confused. Ha ha ha, Jiang Min, let Xiaoxin go quickly, don't scare him. Seeing this, Su Lu hurried forward and finally managed to pull Xinqing out of his cousin's hands. Then he explained, the doctor found out that he was bitten by red fire ants. If you hadn't given him medicine in time, his life would have been in danger. Chapter 38. Invitation to the Poisonous Pet Party. Then Su Lu told Xinqing about the situation in the hospital. As he said, it all happened by chance. If Su Lu was not in this city today, he would not be able to reach his cousin's house. If Su Lu had not asked Xinqing for help and had not politely invited him to dinner, Xinqing would have accompanied him. It just happened to be a coincidence that because Xinqing was there, my cousin was poisoned and was rescued by Xinqing in time. So it is not wrong to say that Xinqing is my cousin's savior. I'm glad you're okay. Saving you was just a coincidence. I can only say you're lucky. Xinqing was not too surprised after hearing this. After all, he already knew what had bitten his cousin. As for the claim of being his savior, he didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, it was just a small matter, and since he could help, he did. Come, look, this is the little guy who bit you. Xinqing pointed to the breeding box on the coffee table. The red fire ant queen was still walking around its new home and had not built a nest. So as long as you look closer, you can still see its figure. After being reminded by Xinqing, Su Lu and the others turned their attention. They had never seen the breeding box before. They thought Xinqing had taken it from the car himself. What attracted them most was the little red ant. It goes without saying that this is the culprit who caused my cousin to be poisoned and fall into a coma. Is this a red fire ant? I didn't expect it to be so small, yet so poisonous. Cousin Jiang Min leaned in and stared at the red fire ants in the breeding box, his face full of confusion. I didn't expect that I would be poisoned by such a tiny ant. Xiaoxin, are you planning to raise it? Su Lu also came over. He knew that Xinqing ran a poisonous insect shop and had more than one poisonous pet at home. There are several types of poisonous insects that appear in the live broadcast room. Now that they have found this poisonous red fire ant and put it in a breeding box, it looks like they want to raise it. Yes, You should also know that I opened a poisonous pet store. It is still under renovation, and there are not many poisonous pets in the store. I actually agreed to come here because I wanted to build connections and see if there were any other channels to purchase poisonous pets. Since Shenqing regarded Su Lu as a friend, he did not hesitate to tell him the original purpose of his visit. They both knew that they had gained nothing from going to Yinshanshan before. To be honest, it allowed Su Lu to see a person clearly. However, Dr. Li just asked me to see a pet that he couldn't seem to handle himself, and I've already agreed. When these words were spoken at this time, Su Lu immediately understood Shenqing's plan. Just like when he first looked for Shenqing. It's either to expand the market or to find channels. So Brother Shun is looking for a poisonous pet now? I do know a way. At this moment, his cousin Jiang Min, who had overheard the conversation, raised his hand to express his opinion. He didn't know a way to buy a poisonous pet. You kid, you don't usually like these things, how do you know? Su Lu turned to look at his cousin and found it very strange. Even Shenqing looked over, as if waiting for him to explain in detail. Ahem, there are many things my cousin doesn't know. I have a college classmate whose father likes to raise poisonous pets. My classmate also has one. Moreover, they will also get together with people in the same circle who keep poisonous pets. At this kind of gathering, you can bring your own poisonous pets to meet everyone, and you can also sell or exchange unwanted poisonous pets. Simply put, rich people want to find excitement in their spare time. This is why there is such a thing as keeping poisonous pets. As time goes by, everyone starts to follow the trend. So there are more people in this circle. It just so happens that they all have some business collaborations or opportunities to cooperate. Then, through regular gatherings, everyone brings their poisonous pets to participate. Poisonous pets are exchanged and traded, and some people even give poisonous pets as gifts. Only at the end can we talk about cooperation. His college classmate had this kind of thing at home, and he once told him about it. He also said that if he was interested, he could invite him to attend such a party. But he was not interested at that time, so he refused. If Shenqing wanted to buy a poisonous pet, or knew where to buy one, there would probably be a lot of them at that kind of party. After all, searching for poisonous pets in nature is very time-consuming. Shenqing didn't expect that his cousin Jiang Min would bring such big news. It is indeed much better than Shenqing looking for it himself. It seems that this trip was really the right one. Can you get an invitation to the party? Shenqing knew that it was not possible for just anyone to attend a gathering of bigwigs like this one, and he wanted to go and see if he could get some larger poisonous pets. Don't worry, Brother Shun. Leave this little thing to me. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll contact you directly if there's any news. Cousin Jiang Min now admires Shenqing very much. A young man who is similar to himself not only opened a poisonous pet shop. He also has medical skills and knows how to detoxify. He can use any medicine he makes to detoxify. It's simply amazing. He felt that Shenqing was his idol and his savior. He could help with whatever his benefactor wanted to do, so of course he had to agree. So the two of them added each other's contact information. Finally, the few of them chatted with each other for a while, and then Shenqing said goodbye because the time for his appointment with Dr. Li was almost up. Once I finish what I have on hand, I'll go to City C to play with you. Su Lu waved goodbye to Shenqing. Brother Shin, please contact me by phone if you have any news. Cousin Jiang Min also shouted loudly and waved his hand. Okay, let's contact each other via phone. Shenqing said goodbye to the two of them with a smile. Then he drove away from here under the reluctant gazes of the two people. Su Lu and Jiang Min sincerely want to have a deep friendship with their friend Shenqing. So after Shenqing left, the two of them immediately asked other friends they could contact about the news of the poisonous pet. The other side. Shenqing drove to the place agreed with Dr. Li. Half an hour later, in a coffee shop. As soon as Shenqing entered the door, he saw Dr. Li, whom he had met in the morning. Mr. Shun, you are here. The moment Dr. Li Yuza saw Shenqing, he stood up. At this time, Li Yuza had changed out of his white coat and was wearing his own clothes. He no longer had the sense of alienation he had before. Mr. Li, Shenqing calmly shook hands with the other party formally, and they were considered to be acquaintances. Waiter, Li Yuza called the waiter. What would you like to drink? A glass of warm water, thank you. Shenqing answered calmly. He could drink coffee, but he didn't particularly like it. I was very full at noon and didn't feel like eating anything. Okay, please wait. After the waiter left, Li Yuza got straight to the point. Just call me by my name. It was inconvenient to say it on the phone before. Now I'll tell you the basic situation. P.S. The new book has just been launched. My dear readers, please support this book. Your support is my motivation for writing. Love you guys. Moi. Chapter 39. It's not sick, it's just the mating season. Li Yuza told Shenqing about the situation on his side. In fact, just as Shenqing guessed, He had a customer who had a poisonous pet at home, but the poisonous pet became sick. So I found Liuza. He checked several times and found nothing wrong. Because the poisonous pet was a fish, he didn't know how to start. Moreover, that fish is very poisonous and you can get poisoned if you are not careful. Sometimes he didn't understand why these rich people love to seek excitement so much and actually kept poisonous pets at home. It is not very toxic, so I don't keep it. But that customer offered a higher reward, and as long as the problem was solved, he could get 200,000. Before he met Xinqing, he had already planned to reject this customer's diagnosis. But after seeing Xinqing's abilities, he thought he could give it a try. It doesn't matter if you don't succeed, the reward will just be relatively less. It also came from his side. After all, the customer had asked him several times without any effect, but he still got paid more or less. That's how it is. The poisonous pet you mentioned is actually a lionfish. Xinqing asked a question and didn't say much else. Yes, it's the lionfish. I know a lot about land animals, but not much about marine animals. But my intuition was right, and it told me, you understand marine animals. Liuza said it as if jokingly, pushing up his glasses to block the wise eyes behind the lenses. After hearing this, Xinqing just raised his eyebrows and didn't feel like he was being complimented. Both of them are smart people, and one of them is more intuitive than the other, but the other observes more carefully, leading to a reasonable guess. Come and see whenever you want. I won't be staying here long. There are still many poisonous pets waiting for him at home. If he goes back too late, I'm afraid many of them will starve. Xinqing took a sip of the warm water and then spoke. Let's go. Liuza also liked Xinqing's attitude towards work. He smiled slightly, and the two got up and left the cafe. Half an hour later, the two drove to a rural area in the suburbs. It's just that this rural area is a newly developed rural area, and it has the visual effect of a beautiful countryside. The house they visited was located halfway up the mountain in the village, and the entire mountain belonged to their family. A building that looks like a luxurious manor is located halfway up the mountain. It is also their destination. After they parked the car, they saw a middle-aged man waiting there. When he saw Liuza, he immediately walked over with a smile. Ha ha ha, Xiaoli, you're here. My daughter is throwing a tantrum again, and I really don't know what to do. The big girl the uncle was talking about was the lionfish. Uncle Daniel's situation is a little special. I brought a friend who knows more about this here today. Let him take a look at Daniel. Maybe he can find a reason. It was obvious that Liuza was a regular here and was very familiar with Uncle He. Immediately introduced Xinqing to the other party. Uncle He, my name is Xinqing. I studied veterinary medicine, and I'm also a veterinary pet enthusiast. Xinqing greeted the other party naturally and briefly introduced himself. Sure enough, when Uncle He heard that Xinqing was also a fan of poisonous pets, his eyes lit up. I feel like my love is recognized, and my eyes become kinder. Ha ha ha, that's right. Few young people like poisonous pets. I didn't expect to meet one today. Xiao Shun, come on, Uncle will take you to see my poisonous pet. Let me tell you, I have quite a few poisonous pets at home. Uncle He was very familiar and put his arm around Xinqing's shoulder and kept talking. He also took it home and prepared to introduce his pet. Liuza, who was watching from behind, was secretly amazed. This manor covers a large area, and in addition to the theme house, there are also houses on both sides. There is a spacious lawn and garden in front. Behind the house is another house, which looks like it was built not long ago. The three of them crossed the yard and walked straight towards the house behind them. Needless to say, that's where Uncle He keeps his poisonous pet. Uncle He opened the door and walked in with the two of them. Rian's layout is very different from that of ordinary houses, as it has 2 floors, but does not have ordinary living rooms, kitchens, rooms, etc. There is only a spiral staircase in the middle leading to the 2nd floor. Of course, the 1st floor is not empty. Apart from the stairs, there are various storage racks. The shelves are arranged a bit like a gallery. There are many glass breeding boxes on it, some large and some small. There is only one thing, that is, the pets kept in those glass terrariums are all water-toxic pets. For example, Uncle He has a whole tank of moon jellyfish in his shop. It's very beautiful to see it rising and falling in the water. Of course there are others besides the moon jellyfish, but they are all aquatic poisonous pets, not land animals. When I entered here, the system broadcasting sound in my mind never stopped. The names of all the poisonous pets on the 1st floor were announced. The reason is that they are all poisonous pets, so it is recommended to take them home and raise them. Xinqing's voice function was also turned on, and his ears seemed as lively as the new year, with constant chattering. It goes without saying that it must be the moon jellyfish at the entrance that is speaking. Master, what's wrong? Didn't you just come to see us? That eye doctor came a few days ago. Is he here today to treat that ugly fish again? Don't they know that the ugly fish is not sick at all? Almost all of the voices were female, chattering together, and there were also several different voices. It sounds nice when it's alone, but it gets a bit noisy when there are too many of them. As for the ugly fish they are talking about, it should be the lionfish. But how do they know that lionfish are not sick? Or maybe what they say is true. These are moon jellyfish. Aren't they pretty? I asked a friend to get them for me. They're great to watch, but don't touch them. Their tentacles are poisonous. Uncle he was very enthusiastic and took Shinching to introduce his poisonous pet. His eyes were full of pride. What a coincidence. I also have moon jellyfish at home, but there are only 3 of them. I have never been able to find a way to buy more. I also want to buy more and raise them together like Uncle he did. They are really beautiful to watch. What Shinching said was also true. He had said the same thing to Uncle Su before. But there is no news yet, so there are only a few moon jellyfish. Ha 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 ha. Uncle will give you the contact information later. Uncle he seemed to really like Shinching. He also took Shinching to see several kinds of poisonous pets, all of which he had purchased recently. Then we arrived at a water tank on the opposite side. There's a lionfish inside. This is my big girl. I don't know what's wrong with her lately. Her temper has worsened and her personality has become extremely excited and irritable. But no other problems were found. Please take a look at what is going on. Uncle he looked into the water tank and saw that the lionfish, which had been hiding behind the coral, immediately poked its head out as if it had heard the noise, looking at Shinching and the others vigilantly. But Shinching did not say anything, but just listened to the words coming from his ears. It was a rough uncle's voice. Irritated. Can't these humans just be quiet? They're making my head hurt. Especially that so-called owner. Hasn't he noticed how active I've been? He should at least get a female fish. Do you know that I am in the courtship and mating period now? How can I mate without a female fish? This is the only time period for contact with other species. I think 1 female fish is not enough. At least 3 or 5 should be enough. Chapter 41 Wife isn't enough. 5 wives will do. Courtship? Mating. Boy, what did he hear? It turns out that this lionfish is not sick at all. It is just in the courtship and mating season. That's right. When such words are spoken in that rough young voice, it is inevitable that people can't help but twitch their lips. It's still a colorful fish. 1 is not enough. You need 3 or 5. Shinching, can you tell what's wrong with this lionfish? I've been observing it for several days, but I don't see any signs of illness. This was also the first time that Li Yuza felt frustrated. Although he was only a part-time veterinarian, his professional knowledge was not low, but there were still problems that he could not see. Just as my teacher said, many things are not what we learn from books. Instead, we need to learn from life experience. Can I ask you a question? Why do you call it Big Girl, a nickname that sounds very feminine? Shinching looked at Uncle He and Li Yuza and asked a completely irrelevant question. They were talking about the lionfish disease problem, but you asked why the nickname was called Big Girl? Why else? Because they thought I was a female fish. I'm a male fish. How could you call a girl such a cheesy, feminine name? It's an insult to me. The first one to answer Shinching was the lionfish that had already emerged in front of him. At this moment, it is swimming back and forth quickly in the water tank, expressing its anger. Even the color of his body became a little darker. He keeps saying, I am the boss, in his words, and has become a lionfish who is full of foul language and uncivilized. But its rough, youthful voice matches the tone quite well, and it sounds like a man from northeast China. This actually amused Shinching for a while. A smile unconsciously appeared in his eyes. At this time, Uncle He also explained the reason. Oh, I compared the color of lionfish online and judged that Big Girl was a female, so it got this name, but now its color seems to have changed again. Uncle He scratched his head. It was also his first time raising a lionfish, so of course there were many things he didn't understand. But the colors of lionfish can still be distinguished. I just don't know why the color of lionfish seems to have changed again. After hearing Uncle He's answer, Li Yuza thought about what Shinching said and instantly grasped the key point. Female fish. Male fish. So, it is possible that they made a mistake and did not find the right direction for the problem, so they don't know the cause. So, actually, the Big Girl is a male fish? Li Yuza saw Shinching's mouth twitching, and facing Shinching's smiling eyes, he understood that they must have been making a joke. Yes, this lionfish is a male. The reason why he has been acting so abnormally recently is because it is his mating season. Just find it a few female fish of the same species. 3 or 5 would be best. 1 probably wouldn't be enough. Shinching calmly repeated what the lionfish had said before. He had no idea how much shock his words would cause Uncle He and Li Yuza. Looking for a female fish, and 3 or 5 more. Ahem, this is really weird. Ahem, well, you guys take a look first, I'll be back soon. Uncle He's old face also turned red. He coughed dryly, said hello, and went out. It seemed that he should call that friend and ask him to send a few female lionfish over. Oh my, this big brother really understands me and knows that I want a wife, so he told that stupid master. Reliable, too reliable. In fact, 3 or 5 are basic operations, and 10 can also be done. Back when I was still in the sea, the highest record for mating was over 20 wives. You're the best of your kind. If I hadn't been brought here, I would have gone to look for my dozen or so wives by now. The rough young man's voice never stopped after Uncle He left, always talking about its glorious history. He has 20 wives, and even those who brag can't catch up with his speed. That tone, that arrogance, is simply unbearable to watch. Shinxing's mouth twitched when he heard this. It was the first time he saw that fish had such a colorful life. Shinxing, what's wrong with you? Why does it feel so hard to put into words? Liuza happened to see the corners of Shinxing's mouth twitching and was very puzzled. Could it be that they misunderstood the lionfish's gender? Don't overthink it. I just think this lionfish is quite lustful. 1 wife isn't enough, he wants 3 or 5 more. Shinxing rubbed his eyebrows and said something ambiguous. That expression looks quite serious. But wasn't it you who suggested finding 3 or 5 wives for the lionfish? Liuza also twitched his lips silently and could only hide his embarrassment with a smile. I originally wanted to ask Shinxing for help today, and it turned out that he did help, but they made a big mistake. Fortunately, the result is good. Uncle He is not short of money. He actually built a house in his hometown in the suburbs just to raise these poisonous pets. As you raise more and more poisonous pets, you will have more and more. Uncle He's previous veterinarian was his senior brother, but he had been transferred away, so he took over the job. Uncle He bought the lionfish later, and I always go to him when I have any problems. In the end, he didn't find the problem. It was only when Shinxing came that the answer was revealed. Haha, Xiaoshun, this time I have to thank you, otherwise my daughter would be single. It just so happens that you are also a fan of poisonous pets. Among the poisonous pets on this floor, except for the big girl, you can pick any of them and take them back. It will be my way of thanking you. Uncle He patted Shinxing on the shoulder and smiled kindly. It was obvious at a glance that what he said was true. As for why the lionfish is not suitable, it is because he is going to give it to someone next month. Of course not. Otherwise, why would he be willing to spend so much money to hire someone to treat the lionfish? Isn't it because the person he gave the fish to can bring him greater benefits? He is a businessman who likes poisonous pets and keeps them for a purpose. Then I would like to thank Uncle He first. Shinxing did not refuse. Since the other party said so, it was obvious that he wanted to make friends with him. It would be rude of him to refuse. Moreover, he originally wanted the resources behind Uncle He. He currently needs poisonous pets, the more the better. Otherwise, who would live in such a big shop? The poisonous pets on the first floor are all aquatic animals, including lionfish and moon jellyfish, as well as stonefish and sea hares. There are several types of jellyfish, including box jellyfish, lion's mane jellyfish, sail jellyfish, cinquefoil jellyfish, Australian lantern jellyfish, lighthouse jellyfish, and Portuguese man-of-war. They are all poisonous and very ornamental poisonous pets. This is what Shinxing found out after seeing all the poisonous pets on the first floor. Jellyfish account for almost 2/3. It's just a different type. Shinxing didn't hesitate. Since Uncle He said so, he asked for some of each and filled the trunk of his car. Fortunately, there isn't much stuff and it only takes 2 hours to get home, so I'm sure these poisonous pets can hold on. Of course, even if Shinxing wanted to give money, the other party would not accept it, as they didn't need that little money. So, when leaving, Shinxing added Uncle He's contact information. He said that we can discuss how to raise poisonous pets and so on in the future. He also said that if a new variety appeared, he would keep a copy for him. Liuza kept his promise and transferred 100,000 yuan to him as a reward for this time. No matter what, Uncle He's problem was solved by Shinxing. Chapter 41, The Second Sister About to Cry. Shinxing actually gained a lot from this trip. I made friends, got resources related to poisonous pets, and earned 100,000 yuan. In reality, this was the fastest time he had ever made money. Who would have thought that 3 days ago he had only 1,000 yuan in his pocket, but 3 days later, with today's 100,000 yuan on his card, he already had 200,000 yuan. The transformation is huge. This does not include the money earned from exchanging gifts in the live broadcast room. In short, Shinxing has now escaped from his difficulties in life. Of course, if he wants to keep the pet shop going, he needs to buy more poisonous pets, but now he no longer just wants to fulfill his parents' last wish. He himself also gradually came to like the feeling of raising a poisonous pet. Listening to the voices of my toxic pets every day, I can feel that they all have emotions and meaning in their existence. It's not just about animals. Perhaps it is because he has truly entered the inner world of the animals that he can see these things. This will give you an idea of what life is like among animals. He wanted to show everyone that even poisonous pets can be cute sometimes. The toxins are merely a mechanism for their self-protection. When we returned to the pet shop, it was already dark. At this time, there were more and more vehicles on the streets, and traffic jams had begun to appear on the main roads. Everyone drove home after get off work. The street lights also lit up one by one. The whole city was not as lively as during the day, but it was also surprisingly bright. Xinxing parked the car and moved all the new poisonous pets into the store. I'm back. After Xinxing entered the room, he first greeted the moon jellyfish at the door. I immediately heard the response from the three sisters. Master, you are finally back. If you hadn't come back, we would have starved to death. The one who spoke was the third sister, the straightforward little sister. The lowly voice sounds particularly pleasant, but the tone is full of resentment. However, he had not expected that he would actually change from a human being to a master, which sounded really comfortable. It seems that the feeding he has been doing these days is effective. Although his favorability is full, he still needs to take good care of his living habits. Only in this way can we avoid relying solely on affinity to maintain favorability. Of course, all this depends on the breeding manual. Master, don't listen to what third sister says. She's just being childish. We're not hungry yet. The eldest sister with a gentle and royal voice is still so considerate, and her gentle voice is like a warm spring breeze. The person who blows it feels warm in the heart. It's my fault. I came back late. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare dinner for you after I put the new friends away. Xinxing's interactions with his poisonous pets are very equal, and what they say is very casual. It felt like he was not talking to animals, but chatting with humans. After all, the sounds he heard in his ears were real. The three sisters watched Xinxing take out the jellyfish and put them into the water tanks next door. In a short while, the water tanks on the wall were filled up, and all kinds of jellyfish were floating in the tanks. These water tanks are still the original ones. He wants to rearrange the luxurious breeding box package rewarded by the system after the decoration is completed. In other words, now only the queen of red fire ants is the first to enjoy that treatment. Big sister, third sister, the master brought back so many of our kind. Does he dislike us anymore? Is it because we're not pretty enough that he brought back so many young ladies? The girl's soft voice was probably too loud for Xinxing to hear, so she spoke very quietly to the other two sisters. It hadn't spoken before because its sisters had said everything it wanted to say. So I've been observing. When various types of jellyfish were placed next to them, they felt like the sky was falling. Suddenly I felt like crying. So there is a bit of fragmentation in its sound. Xinxing heard every word, and an image of a weak girl unconsciously appeared in his mind, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Her big eyes were filled with tears, her long eyelashes drooped, and she looked like she was about to cry. It's really a critical hit. Just the sound makes people think of such a picture. Who can resist it? He can't do it anyway. Immediately, he softly comforted the poor girl. Don't cry, second sister. You are very beautiful. How could I not like you? You are the star of our store. Be more confident. As for whether he would like other poisonous pets, he did not mention it. After all, once you are in his shop, you will become his favorite. If he shows any preference to you, he can only do it quietly. Ahem, why do I feel like I have the potential to be a scumbag? The illusion must be an illusion. Xinxing touched the tip of his nose awkwardly, then immediately took out food for the three sisters and fed them. Sure enough, with food to divert his attention, I no longer cared whether he liked them or not. Except for the moon jellyfish, the other poisonous pets have not had their dinner yet. I haven't eaten it myself yet, so I feed these ancestors first. Finally, it was his turn. After having a simple meal, Xinxing went to the two shops next door and saw that they were half empty. There were also many lines and boxes drawn on the wall, and each area was divided. Of course, all of this was done according to his requirements. Then I contacted the workers, and they will start work tomorrow. Some walls still need to be demolished and opened up. The three stores upstairs and downstairs need to be connected, which will definitely cause a lot of noise. They also estimated the time it will take, and if everything is done quickly, it should take a week. With enough manpower, the progress will naturally be faster. As for other things, you can just buy them directly, such as curtains, shelves, counters, sofas, coffee tables, etc. He originally wanted to create a pet shop similar to a cat cafe. If the space is large enough, other basic decorations will be enough. If you ask workers to do similar themed decorations, it will take a long time. So he thought of a compromise, which was the system. When he was browsing the system mall, he saw a design card. It is specially designed for houses. No matter what style you want to design, just enter the requirements, and you can achieve the effect. The price is also very cheap, only 10 points, but only for 10 days. If you want to buy it outright or for a certain period of time, the price will be several times higher. At present, this design card is the most suitable and there will be no formaldehyde problems. It's also good for the environment. There is also the issue of sound insulation that he has always been considering. The system also has sound insulation cards, which are also affordable. The big ones are 200 points each and the small ones are 50 points. When renovating, he directly moved all his poisonous pets to the second floor where he lived. Put them in the room where their parents used to live and use a small soundproofing card so that you don't have to worry about disturbing the poisonous pets. When I returned to the store, it was already 7:55 in the evening, and there were only 5 minutes left before the live broadcast at 8 o'clock every night. Xinqing did not choose the previous live broadcast method. Instead, he moved the 2 poisonous pets that were to appear on camera in the evening to the study on the second floor. At least he went out today, and on his way back he bought a set of the latest live broadcast equipment. Desktop computer, camera, microphone are all available. After dealing with the poisonous pet issue, I set up the computer and everything. Now all you have to do is start broadcasting on time. Soon, the news of Xinqing's live broadcast was immediately sent to fans and friends. When netizens came to inquire, they saw a handsome face as soon as they entered. A deep and magnetic voice sounded instantly. "Good evening, family and friends. Welcome to my live broadcast room. I am your good friend Xingkong." Chapter 42. Because they look like pandas, so panda ants. As soon as Xinqing's voice came out, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly became lively. And of course his handsome face. I finally saw this little brother live again. I've been waiting all day. His charming voice and handsome face are so touching. What poisonous pets will the host introduce to us tonight? Are they the same ones from last night? No new poisonous pets? The host's livestream location has changed. I saw a bookshelf behind him, which looks like a study. It seems the poisonous pet that will appear tonight won't be very big. So exciting. Who would have thought that one day I would actually enjoy watching a handsome guy tending to a poisonous pet? Oh, wow. This little brother is so handsome. Is he really not a good-looking anchor? This is the first time I've seen such a handsome pet streamer. What's his pet? Various comments appeared one after another on the barrage. The number of people in the live broadcast room was also jumping wildly. Tonight, Xinqing's live broadcast room is no longer in the novice area, but has been directly assigned to the pet area. The traffic pool has increased significantly. In addition to his original fans, new fans came in less than 5 minutes after the broadcast started. The number of people scrolled quickly and now exceeded 10,000. And it's still rising. It can be seen that the traffic that the official said at the beginning has indeed increased. As for those new netizens, they only cared about Xinqing's appearance and had no idea what Xinqing's pet was. I also didn't see the content of other people's previous chats. And the old fans were all very mean, and no one offered any explanation. This makes new netizens subconsciously think that Xinqing's pets are just cats and dogs. Today, many new friends came. Thank you for your love. The little guy I want to introduce to you today is really small, but its appearance is just as cute, a bit like the national treasure panda. Xinqing smiled faintly at the camera, and the light above his head just happened to hit his black hair. With a circle of halo, the atmosphere suddenly comes up. Especially his eyes were filled with a gentle smile, and looking into his eyes was like looking into each other's eyes with deep affection. How can the fans stand it? And the low tone makes people feel numb when they hear it. This is true even for boys. The female fans in the live broadcast room were so excited that their lips turned up. Everyone's attention was focused on the handsome guy, and they didn't listen to what Xinqing said at all. This kind of voice is what bro's face should be paired with. I'm already mesmerized by it. Fuck. This little brother's voice is so nice. It sounds so doting. I feel like I've fallen in love. Damn, it's a heart-pounding feeling. I wait for my brother's live broadcast every day just to see this face and enjoy this voice. No one can stand his domineering voice. Anyway, I love it. Girls, wait a minute before you get too crazy. We want to see the host's pet tonight. What is it? Not bad. What exactly is this pet that looks a bit like a national treasure? I'm so curious. Xinqing took the phone and checked the messages posted on the barrage. Apart from the fans who were attracted by his looks and figure, most of them were asking what the pet would be tonight. Everyone wait for me for a moment. I'll bring that little guy up. Xinqing said this with a smile and stretched out his hand. He brought over a small breeding box. The box is not big, about the size of a palm, which shows that the thing inside is a small thing. The new netizens were already surprised. In their eyes, no matter how small the pet was, it was impossible to put it in a box. So they didn't think the thing in the box would be a pet. Only old fans who have watched the 2 live broadcasts know that the first little poisonous pet will appear tonight. Little guy, come out and work. Xing opened the box as he spoke, then pointed the camera at the small box on the table. It is guaranteed that netizens in the live broadcast room can see what is inside. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. Ouch. Why can't you, a human, be a little quieter? You scared me, and it hurts so much. Suddenly, a somewhat angry voice sounded in my ears. From the tone, I could tell that the other party was very annoyed. The camera also captured the small things inside. Some small stones were spread on the soft coconut soil, and a few yellow fallen leaves were spread on the soil. There were a few small tiles and branches not far away. There was also a small handful of green grass spread in several corners of the box. This is not the point. The point is that there is a larger tile in the middle of the box, and a little guy is lying on the tile. However, the round body suddenly rolled down from the tiles and landed on the grass. Only then did everyone see clearly that it was a small animal about the size of a peanut. Its body is covered with black and white fur. The color layout looks the same as the national treasure panda. But this little guy is an insect. Wait, is this the host's pet? It does look like a panda, but it's a bug. Ah, so cute. I didn't expect there would be a bug that looks like a giant panda. But what kind of bug is this? It looks so cute with its furry appearance, and the way it rolled down just now was so funny. Where's the cat? Where's the dog? Isn't this a pet live stream? So the pet is this little guy? Host, what's this little guy's name? Is he easy to raise? I want one too. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw the little guy, they were indeed shocked. Who would have thought that a small insect could look like a great national treasure? He looks so adorable, no matter how you look at him. This is tonight's little guest. Its name is Panda Ant. It got its name because it looks like the national treasure panda. Xing's voice came at the right time, and he took a longer wooden stick from the table. He gently poked the panda ant in the small box. The panda ant, which had just climbed up, was knocked down again by Xing in an instant. The angry little guy was furious. I'm so pissed off, human. I'm not done with you. I'm going to poison you to death with my venom for bullying me. The panda ant rolled around again and was so angry that he was about to go crazy. The voice of the Shoto was full of accusations and, of course, anger. He directly held the culprit, the small wooden stick, with the tail raised, revealing its sharp, poisonous stinger. It was as if he was treating the wooden stick as Xing and stabbing it hard. Just then, Xing lifted the wooden stick and brought it in front of the camera, allowing everyone to see more clearly what the little guy was doing. Look, this little guy is angry. He's going to use the stick as a weapon and stab me. Xing explained to everyone with a smile. Everyone who didn't understand what Xing said kept their eyes on the panda ant. It didn't take long for sharp-eyed netizens to notice that a small drop of black liquid was dripping down the small wooden stick. That liquid just happened to be dripping from the panda ant's tail. Chapter 43. Stop. Watch out for its butt. Holy crap. What was that black liquid that just dripped? Could it be venom? Gulp, I saw it too. This is the most intuitive feeling. The little pets in the anchor store are all poisonous. Boom. Boom. I'm suddenly a little afraid to keep them. Oh my god. 1 second he was a cute little fool, and the next second, he transformed into a Breaking Bad guy. No, it's okay for this streamer to have insects as pets, but why do they look poisonous? Wow. Panda Ant, I just checked. Did you know this little guy's venom can kill a cow? As soon as these words were spoken, the comments in the live broadcast room instantly quieted down, because they just happened to see how the drop of venom that could kill a cow appeared. As expected, Xing's live broadcast room never disappoints people. I originally thought that tonight's live broadcast would become warmer because I knew I could find some poisonous pets that didn't look so scary. The result, haha. It does look adorable, but when it gets poisonous, it's really poisonous. Even a cow can't withstand a drop of venom, let alone humans. The body shapes are all here. Xing also saw these remarks, and in order to avoid causing panic among the crowd, he began to explain calmly. Don't worry, panda ants are indeed poisonous, and the toxicity is quite strong. In fact, it is not an ant, but an insect called panda bee. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. Although the word ant is in the name of the panda bee, it is actually a bee. As a result, they share some characteristics of bees, including the ability to sting. The sting of the panda bee contains toxins that cause severe pain in the area stung. The sting site may be red and swollen. A few people may be allergic to the toxins of the panda bee and experience more severe symptoms, such as difficulty breathing, systemic rash, etc. Xing paused here, and after everyone reacted, he explained again. If you are stung by a panda bee, you can take the following measures. 1. Clean the wound. Wash the stung area with clean water and soap to avoid infection. 2. Cold compress. Use ice cubes or cold water packs to relieve pain and swelling. 3. Pain relievers. If the pain is unbearable, you can take over-the-counter pain relievers such as ibuprofen or acetaminophen. 4. Observe for allergic reactions. If an allergic reaction occurs, seek medical attention immediately. So don't worry too much. Xinqing now has veterinary skills, so he naturally knows how to deal with these problems, so it is easy to explain. Old fans all knew about Xinqing's veterinary skills, and they calmed down instantly after being reminded by him. Fuck, I almost forgot. This guy is a veterinarian. Of course he knows how to deal with these problems. We are really naive. My heart instantly relaxed. Raising a poisonous pet wasn't something that just anyone could do. By the way, host, how's the testing on that detoxifying potion you mentioned last night? Let's take a look at the results. The fan group, shocked by the scene just now, thought of what happened last night. At that time, the antidote Xinqing made surprised everyone, and some people even mistakenly said it was prepared in advance. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Xinqing agreed to go to the agency for testing today. I've already prepared it. Since everyone wants to see it, I'll just post it on the barrage. You guys can take a look. Xinqing sent a picture of the test results via his mobile phone. Sure enough, everyone in the live broadcast room saw it the next second, which further confirmed that Xinqing was not lying and that he was capable. At this time, Xinqing's actions once again made everyone nervous. Because in the camera, a big hand with distinct joints suddenly opened, and the other hand picked up the small wooden stick and the panda ant on the stick. Prepare to place the panda ant and the stick together on your open palm. Fuck. Stop it. What are you doing? Watch out for its butt. Needle. Its needle hasn't been put away yet. Little brother, don't move. Don't let the venom get on such a beautiful hand. No, host, please don't do this. We still want to watch the live broadcast tomorrow. Wow, the barrage in the live broadcast room started to go crazy again, and the number of people had already exceeded 100,000 plus during this period of time. The moment Xinqing stretched out his hand, the number of people increased again, especially when the small wooden stick was still a few centimeters away from his palm. The number of people has directly exceeded 200,000 and is still rising. Little guy, don't be angry. Anger is bad for your health. Come, say hello to everyone. Xinqing didn't look at the barrage, but instead looked at the cute panda ant. Ignoring its ferocious expression, he calmly raised his hand and prepared to push it off the branch. Asshole, I'm still angry. You're so mean to find a human. If I don't sting you, it would be a waste of the venom I prepared. The little shot Een was still very fierce. He raised his round head and bared his teeth at Xinqing. It was like a ferocious child yelling at an adult. However, it still looks very cute, and you can't tell that it is a poisonous pet at all. People who don't know it would just think it's a cute little bug. The panda-like color scheme adds a bit of naivete. However, the other party looked at Xinqing's fingers getting closer and closer and was ready to attack. After all, the tail was raised, and the tiny poisonous needle was blue-black under the light. You can tell it's poisoned at first glance. The camera was originally aimed at the breeding box, and the picture was always enlarged. So the moment they saw the poison needle, the fans completely forgot to post comments and stared at the screen in the live broadcast room without blinking. Even my breathing became tense. Hee, I'm going to teach you a lesson right now. You'll bother me when I'm looking for food, scare me, and bully me. Then let me show you how powerful my venom is. The little Shota Een had a wicked grin on his face, as if his evil plan was about to succeed. At this time, Xinqing's hand had already touched the body of the panda ant. Sure enough, under everyone's nervous gaze, the panda ant's raised tail had already stabbed towards Xinqing's finger. Ah, I can't bear to watch this anymore. The anchor is about to be stabbed by a poison needle. Ugh, it's scary just looking at it. Oh my god, why did the anchor touch it when it could have been avoided? The host is really awesome. He dared to challenge it, even though he knew it was poisonous. I admire you. I think the host is playing with fire, but he knows medical skills, which is amazing. While everyone was discussing the situation on Xinqing's side, it suddenly came to an end. Yes, it was as if it suddenly stopped. The poison needle that was originally about to pierce stopped only 1 millimeter away from Xinqing's finger. Your scent feels so comfortable. It's the same scent I smelled before. The little Shota's voice sounded again, but this time there was no anger. Some were confused at first, but then suddenly understood. Chapter 44 Life is like a play. It all depends on your acting skills. And when Xinqing's fingers touched the panda ant, its favorability instantly reached the maximum. The original anger suddenly disappeared at this moment. The poison needle on the tail was also retracted. He directly held Xinqing's fingers and began to climb up. Human, so this pleasant scent comes from you. Because of this pleasant scent, I will forgive you for bullying me. But you need to make it up to me and come with me to the cave so I can bathe in the pleasant smell every day. Ha ha ha, I'm such a genius. Little Shota suddenly became extremely excited. His previous rage had disappeared, leaving only happiness. The furry head tilted back from time to time, as if laughing. Shinqing refused directly. Haha, you think too much. It is absolutely impossible for me to go to the cave with you. He looked as if he understood what the other person was saying. Everyone watching the live broadcast was confused. What the hell? What happened? We agreed to attack the streamer? Is that all? And what did the streamer mean? Ha 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 ha, another reversal. I knew this host's story was full of miracles. Look, these reversals always come so unexpectedly. The poison needles were ready, but the one who released the poison suddenly changed sides and successfully reversed the situation. Amazing. Oh my heart, which had been lifted up in the air, suddenly dropped again. As expected, this incident taught us that until the very last moment, any twist will occur. Life is a drama, and it all depends on your acting skills. The Red Panda's performance tonight was truly the best. Awesome. For a moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I was really worried before, but now I am really relaxed. Then there was a crazy barrage of comments, expressing their hearts that were hanging in the air just now. Shinqing pushed the poisonous panda pet into the palm of his hand, and then calmly looked through the barrage. Finally saw what the fans said. Then he curled the corners of his lips. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only the contrast between the beginning and the end can make the fans' emotional values reach the peak, so that he can gain more emotional values. But he still needs to appease his audience. Don't worry, the poisonous pets in my shop are very obedient and won't attack me, but others still need to be cautious if they want to keep poisonous pets. Even if you want to keep them, it's best to keep some that are less toxic, and you should also have some disinfectant and detoxification drugs at home. What Shinqing said was also pertinent. After all, no one could be as lucky as him. Even if the poisonous pet he raises is extremely poisonous, he has nothing to fear because he has the system to back him up. It's different for other people. It would be bad if you get caught in it. After hearing this, all the fans just thought, haha. What does it mean that your poisonous pet is very obedient and will not attack you actively? So what they just saw was fake. The poison needle appeared clearly several times, and the dark venom was still dripping into the soil. If you say these are all fake now, who would believe you? However, there is one point that is correct. That is, don't raise a poisonous pet if you have no experience. If you want to take a look, then come to Shinqing's live broadcast room. Cloud breeding is actually not bad. Now that we've introduced Panda Ant to you all, let's move on to tonight's second guest. Can you guess who it is? Shinqing interacted with the fans in the live broadcast room with a smile, easing the tense atmosphere a little. It's obvious that this is a toxic pet. I just joined today, and I finally understand why the old fans don't explain to us newcomers. They just want to see us get scared. Stop talking. There are new friends here. Everyone be happy. You are all experienced people now. This anchor is so handsome. Is he a good-looking anchor? Oh wow. Is this little brother a singing or dancing anchor? With his looks, he's definitely a handsome guy. There are many such remarks, and they are almost flooded with messages from new netizens. The old fans who had experienced the toxic pet incident looked at the new netizens calmly and laughed secretly. Just wait. You little cuties, you will soon find out whether the host is a singer or a dancer. Jiang Min, who was on the other side of the live broadcast room, also came to Shinqing's live broadcast room at the recommendation of his cousin. The panda ant didn't see it at first, so it is also confused now. He heard from his cousin that Shinqing was a poisonous pet anchor, but he didn't see it. With a curious attitude, I just squatted in the live broadcast room. He originally wanted to tell Shinqing the news he had heard, but his cousin told him that Shinqing was broadcasting live at that time. It's best to wait until he finishes the live broadcast before contacting him. That's why I'm waiting here. He also brought over his classmate, who loved poisonous pets. At this moment, Shinqing had already brought over another breeding box. This time the box is much bigger than the previous one and has more space, enough to be the size of a lunchbox. It was filled with soft coconut soil, branches, stones, fallen leaves, and a small water bottle cap with some water in it. Because Shinqing just pointed the camera at himself, no one saw what Shinqing was holding. All I know is that it's a small box. In response to Shinqing's question, everyone said they didn't know. Fortunately, Shinqing did not make things difficult for everyone. He turned the camera to the table, revealing the breeding box. This is the last guest of today. Shinqing opened the lid of the box so that the camera could see what was inside more clearly. When the red scorpion crawled out of the burrow, everyone was stunned. Holy crap, it's actually a scorpion, and a red one at that. It's obvious it's poisonous. What kind of red scorpion is this? Is it also very poisonous? It's so dark in color. The anchor brother actually raises scorpions? That's so unique. WW. There are all kinds of voices in the live broadcast room, and everyone is expressing their own opinions, but the only thing is, everyone has accepted that Shin-Chin keeps poisonous pets here. The subtle influence is indeed powerful. In just 3 days, including tonight's live broadcast, there are only 3 shows in total. But everyone's acceptance is very high. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the current number of people. Of course, it is also because everyone has a curious mentality and has been frightened more in Shin-Chin's live broadcast room. So it left a deep impression. That's why I took it to heart and wanted to see what Shin-Chin was going to do every day. Human, what are you looking for me for so late at night? At this time, a young man in his 30s asked Shin-Chin calmly. Even its head was raised, and it was not as noisy as the panda ant before. As expected, older people are more sensible. Shin-Chin raised his eyebrows, then lowered his head seriously, walked to the side of the box, and said with a smile, "You've been following me for 3 days now, and you know I'm going to be live streaming tonight. Today is your turn, so say hello to the friends in the live streaming room. Don't give up. I need the support of netizens to support you. So you know." Chapter 45. You let a poisonous scorpion peel melon seeds? Shin-Chin said you understand. No one knows whether Scorpio understands it or not, but his female fans really want to understand. Because his voice is so nice, even ordinary words sound different when they come out of his mouth. My brother's voice is so nice, so sweet, so soft, I want to cut it out and play it on loop. This is the first time I've seen someone speak to a poisonous pet like this. The tone is so gentle, but the question is, can it understand? Anchor brother, please say a few more words. What's the point of saying it to that scorpion? Say it to us. We like to hear it. Look, another group of people are going crazy. Host, ignore these crazy women and quickly introduce the scorpion. What is its name? Is it poisonous? The barrage in the live broadcast room is very lively, with all kinds of sounds, and dozens of barges flying by almost every second. The increase in the number of people and the rise in popularity have brought more traffic to Shin-Chin's live broadcast room. The veteran anchors in the same time period looked gloomy as they saw that the number of people in their live broadcast rooms was only half of the usual number. Because not long after Shin-Chin started broadcasting, the number of people in their broadcast room dropped drastically. Even many comments are saying, "I'm tired of watching these cats and dogs every day. That new handsome anchor next door is more interesting. Let's go." Yeah, I didn't think so before, but now that I compare them, I still prefer live broadcast rooms with a bit of curiosity. Don't worry, I love cute little kitties too, but please allow me to leave for a while. I'll come back after the live broadcast of the poisonous pet ends. The anchors finally went out and took a look using their secondary accounts and found out that Shin-Chin's live broadcast room had already left the newcomer area. And because his live broadcast room was a pet live broadcast room, it was assigned to their side. Therefore, almost 1/3 of the traffic in the pet live broadcast area went to Shin-Chin. Even though it's only 1/3, no one's live broadcast room has ever reached this number. This ratio only occurs when some particularly big anchors or some celebrities start broadcasts. It can be seen how much traffic Shin-Chin's live broadcast room has attracted. It is precisely because of this that I hate it even more. So, behind the scenes, the big anchors in the pet area began to discuss whether or not to teach Shin-Chin a lesson. But the person involved, Shin-Chin, had no idea about it. He is currently interacting with the red-clawed scorpion. "Human, what do you want me to do? I'm poisonous. Aren't you afraid of being stung?" The mature young man's voice was very calm, just different from those little brats. When he speaks, his logical thinking is very strong, and he thinks like an adult. Suddenly hearing such a voice and thinking pattern, Shin-Chin raised his eyebrows for a rare time. He felt like he was dealing with an adult, and the communication was a bit serious. In addition, he didn't gain enough favorability at once, so there were only 50 points. This made the atmosphere between the man and the pet a bit like that of strangers who had just gotten to know each other and had some favorability. The fans in the live broadcast room saw that after Shin-Chin finished speaking, the red scorpion looked at Shin-Chin motionlessly. The atmosphere seemed to be one of caution. Fuck, I finally understand what's wrong. Listen to what the host said. He's letting a scorpion do business? He's speaking human language, not scorpion language. Can it understand? This little brother treats his pets as people, so sweet. I think the scorpion is very alert and seems to be about to sting. The anchor should be careful, as it can be poisonous. New here, you don't understand this, right? All the pets that appear here are poisonous. Some are seriously poisonous, some are mildly poisonous. Interacting with poisonous pets is the norm. Has anyone seen the anchor get bitten? It's true, judging from the live broadcasts over the past 3 days, there are already 6 kinds of poisonous pets appearing in the live broadcast room. Each one is poisonous, and the toxicity varies. The most important thing is that Shin-Chin will interact with every poisonous pet. It's not just teasing with a stick, it's almost touching with the hand. But what is surprising is that I have never been bitten by a poisonous pet. This is outrageous and cannot be explained. Coincidentally, Xinqing seemed to be able to understand animal language, and the form of conversation was similar to that of humans. Some netizens even joked. Could it be that the anchor has the long-lost beast taming skills? He doesn't have any animal taming skills, but he can really understand what animals are thinking. As for whether he can hear the voices of those animals, it depends on how the system determines it. The only thing he was sure of was that he could definitely hear poisonous animals. Don't worry, you won't sting me. Come up by yourself and say hello to everyone. Xinqing was not frightened by the other party's words at all, but smiled and stretched out his hand in front of the red-clawed scorpion. The distance between them was only about 1 centimeter. Before the red-claw scorpion could react to this action, the fans in the live broadcast room started shouting. The reason is simple, because someone has already seen the true identity of the red-claw scorpion. Fuck, wait a minute, host, don't reach out. That's a red-clawed scorpion. It's weak in venom, but incredibly ferocious. I also looked up information, and it seems that most scorpions can be kept together, but red-clawed scorpions are a more aggressive species and should not be kept together. Don't worry, the little brother isn't afraid at all. Look, here comes the reversal. The new fans in the live broadcast room were extremely anxious, while the old fans were very calm. The contrast is not too obvious, but as the old fans said, their concerns do not exist at all. Because when they thought the red-clawed scorpion would attack Xinqing, the other party actually wanted to attack. But when its claws touched Xinqing's fingers, it immediately calmed down. And she obediently followed Xinqing's fingers and began to climb up. Human, your scent is even more pleasant now. If you use this scent as a reward, I am willing to serve you. The calm young man's voice suddenly became gentle, as if the ferocity that had been hidden in the dark had never appeared. If Xinqing had not seen that its tail was raised and was black, he would have believed what it said. However, since you have asked me to do so, it would seem unfair of me not to send you there. Xinqing curled his lips, with a cunning look in his eyes. Seeing that the red-clawed scorpion had crawled onto his hand, he stretched his hand in front of the camera so that everyone could see it more clearly. I think everyone has guessed it. Yes, this is the red-clawed scorpion, a scorpion native to the tropical rainforests of West Africa. Their wild habitat is the tropical rainforest. They are ferocious and should not be kept together with other scorpions. The body length of an adult red-clawed scorpion is usually between 12 and 16 centimeters. And my Dahong has already grown up. When Xinqing talked about Dahong, his tone was particularly gentle, and you could feel the good feelings just by listening to his voice. Without waiting for anyone to answer, he continued, Dahong, show us how to peel melon seeds. What the hell is peeling melon seeds? Or let a poisonous scorpion peel melon seeds. Are you really serious? On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the god of wealth arrives. Open the door, and you'll be greeted by a smiling face. Clouds of good fortune will swirl overhead. Look up, and you'll see the star of happiness and good fortune shining brightly. The god of longevity will greet you with great fortune. In the year of the snake, you won't have to bend down to pick up fortunes, and gold ingots will flow into your home. Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 46. Your pliers are not for fighting. They are for peeling melon seeds. Not only were the fans in the live broadcast room shocked by Xinqing's words, but even the red-clawed scorpion in his palm was confused. The movement froze in place instantly. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. The faceless scorpion head seemed to see a capital letter confused, or the kind that is full of question marks. Then came the young man's voice with a hint of anger. Human, are you sure what you said is human language? You asked a scorpion to peel melon seeds, are you kidding me? My pliers are for fighting, not for peeling melon seeds. Even if you smell nice, I won't agree. Unless, add chips. Wait, after saying so much, why did you suddenly agree? I thought he had a bad temper, but this is it? The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned by Xinqing's words. Holy crap, letting a scorpion peel melon seeds. Only the host could come up with this idea. I'm impressed. I'm so impressed. Ahem, that sentence made me spit out the water I just drank. A scorpion peeling melon seeds? That's like an old lady crawling into bed. It made me laugh. Oh my god, this is like a grown-up girl riding in a bridal sedan. This is the first time I've seen this, and I don't know what expression to use. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. The host actually had a scorpion peeling melon seeds. What kind of a joke is this? It's completely outrageous. Come on, give it some melon seeds and let it peel them for us. Let's all come and witness the miracle. Just asking, if the scorpion really peeled the melon seeds, would the anchor eat them? The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room never stopped, and every comment was very funny. Some people even asked Xinqing to come up with the melon seeds, as they wanted to watch Duxie peel them. Some people even asked, if the scorpion really peeled the melon seeds, would he really eat them? Listen to what everyone is saying. The comments in the barrage are gradually going off track. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room continued to increase, and some netizens even started to shout, saying that Xinqing was letting his poisonous pet peel melon seeds directly in the live broadcast room. As soon as this topic came up, netizens were confused. It is somewhat reliable to let dogs peel peanuts. After all, smart dogs can do it. But letting a poisonous pet peel melon seeds? That's literally the funniest joke I've heard recently. But while we laugh, we still have to join in the fun, as this is the nature of Chinese people. As a result, the number of people visiting Xinqing's live broadcast room skyrocketed again. The number of viewers directly exceeded 500,000, and the traffic was frighteningly large, forcing the back-end maintenance staff to immediately step up maintenance. I'm afraid the live broadcast room will crash. The other side. Jiang Min and Su Lu sat side by side on the sofa, each holding a mobile phone to watch Xinqing's live broadcast. Because of the poisoning incident today, Su Lu stayed at his cousin's house to avoid any problems. After dinner, we watched the live broadcast together. Ahem, cousin, is Brother Shin that powerful? He can actually let Duxie help him peel melon seeds. Jiang Min's eyes lit up surprisingly, and he felt that Xinqing had opened up a new world for him. It turned out that he was bitten by a poisonous insect and was in a coma due to poisoning, which left him with some psychological trauma. But, after being in Xinqing's live broadcast room, that shadow suddenly seemed to disappear. On the contrary, I feel eager to try. He also wanted to have a poisonous pet, especially a scorpion, so that they could peel melon seeds for him. The classmate who was a venomous pet lover also had the same idea as him. Before Su Lu could speak, his cell phone rang. As soon as the call was connected, the other party's voice came immediately. Lao Jiang, is this Anchor the big brother you were talking about? I didn't expect that he could make the scorpion peel melon seeds. He's too amazing. If he can really do it, he must come to the poison pet gathering so I can learn from him. Wow, listening to his excited tone, it is obvious how much he likes Xinqing at this moment. Coincidentally, at this moment, Xinqing in the live broadcast room actually took out several melon seeds and threw them directly into his palm, just a few centimeters away from the red-clawed scorpion. Come on, it's your turn to perform. I'm sure everyone wants to see it. Don't worry, as long as you peel these melon seeds, you won't have to go on stage for the next few days, and your food will be doubled. How about that? You know, Xinqing, who has the manual for raising poisonous pets, is now terrifyingly powerful. In addition to normal food, there is also special food for poisonous pets that he made according to the breeding manual. There is simply no poisonous pet that can refuse it. Xinqing was not frightened at all by its questioning tone. Instead, he explained with a smile, and continued, as for whether your pliers are used for fighting, it doesn't matter, as long as they are sharp. I believe you, you are so good at fighting, peeling melon seeds must be a piece of cake. I'm rooting for you. Come on, brother. At the end of his words, Xinqing gently touched the still stiff scorpion claws with his other fist. The contrast between the big and the small is perfectly presented under the lens. This painting style is somewhat unique. Wow, this host is awesome. You actually performed PUA on a poisonous scorpion. Awesome. It really is you. I believe you're good at fighting, but you're definitely better at peeling melon seeds. Dahong, keep going. Up left arrow, caret omega caret, up right arrow. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. Is the host trying to mind control the scorpion? That would require it to have a brain, but it doesn't have one, so it can't understand your PUA. Red claw scorpion. Human, you really think highly of me. Peeling melon seeds is not enough. I think a one-on-one fight is fine. Look at my invincible poisonous tail sting. The live broadcast room was filled with laughter. Just what Xinqing said just now made them laugh. Every word hits everyone's funny spot. Some people even laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Only Scorpio, the person involved, was thinking seriously about Xinqing's question. Then it raised its head and looked at Xinqing seriously. Human, is it true that the food supply will be doubled? Aside from the food, the place I live in is too small, and there are few decorations. If you upgrade everything I mentioned, even peeling melon seeds wouldn't be impossible. At the end of his speech, the young man's voice became unusually calm, giving off a sense of leisure. It felt that the human in front of it would definitely agree to its request. After all, Xinqing still needs to broadcast live himself now. Okay, I agree. Xinqing raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Then let's get started. The audience in the live broadcast room are waiting anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-clawed scorpion in his palm, in full view of everyone, really used its pair of scorpion pincers to pick up a plump melon seed and began to peel it flexibly. That's right, peeling melon seeds. Under the camera, everyone saw with their own eyes that after Shin-Ching finished speaking, the red-clawed scorpion raised its two pincers, picked up a melon seed, and peeled it carefully and flexibly. The clicking sounds were also recorded in the live broadcast room. In less than a minute, the red-clawed scorpion calmly peeled all the melon seeds in Shin-Ching's hand. The white melon seed flesh lay quietly in Shin-Ching's palm, forming a sharp contrast with the red-clawed scorpion. After finishing everything, the young man's voice sounded again. Human, the melon seeds have been peeled. Remember what you promised me. Don't be a person who doesn't keep his word. Otherwise, even I, a scorpion, will look down on you. Chapter 47. This poisonous scorpion has probably become a spirit, right? Begging for rewards. After peeling the melon seeds, the red-clawed scorpion lay calmly in Shin-Ching's palm, not affected at all, and remained very calm. But the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't remain calm at all. Look at what it just did. Is that something a poisonous pet can do? Chengdu is very good at peeling melon seeds, almost as fast as a human. WTF crap, crap, crap. A scorpion is actually using pincers to peel melon seeds. Am I hallucinating, or is the host using a special effect? Oh my goodness, this scorpion must have become a spirit. It can actually peel melon seeds? This is simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Ah, what a clever scorpion. It can actually understand human language and even peel melon seeds. I really want to raise one. This little brother is awesome. He actually managed to get a scorpion to obey him so well. Just a question, if he manages to peel the melon seeds, what will you reward him with? The comments in the live broadcast room became hot again, and everyone was discussing why this poisonous scorpion was so obedient. What is the reason that it can actually peel melon seeds? The most intuitive point is that Scorpion must have understood what Shin-Ching said. In the end, everyone tacitly agreed that Shin-Ching's family's poisonous pet was different from others. Not only can it understand human language, but it can also respond. It's just like those cute cats and dogs. Humans like cats and dogs as pets, isn't it, because they interact with humans? But now Shin-Ching's poisonous pet can also interact with humans, and it does things even more bizarrely. Shin-Ching finally understood the joke of the poisonous scorpion peeling melon seeds. Immediately, some hosts started editing related videos. Of course, there is more than one such case. After all, anyone who has heard the news now knows that Shin-Ching is now considered the traffic king on this short video platform. Most of the videos that have gone viral recently are edited clips of content from Shin-Ching's live broadcast room, especially Shin-Ching's appearance and voice. The second is Poisonous Pet. But today is different. Everyone's attention is on the poisonous pet, especially the red-clawed scorpion that appeared last. Before the live broadcast ended, the video of the scorpion peeling melon seeds had quietly become popular. Both the title and the content attracted the attention of netizens. Once it was released, it immediately received a lot of views and likes. Even the comments section has already reached 99+. I was drawn in by the title and wanted to see if I could debunk it. The result shocked me. Scorpions can actually peel melon seeds. Holy crap. This is the first time I've seen something so bizarre. I've heard of monkeys being tamed, but I've never heard of a scorpion being tamed. If I ask it to peel melon seeds today, will it eat instant noodles tomorrow? This is obviously an editing effect. I don't believe it's real. That's right, this is clearly a hype tactic. How much money did the host receive from Ching Kong to be willing to help him promote his content like this? I just came from the live broadcast room and witnessed the process of peeling melon seeds with my own eyes. It can't be a special effect. Haters, shut up first. Wait until Ching Kong's live broadcast ends and watch the whole process before you speak. I split the comments half good and half bad. Anyway, it's just 2 words, lively. Moreover, the popularity of the melon seed peeling melon seed joke is still rising. It has become a hit. The protagonist Shin-Ching and the main character Red Claw Scorpion have finished interacting with everyone. Thank you all for your support. This concludes tonight's live broadcast. It will continue at the same time tomorrow, with 2 other guests appearing. After Shin-Ching finished talking to the audience, he ended the live broadcast. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary ends. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 1,015,000 emotional points. Total emotional value / points, 1013250. Ding. Break 1 million emotional points and receive 1 million cash, 100,000 points, and 3 with spirit pills, 10 pills per bottle. Note, with spirit pill, regardless of whether it's an animal, plant, or human, anyone who takes this pill will increase their affinity with nature, increasing their favorability with all living things by +50. This lasts for 1 month. Ding. The total system points have exceeded 1 million. Do you want to upgrade the system? Wow. The live broadcast just ended, and the summary of this live broadcast is here. The emotional value directly exceeded 1 million, and cash, points and pills were also rewarded. The most interesting thing is that the system can be upgraded. Looking at the yellow upgrade or not button still floating in the air in front of him, Xinxing clicked yes without thinking. Now that it has come to this, of course we need to upgrade. Maybe the system capabilities will increase after the upgrade. Sure enough, as he tapped the button, a streak of light passed before his eyes. All the original information has been hidden, leaving only the upgrade countdown percentage. System upgrade in progress 1%, 100%. Ding. System upgrade completed. Then the personal dashboard came along. Name, Xinxing. Age, 23. System, Poison Pet Live Broadcast System, LV1. Mall level, LV1. Intelligence, 110, 0, 200. Normal, 90 to 110, 110 or above is a genius. Constitution, 20, 0, 100, normal, 18 to 24. Spiritual power, 120, 0 to 1000. Note, normal people's spiritual power is between 80 to 100. Cash, 1,208,410 yuan. Total emotion points, 111,3250. Skills, eavesdropping on animals, poisonous animal breeding manual, animal affinity skill, level 10 veterinary skill, /healing skill. Items, car 1, hair growth pill 1, 3 pills /bottle, deluxe raising box set 1, with spirit pill 3, 10 pills /bottle. Xinxing looked at the personal panel that was refreshed again and curled his lips. I didn't expect that the system after the upgrade would have different levels. This didn't exist before. It seems that there is still a lot to be developed in this system. In addition to this, the mall also gives levels, and his own personal situation is more detailed. For example, intelligence, physique, mental strength, etc. The area he was focusing on was his mental strength. The highest for a normal person was only 100, but he had 120. But after thinking about it, he understood what was going on. After all, his soul had traveled through 2 worlds. Naturally, your spiritual state is better than that of other people. The other side. After Xinxing finished the live broadcast, Jiang Min didn't have time to complain to his cousin before he immediately received a call from a friend. Lao Jiang, you must bring that anchor brother here tomorrow. I will send you a few more invitations. I must ask him for advice. You don't know? I just sent the video of peeling melon seeds to my father. Guess how shocked he was. The other party said a lot on the phone, but from his tone, it can be seen that he was obviously a fan of Xinxing's live broadcast just now. As for why the invitation was changed, it was of course because the other party wanted to meet Xinxing as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Min immediately sent a message to Xinxing. Attached are 2 invitations with different times. Jiang Min, Brother Shen, here are 2 invitations. The earliest one is for tomorrow afternoon, and the location is in City G. We can go together then. You can bring your poisonous pet, or not. Brother Shen, do you want to bring yours? Chapter 48 The Lazy and Affectionate Voice of a Queen. After Xinxing sorted out the information given by the system, he picked up his mobile phone and naturally saw the message sent to him by Jiang Min. When he saw the 2 electronic invitations, he raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to get the news so soon, and for 2 games at that. A show will be held tomorrow afternoon on the 3rd floor of a 5-star hotel in City G. The other one will be in J City, but it will be a week later. It seems that Jiang Min's classmate's family has become a frequent visitor to the circle of toxic pets. I just don't know what interesting things will happen tomorrow. Shun, go ahead. I'll drive over to meet up with you guys tomorrow. As for poisonous pets, I'll take them wherever I see fit. Xinxing immediately sent a reply to Jiang Min. City G happens to be adjacent to Jiang Min's place, and it only takes a few hours to drive there, so it is convenient for them to drive there by themselves. So this matter was arranged. The next day, Xinxing first moved all the poisonous pets to the 2nd floor and bought a small soundproofing card. It is used directly in the room where poisonous pets are kept. This way there will be no problem with the store decoration. After feeding the poisonous pet, Xinxing drove to Jiang Min's place. A few hours later, I met Jiang Min and Su Lu, and then someone else drove us to City G. This is their destination today. However, the start time there is 2 p.m., so it will still be early when the 3 of them arrive in City G. When Jiang Min's old classmate heard that they had arrived, he immediately rushed over to pick them up. Lao Jiang this way. A sunny and handsome boy, wearing a well-fitting suit, stood outside the hotel and waved to Jiang Min who had just got out of the car. Long time no see, Lao Yuan. Jiang Min was naturally very happy to see his old classmate and immediately walked over and gave him a bear hug. It can be seen that the relationship is indeed good. Xinqing and Su Lu also got out of the car and walked towards the two of them. This is Qingkong Anchor. Hello, I'm Yuan Zimo. I really like your live broadcast, and I also like the interaction between you and your poisonous pet. After Yuan Zimo let go of Jiang Min, his eyes immediately swept towards Xinqing. His eyes were surprisingly bright. He extended his hand towards Xinqing enthusiastically to express his love. Hello, Xinqing. Thank you for your likes. Facing such a familiar person, Xinqing still greeted him with a calm smile. Fortunately, he was the only quiet person present, so he didn't need to say much and naturally found someone to socialize with. The three social thugs immediately became familiar with each other. There is no sense of unfamiliarity at all. Even Yuan Zimo, whom he had just met, followed Jiang Min and started calling Xinqing Brother Shun. Let's go in first. We've just finished lunch and it's almost time to take a break. Yuan Zimo invited the three people to walk into the hotel. In fact, this five-star hotel belongs to him. His family runs a restaurant and hotel business with many branches all over the country. He is definitely a rich second generation. It's just that he, the rich second generation, is different from others. Others like cars, bars, and beautiful women, but he only likes poisonous animals. The more toxic, the better. If his father hadn't forbidden him to keep poisonous animals alone, he would have done so long ago. It is worth mentioning that his father is also a venomous pet enthusiast and has been raising venomous pets for a long time. Originally, in order to expand the market, they had to raise poisonous pets to increase the sense of recognition of their partners. Later, as I raised it, I developed feelings for it. Because of his venomous pet business, he has expanded all over the country and has always regarded the venomous pet as his mascot. Nowadays, these gatherings are where the big bosses from various companies bring their poisonous pet mascots to come and get to know everyone and exchange. Of course, there are also some options for entertainment and gambling. That depends on whether the poisonous pets in your hands have the ability to help their masters win the prize. Their family often wins the prize. Yes, it's a bit like betting on cricket fighting. It's just that the crickets here have become poisonous pets. Brother Shun, is this the poisonous pet you brought? What is it? Can you tell me a little bit? Yuan Zimo walked while looking curiously at a box that Xinqing was holding. The box was neither too big nor too small, just right for Xinqing to hold in his arms. However, the box was completely covered by a black cloth. You can't see what's inside at all. Even the other two were equally curious because they had asked about it before. However, Xinqing just smiled mysteriously and refused to say what the poisonous pet inside was. Let's go inside. The sun is too strong outside, and it's blinding. The little creature inside usually likes dark corners. He has a rather peculiar personality and can easily lose his temper and be quite aggressive. Xinqing did not lift the black cloth, but explained to everyone calmly. Fortunately, no one was making trouble. Yuan Zimo was really curious and kept his eyes on the breeding box wrapped in black cloth. Come on, the private room is ready. Let's talk inside. Yuan Zimo took the lead and led them to the exclusive private room in the hotel. A few minutes later, everyone sat at the dining table and watched Xinqing put the breeding box on the table, waiting to see the true appearance of the poisonous pet inside. Xinqing gently lifted a corner of the black cloth, then lifted half of it, leaving the box half in shadow, so that the little ones inside can have a place to hide. Sure enough, when the black cloth was lifted, several pairs of eyes stared at the box without blinking. Half of the breeding box was clearly illuminated by the light in the private room. The coconut soil is covered with some small stones, small tiles, dead branches and leaves, which looks very depressed and has a sense of autumnal decay. In the shadow of the other half is a slightly larger tile in an arch shape. There are several larger stones nearby. It is worth mentioning that there is a sunken hole in the stone. It looks like a small cave. In front of the cave are some other dead branches and leaves, which just cover most of the cave entrance. At this moment, the other party seemed to have heard the noise and quietly hid himself. So everyone looked everywhere, but couldn't find where the poisonous pet was in the box. Brother Shin, what exactly is this poisonous pet in here? Is it hiding? Yuan Zimo curiously laid down on the transparent breeding box, wanting to see what was inside. My cousin and I have been asking all the way, but Brother Shin just won't say anything. However, now that the black cloth has been lifted, he should be able to tell. Jiang Min looked at Xinqing eagerly, wanting to hear the answer he wanted from him. The truth is, he was feeling itchy all the way. He couldn't calm down until he saw Du Chong. Although Su Lu didn't say anything, his eyes were almost the same as the other two. Ahem, don't worry, it just doesn't like crowds. I'll call it out. Xinqing coughed dryly, then took the small wooden stick he had prepared early in the morning, gently opened the lid and probed into the cave. Said gently, "Come out, don't sleep anymore. I know you usually like to be active at night, but since I brought you out to see the world, I have to say hello to everyone. Human, it is very rude to disturb a beautiful woman's rest like this. Be careful not to find a partner in the future." A lazy and affectionate voice of a royal sister slowly floated over. The tone was neither hurried nor slow, with a unique charm. Especially the ending note at the end, it has a hook that makes people feel numb in their hearts. Chapter 49. The food doubles, and the luxurious villa is also replaced? Qing's ears felt numb, and he moved them slightly unconsciously. The smile on his lips deepened a little. He didn't expect that every time he heard the sound of the guy in the box, he still couldn't help feeling numb. Of all the mature women's voices, this guy's voice is his favorite. Especially the subtle hook in the other person's voice, which seems to be able to hook people's hearts. My mood also softened unconsciously. "I'm sorry, I'm not looking for a partner right now. Come out, everyone is waiting for you." Qing raised his eyebrows, still smiling as he stared at the small hole in the breeding box, and said lightly. It was the first time for Yuan Zimo, Jiang Min, and Su Lu to see Qing treat a poisonous pet like this. "We used to do it through a screen, but now it feels quite fresh. Brother Shin, I've always been curious about your interactions with your poisonous pets. It feels like you can understand what they say. Moreover, the poisonous pets seem to be very obedient around you. What is going on?" Jiang Min had done his homework. After watching Qing's live broadcast, he immediately watched all of Qing's live broadcasts and the edited videos on the internet several times. Especially those interactions between Qing and the poisonous pet that were edited separately. Every time he saw it, he thought the poisonous pet was going to bite someone, but it never happened once. On the contrary, the interaction between Qing and the poisonous pet is like that between people. Look at what Qing said to the poisonous pet in the breeding box just now. Too ordinary, too common. That's what makes it even weirder. Maybe I can really understand what they say. Qing looked at the few people calmly with a relaxed tone, but only he knew what he said, and everything he said was true. But few people don't believe it. Yuan Zimo, Su Lu, Jiang Min. Haha, do you think we believe it? Human, I heard that stinky scorpion say last night that you made him work, and the reward was double the food and a luxurious villa? Don't you have anything to say now that you're here? If you want me to work, have you thought about the compensation? I won't accept the poor one. At this moment, the lazy royal sister's voice sounded again. In particular, the tone of its voice is particularly alluring, and it feels comfortable just to listen to it. The corners of Qing's lips never fell as he listened. If other people could also hear this seductive queen voice, plus Qing's domineering boss voice, it's a perfect CP visual experience. It's just like the overbearing president and his charming and beautiful little wife. As long as the request is not excessive, I can agree to it. Come out. Everyone is waiting, young lady. Qing did not continue to look at the three people with disbelief on their faces, but turned to look inside the breeding box. His hands moved lightly, clearing away the obstructions near the cave. At this moment, a slender black leg stretched out of the cave. Then several more legs followed. But after a while, something finally appeared in everyone's sight. That is the poisonous pet that Qing sent down. Fuck. Black Widow. Yuan Zimo was the one who had the most contact with poisonous pets. When he saw that the poisonous pet coming out of the cave was actually a spider, and the most poisonous Black Widow at that, he was extremely surprised. Why is he so sure this is a Black Widow spider? Because the spider's body is pitch black, it is about 5 centimeters long, and its legs are about 20 to 30 millimeters long. The spider's abdomen is shiny black with a red hourglass-shaped mark. You know, the red hourglass mark of the Black Widow spider is an obvious feature. What? It's really a Black Widow spider? Oh my god, Brother Shun, you are so bold. Jiang Min was also shocked and did not doubt his friend's judgment. He didn't know what the Black Widow looked like, but Yuan Zimo must know. Xiao Shun, the venom of the Black Widow spider is deadly. Is it really okay for you to keep such a poisonous pet? It's very dangerous. Su Lu frowned and looked at Qing worriedly. He likes his friend Qing very much and doesn't want anything to happen to him. See, I knew this would be the reaction. Humans are terrified when they see me, afraid they'll be poisoned to death by me. But if you don't provoke us, we won't waste our life-saving venom. Is that so? Human, if you let me out, you won't be afraid of being poisoned by me, oh. The lazy queen stated the facts slowly and calmly, and then walked leisurely in the shadow of the cave entrance. He looked so relaxed. Have you forgotten that I'm a veterinarian? As for its toxin problem, I have a solution too. Don't worry. Qing first comforted the three adults, then looked at Black Widow calmly and said, I have the ability to deal with your poison, so I'm not afraid. Otherwise, I wouldn't be raising you. When he said this, Shinqing deliberately reached out and touched Black Widow's back, etc. Brother Shun, don't move. His actions frightened the other three so much that they became extremely nervous and even had cold sweat on their foreheads. However, when they reached out to hold Shinqing's hand, they were still a step too slow. Shinqing has already touched it. Human, you are really brave. The lazy royal sister's voice turned cold when Shinqing's hand approached, and its mouth quickly bit Shinqing. Extremely fast. However, when Shinqing's big hand touched its back, that unique aura swept through the Black Widow's entire body. The fangs that were already close to Shinqing's hand froze there. Why does this smell so good? Human, come closer, let me smell it more. Oh, it smells so good, human. I didn't expect you to smell so good. What on earth is that smell? Will you live with me? I'll treat you well, okay? Human. The spider's legs immediately held Shinqing's fingers tightly, and its fangs were retracted. He also rubbed Shinqing's hand with his head, whose face could not be seen. It looks very intimate. The lazy royal sister's voice suddenly lost its laziness and became active, and the voice was delicate and soft. It also has an alluring atmosphere. The ears of the listeners could not help but turn red. Especially the last coquettish words, which really hit the heart. No one can resist the queen's coquettish voice. Of course he does too. Shinqing couldn't help but cover her lips and cough lightly, then raised her hand to show the spider in her hand to everyone. Ahem, don't be afraid. It's actually very docile, right? Them saw Shinqing's actions. They subconsciously took a few steps back, their pupils constricted, their mouths unable to speak fully, and their faces full of shock. Yuan Zimo, huh? Sulu, huh? Jiangmin, he, Omega. I wish you all a happy new year, and thank you all for liking this book. The poor author is begging for your likes, collections, and comments. If you have time, you can help click some free ones to add power to love. Every point is love. Superscript 3. Heartsuit love you guys. Chapter 50. Whose cute little loli is having a cricket feast. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The poisonous pet party has begun. The third floor of the hotel had already been arranged for a banquet. As soon as we entered the door, we saw business elites in suits and ties, each holding a feeding box, some big and some small, moving among the crowd. The topics of conversation had nothing to do with work, but were all about how someone's pet was doing today. Shinqing came in carrying a feeding box and was brought in by Yuan Zimo. Jiang Min and Su Lu followed behind. Come on, my dad told me a long time ago that I must bring you over to meet him. My dad likes you very much, too. Yuan Zimo smiled and called Shinqing to walk towards the front. There, several men in suits gathered in a place similar to an exhibition hall, chatting and laughing. This gathering was organized by Yuan Zimo's father. They have such banquets frequently, and those who are capable will hold such gatherings regularly. Of course, the party is real, and the purpose behind it is also real. However, after a long time, everyone formed a tacit understanding. Therefore, the poisonous pets that each of them brought were very large. Soon, the 4 of them came to Yuan Zimo's father. Dad, Uncle Li, Uncle Lu, I brought some friends over to meet you. This is Shinqing, Su Lu, and Jiang Min. Yuan Zimo immediately showed his social skills and quickly introduced Shinqing and the others to several people. It just so happened that these people were all familiar with his father, and they all knew each other, so naturally they could talk to each other more familiarly. Hello, uncles. Shinqing and the other 2 greeted them politely, but Shinqing's eyes were unconsciously attracted to the breeding boxes in front, because several voices had already reached his ears. Ugly bug, why are you here again? Did your owner feed you too much? Look how fat you are. I'm still the best. My master will carefully prepare food for me and build a beautiful castle for me. That delicious cricket feast was delicious / greater than or equal to less than or equal to / Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. A cute Lolita voice came, and as I listened to it, a little Lolita wearing Lolita appeared in my mind, standing in place and spinning in circles. It feels a bit like the little doll in the rotating music box, very cute. The last sentence it said sounded sweet, but once you thought about it, it immediately fell apart. Whose cute little girl is enjoying a cricket feast? The picture in my mind shattered instantly. Little guy, are you saying this out of jealousy or envy? My master is willing to fatten me up and treat me well, so is it my fault? You should reflect on yourself and ask yourself if your master only feeds you crickets because you are too ugly. He was satisfied with a cricket feast. It's so pitiful. Oh, I can't bear to continue talking about it. Oh, and you should be more polite, or you'll be annoying __. Then came the cool and noble voice of a young man. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. The tone was neither hurried nor slow, and each word was spoken with an antique charm. Just by listening to its sound, an image of a noble young man from a wealthy family living in troubled times unconsciously emerged in my mind. His elegant white robe rustled in the wind, and his eyes were indifferent. Unique temperament. But what it said is hard to comment on. He definitely looks like a person with a sharp tongue. The most heartbreaking words were said in the coldest tone, which was really heartbreaking. Listen to what it says. What does it mean to be satisfied with a cricket meal? Well, of course, it's hard to describe the taste of a cricket feast for humans, but for animals, it is indeed a good food. But his voice was special and sharp-tongued, which made it easy for Shin-Ching to remember him. Onaji, no Aya, how can you say that to a little sister? We'll be companions when we go into battle later. If you guys get tired of each other and lose the game, I won't let you two off. I can't say for sure. I ate you two back then. What do you think? The last voice was that of a young girl, but it sounded extremely weak. Like a delicate little white flower. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. But what it said was extremely cruel. He is the kind of person who talks to you with a smile in front of you, but becomes ruthless and eats his own kind if he is not satisfied behind your back. It gives the impression of a savage little devil. However, it is worth mentioning that going to battle, it just mentioned. Shin-Ching also became curious and looked forward to what was to come. Ha ha ha. This must be Shin-Ching. I watched the replay of your live broadcast. You were pretty good. I am very optimistic about you. Uncle Yuan looked at Shin-Ching with a happy face, then turned around and introduced him to several of his friends. Laoli, Laolu, this is the anchor Shin-Ching I was talking about just now. His poisonous pet is extremely obedient, which is really rare. Really? The thing the young man is holding is a poisonous pet. Uncle Lee's eyes lit up immediately when he saw this, and his eyes just happened to stay on Shin-Ching's hand. It was a box covered with black cloth. Bringing it here at this time, one could tell without thinking that it was a poisonous pet. Young man, what Lao Yuan said is true. Can you let us take a look? If your poisonous pet is really obedient, we may need your help later. Uncle Lu also became interested. Several pairs of eyes were looking at Shin-Ching. Help! Shin-Ching immediately thought of the girl's voice that just mentioned going into battle. Maybe it's the same thing. However, Yuan Zimo did not tell them much about this, perhaps because there was something that was inconvenient to say. At this time, several uncles were staring at him, as if they wanted to see whether he and the poisonous pet in their hands could help them. Dad, don't you have regular teammates? Why do you still need Brother Shin's help? Where's Manhwa? Yuan Zimo pulled Uncle Yuan and asked in a low voice. One of the parts of the party is the competition between the poisonous pets, both individually and in teams. His dad has a four-man team. They are old teammates. There are the two uncles in front of you, and an aunt, but she didn't come. Many times they teamed up together and won several times, bringing a lot of benefits to their family company. This time he also thought it was just them, but why was there one missing from the group of four? Judging from my dad's situation, it seems that he wants Brother Shin to join them. I think you're a pretty good friend. Maybe we can win again today. Uncle Yuan's eyes were filled with wisdom. The person involved, Shin-Ching, just raised his eyebrows and did not refuse. He put the breeding box in his hand on the counter in front. Said politely, yes, I also have a poisonous pet on my hand. I just wonder if there is anything I can do for you uncles. Shin-Ching's expression remained calm, and he actually had a rough idea in his mind. But he was very interested in what his uncles said next. Chapter 51. You didn't even find me a wife. That's really too bad. The party hasn't started yet. People only started arriving at 2 o'clock. The real activity won't start until at least 2:30 or 3 o'clock. I think this period of time is the time for everyone to talk to each other. For example, it looks like this now. Ha 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 ha. Young man, you're straightforward. I like that. We uncles are indeed in trouble. If your poisonous pet is as obedient as Lao Yuan and his son said, then we don't need to look for anyone else this time. Uncle Lu laughed heartily and patted Shin-Ching on the shoulder, his face smiling like Methriya Buddha. This shows how good his mood is. Then, without Shin-Ching asking, Uncle Lu explained their situation one by one. Because it was obvious that Shin-Ching was here for the first time. Only at this time did Shin-Ching get the complete content of the party. It's not that Yuan Zimo didn't want to say it, but that kind of thing is hard to say. If you really think about it, it's no different from gambling. It's just that the competition is different. In general, the big guys who participated in the competition all participated according to their companies. This is true whether it is an individual or team competition. The requirements for participating in the competition are also quite high. The registration fee is 100,000 yuan. It is worth mentioning that the winner of the individual competition can get a cash reward of 5 million. This reward was provided by the person who organized the party, that is, Yuan Zimo's father. So many young people will participate, while the big guys are more interested in the team competition. The registration requirement for the team competition is company shares, which must not be less than 1%. This condition is not low. Generally, those who dare to participate have a certain amount of capital and confidence. The team competition consists of a minimum of 4 people in a group, and the winning team will share all the company shares of all participants. The reward is so tempting that few can resist it. After all, if you win once, you can make a fortune. Of course, this kind of team competition requires a contract to be signed, which avoids the possibility of not acknowledging the contract. As for the content of the competition, it is also very simple. That is, large poisonous pets cannot be used. Only insect-type poisonous pets can be used in the competition. Poisonous pets are famous for their poison, so naturally what is being compared is their poison-using skills. That is the survival instinct. There are 3 rounds in total. The first round is a big fight, and only the 30 teams that survive can participate in the second round. In the second game, the 10 surviving teams will enter the final round. The most exciting part is the last game, which only lasts half an hour. The poisonous pets have to poison all other poisonous pets except their teammates in the last half hour. Even if there is only one team left, they still win. It can be said that this competition is very cruel and bloody for the poisonous pets. No one knows what it will become. The experience gained from hosting so many gatherings is that the poisonous pet that can understand the master's orders is most likely to win. This is also why they want to ask whether Xinqing's poisonous pet is obedient. Of course, when it comes to the life of the poisonous pet, you can give up. But very few people really regard poisonous pets as companions, so there are even fewer people who give up. In their eyes, this is just a way for them to gain benefits. However, Yuan Zimo and his father were rare people who loved their pets and did not just treat their poisonous pets as tools. Because their poisonous pets are all partners, they not only bring them benefits, but also gain their recognition. You can't be too ruthless in life, and the same goes for doing business. Their other partner didn't come this time because their poisonous pet was sick and unable to participate in the competition. So I thought of Xinqing. This was also a coincidence. Yuan Zimo just sent Xinqing's video to Uncle Yuan. This is how the scene is today. Only after listening to the explanation did Xinqing realize that there was so much more to it. What Yuan Zimo told him was only the most common level. That is, the poisonous pet exchange and purchasing conference will begin in 10 minutes. At this time, some staff members had already started organizing others to start the flea market for venomous pets here. As long as there is a need to exchange or sell poisonous pets, you can get a number plate from the staff and then find the corresponding stall to start selling. Xinqing and the others were located a little further back. The stalls were placed around the entire hall. When he looked up again, many people had already started setting up stalls. Xinqing took a look and saw that most of the people selling there were young people. It seemed that those people were brought here by some big boss. Of course I'm willing to help, but if the life of my poisonous pet is at stake, I'd still like to abstain. Xinqing said it right up front. He had no motive for personal gain. Moreover, in his eyes, the poisonous pets in his shop are all partners. Now that they are in his hands, he must be responsible to the end. So he could agree because even if he was injured, he could still save him. But this does not mean that he regards the life of his poisonous pet as dispensable. So it's better to make things clear first. Ha 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 ha. Xinqing, you really didn't let me down. With your attitude, we believe in you. It doesn't matter even if you lose. If you're afraid of losing, don't play this. Uncle Yuan patted Xinqing's shoulder with a smile, and there was more and more satisfaction in his eyes. What makes them different from others is the way they deal with poisonous pets. This is also what makes them unique in the circle. Of course, this is a matter of principle for them, and what Xinqing said just now just happened to be in line with their principles. How could he not be happy? So, the matter was decided. However, before that, Xinqing still did not forget the purpose of his coming here. That means buying a poisonous pet. Brother Xin, let us help you choose. I'm familiar with this part. When Yuan Zimo learned the purpose of Xinqing's visit, he immediately followed him and wanted to be his guide. Okay. Xinqing nodded and then started walking towards the nearest stall. It was a stall owned by a young girl. The other person looked similar to Xinqing and the others, and on her stall were several small breeding boxes. When Xinqing approached, he saw the poisonous pet placed in the transparent breeding box in the middle of the table. That's a sick spider. Why does it say it is sick? Of course it says so itself. My body hurts so much. Is there anyone who can help me? Am I going to die? This weather is too hard. It's hot outside, but the lights in the house are so bright. Are they trying to melt me with the heat? And this little human girl, not only did she capture me for no reason, but she also didn't even bother to find a better place for me. It's really too bad that you didn't even find me a wife. Hey, I'm so hurt. Please find someone who can take charge. A sudden young voice reached Shunqing's ears. The tone and voice were particularly prominent, and the words were so vivid that I unconsciously drew a face for the voice in my mind. This decadent, weak, yet youthful voice must be paired with a handsome face. The young man, who was full of vigor and vitality, had a bad tone and was full of complaints because he was injured. But also because of the injury, the tone is a little weak and lacks energy. There is also a helpless feeling of brokenness. A young man full of vigor and vitality, he instantly turned into a broken and puppy-like boy. But there was still a hint of stubbornness in the boy's eyes. Image source, Internet, deleted due to infringement. Ding. Sydney Funnelweb Spider 1 detected, recommended for host breeding. Thank you all for liking this book. The author would like to wish you all a happy new year. I wish you all good health, peace every year, good luck, abundant wealth. All your wishes come true, and you will become rich overnight. Image source, Internet, deleted due to infringement. Chapter 52. Beautiful boss, how much is this spider? Sydney Funnelweb Spider. Image source, Internet, deleted due to infringement. Shunqing raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know much about insects before, but since he got the manual on raising venomous pets, he has learned a lot. As long as the name of the poisonous pet is determined, relevant information will immediately appear in your mind. You should know that most spiders are venomous, but the degree of venom varies. The more famous poisonous spiders include the black widow spider and the recluse spider from the United States. Hobo spiders of the Pacific coast of the Northwest. But none of these spiders are as deadly and dangerous as the Sydney funnelweb spider. This is a spider that even venom experts are afraid of. The Sydney funnelweb spider is an irritable creature and is considered the most aggressive spider in the world. A single sting can kill an adult human in less than an hour. Its fangs are more than 1 centimeter long and can bite through human fingernails or leather boots. The adult can reach a body length of 6 to 8 centimeters, and the fangs can be up to half an inch, close to 1.3 centimeters, long. When attacking, the fangs stab downward like a dagger. Therefore, the funnelweb spider has to stand up with its head held high so that it can expose its fangs and bite down fiercely. The effects of the extremely toxic sting can be felt within minutes of the bite. The venom of the funnelweb spider spreads rapidly and can cause spastic paralysis. The patient experiences muscle spasms, sometimes extremely severe, and eventually falls into a coma. The toxin attacks the respiratory center, and the patient will eventually suffocate to death. Sydney funnelweb spiders also have smaller males and larger females, and males may be eaten during mating. What's strange is that the male spider is more venomous, about 4 times that of the female spider. Moreover, male spiders need to wander around to find a mate, which is not good news for humans. If the spider in front of me is really a Sydney funnelweb spider, then that would be really great. Why do you say that? Because looking at the girl in front of me, I think she doesn't recognize the Sydney funnelweb spider, or she has recognized the wrong spider. That's why we despise it so much. Of course, it is also possible that the spider was injured and was somehow covered in a layer of black, which is very different from its original appearance. That's why no one recognized it. No matter what, he got a bargain now. Boss, how much is this spider? I want it. Shunqing looked up at the female boss across the stall and said calmly. When Yuan Zimo and the others saw Shunqing taking a fancy to the black spider, they immediately asked, "Yes, beautiful boss, how much is this spider? Sell or trade?" Jiang Min and Su Lu also looked at the poisonous pet on the table with curiosity and asked. They had heard before that there were only 2 ways to sell poisonous pets at the poisonous pet stall. One was to sell, and the other was to exchange. Shunqing didn't know the price of the poisonous pet. After all, he had only been in this circle for a few days. The poisonous pets I bought were all from acquaintances at a low price. Even the poisonous pet that Master Lei had was going to be eliminated, so the price was not high. To be honest, today was the first time he came into contact with the price of poisonous pets. You like this spider? The beautiful boss saw several handsome guys surrounding her stall, especially Shunqing at the front. He is the most handsome, with a cool temperament. But the contrast between his every gesture and his smiling eyes is quite striking. It is cool yet warm, and not too attractive. The beautiful boss said softly with a shy look on her face. My uncle caught this spider, and I know what species it is. But since you want it, how about 1,000 yuan? This price is the lowest for her. You should know that the other poisonous pets start at least 5,000. Of course, the price was set by her uncle. She came here today just to see the world. When her uncle comes back, he won't need her help anymore. Okay, can you sell me the rest? You decide the price. Shunqing didn't know whether the price was high or low, but he could afford 1,000 yuan. There are also several other poisonous pets that he thinks are very good. Because just now, several more voices were heard. Little spider, what's the point of you screaming so miserably? If no one buys you, you can only wait to die. This is a clear and melodious sound with a sweet melody that sounds intoxicating. The voice gives people a feeling of cuteness and gentleness. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. Yeah, just look at what happened to me. Even if someone wanted to buy me, I don't know how long I could have survived. It was a hoarse and somewhat unpleasant voice of an old man, and the tone was full of calmness after vicissitudes of life. It seems as if he has already let go of life and death. In other words, there is nothing you can do to change your current situation. It was only then that Shen Qing discovered that the opponent was actually a sapphire spider with 2 legs broken. Because the other party was hiding under the leaves, I didn't see it. The other one is a golden trapdoor spider, which also comes out from behind a cover. But it also has some flaws. That is its iconic tail, a round shape like an ancient bronze coin with a huge hole in it. It was obvious that the coin was injured, but the wound had already scabbed over, and it looked like 1/3 of the copper coin had been bitten off by something. It hurt just to look at it, but the voice was still clear and gentle. Ding. Detected 1 money trap spider and 1 sapphire spider. Host recommended. This touched Shen Qing deeply. His brows furrowed unconsciously, and he asked in confusion, why are these 2 spiders like this? One had lost several legs, and the other had most of its tail bitten off. Compared to this, the Sydney funnel web spider is simply too good. At least it's still there intact. It's not me, it's not us. The beautiful boss saw Shen Qing frowning. He lowered his eyes to look at the other 2 spiders on the table and immediately began to explain. Actually, they were bought by my uncle. Their owners had them participate in competitions, and when they lost, they became the eliminated poisonous pets. My uncle felt sorry for them, so he bought them and treated them, but their wounds still couldn't heal. I came here today to find them new owners who can truly treat them well. The beautiful boss gave a brief explanation and then turned her attention to Shen Qing. In a softer tone, he said, my uncle said that if someone wants to buy them, they must accept them sincerely. I can feel that you are worried about them, so I will sell these 2 poisonous pets to you as well. Just give me 8,000 in total. Anyway, my uncle didn't spend much money to buy it. Just the follow-up treatment cost a little. But they don't care about that little bit of money at all. They are all people with plenty of money. The beautiful boss sold the 3 to Shen Qing for 8,000 yuan and closed the stall early. Shen Qing was carrying a larger breeding box with 3 small breeding boxes inside. Inside were a sapphire spider with 2 legs broken off, a trapdoor spider with 1/3 of its tail bitten off, and a stubborn young Sydney funnel web spider. Chapter 53 Human, you might as well kick me in the pocket. The sapphire spider is an arboreal spider. The sapphire spider's body is blue and white, with 8 long legs covered with chelicerae, leg rings like gold rings at the joints, light gray dark stripes across its abdomen, and eye spot-like stripes on its back. It usually lives in the hollows of tall trees. Sapphire spiders do not weave webs to hunt, but instead actively prey on various flying insects and even baby birds. The prey bitten by them will become paralyzed and quickly exhausted, suffering from pain but unable to move. While enduring the damage of neurotoxins and suffering the pain of physical bites, he could only die miserably in humiliation. They are also extremely aggressive towards large animals and even humans. So he is not a guy to be trifled with. But now he is injured so seriously, he must have encountered a stronger opponent. This gave Shen Qing a more intuitive feeling about the upcoming game. As for the money trapdoor spider, it is not poisonous and has a gentle temperament, making it very suitable to be kept as a pet. The tail is round and has patterns on it, which makes it look like an ancient copper coin, hence its name. It is rare and very valuable. The money trapdoor spider is an omnivorous spider that lives in a specific environment and has unique living habits and structure. It is timid and will quickly retreat into its burrow when frightened. But why would such a timid and non-venomous money trapdoor spider appear here? And it seems that it was thrown into the competition by its previous owner. In this situation, it's really lucky to be alive. However, no matter what, since they are already in his hands, he will naturally not let them get hurt. Don't worry, you 3. As long as I'm here, I won't let you get hurt. And please don't bite anyone randomly. Of course, I won't give you a chance to bite anyone. Shen Qing held the breeding box in front of him and stared at the 3 different spiders in the transparent box. Said very seriously, Degree hey, this human who bought us looks pretty good. He finally found a cool place for me. As long as you can cure my problem. And you can find me a few wives, omega. So it's not impossible to listen to you. The boy's voice, which was a bit decadent at first, now has become full of energy. There was a subtle hint of happiness in his tone of voice. But I can't change this thing about my wife. Xinqing was so upset after hearing this. What does it matter if you say it well now? The end result will still be the same. Iota understood. The other uncle's voice, which was both vicissitudes of life and unpleasant, remained calm, as if it would be the same no matter who was in charge. Actually, I quite like this human being as my master. At least he's handsome and has a nice personality. I like him. Don't worry, master, I don't bite. The only Xiao Yuan was still extremely gentle, as if he had never experienced any harm. It's just what it says, but it has already hidden itself. It can be seen that he is still very timid. Xinqing felt weak in the heart after hearing this. He didn't say much, but just wrapped the animal-friendly aura on his body towards the three little guys. Let them feel unique warmth and closeness. The master's aura is so warm, it feels like all the hair on my body has been combed smooth. Xiao Yuan, the most timid one, suddenly became more vocal the moment he felt the breath. I saw the body hidden in the hole also poking out a little. Looking in the direction of Xinqing, the brown-red body had a kind of ugly cute feeling. It seems to be true. That comfortable aura is coming from this human. I feel the pain in my body has lessened a lot. How amazing, human. Just kick me in the pocket. Don't worry, I definitely won't bite you. How about it? Just agree to it. I will definitely serve you while master take me to the party. The young boy was initially surprised, but after feeling it, he immediately made up his mind. She even spoke in a deliberately pinched voice and acted like a coquettish person. It's just unbearable to watch. Ahem. Little brother, you don't have to act so weird. With your toxicity, no one dares to put you in their pocket. Unless he doesn't want to die. Actually, if you really want a poisonous pet, master, you might consider me. I'm not as poisonous as it, but I look pretty good. It's rare that the uncle's voice, which was originally as vicissitudes as a pool of stagnant water, actually has a bit more life at this time. I also know that he interacted with that boy's voice. Although its interaction is just dragging down others, it is much better than the lifeless state before. Hey, look at my bad temper. Uncle, is it immoral for you to try to drag me down? If you're brave enough, let's have a duel. Whoever wins gets to keep it in the master's pocket. How about it? Do you dare to bet? As expected, the young boy got angry. His voice became a little louder, like an angry lion, urgently looking for someone to duel. But what it said directly blocked Xinqing's wishes. Xinqing twitched his lips rarely when he heard this. He immediately retracted his animal affinity skill, allowing everything to return to normal, and knocked on the lid of the breeding box. All right, behave yourself. You're all still injured, right? Stop making such a fuss. I'll treat you when we get home. Then I turned off the inner voice function to avoid having to listen to them quarreling. As for the other three people who followed, they had already been arranged by Xinqing to purchase the poisonous pets. As long as the price is right, he will take any poisonous pet that is willing to be sold. He needs to add more friends to his pet shop. Time passed little by little, and soon it was time for the final part of the party, which was the competition. Individual and team competitions will be held simultaneously, and each person can only participate in one event. Xinqing had already made an agreement with Uncle Yuan and the others, so he would naturally not go back on his word. I came here after putting all the poisonous pets I bought in the hotel room with a few friends. Uncle Yuan, Uncle Li, Uncle Lu. Xinqing carried his breeding box and walked over with Yuan Zimo and the other three. Here we are, it's about to start in 10 minutes. Now that everyone is here, let's go sign up. Uncle Yuan looked at Xinqing and the others and nodded. He was also holding a breeding box in his hand, which was also covered with a black cloth. No one knew what kind of poisonous pet was inside. In addition to the poisonous pet, each of the three uncles is followed by an assistant. They all had file bags in their hands, probably what they would need for registration later. Let's go. Let's go. This time we can kill everyone in great numbers again. Several people came to the registration place with laughter, and several teams had already successfully registered. Although this party was organized by Uncle Yuan, all matters were handled by relevant personnel. He didn't need to worry. Moreover, the person in charge of the registration office was the organizer of the last party. Boss Yuan, are you guys going to participate this time too? You know 3 people aren't enough. The person in charge of the registration office, Mr. Jiang, looked at Uncle Yuan and his group with a smile. I didn't see that familiar figure there, so I asked this question. Qianro is unable to participate due to some matters, but we have found another little brother to help. Don't worry, we can still win in the end. Uncle Yuan spoke immediately when he saw his old acquaintance and introduced Xinqing to him. Come, let me introduce you. This is my son's friend Xinqing, who is also a poisonous pet enthusiast. He also brought his poisonous pet. Today's book has been coded. Spread the flowers. I'm so sleepy and want to sleep. That's all for today. Good night, everyone. I wish you a sweet dream heart. Chapter 54. After all, poisonous pets are not humans. So how can we treat them the same way we treat humans? Uncle Yuan looked like he trusted Shenqing very much, and it was obvious that the other party was not joking at all. The other two people behind Uncle Yuan also nodded, as if they agreed with Shenqing. This is very surprising. Sure enough, after hearing this, President Jiang looked at Shenqing with curiosity. I'm curious about how this young man caught the attention of these three guys. In his opinion, the so-called poisonous pet principle of Uncle Yuan and the other two actually didn't matter. After all, poisonous pets are not humans, so how can we treat them the same way we treat humans? If they die during the game, they die? They can just buy another one. They are not short of money. But Uncle Yuan and the others said that winning the competition was all thanks to these poisonous pets, so naturally, they couldn't be unconscionable. So they were about to win several times, but had to give up because their poisonous pet was injured. But he couldn't say whether this choice was good or bad. Because from a humanitarian perspective, these venomous pets really fight for their owners. But most people do not agree, so Uncle Yuan and his friends became the outliers among the minority. And now that Shenqing has caught the attention of several of them, it must be related to this point. Okay, I've registered you all. It's officially starting in 10 minutes. You all know the process. President Jiang handed a number plate to Uncle Yuan and said with a smile. He was responsible for registration and refereeing this time, so he did not participate in the poisonous pet competition. It's all very leisurely. However, his gaze stayed on Shenqing for a little longer, as he also wanted to see how they would cooperate and compete in a while. Shenqing naturally noticed the other person's gaze, nodded, and gave a polite and graceful smile. Then I followed Uncle Yuan and the others and left the registration place. The competition venue is in the middle of the hall. There are two places similar to rings in total. They are all surrounded by transparent glass. Half is an individual competition and the other is a team competition. At this moment, the personal area was already surrounded by a lot of people, and everyone was in a very high spirit. Most of the people participating in the competition are from the younger generation, and the older ones are accompanied by an assistant. Like Uncle Yuan and the others, he was holding a file bag in his hands. It's filled with information. I guess it's the so-called shares. Shenqing thought that there wouldn't be many people participating in the team competition, but when he got closer, he realized that all those who came here to participate in this kind of poisonous pet competition were big bosses. They are not short of money at all. To put it nicely, a poisonous pet competition is still gambling. Who doesn't want to win? You know, the more people participate in the competition, the greater the benefits the final winner will gain. Thinking of the benefits brought about by this, who can sit still? So it is in stark contrast to the individual competition, with half of the participants being young people and half being older people. It is very lively. Time passed quickly, and those who wanted to participate in the poisonous pet competition had already registered. At this time, Mr. Jiang, who had just been at the registration office, was heard walking over. He was holding a microphone in his hand and was also accompanied by an assistant. In the file bag in the assistant's hand at this moment is the share transfer agreement they used when participating in the competition. The volume is quite large, judging by the size. There must be at least 100 or 200 books. According to the minimum standard of 4 people in a team, there are only 40 or 50 teams in 200 books. However, the first team match is a free-for-all, and all poison pet players must play. Shenqing had already seen another pair of big guys next to them. They had already opened the breeding boxes in their hands and directly placed the poisonous pets into the huge breeding boxes circled by the melee. That's right. The area in the middle is the breeding box, which is filled with coconut soil. Of course, there are also dead branches, leaves, stones, and tiles. There are even model trees placed there, which are very similar to the real outdoor forest. The purpose of the melee is to eliminate the extra poisonous pets, leaving only the last 30 teams. Both renunciation and death are allowed here. So what follows is a big fight. It is worth mentioning that Shenqing heard the conversation coming from the poisonous pet next door. The other party also consisted of 4 people, and the poisonous pets they raised were also the same, all golden scorpions, and the most poisonous Israeli golden scorpions. It is called the killer scorpion or the Middle Eastern golden scorpion and is extremely poisonous. Just when they appeared, the system in his mind started broadcasting, reminding him that he could raise them. This is not the point. The point is that they are extremely ferocious at the moment. You should know that the Israeli golden scorpion has strong attack power and a violent temper. This is generally recognized. But this is not what surprised Shenqing. What surprised him the most was that these big guys who raised poisonous pets had starved the Israeli golden scorpion for more than half a month. Although they were resistant to hunger, The 4 Israeli golden scorpions had become extremely violent due to not getting enough food. Damn humans, they haven't given me food for over half a month, only feeding me every few days. They're keeping me hanging like this. It's absolutely abominable. Humph. If I get the chance, I'll definitely poison him to death. The first to speak was from the smallest golden scorpion, his tone full of anger and grievance. And of course there is anger. That's right, its voice is too soft, like a Lolita voice, and there is no momentum in saying these words, but instead there is a sense of being coquettish. In Shunqing's mind, he unconsciously associated this voice with a cute and soft little face. It's still that look with her cheeks puffed up because of anger, so cute. Little girl, you're not the only one who's hungry. Look, we all came in hungry. If I start a killing spree later, remember to move aside, or I'll eat you too. Don't blame me for not warning you, hee hee. The next voice that came was a young boy's voice, but with a hint of Yandere. Especially the last laugh, it felt like a chilling leech. There's clearly no ups and downs in the voice, but when it speaks, it sounds so perverted. A real sickly and delicate little boy. And from what it said, it was obviously hungry and was going to hunt prey here to fill its stomach. Xinqing also saw that the other party's tail was swinging back and forth as if it was eager to try. It seems like it is ready to attack. Xinqing's mouth twitched when he saw this. One of the other two remained silent, just waving its pincers and looking ahead. The other one was like a firecracker that caught fire at the slightest touch, waving its pincers back and forth. Where's the prey? Come and take a bite from Grandpa, and I guarantee you will ascend to heaven. Ha ha ha. Come on, come quickly. I'm incredibly powerful now. When Xinqing heard this voice, the corners of his mouth twitched even more fiercely. This loud voice with a northeastern accent can almost make people's heads turn upside down. It is extremely cruel. You can tell he's a grown man as soon as you hear him. But with such a body, it's really hard to describe. Chapter 55, Bark Scorpion, Master of Disguise. Xinqing silently stroked his forehead, feeling extremely ashamed. However, the opponent looked difficult to deal with at first glance. In order to avoid being the first to face these starving scorpions, it was still necessary to have some explanations with the poisonous pets. Uncle Yuan, I want to talk to them for a few minutes. Is that okay? Xinqing looked at Uncle Yuan and the others around him and said seriously. He had not yet interacted with the poisonous pets of Uncle Yuan and the others, and did not know their tempers. He will definitely have to cooperate with his poisonous pet spider soon, so he can check it in advance. By the way, combine these poisonous pets together to protect yourself while attacking other poisonous pets. This is the layout he had in mind. If anyone else said they wanted to command the poisonous pets to make plans, it would definitely be an international joke. But when it comes to Xinqing, it really means exactly what it says. Because he has an innate condition, which is the ability to eavesdrop on animals' thoughts. When Uncle Yuan heard what Xinqing said, he immediately thought of the interaction between Xinqing and his poisonous pets during the live broadcast. He smiled and nodded in agreement. So the three uncles opened the black cloth on the poison pet's breeding box in their hands. Uncle Yuan's is a bark scorpion. It looks similar in color to the bark, and you really can't find it unless you look closely. He is a master of disguise. But its voice is indeed a cute lowly voice, the same one that claimed to have eaten a cricket feast before. Human, are you the helper the master has found? You look all right, but your poisonous pet is too weak. If it gets eaten, we won't save it. The little girl speaks her mind and expresses her attitude directly, and her voice softens people unconsciously. The sound just doesn't match its body at all, and it breaks down in minutes. If you are afraid of death, it is better not to go on stage and save yourself from wasting energy. The indifferent and cold voice of the young master came from the breeding box in Uncle Lee's hand. It was a Galapagos giant centipede, which is highly venomous and can even cause death in severe cases. It is indeed as poisonous as its tongue. It is normal for the voice and body to be inconsistent. Ouch, how can you say that? It will scare new friends. Little spider across the way, we need to advance and retreat together later. In Uncle Lou's hand is a yellow fat-tailed scorpion, which is one of the most toxic of all scorpions. But coupled with that gentle girlish voice, like a pure little white flower, who can resist such a voice? Hearing this can make people want to protect it. But all this is just a disguise. Don't worry, you three brothers and sisters. I'm not a pushover either. If the critical moment comes, it's not certain who will save whom. The Black Widow slowly walked out of the breeding box in Xinqing's hand. He came to a place near several other boxes and calmly raised his front legs. The voice is lazy and casual, especially the ending, which is like a bunch of small hooks that make people feel itchy. Didn't you see that the cold and noble young man who was so sharp-tongued just now has become quiet? It can be seen how lethal this mature sister's voice is. In front of the mature woman, there is no comparison between lowly and girl. Ahem, we're going to the battlefield soon, so I'll cut to the chase. Protect yourself and your teammates. If you can't win, just admit defeat. I'll be watching from the sidelines. Xinqing lowered his head and spoke seriously to the poisonous pets in the 4 breeding boxes. The tone showed that he cared about them. The others didn't think that the poisonous pets could really understand Xinqing's words, but they didn't say much either. I thought Xinqing said that because he was nervous. Xiaoshen, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you lose. You can just win it back next time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Uncle Yuan patted Xinqing's shoulder and spoke to comfort him. After all, Xinqing's shares in the competition were contributed by the 3 of them, so he thought Xinqing did this because he was afraid of losing. The little girl's voice was full of doubt. Why do I feel like this human can understand our conversation? If you want to know, just try it out and you will find out. The cold young master's voice was still as cold as a moon bud, as if he was not of this world. Of course, the premise is that it speaks less so as not to reveal its sharp-tongued side. Human, if we win the game, can you agree to our request? You are so naive, hee, how could humans possibly understand what we say? If there really are such things, then what are they other than monsters? Oh, the girl's voice was gentle and charming, but her tone was full of disbelief. Only the royal sister chuckled softly with a hook and didn't say much. Xinqing heard and saw all of this. A sly smile naturally appeared on his lips. He looked at the poisonous pets very calmly and said, "Okay, as long as you win, I can agree to any conditions you want as long as I can do it." Holy crap, this human can actually understand us. Equals. The little girl was so frightened that she took several steps back, and even the classic Chinese culture came out. It can be seen that he was really scared. Cough, 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 cough. Do you really understand? Sigma. Even the cold and aloof young master Ian was frightened and choked on his saliva. If it had a human face, I believe its pupils would be dilated and its face would be full of disbelief at this moment. A human? You said that, so don't deny it when the time comes. I want so many things. The one with the strongest receptive ability was actually that soft girl's voice. As he spoke, by the end, his voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Of course, my words are my promises. Xinqing looked at the poisonous pets with a smile, and his eyes did not seem to be looking at creatures inferior to himself. Instead, he looked at these poisonous pets equally, as if they were teammates. Let me tell you what we're going to do. You and you. Xinqing lowered his head again and released the animal affinity aura on his body to the other 3 poisonous pets, maxing out their favorability. Then he whispered about the combat methods. Uncle Yuan and the others looked confused. In addition to them, there are 4 big guys next to them who raise Israeli golden scorpions. They also looked at Xinqing, but their eyes were full of disdain. Although they didn't hear what he said, Xinqing's gentle tone made them unable to adapt. Feels fake. Especially since Xinqing is a teammate of Uncle Yuan and others. You know, they lost to Uncle Yuan's team and missed the championship. This time I will avenge my previous humiliation no matter what. That's why he deliberately starved his poisonous pet, the golden scorpion, in advance when he learned that Uncle Yuan was holding a banquet. Number 1. See these poisonous pets over here? If you kill them, your food will be doubled for the next 6 months. Otherwise, you will be of no use. One of the big guys had a Mediterranean hairstyle and looked at the poisonous pet on Xinqing's side with a sinister look on his face. The smile on his lips was strange and cruel. Wow, I caught the flu and have been feeling unwell all day, vomiting and having diarrhea. It's terrible. I don't have any strength at all. Then I opened the page and found out that the chapter has been reviewed. I looked and saw that they are not allowed to post centipede pictures. I learned something new. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. I also wish you all good health, and good health love you. Chapter 56. Although it is a little sticky, it can still keep you hungry. He didn't deliberately lower his voice when he spoke, but it seemed as if he was speaking intentionally for them to hear. That look was full of provocation. As soon as Xinqing looked up, he saw the other person's eyes, but said nothing. Uncle Yuan, on the other hand, although still smiling, the warmth in his eyes had dropped considerably, and he said meaningfully, "Some people just can't stand losing, no matter how many times they have to lose. It's because of their bad character, and I think this time is no exception." Yuanjia, what are you talking about? Okay, third brother, the game will start soon. As soon as Uncle Yuan finished speaking, one of the 4 people next door glared at Uncle Yuan with anger on his face. He had a ferocious look on his face, but another calmer man pulled him back. However, in their conversation, one was angry and the other was calm, but the angry one was quickly suppressed. This made Xinqing raise his eyebrows. But I'm also a little more cautious about this. As the saying goes, barking dogs don't bite, and dogs that bite don't bark. No matter what time, you should pay more attention to people who don't talk much, because who knows what they are pulling behind the scenes. Uncle Yuan was not affected at all, but just explained to Xinqing in a low voice. Originally, there was another teammate in our group, but her poisonous pet was bitten by one of these people's poisonous pets last time, so she couldn't participate in the competition. I've been treated for a long time, but it hasn't gotten better. I heard you can treat poisonous pets. After the game, can you accompany me to see it? As Uncle Yuan was speaking, he suddenly remembered that Xinqing seemed to have said during the live broadcast that he was also a veterinarian. I guess it's not difficult to treat a poisonous pet. Just after the game is over, you can go see Qianro and her poisonous pet. Okay. Xinqing naturally did not refuse. At this time, all the contestants put their poisonous pets into the melee area, including Xinqing and the others. The inner and outer circles of such a large platform are occupied by various poisonous pets. The poisonous pets in this competition are all insects, so the poisonous pets are scorpions, centipedes, spiders, etc., and there are no larger snakes or the like. The playing field was just right. Come on, my friends, if you hold on to the end, you will win. Xinqing calmly looked at the 4 poisonous pets that had just entered his side and smiled gently. Then Yuan Zimo and the other 3 young men followed Xinqing and began to cheer for their poisonous pets. Come on up left arrow, carrot omega carrot, up right arrow, Black Widow, you're the best. Xiaoshu, you are the best, I believe in you. Fei Fei is the best, Fei Fei is the most awesome, keep it up. Giant, you are the best. Xinqing listened to Yuan Zimo and the other 2 guys shouting excitedly, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously, especially the names these 3 guys shouted, which really didn't fit them. He could even hear the angry voices of the 4 poisonous pets. Damn humans, when did such a beautiful young lady become a widow? Believe it or not, I will poison you to death. 2. Salminsak. The lazy queen called Black Widow also lost her composure in an instant. She couldn't maintain her laziness any longer and glared at Jiang Min with gritted teeth. Oh, greater than over equal to gu less than over equal to. Oh, what an ugly name. I told you not to call me little tree. I'm a beautiful and lovely little princess. Master's son, you're probably jealous of my favor, aren't you? Humph. Carrot, I just know you're jealous of me. I'm telling you, if you don't prepare a cricket feast for me after the game, I won't forgive you. The bark scorpion that Yuan Zimo called Little Tree also roared excitedly. The lowly's voice was full of anger. She was very dissatisfied with the name the other party called her. It was totally inconsistent with her image as a little princess. Look how angry it is, it's almost spinning in circles. Fatty? Haha, no one has ever dared to call me that. Damn it. I have such a perfect figure, but I was given such a cheesy name. It really deserves to be called that. Human boy, I see you're tired of living. I really want to poison you to death right now. As expected, humans who don't breathe are the most obedient. The girl's voice was equally angry, and the original Scorpion's character as a little white flower collapsed in an instant. It makes her look more Yandra. There was a rather eerie feeling in what he said. Finally, there was the voice of a cold and noble gentleman, and it seemed stunned by the sudden address. After a long silence, he moved his head, which was almost the same size as his body. He looked in Xinqing's direction expressionlessly and said stiffly and coldly, Human, your friend might have a brain problem. I suggest you seek medical attention as soon as possible. His brain isn't even as big as mine. Let me make it clear again. I am not a giant, nor am I a human. Although the voice was cold and without any fluctuation, Xinqing could still feel its anger. It seems that he is really angry. Xinqing didn't expect that these poisonous pets would be angered by just a few words from their friends. I can only smile helplessly. Don't be angry, everyone. I will introduce your names to them. Come on, your opponents are coming. What Xinqing said was right. When all the poisonous pets were released, the competition whistle sounded immediately. The opponents he was talking about were the Israeli golden scorpions mentioned earlier. The 4 enemy golden scorpions are closest to them, so of course they will be attacked first. What's more, they really understood what their owners said. When I think about how I can avoid starvation for half a year and satisfy my appetite by killing these poisonous pets, it seems like a good deal no matter how I think about it. Brothers, kill one by one. Let's get started. Ha 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 ha, you're absolutely right. Look at these delicious foods. Even though they're a little filling, they're good enough to satisfy your hunger. Let's get started. Xinqing suddenly heard several voices in his ears, which were the voices of those golden scorpions. If possible, he could hear the voices of all the poisonous pets here. However, it would be too noisy if you think about it, so Xinqing usually does directional mind reading. In other words, if you think about which poisonous pet you are looking at, you can hear their voice. can also be used on a small scale. For example, within half a meter, within 10 meters, etc. What he is using now is that with the 4 poisonous pets on their side as the center, all the poisonous pets within half a meter can hear what he is thinking. It just happened to cover these golden scorpions. Haha, you're quite arrogant. I'm in a bad mood, so I'll take it out on you. Unexpectedly, the first person to speak was Black Widow Spider, the one with that lazy and mature voice. It can be seen that its anger has not subsided yet, and now it has encountered someone who is looking for death. Naturally, I won't let it go. You two with less toxicity, just stand back and prepare to finish off the enemy. We'll take the lead. The next person to speak was the young, cool, and noble Gongzi. The voice was equally cold, and after he finished speaking, he rushed out with the Black Widow Spider. You have to know that it is the Galapagos giant centipede, which is even more powerful than the Israeli golden scorpion. Naturally, I won't be afraid of them. Among the several poisonous pets, only the bark scorpion is the least poisonous and of course the youngest, so when facing poisonous pets that are more powerful than itself, it is always protected in the rear. Became a support player. There was a similar player before, but he got injured. This time there was an additional Black Widow Spider, which was equally venomous, so the yellow fat-tailed scorpion and the bark scorpion naturally stayed behind. Okay, it's been a while since I last did it, and I'm really itching to do it. Sister, let's hurry up and catch up. We need to make those guys shut up. They're such an eyesore. Chapter 57. Oh no, why can't I get rid of that ugly spider's silk? Sister is right. Seeing my bad temper, I really can't stand it. Let them be today's appetizers. After hearing the girlish voice of the yellow fat-tailed scorpion, the lowly voice of the bark scorpion also became very high-pitched. Even when facing an opponent who is stronger than himself, he does not show any fear. It doesn't match the sound of it. So, the battle unfolded right in front of Shin and others. With 2 people leading the way in front, and one of them can spin silk, it is simply amazing. The attacks of the golden scorpions were blocked in minutes. The 2 people who were finishing off the enemy in the back also took advantage of the opportunity. When they saw the enemy entangled in the spider web, they immediately showed their poisonous tails and pincers. Oh no, why can't I get rid of that ugly spider's silk? Damn it, the stinky centipede really has a lot of legs and runs really fast. That little girl in the back is the weakest. If she hadn't run away last time, I would have eaten her. This time, I'll start with you. My leg is broken. It hurts so much. My tail hurts so much. The 2 players have already collided and launched their attacks, and Shin can also hear their voices. The advantage is clearly on their side. At the very least, 2 of the opponent's golden scorpions were injured in just one encounter. They are the first 2 that encounter the Black Widow and the giant centipede. Take the Black Widow for example. Its venom is a strong neurotoxin, 14 times more toxic than that of a rattlesnake. And she is a female, and she is the active and aggressive type. They will even eat the males after mating, which shows how cruel they are. Facing such an opponent, wouldn't it only take a few minutes to fall? Sure enough, in less than a minute, the 2 poisoned and injured golden scorpions fell to the ground, and their lives were unknown. The loss of 2 golden scorpions in one encounter shows how angry his owner is. At this moment, he glared at Shin and the others with a ferocious look on his face, and then shouted towards the competition venue. Number 1, number 4, kill them, quickly. If they don't die, you won't live either. Although they didn't know whether the poisonous pets could understand them, the owners of several golden scorpions still shouted with dark faces. Originally, they wanted to use the same method to get rid of Uncle Yuan and his team of poisonous pets. After all, they succeeded last time, but only injured one. That's why I came here to find trouble and deliberately stood next to them. As a result, as soon as the first big fight started, 2 poisonous pets on their side were killed. Blame it on that damn Black Widow spider. If it hadn't spun silk at the beginning to hinder their attack, there would not have been the current effect. Maybe I can kill a bark scorpion in this round. With 1 less poisonous pet, they have a greater advantage and can kill them one by one. Who says the final victory won't be theirs? The most poisonous creature among all the contestants so far is the giant centipede. But even if he's poisonous, he can't withstand a group attack. Of course, there's now a Black Widow spider. It's a pity that their idea was good, but it couldn't be realized. Yo, you're quite boastful. We'll have to see if you 2 males can survive. The lazy royal sister finally let out the anger in her heart. Now he is speaking back to his normal way. Lazy and elegant, with an upturned ending, the voice is so seductive. It can be seen that he is in a good mood. It makes people want to light a cigarette for it. My beautiful lady, please don't lump all males together. At least I am a good person. The noble Gongzi also returned to his calm and cool demeanor, no longer showing his previous anger. but I still admire the Black Widow spider's fierce fight and attack just now. A strong person is worthy of admiration no matter who he is. At this moment, it finally regarded the other party as an equal opponent. Yo hee hee, it's really rare. A cold-hearted and sharp-tongued guy can actually say something nice. I'm so happy. The little white flower girl's sweet laughter seemed to mock the giant centipede's previous harsh words towards them. It feels like watching a good show. Even the little Lolita joined in the fun. Of course, their relaxed look directly stimulated the remaining 2 golden scorpions. You all deserve to die? I want you to be buried with my brothers. Ah, look at my giant pincers attacking. Oh, there is only one word to answer them. Extremely insulting. However, this time the 2 golden scorpions were forced to be very brave, and they managed to hold on for 5 minutes before they were knocked down and their lives were unknown. Damn, why are they so useless? I shouldn't have used them if I had known. The Mediterranean boss's face was full of gloom and anger, and of course the others were not much better. Finally, the more stable man in a suit looked at Uncle Yuan and gave him a cold smile. Congratulations, President Yuan. I believe your team of poisonous pets will win the championship this time. Excuse me. Walk. After saying this, he waved his hand and strode away with a few angry and unwilling brothers. But he spoke very loudly just now, and everyone heard it. They all looked towards the poisonous pet competition venue, and suddenly became more concerned. Yuan Zimo and the others were so angry that their faces turned black. Humph. What do they mean by that? They're obviously trying to draw hatred towards us. Look at what other people are thinking. Yuan Zimo couldn't help but vent his dissatisfaction. He stared at the backs of the people walking away, then glanced around and his face became even darker. That's enough, kid. Watch the game. Uncle Yuan's expression didn't change at all. He was still smiling, patted his son on the shoulder, and gave him a joking warning. Shin, on the other hand, fixed his gaze on the 4 golden scorpions lying on the ground. He frowned and asked Uncle Yuan beside him. Uncle Yuan, what should we do with these injured or dead poisonous pets? The 4 big guys had obviously left and didn't care about what happened after the poisonous pet died. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Death and injury of poisonous pets are inevitable, and conscientious owners will handle it properly. If no one has dealt with it, the staff will deal with it later. Dead poisonous pets will be buried together, and injured poisonous pets will be treated by a veterinarian. This is the responsibility of the person who initiates each gathering. After the game, you can go with me to see it. Uncle Yuan thought that Shin ran a poisonous pet shop. If there were any injured poisonous pets without owners, his shop would be a good place to go. After all, based on the time he had known Shin, he seemed to be a good guy. In fact, poisonous pets are treated more equally than them. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Yuan. Shin naturally would not refuse. He had been thinking that if the owners of these injured venomous pets did not care, he could take them to his own shop. It really saved him a lot of effort. Uncle Yuan's words just fulfilled his idea. While the two were talking, the first round of the competition soon came to an end, and 30 poisonous pet teams had come out. The other poisonous pets died, gave up, or were injured. And just as Shin thought, most of their owners don't care about them. After all, they have no place to vent their frustration after losing, so these poisonous pets naturally become their way of venting. Regardless, it's the best way to deal with it. Those who are not dead will stay here, and the venue staff will find a veterinarian to treat them. Being taken away by their owners, what could have been a lifeline turned into a death. Don't underestimate what people do when they are angry. Cases of animal abuse have occurred before, and these little poisonous pets, especially injured ones, have no ability to resist at all. Mr. Jiang, who was hosting the competition, came out with the microphone and said to everyone with a smile, "The first game is over. There will be a 10-minute break, and the second game will start in 10 minutes. Chapter 58. You have accepted all the sisters, so why am I still missing?" This also gives the poisonous pets some time to rest. As soon as Mr. Jiang finished speaking, staff members immediately began to clean up the venue. That is, those poisonous pets that died or were injured and left unattended. Of course, there were also several veterinarians who came with them. They sat a little behind Shin and the others, waiting to treat the injuries of the venomous pets who still had to compete. Some big guys who bring their own veterinarians naturally don't need this. And Shin and the others don't need it either. Originally, there was a veterinarian following, but since Shin was there, Uncle Yuan asked another person to help the others. Everyone has worked hard, take a rest first. Shin took out all the poisonous pets immediately. Now that the poisonous pets have full favorability towards him, they naturally won't attack him actively, and they even think that his scent smells good. It just so happened that Shin could understand what they were thinking, so his favorability towards them was naturally even higher. Seeing Shin just reaching his hand in, ready to let the poisonous pets crawl onto his hand. Uncle Yuan and the others immediately became nervous. Hey, Xiaoshun, wait a minute. Be careful not to get bitten. Yes. They have just fought with other poisonous pets and are at their most aggressive and alert. It is very dangerous to touch them at this time. That's right. You haven't taken any precautions yet. You just put your bare hands in there. Aren't you deliberately giving them a bite? Seeing this, the three uncles hurried forward to stop him and were also very scared. At the same time, I felt that Xinqing was good in every way, except that he was a little too intimate with the poisonous pet. Look at what he did. It's so ridiculous. Alas, I am still too young. As soon as this thought came to my mind, I was slapped in the face the next second. The faces of several people froze instantly, and even their breathing became lighter, because at the moment, they didn't even dare to breathe hard. While they were talking, Xinqing had already raised his hand in front of them. All four poisonous pets stayed in Xinqing's palm. But Xinqing didn't care at all. He looked at the uncles calmly and said, "No, they are very well behaved. Look, aren't they very docile?" That expression was as calm as it could be. It was as if the several poisonous pets in his hands were ordinary animals and had no poison at all. But those poisonous pets were still rolling in death in Xinqing's palm, looking very harmonious. It's still more comfortable to cuddle with Master. This scent is so nice, I want to lie in Master's palm forever. The lazy royal sister's tone kept sighing, as if she had taken a tonic pill and was very satisfied. Whereas the ferocious vigilance after a battle. There wasn't even a hint of weakness, and it was quite enjoyable. Wow, it's so comfortable. All my fatigue is gone just by smelling this scent. Human, why aren't you my master? Otherwise, I'll just follow you from now on. Human, okay? The cute loli sounded the same sigh, and its body rolled several times in Xinqing's palm. It's like a dog acting like a spoiled child. Why don't you just take me in too, human? I'm easy to keep. As long as I can be close to you, eating is secondary. Since you've already accepted all the sisters, you don't need one more, so just take me with you. I like you so much, human. With the first two openings, the girl's voice was not willing to lag behind, and spoke pitifully in its soft and lovable tone. The three sounds, each with its own unique characteristics, are a true auditory enjoyment. Unfortunately, only Xinqing can hear their voices, and he has no resistance to these voices. Who can resist that soft and sweet voice of coquettishness? Fortunately, the cold and noble voice woke him up. Why do you alone have such a nice scent? I suspect you're trying to seduce us. Why don't you just take us all in? You won't have to deliberately seduce us with your aura, right, human? Listen to what it says. It even says seduction. But the voice was so clear and ethereal. Who would have thought that the words just now were said in such a voice? It doesn't fit the image at all. Of course, there was no image to speak of originally. After all, when discussing image and poisonous pets, everyone has their own opinion. The body is one image, and the voice is another. There is no direct connection at all. Xinqing was so upset after hearing this that he couldn't care less. Because the other party is a poisonous pet, not a human being. If you argue with it about how to use the word seduce correctly, it will be a real joke. The others didn't know what Xinqing was thinking. They only knew that he was holding 4 poisonous pets in his hands. If you take out any of them, the toxins can kill people directly. Although they also keep poisonous pets, they are also afraid of poisoning. Can't you see that they are so scared that they are sweating coldly? Everyone stared blankly, not daring to move, looking at the direction of Xinqing's palm. Oh, don't dare to move a word. Even the 3 young men at the back were similarly stiff. I have great admiration for Xinqing. Fortunately, he did not let everyone continue to be stiff. He gave each of the poisonous pets a healing ability and then put them back into the breeding box to rest. Then he calmly said to everyone, I want to go over there and take a look. If those injured poisonous pets have nowhere to go, why not come to my shop? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at the veterinarians who were already treating the patient. I immediately understood what Xinqing meant. Go ahead, we'll watch the game later. With so many of them, the second game won't be difficult. Uncle Yuan waved his hand, but what he said was true. Judging from the first game just now, the most powerful combination of poisonous pets is indeed on their side. Some of the poisonous pets found by others were powerful, but none of them were as obedient as the ones they had. It's good to cooperate. It feels like we had discussed it beforehand. It was much easier than their previous competitions. This was something he had never expected. He also understood Xinqing's purpose of coming here, so he naturally would not hinder him. He would only help. He winked at the assistant who was following him and asked him to take Xinqing over. Mr. Shun, please come this way. A few of us will go along too. Yuan Zimo and the others naturally followed Xinqing. Just based on the scene just now, the 3 of them were completely impressed by Xinqing. It is unprecedented that a poisonous pet with a highly toxic body can get so close to him. Watching it live is naturally more shocking than watching it live. The three of them were originally Shen Qing's fans, and now they have become crazy fans. As they walked, he asked, "Brother Shen, how did you do it? How did you get those poisonous pets to be so close to you? Yes, they look so obedient and docile in your hands. If I didn't know they were all poisonous pets, I would have thought they were non-toxic based on what I saw just now." Jiang Min and Su Lu also expressed their opinions and chattered around Shen Qing. Even the assistant who led the way pricked up his ears, curious as to why this happened. Shen Qing smiled helplessly and spread his hands. Maybe it's personal charm? He couldn't reveal it himself and say it was due to his affinity for animals. Chapter 59. It would be nice to poison someone to be buried with me. Personal charm? Hee. Is the poisonous pet interested in this kind of thing? They expressed disbelief. However, the few of them did not continue to talk about this topic, because they've already reached the vet. This is a corner at the back of the hall, separated into a small area for treating poisonous pets. There are 5 veterinarians in total. 2 of them are older and the other 3 are young. It could be their apprentice or a new veterinarian. At this moment, in front of them was a row of tables with medical kits and several large breeding boxes on them. The breeding boxes contain the injured poisonous pets that have just been brought in. The movable ones are separated by small partitions to avoid further attacks from other poisonous pets. Those who were seriously injured, poisoned, and unable to move were all put together. Several veterinarians wearing masks and special gloves are treating the poisonous pets. There was no one around except the staff. In other words, regardless of whether these poisonous pets survived or not, their previous owners abandoned them. If there was no Uncle Yuan as the organizer to back it up, no one would care. This was the scene that Shen Qing and the others saw when they came over. At this moment, 2 familiar voices came to my ears, but they sounded a little weak. "Hiss, I'm going to die now? What a pity. I can't even become a full-bodied scorpion. We can't even settle accounts with those who starved us, ahem." This was the voice of the sickly boy that Shen Qing had heard before. Originally, he wanted to eat other poisonous pets at the slightest provocation, and his arrogant and morbid tone didn't sound good. But his tone was full of energy at that time, not as weak as it is now. It's really like dying. Shen Qing looked in the direction of the sound and really saw the 4 Israeli golden scorpions. They lay side by side, unable to move, and no one knew whether they were dead or not. Hey, damn, I really want to kill those old guys. They made us work so hard and didn't even give us food. Now we're poisoned, and they don't care about us and just abandon us. This is so pissing off. The strong man with a northeastern accent no longer had the loud voice he once had, but the ferocity in his words remained. It can be seen how angry it is at this moment. "Brother, I'm so hungry and so cold. Am I going to die?" Finally, there was the soft and sticky lowly voice, which was already extremely weak and had no trace of her previous hot temper. The only sound I didn't hear was from the other golden scorpion. I guess one of the 4 scorpions must have died. Now the poison of these 3 insects has not been cleared. If they are not treated in time, they will probably die. Thinking of what he was going to do, Shen Qing did not hesitate, but said to his assistant, "I'll treat the poisonous pets here. As for the poisonous pets that have been treated, as long as they haven't been taken away by their owners, I'll take them all. Uncle Yuan knows what I mean." Shen Qing pointed at the poisonous pet that had not been dealt with by the golden scorpion and said calmly, "Brother Shen, I'll move a stool for you. Let's sit here and get treated. As for what you said, it's not a big deal. Anyway, their owners never want them, so it's their honor to have you take them in. Otherwise, we will have to send them to other smaller pet stores." Yuan Zimo immediately came over with a smile and started to explain. Several other people also started moving the breeding boxes. Prepare to carry them to the other side against the wall to treat the poisonous pets. Is this young man also a veterinarian? At this time, one of the old veterinarians had just finished dealing with the poisonous pet in his hand. He looked up at Shen Qing and then stayed at the assistant for a moment, and then he understood. But I still asked politely, "Hello, sir. I did study veterinary medicine. It would be faster if more people could help me." Shen Qing also nodded politely, and then, in front of everyone's gaze, he reached out directly to the Israeli golden scorpion in the breeding area. "Young man, wait a minute. You haven't put on gloves yet. Be careful of getting bitten. It could be poisonous." The old veterinarian who had just spoken quickly stopped him when he saw this. His eyes filled with worry. The outstretched hand was trembling slightly. Because he had already seen Shen Qing's hand reaching in, less than 1 centimeter away from the Israeli golden scorpion. Even though the scorpion is half dead, its venom is still strong. If the opponent is highly alert and launches the final attack at the moment of contact, won't he be poisoned? Hey, young people are just impulsive. From this point of view, he doesn't look like a medical student. He doesn't wear anything and has no common sense at all. Except for Yuan Zimo and his friends, who already have basic immunity. Everyone else is very worried. I have already started thinking about how to rescue him next. Don't worry, animals naturally like me and won't attack me. Don't worry, you see. Shinqing directly grabbed the golden scorpion at the edge and shook it in front of everyone, and it was indeed not attacked. I felt relieved when I saw that he was fine. As for what he said about animal affection, it has no scientific basis and cannot be counted. It is better to stay away from danger yourself than to believe that poisonous pets will be kind enough not to attack people. After giving a few words of advice, he continued with the work at hand. Only Shinqing knew what had just happened. What the old veterinarian said just now was right. The golden scorpion in his hand really wanted to attack him. The poison needle on the tail was ready, but he was seriously injured and poisoned, so it was useless. Of course, it was also because the other person felt the animal's affinity when he touched him. Naturally, he stopped attacking and let down his guard. This human, huh? You must be here to see us make a fool of ourselves, right? I'm telling you, give up, we're just pawns. But that's fine. Since you've come to me, I won't be polite. I just happen to have some strength left, so I'll use it to deal with you. It would be nice to poison someone to be buried with me. Why? This smells so good. Hey, it's the scent of you, a human. When you get close to me, the pain in my body actually decreases. The sickly boy's voice was full of vigilance, and when he saw Shinqing, he was about to take action. But it was lying there unable to move, and could only look at Shinqing coldly. But the situation took a turn for the worse. The moment Shinqing touched it, he used not only the affinity skill, but also the healing skill. A piece of it was transferred into the other person's body through the fingers, slowly healing the toxins in its body. How can I not feel uncomfortable? A small virtual pop-up window also appeared in front of Shinqing. It's right above the golden scorpion's head in your hand. Ding. Poisoned individual detected. Israeli golden scorpion. Toxin, neurotoxin from the black widow spider. Toxicity level, high. Poisoning degree, moderate. Note, if treated promptly, there is no danger to life. However, if the toxins remain in the body for a long time, it can be fatal at any time. Then the interpretation method came into his mind. But this is all for external use. If you really think about it, Shinqing's healing ability is enough. Don't worry, I will cure you. Just follow me from now on. Don't worry, I will provide you with food, drink, and accommodation. P.S. Some people think that the competition is described too much, so let me explain here that this plot is about to end and the purpose of the protagonist coming here has been achieved. That is to collect poisonous pets and prepare for the opening of his own poisonous pet shop. A quick spoiler. In the next plot, you will help Uncle Yuan's teammate Manhwa to cure the poisonous pets. If you want some poisonous pets to come out soon, you can tell us here so that we can make arrangements later. Of course, there's also something to say about voice and personality. How about we create a character for a toxic pet together? Chapter 60, Feeding on Venomous Snakes. Thanks to Hanshu Feishue for the King of Gifts. Shinqing spoke very seriously, as if the golden scorpion in his hand could really understand, leaving the others who didn't understand speechless. It feels like Shinqing is just talking to a cow. Puff. Haha, this guy is so funny. Isn't it a waste of breath to talk to a scorpion about this? Can it even understand? If I really understood, wouldn't this world become a fantasy world? The ones who spoke were the young veterinarians, who were obviously amused by Shinqing's words. Although the words were spoken softly, Shinqing and the others still heard them. After all, there is only so much space here. But, does the golden scorpion really not understand? That may not be the case. The golden scorpion in Shinqing's hand was obviously stunned after hearing Shinqing's words. Then I was still attracted by what he said. Of course, what attracted it most was the aura of Shinqing. Since you've said that, if I don't agree, you'll beg me? Since you are such a considerate human, I will reluctantly follow you from now on. Remember to bring my older brother and younger sister with you. They're still breathing. The young boy turned a few corners, but finally he leisurely shook his tail and lay in Shinqing's arms with peace of mind. It seems quite normal when it calms down. She doesn't look like a Yandere who would eat other animals at any time. Sure. Next, Shinqing rescued these poisonous pets one by one, and he did not even go to watch 2 games during this period. Instead, let a few friends go and watch. Anyway, he looked around and didn't see any team stronger than theirs. Besides, he had given instructions to his poisonous pets and told them how to deal with the enemy. Even with such strong strength, he was still able to use his brain to cooperate. This alone is enough to kill everything in an instant. It is conceivable that they will naturally be the final winners. The poisonous pets on Shinqing's side have almost been cured. Except for the dead ones. All the living poisonous pets have been purchased by Xinqing. There are naturally many of them. He doesn't need to purchase any small poisonous pets in the short term. These are more than enough. And there are all kinds of poisonous pets, so I guess we can set up several themed rooms. Now the only thing left is to get some larger poisonous pets back. For example, the most classic snake. Suburban area. Several cars were parked in front of a villa. Upon seeing this, the old man who looked like a housekeeper immediately opened the door. Say hello immediately when you see someone you know. Please come in, Mr. Yuan. Miss is already waiting for you in the living room. That's right, it was Xinqing and his group who got off the car. Uncle Li and Uncle Lu were busy with something. After the poisonous pet competition ended, they followed Uncle Yuan here. Uncle Wu, you're welcome. I'll take these guys and go get some help. Uncle Yuan said this with a smile and walked towards the villa with Xinqing and the other three. At this moment in the villa, an intellectual and gentle woman was sitting next to the tea table next to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, quietly brewing tea. The green cheongsam made her perfect figure even more charming. The temperament is quiet, elegant, and refined. As she made tea, the hot steam from the tea slowly rose and turned into a light white mist. In addition to the tea set, there is also a vase on the tea table. There are pink camellias in it. The breeze blew the milky white curtains and also blew away the misty white fog. Tea, camellia, and beauty form a unique landscape. This was the scene that Xinqing and his companions saw when they came in. Every frame is like a painting. Chinro, I'll bring a few little guys over to recognize people. When Uncle Yuan saw this scene, his eyes softened and he even spoke in a lower voice. As if he couldn't bear to disturb this gentle woman who was as gentle as water. Auntie Hua, I'm here to see you. You look even more beautiful today. Yuan Zimo immediately ran to the woman and greeted her with a smile. Of course, nice words were spoken like crazy as if they were free. When Xinqing and others saw this scene, it really felt like a family of three. Come on, come sit down and have some tea first. The woman put down the teapot, stood up gracefully, and invited Xinqing and the others to sit down. Her gentle and royal sister's voice was very comfortable to listen to. It seemed as if the noise outside had quieted down here. This is Hua Chinro. You can just call her Aunt Hua. Please sit down. Uncle Yuan looked at Xinqing and the other two and explained. His expression gave people the feeling that he was the owner of this place. Aunt Hua looked at her, smiled, and said nothing. Hello, Aunt Hua. The three of them naturally greeted him and sat down at the tea table. However, just as Xinqing sat down, another voice came into his mind. Hey, this old man is here again. He's obviously thinking about my little Ruru. Why is he still so greedy? Xiao Ruru, you can't be fooled by this old man. Look at him. His son is already this grown up. How can he be worthy of you? If you want to say who is the best match for Xiao Ruru, it's me. I only care about Xiao Ruru, unlike the others who already have sons. This is a lazy, magnetic, low-pitched voice of a young man. Especially the disdain in its tone and the deliberately rising ending tone when calling the nickname. He was like a playboy who lingered among the flowers, making the young ladies from wealthy families blush with shame. In Xinqing's opinion, this voice was definitely that of a scumbag. But he is still a scheming green tea scumbag. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. Xinqing looked in the direction where the sound came from and happened to see a white snake beside Aunt Hua. And the snake had just wrapped around Aunt Hua's legs. Ahem, it was his fault for having such good eyesight that he just saw the snake's body wrapped around a piece of silver-white jade-like skin. If its owner hadn't acted quickly and caught it accurately. I'm afraid. Hey Xiao Ruru, I'm just being nice to you. Why are you always so unhappy? Am I not better than that old man? You obviously like to hug me while sleeping. Ahem. When Xinqing heard this, he almost coughed. He really didn't expect that this snake was actually a lustful snake. Listen to what it says. I love to cuddle with it while sleeping. Although this snake is not small, it looks to be about 1.5 meters long. At this moment, the tail was still wrapped around the white jade legs. Ding. Detected a ghost white-edged Brook King Snake 1, recommending the host to keep it. Note, non-venomous, often feeds on rattlesnakes or copperheads. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. Then Xinqing had some basic information about the snake in his mind. The one that fed on rattlesnakes and copperheads, in particular, surprised him. I didn't expect that this bitchy guy actually looks really good and very entertaining. Turns out there's something really inside. It is not poisonous itself, but it feeds on poisonous snakes because it is almost immune to their venom. In one word, awesome. Xiaobai, be good and don't make trouble. There are guests here. The gentle voice of the queen is still as refreshing as the spring breeze, but the actions of her hands are irresistible. In no time, He pulled the snake's tail off the jade leg. P.S. Many people say I'm updating from the underworld, so let's change the time and return to the living world. Starting tomorrow, I'll update every morning at 6 a.m. Chapter 61. He actually saw the color on a snake. Sorry to make you laugh, this is Xiaobai. He's a bit clingy, but don't worry, he's a king snake, not venomous. After Aunt Hua Qianro controlled the white snake in her hand, her expression did not change, and she was still so gentle. Look at Xinqing and others and explain. Don't worry, Aunt Hua. We are quite brave. Besides, my brother Xin runs a poisonous pet shop and is a veterinarian. Even if Xiaobai is a poisonous snake, he is not afraid. In Yuan Zimo's mind, Xinqing, who has learned veterinary skills, is a veterinarian. Didn't we treat the poisonous pet very well at the venue before? How could I be afraid of poisonous snakes? If I'm really scared, what about the poisonous pet in the trunk of his car? Ha ha ha, that's right. Have some tea. I'll have to trouble Xiaoxin to check on your Aunt Hua's poisonous pet later. After Uncle Yuan finished speaking, he raised the teacup and gestured, then took a sip and savored the sweet taste of the tea. For example, at this moment, his heart was completely focused on the beautiful figure opposite him. Then you guys drink first, I'll go bring Bebe over. Aunt Hua chuckled, put down the white snake in her hand, turned around, and walked upstairs. The graceful figure is so elegant that the man and the snake are so excited. Of course, the person is Uncle Yuan. He has been thinking about Hua Qianro for a long time, but the relationship between them is not yet quite that of a lover. He wanted to break the distance, but was afraid of scaring the beauty. Just take it slow. And the snake, of course, was the ghost white-edged brook king cobra Xiaobai. Xiao Ruru smells so good I really want to cling to her all the time. Just now, when Xiao Ruru's hand pinched my neck, it felt so comfortable. The strength was just right. Even her hands are fragrant. Xinqing looked at the white snake swimming around on the bench. Coupled with the sound of the waves, it was simply too shameless. He looked like a complete lecher who was completely immersed in it. He actually saw color on a snake. The curve of the corner of his mouth twitched a little wider, and if it weren't for the teacup blocking it, everyone else would have seen it. A few minutes later, Aunt Hua came over carrying a small breeding box. The breeding box was placed in front of Xinqing. The poisonous pet inside also caught everyone's sight. Ding. Detected 1 ground beetle. Host recommended. Image source. Internet. Deleted due to infringement. Ding. A foreign object has been detected blocking the anus of the beetle, causing confusion. 2 pieces of news appeared in Xinqing's mind one after another. There is also a surprisingly strange question among them. A bug's anus is blocked by a foreign object? How is he going to treat this? It's really hard to put it into words. Xiaoqing, can I call you that? Suddenly a gentle and royal sister's voice came. It was Aunt Hua. Sure. This is Bebe. He has been reluctant to move since returning from the last competition. Aunt Hua pointed at the ground beetle in the breeding box and worriedly told her about what she had observed. And some abnormal behaviors. I originally went to the vet, but it wouldn't let anyone get close to it, not even me. Sigh. Because people are not allowed to get close, we don't know what is going on. She didn't want to give up this little friend. After all, a large part of the benefits she got were thanks to this little guy. Of course, she wanted to save it if she could. Ahem, Aunt Hua, let me take a look first. Xinqing already knew the reason, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't possibly say, Auntie Hua, your baby's anus is blocked by a foreign object, so it's uncomfortable. Just think about that scene. You can dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with your awkward toes. And the name Bebe sounds a bit feminine. Could it be that this little guy is a female? Without hearing the other person's voice, he couldn't make a judgment. So he opened the lid, found a small wooden stick, and prepared to poke the lazy ground beetle. Just when Xinqing's wooden root was about to touch the other party, a sharp voice exploded directly in his ears. Stop! Human, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. This voice is obviously female, and it's the kind of domineering queen's voice. There is a sense of sharpness in the voice, as if it is a superior, full of dominance. But it's just a small insect, and a poisonous insect famous for its farts. It would be fine if the voice was that of a girl, but why does it sound like a queen's? When I hear her voice, I unconsciously associate her with the character of Wu Zetian. Sharp and domineering. This scene was so disjointed that it froze him in place. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Xinqing in confusion, and they clearly felt that he suddenly stiffened, which was very confusing. It's nothing. I was just wondering, Bebe hasn't moved for so long. Could he have an upset stomach? In fact, he also wanted to say, have you not farted in the past? Probably not. The food has always been the same as before. Aunt Hua was also confused, her eyes full of worry. Finally, Xinqing asked the same question, Does Aunt Hua know the pattern of Bebe's farts? If they were not facing a poisonous pet, this question would really sound like something a doctor in a hospital department would ask. Well, I really didn't notice it, because Bebe doesn't fart when he's not in danger. Even when faced with such a question, Aunt Hua still answered calmly and gently like the wind. It actually eased Xinqing's embarrassment. Then, Xinqing turned to look at Bebe in the box and said in a soft voice, "Ahem, Bebe, you are sick and need treatment. Let me check you out." He can't say, "I want to examine your anus." Besides, he can't see it unless that place is opened. After saying that, Xinqing gently used a small wooden stick to turn the fart beetle over. "Wait, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me, human? Human, are you really not afraid of death? Believe it or not, I will poison you to death." Listening to these murderous words, it seemed as if Xinqing would stab it if he moved it the next moment. However, although the voice was still as domineering, there was a hint of subtle tension hidden inside. It happened to be discovered by Xinqing. "Don't get excited. I won't hurt you. I'm here to heal you." In order to prevent the other party from getting further excited, Xinqing threw away the small wooden stick and started fighting directly. His action was so sudden that the others widened their eyes and then shouted worriedly, "Wait, be careful, Bebe farts. Its farts are poisonous and hot. Human, what do you want to do? Don't touch me." There was also a flustered sound from the queen. Chapter 62. The knife incident was over in the blink of an eye. But the next second, everyone was shocked. Nothing happened to Xinqing, and Bebe didn't fart at Xinqing. But Bebe has already been caught by Xinqing. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Human, your scent is so pleasant that it even makes my stomach hurt." The originally excited queen's voice suddenly changed, and the ferocious look disappeared. Instead, there was a touch of innocent doubt. "Why is your pleasant scent so effective? Can you really heal me?" The defensiveness faded, and the voice became a little gentler. Of course, although the voice is gentle, it is still full of dominance. However, when it thought of another embarrassing thing, it still couldn't open its mouth. "Don't worry, I will heal you." Xinqing released some of his affinity and healing power, and the other party naturally felt comfortable. However, the things in that place still need to be taken out. Just now, when he touched the body of the fart beetle, a clearer question came to his mind. There is also a solution. In fact, the thing that is blocking it is nothing but the toxins in its body. For unknown reasons, the toxins in the body crystallized and blocked the vent. That's why it became like this. However, the liquid sprayed by the fart beetle will cool and clump after a period of time. Perhaps the residual liquid has cooled and caused a blockage. The most typical thing is that its belly has become much bigger. This is also why it is unwilling to move or turn over. "Auntie Hua, give me a small nyezi and a small scalpel. I want to do a small operation on Bebe." Xinqing looked at the beetle in his hand and knew what to do. Others may not be able to do it, but he can. Because his veterinary skills have reached the maximum level, he can now see the specific location of the crystals in Bebe's body as long as he wants. The crystals are smaller than millet grains. Just take the stuff out. "Okay, I'll get it." Aunt Hua didn't ask any more questions and came over with a household medical kit. After finding the item, he disinfected it with a lighter and handed it to Xinqing. "Knife." "Thanks." Xinqing took the scalpel. It was a very small one, but the tip was obviously very sharp, glowing with a cold light. "Wait, human, what do you want to do? Don't think that just because I'm close to you, you can stab me with a knife. I tell you, if you dare to touch me, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Listen, it's this sentence again. I listened to it twice. Xinqing twitched the corner of his mouth, but looking at the fart beetle whose favorability had already been fully boosted, he deliberately showed an extremely cold and evil smile. "Haha, Bebe, don't worry. The knife incident will be over soon. It will be over in the blink of an eye." While he was speaking, he had already placed the other person on the table. I also put a tissue under it. It was still lying on its belly, unable to turn over at all, looking like it was ready to be slaughtered. Several thin legs were swaying back and forth, almost too busy, but still stayed in the same place. Just watch Xinqing holding the scalpel with a cold glow, moving closer to its abdomen little by little. I am the fish on the chopping board, just like Bebe is now. "Stop. No. You human. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you." It seems it doesn't hurt. Why does my stomach feel so good? I just want to fart. Puff. Bebe's high-pitched queen voice changed from screaming to the current comfort, and then there was a bombardment of poisonous farts. It's simply a reversal. Damn it. Luckily, I dodged quickly. Otherwise, Bebe's poisonous fart would have bounced on my face, and my handsome face would have been ruined. Yuan Zimo had been following Xinqing all the time, and it was he who handed the tweezers to Shin-Ching when he asked for them. His position was just facing the ground beetle. It's okay when she doesn't fart, but once she farts, it will definitely spray on him. Of course, Shin-Ching would never say that even if he didn't dodge, he would still help him. Okay, this thing is blocking the gas outlet of its venom sac, so this is what happened. Shin-Ching pointed at the small black spot on the tissue and said calmly. Then he found some anti-inflammatory powder from the medicine box and sprinkled some on Beibei's small wound. Of course, he had actually used his healing power to repair the wounds in the other person's body. In fact, it's almost healed. Didn't you see that after farting, Beibei turned over easily and moved naturally? Human, you were saving me just now. Since you saved me, I will forgive your rude behavior just now. After all, if you touch a girl's belly casually, you will be held responsible. Tell me, how are you going to take responsibility? What? Responsible? He is responsible for Beibei? Are you kidding me? Why do these poisonous pets want to hold him responsible after being rescued? If it was before there were no poisonous pets, and Beibei was not Aunt Hua's poisonous pet, he would really want to take responsibility. Responsible for taking it back to the store. But today he gained a lot. He didn't take anything except the shares he won, but Uncle Yuan and the others also gave him some. That is a poisonous pet. There is no shortage of small reptile-like venomous pets. Responsible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So he simply ignored Beibei's words, calmly put it back into the breeding box, and covered it with the lid. Wow, it was truly a great show. Just now you were disgusted with this human and wanted to cut him into pieces, even though you don't have the ability to do so. Now that someone saved you, you're blaming them on others. How shameless. Xiaobai suddenly stretched his head towards the breeding box and spit out his tongue at Beibei in the box. His tone was full of sarcasm, and that mean tone was completely different from his attitude towards Aunt Hua. Shin-Ching was stunned by what he saw. This snake is really a dramatic actor. He is lustful, sharp-tongued, and always takes advantage of every opportunity. It turned out that when everyone's eyes were on Shin-Ching and Beibei, this shameless snake had already wrapped around Aunt Hua's arm at some point. In the end, because of the weight, Aunt Hua had no choice but to hold him in her arms. Stay as close to Aunt Hua as you can. Shin-Ching seemed to see a look of intoxication in its eyes. Especially now. The retracted snake head rubbed against Aunt Hua's arms again. From time to time, it sticks to the place that looks like a mountain. I still feel comfortable in Xiao Ruru's arms. Fragrant and soft, this is my exclusive embrace. You and that old man don't get this kind of treatment. How comfortable. Listen, this guy is being naughty here again. Listening to those frivolous words makes me want to get beaten. Shin-Ching simply couldn't bear to watch, and his eyes moved away from the white snake in some unspeakable place. Auntie Hua, Beibei is fine now. The reason why it's like this is because it ate too much. It should eat in moderation in the future. Shin-Ching briefly explained the subsequent preventive measures, and then said to Uncle Yuan and others, "It's getting late, and I have to hurry home, so I won't stay any longer." He did not forget that there was a poisonous pet waiting for him in the store. There are also netizens waiting for him to start broadcasting in the evening. Wait me a moment. Aunt Hua saw Shin-Ching was in such a hurry to leave. He quickly took out a pen and paper from the drawer, wrote down a phone number, and handed it to Shin-Ching. "Xiaoqing, I heard from your Uncle Yuan that you want to buy a poisonous snake. I have a friend who knows someone who sells it. You can make this call. I've already told him. P.S. I think it's a bit early for the update. Here are a few time points. Morning, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, noon, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, evening, 2000 hours, 2100 hours. How about you all take a look, make a choice, and then we agree on a time period that everyone can accept. I would also like to thank everyone for their support of this book. Love you heart." Chapter 63. Miss Zweiking appears. Uncle Yuan told Aunt Hua about Shin-Ching before he came over. It was also said that Shin-Ching wanted to buy a larger poisonous snake. After all, Shin-Ching had already collected a lot of small poisonous pets at the competition venue. And he just happened to know that Hua Qianro had such connections. I just mentioned it to her. Thank you, Aunt Hua. Shin-Ching didn't expect Aunt Hua to say that. It was really a pleasant surprise. He was just worried about not being able to find a way to get the poisonous snake, but now he has found one. It is not enough to have only one bamboo pit viper in the venomous pet shop now. A few more snakes are needed. After all, the themed poisonous pet room he planned for himself needs to fit the theme. Of course, there must be a poisonous snake in a snake pet room. Contact the buyer now, and then go and take a look. When the store is almost ready, you can open it. After saying goodbye to Aunt Hua, Uncle Yuan and others, Shin-Ching, Su Lu, and Jiang Min drove out of the city. It was already 7:30 in the evening when Shin-Ching returned home. Night had already fallen, and thousands of neon lights illuminated the entire city. The traffic is all heading home. Although the temperature is still hot, it can't stop me from going home. Just like Shin-Ching at this moment. I'm back. Pushing open the door of the room on the second floor where the poisonous pets were temporarily placed, Shin-Ching said naturally. It's like returning home and saying hello to your family. Master, you are finally back. Welcome home. Master, we miss you so much. As Shin-Ching's voice rang out, there was an immediate response. That is the sound of the 3 moon jellyfish sisters. Of course, in addition to these 3, there are other poisonous pets, and as long as their favorability is maxed out, they will react. Various sounds came to my ears, making this cold home lively. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll feed you as soon as I'm done putting things down. Shin-Ching was holding a lot of feeding boxes in his hands, which were all the spoils of today. The food he gave his poisonous pet before he went out was indeed enough, but if it was a bigger one, like the bamboo pit viper, it should still be edible. There wasn't much time left before the live broadcast. After feeding the poisonous pets, he took a quick bath. Wash away the fatigue of a day out. Then I simply ordered some noodles to eat. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, Shin-Ching's live broadcast room finally opened. Good evening, everyone. I am your poison pet anchor Ching-Kong. Fans who received the live broadcast notification rushed to watch. Ah, little brother is finally online. We have been waiting for you all day. Yes. What kind of pet will the host be showing tonight? Is it another insect? There aren't any larger ones, like venomous snakes? I want to see it. The person above forgot. The little brother's pet shop hasn't opened yet, so I guess he doesn't have such a complete range of poisonous pets there. The number of people pouring into the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000 in just 1 minute. It can be seen how popular Shin-Ching's live broadcast room is now. The barrage of comments is scrolling wildly, which shows that these people are active fans. Thank you all for your support. The partner I'm introducing to you today is a little different from the previous ones. Shin-Ching's low, magnetic voice, with a faint smile, was pleasing to the ears and heart. It sounds like the whispers between lovers, very nice to hear. Everyone, follow me. I'm going to introduce you to another poisonous pet friend tonight. He was currently in the study, and the place he was heading to was naturally the room where the poisonous pet was placed. Shin-Ching walked out of the study slowly with his cell phone in hand, and turned a corner to the next door. Netizens' eyes slowly moved following Shin-Ching's camera. I'm so excited. I wonder what kind of poisonous pet the host will show us tonight. I hope the poisonous pets won't be repeated every night, so I won't get tired of it. When the Anchor's store opens, I will definitely go to support it. I live in the same city. I was shopping during the day and happened to pass by the Anchor's pet store. It was indeed still under renovation. The store is quite large, with 3 stores connected together. During this period, the number of people entering the live broadcast room was gradually increasing. There are also a lot of people chatting in the barrage area. There are 2 things that everyone is concerned about. One is what exactly is the poisonous pet that will appear on the screen tonight. The second is what happened to Shin-Ching's pet shop. Shin-Ching pushed open the door, turned on the light, and went straight to the wall. The things in this room had been cleared out long ago, and now it was filled with various poisonous pets. But because it was going to be a live broadcast, Shin-Ching had already covered it with black cloth. If you don't remove the black cloth, you can't see the poisonous pet inside. We're here. The guy you're going to meet tonight is behind this black cloth. Are you ready? Shin-Ching pointed the camera towards the wall, and all that appeared in the camera was darkness. But after hearing what he said, I understood and immediately started to post comments excitedly. Shin-Ching did not disappoint everyone and lifted the black cloth in the audience's anticipation. The scene under the black cloth was also revealed. It was a glass terrarium that big. It is placed against the wall like a display window. The spotlight above the head just happened to shine down from above, making everything inside clearly visible. The rockery and trees are arranged in an orderly manner, with fallen leaves, soil, and small stones. It looks like a natural environment. And our protagonist tonight is entangled in a slightly larger branch. His head was slightly raised from between the leaves, looking at the camera vigilantly. Oh my god, that's a snake, a green snake, a green snake. Oh my god, I was so scared. The moment it raised its head, it was right in front of the camera. I was so scared. Finally, there's a large poisonous pet. Oh, so happy. I didn't expect this guy actually raised a poisonous snake. Most people are afraid of this cold-blooded animal, let alone raising one. Wait, what's the anchor doing? He's actually reaching in. Stop it. He'll get bitten by the snake. It was at this time. Shin-Ching's big hand with distinct joints had already opened a small window on the glass. Just put your hand in. It would have been fine if he just reached in, but he also purposefully grabbed the green bamboo snake that popped out from among the leaves. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Human, you've brought me back for several days now, but you haven't let me show my face. Do you look down on me? Those guys just brag all day long. You doubled their food and even offered them a better place to live. Won't you change it for me? Gnashing teeth. I'm telling you, I'm not only going to change to a good one, I'm going to change to a bigger one. If you can't do it, humph. See how I deal with you. Angry. What came to Xinqing's ears was the voice of a girl with a spoiled temper. Listen to the aggrieved tone in these words. Just destroy it directly, as if he wants to fight with someone. Not arrogant enough. Come on, Xiao Zhuzi. Join me in the live broadcast today, and everything you want will come true tomorrow. Xinqing's hand reached out for Zhuaiking's neck without thinking, and there was no fear in his tone at all. Instead, he smiled easily. Chapter 64. Put away your fangs, you scared the kids. Ah, stop it. It's over. I can't bear to watch or face this cruel scene. Ah, what a good hand. It's about to fall into my trap. I've already moved the bench, waiting for the moment when the bamboo leaf green snake opens its mouth. Here it comes. The host's hand has touched the bamboo green snake. But, it seems like it didn't bite. Fuck. Wait, I really wasn't bitten. The whole thing happened in front of the witnesses of netizens. They originally thought that Xinqing's hand was about to be hit by the bloody mouth and poisonous fangs of the bamboo leaf green snake. Unexpectedly, the reversal came so suddenly. It's so similar to every time before. At the moment when everyone thought Xinqing was going to be bitten in the next second, he was not bitten. He was like a well-behaved little pet, letting the host strangle him obediently. It seems like he can't wait any longer. Look at the snake's head. It's rubbing against Xinqing's hand. That feels good. I finally understand why those guys listen to you. Human, if you keep me by your side, I will reluctantly listen to you. How? The girl's voice suddenly became much softer, although her words were still very arrogant. But the body is honest. Look how hard she's rubbing. She couldn't help but lick Xinqing's hand with her tongue. The whole snake was filled with the smell of happiness. Its tail had already wrapped around Xinqing's arm, and the tip of the slightly drooping tail was still swaying in the air. Anyone who sees it will feel good. It's okay tonight during the live broadcast, but not at other times. I still prefer to sleep alone. Xinqing calmly took his left hand out of the breeding box. He also took out the bamboo leaf green snake and turned the camera with his right hand so that the audience in the live broadcast room could see the man and the snake. Then he sat down on the spot and started the live broadcast with Zhuaiking. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere was obviously tense, but after hearing what the host said, I suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Holy crap. The host is actually not afraid of venomous snakes. He even plays with them in his hands. Awesome. Unlike me, who only dares to peek in the live studio. A handsome guy paired with a poisonous pet. This scene is a bit weird no matter how you look at it, but can I say it's very touching? Sister, I have taken a screenshot and saved it. If you need it, please at me. It will be high definition. In an instant, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room changed from tense to colorful. It seemed as if the memory of the previous death attacked them now, reminding them of the interaction between Xinqing and other poisonous pets. It is so harmonious. Of course, as the number of people and popularity in Xinqing's live broadcast room continued to soar, the black fans also followed. When they saw the bamboo leaf green, they started sending barrages of comments crazily. Holy crap, I actually saw a bamboo green snake. It's a poisonous snake. Why would anyone keep poisonous snakes? If it escapes, won't it harm others? Yes, this anchor really doesn't take other people's lives seriously. Neighbors around here should be careful. Young people should find a factory job instead of constantly searching for shortcuts online. That's wrong. So, the anchor here hugging the bamboo leaf green snake is actually an animal abuser. He must have pulled out the poisonous fangs of the bamboo leaf green snake. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be scared? Such remarks seem to have been edited long ago, flashing wildly one after another. It can be said that the barrage area of the live broadcast room was dominated by them. However, this did not cause Xinqing to react at all, but made netizens look even more upset the more they watched. If there are 4 or 5 comments that people don't like mixed in, everyone will think it's normal. But these hundreds of doubts and dislikes are still being sent out without interruption. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that they are water army and professional trolls. It seems that someone is jealous of Xinqing's current popularity and deliberately bribed the internet trolls to discredit him. It's just that the quality of this water army is not good enough. Anyone with a brain can see that something is wrong. Holy crap, is the streamer this popular? Someone actually hired a group of netizens to smear him. There's no doubt about it, the streamer is already very popular. After all, he's the only one who plays the poison pet game. Jealousy breeds envy. If this little brother has some haters, it means you're going to be super famous. Please take advantage of this wave of traffic. Everyone started to flood the screen with comments and talk to Xin at the same time. In just a few minutes, the comments from the haters disappeared. It seemed that it didn't cause any splash in the live broadcast room. However, Xin probably saw something, but just didn't care. After all, as fans said, only when you become famous will you be envied and have haters appear. Don't pay attention to those people, but I still need to explain to everyone here that I will take good care of the poisonous pets in the store. If my negligence causes trouble or harm to my neighbors or nearby citizens, I will take full responsibility. Of course, he had to make this clear. However, my little bamboo is very cute. Even though he has a hot temper, he won't hurt anyone. When Xin said this, he moved the bamboo green snake in his hand closer to the camera and also said, "Xiao Zhuzi, show us your teeth. I didn't pull your teeth out. You have to be my witness." His tone was as gentle as ever, not affected at all by the words of the haters just now. If I don't have a bad temper at all, even if you praise me for being cute, it doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Also, can you please stop calling me little bamboo? I'm a snake, not a cold bamboo. You are my master now, so you should at least give me a nice name. Although the girl's voice was a little loud when she spoke, it was not aggressive at all. A complete little tsundere just wants to be coaxed. But it still obediently opened its mouth wide in front of the camera. The two fangs inside were clearly exposed to everyone's eyes, especially the sharp tips of the fangs, which emitted a deadly and cold chill under the light, as if they were about to bite through the skin at any moment. I can feel the pain through the screen. Some timid girls have been frantically sending out songs of national quintessence in the barrage. Ahem, it's obvious that he is really excited. Ahem, all right, Xiao Zhuzi, let's put away our fangs. We're scaring our fans. You humans are really weird. You're the one who made me open my mouth, and you're the one who didn't let me open my mouth. Also, I told you to change my name. I don't want to be called Xiao Zhuzi. Angry face. Although Xin said this, his eyes were still so gentle when he looked at the bamboo leaf green snake in his hand. There was also a hint of pampering, as if he was looking at a child. Especially at the end, Xin actually lifted the bamboo leaf green snake to the side of his face and put his handsome face against its snake head. The interaction between the man and the snake is so heartwarming. The fans in the live broadcast room were screaming. Chapter 65. The use of pet shop upgrade cards is so awesome. Wow. Wow. The host is so brave. Awesome. You actually dared to get close to a venomous snake. Do you really think it's a kitten? But my bamboo green snake is just like a kitten. It just sticks to me obediently without any resistance. Just asking, is the bamboo green snake you have for sale? I want to get one too. Please open your pet shop soon. I want to go there and see Xiao Zhuzi myself. Wow. This interaction made the fans in the live broadcast room scream. There's no way. This scene is just too adorable. And the picture is very pleasing to the eye. The surrounding lights were very dim, with only the beam of light from the spotlight above the glass breeding box at the back. It happened to fall on Xin head. Everything was just right. Even his hair had a halo. The atmosphere is so good that any screenshot can be used as a mobile phone wallpaper. Besides, Xin is already very good looking, and Zweiking is not ugly either. The combination is harmonious and warm. The number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed instantly, and the popularity remained high, which made the anchors who were jealous of Xin behind the scenes hate him so much that they gritted their teeth. He quickly contacted the internet troll army, paid them more money, and asked them to suppress the arrogance of Xin live broadcast room. If they are not suppressed, they will not be able to broadcast live at all. 8 o'clock in the evening is the prime time for live broadcasts, and also the time with the highest traffic. All of them were intercepted by Xin, and their income was greatly reduced. Who would be happy about that? It can only be said that Xin's live broadcast room grew too quickly, making those old anchors wary. However, the internet trolls they hired seemed to be ineffective and could not compete with the fans in the live broadcast room. But apart from the live broadcast room, if you want to blackmail someone, you can do so anywhere else. For example, a big forum. So, that night, He Xinqing's posts suddenly increased. What he said were all specious words, and there was not a single truth in them. After Xinqing finished his live broadcast, his fans immediately blocked all the posts that slandered Xinqing. There were even netizens in the same city who knew a little about Xinqing and briefly described his family situation. Now everyone knew that Xinqing's life experience was so miserable. As a result, any post that criticized Xinqing was criticized. Not only did those haters fail to harm Xinqing, but they made Xinqing's fans feel even more sorry for him. Immediately, an editing up host started editing Xinqing's live video tonight. There are also pictures of the interaction between Shinqing and Zweiking. After it was released, it once again attracted the attention and likes of many people. Starting from tonight, Shinqing has completely established his foothold on this platform. Those who envied him were afraid of backlash and dared not act rashly. The other side. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary Insta. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 250,050 emotional points. Total emotional value / points. 1363250. Ding. Mood value reaches 200,000. Reward. 200,000 cash. 1 suburban villa. 10 with spirit pills. Plus 2 constitution attribute points. Ding. The poisonous pet shop now has 50 types of poisonous pets, and you will be rewarded with 1 pet shop upgrade card. Shinqing looked at the virtual screen in front of him, his eyes full of smiles. He didn't expect that the live broadcast tonight would have such a good effect on him. In addition to the high emotional value gains, the system rewards are also more. What surprised him most were the physical attribute points and pet shop upgrade cards. This is the first time this has happened. Needless to say, physical attribute points are naturally added to one's own physical constitution. The physical fitness column on his personal panel only has 20 points, which is within the average range. Only when it exceeds 24 points will it exceed the normal range. It can be seen how difficult it is to gain physical attribute points. Now I can earn 2 points from 1 live broadcast, which is not bad. There are also pet shop upgrade cards, which are easy to use at first glance. System, explain the purpose of the pet shop upgrade card. Reporting to the host, the pet shop upgrade card is a reward based on the host's current renovation progress. The pet shop upgrade card includes the design of a unique pet-themed room, customer lounge area, dining area, etc. In short, as long as you want, we can help the host to decorate it without any worries. There are also countless templates for the host to choose from, and you can DIY at will. After listening to the introduction of the system, Shinqing instantly understood what was going on. In other words, with this pet shop upgrade card, he can plan and decorate his pet shop directly in his mind. Or you can tell the system the style you want, and then use the pet shop upgrade card to get everything you want. It is environmentally friendly and non-toxic, and it saves time and effort and is easy to operate. But the only thing is that as long as you make sure to use the upgrade card, the store style will be implemented in the real store. It cannot be changed. If you want to change it, you need to buy a new upgrade card or design card. It's really what I need most right now. According to the original plan, it will take time to decorate the store and connect it to the new space, and the fastest would be a week. The current progress has only reached the point of breaking down the walls between a few shops, and the others have not yet started. Now that we have this system reward, it's really great. And in reality, no one else will notice anything unusual. Then Shinqing told the system his requirements directly and chose the theme rooms he wanted from the ones provided by the system. In just a few minutes, the system created a number of templates for him. Each template fits his imagination perfectly. After choosing and choosing, I finally chose the one that I liked at first sight. System, this is it. Good host. Ding. Pet shop upgrade card is in use. Ding. Pet shop decoration style set is being implemented. Countdown, 11:59. Then, Shinqing noticed a faint mist appearing in front of his eyes. The mist covered the entire room, or rather his 3 stores. This is true for both the first and second floors. In addition, he seemed to hear the sound of tinkling knocks and inaudible conversations. They were all wrapped in the gray mist. This made Shinqing raise his eyebrows unconsciously. And above the fog hung a huge countdown. It goes without saying that this is the time required to upgrade the pet shop. It's past 9 o'clock in the evening now, and I think it will be done by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shinqing then looked at his personal panel again. Sure enough, I saw that my physical fitness increased by 2 points. There is also an additional pet shop level column. Name, Shinqing. Age, 23. System, Poison Pet Live Broadcast System, LV1. Pet shop level, LV1. Mall level, LV1. Intelligence, 110, 0, 200. Constitution, 22, 0, 100. Spiritual power, 120, 0 to 1000. Cash, 1,408,410 yuan. Total emotional value / points, 1363250. Skills, eavesdropping on animals, poisonous animal breeding manual, animal affinity skill, level 10 veterinary skill / healing skill. Items, car 1, hair growth pill 1, 3 pills / bottle, deluxe raising box set 1, with spirit pill 13, 10 pills / bottle, suburban villa 1. When I saw the cash, I remembered that I owed money to my relatives, so I just happened to pay them back tonight. As for the villa rewarded by the system, I will go and see it when I have time. He is busy opening the store now, and everything else will be decided after the store opens. Chapter 66 Preliminary Preparations for the Opening of the Poison Pet Shop. The next day, the sun is still as bright as ever, waking up the city early. A new day has begun, and people are busy. The busy roads were already a bit crowded, and everyone was rushing to work. Although the summer morning breeze brings little coolness, it is not as hot as at noon. Everything is just right. The wind blew away the irritability of the passers-by. However, there were still very few pedestrians at the end of the street, and there were several large trees blocking the view, so the sun came a little later. So no one really noticed that the pet shop at the end of the street had changed drastically. The store still has the same name, but the decoration style has completely changed. The sky blue wall looks like the blue sky hanging high in the sky, which makes people feel relaxed at first sight. Many cute painted cartoon characters come to life on it, especially the little expression and the words with a unique tone next to it. It seems as if the picture has come alive. Because the building at the end of the street is just 2 stories high and is at the corner. There are 3 stores in total. Now they have become one. The colors are harmonious, and with the big tree, it looks like a castle in the forest. We can only get a glimpse of the situation on the second floor. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows were blocked by light-colored screens, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. But the screens of each floor-to-ceiling window are of different colors, which makes people curious about what is inside. At this time, a large, bony hand gently lifted the screen. Then he pulled it to the side, and the dazzling sunlight rushed in, dispelled the darkness within. It also allows people to see the scene inside. This person was Xin-Qing, who had just woken up. It is now exactly 9:10, and the countdown for the pet shop upgrade card has ended. The entire store has been completely transformed. When he opened his eyes, he hardly recognized his room. The original decoration style has been changed to the one he chose last night. However, his room and his own room on the second floor are living areas, so there have been some changes, but they are still within his acceptable range. The biggest changes are in the first floor and the 2 shops next door. After opening all the windows, Xin-Qing walked towards a door connecting to the second floor next door. Prepare to inspect the effects of the system upgrade on the pet shop, especially the themed pet room that he was most looking forward to. After seeing the pet-themed rooms with various themes, he was still amazed by the realistic scenes. Needless to say, anyone who has been here will definitely want to come again. The graphics and experience are absolutely amazing. In addition to the themed rooms, there are also many comfortable seating areas in the lobby. The atmosphere and visuals are very beautiful. Even a man like him thinks it is good, let alone a girl. Of course, in addition to these hard conditions, there is also a bar area against the wall. You can make sweet water coffee and other things there. There is also a rest area on the first floor, but the style is different from that on the second floor. There is also a kitchen where you can cook. However, the first floor now has 3 shops connected together, so it is very large and has plenty of space. There are of course theme rooms as well. In a nutshell, you can feel everything you want here. It is so much better than the decoration style of cat cafes. There are activity areas, check-in areas, interactive areas, rest areas, and dining areas. Of course, there is also a medical room. This is no longer the style of the old pet shops. It has a completely different feeling. After Xin-Qing finished inspecting the entire store, he nodded with satisfaction. Then classify all the existing poisonous pets and put them in the corresponding places. Of course, the one used was the luxurious breeding box rewarded by the system. Then he called Aunt Hua, and after some communication, he asked her to send him several famous poisonous snakes. In short, just make use of all the theme rooms in the store. Although it is not full, it is enough for opening. There is even a separate area for pet boarding. The space is not small, and it can accommodate not only some non-toxic pets, but also some toxic pets. He considered every point. Now all that's left is to find a few front desk staff, chefs, and people to make desserts and drinks. We have everything, as long as people come. And this job was given to his new friend, Yuan Zimo. Doesn't his family run a hotel and restaurant business? His network of contacts here must not be as wide as his. As soon as the message was sent, I received an immediate reply. It turned out that there was a chef on the other side who was about to quit his job and go home, and his hometown was in Xin-Qing City. This is no coincidence. After communication, the other party was naturally willing to come, not to mention that the salary offered by Xin-Qing was not low. Now all we need to do is recruit a few young girls to work as receptionists and waiters. Thinking of this, Xin-Qing immediately packed himself up and found a printing shop. Printed a bunch of flyers. Just wearing a baseball cap, I walked from the end of the street to the main street. They handed out flyers while walking and also introduced the store location. The pet shop is hiring staff. Miss, you can take a look. A pet shop is hiring a receptionist. If you're interested, you can check it out. The salary is excellent. Maybe it was because Shin Ching-chong was so handsome that any girl passing by would take the flyer he distributed even if she was not interested. Some people actually read the recruitment information on the flyer seriously. When I saw that it was indeed a pet shop, I became curious. Then I was very curious when I saw that there were 4 receptionists and 10 waiters. In their impression, pet shop waiters are responsible for taking care of cats and dogs, helping to bathe and feed them, etc. It's very simple. But the salary is not high. But the salary listed on the flyer in my hand is a bit outrageous. The average price is only 2,000 to 3,000, and the highest price will not exceed 5,000. But it actually says 8,000. Locally, a waiter's salary can be as high as 8,000, which is even higher than the salary of a construction worker. Don't be too surprised, it feels like giving money. Little brother, is the salary here really that high? Yeah, it doesn't feel real at all. It's like giving money away. Yes, if the salary is really that high, I would like to apply. Suddenly, several young girls surrounded Shin Ching and asked questions. Anyway, the point is, they are very tempted, but they don't believe it. Shin Ching knew that this matter was half successful. The pet shop is mine. It's at the end of the street, the one with the light blue wall. Because the pets in the store are somewhat special and it is reopening after renovation, we are in great need of staff. The salary and benefits are of course real. If you are interested, you can come with me to take a look. Shin Ching explained to everyone with a calm smile, and it was not far from his shop. This undoubtedly adds to the credibility. Moreover, the locals all knew about the pet shop at the end of the street, and they also knew that something had happened to the owner of that shop. I think this young man must have bought the store. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded. Ah, Ching-kong-chan, I'm seeing him in person. I'm so excited. Ching-kong, isn't this the online name of Shin Ching's live broadcast account? It seems that the person who came was a fan of his live broadcast room. Chapter 67, What is the black shadow that suddenly rushed over? Soon, the girls came to Shin Ching and saw the recruitment information in Shin Ching's hand, and instantly thought of something. Brother Anchor, is your pet shop about to open? Are you hiring? Do you think we can? The 3 little girls were not at all stage shy. They asked in a very familiar manner, with sparkles in their eyes. It can be seen that they are really interested. This scene suddenly put the girls who had asked the question in disbelief into a crisis. You know, it's hard to make money these days. 8,000 yuan, and I work in a pet shop near my home. Who wouldn't want such a good job? So he immediately stated, Handsome, can we go directly to your store to discuss the work in detail? Yeah, if there's nothing wrong. Then when can we go to work? As expected, some things are more delicious when you fight for them. The same goes for work. We can go to the store to discuss in detail. If you are willing, we can sign the contract immediately and start work tomorrow. Shin Ching said this and brought a few girls to the pet shop. The pet shop has been completely renovated, and the girls have already been charmed just by standing outside. Especially the 3 girls who watched Shin Ching's live broadcast. Boss, is this character the same as last night's little Juzi, that Sundara lady? She was talking about a comic book girl with green hair and a skirt, who had an air of nobility about her. Especially that expression, it's absolutely amazing. So this cute little loli is Xiaohong? Red hair with a black princess dress, so cute. This is a painting on the wall of a little red-haired girl sitting on the ground. The big eyes look forward innocently and naively, which makes people feel soft-hearted. And this is... The 3 girls chattered nonstop, and they were extremely excited. Yes, you all guessed it right. Come in and sit down first. Shin Ching opened the door and let everyone in, but as soon as they came in, there was another loud exclamation of admiration. Oh wow, what a beautiful pet shop. Is this really a pet shop? It's so beautiful. It's even prettier than my house. Boss, don't think about it. When will the contract be signed? Yeah, when will it be signed? When Shin Ching heard their thoughtless words, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Are girls nowadays so naive? Don't you think carefully about something when you see it's good looking? There must be a reason why he can offer such a high salary, right? So it's better to make it clear first. Ahem, everyone, listen to me. The pets in my shop are quite special. They are not cats or dogs, but poisonous reptiles, including but not limited to venomous snakes. As long as you are not afraid, you can sign the contract. Of course, the corresponding treatment will only be more than what is written. Shin Ching explained the situation in the store and let them make their own choices. He also said that he accepts both boys and girls, not necessarily girls. The final result, of course, is that they all stayed. With medical care guaranteed, having a poisonous pet is not so unacceptable. After signing the contract and saying goodbye to Shinqing, the three fans have already made statements online. As a result, the news about Shinqing's poisonous pet store opening soon and the recruitment news instantly became popular in the comment section of his live broadcast replay. In particular, one of the girls also attached a colorful cartoon picture of the store outside. The entire comment section was blown up. Is this really a pet shop? Tell me the address quickly. I want to apply for a job there too. Oh my god. I seem to see the image of the 3 moon jellyfish sisters, just like what the host described. A queen plus a girl plus a loli. The one with green hair must be Miss Bamboo Leaf Green. What a beautiful image. The outside is so beautiful. Isn't the inside even more beautiful? Please give me the address. I'll definitely go there tomorrow. Such remarks continued one after another, and once again made Shinqing's name known to everyone. Some people even launched a challenge in the comment section. The content is to see who will be the first to check in at the pet store tomorrow. A smart fellow from the same city came over immediately, signed the contract, and started working without even looking at the salary. Just waiting for the opening at 9 tomorrow morning. After they left, the car carrying the Viper arrived, and Shinqing was arranged in the theme room. The chef and several of his apprentices also started work before dark. Everything is waiting to open tomorrow. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shinqing started tonight's live broadcast with his newly purchased equipment. Today he chose a snake-themed room. Good evening everyone. I am your poison pet anchor Qingkong. Shinqing looked at the camera with a smile, and behind him was the decorated corridor inside the pet shop. Fans who came into the live broadcast room clearly felt something different. The anchor's pet shop is already renovated? I'm going to check in there tomorrow too. The corridor is so bright. It seems the pet shop has a lot of space. What time does it open tomorrow? I want to go too. I'd really like to see the hand-painted wall art outside the store. What beautiful cartoon characters. Just a question. Are those characters based on the personalities of the store's pets? Is my little brother going to introduce us to a new poisonous pet tonight? Fans came to the live broadcast room very quickly tonight. I came in as soon as his live broadcast room opened. Now, in less than 5 minutes, the number of people has exceeded 100,000 plus, and they are all active fans. This shows how great Shinqing's influence is now. Of course, this is also thanks to the girls who applied for the job and uploaded the pictures outside the store to the internet. It aroused everyone's curiosity. There is no need to mention places that are farther away. People in the same city or those who have time have already been here. Even if you don't have time, you can go and have a look when it opens tomorrow. It can be said that Shinqing was given enough face. You know, everyone wants to see how he will run this venomous pet store. Will it be scary? Will the experience be worse than the live broadcast? When several aspects are combined, it naturally becomes a hot topic. Today, the store renovations have been completed, and this is the first time I'm going to live stream it to everyone. Let's take a look at the results. As for new friends, of course there are, so don't miss them. Shinqing deliberately kept the camera in suspense, smiled faintly, and gently pushed open the door in front of him. After pressing the switch on the wall, Shinqing saw all the settings inside. The light cast by the spotlight above my head is just right, soft, and not glaring. Shinqing turned the camera so that everyone could see what was happening in the room at the moment. A faint moisture floats in the air, and under the light, it seems as if you have fallen into a fairyland. Green plants, trees, rockery, and other items are placed against the wall. Further inside are some jungle trees, and of course soil, flowers, and plants. A perfect natural forest environment. But they were all blocked by transparent glass. A little further on, there were some messy stones and stone walls, and even a few obvious gullies. It was as if water was flowing down from the ravine above. But looking at it this way, you would think you are in a natural forest. Really excessive. Oh wow. Oh my god, this isn't really a forest, but a room? It's so real. Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm seeing a scene from The Wizard of Oz. The lights and mist are so fucking harmonious. It's obvious the little brother put a lot of effort into this, but I wonder what kind of poisonous pet is in it. Wait, what was that black shadow that just rushed over? Chapter 68, Scaly Tree Viper, the Cold and Nobleman. The netizens in the live broadcast room were watching the event with great interest, when a black shadow darted past the camera at such a fast speed that they couldn't see clearly what it was. Shinqing's shop had obviously just been renovated. Everything was dressed up in the freshest style, otherwise they wouldn't be attracted by what they saw. But the problem is, I haven't seen the poisonous pet that Shinqing mentioned for so long. Just now, there was such a large forest-like vegetation that if you hadn't told me, I would have thought I was in the wild. But they still saw the transparent glass standing in the middle, separating Shinqing from the forest. The black shadow just now disappeared on the other side of the glass. Or rather, disappeared among the trees. Don't panic, everyone. The little guy who just passed by will be your new friend soon. Xinqing naturally also saw the guy who just rushed over, but was not scared by him. Instead, he calmly explained to the fans in the live broadcast room. However, as soon as he said this, a voice came from his ears. This human will be my breadwinner from now on. He looks so weak. He's really not afraid of me? You know, my venom can kill people. A cold and aloof voice came, without any emotional fluctuations. It's like stating a fact. Coupled with the cool and low gentleman's voice, it is even more extraordinary. It makes people unconsciously picture a cool and elegant young man in their minds. Standing there, in white clothes fluttering in the wind, he looked detached from the world. Coincidentally, the painting on the wall of Xinqing's theme room was of an ancient young man in white clothes standing on a cliff. Of course, this is no coincidence. Rather, he had deliberately purchased the design cards when placing the venomous pets in suitable terrarium-themed rooms, and later directly modified them. It can be said that all pets in the store have been designed with a cartoon image that suits them based on their voices. This also increases the diversity of the theme rooms. So, when Xinqing raised his camera slightly to the side, a beautiful picture appeared in the camera. Holy crap, what is that? There's a mural here too? What a handsome, Exile the Mortal. Who painted that? He's so handsome. I was just wondering what that black shadow was, but then I saw this beautiful painting. I could easily take a screenshot and use it as my wallpaper. The ancient gentleman standing on the cliff, dressed in white, has a very cool temperament. I love it. Wait, look at that thing in the middle of the cliff under the feet of the young man in white. Holy crap, that's a snake. Yes, this design is really wonderful. It looks like a young man in white standing on a cliff. Actually, that's not wrong, except that the cliff still has real projection. There is a clear gully in the middle of the cliff created by the two rockery. The ravine was actually not very wide, and at this moment a green, scaly snake was poking its head out from the cracks in the rocks. The angle makes it look like it is falling from the sky. His head was pressed tightly against the camera, not moving. The whole picture is extremely harmonious. There is a young man in white clothes above the head, and a big snake in the crevice of the stone. The lighting here was just right, focusing on the man and the snake from top to bottom. The surroundings become dim, so they stand out more. This is also why the fans in the live broadcast room were so surprised. Everyone has figured it out, right? This is the poisonous pet I'll be introducing to you tonight, the scaly tree viper. Xinqing calmly zoomed the camera in so that everyone could see the appearance of the poisonous pet more clearly. Let me introduce to you, the scaly tree viper is a venomous snake that lives in the tropical rainforest climate of West and Central Africa. They mostly live in remote places far away from people. It lives in tropical rainforest climate areas of sub-Saharan Africa, and their predation habits. In the wild, scaly tree vipers mainly prey on amphibians, lizards, rodents, birds, and other snakes. They hunt by ambushing their prey in trees, biting it, injecting it with toxins, and then swallowing it after it dies. To raise scaly tree vipers in captivity, you only need to provide an environment that allows them to climb. There are no special requirements for details such as residence temperature. Just eat rodents and small birds. Xinqing calmly introduced the origin and habits of the scaly tree viper to everyone. Then he waited for a while before continuing with a smile. However, it should be noted that there have been reports of cannibalism among tree vipers. To avoid this situation, you cannot keep two at the same time. They also have typical ambush hunting habits and a strong sense of territory. What he said is all information that everyone can find on the internet. However, when I think about what the other party said just now and its cold temperament, the contrast is really huge. Xinqing's smile deepened a little, and he continued. But my scaly tree viper is different. See that picture? As he spoke, Xinqing pointed to the painting of an ancient young man on the wall. In fact, its inner self is that cool and aloof, like a noble young man who is detached from the world. I was initially attracted by the things the host introduced, and the scaly tree viper was indeed eye-catching. But to say it looked just like the painting is a bit of an exaggeration. Haha, this is the first time I've heard a host describe a snake as a painting. I think they do. Look at the scaly tree viper's cool gaze. It doesn't seem stage-frightened at all. It has a very cool aura. I know the scaly tree viper. Its scales are the most unique, and it's said to be the most dragon-like snake. Fans in the live broadcast room have already started to speak out, with all kinds of remarks. In short, I was completely confused by Xinqing's description just now. But then he remembered that Xinqing had said during a previous live broadcast that his poisonous pet was actually a little princess, a young lady, etc. And he has a very hot temper. In short, there is a concrete image. It's just that now this imagined image has been concretely drawn. But then I tried to put it into my head, and it felt quite strange. Everyone couldn't help but think in their hearts that if the scaly tree viper could really transform into a human, it should look like the one on the wall. Cool and elegant. Wow, I didn't expect this generation of netizens to be so easy to lead. I just filled it in my mind and arranged it automatically. Xinqing didn't know what kind of plot the netizens had imagined. He put his phone close to the glass and continued. The venom of the scaled tree viper contains a strong neurotoxin that can cause pain, swelling, and abnormal blood clotting. In addition to the serum specifically designed to treat mountain viper venom, which can have a slight positive effect on the toxins of the scaled tree viper. Other types of antitoxins and serums are only marginally effective, so those who want to keep them should be cautious. Having said that, Xinqing changed the subject and smiled faintly. Of course, you can come to our store to check in, take photos and interact, or you can live stream the cloud feed, killing two birds with one stone. Xinqing waved towards the scaly tree viper on the stone rockery with a smile on his face. Shaolin, come here and say hello to everyone. Maybe we'll see each other again in the future. Just when everyone thought that the scaly tree viper didn't understand and wouldn't move, it actually moved. Human, are you going to assign me a job? The cool and clear voice of the young man is like a clear spring, which seems to be able to dispel the heat of the summer night. It is simply a good medicine to refresh the mind. Chapter 69. Have you ever heard that a snake also has to go to work? The scaly tree viper actually crawled towards Xinqing. In order to better observe the scaly tree viper, Xinqing has come to the vicinity of the rockery. Although there is a glass window between them, the distance is still very close. So, when the scaly tree viper crawled along the rock, the camera captured it clearly. Holy crap, it's really here, and it actually understands the host's words. Is this still the ferocious scaly tree viper? There's something about this anchor, and it's always so unexpected. Even the most toxic pets here have become good kids. Oh wow, the scales on this snake are so cool. I'm hooked. I really want to pet it. Sisters, wake up. That's a venomous snake, not a cat or a puppy. You're still trying to pet it. Are you afraid of losing your life? But you can let the host try. After all, he has something on him, and I haven't seen him get bitten by his own venomous pet. Yes, the little brother is also a veterinarian, so he must not be afraid. Didn't the bamboo green snake do it last night? So, after seeing the true appearance of the scaly tree viper, the fans in the live broadcast room strongly requested Xinqing to pet the snake. Although this scaly tree viper is much larger than the bamboo viper from last night, it also looks more ferocious. But the more this happens, the more I want to watch it. Xinqing saw the comments from fans, but didn't feel embarrassed. Since everyone wants to see me and my poisonous pet up close, of course you can. After saying that, he looked at the scaly tree viper that had already climbed to the glass window, and smiled as he clicked a small button on the glass. A smaller automatic window opened. There is just enough space for two hands. Xinqing reached in without thinking, less than 10 centimeters away from the location of the scaly tree viper. Come out, your job tonight is to live stream with me. Don't worry, the live stream will count as your attendance. It would be fine if Xinqing was talking to a snake, but he actually said it counted as attendance? Don't be too shocked. The fans in the live broadcast room were shocked. Holy crap, I've heard of going to work being counted as attendance, but I've never heard of a snake having to go to work and also being counted as attendance. The problem isn't going to work or checking in, but how can a snake understand that? The host is just trying to attract attention. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. A snake needs to be clocked in. Does it need to punch in? Or maybe even have its fingerprints taken? You forgot, snakes don't have hands, so where do fingerprints come from? The style of the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became strange and varied. All kinds of jokes and memes are in the barrage, and laughter comes one after another. The popularity of the live broadcast room is already the highest among similar live broadcasts, and there is no doubt about this. Those anchors who can't do anything to Xinqing can only avoid the time period when Xinqing broadcasts live. There is no way. The Water Army bought it and blackened it, but netizens don't give them face. I still believe in Xinqing and still come to watch his live broadcast room. What's more, Xinqing's store is about to open. This time period tonight is destined to be Xinqing's home court. Who says he is the only host of the Poisonous Pet Show? Because of this, there are also people who want to take a radical approach. As if they have smelled the horn of profit, they are also secretly purchasing poisonous pets. Prepare to raise it for a few days, and then start replicating Xinqing's path. Of course, Xinqing had no idea about this and didn't care. Then remember to register, don't forget. The young man's voice was cold and without any ups and downs, as if he was stating a fact. Then she climbed up Xinqing's arm and was brought out by him. He looked as docile as possible, without any temper at all. Everyone was stunned. Don't worry, The form will be posted next to your room door. Once the attendance is full, your request will be fulfilled. Xinqing fixed the mobile phone holder to the ground and sat down. Then he began to stroke the scaly tree viper's back, like petting a cat. The movements and expressions were extremely natural. But the scaly tree viper seemed to be enjoying it, with its eyes half closed and very well behaved. This human master seems to be a man of his word, so let's trust him for once. However, the strength of his touch was just right, very comfortable. I don't know how many snakes he has touched before, but this is an experience I've never experienced before. If he touches another snake in the future and wants to touch me, he must wash his hands, otherwise I will be disgusted. The voice in Xinqing's ear stopped for a moment, then sounded again. However, the gentleman's voice remained steady, without any ups and downs. Even when being caressed, she looked like she was enjoying it, and her voice didn't change at all. This contrast is really funny. Don't worry, I will wash my hands before I wipe you. The corners of Xinqing's mouth twitched, and he said this without thinking. The scaly tree viper didn't react much, but the audience in Lei's live broadcast room were stunned. Fuck. The anchor always says something so depressing at such a heartwarming moment. It's shocking to me all year long. Poochie. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Who would have thought that the anchor is actually a comedian, saying such things to a venomous snake? Wash your hands before touching it. Is the scaly tree viper disgusted? How did the streamer tell that? I think it's enjoying it. That's right. I see the scales on this scaly tree viper have been smoothed out. It's as docile as a kitten. Can I pet it when I go to the store tomorrow? Listen, what kind of dangerous statement are you making? But, brother, I'm going to the store tomorrow too, so I guess I can do it. Now, the scaly tree viper has really become popular. It was already very pretty, and now it was being rubbed obediently by Xinqing, even more obedient than that little kitten. Where's the viciousness at all? No one believes it's poisonous. So, in addition to last night's bamboo green viper, tonight's scaly tree viper was also well received by everyone. Everyone said in the comments that those who live nearby must visit the store. Check in by the way to see how many poisonous pets there are here. I'll be in the store tomorrow, so feel free to pet the snake or take photos with me. Xinqing put the scaly tree viper in, then picked up his phone and walked back a little. This is originally a snake-themed room, and besides the scaly tree viper, there are of course other snakes. Except for the bamboo leaf green tea from last night, the rest were bought from the friend I mentioned to Manhwa. Xiaolin has seen it. Let's go check out the other neighbor. As he spoke, Xinqing had already arrived next to the scaly tree viper breeding box. It is also surrounded by glass windows, but the decoration inside is different. There are fewer huge rocks to climb, but more trees. Master is here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A soft and charming voice of a queen floated in the wind. The voice was charming in itself, like that of an alluring fairy, and it made one's ears numb. Chapter 70. It is Su Daji of the poisonous snake world. The owner of this voice has a unique hook that will make anyone's ears soften. I couldn't help but think of Su Daji's appearance. That's right, just one sound makes people unconsciously think of the image of a vixen. It can be seen how charming this voice is. Ahem, the next friend is very beautiful. I think you will like her when you see her. She is also a delicate girl. In fact, what he wanted to talk about more was the vixen. The host said so much. What kind of poisonous pet is this? It's very beautiful, but how beautiful is it? That's right, Xiaolin just now was very handsome. How can he compare to this? Host, please zoom in a little. We can't see it, but given the surroundings, is it another snake? It can't be a small venomous pet anyway. Only larger venomous pets would use such a large enclosure. It looks just like a real forest. The discussion among fans in the live broadcast room increased again, and everyone was curious about what kind of poisonous pet Xinqing was talking about. After all, there is the handsome scaly tree viper at the beginning for comparison, and if there is another poisonous pet, it will inevitably be compared. It would be fine if they were not the same species, but if they were both venomous snakes, the effect would naturally be more effective. Don't be impatient. The protagonist has been waiting for you for a long time. After Xinqing finished speaking, he zoomed in on the branches of the big tree behind the glass with the camera of his mobile phone. A touch of peacock blue appeared in the camera. The blue is so gorgeous and beautiful just to look at. Especially when the light from overhead falls on that blue, the reflected halo is soft. There seemed to be a few drops of water on the blue, about to fall, but not yet, making it look even more clear. However, this blue color was not something else, but a snake. A blue snake as thick as a baby's arm. Master, what do you want me to do? Please tell me. I will obey my master. I only ask my master to have mercy on me. At this moment, the blue suddenly moved and crawled along the tree trunk towards Xinqing on the glass side. The slightly raised blue had spit out its tongue towards Xinqing, looking as cute as it could be. The fans in the live broadcast room finally saw the snake's true appearance and immediately started to send out comments of excitement. Fuck, this snake has such beautiful colors. I really want to touch it. Aw, so cute and beautiful. No wonder the host said it was a girl. Especially the silly and cute look on its face when it raised its head. It's so adorable. I know what this is. It's an island pit viper, undoubtedly a venomous snake. Shin-Ching naturally also saw the comments posted by fans and knew that everyone had recognized him. Also, the words that the island bamboo green snake had just said also made him speechless. The voice was simply too nice, coupled with the tone. He was a bit of a sound control to begin with, and now, his ears were completely spoiled. It's really hard to refuse that soft voice. So, in full view of everyone, Shin-Ching opened a small window on the glass and reached his hand in again, and said very gently, "Yes, it's the island bamboo green pit viper. Come out. You don't have to do anything. Just join me in the live broadcast." The doting tone was so gentle, as if he was treating a little lover. It was simply too outrageous. Especially Shin-Ching's eyes, which are almost drowning. Netizens watching the live broadcast room cheered. "Fuck. Streamer, you're awesome. I know you're not afraid of poison, but is it really okay for you to be so brave? Oh my god. This little brother is so gentle and doting towards a venomous snake. I'm afraid he's not even this kind-hearted towards his girlfriend. The anchor is single, so his target is most likely one of these toxic pets. Just asking, aren't venomous snakes poisonous? Why didn't they attack the streamer? One or two of them." While everyone was talking about it, Shin-Ching had already brought out the island bamboo green snake. Not hurt at all. And the venomous snake in their eyes now seemed like a clingy and obedient baby, clinging to Shin-Ching closely. "That's right, it's just stickers. Master, you smell so good, I like you so much. What should I do? I can no longer live without my master. Boo-hoo, master. Please take me with you from now on. Without your company, I won't be able to eat or sleep." The gentle and charming voice of a royal sister with an alluring tone floated into Shin-Ching's ears. His ears felt numb and his heart softened. "I feel like if I continue talking to it, I will really agree to its request. Ahem, stop acting like a spoiled brat. Master, please introduce yourself to everyone." Shin-Ching coughed twice, but did not stop the island bamboo green pit. He still let the other person move along his arm and get close to his face. The snake's tongue would lick his cheek from time to time. How could it look so intimate at all, like a venomous snake? Fuck. Why am I suddenly feeling envious? I also want to raise a bamboo green pit head like this. I'm also thinking of getting a bamboo green island green snake recently, so I'm wondering if the one the host has is for sale? Ah, this picture is so adorable. A handsome face and an obedient and well-behaved venomous snake are next to each other. One has eyes full of doting, and the other is acting coquettishly and lovingly. It's so adorable. I have to go to the store tomorrow. I want to take a photo with the cute and clingy island bamboo green viper. The noise in the live broadcast room suddenly increased, but everyone was attracted by the atmosphere between this person and their pet. At this time, the word poison seemed to no longer exist. It is obvious that most people are still very afraid of snakes, and they are even more afraid of poisonous snakes. However, in Shin-Ching's live broadcast room, a total of 3 poisonous snakes appeared, each with a different personality. But it doesn't look dangerous at all. Now this island bamboo pit viper is even worse. It is simply a spoiled creature that asks for your affection all the time. The fans' blood was boiling. They couldn't hear the sound of the island bamboo green snake at this moment. If they heard it, they would be even more furious. Who doesn't like a pet that is so obedient, soft, delicate, and cuddly? Anyway, Shin-Ching likes it very much. So, while Shin-Ching was explaining the origin of the island bamboo pit viper to his fans, he also did not forget to interact with his pet. Caress each other's body from time to time. He even rubbed the other's head with his nose. He was not afraid at all that the island pit viper would open its mouth and bite him. The little guy is the Su-Daji of our store's venomous snake pets. His favorite thing is to stick to it. If you have the chance, you can come and experience it. At the end of his speech, Shin-Ching did not forget to introduce the island bamboo pit viper on his shoulder. I hope you all come to the store to see it. As he finished speaking, he turned the camera to the anime portrait of the island bamboo pit viper. Image source, internet, deleted due to infringement. Her light blue hair stood out particularly, especially her big twinkling eyes, coupled with her expression of asking for affection just now. They really looked perfect together. Suddenly, the topic became a hot topic again among fans in the live broadcast room. Everyone was already interested in the island pit viper, and they fell in love with the interaction between it and Shin-Ching, which made the fans excited. Everyone was thinking about going to the store tomorrow. Ah, this painting is quite fitting. With the introduction of the portrait, the The look of the island bamboo green pit viper begging for a hug is even more vivid. I finally understand the special feature of the live streaming store. I just want to ask if each poisonous pet will have a portrait of a small character? You'll find out when you go to the store tomorrow. Anyway, I have a day off tomorrow, so I can go and take a look. Ha 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 ha. I have time tomorrow too. I'll definitely check in on all the poisonous pets in the pet shop. I want to be the first one. Chapter 71. The darkness can't move, it can't move at all, edited. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room is very good, and it can be said that the fans are particularly active. There are almost no zombie fans. And those haters before seemed to be unable to do anything negative, so they just perfunctorily made a few bad remarks. But compared with the hundreds of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room, their number is really too small. The barrage of comments has no effect at all. It made them doubt their careers. As a result, when someone came to them to slander Xinqing later, they were unwilling to accept the order. The anchors who were jealous of Xinqing were so angry that they gritted their teeth. I had no choice but to avoid its attack. Xinqing naturally didn't know about this. After introducing the two poisonous pets, he talked to his fans about the situation in the store. Tell everyone the opening time. Anyone who wants to come tomorrow can come and visit. He is in the store all day. As for what activities the pet store has, he didn't say much, and everything will be discussed after the opening tomorrow. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary insta. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 271,050 emotional points. Total emotional value / points. 163,4300. Ding. Gain 200,000 plus emotion points. Reward 200,000 cash. 10 with spirit pills. Free attribute points plus 3. When Xinqing saw the reward, there was no change at first, but he was still surprised when he saw the free attribute points. Needless to say, free attribute points can naturally be added to his personal profile at will, such as intelligence, mental strength, physical fitness, etc. Unlike fixed attribute points, they can only be added to corresponding attributes. In comparison, free attribute points are the best. You can add whatever you want. As for the wood spirit pill, I believe it will be available after the business opens. Anyone who wants to interact with a poisonous pet can take this pill. Of course, not everyone can buy it, and the quantity must be limited, which is also a good business. Moreover, the origin of the wood spirit pill can be said to be made by him. It can bring animals and humans closer together, so there is still room for maneuver in this regard. It's not that unreasonable, so don't worry about any problems. After the attribute points are divided, the personal panel is updated again. Name: Xinqing. Age: 23. System: Poison Pet Live Broadcast System LV1. Pet Shop Level: LV1. Mall Level: LV1. Intelligence: 110, 0, 200. Constitution: 25, 0, 100. Spiritual Power: 120, 0 to 1000. Cash: 1,598,410 yuan. Total emotional value / points: 163,4300. Skills: Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Animal Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill / Healing Skill. Items: Car 1, Hair Growth Pill 1, 3 pills / bottle, Luxury Raising Box Set 1, with Spirit Pill 13, 10 pills / bottle, Suburban Villa 1. The other side. After Xinqing went off the air, footage of what happened during the live broadcast was immediately edited and posted online. Nowadays, there are quite a few hosts squatting in Xinqing's live broadcast room to edit videos, because the name Qingkong Anchor has become famous on the internet. Behind this name is traffic, and traffic represents money. Of course, smart people will not let it go. In just a few days, since Xinqing's live broadcast room became popular, all of his live broadcast videos and videos of him interacting with his poisonous pets have received millions of likes. There are hundreds of thousands of comments alone. It can be seen that people are paying great attention to new things such as poisonous pets. Scarcity makes things valuable. Now there is only one host, Xinqing, who is a poisonous pet anchor. As long as there are people who like to watch it, the traffic will naturally go to him. Unless there is a second or third poisonous pet anchor. Only in this way can the situation of one dominant company disappear. Of course, that also depends on whether the people behind can do what Xinqing did. Don't let your pet become poisonous and end up poisoning yourself. That would be a joke. Xinqing indicated from the beginning that his veterinary skills were a very good prerequisite. Now they have opened another pet shop, which can attract more traffic. Therefore, no one could suppress Xinqing's anger. If you want to get a piece of the pie, you either have to get on his boat or take his traffic away. In a rented room. A fat and unkempt young man was watching a video clip of Shunqing's live broadcast on the internet. Just browsed through the comments section. Most of them were words about wanting to interact with Du Chong, asking about the location of Shunqing's store, making appointments to check in at the store, etc. Anyway, it's all positive reviews. There are also screenshots of the interaction between Shunqing and the poisonous pet. The pictures are very beautiful and have received rave reviews. These praises were like hooks that attracted him, making his eyes red. Qingkong, I didn't expect you to be so popular. So many people like you and like to watch the interaction between you and your poisonous pet. Will another person be able to become popular as well? It's just a poisonous pet, I can do it too. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Now that you're leading this race, I'm sure netizens will be able to accept one more. The fat young man smiled excitedly as he looked at Shunqing on the phone. He is also a Douyin anchor, but he is an out-of-date anchor. He used to be a food streamer who live-streamed himself eating. He was really popular at the beginning, but later people found out that he was faking eating, and gradually no one liked him anymore. The money he had earned previously had long been spent, and the people in his team had long since left him. He was the only one still dreaming of making a comeback. As a result, the track was changed several times, but still no splash was made. Just at this moment, when I saw Shunqing's rise, I suddenly had an idea. Maybe he can also replicate Shunqing's path. Even if he doesn't become a big star, at least he can still get a piece of the pie. Who said that in the poisonous pet track, Shunqing was the first one, and he will soon become the second. I already have a plan in mind. I won't raise too many snakes for now. I'll just raise the 2 snakes that appeared tonight. Then make a phone call. Hey, bro, help me get a pit viper and a scaly tree viper, the same type, the same color. I've sent you the pictures. The next day, the city was awakened early by the rising sun. There is a constant stream of people on the road and the sound of car horns. The morning breeze brought a little coolness. Perhaps because autumn is approaching, the stuffy feeling has subsided a little. But what remains unchanged is the number of people struggling to make a living. The pet shop at the end of the street is not as deserted as usual, but is actually a bit more lively today. Several people have already arrived at the store door. These people are the pet shop employees hired yesterday. Shunqing opened the door and greeted everyone with a smile. Good morning. Have you all had breakfast? It's still early, come in. Good morning, boss. Chapter 72, Two-Dimensional Pet Shop. Today is the first day at work, and all the new employees are very enthusiastic. Even the chef he specially hired has come with his small team. In a short while, the entrance of Shunqing's pet shop was surrounded by people. But it was still early and at the end of the street, so it didn't attract other people's attention. Shunqing opened the door and let them in first. The original opening time was 9 o'clock, but now it's not even 8 o'clock, so they still have time. Eat now if you haven't eaten yet. There are some buns and dumplings in the refrigerator that can be cooked. They will be ready when Uncle Deng and the others get to work. Shunqing chatted with everyone as they walked, talking about the situation in the store. As for Uncle Deng, he was the chef he invited. Anyway, I have already transferred some money to him, so the kitchen purchasing will be left to him from now on. If you don't have enough money, just ask him for it. Don't worry, boss. I'll take them shopping soon and make sure we can have dinner ready by noon. Uncle Deng was not polite either. He knew everything about the kitchen and there was no problem. Now he has such an easy job at home, and the salary is still very good, so of course he likes it very much. What's more, the boss is so young and easy to talk to. Don't worry, boss. We've all had breakfast. I wonder what our job is. Several other employees were already very excited and started asking about today's work. After all, the pet shop will open soon, and customers may come soon. They have to be ready to work. Moreover, they are all young people, and most of them are fans of Shunqing's live broadcast room. Last night, so many fans in the live broadcast room said they wanted to come and check in. They must do it well. Seeing that they were all full of energy, Shunqing told them what they were going to do today. In fact, there is nothing much to do, just feed the poisonous pets when the time comes. There were also a few people responsible for purchasing food for the poisonous pets. Shunqing gave Uncle Su his phone number and address. Except for the staff in the kitchen and bar, everyone else is only responsible for serving customers. Responsible for introducing the basic situation of venomous pets to customers, etc. Of course, you also need to learn some first aid knowledge. After all, some people want to interact with poisonous pets, and it would be bad if they were bitten accidentally, so they must take protective measures. Shunqing had thought of this a long time ago. He bought special gloves from the System Mall. 1 point could buy 10 of that kind of gloves, but he spent 300 points and bought 3,000. These gloves are disposable, but cannot be bitten through by ordinary venomous pets. It can be regarded as the most basic protection. Shunqing familiarized himself with everyone again, walked them through the process, and handed each person a book of basic information on poisonous pets. This way you can get started quickly when you receive guests. We are having a soft opening today. Let's see how it goes. Time passed little by little, and 9 o'clock soon arrived. There were several opening flower baskets placed in front of the pet shop, some of which he ordered himself, and some of which Yuan Zimo and others ordered. Anyway, the store entrance was almost full. If the space wasn't big, it wouldn't fit. Because there are pets in the store, we didn't set off any firecrackers for the opening ceremony to avoid disturbing them. Even so, the rows of flower baskets let everyone know that this place is newly opened. At this moment, several girls came over here excitedly. Ah, there, right there, look, it's really open. I finally saw the paintings on the wall. They are so beautiful. Brother Chinkong's pet shop is so 2D. I love it so much. I wonder what it's like inside. Let's go and take a look. The 3 or 4 girls looked young, probably in their early 20s. The excitement on their faces was self-evident as they walked towards this side arm in arm. Welcome. 2 female staff members were standing at the door welcoming guests. They immediately smiled and greeted the visitors. Come in. Oh, wow, the interior is beautiful too. The space is so spacious. I love it so much. Yeah, comic book characters are everywhere. Could this be the image of the poisonous pet that the anchor guy mentioned in his mind? When the girls came in, they didn't talk loudly, but whispered to each other. But his eyes were looking at everything in the store. Xinxing just came down from upstairs and came over with a smile. Hello, do you want me to introduce you to the pets in the store? These are the first group of customers today, so we have to promote them well. Mr. Chinkong, we are your fans and came here specially today. Yeah, the host is even more handsome than he appears on camera. Your shop is beautifully decorated. It doesn't look like a pet shop at all. Can you introduce it to us? When the girls saw Xinxing, they immediately became excited. His eyes were surprisingly bright, perhaps because he saw someone familiar, and the slight nervousness he had just felt disappeared. Of course, it's my pleasure. Xinxing walked in with the 4 girls. In addition to the rest area in the lobby on the first floor, special shelves were deliberately placed against the walls. They are all transparent materials. There is also a transparent glass water tank on the shelf. Various types of jellyfish are kept inside. That's right, jellyfish. There are the original moon jellyfish, box jellyfish, lion's mane jellyfish, sail jellyfish, flamingo jellyfish, Australian lantern jellyfish, lighthouse jellyfish, and Portuguese man-of-war jellyfish, a total of 8 species. Each species occupies a separate breeding tank. There is also a small label on the tank with the name and toxicity of the jellyfish, as well as simple breeding instructions. It is also equivalent to a small business card. This makes it easier for customers to understand the basic information about poisonous pets more clearly. There is also a larger table in the middle, on which are placed several pots of flowers and some snacks. The overall look matches the sofa in the rest area very well, giving people a sense of relaxation. These are the 3 moon jellyfish sisters. They were the first poisonous pets to come to the store. You see, the one at the bottom is the 3rd sister, a naughty little girl. The one in the middle is the eldest sister, who is very gentle no matter what she does, and the other one is the 2nd sister, who is a little timid. Xinxing pointed to the moon jellyfish in the glass tank and introduced them to the girls. Anyone who has watched Xinxing's live broadcast or the replay of his live broadcast knows who the 3 sisters he is talking about are. Because there is a light strip inside the glass water tank, the pink light is on at this time. The transparent jellyfish seems to be instantly covered with a pink gauze skirt and dancing in the water. The one dancing the most happily was the smallest jellyfish, which I guess was the naughty 3rd sister that Xinxing mentioned. Humph, Carrot, I'm not a naughty guy. Master is saying bad things about me again. I hate it. The tender, lowly voice instantly entered Xinxing's ears. The tone of voice, coupled with the rapid flapping of its skirt in the water, indicated that it was a little unhappy at the moment. 3rd sister is really lively. Look how excited she is. Does she like us very much? The girls watching came closer. Looking at the smallest moon jellyfish swimming around excitedly, curiosity was in my eyes. Chapter 73, Who Said I Would Attack People Maliciously? I just couldn't control my legs, edited. Are these humans complimenting me? You're quite discerning, recognizing me as the cutest. The 3rd sister, who was originally a little angry, smiled instantly. The entire floating body was close to the glass, and even its fluttering tentacles were swaying more happily. 3rd sister, don't forget that today is the first day of the master's business. With so many people watching, you should dance and not be lazy. The gentle voice of the royal sister is soft and gentle, as if all the noise has become quiet under this gentle voice. Let the restless heart calm down. Like the breeze in the mountain valley, it is unforgettable for a long time. This is the eldest sister among the moon jellyfish, but the dancing it talks about is another matter. Of course, it was the task Xinqing assigned to them today. Not only them, it can be said that all poisonous pets have been assigned tasks, and of course the tasks are different. As long as the poisonous pets meet his requirements, they will be rewarded. The reward is nothing else but some small candies produced by the system mall specially provided for poisonous pets. It is good for the body of poisonous pets and smells particularly fragrant. He just tried it last night, and all the poisonous pets in the store liked it without exception. So there was the mission he mentioned. In his words, there is nothing wrong with earning what you want through your own labor. As long as the task is completed, you can have whatever you want. The jellyfish's task is to dance freely in the water and use their bodies to attract customers' attention. Both water and glass are transparent, and the lighting effect creates a visual illusion. From a distance, it looks like there are clouds of various colors floating in the sky, which is very beautiful. The atmosphere is dreamy. Big sister is right. However, I'm a little scared of all these people. I'll just dance over here. It's closer to the master. The weak girl's voice spoke timidly, some distance away from the other two jellyfish. It was sitting alone in a corner, quietly fluttering its skirt. But just as it said, it was closer to Xinqing's location. Let it feel at ease. Xinqing smiled helplessly as he was used to hearing these words, but when he saw that the little girls were very curious, he began to explain to them. Moon jellyfish are poisonous. Don't touch them with your hands. Their tentacles have stingers that inject venom into the enemy when they attack. In fact, he had told netizens about the moon jellyfish during his live broadcast, and they also knew a little about it. In addition, Xinqing did not open the glass lid at the top, so there was no need to worry about curious customers reaching in to interact with the poisonous pet. You can just look at it, and you can touch it, but you have to be accompanied by a staff member. Of course, only some poisonous pets with mild toxins can interact at close range, and forget about the deadly ones. Even if he has a system and can heal, it's better not to take risks. What type of jellyfish is this? They look similar. One of the cute girls has come to the next tank and is looking at the jellyfish inside with great curiosity. You know, there was only one jellyfish that appeared in Xinqing's live broadcast room, and that was the moon jellyfish. Now there is more than one kind in the store, so they are naturally curious. It's a box jellyfish. Xinqing pointed at the jellyfish dancing in the tank and explained calmly. Don't underestimate its innocence, but it's extremely poisonous. You have to know that one box jellyfish has enough toxin to kill 60 adults. This is an Australian box jellyfish, a species only about 16 inches long with 4 eye clusters, for a total of 24 eyes. The tentacles of box jellyfish are equipped with thousands of stinging cells that store venom. Not only malicious attacks, but even accidental scratches on shells or skin can stimulate these tiny stingers. These are small, less than 20 centimeters in diameter, translucent creatures, and are very dangerous to touch. It swims extremely fast, over 4 kilometers per hour, is highly venomous, and is difficult to detect in the water. Along the coast of Queensland, Australia. In the past 25 years, approximately 60 people have died from box jellyfish poisoning. It was as if Xinqing had an encyclopedia in his head, and the introduction was very detailed. It was pointed out that the box jellyfish contains highly toxic substances, and it is very easy to be poisoned. So, if you like, just watch here, but don't even think about raising them. What this means is that it is okay to keep poisonous pets, but don't choose box jellyfish. It's so poisonous, I really can't tell. That's right. Who would have thought that such a small, beautiful jellyfish could carry such a toxin that could kill 60 people? It's truly terrifying. Several girls were instantly shocked by what Xinqing said. Humph. The toxins in my body are naturally notorious. As long as you don't touch me, how can you be poisoned? Also, who said I would attack people maliciously? I just couldn't control my legs. It has so many legs, it has its own thoughts, and you blame me. Suddenly, a complaining girl's voice sounded. Judging from its tone, it seems very dissatisfied. At the end, I still felt a little aggrieved. But its words, it has many legs and its own thoughts, left Xinqing speechless. I almost laughed out loud on the spot. Because he was quite busy these days, he did not choose jellyfish during the live broadcast, so he had very little interaction with them. I only came into contact with them last night when I had maxed out the favorability of the poisonous pets in the store. I really don't understand the temperament of box jellyfish. But now she still sounds like a proud girl. Okay, I was wrong just now. It's not your fault. Your legs have their own ideas. Xinqing lovingly comforted the aggrieved girl with a voice so gentle that it couldn't be more gentle. Several girls who were listening nearby were immediately unable to walk. It was because they were all voice-controlled, and of course, Listening in person was different from listening in the live broadcast room. What's more, Xin was right next to them, as if what he had just said was directed to them. I became even more excited, and my ears turned red and warm unconsciously. Is the little brother talking to this little guy? Can you really understand what it means? In fact, she just picked a random topic to talk to Xin. After all, who can believe that Xin can really understand what animals say? Suddenly, a thought popped up in several people's minds. Could it be that the boss really knows how to tame animals? Even if I said I could understand what they were saying, you wouldn't believe me. Xin spread his hands and smiled helplessly. But what he was thinking in his heart was that he could find an appropriate time to launch the wood spirit pill. I guess the customers who come to his store all want to interact closely with the poisonous pet. However, because it is poisonous, almost no one dares to do it. But he has the wood spirit pill in his hand. Anyone who has taken the wood spirit pill will automatically increase the favorability of all creatures to 50%. This alone is enough to interact with the poisonous pet. As long as the level reaches 50, basically all the poisonous pets in his shop will not bite people on their own initiative. After all the employees in his store had already taken one this morning. Chapter 74: A Jellyfish That Speaks Trump. What Xin said sounded like a joke, and the girls didn't really take it seriously. I just thought Xin was joking with them. At this moment, the voice in Xin's ears sounded again. This human is telling the truth, so why doesn't anyone believe it? I really don't understand. But having one human who can understand us is already strange enough. If there were more, the world would go crazy. However, this human promised to buy me some candy last night. I think I've behaved well today. I wonder if I can get some more. The calm girl's voice began to think wildly, while its body was dancing diligently in the water. Just like the moon jellyfish just now, it floats like a dancing underwater elf and is very beautiful under the light. This way, please. The jellyfish here is also the signature of our store. Everyone can come and take a look. Xin and a few others continued to move forward and came to the place where the jellyfish were placed at the back. There are several water tanks here, some large and some small, all filled with jellyfish. It's just that the shapes are different. Some are big and some are small. Oh wow, this jellyfish is so big. What kind is it? Is it poisonous? What's its name? One of them was a cute chubby girl named Xiaoling. She looked at the jellyfish in the water with excitement that was beyond words. He lay directly beside the glass water tank, keeping his eyes glued to the other person. He looks like a curious baby. Yes, it's so big. This is the first time I've seen such a big jellyfish. Is it poisonous too? The other people were also very curious and kept surrounding Xin to ask questions. This jellyfish is called the lion's mane jellyfish, one of the largest jellyfish in the world. Its umbrella-shaped body can reach 2 meters in length, with 8 groups of tentacles, up to 150 in number, which can be over 35 meters long. It mainly grows in colder waters, including the Arctic Sea, the North Atlantic, the North Pacific, and other waters, and rarely grows in areas below 42 degrees north latitude. Similar types of jellyfish are also found in the waters of Australia and New Zealand. And the lion's mane jellyfish is a creature that can kill people. Xin calmly introduced the largest jellyfish in the store to a few people. You know, this jellyfish occupies the largest breeding box. If it weren't for the special box in the deluxe breeding box package rewarded by the system, I really wouldn't be able to find anything that could hold it. It's not that there isn't one, but we still have to ensure that the other party can survive. The deluxe version of the breeding box rewarded by the system perfectly solves this problem. After all, who would have thought that the breeding box produced by the system could automatically generate an environment and water areas suitable for the survival of poisonous pets based on their habits? This alone solved many of the problems Xin faced. Lion's mane jellyfish live mainly in cooler waters, between 20 and 40 meters below the surface, where the water temperature remains constant. It feeds mainly on zooplankton, small fish, and other jellyfish. Although they are beautiful in appearance, they are ferocious and carnivorous animals. And they come in a variety of colors and glow in the water. When swimming in the sea, it will turn into a dazzling, colorful ball, which can attract many prey to sacrifice themselves automatically. When prey approaches, the lion's mane jellyfish's stinging cells rapidly release venom, which often paralyzes and kills the prey. Xin then gave them a detailed introduction to the habits of this jellyfish, letting them know that although it looked beautiful, it was also very ferocious. What are you talking about, you idiot? Why are you saying bad things about me? Am I cruel? Suddenly, an uncle's voice with a strong Sichuan accent sounded, and the tone was so shocking. Trump is not important. What is important is that the owner of this voice happens to be a jellyfish. A jellyfish that speaks Trump. Can you believe it? But that's the truth. Even Xinqing didn't expect that this big guy actually spoke Trump, and his thick accent was so authentic. Ahem, I didn't say you were cruel. I was praising you for being so powerful. I wanted to tell those who don't know anything about you so that they can understand you better. Xinqing coughed twice and tapped the glass gently to comfort her. He was really afraid that the other party would get excited and bang his head against the glass, which would be really exciting. Oomph, I'll let you down. How can a jellyfish like me be a pedantic scholar? I don't have a wife yet, find me one. The strong Trump style hits you in the face, and it is really very familiar. It seems that it has been directly localized. But why do they all come to me one by one to ask for a wife? Do I look so much like you, Lao? Xinqing was really speechless. His poisonous pet was really special. It either wanted to pull him to warm the bed, or wanted to stick to him, or warm his bed. Now here comes another person looking for a wife. Could it be that they have been single for too long and need a partner? But he is still a single dog. Not wanting to bother with this big guy, he said, Kiki, take them over there and introduce some other pets in our store. Xinqing called a staff member and asked her to take the girls to other places to have a look. By the way, let the staff start the introduction themselves. He instructed the staff at the bar to serve tea, snacks, and the like to the customers. Because the first floor is designed like a lobby, it can accommodate more people, and of course, there is also a place to rest. If you have been walking around for a long time and want to take a break, you can eat something, drink some tea, etc. Everything provided on the first floor is free and no charge is required. The second floor also has it, but there are more options and some charges apply. Lunch and dinner are also included. The main focus is on casual companionship. Of course, in addition to pets, there are some other projects, such as several check-in spots. It's in a fixed area where the jellyfish are placed. There are many two-dimensional cartoon characters, both male and female, and of course, each one is very handsome. In addition to these, there are also cartoon-like poisonous pets. As long as there are poisonous pets on the first floor, there will be pictures of them. It is also accompanied by a spoken text version, which is so vivid that it feels like watching a cartoon. Paired with appropriate setting lights and soft light, the atmosphere is maximized. It's a good place to take photos and check in as a souvenir. Xinqing, who had just walked away, happened to hear the four girls walking to the check-in area. When they saw the animals and cartoon characters, they jumped up excitedly. Oh wow, this place is so beautiful. It's really a great place to check in. Quick, take a picture for me. I want to post it online. I want one too. We're the first ones to enter the store. Let's put it online and let those netizens envy us. Ha ha. Chapter 75, Kiwa Tree Viper. Give me a chance, handsome guy. Xinqing listened to these words and sneered. But at this time, a new customer came to the store. Welcome. Hello, my name is Hizhou. I'm a fan of yours. I brought some friends here today and want to see the 2 snakes you live-streamed last night. Is that okay? The one in the front was a young boy, about 25 or 26 years old. Following behind him were 2 boys who looked about the same age, one fatter and the other taller and thinner. He has also been a fan of Xinqing for some time. However, he is not from the same city. He just happened to be visiting his friend today, and it happened to be Xinqing's city. They chatted for a while, and were all interested in the poisonous snake from last night. So here I am. Xinqing raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect another fan to come. It seemed that everyone was still looking forward to his pet shop. Of course, the 2 poisonous pet snakes from yesterday are on the second floor. Come with me. After saying that, he led the 3 of them to the second floor on the left. The spiral staircase wound its way up, and only then did they discover that there was also a mural painted on the white wall on one side of the staircase. There are cartoon animal forms and comic forms, and they are also accompanied by dialogues, which immediately gives a different feeling. In addition, the background is portrayed to look like nature, which maximizes the visual effect. It feels like you are surrounded by nature with every step you take. This place feels really good. It looks really cool, not like other pet shops at all. Yeah, I think it's really worth sacrificing sleep to come here. The 2 good friends talked in low voices, and the smiles on their faces never faded. Originally, they just came to the pet shop with their friend to look at the so-called venomous snake. After all, it was exaggerated a bit, and they really didn't want their friend to be deceived. So here I am. That's right, I'm afraid that my friends will be cheated. Hizhou had wanted to raise a poisonous snake for a long time, but his family disagreed, so he never raised one. After seeing Xinqing's live broadcast of the venomous snake last night, I started to think about it again. Just now, I happened to come to this city and immediately brought my friends over for reference. Soon, Xinqing led the 3 of them around a corner, walked through the second-floor hall, and stopped in front of a door. There was a sign hanging on the door with one word written on it, snake. A staff member stood there diligently. It seems that the poisonous pet snake is behind this room. Zhou and his two friends looked at each other. We're here. This is the theme room for all of our venomous pet snakes. All of the venomous snakes in the store are currently inside. But don't worry, they're all in their enclosures and can't get out. Xinqing smiled and explained to a few people, trying to reassure them not to be afraid. Then he opened the door and walked in first. As soon as they entered the room, Zhou and his friends finally understood what a snake-themed room was. This was not included in last night's live broadcast because the scene inside the room was so shocking. If for no other reason than the murals painted on the wall. It's so realistic, almost all of them are snake cartoons. Especially at the entrance, the cold vertical eyes on the top of his head were like copper bells, staring at the door, giving a very oppressive feeling. The snake's head was at least 2 meters wide, and the scales on its body were very distinct, like cold armor, shining with a cold light. Since the snake chosen was the scaly tree viper, which is the most dragon-like snake, there is no need to mention its imposing aura. Direct and easy to grasp. The 3 young men who came in were dumbfounded. Of course there is more to it than that. And there was the armored general standing on the snake's head. The dark iron armor glowed faintly under the light, and the general holding a spear was full of murderous intent, as if the god of war had descended. That feeling of contempt for everything is full of oppression. A snake and a man complement each other. Before I even saw the other venomous snake pets, I was stunned by this painting. This scene is absolutely amazing. It's a pity that I didn't see it last night. Zhou slapped his thigh excitedly, his eyes sparkled, and his clenched fists tightened a little. The other 2 were in a similar situation. They were all shocked and speechless for a long time. When they finally reacted, they could only utter a classic Chinese quintessence. Fuck. Awesome. I didn't take any photos because my phone couldn't capture the whole scene. It's more intuitive to be there, isn't it? Xinqing still smiled calmly, then walked forward and said, Come on, the poisonous pet you want to see is over there. The poisonous pet snake here is another species of kiwu tree viper. As soon as Xinqing finished speaking, he heard the other party's voice in his ears. Hey, master, you actually brought a guest here yourself, why don't you introduce them to me? The voice was that of a young boy, but the tone of his voice was like that of a playboy. The flirtatious tone of voice seemed to be teasing a grown-up girl. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I'm still waiting for customers to come, so I can earn some candy. Give me a chance, handsome guys. As he spoke, a pale yellow figure suddenly jumped out from the branches behind the glass, and its head was just about 1 centimeter away from the glass. Zhou and his companions happened to pass by this piece of transparent glass and were immediately shocked. Fuck. Groove. Oh. Wow. The trio started instantly. It's not their fault. The transparent glass and the not very bright environment make the other side of the glass imitate the natural environment, mostly trees, and so on. Several people were so shocked by the mural above their heads that they had no time to look at anything else. It's normal to be frightened by a snake that suddenly approaches since you haven't recovered yet. Oh my, you're scared already? I didn't do anything. Please don't blame me. I'm timid. Don't try to touch porcelain. No appointment. The young man's filthy voice sounded again, and the snake head deliberately shrank back, as if it was the one that was scared. Xinqing was speechless after seeing this. If he didn't know the snake's character, he would have been fooled by its tone. Don't be afraid. There's glass between them, so it can't get out. Xinqing calmly explained, and then said, This is the kiwu tree viper, which is also an expert tree climber. It lives mainly in trees, but it can also climb and hover in reeds, shrub stems, and even the tips of some flowers or branches. Its toxicity is mainly neurotoxin. The bite can cause pain, swelling, and even bleeding in the wound. Their bites are fatal to humans if not treated with proper first aid and antivenom. However, compared to the scaly tree viper last night, it is more venomous, but attacks on humans are less common. Seeing that there were no major problems with the few people, Xinqing stopped and explained the basic situation of the kiwu tree viper. They're going to meet your other brother today, so, sorry, I can't count your achievement. Xinqing knocked on the glass lightly and smiled at the kiwu tree viper inside. The conversation was very normal, as if the two parties could really communicate. Tisk, what's so good about that guy? He's just like me. These people have no taste. Let's go? Chapter 76. I can endure it by just being touched by a human male. As the voice finished speaking, the newly appeared kiwu tree viper turned its head and crawled in the direction it came from. In less than a moment, it disappeared among the leaves, as if the scene just now had never happened. If it weren't for the slightly swaying branches reminding me, I would have thought it was all an illusion. But after they realized what was happening, the 3 of them were surprised again. Holy crap, that snake was a kiwu tree viper. It's so cool. The scales on its body are like armor. It looks very powerful, and it looks very different from the scaly tree viper. That's it. I want to keep one too. "Boss, how much are your venomous pet snakes for sale?" The three people immediately came forward and surrounded Shinqing, chattering. His eyes were surprisingly bright. It looked like after being startled, he actually fell in love with her. It's also very bizarre. Shinqing didn't expect that these three people were frightened by the tree viper just now, but were attracted by it instead. But he has no plans to sell the poisonous pet now. He turned the pet shop into a themed one, so of course it couldn't sell pets like other pet shops. He sells emotional value. Customers who come to the store can interact with different venomous pets according to different membership cards and experience the fun of raising their own venomous pets. When you have time, you can come to the store and interact with the poisonous pet. It doesn't matter if you don't have time. You don't have to worry about not being able to take good care of your poisonous pet. Compared with cloud breeding, it provides more of an experience. Why not? He also believed that the store had all the necessary facilities, including food, drinks, and places to rest. It also includes interactions with poisonous pets. Isn't it just right to come here and relax? However, he has not said this yet. After all, it is still in the trial operation stage. Everything can still be adjusted. Sorry, we don't sell pets at the moment, but we're having a trial run for the first 3 days. Food and drinks will be charged extra, but interacting with the pets and visiting them is free. Shinqing explained with a smile. The two staff members who greeted guests at the door should have said these words. He was just repeating it again. Only then did Zhou and the other two remember what the two receptionists had said to them when they entered the room. I did say that we had a trial operation for the first 3 days. It also said that pets here don't seem to be for sale for the time being. It's just that when I saw Shinqing and my favorite poisonous pet snake, I forgot about it for a moment. Since it's not for sale, what kind of interaction do you mean? Watching it from outside the glass? Or are we allowed to do it ourselves? Zhou looked at Shinqing with confusion, and then continued talking to himself. Especially when it comes to doing it yourself, his eyes light up. If you can't buy the poisonous pet you want here, being able to touch and interact with it is also a good choice. You have to know that Shinqing studied veterinary medicine, can treat injuries, and can detoxify. These 2 points are enough to make them feel at ease. It's nice to be able to touch it up close. With the boss here, we won't get bitten, right? Boss, your pets should all be obedient to you. They won't attack us, right? The other two were also a little tempted and were itching to do it. I kept looking around, wanting to see how many kinds of poisonous snakes there were behind the glass. If Shinqing wasn't there, they certainly wouldn't dare to ask for close contact with the poisonous pet snake. Who knows how poisonous their toxins are? Don't let anyone get into trouble. It is much better to have a professional follow you. It can also make you feel more at ease. Of course, don't worry. As long as I'm here, they won't attack anyone. What Shinqing said was correct. As long as he is there is no need to worry about the poisonous pet attacking people. Wouldn't it be better for him to discuss it directly with the other party when the time comes? Anyway, he had said it last night that as long as they performed well, they would naturally be rewarded. With this little bait here, I believe no poisonous pet will do anything stupid. Then hurry up, I want to make out with the scaly viper from last night. After getting Shinqing's affirmative answer, Zhou excitedly pulled Shinqing and was about to move forward. The two friends' lips twitched when they saw his impatient look. Hey, wait for us. In a few minutes, Shinqing led the group to the place where he had broadcast live last night. Human, you are here, duh. As soon as I arrived at the place, I heard the familiar young man's voice, and then a shadow crawled over from the stone wall. Also follow the branches beside the stone wall and reach out to the outside of the glass. Fuck, that scaly viper I've been dreaming of is even more majestic in real life than it looks on camera. Boss, can I touch it? Zhou couldn't help it anymore. He was not scared at all. Instead, he leaned over to the glass with shining eyes. Keep your eyes on the scaly tree viper on the branch. It's really good, even more domineering than the venomous snake just now. I want to touch it after seeing it. The other two friends did the same, and then they all looked at Shinqing. Their meaning was self-evident. They all want to touch it. What are these humans staring at me for? They even want to touch me? I think there's something seriously wrong with your brain. Don't you know I'm a venomous snake? When I get angry, even I get scared. Heh, these humans who think their lives are too long really are. Gong Xin spoke in a calm tone, but his eyes kept scanning Zhou and the other two. He looks like a fool. Shinqing also twitched his lips when he heard this. Ahem, Xiaolin, these are the first wave of guests today. We have to entertain them well. Since the customer asks to touch it, you should agree. If you just bear with it, it will pass, and then the results will come, right? Shinqing coughed dryly, then turned into a lobbyist and said to the scaly tree viper on the tree trunk with a smile. The familiar tone and the words that treated each other like human beings shocked Zhou's other two friends. They all opened their mouths wide and pulled Zhou to whisper, Old he, Why is this boss still talking to animals? They can't understand. So how can it be useful? Yeah, he even told a poisonous snake that he would treat us well. Does the treat, he meant letting the snake scare us or bite us? Both of them couldn't hold back their expressions. That's what they felt. Don't worry, the boss also likes to talk to his pet during live broadcasts. This may be his habitual way of speaking. Don't worry. Hijo didn't think there was anything wrong and didn't doubt it. After all, Shinqing often did this during live broadcasts. He's used to seeing it. While they were discussing, Shinqing had already opened a hole on the edge of the glass and directly pulled out the scaly tree viper inside. Come on, play with the guests. As he said that, he raised his hand to Hijo and the other three. The snake's head was facing Hijo. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Human, how do you want to touch me? For the sake of rewards, for the sake of quotas, I'm being touched by a human male. I can endure it. The young master's voice was still as pleasant as before, but the words he spoke had a faint sense of gnashing of teeth. Chapter 77. I will definitely serve this guest well. Shinqing didn't expect that the thing in his hand would be so fun. It feels like I have to swallow my anger for the sake of a reward. His eyes softened, and his other hand covered it with affection, stroking along the top of its head all the way to its back. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's not good for your health if you get angry. Just think of them as people who are here to serve you, to loosen your skin and give you a massage. Isn't it easier to accept if you understand it this way? What Shinqing said, coupled with the movements of his hands, was a perfect match. As if he was also the waiter. It's really comfortable. Human, please use more force. My back is itchy. Please scratch it for me. Hey, that's right. It feels good. Gong Ziyin, who was originally gritting his teeth, suddenly changed his expression. There is a sense of laziness all over his body. The difference between before and after is really too big. The cold and elegant Gong Ziyin turned out to be gentle, so attractive, and had a natural cuteness. Hijo and his companions felt it most clearly, although they could not hear the scaly tree viper speaking. But you can still feel its changes before and after. I had a very dangerous feeling before, but now that dangerous feeling has instantly weakened a lot. Less than a meter away from them, the feeling was very obvious. Here, hold it and tickle it like I do, especially its back. It will like it. Shinqing directly handed the scaly tree viper in his hand to Hijo. He also pulled the snake's tail apart, so he could catch the venomous snake as long as he stretched out his hand. Oh, okay. I see. Hijo subconsciously reached out and let Shinqing put the scaly tree viper on his arm. When the cold snake body touched my skin, my mind suddenly became clear. When he lowered his eyes, they met the snake's vertical pupils, and his back instantly felt cold. Only then did he remember that the snake in his hand was poisonous, and the venom was quite strong. In addition, the attack power is also very high. He really liked it, but this was his first time coming into contact with a scaly tree viper, and at such a close distance. I suddenly experienced the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. It was very dangerous. The hairs on my body stood up unconsciously. The scaly tree viper raised its head and spit out its tongue towards Hijo's cheek. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Why is this human so stupid? Didn't he want to tickle me? Why haven't you taken action yet? Do you need me to remind you? Although Gong Ziyin was somewhat dissatisfied with being handed over to a stranger, he thought of what Shinqing said, and although he didn't like it, he didn't take the initiative to attack anyone. Of course, it was also because it didn't feel any danger. Boss, what should I do? A thin layer of sweat had already appeared on Hijo's forehead without him noticing, and his hands and feet were very stiff. I didn't dare to move at all, let alone raise my hand to tickle the snake. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Raise your hand and tickle its back. Shinqing continued to explain calmly. The scaly tree viper snake head turned around and looked at Shinqing with a question mark in its head. Boss, I didn't expect that other than you, other humans would be so timid. His body was as stiff as a rock. I could tell he was very scared of me. If he is so scared, why does he still want to get close to me? I really can't understand it. Gong Ziyin was full of doubts and confusion. As for why it is also called Boss Shinqing, of course it was just learned. Okay, I'll try. Hijo's courage overcame his fear, and he raised his hand stiffly to touch the snake's body. When my fingers touched the cold skin of the snake, my heart involuntarily tightened for a moment. I waited for a moment, but the scene I had captured in the video did not appear. As he breathed a sigh of relief, the movements of his hands became much more natural. How is it? How strong is it? Do you want me to tickle you harder? I want you to tickle me here too. A little to the left. A little more forceful at the back. Not bad. Right here. Although it's not as good as the boss's, it's better than nothing. Since this human has served me so wholeheartedly, I'll give him some face and not bite him. The man and the snake get along quite harmoniously. This simply shocked the two friends behind him. While they were retreating just now, they had already taken out their mobile phones to record a video of Hizhou and the scaled viper. One of them looked at him with envy and said to Xinqing, "I heard you have an island bamboo viper here. Can I touch it too? Just like him." The he here of course refers to Hizhou. Of course, wait for me. Xinqing walked a few steps to the next door, then opened a small window on the glass and called out, "Lon Lon, come out and receive the guests." Ouch, it turns out the boss is here. However, how can this be called receiving guests? If you don't know me, you might think I'm a girl from a brothel. A charming and mature lady's voice suddenly sounded. Even though there was a hint of anger in her voice, her alluring tone was still the same. My ears immediately felt numb. As the sound rang out, a blue figure appeared in sight. A blue snake head rose from the slightly bent tree trunk. The moment he saw Xinqing stretching out his arm, he quickly rushed over. In less than a moment, it wrapped around Xinqing's arm. This scene happened extremely quickly. Only a flash of blue appeared before Xinqing's eyes, and then a blue snake appeared in his hand. Another friend of Hizhou who was following behind Xinqing almost shouted, "Be careful," when he saw what happened just now. But before he could shout, Xinqing had already raised the blue poisonous snake in front of him. "This is the blue island bamboo green pit you mentioned. Is it for you?" After saying that, he handed the snake in his hand to the man. The casual posture was so arrogant, as if it was just an ordinary snake, not a poisonous one. But it turned out to be a venomous snake. "Go ahead, don't scare him. This is your first customer today. Treat him well. I'm counting on you." Xinqing said this to the blue island green pit head in his hand. The tone was very gentle. "Do you want to be tickled? I'll tickle you too." Hizhou's friend also imitated Xinqing's words and spoke to the blue island bamboo leaf green peer. As for tickling, of course he imitated Hizhou. There was both nervousness and excitement in his eyes. The same bright ones are not good. Don't worry, I will definitely serve this guest well. Human, do you like me and want to tickle me? But I'm a girl. I can't let any male touch me, even if he's a human." The charming voice of a royal sister sounded slowly, and its body had already followed Xinqing's outstretched hand and quickly rushed to the other person. This action really caught him off guard, and he froze in place. I dared not move at all. I thought the blue island bamboo green pit viper was going to attack someone. Boss save. P.S. I received a suggestion from a friend who suggested that the book could use a pet translator, usable only in the store, advertised as AI-powered. This would increase the popularity and make the subsequent plot more interesting. What do you think? If you have no objections, I will arrange it later. As for the issue of the elixir, I will not write about it later. I am a person who listens to advice. Chapter 78. Human, do you treat me like a dog? Originally, he wanted to ask the boss for help. In the end, he stopped talking before he could finish his words. Because this blue island bamboo green pit bull was not obedient at all and was extremely fast. The moment I got it in my hand, I didn't feel the cold touch. As a result, the other party climbed up his arm to his shoulder. That's nothing. The worst thing was that the blue snake head was already pressed against his cheek. The snake made a hissing sound and spit out its tongue. The skin on his cheek felt cold and wet, which made his hair stand on end, and he became stiff. He didn't even notice when thin beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It can be seen that he was very scared. Human, are you nervous? Why are you so stiff? Just now, it seemed like you like me very much. You should be very happy if I get close to you. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? The charming and domineering voice of the queen slowly reached Xinqing's ears, but her tone was filled with some doubt and a little bit of grievance. It really couldn't understand why the human, who was so excited just now, suddenly became stiff. Isn't this different from what it imagined? The blue snake head turned and looked at Xinqing in confusion, as if wanting him to give an explanation. Even his eyes showed a hint of grievance. Relax, don't be nervous. This is a sign that it likes you. Look at those pet dogs. They like to cuddle and rub against each other to show their affection. It does the same. Xinqing saw that the other party was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Even more nervous than Hizhou just now. So, he smiled and began to explain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, his explanation did not elicit any response from this good brother, and the island bamboo green pit became dissatisfied. It spat out its tongue in the direction of Xinqing and opened its mouth threateningly, its fangs flashing faintly under the light. Human, are you treating me like a dog? How can I, a snake king who combines beauty and gentleness, compare to those stupid dogs? You're looking down on me. Believe it or not, I'll bite you. Look, look, he was so angry that his tone of voice changed. Before, they called themselves others and slaves, but now they call themselves I. Ahem, boss, hold it. It looks like it's angry. The eldest brother, who was already stiff, was frightened by the sudden violent behavior of the island bamboo pit viper. He reacted like a god without caring about anything else and threw the snake directly into Xinqing's arms. This action made Xinqing and the island bamboo green snake stunned. "Boss, does this human dislike me?" Confused face. This action made the originally charming lady Een become serious, as if countless question marks appeared in her head. "Ahem, of course not. You're so beautiful, but you're the dodgy of the snake realm. Who can resist your beauty? Be more confident." Xinqing was afraid that the snake would really get angry, so he immediately began to stroke its fur, soothing it with words and gently stroking its back. "Haha, I reasonably suspect you are playing me. No, you are really beautiful. Believe me, no one can resist you, including him." "Really? Then if you let him kiss me, I'll believe it." "Let him kiss you? This is a bit too much to ask. Didn't you see that the big brother was shocked to hear him talking to a poisonous snake here?" They all took several steps back unconsciously. Don't think he didn't see it. And when he said, "Give me a kiss," the other party disappeared on the spot and left the place quickly. It can be seen that he can't avoid it. "Heh, see, everything you said was a lie." The soft and gentle voice of a royal sister suddenly turned cold in just one sentence, and the change caught everyone off guard. "Actually, I can trust you. Boss, how about you give me a kiss?" "Boss, you're prettier than that human just now, so I'll reluctantly let you kiss me. How's that? Isn't it a win?" "Okay." Her tone returned to its original charming tone, but the topic turned to him. Its blue snake head had begun to sway left and right in front of Xinqing, as if it was in a good mood, waiting for his next move. "Xinqing, haha, I suspect you want to take advantage of me. As for kissing, it's impossible to kiss. Since all the guests have been scared away, they should just go back to where they belong." Xinqing quickly grabbed the island bamboo pit viper that had climbed to his shoulder, stuffed it into the glass window, then quickly closed it, raised his foot, and left. "Hey, boss human. You haven't kissed me yet. Human, you're such a heartless person. How could you treat me like this, ying? Can't hear. Xinqing left without looking back and brought Hizhou and the other two and the scaly tree viper to the rest area in the theme room, allowing them to rest and interact with the poisonous pet. In addition, with Xinqing around, and it was the first time for everyone, the situation just now did not happen again. The atmosphere is surprisingly harmonious. This is also due to the fact that the scaly tree viper is not a very lively person and is well taken care of by Hizhou. The initial resistance disappeared, and they began to enjoy each other's service. The man and the snake get along quite harmoniously. Seeing that the situation here was relatively good, Xinqing gave a few instructions and called the staff at the door to come and take a look, telling them to come to him if they had any problems. And he himself walked out. More than half an hour had passed since the store opened, and the number of customers coming to the store continued to increase. The staff who just took up their posts today were all warmly welcomed. Although there were some minor incidents, it was relatively stable. There were no problems. After all, people like Hizhou rarely request close contact with poisonous pets. Xinqing went from the second floor to the first floor and walked around the entire area. Most girls preferred the jellyfish area. Listen to the staff's introduction, then take photos and post them on WeChat Moments. Some people even took photos and posted them online after checking in so that the netizens who were in the live broadcast room last night could see them. Naturally, this attracted countless complaints from netizens. They all said they wanted to check in at the pet store. At this time, another customer came in. He was a young boy with a mobile phone in his hand. They were walking and talking at the same time, and you could tell at a glance that the other party was broadcasting live. But the other party came to the store to live broadcast at this time. Can you imagine why? Xinqing raised his eyebrows, but did not express his opinion. Instead, he walked over calmly and said politely, "Welcome, please come in." "Ah, everyone who knows. This is the Qingkong anchor. He's much more handsome in real life than in the live studio." The moment the young man saw Xinqing, he was so excited that he almost slammed the phone in his hand into his face. However, behind the excitement, there is a lot of calculation. Chapter 79. Poisonous pets all live in villas? Xinqing did not miss his look and watched the other party's show with clear understanding. And the man's live broadcast room has begun to erupt in uproar. "Oh, I really saw the anchor Qingkong. Is this his offline pet shop? Hey, why doesn't Qingkong open his own live stream? Those of us who weren't there have to watch from other people's live streams. The interior of the shop is really nice, totally different from any pet shop I've seen before. And it looks like there are a lot of people here. Host, please let Brother Qingkong introduce you to the poisonous pets. Are there any other pets in the store that we haven't seen yet?" The comments in the live broadcast room were flashing so fast that it was impossible to see what they were saying. The number of people is also continuing to rise. Looking at the soaring number, The young man's smile deepened. He is also a TikTok anchor, but he is not very popular. Xinqing has been going crazy on his online live broadcasts recently, and almost everyone knows him. It just so happened that this guy was a local and had been thinking about how to take advantage of Xinqing's traffic. Today is the best opportunity as the pet shop has reopened. Because he had been watching for a while and saw that Xinqing was not at the opening ceremony, so he started live streaming on the same day. Doesn't this give him a perfect opportunity? He saw many pictures of netizens in the hair salon in the comments of Xinqing's previous live broadcast replay, which attracted the strong attention of his fans. They are all wailing. Why are they not from the same city? Why don't they have time to come here? This opportunity was given to him. Boss, I like you very much. Can I live stream in your store? There are a lot of friends online who want to visit here through the live broadcast room. Is it possible? Su Feng, who looked at Zhong Xinqing with a smile on his face, his expression was very pleasing. It also gives people the feeling that it is easy to approach and very likable. But his eyes were full of calculation. Of course, I'll show you around. Xinqing did not refuse. Instead, he smiled and led the anchor inside and politely introduced. That's the jellyfish area. They're all poisonous jellyfish. The largest one is the lion's mane jellyfish. Over there are smaller poisonous pets like centipedes and scorpions. Which one do you want to go and see? Xinqing asked while smiling at the camera. Since the other party is broadcasting live under the name of a tour, it must be worth the money and promote the store. However, there was one thing he wanted to ask the system. System, I don't know what's going on in this situation. This isn't my own live stream, but I appeared on camera and also interacted with the poisonous pet. Does that count towards my emotional value? That's right. He was thinking that others were live streaming in his store, and he was also on camera, and maybe even interacting with the poisonous pet. Does that count as an emotional value in the system? Or does it only count if he broadcasts live himself? Replying to the host, after the system upgrade, anyone who is live streaming at the pet store and interacting with the poisonous pet will count towards the host's emotional value, but only half. What the system said is obvious enough. As long as the system is upgraded, anyone who enters the store to live broadcast, after just interacting with the poisonous pet, will have half of the emotional value generated by the audience in the live broadcast room given to Xinqing. It's just too good. How many points are needed for the next upgrade? Replying to the host, there are still more than 300,000 points left before the next upgrade. Please keep up the good work. Well, that means it won't work this time. But at this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. The pet shop has received 20 customers. A grand opening gift package will be awarded. Grand opening gift package. I didn't expect there would be such a reward. It's totally unexpected. System, explain. Since the host's pet shop is already connected to the system, its performance will be tied to the system. There will be corresponding rewards for serving a certain number of customers. Most of these rewards are closely related to maintaining the pet shop. Wow, it's still possible. However, after a detailed investigation, I found out that the reason was actually in his decoration. The system was right in saying that the pet shop was already linked to the system. After all of its decoration and design were plans in the system. What he wants to know most now is what is in the opening gift package awarded by the system. Open the gift package. Ding. A pet translator gift pack has been opened. Pet translator gift pack. What does this mean? Explain. Replying to the host, the pet translator can automatically translate what the pet says. As long as you wear a pet translator, you can understand what your pet says, which can increase the interaction between customers and pets. The pet translator is a main device with multiple slave devices, but it can only be used in the store. The system then explains some of the functions and uses of the pet translator. Simply put, a pet translator is a host that controls multiple extensions. The host is equivalent to an optical computer that receives signals. The other extension is a mobile phone that receives the optical computer signal. By receiving the brain waves sent by the poisonous pet through certain regular signals, Chinese characters will be displayed on the extension screen and can also be automatically converted into voice, so as to achieve the effect of communication. Moreover, this technology belongs to the research and development of science and technology AI and is much easier to accept. Xinqing doesn't need to explain this at all. These system rewards will be automated and reasonable, and people will only think that this is an AI product developed by a powerful team found by Xinqing. The effect is still unknown, but Xinqing has already seen the extra things in the system backpack. You'll know when you try it tomorrow. Boss, let's go over there and take a look. Everyone wants to see if there are any new poisonous pets. Su Fenghu pointed to a themed room on the other side of the first floor and said, because he saw several huge and beautiful butterflies painted outside the door of the theme room and thought the style there was very nice. So, I wanted to see the reptiles inside. Then let's go. Those over there are all reptiles and poisonous pets, and they are all relatively small. Shinqing naturally did not refuse. He explained as he walked. After a while, they arrived at the door of the room. The staff immediately opened the door when they saw them. The environment inside also fell into the live broadcast room. The room behind the door is completely different from the outside. It has a completely different style. The main feature is a green environment, like a prairie. The blue sky, white clouds and green grass are portrayed very clearly and realistically. Against the wall are several transparent setting boxes that look like large villas. Some are big, some are small, and all look like independent villas. If you squat down and look at this place from a microscopic perspective, it's like another world. Except that the poisonous pets in the big and small villas cannot get out. Everything is no different from the prairie. This place is really unique. Even poisonous pets live in villas. Chapter 80: A Scaled-Down House. Su Fenghu stared at the environment inside in amazement. He really couldn't imagine that the room looked like this. In his imagination, poisonous pets should be placed in small boxes on the shelves. It turns out there are indeed shelves, but these shelves are different. Each shelf is decorated similarly to the structure of the house. If he didn't know that the people living here were all poisonous pets, he would have thought that these miniature communities were for humans to live in. It is a one-to-one restoration of the appearance of human housing. There are both community and villa forms. Not only was he surprised, but even the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. Fuck, what's going on? I actually saw a house that was scaled down. Are these all for poisonous pets? So poisonous pets can even live in villas. Oh my goodness, the longer you live, the more you see. I never thought that one day poisonous pets would be able to enjoy this kind of treatment. I wonder which genius came up with this idea. Host, please go in and take a look. There are so many transparent houses. I want to know what kind of poisonous pets are inside. Obviously, Su Fenghu also saw the comments from netizens. He was also curious. Boss, netizens have been strongly requesting that you introduce the poisonous pets here. You won't refuse, right? After all, I'm also helping you promote this, right? Su Fenghu's words were full of sarcasm, and his eyes were full of calculation. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that he said this just to gain traffic. And he used Shinqing as a gimmick. But what he said was true. Now his live broadcast room has a large number of fans, although most of them are Shinqing's original fans. But at least it played a publicity role, and Shinqing certainly would not miss the opportunity that came to him. After all, Su Fenghu's abacus beads were falling on his face. Couldn't he take advantage of it? It just so happened that his store had just opened and needed some attention. Of course, then let's start with the introduction here. Shinqing smiled politely, as if he didn't notice the calculation in Su Fenghu's eyes at all. Walked calmly to the breeding box at the edge. While everyone was puzzled, he calmly squatted down, opened a door-like place, and grabbed a poisonous pet out from inside. Let me introduce this to you all. This is our store's desert hairy scorpion. Its venom is moderate, neither too strong nor too weak. Come and say hello. After Shinqing finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it towards the live camera. He looked very calm, as if the thing in his hand was not a poisonous animal, but just an ordinary pet. Who is this? Do you have any sense of public morality? Can't you see I'm sleeping? Do you believe I will bite you to death? A young man's voice suddenly sounded, his tone full of irritability, and his voice was very loud, like thunder. It can be seen that its temper is not very good at the moment. Both of its large pincers were waving, as if it was about to attack at the next moment, and even its tail was raised. However, Shinqing grabbed his back and was not afraid of its attack at all. What's more, he had an affinity in his hands, so naturally the other party calmed down soon. Fuck. Catching a venomous scorpion with bare hands is incredible. It was completely unexpected. The boss still has to be the boss. Awesome. As expected of the owner of a poisonous pet shop, he actually went straight for it without even thinking. Just wondering, are all the poisonous pets in the shop so obedient? Oh my god, the boss's pose just now was so handsome. He wasn't afraid at all. Did he know that the scorpion in his hand wouldn't bite him? 666. I just don't know if the anchor dares to touch a poisonous scorpion. Why don't you give it a try? With the boss here, there's no need to worry about safety issues. After all, the boss is a doctor. Don't be afraid, streamer. Just go up and it's done. If you dare to catch a scorpion with your bare hands, I'll give you a carnival right away. That's right, host. Hurry up, the gifts have been sent. Netizens in Su Fenghu's live broadcast room were talking about it, obviously shocked by what Shinqing had just seen. It's just that at the beginning everyone was still praising Shinqing, but then some netizens started to make a fuss, wanting to see the anchor catch a poisonous scorpion with his bare hands. He also started giving gifts directly, and the gifts were all relatively expensive. This was like putting Su Fonghu on the fire. Although his purpose of coming here was to gain traffic through live broadcast and then let netizens in the live broadcast room give gifts. But he had never thought about catching the poisonous pet himself. That's a poisonous pet. Even if its toxicity is low, who would want to be bitten? He has never raised or touched these things before. If he is allowed to catch them rashly, even if it is a poisonous pet, it will definitely be attacked. He is not Xinqing and is not afraid at all. But the netizens in the live broadcast room were too enthusiastic. He just took a look and found that the gifts sent by netizens were more than what he earned in the previous month. In his heart, netizens are now like his living fathers and the god of wealth who gives him small amounts of money. How can you refuse the request of the god of wealth? It's just catching poisonous scorpions. He even dares to touch poisonous snakes. Boss, your poisonous pet won't bite, right? Can you let me pet it? Su Fonghu immediately asked Xinqing, but his eyes unconsciously lingered on the poisonous scorpion in Xinqing's hand, especially the two big claws and its tail, which are poisonous. The courage that had just risen in my heart faded a little. But now the fire has started, and if he doesn't do something, he won't be able to explain it in the live broadcast room. I can only continue to carry on. Of course you can. Don't worry, it generally won't attack people, and its toxicity is not very high. Even if you get poisoned by accident, it's okay. I have the antidote here. Xinqing raised his eyebrows when he saw this, but did not expose his little thoughts at all. Instead, he patiently explained it. Then he said to the scorpion in his hand, "Don't sleep. It's time to work. Go play with the guests and don't bite anyone." It turned out that the scorpion who had just finished speaking actually calmed down for a while and then started snoring. Of course, only Xinqing could hear this. But this time he was woken up again by Xinqing. Ah, why is my life so miserable? I can get a good night's sleep, but I still have to work and be enslaved by a human like you. Don't you see it's daytime? You should be working at night. Isn't what you're doing immoral? See? I have dark circles under my eyes. If you want me to work, the price must be doubled. Although the loud-voiced young man was still very irritable, he was talking more. But the meaning of the words was obviously about negotiating conditions. Even the pliers started waving excitedly again. Double? Then you have to let me see the results of your work. Xinqing was still very calm. After saying that, he stretched out his hand in front of Su Fonghu and said with a smile, "Hands out." Chapter 81. Seeing the hole, I went in naturally. Xinqing's calm appearance and the poisonous scorpion in front of him made Su Fonghu swallow his saliva. There was no way, because the two big pincers in front of him were waving so fiercely, and the poisonous needle on the tail seemed to be emitting a cold chill. In his eyes, each of them indicates danger. But he had already agreed, so the audience in the live broadcast room naturally couldn't refuse. My heart was shaking, but I still tried to maintain my expression. He gave a somewhat stiff smile and slowly extended his hand. Haha. Put it in my palm. I believe that the boss's poisonous pet will not bite. He even stuttered as he spoke. Coupled with the slightly shaking hands, it can be seen that no matter how calm he appears on the surface, he is still extremely scared inside. Xinqing did not expose him. He nodded, and then without saying a word, he placed the poisonous scorpion in his hand into Su Fonghu's palm. Without Xinqing's suppression, the desert hairy scorpion in his palm seemed to come alive. He immediately started stretching his arms and legs. I can finally move around freely. I'm still a little sleepy, but the thought of doubling my rewards instantly makes my blood boil. Don't worry, boss. I will make sure this human feels at home. I want to be the king of performance. The young voice was still speaking in its loud voice, and it was also moving back and forth in Su Fonghu's palm. Its actions frightened Su Fonghu, and even Xinqing, standing so far away, could feel the stiffness coming from it. Especially the two big pincers and tail were swaying in front of his eyes, as if they were about to pierce his body in the next second. Su Fonghu. Boss, why is it so lively? Although netizens in the live broadcast room could not see Su Fonghu himself, they could see the desert hairy scorpion on his left hand through the camera of their mobile phones. Fuck. The host is really brave, but don't shake your hands, or you'll anger the other person, or they'll give you a pair of pliers. It'll be terrible. Yes, I just looked up information on this scorpion on Baidu. It's not very toxic, and it won't attack humans on its own initiative. However, it will attack when it feels threatened. Ha. I didn't expect the host to be so brave, even catching a poisonous scorpion. I might as well try to touch all the poisonous pets here. Su Fonghu just happened to lower his eyes and saw this barrage of comments appear on his phone, and he froze even more instantly. What does it mean to touch all the poisonous pets here? One is not enough, you have to touch them all. Wouldn't that really cost him his life? One was enough to scare him, and if there were more, he was afraid they would just send him away. If you really want to touch it, That's a different price, not even at the carnival. Don't be afraid, it won't attack anyone. If you're really afraid, just tell me, and I'll take it away. Shinqing still looked at him calmly, but also made his position clear. Call him if you are afraid. But for the sake of the audience in the live broadcast room, Su Fanghu still wanted to hold on a little longer because he saw that the longer he held on, the more gifts the netizens in the live broadcast room would give him. That's just a small amount of money. How can I not be tempted? For the sake of money, he would persist. Ahem, it's just as the boss said. The desert hairy scorpion won't attack people, and it looks pretty cute. You can come and interact with it when you come to the store. Su Fanghu slowly regained his voice and started chatting with the netizens in the live broadcast room. But the desert hairy scorpion in the palm of his left hand was not satisfied to stay in his palm. It has already started to slowly crawl towards the arm. At this time, he was still talking to netizens in the live broadcast room and did not notice this. But the netizens in the live broadcast room saw it. Ah, host, that scorpion is starting to crawl up your arm. Didn't you notice? What the hell? What does this scorpion want to do? Is it really going to bite people? Is it possible that this poisonous scorpion is going to crawl into his sleeve? That would be. Shinqing also saw the scorpion climbing up and asked quietly, "Do you need help?" But what he heard was a loud young man's voice. Hey, I'm climbing again. I haven't moved in a long time, my legs are tired from climbing. I wonder if climbing to the top of this human's head will mean I've completed my work. I think so. This is also considered interaction. My boss can't help but see how hard I work. He should definitely double my reward. If it doesn't double, I'd be remiss to sacrifice my sleep time to appease this human. Yes, that's right. Even so, keep climbing. Come on up left arrow, caret omega caret, up right arrow. Wow, the indignant voice just now has become so motivated, even though the meaning of its words made Shinqing a little amused. What does it mean to achieve the goal by reaching the top? Is there any misunderstanding about meeting work standards? How can this be considered interaction? This is clearly torture of Su Fanghu. Looking at his stiff neck that could hardly turn his head, Shinqing suddenly felt a little sympathy for him. In order to win the favor of the audience in the live broadcast room, Su Fanghu tried his best. This is how difficult it is for workers. Do what you love. Since this is the money you earn, you naturally have to pay something in return. It's actually fair. Su Fanghu didn't expect that he was just chatting with netizens in the live broadcast room for a while. His eyes were not always focused on the poisonous scorpion in his palm. But because of this moment of inattention, the poisonous scorpion crawled up his palm and onto his upper arm. He turned around just in time to see the scorpion's pincers digging into his sleeves. Goosebumps appeared on my body. Boss, hurry up and save me. The voice began to tremble, and it seemed as if one could hear the sound of scorpions crawling in their ears. And the touch of his skin made his scalp tingle. What was even more terrible was that the scorpion had already drilled into his sleeve, and he could only see the bulge moving slowly. The less I see, the more scared I am. The words are not spoken clearly. The moment he spoke, Shinqing had already reached out, lifted his sleeve, and grabbed the poisonous scorpion. In fact, all this happened within a few seconds. After all, Shinqing would not really let the poisonous pet bite anyone, especially in front of him. When he saw the scorpion crawling into his sleeve, he noticed Su Fanghu's stiffness and guessed what was going on. We will start immediately. I'm sorry for scaring you. Shinqing first apologized to Su Fanghu, then said to the scorpion in his hand, "Look at what you did. You scared people, didn't you? Why did you crawl into people's sleeves for no reason? You can't blame me for this. You know we usually hang out at night. Who would like to do it in broad daylight? I saw the hole and went in naturally. You can't blame me for that. Oh, you are innocent?" Chapter 82: The Popular Poisonous Pet Shop on the Internet. The young man spoke in a particularly innocent voice, as if it was just an instinctive reaction and not intentional at all. It's also quite funny. However, Shinqing still put the other party in the breeding box. As for Su Fanghu and the netizens in his live broadcast room, he did not ignore them. There are other poisonous pets here. Let me briefly introduce them to you. He felt that since he had just arrived at the store, it would be better for him to visit the poisonous pets more and learn more about them. If he wanted to get started, there was actually no need to do so. So, later on, Su Fanghu didn't know if he was scared, and he didn't mention interacting with the poisonous pet again. Shinqing felt a lot more relaxed. I briefly explained each type of venomous pet to the audience in the live broadcast room, so that everyone can know what kind of venomous pets there are here and can visit the store next time they have the chance. The shop had just opened that day, and there were indeed a lot of customers coming. Most of them are fans from the same city, old fans who have watched Shinqing's live broadcast. Of course, there were also some people passing by while shopping. Everyone is very curious about the pet shop opened by Shinqing. After all, There is only one pet shop here that sells toxic pets. It is still on such a large scale, and the decoration looks so creative. It is not a pet shop in the traditional sense, as his store does not currently sell any pets. Only visits and interactions are supported. Of course, the food and desserts in the store are amazing. Also, everything except food is free at the pet store for the first 3 days. Some membership fees will be charged 3 days later. Xinqing asked the store clerk to print a poster and stick it on the glass door so that everyone could see it when they entered. No matter what, there was a constant flow of people coming and going in Xinqing's store today. This pet shop has become completely popular. It is not only popular locally, but also very popular online. In addition to the support of Xinqing's live broadcast account, netizens who have visited the store also helped with promotion. You know, most of the customers who come to the store will take photos or videos and post them online. With the live broadcast of the host Su Fenghu, it can be said that the time, place, and people are all right. The names of Boss Shin and Anchor Qin Kong are already considered to be influential figures. A forum specifically opened for Xinqing's poisonous pet shop. It contains all pictures and videos about Xinqing's store. Ah, this is Boss Shin's pet shop. See, there are so many poisonous pets in there. Oh my god, I didn't know jellyfish could be this big. Of course, the other jellyfish look really pretty too. My favorite is the snake-themed room. The venomous snakes are simply amazing. Some are majestic, some are beautiful. Even a fearful person like me is not afraid at all. That blue snake is an island pit viper, right? It's a really pretty color, but the green pit vipers are also doing great. Their color is almost the same as the leaves. Tarantula, that's Boss Shin's first live-streamed venomous pet. It looks like he's taking good care of it. No, I'm going to try it out tomorrow. I heard that besides the poisonous pets, the food and desserts are also very good. It's a great place to relax. Apart from the forum, almost everyone on the internet is discussing topics related to Xinqing. As time passed, it gradually darkened, and the pet shop closed after its business hours. Only Xinqing, who lives on the second floor, is still here. The other employees had already gone home from get-off work. After Xinqing had dinner and washed up, he started tonight's live broadcast. He didn't forget that he still had a live broadcast tonight. However, thinking about the live broadcast that happened unintentionally during the day and the endless stream of customers in the store, there must be a lot of people watching the live broadcast tonight. Sure enough, as soon as 8 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast room just opened, and the fans who received the reminder text message immediately clicked in. Good evening, everyone. Xinqing's handsome face and domineering voice instantly appeared in the live broadcast room. This is the prime time for live streaming, and the traffic is also the largest. So in just 5 minutes, the number of people in Xinqing's live broadcast room was jumping wildly, quickly breaking through 5 digits from the original 4 or 5,000, and it was still rising. Oh, the little brother finally did a live broadcast. I've been waiting for this for so long. I wonder how the little brother's pet shop is doing today. Yes, we have been waiting for a long time. Now the news about the anchor's pet shop is spreading all over the internet, but we still want to hear the anchor's explanation. Oh my god, there are so many poisonous pets in the little brother's store. We haven't seen them before. Can the host show us tonight? Yeah, I saw online that there's a giant jellyfish in the store. I really want to see it. Such remarks were almost rolling wildly in the barrage. Obviously, people can't come to offline pet stores, but they also want to see them online. You know, Xinqing used to only live broadcast 2 kinds of poisonous pets in one night, which was not satisfying at all. Now he really wanted him to introduce all the poisonous pets in the store. Thank you for your love for our store. Most of the people who came here today are fans and friends. I am very touched by this. Xinqing answered some of the comments, then explained with a smile. There is indeed a large jellyfish in the store. Since everyone wants to see it, I will take you there. I will also introduce you to a few other jellyfish tonight. Xinqing didn't want to climb upstairs anymore. Holding the phone, I went directly to the lobby area on the right side of the first floor. Over there was the jellyfish area. The lights in many parts of the store had long been turned off. There was only a little light in the jellyfish area, which was not from the lights, but from the jellyfish themselves. It emits dazzling light and looks like a colorful ball. Everywhere else is dark, so these bright lights look particularly eye-catching. Such a magical scene appeared in the camera of Xinqing's live broadcast room. Oh wow, look, what's that glowing thing? It looks like a colorful ball. Yeah, it's really big. I can't see it clearly, but I can feel it moving. Why does it look like it's floating in the air? Fuck, it really is. It feels a bit weird. Please turn on the lights. Don't scare me. I'm a bit timid. I also saw the colorful ball move, but isn't that right? The comments from the audience in the live broadcast room became more and more bizarre. Perhaps it was because of the visual effect. The things everyone saw were indeed floating in the air. It's naturally scary in the dark. So many people asked Xinqing to turn on the lights quickly and stop scaring people. Xinqing felt helpless when he saw these remarks. I could only take a few quick steps and turn on the lights in the jellyfish area. The main guest of tonight's live broadcast is the jellyfish here. As soon as I approached, a Trump-style uncle's voice sounded first. Hey, it's so late, you're still here? So, you want us to work the night shift? Chapter 83, The Timid and Crybaby Little Boy. Xinqing knew that the sound came from the giant, glowing jellyfish, the lion's main jellyfish. At this time, Xinqing turned on the lights completely illuminating the area. Only then did the netizens in the live broadcast room see the situation clearly. Oh wow, I didn't expect the store's decor to be so beautiful. And the jellyfish in the tank looks so pretty. That glowing thing just now must be that giant jellyfish. No wonder it's in such a large tank. But I was really scared when there was no light just now. Now I know why it floats. It turns out it's swimming in the water. Host, please turn the camera around a bit more so we can see the layout of the store and what other jellyfish species are there. The number of people in the live broadcast room has easily reached 200,000, and the number has not stopped. It has been rising. The barrage of comments almost never stopped, and each person's comments would have hundreds of thousands of comments, which was impossible to read. However, Xinqing still caught everyone's general reactions and questions. Then he turned his wrist so that everyone could see the environment in the store clearly. This is the jellyfish area. We currently have 8 types of jellyfish in our store. Each one is poisonous, but the degree of toxicity varies. They are also quite ornamental. When you feel tired, you can come to the store to see the jellyfish and relax. There is also a rest area where you can drink tea and chat. Xinqing introduced himself to the netizens in the live broadcast room as he walked. Of course, the camera is also in place so that everyone can see what is happening in the store. And his footsteps finally stopped beside the lion's main jellyfish. After all, the thing everyone talked about the most in the live broadcast room was the lion's main jellyfish. This is the lion's main jellyfish, one of the largest jellyfish in the world. Its umbrella-shaped body can reach up to 2 meters, and it has 8 groups of tentacles, up to 150 in total, which can be over 35 meters long. It is also a deadly organism with extremely high toxicity. Xinqing briefly told everyone about the general situation of the lion's main jellyfish, so that netizens in the live broadcast room could learn a little bit about it. You idiot. You said I was fierce before, and now you're trying to tarnish my image again. How can you be so mean? Just as Xinqing was introducing, the Trump-esque uncle voice sounded again. It was obvious that it was unhappy. Do you know that you disturbed my sleep? When Xinqing heard this, he twitched his lips speechlessly. You, a jellyfish, actually need to sleep? Or do you jellyfish have a regular sleeping schedule? Ahem, look at it dancing excitedly. It must be very happy to see everyone. Xinqing saw that the lion's main jellyfish's body was extremely excited when he approached it, and the tentacles hitting the glass were like the other party's angry heart. Of course, apart from Xinqing, how could anyone else know? It's just what he says. Why am I saying this excitedly? I'm obviously angry. You asked me to work overtime, and how come I don't have any complaints? You have to pay extra for everything. You have to pay extra. The uncle's voice with a Trumpian accent was still relentless, so excited, as if it would burst out in the next second if Xinqing dared to say he didn't want to pay more. If the glass water tank was not produced by the system, it would have fallen over long ago after being hit by it. How could it be so calm now? Netizens in the live broadcast room also saw the somewhat excited lion's main jellyfish and actually thought it was what Xinqing said. Holy crap, this is the lion's main jellyfish. It's so big and so venomous. It must be really good at catching prey, right? Ah, the lion's main jellyfish is so excited. Could it be that it really likes us too much? Wake up, upstairs. It doesn't know we're watching it. How can a brainless jellyfish know anything? I saw the cartoon on the wall behind the jellyfish. Could this be the inner image of the lion's main jellyfish? He's actually an older man. Boss Shun, this lion's main jellyfish actually has the personality of an uncle? Some comics in Xinqing's store are very popular on the internet. Now everyone knows that each poisonous pet Xinqing has an anthropomorphic image designed, and it is hard to say about the others. However, Xinqing has talked about the personalities of those poisonous pets in his live broadcasts, and coupled with anthropomorphic cartoons, the sense of immersion is absolutely strong. That's why it is liked by more people. Yes, it's a fat old man. Maybe he eats too much, so he looks like that. He's also a bit greedy. He'll pay you extra for working overtime for even a minute. Xinqing saw the questions in the barrage and answered with a smile. Express the image you feel in your heart. Especially the part about asking for overtime. Don't be too graphic. After hearing Xinqing's introduction, the voice of lion's main jellyfish came again. Although what you said is good, I just don't believe it. You're saying hurtful things. I'm naturally like this, not fat at all. You're making a personal attack. There is no compensation. I absolutely cannot agree to it. You can handle it yourself. The uncle with the Trump-like voice was still very unhappy. Although he didn't hit the glass wall, he didn't stop moving and swam around in the water. Such a big body looks pretty good when dancing. If the glass water tank wasn't so big, it might not be able to move. Ahem, let me introduce you to other jellyfish. Shin ignored the big jellyfish and came to another water tank. Another figure appeared in the camera of his mobile phone. That is a blue jellyfish. This is a bluebottle jellyfish, also a venomous jellyfish, a species of Portuguese man-of-war, found in the warm waters of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. They live on the ocean surface and like to gather in groups, drifting with the wind and currents. Compared to the Portuguese man-of-war, which has dozens of tentacles on its mouth arms, which can be up to 10 meters long, the blue bottle jellyfish is smaller and has only one long tentacle for main fishing. The venom is relatively mild, and a sting can cause some pain and swelling, but there have been no reports of fatalities from bluebottle jellyfish. As Shin spoke, he moved his phone closer so that everyone could see the jellyfish inside more clearly. It was a colorful jellyfish with a gradient of blue and purple all over its body, which looked particularly beautiful. Very entertaining. Especially the tentacles underwater, which are colorful, like a sky blue skirt or blooming petals, floating in the waves. Will this human be our master from now on? Uncle Lion seemed very angry with his master just now. Will his master take his anger out on me? He won't abandon me, will he? I'm just getting familiar with this place and don't want to be abandoned. Whoa. A low voice suddenly came from the corner of my eye, and it made me feel that the voice was not very courageous, a little timid, and a little crybaby. Chapter 84. I can't eat even if I want to. It's so frustrating. Shin felt helpless when he heard the voice in his ear. He didn't expect that this little guy was actually a coward at heart. I also like to think about all kinds of things. But the little Shota is still very cute, just like a little loli. The soft and sticky voice made him think of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Still a little cutie wearing sky blue clothes. Don't worry, little guy. You are the shop star now. Just stay here and no one will lose you. Shin knocked on the water tank glass and said helplessly, Hey, master, are you paying attention to me? Are you really not going to abandon me? I don't know anything, and I'm smaller than my brothers and sisters. No one will like me. The little boy felt aggrieved again at the end and was almost turning into a crybaby. Its main body was already swimming towards Shin happily, excitedly, as if dancing on the water. Especially the blue tentacles in the water, which look like the hem of a skirt floating in the water, which is very beautiful. Don't worry, you have to trust me, be good. Shin softened his voice to comfort the little guy. He also made a movement with his hands, opened the lid of the water tank, and reached out to touch the jellyfish on the water surface. This scene appeared for the first time tonight, and netizens in the live broadcast room instantly lost their composure when they saw it. Fuck, what's Boshin trying to do? Even though you treat your poisonous pet as a friend, it's poisonous. Don't touch it without permission. Aw, little brother, be careful, its tentacles are poisonous. Although the poison is not very strong, it is still poisonous. This anchor is really too aggressive. He knew it was poisonous, but still touched it with his hands. Is he thinking that his body is too good and wants to poison himself for fun? I don't think Boshin is stupid. He knew it was poisonous, so he would naturally avoid it. He did this to prevent himself from being poisoned, or he had a way to solve the poisoning problem. Such remarks quickly became popular in the comments. The popularity of the live broadcast room rose all of a sudden, and the number of people, needless to say, continued to rise at a rate that never stopped. Anyway, while the live broadcast is going on, specially edited pictures and videos have started to appear in various online forums. The protagonist is naturally Shin and his poisonous insects. Aw, so excited. I'm so happy. Master patted my head. It feels so good. Master, please touch me more. I'm very good. The little boy was really cute. When Shin touched his head a few times, his voice was as cheerful as if it was New Year's Day. It's so exciting. Of course, this is also due to his affinity. Moreover, after being touched, the bluebottle jellyfish swam quickly on the water surface, and its tentacles under the water danced more happily. The colors are even more dazzling as they dance, especially when illuminated by the lights. It is simply beautiful. Little brother, don't get excited. I've already told you that the master won't dislike you. Now you can finally rest assured. At this moment, the jellyfish next door spoke. It was a sweet girl's voice, so sweet that it felt like I had eaten 10 pounds of sugar just by listening to the voice. It was so sweet that it made Shin ears itch. He could imagine how excited the customers would be when the machine was put into use in the store tomorrow. Who doesn't like a sweet girl with a sweet voice? He couldn't refuse anyway. Let me introduce this to you all. This is our store's jellyfish. Doesn't it look like a sunset glow? Xinqing moved the camera of his mobile phone to the side so that the audience in the live broadcast room could see the jellyfish inside more clearly. That is the jellyfish in the store, which is second only to the lion's mane jellyfish and is also very large. There are 4 types of jellyfish: white jellyfish, brown jellyfish, and purple jellyfish. The one here is the brown jellyfish, which looks more like a sunset glow. Moreover, the common characteristics of these 4 jellyfish are 8 sensory organs and 8 bundles of longitudinally radiating tentacles. Each bundle is arranged in several rows. The inner umbrella has radial muscle bundles and circular muscle, and the middle gelatinous layer is thin. When identifying the species among the 4, the distinction can be made based on whether the gastric sac and the tentacle sac are connected, the arrangement type of the marginal valve water tubes, whether there is a cluster of stinging cells in the center of the outer umbrella top, and the individual umbrella diameter and color. The largest jellyfish is the Arctic jellyfish, which is distributed in the Atlantic Ocean. The diameter of its canopy can reach 2.5 meters, and there are 8 groups of tentacles at the lower edge of the canopy, with about 150 tentacles in each group. Each tentacle stretches out to more than 40 meters and can shrink to only 1/10 of its original length within 1 second. There are stinging cells on the tentacles that can release stinging threads and emit toxins. When all the tentacles are stretched out, it is like a deadly dragnet that can cover an area of up to 500 square meters. Any ferocious animal caught in the net will be captured. Having said that, Xinqing paused for a moment and waited until the netizens in the live broadcast room received the information before continuing. Although the jellyfish's net is powerful, it is powerless against the tiny herder fish. The shepherd fish is no more than 7 centimeters long and can move freely under the tentacles of the jellyfish, treating it as an excellent shelter. The herder often lures small carnivorous fish into the traps set by his master, while he cleverly avoids the poisonous threads and hides under the giant umbrella to escape the attack. Oh wow, the host is amazing. He knows all this and directly educates us on the science. Not bad, not bad. I learned something new. You know what? This jellyfish looks like a sunset glow, very beautiful. I also looked up information. This jellyfish is highly toxic. The stinging cells on its tentacles emit toxins. When its prey is stung, it will quickly become paralyzed and die. This is no sweetie. This is a queen of flowers level. The netizens in the live broadcast room analyzed the situation one after another, and their arguments were very logical and lively. The person involved, the jellyfish, also heard Xinqing's introduction. The amplitude of its dancing underwater became much smaller, as if it itself was listening to the long string of words just spoken. Not bad, not bad. This master knows quite a lot. What he says is very similar to our personality. No wonder Uncle Sure and Little Blue were captivated by him, and the 3 High West sisters became his fans. He really has something up his sleeve. How about I act like a spoiled brat and show some weakness so he can double my food allowance? I only eat until I'm 80% full every time. I can't even eat too much. It's so frustrating. The sweet girl's voice sounded again, but this time it was the one complaining in its heart. What he said was also very funny. What does it mean to be only 80% full and still want to eat more? And I don't know where this theory that you can double the food you eat by acting cute and showing weakness came from. Chapter 85: A pair of cold vertical pupils. The corners of Xinqing's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he wanted to hold his forehead with his hand. It seems that the poisonous pets in his shop are all foodies, always wanting double the food. He didn't seem to be starving them, so what? However, since the little guy said so, he naturally had to satisfy him. He seemed to have never heard the sweet girl's voice acting coquettishly before, and he wanted to hear it. Just act coquettishly and show some weakness. Maybe I'll feel better and agree to your request. Xinqing still looked at the glass, leaned over, and spoke softly. The voice was as gentle as it could be, just a bit like a child trafficker's. As a result, the next second, the jellyfish actually took action. Master, you are the best. I like you so much. You are the most handsome. Can you give me more food, please? Master, please. Master. A sweet girl's voice immediately rang out, and she seemed to be deliberately pinching her throat when speaking. That pretentious voice is so disgusting. So sweet. Sure enough, it's super sweet. Too much is as bad as too little. At this moment, the jellyfish in the box seemed to see Xinqing's embarrassment and stiffness, and immediately prepared to take drastic measures. The tentacles stretched out from the water and reached towards Xinqing's arm. Because just now, in order to make things easier for him to talk, Xinqing opened the screw cap on the water tank a little, which made it easier for the jellyfish to move. Seeing that the tentacle was about to wrap around Xinqing's arm, The netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly screamed in fear. Holy crap! Boss Shun, be careful. That jellyfish is coming again. Its tentacles are almost wrapping around us. It's poisonous. Oh, little brother, please back off. Don't let it touch you. It's poisonous. It can kill you. It's over, it's over. I don't dare to watch anymore. I'm afraid of becoming a witness. Should I call 120 first or 110? This is how the live broadcast room becomes so popular, with surprising situations popping up all the time. But there was something wrong with this situation, because the next second, the protagonist who was obviously about to be injured was fine. Shinxing naturally also saw the actions of the jellyfish, but he believed that the other party would not attack him or hurt him. After all, 100 points of favorability will never hurt him. Therefore, he did not feel any discomfort when the tentacle wrapped around his arm, because the other party did not poison him. It's just that the coquettish tone is more obvious. Master, just agree to my request. You are the best. As long as I can have enough food to eat, I am willing to be your slave. Even if it's just bed warming, I can do it. I don't think I can warm the bed. Then let's try someone else, master. The girl's voice that was extremely sweet started to pick up again, and the sickly tone was simply unbearable. It's okay once, but if you listen to it too many times, you will feel uncomfortable all over. This is what Shinxing is like now. Ahem, that's enough. Stop torturing my ears. But since you're so pitiful, I'll agree to it. Shinxing gently pinched the other party's tentacles, then put them into the water and calmly covered them with the lid. I'm not going to pay any attention to it. But the voice in my ear did not stop. After hearing what he said, I danced excitedly and started dancing in the water tank. It even sang a song in a very interesting way, which shows how happy it was. Afterwards, Shinxing introduced all the jellyfish in the jellyfish area to the netizens in the live broadcast room, so that everyone could have a better understanding of the jellyfish area in the store. They all said that they must come to the store to check in tomorrow. And reservations have already started. The mobility is really good. After the live broadcast, Shinxing just sat on the sofa in the rest area waiting for settlement. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary ends. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 356,900 emotional points. Total emotional value / points, 199,0900. Ding. Emotional value reaches 300,000. Reward, 300,000 cash, 10 detoxification pills, 3 free attribute points, 3 mental strength points. Today, the store received a total of 150 customers. Reward, plus 150 pet store experience points and a gift pack. Ding. Upgrade points have reached the requirement. The system will automatically upgrade. The upgrade will take 24 hours. Please be patient. Then a countdown number appeared in the void. The system also turned gray, indicating that it was being upgraded. The personal panel also popped up. Name, Shinxing. Age, 23. System, Poison Pet Live Broadcast System LV1. Pet Shop Level, LV1. Experience, 150. Mall Level, LV1. Intelligence, 113, 0, 200. Constitution, 25, 0, 100. Spiritual Power, 123, 0 to 1000. Cash, 1,898,410 yuan. Total emotional value / points, 199,0900. Skills, Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Animal Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill / Healing Skill. Items, Car 1, Hair Growth Pill 1, 3 pills / bottle, Luxury Raising Box Set 1, Wood Spirit Pill 13, 10 pills / bottle, Suburban Villa 1, Detoxification Pill 10, 1/10 pill, and a gift pack. Shinxing distributed all the attribute points and saw that there was still a big gift package that had not been opened. He was not in a hurry to open it, but wanted to wait until the system was upgraded before opening it. Maybe you can get something good out of it. The other side. After Shinxing stopped broadcasting online, there were still a lot of videos and posts about him. However, nowadays, the anchor Shinxing is already a household name. I won't say for sure, but most netizens know his name and the content of his live broadcast. His name has become synonymous with traffic, which shows how popular he is in this circle. As the more famous you are, the more gossip you will have. Of course, it is not possible that all the comments online are good, and there are also many comments that belittle him. The most talked about point is that he was the first to try out the venomous pet industry. When there are more such anchors, he will no longer be so rare. Some people have already started taking action on this. Ha ha ha. Chinkong, I'll let you laugh more. After tomorrow, let's see if you can still laugh. Your sweet dream will only last tonight. Tomorrow, I will become your nightmare. A young man sat on a chair, looking at the computer screen, his smile a little eerie late at night. Next to him was an acrylic breeding box. The black cloth was a little small and could only cover most of the breeding box, but you can still get a glimpse of what's inside. The thing inside was quite large, and some of its features were just revealed during the movement. The scale-like thing rolled around in the breeding box. Then, a pair of cold vertical pupils were revealed. Chapter 86. The pet translator is really useful. This person is none other than the out-of-date anchor who is trying to replicate Shunqing's path to fame. And the thing in the breeding box next to him is the poisonous pet. And it's more than just a breeding box. He's just waiting to start his live broadcast journey tomorrow. The next day, the sun is still shining, the sky is cloudless, and it is another hot day. There was only a slight coolness in the breeze, a sign that summer was drawing to a close. Shunqing's pet shop opens at 9 in the morning and closes at 6 in the afternoon. As a store employee, you just need to arrive before this time. As for the boss Shunqing, he lives upstairs, which is very convenient. However, because I needed to use the pet translator in the store, I got up very early. Look at me, and I'll show you how to do it. Turn this on, and then press the voice switch here. As long as you get close to the pets in the store, you can hear the sound. So you can communicate simply. This is a wireless headset that can receive sound. Shunqing was holding a palm-sized object that looked similar to a smartphone. He pressed it and explained its purpose. Finally, he took out something similar to a Bluetooth headset and showed it to everyone. However, the shop assistants in the store were probably surprised by his words and looked completely confused. They both looked at each other, their mouths opened in shock. As if to say, "Did you hear what the boss said just now? He actually said that this thing that looks like a cell phone can actually understand what animals say when warned. Is this really not some fantasy talk? Animals can talk now. Is this really not a fantasy world? Or is technology so advanced nowadays? Can a small device detect the language of animals?" Everyone subconsciously looked at the sky outside. It wasn't dark, so how come they had already started dreaming? However, despite thinking so, one person still picked up the machine from Shunqing's hand and prepared to give it a try. "Ahem, boss, does this thing really work? Let me try. You'll know the effect in a moment. Go find the moon jellyfish and remember to be polite." After Shunqing gave the things to the employee in front of him, he reminded him again. The moon jellyfish was the closest to them, and the girl could hear the sound when she went over. Early in the morning, he had placed the main receiver, which looked like a light computer, on the middle wall of the first floor. The range just covers the first and second floors of the entire pet store. Anyone wearing the extension can hear the sound in the store. Although the employees didn't believe it, they were still curious and wanted to know the result. So the first person who eats melons came forward, holding the extension in his hand and wearing a pair of headphones on his ears. Following Shunqing's instructions, he turned on the phone and then politely knocked on the glass of the moon jellyfish. "Good morning, have you eaten yet?" The female employee's voice was gentle, but her eyes were full of nervousness and curiosity. He stared at the three sisters of the moon jellyfish, not wanting to miss a single one. Several other employees also held their breath and looked over here. Only Shunqing remained calm. "Good morning, little sister. Why is she so gentle today? Her voice is so much quieter. I heard her loud voice yesterday. Did she change overnight?" A soft and cute lowly voice suddenly sounded from her headphones. It gave her a big scare, because the voice was obviously that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, and there were no children in the store at all. So where did this sound come from? You can imagine. The boss stared with his eyes wide open, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Finally, he found his voice and jumped up excitedly. "Ah, I heard it. I really heard the sound, and it was a little lowly. Boss, I really heard it." The girl immediately rushed to Shunqing with an excited look on her face. Her face turned red with excitement. "Did you really hear it? And in a lowly voice?" Gulp. "Isn't that amazing? I want to hear it too." When the other employees saw this, they felt relieved for a moment and immediately thought about trying it themselves to see if the lowly voice the girl mentioned really existed. One by one, they looked eagerly at Shunqing, who was already sitting on the chair. His eyes were fixed on a box on the table. The box contains the extension used by the girl just now. "Okay, you can take it yourself. In addition to the ones you wear at work, there are 50 remaining submachines. In other words, only 50 customers can use this machine per day. We won't charge any fees during the first 3 days of trial operation, but there will be a fee for subsequent services. Please check the specific fee structure and we can explain it to customers when the time comes." After Shunqing finished speaking, he took out a stack of papers from another cardboard box. "No, it cannot be called information. It should be called a flyer. The whole box is full of them, and they need to send them to customers for inspection today. The main purpose is, of course, to promote consumption. Of course, he opened the pet shop to make money, but it was not the traditional way of making profits based on selling pets. All he has to do is establish a membership system. Members are also divided into different levels, and these 50 pet translators are only available to the highest level VIPs. The specific details are clearly stated on the leaflet. The employees were so excited after watching it that each of them took a machine and a flyer and went to find pets to experiment with while watching. After all, there are only 10 minutes left until the doors open at 9 o'clock. As a result, the enthusiasm of employees today is very high. With the experience of yesterday's trial operation, everyone is obviously in a much better state today than yesterday. Xinqing sat calmly at the front desk and watched, ready to take action when needed. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived and the pet shop opened, customers came in immediately. And it's not just one, it's several. When they saw Xinqing sitting on the chair at the front desk, they immediately greeted him excitedly. "Good morning, Mr. Shun. We are here because of your reputation." Yeah. I took a day off specifically to come here just to check out all the poisonous pets in the store. Yes, I'm here to take pictures too. My girlfriend didn't get time off, so I had to do it for her. 3 boys came in. All of them were in their early 20s, wearing designer clothes. It was obvious that they were not short of money, and their faces were full of excitement. "Welcome, please come in. Our store has just launched a new feature today. You are lucky today. Only the first 50 customers can enjoy it. Otherwise, you can only wait until the first 50 customers leave before you can continue the experience." Xinqing stood up, greeted them with a smile, and then handed the flyers on the table to the 3 of them. Sure enough, the 3 of them became curious after hearing his words, and also lowered their eyes to look at the flyers in their hands. The more I read, the more curious I became, especially about some of the features mentioned above that only VIPs can enjoy. "Boss Shun, you said there's a pet translator that can translate what pets want to say. Is that true or false? Is there still this high-tech stuff? Where is it? Can we try it out first?" "Yes, if it's really that magical, we must become the highest level member." Chapter 87. How dare you call me a jellyfish, your brother? The 3 boys became more and more curious as they looked at Xinqing. It just so happens that those translators are placed at the front desk. Of course it's real. This is a new auxiliary tool in our store. You came at the right time. Xinqing smiled calmly, then took out a pet translator from a box on the counter and handed one to each person. "Here, one per person. Register here, and then you can go and try it out for yourself. They'll tell you how to use it." Xinqing called a staff member and asked him to introduce the 3 people. "Everyone, please come this way. I'll tell you how to use it." The staff responsibly taught them how to use it, and then the 3 of them put on headphones and took the translator to the jellyfish area. That's a moon jellyfish. The 3 sisters are very close. The largest one is a lion's mane jellyfish. It's talking about Trump. The staff briefly introduced the 3 people, but these few short sentences left them stunned. You should know that the 3 of them did not come here yesterday, but were watching Xinqing's live broadcast room. So they actually hadn't seen many of the pets in the store, except for the jellyfish they saw last night. But today I had another experience. This is the first time I can hear a poisonous pet speak. Who wouldn't be excited? Of course, amidst the excitement comes half belief and half doubt. It was even more outrageous when the staff said that the largest jellyfish was actually Trump. Let's go and see if that giant jellyfish is talking about Trump. After putting on headphones and other things, the 3 boys went straight to the lion's mane jellyfish. He knocked on the glass and said to the jellyfish inside, "Hey, big brother, I heard you can talk about Trump. Is that true?" The lion jellyfish in the tank was attracted by their knocking on the glass and of course heard what they said. He immediately turned around and moved towards them, and then a voice called Trump came from the earphones. "Which one is whose brother? How dare you, a human being, call me a jellyfish and call me your brother? Are you and I from the same hometown?" Koichi's angry voice left the 3 boys stunned. His pupils constricted as he looked at the jellyfish approaching them, his mind full of question marks. What's going on? The jellyfish has become a spirit? Or is it auditory hallucination? They seemed to really hear Trump with a strong Sichuan flavor. It was emitted by the big jellyfish in front of me, which was really subversive. Gulp, did you hear that? The jellyfish really spoke. Holy crap. I was scared to death, but this thing is amazing. Why can it hear animal sounds? It's Trump. After being shocked, the 3 boys accepted it well. Although they still had many questions, it did not stop them from interacting with the poisonous pet. In other words, with this translator, the interaction between them and the poisonous pet has become more harmonious. Like now. "Little Shur, why are you so fat? Is it because Boss Shin feeds you too well?" One of the boys lay on the glass tank, staring at the lion's mane jellyfish inside with curiosity. The tone was as innocent as it could be, but the meaning behind his words made the other person mad. "Shut up. How can you call yourself the invincible overlord little lion? It doesn't suit my domineering body at all. Change it quickly. The Trump-style uncle voice is not to be outdone. It actually answers every question asked by the other party. Moreover, the tentacles would occasionally whip the glass, right where the boy was crawling, as if teaching a disobedient child a lesson. The style of painting is completely different from yesterday, but the experience it brings to customers is indeed more lively and vivid. Of course, the same goes for the other jellyfish here. Especially when that mature lady voice came out, it simply drove the whole audience crazy. It was an Australian jellyfish. It looked small, but it had a very powerful aura. Hee, little guy, you look so handsome. I admire you very much. Do you want to come over to me? Although he was laughing, one could still hear the strength in his voice. The typical female boss visual effect. The boy next to the glass has the shape of a cute little puppy, especially his puppy eyes, which make people feel soft unconsciously when they look into his eyes. Oh wow, you actually have the voice of a queen. Your voice is so queen. I'm obsessed with voice control now. I really want to take you home. There's no need to take it home. I'm afraid you can't handle it. You know, I'm a cruel person, little brother. With the help of sound, the effect is maximized. The three boys had a lot of fun, and even after half an hour in the jellyfish area, they still didn't get enough. The three of them asked questions about almost every jellyfish and had a friendly conversation with them. Now they finally understood what Shin-Ching meant at that time. There are all kinds of voices such as mature woman voice, lowly voice, uncle voice, boy voice, and Shota voice. It felt like they were not looking at poisonous jellyfish, but humans. It's because their thinking is too close to that of humans. They all ran to Shin-Ching, still unsatisfied, and asked excitedly, Boss Shun, your pet translator is absolutely amazing. It can actually hear voices, and each one has its own unique features. It's really fun. Are you selling it? Of course, he was referring to the translation machine in his hand. In their minds, with a pet translator, they can communicate with any animal. It's like cheating, who wouldn't want it? Besides, they are not short of money. Yeah, how much is one? Give me 10. I want 20, and I can give them to my family. I have a lot of pets at home. When Shin-Ching saw the excited looks of the three people, the corners of his mouth twitched. He had never thought about this, but they were destined to be disappointed. Sorry, we don't sell this because it can only be used in the store and cannot be used outside the store. When these words were spoken, all three of them were stunned. Then he changed his mind and said quickly, then open a VIP account for me, so that my phone won't be used by others. They didn't forget there were only 50 of these machines. After 3 days, these machines will only be available to VIPs, and it will be on a first-come, first-served basis. Only VIP members can lock the translator. You can enjoy this fun whenever you come to the store. However, to meet this condition, you need to recharge 100,000 at one time. The three of them happened to have plenty of money, so they signed up for a top membership right on the spot. Just at this moment, a group of girls walked in. Chapter 88 Pregnant Woman? Where did the pregnant woman come from? There are 4 girls in this group, and judging by their attire, they appear to be in their early 20s. Very youthful and beautiful. The moment they saw Shin-Ching, their eyes lit up unconsciously. He looked very excited and ran towards Shin-Ching with a smile on his face. Boss Shen, our classmates are here to support you. The girl who was speaking was called He Xiao. She was a junior in college and was also an old fan of Shin-Ching. Yesterday happened to be Saturday, and she had nothing to do, so she came over to check it out, thinking about the opening of Shin-Ching's shop. As a result, after entering the store, I stayed there the whole day and never came out. She didn't leave until the pet store closed. It shows how satisfied she is with this place. Today she came with a few good friends from the dormitory to show her support. The reason is none other than the photos she posted on her moments. You should know that there are many two-dimensional comic pictures painted on the walls of Shin-Ching's store. Each one is unique, the painting is very good, and the color matching is also very good. It's just like watching anime in real life, except that it doesn't move, and the visual effect is perfect. This is another highlight of the store. How could these girls who like 2D comics hold on to this? They all looked for He Xiao, and this scene happened. Welcome to our store, and thank you for bringing your friends to support me. Shin-Ching smiled gently, then picked up 4 translation machines and handed them to the 4 people, saying, this is a new product that just arrived in our store today. You can take it and try it out. Because it's a new product, there are many things that may not be perfect. Would you be willing to help me test it? Shin-Ching did not tell the girls right away that this was a pet translation machine, or that it was a high-tech device that could directly translate the thoughts of pets. Instead, we plan to let them experience it themselves. No matter how much we say, it is better to go there and experience it for themselves. Didn't you see that the 3 brothers just came to open a card after experiencing it? It can be seen that the effect is very good. Okay, don't worry. We will definitely complete the task. He Xiao didn't understand what Qing meant at all. She just grabbed the opportunity when he said he needed their help and immediately nodded in agreement. I was stunned when I was given a device similar to a mobile phone and a pair of Bluetooth headphones in my hand. How do I use this thing? It doesn't look like a phone. What are you giving us this for, Boss Shun? He Xiao looked at the thing in her hand with a puzzled look on her face and automatically put on the headphones. Even though she was confused, the curiosity in her eyes did not disappear. What the hell is this? It looks like a cell phone. Could the help Boss Shin just mentioned be related to this? But I majored in finance, not electronics, so I don't know how to repair a cell phone. He Xiao looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was all about, and she was complaining in her heart. The few good friends who came with her were also puzzled. Then the three older brothers taught them how to use it, but tacitly did not tell them what it was. Instead, he excitedly invited them to play in the theme room on the other side. It just so happens that we are going to the theme room over there. It's very lively and crowded. Let's go together. Yu Guang is the eldest of the three brothers. His eyes were full of anticipation for a good show, and of course the other two friends felt the same way and kept inviting the four girls. Qing looked at it without exposing it, but smiled calmly. But he was registering the membership information for Yu Guang and the other three. After all, these three brothers are the first users of the translation machine, and they seem to be very fond of it. Just now, the three of them have each transferred 100,000 membership fees. This is the price for the highest membership. If you recharge 100,000, there will naturally be this much money in the membership card. In addition, the translation machine will be bound to his name within 1 month, and as long as he comes, the right to use it for 1 month is his. You can use it first next month, but a certain fee will be charged. Even so, the three of them happily became members, which shows that they are all wealthy people. As for these girls, judging by their attire, they should be well off. Perhaps they will sign up for membership after using the translation machine. He is still very confident about this. So, Qing took He Xiao and a few others, as well as Yu Guang and the other three, to the small reptile-themed room on the first floor. The room is filled with poisonous pets living in a small villa. He Xiao had been here yesterday. She had seen most of the things and knew what was going on, but the other 6 people were here for the first time and started asking questions as soon as they came in. Xiao, you said yesterday that the poisonous pets here actually live in a villa. Is that true? Yeah. This is the first time I've heard of a poisonous pet living in a villa. It's really funny. Several girls were chattering and asking questions, and the atmosphere was quite good. When Yu Guang and the others heard this, they also laughed and thought it was really funny. Poochie, ha. Is what you said true? Although I have seen people saying it online, I won't believe it unless I see it myself. I absolutely cannot believe that a poisonous pet is living so well. Living in a villa for small pets? I don't know which genius came up with this, but it's really a big deal. The only staff member, Qing, just smiled calmly, then opened the door and let everyone in. We're here, everyone come in. At this time, the translation machines in the hands of several people were turned on. As long as they went in, they could immediately hear the animals talking. By then, I'm sure you'll still be shocked. Qing looked at the back of the last girl who entered and smiled faintly. As soon as you enter the door, soft lights illuminate the situation inside. The villas they had just talked about were now located one by one in the room. The tallest one is only about 1 meter tall, but there are dozens of such small houses lined up against the wall. Fuck, it really is a small villa. Yu Guang was the first to speak excitedly. Looking at the scenes in front of him, he was rarely surprised. The villa is indeed a villa, but it is too small, a bit like a house prepared for kittens and puppies. However, this house is transparent, and the layout inside can be seen clearly. For example, the small villa closest to him was filled with rockery, tree branches and tiles, coconut soil, and green plants. It feels like a corner of the outdoor forest. Now I finally understand why they said online that Boss Shin's shop actually prepared a small villa for poisonous pets. It's true. Yu Guang's other friend also nodded in response. Although I can't understand it, I can accept it and even find it quite interesting. Just as a few people were discussing the villa, a slight noise was heard from the nearest villa. Then, a cold and royal sister's voice was heard. Oh, there are so many people here, it's so noisy. Don't you know that I'm a pregnant woman and need to rest well? He Xiao and the others were shocked. What's that sound? Am I hallucinating? Yu Guang and the others were all shocked. Holy crap! A pregnant woman? Where did this pregnant woman come from? Chapter 89. Am I so easily coveted by others? The only one who remained calm was Qing. He could hear the voice even without headphones, so he knew exactly who the owner of the voice was. Who else could be the cold pregnant woman besides the queen of red fire ants? Yes, the sound just now was made by the queen of red fire ants. Xinqing had very good eyesight and could see from afar a red ant crawling out from the space under a tile on the ground in the small villa. You can also see that the other person's abdomen is slightly bulging, and it looks like it will soon give birth to an ant baby. Xiao Xiao, did you hear the sound just now? A tall and thin girl pulled his Xiao Xiao and asked nervously. The other hand adjusted the earphones, as if wanting to confirm something. You have to know that this thing was given to them by Xinqing. So many people here have it. It is impossible that she is the only one who heard it. I heard it. It sounded like a pregnant woman was talking. But where did this pregnant woman come from? And she was a cool young lady. He Xiao Xiao was also full of doubts. After she finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Xinqing, who was a little behind her, and asked without thinking, Boss Xin, are there any pregnant women working in your store? She thought the other party should be in a broadcasting room somewhere. The girls were confused, but after Yu Guang and the others were surprised, they fixed their eyes on the small villa in front of them. Just happened to see the red fire ant queen crawling out. The three of them's eyes lit up, and they walked over together, squatted beside the house, and stared at the queen ant inside. Were you the one speaking just now? The voice is very nice, but a little cold. Are you pregnant? The three of them were talking to each other, and before the queen ant could speak, he Xiao Xiao and the others spoke first. What are you three talking about? Talking to an ant, and saying something so weird. Isn't it strange that three humans said to an ant, Are you pregnant? And you have a nice voice, etc. Just like that, 7 people squatted beside the villa, 7 pairs of eyes staring at the queen ant inside. This scene also made Xinqing laugh a lot. However, before he could speak, the queen ant spoke impatiently. What's wrong with these people? They're all staring at me. Could it be that they're coveting me? Humph. They are too naive. Is it so easy for me to be coveted by others? Unless it's that stinking scoundrel Boss Shan, then I can barely accept it. Even though her cold and majestic voice said a lot, it was still cold and clear, without any joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness in her voice. It is like a snow mountain, cold and pure. Just by hearing this cold voice, several people imagined a cold figure in their minds. Especially when it said this king, it inexplicably gave off a sense of superiority. Just now, who made that sound just now? He Xiao Xiao swallowed her saliva for once, but her gaze remained on the queen ant inside. The voice I just heard, and the words spoken by Yu Guang and the others rang in my mind again. Listening to the voices of several people together, asking and answering questions, what else is there to not know? It's because I guessed the answer that I find it incredible. Boss Shun, is this true? He Xiao Xiao looked at Xinqing, who had been following them, and asked this question out of the blue. The answer he got was Xinqing's calm smile. After getting Xinqing's nod, his pupils widened even more. Then, within 3 seconds of silence, a shocking burst of national quintessence broke out. Fuck, Xinqing. He Xiao Xiao, what the hell? I was so scared. Yu Guang and the other two. Why are you so excited? Don't you know that scaring people can kill them? The atmosphere became quiet for a moment, and then all kinds of noises were heard. It's not Xinqing and the others, but the other poisonous pets here. Because of his Xiao Xiao's roar, they were all woken up. Human, very good. I will remember you. If you scare my child away, I will poison you to death. This was the first time I heard the cold and aloof queen ant show obvious emotions. It seemed that she was angry. The venomous, cold, and noble young man said, Oh my, why is this woman so rude? With her quality, TSK, can she really get married? Northeastern youth voice. This woman has a really loud voice, perfect for marrying home. Human, why don't you marry me? I love wives the most. Hot lowly voice. Why are you so loud? Don't you know it's immoral to disturb someone's sleep? I really want to give you a tail and sting you to death. These voices are spoken one after another. Each one is an independent individual with a different voice. Gathering together at this moment, the whole room instantly became lively, giving the feeling of a market. Except for Xinqing, Yu Guang, and the other two, He Xiao Xiao, and the other 3 girls were completely stunned. Their eyes unconsciously wandered over the villas of all sizes in front of them, and before long, the 4 of them accepted this change. It's a miracle that they can hear the thoughts of the poisonous pets and understand what they mean. He lowered his eyes to look at the cell phone-like thing in his hand. At this moment, the indicator light kept flashing a gentle light, and the place that looked like a display screen also lit up at some point. There were scrolling messages similar to barges, and the prefix actually belongs to the owner of the sound. For example, the cold and majestic voice just now was actually the red fire ant queen in front of him. The sharp-tongued, cold and noble young man, Ian, is a giant centipede. Northeast Youth Een is the big brother among the Israeli golden scorpions. The hot lowly sound is the little sister in the Israeli golden scorpion. Of course, there were more than just a few of them. Almost half of the poisonous pets here were shocked by her words of national quintessence. Okay, don't be nervous. This is what I told you before. This product was specially developed for the store. It can receive the voices of poisonous pets within a certain range. However, it can only be used in the store. Once it leaves the store, it becomes a piece of scrap metal. Seeing this, Xinxing took 2 steps forward and calmly explained the reason to everyone. After hearing what he said, the 4 girls were numb with excitement. They were witnesses to such a magical scene. How could they not be excited? Then he Xiao remembered that when they entered the door, Yu Guang and the other 2 were scanning the code, and it seemed that they were talking about becoming a member. After rolling his eyes twice, he understood what he meant and immediately came to Xinxing. He smiled brilliantly. Hey, Boss Shun, I want to become a member too. Just tell me, what are the conditions for me to use this thing all the time? She doesn't want to give such a good thing to others. According to her understanding, fans of Xinxing's live broadcast room will definitely arrive one after another in the next few days, whether to check in or interact with the poisonous pet. There will be no small number of people anyway. As long as they have seen the use of this thing in their hands, those who are rich will not miss it. She came early today, so of course she had to make the most of it. There are several venomous pet-themed rooms that she has not visited, especially the venomous snake-themed room. I wonder if their voices are also cold. Chapter 90, the second poisonous pet anchor appears. He Xiao felt so relieved just thinking about it. She is the best at imagining things, and has unknowingly imagined a 100,000-word plot in her mind. What kind of cool and noble voice, domineering voice, and young boy voice, all come here. It makes me feel emotional just thinking about it. The expression of shock on his face unconsciously changed to excitement. Then she immediately turned around and started whispering with a few girls. Although I didn't hear what they said specifically, I knew it must be something special when I saw the sparkling eyes of the girls. As for what? Of course, he would not refuse Xiaoxioshuo's membership application. This is a business that comes to your door. However, you still need to tell them the specific situation to avoid any bad disputes later. These people seem to be rich second generations with money in their pockets. They all became members without thinking. The first month's usage is free, but there will be a fee after that. They can accept it too. In any case, Xinxing added hundreds of thousands to the store's account book in just a short while. It's a good start. The pet shop will be open as usual the day after tomorrow. By then, in addition to these translation machines, other charges will also be figured out. However, Xinxing has already taken care of this, and he can just post the price list tomorrow. Now that I have money, I naturally need to add some partners to the store. You can buy some poisonous pets from water, land, and air. There aren't many themed rooms nowadays, including one for venomous snakes, one for jellyfish, one for small reptiles, and one for underwater creatures. However, the 2 species of stonefish and sea slugs are not open to the public yet. You can buy more poisonous pets this time. For example, you can get some of your favorite snake-like poisonous pets, butterfly-like poisonous pets, and underwater poisonous pets. Of course, if you want to buy, you also need to find relevant personnel. For example, people who specialize in catching seabed animals. There are also some snakes that are not available in China and can be purchased from abroad. Of course, some of these issues that need to be addressed also require people to move around. Yuan Zimo's father, Uncle Yuan, might be a good partner. At this time, another live broadcast room suddenly appeared, and it was the Poisonous Pet live broadcast room. The word Poisonous Pet has only appeared in Xinxing's live broadcast room so far. It happened that Xinxing's live broadcast room became popular during this period, and the word Poisonous Pet also became popular. As long as there is news or live broadcast room related to poisonous pets, it will attract traffic. So, as soon as the live broadcast room opened, the number of people exceeded 10,000 in less than 10 minutes. And many of them thought that Xinxing was starting a live broadcast. What's going on? Is this live stream room also owned by Boss Xin? Also live streaming toxic pets? Fuck. I've seen this streamer before. Wasn't he a food streamer before? How did he become a pet streamer? I thought it was Qing Kong, but it turns out it wasn't. This anchor is really brave. He actually dared to interact with the poisonous pet? Isn't he afraid? Don't think that only Qing Kong raises poisonous pets. He is a veteran anchor. He just changed his track. That's right. Host, we support you. Let us see what kind of poisonous pet you have. In the live broadcast room, there are some anchors who are Xinxing, some who are new, and the rest are old fans. Soon, fans from the 3 parties started chatting heatedly in the barrage. Cheng Yuanhua, the host of the live broadcast room, watched the barrage of comments scrolling wildly, his eyes bright, with astonishing brightness. The popularity of the live broadcast room has been rising. Of course, the number of people was also increasing, which made him completely relieved. Good morning, everyone. Family, long time no see. I, Chung Yuanhua, am back again. Chung Yuanhua greeted the fans in the live broadcast room with a smile on his face and was in a very good mood. He couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Besides, he already had a fan base. Although many of his fans had left, he still had some. So everyone was very respectful during this live broadcast. Now with the popularity of Shinqing's poisonous pet, his comeback is better than expected. Of course, he also saw the comments posted in the live broadcast room and picked a few to answer. Yes, today I'm broadcasting a live show about poisonous pets. Of course, I'm not as capable as the anchor Qin Kong, so I only have one poisonous pet here, but there are two. Wait a moment, I'll show them to you. Chung Yuanhua looked at the camera in the live broadcast room with a smile, and at the same time, he openly and secretly criticized Shinqing. That is, he pointed out that he was indeed planning to live broadcast with his poisonous pets, and also pointed out that he did not have as many poisonous pets as Shinqing did. Ah, there really is a poisonous pet. Looks like I'm in the right place. I wonder what the host's poisonous pet will be. I'm really looking forward to it. Haha, I want to see how this anchor will replicate Boshin's path to fame. Who said that only Qin Kong can live stream poisonous pet? Is poisonous pet a term used exclusively by your Qin Kong streamer? I don't know if it's a special term or not, but the poison pet track was indeed opened up by Boshin. Otherwise, why would your anchor switch to this track? The barrage was still noisy, and at this time, Chung Yuanhua moved a feeding box from the other side of the table. The breeding box is quite large and takes up most of the space on the table. But he also covered the entire breeding box with a black cloth, so no one could see what was inside. I have to say this is exactly the same as when Shinqing was live streaming. It cannot be said to be a complete replica. It can only be said that there is no difference. I'm sure everyone has been waiting for a long time, so here it is. The smile on Chung Yuanhua's face was almost reaching his ears. His eyes were fixed on the comments in the live broadcast room, and his big hands had already grabbed the black cloth on the breeding box. As soon as he finished speaking, a big hand lifted up, and the contents of the breeding box were exposed. It was a blue snake, currently coiled on the coconut soil. The head suddenly raised up the moment the black cloth was lifted, and it spat out its tongue fiercely at the glass. Hisses! It looked like it was about to attack in the next second. Holy crap! This is an island pit viper. The streamer actually keeps an island pit viper? And he's saying it's not just like Boshin. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Turns out it's an island pit viper. But why does this island pit viper look so ferocious? It doesn't look like the one at Boshin's place at all. That's right, Boshin's Lan seems to be a little more well-behaved. She never attacks anyone, and even the fiercest ones never appear. She also likes to cuddle with Boshin. How adorable. How come only Mr. Shun can raise the island bamboo green pit viper, and no one else can? You guys are such double standards. That's right, Brother Qing just raised a poisonous snake. How does it bother you? To be fair, the anchor raises venomous snakes, so it's best to be careful and avoid getting bitten. Boss Shun has veterinary training, so at least there's no need to worry too much about safety. Chapter 91. Although the poisonous pet is popular, your life is more important. Chung Yuanhua looked at the scrolling barrage in the live broadcast room, the corners of his lips raised, and he was in a very good mood. Of course he saw those voices questioning him, but he didn't care. With traffic and topics, his live broadcast will be popular, and he will naturally become famous and make money. Today is an era where traffic is king. Now that we have traffic, isn't it easy to make money? Not to mention the gifts sent by fans in the live broadcast room. Just say that his live broadcast room is popular, and he can make some money by putting some shared bikes on the shelves. Anyway, it's better than him chewing tree bark. That's right, if his live broadcast doesn't become popular, he will really be in trouble. The little money he had left was used to buy poisonous snakes. This is his only chance. He was also determined to die if he failed. Fortunately, the fans in the live broadcast room did not disappoint him. At this moment, a fan directly gave 100,000 gifts, and it was obvious that he was a wealthy man. Directly became the number one in the live broadcast room. His request was to let Chung Yuanhua interact with the poisonous pet, and like Shinqing, he had to take out the poisonous snake to interact with it. After this request came out, the other fans in the live broadcast room were shocked. Wow, the top guy on the list is awesome. He directly gave 100,000 gifts. That's impressive, but isn't this request a bit too much? What's so excessive? This guy obviously spent 100,000 to get a streamer to interact with a toxic pet. Did he want to see him get bitten? The venom of the island's bamboo green snake isn't fatal, but getting a bite from it for 100,000 is like pie in the sky. If anyone gives me 100,000, I'll immediately reach out and let it bite me. Is the top guy on the list a fan of King Kong? Is he deliberately looking for trouble? This is too much. How can you insult someone with money? Don't be afraid. Chung, we support you. Don't listen to him. Safety is the most important thing. Well, because of the appearance of this top guy on the list, the comments in the barrage became hot again. The other fans just watched the show, but the old fans were more concerned about his safety and suggested that he just return the money instead of actually catching the venomous snake. It was so exciting that Chung Yuanhua almost couldn't maintain his character. 100,000 yuan. This is 100,000 yuan, not 10 yuan. I am so poor, so of course I will accept this money. As for catching poisonous snakes with bare hands like Xinqing, for 100,000 yuan, it's not impossible. Anyway, the venom of this island pit viper is not very strong, and if you are really bitten, you can go to the hospital to get serum. And the place where he lives now is quite close to the hospital. And he may not be bitten. Didn't you see that the venomous snakes on Qingkong's side are so gentle? Maybe the island pit viper itself is not a ferocious venomous snake? I don't know if it was because the 100,000 yuan gift was too tempting, or because the interaction between Xinqing and Viper before was too warm, which gave him an illusion. Suddenly, I became mysteriously confident. Thank you for the gift, Big Brother. Since it's Big Brother's request, I have to do it. Don't worry, I know a little bit about the island bamboo green pit. It's not very poisonous and won't kill people. Even if I get bitten accidentally, I can go to the hospital immediately because there is a hospital near my house, and it only takes a few minutes to get there. Chung Yuanhua said it easily, without any sign of forcing anyone. He also said that if he was really bitten, there was no need to worry. After all, the hospital was right nearby. Good guy, he blocked his own retreat. He has said so, and netizens have also kindly reminded him, but he doesn't listen, so there's nothing we can do. After all, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. So, netizens in the live broadcast room opened their eyes wide and watched through the screen of the live broadcast room to see how he interacted with his poisonous pet. With the emergence of this incident, the number of people and popularity in the live broadcast room have obviously skyrocketed. Chung Yuanhua was very excited when he saw this. Without thinking, he opened the lid of the breeding box and reached out to grab the island bamboo pit viper by the 7th inch. Be good, the master will lead you in the live broadcast. You have to obey, understand? Chung Yuanhua thought he was speaking very gently to the poisonous snake in the breeding box, but with his expression, it was hard to describe. Of course, he said this because he learned it from Xinqing. After all, he has watched all of Xinqing's live broadcast replays, and even the videos edited by those hosts on the internet. He wants to replicate Xinqing's path to fame, so how could he not know more about it? You should know that every time Xinqing broadcasts live, he will talk to the other party before interacting with the poisonous pet. The tone was calm and equal, and there was a rare gentleness in it. So this time he just copied it. But he doesn't have Xinqing's handsome face, nor his unique temperament. He doesn't even have the voice of a domineering CEO. It looks weird no matter how you look at it. Of course, the most important thing is that although his poisonous pet is also an island bamboo pit viper, it only has the same name and species. There is nothing similar about the others. So, when Chung Yuanhua stretched out his hand, the island bamboo green snake directly bit his finger. The speed is extremely fast, just a blink of an eye. This was also captured by the camera in the live broadcast room. Fuck. I just blinked and the anchor got bitten. Oh, that scared me. I just felt a blue figure flash before my eyes, and then I saw the host step back and shake his hands. Oh, it turns out he was bitten by a venomous snake. His host, you should go to the hospital quickly. Although the venom of this snake is not fatal, it is still best to get treatment first. Look at the wound on the anchor's hand. It's obviously red and swollen. Go to the hospital quickly. The netizens in the live broadcast room were originally looking forward to the show, but halfway through, they were actually bitten. This is a poisonous snake. Although it won't kill you, the poison shouldn't be underestimated. Seeking medical treatment is the most important thing to do now. Chung Yuanhua pinched the area above the wound with one hand to prevent the poison from spreading. His forehead was sweating profusely from the pain. There were 2 obvious tooth marks on the fingers. The area around the teeth marks was red and swollen, and the bite site was accompanied by severe pain, tingling, and burning sensation. It's also extremely itchy, making you want to scratch it. In addition, red spots appeared around the wound, like bruises, and some tiny blisters could be seen upon closer inspection. Chung Yuanhua didn't expect that he was actually bitten, and the situation was quite serious. Especially the pain that cut into his skin, which made him unable to think. His face turned pale, and the last bit of rationality he had was to turn off the live broadcast room. Sorry, today's live broadcast ends here. I'm going to the hospital first. Don't worry. After he finished speaking, there was a snap, and the screen in the live broadcast room went black. Chung Yuanhua picked up his cell phone and keys and quickly ran to the nearby hospital. However, during the time he was receiving medical treatment, his live broadcast room and name became popular. Another name that has also become popular is Shenqing. Perhaps because the matter was too dramatic and involved the words Shenqing and poisonous pet, the heat instantly rose. In less than half a day, almost the entire internet had eaten the freshest big melon. Shock! A former food blogger returned to a new genre, only to be bitten by a venomous snake and hospitalized. Breaking! The second person to try out the poisonous pet track is actually him. Explosion! Poisonous pets are popular, but life is more important. Explosion! Boss Shin vs. Sung Wonhwa. Explosion! Chapter 92. To become famous, I sent myself to the hospital. At this time, the entries about Shenqing and poisonous pets on the internet completely exploded. And it is getting more and more serious. The netizens are really awesome. They directly made Shenqing, Duchong, and Chung Yuanhua the hot searches. So more netizens came in to watch out of curiosity. When I saw the video that was specially edited by the Up host, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. The reason is simple. Because this Up master edited together the video of Shenqing interacting with the island bamboo leaf green viper and the video of Chung Yuanhua interacting with the island bamboo leaf green viper. If you look at them individually, there's nothing special about them, but when you compare them together, they're like heaven and earth. The venomous snakes in the video are clearly of the same species, but the effects are different in the hands of different people. So the comment section below was flooded with comments from netizens. Fuck. I clicked in out of curiosity, and after watching the video, I just want to ask that fat anchor, are you in pain? Oh my god, how come this snake is so obedient in the handsome guy's hands? Is it so ferocious in the hands of someone else? Does it also care about appearance? Is this the island pit viper? It looks so pretty. The snake in the handsome guy's house on the left is obviously very gentle. Oh, isn't this our boss Shun and Blue Baby? Was this a scam? The result is a bit hard to describe. Ha 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 ha, I'm a loyal fan of Boss Shun's livestream. I especially like him and the venomous pets in his shop. And this chubby streamer also keeps venomous pets? It's obvious he's inexperienced. No wonder he got bit. Hee, it's obvious this fat guy is trying to replicate Boss Shin's path to fame, deliberately raising venomous snakes, and ended up landing himself in the hospital. That's right, if you want to replicate Boss Shin's path to fame, you can't just start raising venomous snakes. Wouldn't smaller animals be better? There's no need to catch them directly. Wouldn't that just give them up to be bitten? Many of the netizens in the comment section are passers-by, but there are also fans of Shenqing's live broadcast room. So many people who were not in the know were educated by them. Comparing the two, we are not fools. Of course we know what is going on. In a word, it's all for fame. As a result, he sent himself to the hospital. However, what netizens said is reasonable. Some anchors who smelled the wind and wanted to change tracks started to have some ideas again. Since someone has already taken the lead, they naturally want to seize the benefits. Just like what that netizen said, you don't need to consider keeping dangerous venomous pets like venomous snakes, but you can still keep some venomous pets with less venom. For example, you can try jellyfish with low toxicity, poisonous animals on the seabed that are ornamental, and some relatively good-looking animals on land that are less toxic. Maybe now that Shenqing has opened up the poisonous pet track, other netizens will want to switch to watching their live broadcast rooms. As long as people watch it, that's money. Shenqing didn't know that his name was directly sent to the hot search because of a host. Directly brought himself millions of fans. After watching the replay of his original live broadcast, these new netizens all became his fans. Just like in that edited video, his interaction with the poisonous pets was loving and warm, as if those poisonous pets were just ordinary animals and not poisonous at all. In comparison with Chung Yuanhua, the irreplaceable nature of his live broadcast room is further highlighted. I also learned that Shenqing opened a unique pet shop offline, which has many poisonous pets. A large number of people have already started making appointments to check in at Shenqing Pet Shop. Shenqing didn't know all this. He was still registering the membership account in the pet shop. At the end of the day, all 50 translation machines were ordered by fans and customers. They are all top-level members. One deposits 100,000 yuan in advance, and 50 of them directly receive 5 million yuan. The translation machine is free for the first month, and if you want to use it later, you can subscribe to a monthly package in advance. He made this clear at the time. But he didn't expect that there were so many rich people. 50 of them came in one day. Of course, he didn't expect that this was all caused by Chung Yuanhua's live broadcast failure. This directly led to fans and friends who lived nearby or in the same city coming to the store to check in. And then I received such a big surprise. It was unprecedented to be able to hear the voice of my poisonous pet. Although this thing can only be used in stores, it is definitely a high-tech product. Almost all the first and second generation rich people who came to the store that day were extremely satisfied. Even some fans who came later were excited but disappointed because there were only 50 machines and it was useless even if they had money. As a result, the internet, which had just calmed down, became popular again. The entry is still related to Xinqing, and of course the most important thing is the pet translator. Although many people do not believe it, there are still netizens calling out online. Let those who have experienced it speak out. Among the 50 customers who have tried it, many of them actually shared their experiences on their social media accounts. I'm so lucky today. I actually became good friends with Xiaolin. If it weren't for this translator, I wouldn't have known Xiaolin was actually Gong Ziyin. He's a little silly and cute, so adorable. This sentence was followed by a photo of himself and the scaly tree viper. The interaction between the man and the snake was very loving, and there was no case of snake bites. You have to know that the scaly tree viper had climbed onto his shoulders, which was very close to his neck. This distance was absolutely dangerous. If a venomous snake really wants to attack a person, a single bite will cause severe bleeding, and it is hard not to bite. Moreover, except for the serum specifically for treating mountain viper venom, which can have a slight positive effect on the toxins of scaled tree viper, the effects of other types of anti-venom and serum are very weak. You can imagine how dangerous the situation in the photo is. But surprisingly, the person in the photo was not harmed at all, and his smile remained unchanged. Compared with Chung Yuanhua's live broadcast, it's like heaven and earth. But now there was an even more shocking piece of news, and everyone's attention was diverted. All nailed to what they call a translator. Almost everyone who sees this message will ask, what kind of translation machine is this? And what does it have to do with Depet? Then there were the 50 people who had used the Dukong translator and boasted about it in front of their friends. You don't know? This translator is really useful. With it, you can understand what your poisonous pet is thinking. Yes, of course this is true. How could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to try it tomorrow. Yes, that's what you said. I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, forget it. They have said this countless times, and they brag and explain it to almost every friend who asks them. As for how many people actually believe it, it is unknown. Anyway, Ba Xin and his pet shop are popular again. Chapter 93, he didn't say not to bite others. He just said not to bite him. No matter how big the storm was on the internet, Xinqing, who was mentioned prominently, remained calm, as if not affected at all. After nightfall, I had a simple dinner and called Uncle Yuan. Hey, Uncle Yuan, I want to trouble you for something. Xinqing was not polite either. After what happened last time, they were already familiar with each other. There was no beating around the bush when speaking, just stating the situation directly. Of course, what he meant was that he wanted to buy a large pet like a poisonous snake, and asked Uncle Yuan if he had any channels. After all, Uncle Yuan and his friends have been playing with poisonous pets for the longest time and know a lot of tricks. Ask him if the insurance is reliable. You've asked the right person. I have connections. A batch of goods is arriving tomorrow, and it contains the large-scale poisonous pet you mentioned. If you hadn't called me, I would have called you too. Now, just come over tomorrow, and I'll take you with me. Uncle Yuan on the other end of the phone also spoke to Xinqing very familiarly, and he briefly talked about the information he had. Invite him to come over tomorrow. This can be regarded as a direct solution to Xinqing's current problem. Of course, we have to go and see what the specific situation is. Okay, I'll be there early tomorrow morning. After Xinqing finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then he contacted Uncle Su and the others to see if they had the poisonous pet resources he needed. Not long after that, Uncle Su and others wrote back to him. Only Uncle Su and Aunt Lian have the news. One is the news about poisonous pets in the sea, and the other is the news about poisonous pets among reptiles. Just what he needed. Calculating the time, it happens to be the day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, which is different from Uncle Yuan's schedule. It just happened to be in his favor. Yes, the pet shop is so wide. Of course we need to buy more goods to fill the shop. His current goal is to stock the store with all the venomous pet species that can be bought and raised. Although it is just the tip of the iceberg at present, he believes that it will be realized. However, in addition to raising poisonous pets, he also has to do another thing. That is the extraction of toxins. Many hospitals do not have serum for the toxins of some poisonous pets, and there are no specific detoxification methods for those toxins. This is also why poisonous pets have always been controversial. It's because it's dangerous. If there is an antidote, It will be a good thing for the whole country. It just so happened that his first idea was to collect all the toxins from the poisonous pets in the store and then make corresponding antidotes. This is not just talk. Because he has acquired veterinary skills, healing abilities, and a system. You don't have to research the detoxification formula yourself, you can just buy it in the mall. At that time, he only needs to find the medicinal herbs and make the things to be successful. However, although this idea is good, we have to take it slow and not be impatient. Look at the time, it's already late, and there are only 5 minutes left before the live broadcast every night. Xinqing picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and prepared for tonight's live broadcast. As a result, I saw that my account had exceeded 3 million followers. This result really scared him. There are still 99 plus in the private message, but he has never opened it because he can't finish reading it. Unless there is important information, the system will extract it separately, and he doesn't even look at the rest. This also saves him a lot of trouble. After a quick browse on the internet, Xinqing finally realized what had happened on the internet, which happened to be related to him. The source of these millions of fans is the netizens who became his fans through chance encounters. The reason why he gained so many fans all of a sudden is thanks to Manhwa, who does the same live broadcast of addictive pets as him. It's just that the other party was unlucky. He took a risk for 100,000 yuan and was bitten by a poisonous snake and poisoned. I guess he has finished the serum injection and gone home by now. I just wonder if he will continue to live broadcast after learning from today's little episode. But no one answered his question. Just at this moment, as soon as 8 o'clock arrived, Xinqing's live broadcast room opened. All his fans and friends who follow him received a reminder of the broadcast. Less than a minute after the broadcast started, the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly reached 10,000, and it is still rising. More than any previous live broadcast. Each one of them is a lively fan. As for why so many people were online and clicked into his live broadcast room as soon as the show started today, he certainly knew why. Sure enough, all kinds of questions appeared in the barrage the next second. But everyone is talking about one issue. That was Chung Yuanhua, the one who made him a hot topic. Boss Shen finally waited for you. I wonder if Boss Shen was online today. Did you see the trending searches about you online? Boss Shen, please tell me quickly. What do you think of that Chung Yuanhua anchor? Or do you have any good suggestions? He was bitten by a venomous snake and ended up in the hospital today. Boss Shen, why is your venomous pet so obedient? Hasn't it ever been bitten before? Is it because you're a veterinarian? Which poisonous pet is Mr. Shin interacting with during tonight's live stream? Can we see the island bamboo green pit viper? There were endless comments of all kinds, and Xinqing understood the general problem. Looking at the live broadcast room calmly, he responded with a smile. I just found out about the trending online stuff recently, so I'm really grateful to Anchor Chung for helping me get started. When Xinqing said this, his eyebrows curved, showing that he was in a really good mood. But as soon as he said this, Chung Yuanhua on the other side of the network felt uncomfortable and his face turned as dark as ink. It's on the hot search, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. Instead, it helped Xinqing, and his fans increased by millions. When he heard the news, he almost smashed his computer. Why didn't he, the main character, make it to the hot search list, while Xinqing, who had nothing to do with it, didn't even show up, but he became so popular. He was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. It's only been 2 days since he staked out Xinqing. That's right, he used his secondary account to stake out Xinqing's live broadcast room, wanting to see how he interacted with the poisonous pet on the spot. He also wanted to learn a thing or two. I had been watching live broadcast replays and videos before, and there was no problem. But today, he was bitten by a poisonous snake during a live broadcast and had to go to the hospital to get serum, which made him realize that he really couldn't do what Xinqing did and play with the poisonous pet in his hands at will. But he was also very curious about what method Xinqing used. If he knew and learned it, could he do it too? Thereby attracting more audiences. Perhaps it is not impossible to attract Xinqing's fans. Since he was preparing to replicate Xinqing's path to fame, his goal was to absorb Xinqing's traffic. It soared to fame with this topic, but it has not been realized yet. As for everyone asking me what I think, I just want to say that it's not wrong to keep venomous pets, but you still need to understand their habits. Never touch them with your bare hands, or you'll get bitten. So my suggestion is that if you want to keep a venomous pet, choose one with relatively less venom. Do not keep poisonous pets that are highly toxic. If you really like it, you can come to my store to have a look, or you can come to my live studio. Xinqing directly expressed his views, without targeting anyone. He was just being realistic and putting everyone's safety first. As for whether I've ever been bitten by a venomous pet, so far not really. My pets are all very gentle, and they don't bite me. He didn't say he wouldn't bite anyone. He just said he wouldn't bite him, so that shouldn't be considered a lie. Chapter 94. The venomous snake is very handsome. I want to raise it. The reason why his poisonous pet is so obedient is because of the system's function, but no one can compare to this. Those netizens who want to find out the situation are probably going to be disappointed. As expected, as soon as Shen Qing finished speaking, netizens in the live broadcast room posted comments more frequently. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. Boss Shen still has a sense of humor. Listen to what he said. His poisonous pet is very gentle. Who would believe it? Yes, although it does look very gentle. Every time I live broadcast I can't remember that it is a venomous pet. But after seeing the venomous snake bite incident today, I no longer believe that venomous pets are gentle. Actually, what Boss Shen said is not wrong. He said that the venomous pets in his store are very gentle, not that similar venomous pets are very gentle. Boss Shen, do you have any tricks or drugs that make your poisonous pet so obedient? Cheng Yuanhua on the other side of the computer thought about it, and could only think of this. He thought Xinqing must have used some medicine to control these poisonous pets so that they wouldn't bite people. Otherwise it is really inexplicable. They are not the same species, so how can they get along well with each other? Moreover, poisonous pets are not cats or dogs, so how can they live in peace with humans? In his opinion, poisonous pets are inherently very aggressive, highly vigilant, and have their own venom. Few of them are not poisoned when they come into contact with humans. But when it came to Xinqing, he never showed up once. His original intention in making such remarks was to divert negative comments and get netizens to follow his line of thought. They thought that Xinqing's poisonous pet was so well-behaved that it must be controlled by drugs. If this is true, then Xinqing is probably finished. He didn't need to say that most netizens would not accept the use of drugs to control toxic pets. Cheng Yuanhua was so jealous that he was almost twisted. He was still thinking that as long as something went wrong with Xinqing, his live broadcast failure today would not attract too much attention. And he can also absorb some traffic from it. There are many ways to make use of this, and maybe you can even successfully make yourself famous. Xinqing, the person involved, didn't know about Cheng Yuanhua's thoughts, and perhaps even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because what he envisioned would never come true. Regarding the drug issue, that friend shouldn't make such irresponsible remarks without evidence. Everything requires evidence. If you have any, you're welcome to come and cause trouble. Now I'm going to show you the guests who will be appearing tonight. Please follow me. Xinqing answered calmly, the smile on his face never changing. After he finished speaking, he held up his phone and walked forward, until a door appeared in the camera with nothing written on it. But this door is next to the climbing pet. Where is Boss Shen taking us? What kind of poisonous pets are there? I'm so excited. My blind guess is that Boss Shen will definitely show us the new poisonous pet in the store tonight. I've never been to the offline store, so I don't know how many poisonous pets Boss Shen has. I really want to see them all. I just got here. I heard that Boss Shen's venomous snakes are very handsome and beautiful. I also want to raise one. The content of the barrage in the live broadcast room has been diverted by everyone. No one is paying attention to the previous topics anymore, but instead shifts their attention to the poisonous pet. Because many of the fans who came to this live broadcast were new fans, and they had not even watched the previous live broadcast replays. So naturally I was curious. They all said they wanted to see this and that, and some old fans were explaining to new netizens in the barrage what poisonous pets were in the store, and so on. Of course, the fans who have visited offline stores have the most say. You may not know this, but the offline store is beautifully decorated. It's not only a great place to relax and check in, but you can also interact with the pets. The food in the store is also very good. The above news is a bit behind schedule. I just went to the pet store today, and I have shocking news for you all. They actually have a pet translator. What? Pet translator? What does it translate? What is it for? I know. My best friend told me she spent 100,000 yuan today to get the top membership at the pet store, which gives her a month of free use of this machine. As this news came out, the comments in the live broadcast room began to reverse. It's no longer about anything else. Everyone is starting to get curious about this new thing. Now these people are repeating it again, and when they hear that it can translate the psychological activities of pets, they still think it is too exaggerated. I just thought it was a gimmick used by Xinqing's store to attract customers and didn't take it seriously. Especially the membership fee of 100,000 yuan, which directly discouraged 2/3 of the people. But there are also people who believe in it and plan to go to the store tomorrow to check it out, or ask people around them if they have experienced it. Xinqing watched the number of people in the live broadcast room continue to rise, from the original 10,000 to 100,000 and still rising, and the barrage of comments never stopped. His live broadcast room is naturally free of lags, so you can imagine how hard the staff working behind the platform are working to maintain it. This was also something the platform officials had been prepared for. When Xinqing first became popular, They saw the speed at which the number of people in his live broadcast room was increasing, and they decisively reported it to the leaders above. The maximum capacity was directly opened for Xinqing. Otherwise, his live broadcast room would have collapsed long ago due to too many people. Enough of small talk, let's welcome tonight's guest. Xinqing did not answer the question in the barrage, but pushed open the door and walked in. With a click, the light in the room was turned on. The live broadcast room, which had been dark for a moment, immediately became clear. The environment inside also fell into the live broadcast room. The space in the room is very large, and it has a light blue halo, which is the effect of the light. There was even a layer of glass-like substance on top of the head, covering the entire head, and there was water in it. Hit by the light blue light, it feels shimmering. All in all, looking up, you feel like you are at the bottom of the sea. There were also a few beams of light above his head that passed through the shimmering water and hit the table in the middle of the room. Yes, there is a huge countertop in the center of the room. There are only 2 transparent breeding tanks on the countertop. It goes without saying that this is the poisonous pet that will meet you tonight. At this time, 2 voices came into Xinqing's ears one after another. I've heard that the master is going to take us on a live stream, but I didn't expect it to be our turn so soon. I wonder if they'll be disappointed to see me like this. This is a very youthful voice. Why does the last sentence sound a little excited? Master is here. Will he like me and Brother Stone? What if he doesn't like us? If I give the best food to Master, will he like us a little more? The other voice was that of a typical little girl, but her voice sounded a little pitiful. Chapter 95. The most painful sting for mankind. Xinqing raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that these 2 little guys had such thoughts. Well, it's hard to say. One sounds excited, the other sounds pathetic. However, Xinqing did not hesitate and walked over directly, having adjusted the camera long ago. When it came closer, the camera was also aimed at the things in the breeding tank. Let me introduce to you all. This is tonight's guest. Does anyone recognize this little guy? Xinqing pointed at the thing in the water with a smile. The camera zoomed in so that fans in the live broadcast room could see more clearly. The bottom of the water is covered with lime-colored sand and stones of various sizes, as well as some small corals, seaweed, and so on. It looks just like the underwater environment. One of the larger stones is leaning against another smaller stone. The colors are almost the same, and at first glance it looks like stone. What did Mr. Shin want us to see? The water is filled with rocks, sand, corals, and seaweed. Yeah, I thought it was some kind of fish, but it turns out there's nothing. Something feels off. Boss Shun told us to look for poisonous pets, but we haven't found any yet. Could it be poisonous seaweed? It must be poisonous seaweed and coral, or something else. It can't be stone. Fuck. Eyes. You've revealed the truth above. I have some impression of that big rock inside. It seems to be a fish with a surface that looks like stone. Let's call it a stonefish. Xinqing has been observing the situation in the barrage, wanting to see if there is anyone he knows. At first, everyone was really confused and didn't realize what was under the water. Because the stonefish didn't move at all, even its eyes were not open. It leaned against the stone, and its color was almost the same as the stone and the sand. Or very close. It's so realistic that it's hard to tell the difference between the real thing and the fake one. It's normal that people don't recognize this kind of thing when they see it for the first time. However, some netizens are knowledgeable and recognized it just right. Yes, that friend is right. This is a stonefish. Xinqing smiled slightly, and his calm voice came into the live broadcast room, and he began to briefly introduce this fish. The stonefish has an ugly appearance, resembling a stone. It is a highly poisonous fish in nature, and its fatal sting is described as the most painful sting inflicted on humans. The stonefish is not impressive in appearance and is only about 30 centimeters long. They like to hide on the seabed or under reefs, disguising themselves as an inconspicuous stone. If someone accidentally steps on it, it will immediately counterattack without mercy and emit deadly poison. The 12 to 14 needle-sharp spines on its back can easily penetrate the soles of shoes and pierce the soles of feet. It causes rapid poisoning and severe pain until death. When Xinqing was introducing the stonefish, he was also observing the guy under the water who pretended to be a stone. He wanted to see how long this guy could keep pretending. Don't think that he didn't notice it when it opened its eyes and looked at him just now. I'm so angry, so angry. This is just too much bullying. How dare this human slander me like this and even call me ugly? What's wrong with me? I'm incredibly handsome. I'm the best among my kind. Think about how many female fish courted me, but I refused. Hey, human, are you blind? Are you blind? At this moment, the stonefish, which obviously didn't want to move and seemed petrified, suddenly moved. And it's a big move. He opened his mouth excitedly and looked towards Xinqing. He rushed around angrily to express his dissatisfaction. The stonefish, which was originally like a dead object, was immediately provoked into a rage by Shin-Ching's words that it looked ugly. The jumping up and down appearance stunned the netizens in the live broadcast room. Then they started sending barrages of comments like crazy. Holy crap, I'm so scared. Why did this stonefish suddenly move? And why is it so aggressive? Ahem, I just drank some water, and then I saw this furious moment. I almost gulped down the water. This is a stonefish. It seems to be in a bad mood. It was as quiet as a stone just now, but now it looks like its tail has been stepped on. Oh my god, Boss Shin said that the spines of this fish are poisonous and can quickly poison a person and cause them to suffer from severe pain until they die. That sounds terrifying. Boss Shin, is this stonefish brother angry? It must be because you called it ugly. Shin-Ching also saw this sentence. He knew without thinking that it must be those fans who used the translation machine. Only they could think of this. However, looking at the stonefish that is still angry, it is indeed angry. And he has a bad temper. Didn't he just say it was ugly? He wasn't wrong, so why is he so angry? And this is not just what he said, this is what is written in the information. As for what he said about many female fish liking him, maybe he really is the most handsome among his kind? Ahem. Okay, don't be angry. When I said you were ugly, that was just from a human perspective. Don't mind it. Like you said, you are the best among your kind. I was wrong, Brother Stonefish, for not recognizing the value of gold and jade. Shin-Ching smiled and lowered his head, looking at the irritable stonefish in the water, and said, apologizing very seriously. The tone remained gentle. New fans may not understand this yet, but they feel that Shin-Ching treats his poisonous pets a little too equally. Feels a bit strange. Old fans have become accustomed to this model and accept it well. Just when the new fans thought the stonefish would continue to jump around, it actually quieted down after Shin-Ching finished speaking. It was as if what just happened was an illusion. The stonefish still pretended to be a stone and stayed motionless at the bottom of the water. Carrot, human, since you're speaking with such sincerity, I'll forgive you this once. Next time you call me ugly, I'll use the stinger on my back to give you a fatal sting and let you feel the most painful sting. The boy's anger subsided a little, and after hearing what Shin-Ching said, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Like a child who has never grown up. Brother Shirtu, don't be angry. You're not ugly at all. I think you're the most handsome. A weak little Loli's voice came softly, and the stonefish, which was originally a little grumpy, calmed down instantly. I completely regained my composure, but also felt a little embarrassed. Sister Bunny. I was just too excited just now, don't be afraid. But do you really think I'm handsome? When the young boy said this, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If he had a face, he would have blushed at this moment. Chapter 96. How can the little rabbit be so cute? When Shin-Ching heard this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled a little more, as if he was watching a good show. His camera shifted slightly, allowing the audience in the live broadcast room to see who the poisonous pet on the other side was. What is this little thing? Why does it look like a little rabbit? This is another poisonous pet, a little smaller, but looks very cute. Does anyone know what kind of animal this is? It looks like one of those sticky rice dumplings we eat, but in the shape of a rabbit. So cute. I know, this is a sea hare. It got this name because it looks like a rabbit, but even though it's called a rabbit, it's actually a poisonous animal. There were still some netizens in the live broadcast room who knew about sea slugs and pointed it out as soon as they saw it. Yes, this is a sea hare. Doesn't it look like a rabbit? Shin-Ching smiled and pointed out clearly that the animal in the water was a sea slug. The sea hare is not actually a rabbit, it's a type of snail. A general term for marine gastropods of the family Apliidae, also known as sea slugs, with two pairs of tentacles on their heads protruding like rabbit ears. The sea hare is a shellfish that lives in shallow waters. It is a special member of the crustacean mollusk family. Their shells have degenerated into an inner shell, with a thin, transparent skin on the back that is generally white with a pearly luster. Having said that, Shin-Ching paused for a moment to give the fans in the live broadcast room a break. I was wondering why it looked so much like a rabbit. So that's what it was. The host knows a lot. Well, at first it looked a bit like a snail, but it turned out to be a snail, that's for sure, but it's still pretty cute. The netizen just now said that sea slugs are poisonous. Is this true? The comments in the live broadcast room were very active in interacting with Shin-Ching, and the popularity was increasing instead of decreasing, and the number of people was increasing as time went by. However, this seems to have become the norm in Shin-Ching's live broadcast room. Those anchors who were broadcasting live at the same time avoided this time period a little, or simply waited until Shin-Ching finished broadcasting before broadcasting live. This way, the traffic pools will not conflict, which is best for them. Yes, Most sea hares are poisonous. The venom glands in their skin and bodies can secrete a slightly acidic, milky liquid with a bad smell. If the poisonous gland parts are accidentally eaten, or if the wounds on the skin come into contact with the fluids secreted by the sea hare, it may cause poisoning. Moreover, sea slugs are hermaphroditic creatures. It lives on the seabed, with its body exposed, and the male and female reproductive pores are connected by an oviduct. Aplysia was the first animal discovered to produce the plant pigment chlorophyll. Xinqing directly explained the information that appeared in his mind to the netizens in the live broadcast room one by one. The toxins secreted by the venom glands of sea hares are very harmful to the human body, causing fever, skin erythema, stinging, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and in severe cases, breathing difficulties and distorted vision. If you are accidentally poisoned by sea slugs, you should go to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. If poisoning occurs due to skin wounds coming into contact with toxins secreted by sea hares, the wound should be immediately flushed with running water, and then you should go to the hospital as soon as possible and follow the doctor's instructions for targeted treatment based on the symptoms of poisoning. Xinqing also talked about some reactions after poisoning and told everyone that they should seek medical attention immediately if poisoned. This bit of popular science is relatively popular for new fans who have just come to the live broadcast room, and they will immediately become fans. The host explained it very clearly. I'm new here, and I immediately became a fan and have already started following him. Boss Shen knows a lot. He can tell you a thing or two about almost every poisonous pet in his store. This is already a routine operation. Yes, you're definitely a fan of Boss Shen. Not only can you hear nearly professional science popularization, but you can also see your favorite venomous pets, meet new ones, and watch Boss Shen interact with them. Ah, that squishy sea hare is so cute. Boss Shen, can you make it move? I want to see how it swims. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room never stopped. Even if there were bad comments, they were not worth mentioning compared to the good comments. I couldn't find it soon after I posted it. So much so that Xinqing didn't even see it. Cheng Yuanhua, who was on the other end of the internet, was so angry that his eyes turned red. Even though he was jealous, he no longer had the heart to continue posting comments, because he found that it had no effect on Xinqing at all. Don't worry, tomorrow I will definitely prevent today's failure. I will never give up on this track of poisonous pets. Cheng Yuanhua clenched his fists and cheered himself up. Xinqing also saw what netizens said about wanting to see how sea slugs swim. So, he took out a small wooden stick that had been prepared long ago from the side. Opened the lid on top of the water tank, and then put the small wooden stick into the water. It was only at this time that everyone discovered the special feature of this small wooden stick. At the very top, there is a small rubber-like palm, which is red and very obvious in the water. Just when everyone was puzzled, Xinqing's voice sounded again. Little rabbit, everyone wants to see how you swim. Do you mind showing me how to swim? Xinqing's voice was very gentle and sounded like a real dad, especially when the sea slug answered. Master, I don't mind. When the soft and sticky lowly voice sounded, although it sounded a little timid, it really sounded like the sticky, glutinous rice balls, making people unable to help but love them. I didn't even dare to speak loudly. I'm afraid of scaring it. Moreover, after Lolian finished speaking, she really moved slowly in the sight of everyone. Because they swim slowly, they can only crawl slowly on the seabed, and this is also the case at this time. It looks like a snail crawling slowly. Suddenly, I am reminded of the lyrics of a children's song. The snail carries its heavy shell on its back, climbing up step by step. Although sea slugs do not have shells, they are equally slow, except that one crawls on land and the other crawls underwater. That look is really cute. The fascinated female fans screamed, and their love was overflowing. Ah, so cute. How can this little bunny be so adorable? Boss Shun, please be gentle and don't touch the bunny. It's so small, and it might get hurt if you use too much force. Who would have thought that such a cute little guy could be a poisonous pet? Isn't it said that the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is? The same is true for cute animals. This is the extremely deceptive effect of nature. While fans were cheering and praising him in the live broadcast room, another young boy's voice broke into Xinqing's ears. It was the Stonefish brothers in the tank next door. The tone became hot again. Hey, human, don't bully it. It's timid. If you scare it, I'll never let you go. Chapter 97. A love story across species between a stonefish and a sea hare? Xinqing turned his gaze and looked at the Stonefish brothers next door. Sure enough, the stonefish, which had originally calmed down, became furious again. The fish's wiggling tail showed its anxiety, as if it was really afraid that he would bully the sea hare. However, he is so excited. Could it be that this stonefish brother likes the little sea hare? Thinking of this, Shin couldn't help laughing, but still made a funny joke. Oh, you're protecting her now. Is the little sea rabbit your wife? You know, although stonefish and sea slugs are both marine animals, they are different species. What can they really do? He was really curious about this. When the Stonefish brothers heard Shin words, they immediately stuttered. Even the originally irritable fish calmed down. The boy began to stammer and said incoherently, You. How? How did you, a human, know this? No, don't say that. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. Little Bunny is so small and weak. How could you have the heart to bully her? I'm just speaking up for her. Yes, I'm speaking up for her. Good boy. The boy was so excited that he spoke without thinking. I don't like it. I just feel bad for it. Shin couldn't help but complain in his heart after hearing this. Coward. He clearly likes her, but he dares not admit it. But he did not expose the young sound of the Stonefish brothers, but said gently to the sea rabbit, Little rabbit, I don't mean to bully you. It's just that netizens have never seen a rabbit like you, so they want to see it. Don't worry, if you don't want to move, I won't force you. I believe the brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room are the same. Don't you think so? Shin subsequent words were obviously directed to the netizens in the live broadcast room. The tone was very natural, as if sea slugs were human beings in his mind and could be communicated and treated as equals. It was also because of his look and tone of treating animals as equals that made the new netizens in the live broadcast room nod their heads. I became his fan again. The number of people following him has increased again. This scene is so adorable. Although I don't understand why the host said that, a 100,000-word plot automatically appeared in my mind. The love story between the stonefish and the sea hare. I'm so excited. Who understands the significance of Boss Shin's line? Is that little sea hare your wife? Just now, the camera panned, and I saw the difference between the stonefish's irritability and its quietness. Stonefish and sea slugs, transcending the barriers between species, with the help of Boss Shun. Who will write it? Give him the pen. All of a sudden, the comments in the live broadcast room started to become strange and began to move to other places. It's a love story between a stonefish and a sea hare. Everybody was cheering, and it really made the place look interesting. Because just now, Shin's mobile phone unconsciously turned towards the stonefish, allowing them to see the stonefish's irritable and quiet scenes, just in that instant. It just happened to correspond to what Shin said. The stonefish clearly didn't say a word to them, but they could imagine it. Especially the 50 people who had heard the voice of Du Chong. They directly composed stories based on the tone and content of Shin's speech. There are actually a few people who guessed it almost right. Master, I can't crawl anymore. I ate too much today. At this moment, the shy voice of the little lowly was heard, and the sea hare in the water also stopped. Although it looks the same whether it crawls or stops. Brother sure too, don't worry. The master seems to be fine and didn't bully me. The little lowly's voice said the next sentence to the stonefish next door, and her tone was also shy and timid. Shin could still hear the embarrassed shyness in the tone. Really? As for why the sea slug thought Shin looked good, isn't it because he deliberately passed on his affinity through the wooden stick in his hand? After watching the two poisonous pets, tonight's live broadcast has come to an end. After saying hello to everyone, Shin ended the broadcast. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary insta. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 583,900 emotional points. Total emotional value / points, 257,4800. Ding. Mood value reaches 500,000. Reward, 500,000 cash, 10 detoxification pills, 5 scar removal creams, 5 free attribute points, 3 constitution points. Note, scar cream. For all skin problems, such as skin problems caused by snake venom corrosion, etc. Today's business hours plus 210, pet store experience plus 210. Shin didn't expect to get an extra scar removal cream as a reward this time. After reading the instructions carefully, I realized that the scar removal cream is not only used to treat snake venom corrosion, but can also solve all skin problems. The problem can be solved by simply applying the scar removal cream provided by the system. It's so much better than plastic surgery. You should know that after the venom of some poisonous snakes enters the human body, although there is serum, it cannot be removed immediately, and the toxins on the wound will continue to infect. It must be removed until the toxins are completely removed. And when it was removed, there was no anesthesia, so the pain was unbearable. Afterwards, the only way to fill the gap is to transplant skin from other parts of the body. If you have the scar removal cream provided by the system, you can use it directly with a detoxification pill. It's a good idea. The detoxifying pill can detoxify most toxins, and combined with the scar removal cream, it is completely suitable for the situation in his store. It is still necessary to prepare for a rainy day. What his poisonous pet shop needs most now is poisonous pets and antidotes. After 3 days of trial operation and promotion through live broadcasts on the internet, the pet translator has become available again. He believes that the number of customers in the back store will only increase. The antidote must be arranged quickly. After allocating the attribute points, the personal panel popped up again. Name: Xinqing. Age: 23. System: Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV2. Pet Shop Level: LV1. Experience: 360. Mall Level: LV2. Intelligence: 118, 0, 200. Constitution: 28, 0, 100. Spiritual Power: 123, 0 to 1000. Cash: 2,398,410 yuan. Total Emotional Value / points: 257, 4800. Skills: Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Creature Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill / Healing Skill. Items: Hair Growth Pills 1 bottle, 3 pills / bottle. Detoxification Pills 20 bottles, 1/10 pill. Scar Removal Cream 5 bottles, Gift Bag 1. After the upgrade, the system directly became LV2. The mall also upgraded to a higher level. The upgraded system and mall have many more functions. For example, if someone in the pet shop mentioned earlier is live streaming, as long as they interact with the poisonous pet, half of the emotional value generated in the live streaming room will be counted to Xinqing. In addition, the manual on breeding poisonous animals has become more flexible. As long as he thinks of the name of the animal in his mind, he can get the specific information. Eavesdropping on animals, animal affinity skills, veterinary skills, and healing skills have all changed their forms. It has completely become the most suitable method for Xinqing to use. No other triggering conditions are required. He can use it anytime he wants. It is completely bound to his mental power. That's the benefit of upgrading. The experience is even better. There is also the mall. Now the mall has reached level 2, and there are more things inside. For example, all the antidote recipes for various poisonous pet toxins that Xinqing needs can be found. In other words, as long as there is a poisonous pet toxin that can be found on Blue Star, the antidote can be found in the system. And it's not the kind of prescription that requires you to find similar medicinal materials yourself. The detoxification recipe here is the most suitable for Blue Star. All the necessary herbs can be found here, and they are not difficult to find. That alone is enough. Xinqing looked at the price of the detoxification prescription. Ordinary detoxification prescriptions were not expensive, only 100 points per prescription. For medium-level toxins or special detoxification prescriptions, the minimum score is 200 points and the maximum score is 2,000 points. Advanced detoxification prescriptions cost at least 1,000 points each, with no upper limit, depending on the type of toxin. Xinqing took a look and found all the poisonous pets he needed for his store and bought all the antidote prescriptions for each type. There are now more than 30 poisonous pets in his store, and each poisonous pet is of a different species. The toxins they contain are of course different. However, the toxins of most poisonous pets are of ordinary level, and some are of medium level. The few that do have very high venom levels are the box jellyfish and black widow spider. In total, 100,000 points were spent. Ding! 100,000 points deducted. Remaining total emotion value / points: 247, 4800. Chapter 98 Plan: Meeting the Yuan family father and son. On the internet, without Xinqing knowing, the replay clips of his live broadcast had become popular again. Nowadays, the clips from Xinqing's live broadcast room have become the most popular material nowadays. Those who want to take advantage of the traffic are all working hard. Xinqing's voice and the video of the interaction between Xinqing and the poisonous pet were cut into pieces by netizens. But the response was very good. There are also some videos that are specially edited for Xinqing alone, and then some of his favorite TV characters are added. After watching it, I thought Xinqing was really filming a TV series. The editing technique is so high that it makes people sigh. It has to be said that Xinqing is now extremely famous. Almost everyone who goes online has heard of his name. The number of fans is increasing day by day. From the initial 1,000 fans, it has now exceeded 3 million in a short period of time. And it's still rising. This kind of situation is not something that everyone can achieve. We can only say that Xinqing is really lucky to be seen and liked by so many netizens. Of course, with the trend of Chung Yuanhua's live broadcast of poisonous pets during the day, those who had already been interested in it also started looking for poisonous pets. It's just that they learned from Chung Yuanhua's lesson and also heard Xinqing's suggestions in the live broadcast room. The target is on some poisonous pets that are less toxic and easier to raise. For example, tarantulas, jellyfish, and other pets with strong ornamental value. Of course, some people also have the idea of keeping snakes as pets, but they only look for non-venomous snakes. After all, they are not Xinqing and do not have the courage to raise poisonous snakes. Who knows if you might accidentally kill a poisonous snake by raising it. Of course, the reason why Xinqing can raise poisonous snakes and open a poisonous pet shop is also thanks to the fact that this world does not have such strict controls on poisonous animals. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether his store can be opened. Therefore, without Xinqing knowing, the poisonous pet track was destined to rise, but it was unknown how many people would succeed. The next day, it's another nice day. The sun was as bright as ever, but the gentle breeze brought a slight chill. It blows away the city's restlessness and brings a touch of autumn. Although the temperature has not dropped much, autumn has already begun. The high sun seems to be wearing clothes, wrapping up the scorching heat. The temperature is just right, making the people here smile for a rare moment. Xinqing had an appointment with Uncle Yuan today, so he handed the poisonous pets in the store to the employees. He also explained the precautions clearly. He also put the detoxification pills and scar removal creams rewarded by the system in the store and kept one bottle each on himself. I also told the store clerk how to use it. This is to prevent customers from accidentally coming into contact with the poisonous pet and being poisoned when he is not around. With the antidote pills, at least customers don't have to worry about their safety. He didn't want the store he had worked so hard to open to close down because a customer was poisoned. However, today's itinerary is not only to purchase large poisonous pets, but also to purchase all the medicinal materials for the prescriptions. He had seen those medicinal herbs and knew they could all be bought at Chinese medicine stores. Except for a few expensive herbs, the others are common herbs, but the proportions in the formula are different and the toxins they treat are also different. After buying the poisonous pet and the herbs, you can come back and make the corresponding antidote according to the recipe. As for how to experiment, no one is more suitable than him. Because he has the ability to heal himself, it can be said that he has this skill innately, which is equivalent to being immune to all poisons. Even if he was poisoned, he could cure the poison with just a thought. Of course, he can also temporarily turn off this function to verify the effectiveness of the antidote he configured. Xinqing drove away and rushed to the place he had agreed to meet with Uncle Yuan. 2 hours later, the car stopped in front of a hotel, and two familiar people slowly walked out of the hotel. It was Yuan Shu and Yuan Zimo. When Xinqing got out of the car, the two also saw him. "Brother Xin, you're here." The moment Yuan Zimo saw Xinqing, he was completely excited. Although they had only known each other for a short time, he had already become a fan of Xinqing. He gave me a bear hug straight away, showing how happy he was. "Zimo, Uncle Yuan, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Xinqing patted Yuan Zimo on the back, then looked at Uncle Yuan behind him, smiled, and nodded in greeting. When he was almost there, he sent a message to Uncle Yuan. Unexpectedly, he saw two people as soon as he parked the car. How could he not know that they were here to pick him up? My heart feels warm. Ha 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 ha, good to be here. Let's go. We've just arrived over there. Let's go over and see how the goods are this time. Uncle Yuan also patted Xinqing on the shoulder with a smile on his face. After Xinqing's help before, he had a good impression of Xinqing and had long regarded him as his own son or nephew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about the arrival of a large poisonous pet and would have immediately thought of Xinqing. He had heard that Xinqing had opened a poisonous pet shop. During these few days, he also watched Xinqing's live broadcast during his son's promotion, as well as the situation of his pet shop. You should know that netizens who have been to the store posted pictures and videos at night. The environment and decoration style inside are really surprising. It is very different from a traditional pet shop and is more like a cat cafe. In any case, the decoration inside the store is very attractive without exception. There are also many poisonous pets in the store, of all kinds. But as Xinqing told him, larger poisonous pets are still scarce in his store, otherwise what happened today would not have happened. Another point is about the pet translator. Although he did not believe what netizens said, based on his understanding of Xinqing, if such a thing really appeared, it must be true and could not be false. I heard online that your store has a device that can understand pets' thoughts. Is that true? Uncle Yuan spoke as he walked, his tone just like any other conversation, without any other meaning. Yes, I've heard about it too, Brother Shun. Is there really such a thing? I'd also like to go to your store and try it out. When Yuan Zimo heard his father talk about this topic, he immediately took it over and looked at Xinqing with sparkling eyes, and the curiosity on his face could not be hidden. It's real, but it can only be used in the store, and there aren't many things. If you have a chance, go to the store and try it. Qing smiled calmly and did not explain in detail where this thing came from. Fortunately, Yuan Zimo and his father did not ask too much. They are all sensible people, but they are indeed interested. Well, I don't have anything to do anyway. After Brother Shin finishes his work today, I'll go to the store with you. You just need to give me a place to stay. But it doesn't matter if there's no room. I can stay in a hotel. I'll be with Brother Shin for the next few days anyway. Yuan Zimo was straightforward and spoke excitedly with a smile on his face, which showed that he really wanted to go to Qing's pet shop. In fact, Uncle Yuan also wanted to go, but he was a very busy man with a lot of work to do, and the company couldn't do without him. If it weren't for Qing today, he would still be working overtime in the company. All right, Xiao Shen has something to do today. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's take another car. The people over there are already waiting. Uncle Yuan didn't want to bother with his silly son. He patted Qing's shoulder and motioned him to move forward. There happened to be an extended sedan parked there, big enough for them. Carrot. Humph, isn't the old man just jealous that I can go to Brother Shin's store? Who doesn't know who, old fox? Yuan Zimo looked at the two people who were already walking forward, curled his lips, and glared at his father. Chapter 99. Little human, my fangs can send you directly to see the king of hell. Half an hour later, Qing followed Uncle Yuan and the other man to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Of course, it is not an abandoned factory in the traditional sense, but it is left vacant because all the factories in this park have moved to the new park. Now it has been rented out. That person was a friend of Uncle Yuan. Coincidentally, that friend also knew that the big guys in the circle liked to raise poisonous pets, so every once in a while they would recruit staff to capture or find various poisonous pets. There are both on land and under the sea. As long as someone needs it, they will find a way to find it. Of course, there are also those who buy from other places and then sell at a high price. Anyway, it is similar to the existence of a middleman. Many of the poisonous pets in Uncle Yuan's home were bought from this friend, and the prices were relatively affordable. Uncle Yuan told Qing all this when they were in the car. Soon, the security guard outside the factory gate saw that the person coming was Uncle Yuan and knew he was someone he knew, so he immediately let him in. The car drove directly into the park. It stopped in front of the innermost factory building. At this moment, there were two staff members standing outside the factory waiting. When he saw Uncle Yuan coming down, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and reported to the people over there. When the three of them walked to the door of the factory, several figures walked in. Before I could see his appearance clearly, I heard the loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, Lao Yuan, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have given the goods to someone else. Following the sound, I finally saw the owner of the voice. The leader had a big bald head with a shiny top that could reflect light when exposed to sunlight. Like a moving light bulb. A short-sleeved shirt with beach pants, a pair of flip-flops, and a sparkling gold chain hanging around the other person's neck. A typical image of a nouveau riche. Especially the other person's belly that looks like a watermelon, which trembles when he walks, which is quite funny. Qing didn't expect that Uncle Yuan's friend was actually, so down-to-earth. Lao Wang, long time no see. Ha ha ha, you are still the same. Uncle Yuan looked at the person who came and smiled instantly. His expression was very natural, and it was obvious that he was a familiar friend. Not at all as polite as business friends. It can be seen that the relationship between the two is very good. No wonder it was recommended to Qing. The two of them hugged each other, looking like good brothers. Uncle Yuan didn't care at all about what the bald man said just now. He knew that as long as the other party promised him, he would not go back on his word. How could I possibly agree to him and then give those poisonous pets to others in advance? Come, let me introduce you. This is the Qing I told you about. Uncle Yuan let go of the bald uncle, turned around, pointed at Qing, and explained with a smile. Then he patted the bald uncle and said, Xiao Shun, this is my good friend. We have known each other for almost 10 years. You can just call him Uncle Wang. Qing greeted politely. Uncle Wang, I'm Qing. Yuan Zimo was not willing to be left behind, and he stepped forward with a smile and called out, Uncle Wang, long time no see. You look even more noble than before. Isn't it noble? The big gold chain dangling back and forth is even more dazzling in the sun. With that shiny bald head, everything about him sparkles. Ha! Good. Both of them are good guys. Xiao Yuanzi is still so good at talking. The bald Uncle Wang, also known as Wang Qianhu, has a smile with curved eyebrows and eyes, and with his chubby body, he looks a bit like a smiling Maitreya Buddha. Come on, follow me inside and take a look. All the pets you want are already here. Pick out what you like. I guarantee you'll get the best price. Wang Qianhu said this as he led the three of them inside. Since they are all acquaintances, there is no need to be polite. Both parties know the purpose of this visit. A few minutes later, led by Uncle Wong, they came to a large warehouse inside the factory. 4 or 5 staff members were standing outside the door watching. When he saw them coming, he opened the rolling shutter door very quickly. The things inside also fell into the eyes of Xin and others. At the front are several iron cages of different sizes. Xin was very familiar with the thing locked inside, which was the poisonous snake pet he had always been thinking about. Ding! Detected. 1 emperor cobra, 1 king cobra, 1 albino king cobra, 1 spider-tailed viper, 1 inland taipan toxin. Host breeding recommended. Hiss, there are 5 poisonous snakes at once, and they are extremely poisonous. Of course, it's also quite big. I don't know where Uncle Wong got so many poisonous snakes. Just watch from outside, don't get close. These venomous snakes were just brought in from the wild. They are very ferocious, alert, and aggressive. Uncle Wong looked at the open warehouse door and stood 1 meter away without moving forward. Instead, he turned around and explained to Xin and the others. Some of these venomous snakes were caught in the wild, and some were bought from others. Xiao Shun, I heard from Lao Yuan that you wanted to buy some larger venomous snakes. These are quite large. Take your pick, and I'll deliver them directly to your door. Uncle Wong still took good care of Xin. After all, he was introduced by a good friend. We can't let him carry the poisonous pet back by himself. Thank you, Uncle Wong, but I really need you to help me with the transportation. I want all of these. Xin looked at the poisonous snake in the iron cage and smiled calmly. Finally, the sounds of several poisonous snakes came to his ears. When they opened the rolling shutter door just now, the poisonous snakes raised their heads vigilantly, sticking out their tongues and staring at them with their cold vertical pupils motionlessly. Although he was locked in an iron cage, he didn't look like a prisoner. It seems that if they really encounter danger, they will break out of the cage. Very dangerous. Humph. This little human is our buyer. He's really overestimating himself. Who knows, my fangs might send him straight to hell in the next second. The cold and aggressive voice of a queen was the first to sound. His tone was filled with cold malice. Xin easily identified its owner by the sound. It was an inland taipan. It was quite big. Although its body was curled up in the iron cage, it looked to be at least 2 meters long. The snake's entire body varies in color, including gray to yellow-brown scales, a brown or olive-green trunk, a black or black-marked head, and a yellow-white belly. These color combinations allow the inland taipan to effectively camouflage itself in different habitats. It is beneficial for hunting and can also avoid being discovered by predators. They have several aliases, including the slender-scaled taipan, inland shield snake, desert snake, ferocious taipan, and big spotted snake. The data shows that the slender-scaled taipan is the most venomous terrestrial snake species in the world and one of the 10 most venomous snakes in the world. 1 dose of venom can kill 200,000 mice. It is smaller than the common taipan, with adults only about 2 meters, 6.5 feet, long. It is found in and around the Victoria Desert in Central Australia. The information also emphasizes that the slender-scaled taipan is shy by nature and will only leave the ground when defending itself. This behavior may be intended to reduce the risk of predation and is also a protection mechanism for its territory. Although they are generally gentle in nature, they can become very aggressive if harassed and will launch a series of rapid attacks to defend themselves. So much information shows that this type of snake is relatively shy and gentle, as long as it's not threatened. But the voice he heard now was extremely cold and brutal. They all wanted to use the poison in their fangs to send the buyer to meet the king of hell. Do snakes also have 2 sides? Chapter 100. Being ruthless, even eating husband and son. When Xin heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It is really impossible to equate the owner of this voice with the inland taipan mentioned in the information. Sister seems angry. Does she dislike this human? But I think this human is very good-looking. Such a good-looking human shouldn't mistreat me, right? As long as there are rabbits and fish for me to eat, that's fine. If that doesn't work, I can have mice. Otherwise, I'll be hungry. Should I eat my sister or my brother first? Then, before he could react, another voice rang out. This time it's Shodion. It's still that kind of babyish, cute little boy voice. He guessed that it was probably the voice of a 3 or 4-year-old child at most. It sounds really cute. But why does that sound wrong? What does it mean when you are hungry? Should you eat your sister first or your brother first? Listen to what these are talking about. It's just extremely brutal, isn't it? Xin raised his eyebrows and followed the direction of the voice to find the owner of the voice. It was a white snake, an albino king cobra, that was kept in an iron cage specially for keeping venomous snakes as pets. The entire body is snow white, without any other color, and is also coiled up. But at this time, the head was shaking slightly, and I didn't know what he was looking at. However, Xing, who heard the other party's thoughts, looked carefully, and his eyes seemed to be looking at the so-called brother and sister very seriously. That is, the inland taipan and the spider-tailed viper, and of course the other two king cobras were also looked at by it. It's just more obscure. Xing was speechless when he discovered this. He really didn't expect that the poisonous snake he was going to buy this time would be so ferocious and would want to eat its own kind at any time. And he said it in that innocent voice. The contrast is really too great. But on second thought, I realized that this is their nature. Relevant information about the albino king cobra emerged in my mind one by one. The albino king cobra is known as the best of king cobras. Its body length is the longest among cobras, generally 3 to 5 meters, and it can also be ranked among the top among all snakes. The head and neck are flat, and especially when attacking other creatures, the two parts will unfold like a scarf. Its venom is extremely strong, and once bitten by it, it is difficult to avoid death. Its eating habits are the same as other king cobras, and it mainly feeds on snakes, especially colubrid snakes such as the rat snake. Not only do they prey on other types of snakes, they sometimes even prey on their own kind, including their husbands and children. When seeing this, Xing was also surprised. He didn't expect that the cruel man was still here. They also prey on other snakes in the cobra family, such as Naja and Krite, the viper family, and the python family. There are also frogs, eels, mice, rats, rabbits, etc., and they occasionally prey on lizards, birds, and fish. When food is scarce, king cobras may lower their food selection standards and even eat non-typical prey such as garbage. Seeing this, Xing already understood that he was a ruthless character. When I get angry, I even eat garbage. This kind of poisonous snake can even eat one's own children and husband, let alone other brothers and sisters. Cruel, really cruel. Among these poisonous snakes, there is more than one king cobra. 3 out of the 5 are king cobras. Following this human, we shouldn't have to worry about food. I just don't know how much food this human can provide us. Hey, actually, if you eat too much of your own kind, you'll get tired of it. I'm kind of looking for a change of pace. I wonder if this human will feed me stinky snakes like that fat guy did. Another royal sister's voice came, but it didn't have the cold feeling as before. Instead, it has a bit more laziness, that's right. Its words sound plain and indifferent, but if you listen carefully, they are just as ferocious. It is a snake itself, but it also eats snakes. Isn't this cruel? Xing was numb after listening to this, but he was already thinking in his heart that he would change their diet after getting them back. In fact, sometimes it's good to eat vegetarian food. The owner of this sound is a gray king cobra. Half of its graceful body is coiled up, and the other half is lazily placed in the cage. The tail swayed gently from side to side in time with his voice. The information in Xing's mind changed again, and the next second all the information about the king cobra appeared. King cobra, also known as mountain snake, mountain peak, big flat-necked snake, big cobra, big flat-headed wind, flat-necked snake, big inflated neck, blowing snake, mountain mark, etc. Although it is called king cobra, this species is different from the real cobra. It is not a member of the genus cobra, but belongs to the independent king cobra genus. Compared with other cobras, it is more ferocious, has extremely quick reactions, can turn its head and neck flexibly, and can excrete a large amount of venom. It is one of the most dangerous snakes in the world. It likes to live alone, coming out to hunt during the day and resting in rock crevices or tree holes at night. The main food is snakes and lizards and scorpions, and it also eats birds and rodents. When it is startled, its neck swells and becomes flat, with the front 1/3 of its body erected and slightly tilted backward, its head straight forward, and it makes a whoosh sound and rushes towards the target. The mortality rate from a king cobra bite is as high as 75%. The bite will cause swelling, nausea, abdominal pain, respiratory paralysis, speech disorders, coma, and other symptoms within minutes. If a person does not receive timely medical treatment within half an hour after being bitten, he will die. King cobras have anti-venom serum in their bodies, so when other venomous snakes bite them, they are usually unharmed. The food includes pythons of suitable size, other types of venomous and non-venomous snakes, such as cobras, krites, bungarus, rat snakes, etc. When food is scarce, they will even eat other members of their species. Therefore, the king cobra is also called the evil star of snakes. When Xing saw this, he combined it with the information about the king cobra he had just seen and knew that they were all pretty much the same. Both were tough guys. No wonder it is called the snake evil star. Isn't it an evil star? and an evil star that eats its own kind. Moreover, king cobras are a type of snake with a very high IQ. When they hunt other snakes, they can tell whether the other snakes are poisonous. Just for this reason, Xinqing believes why they eat their own kind. In terms of intelligence, other snakes are no match for them and would probably be eaten if they encountered them. This kind of snake is a solitary animal. No wonder the warehouse is so big and the iron cages are not small, but the 5 cages in front are separated by a certain distance. It is to avoid conflicts between venomous snakes. Fortunately, there was a special iron cage to block the snakes, which avoided a snake-eating snake war. Do you really want them all? These snakes are very ferocious. Most people wouldn't dare to keep them. Why don't you consider taking one home to try first? Uncle Wang was still surprised when he saw Xinqing was so generous and wanted all of them. Thinking that young people don't understand, I kindly explained a few words. I suggested that he buy one and try it out first. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I'll take them all. Xinqing still said the same thing. He wanted them all. He was the only one who dared to capture all 5 of these ferocious poisonous snakes. Chapter 101. Get away. I am a man, very manly. It would be better to sell everything to him than to sell it to others. At least his store doesn't have to worry about subsequent problems. Whether it's breeding or dealing with snake venom, he has the solution. 5 more poisonous snakes have been added. I just need to buy a few more antidote prescriptions later. When we went back, we bought some Chinese medicinal herbs together, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Xiaoshan opened a venomous pet shop and has a place to keep these venomous snakes. He also studied veterinary medicine, so he's more suitable than anyone else. Seeing Wang Qianhu's hesitation, Uncle Yuan immediately began to explain. He knew that the reason why Wang Qianhu was so hesitant was because he treated Xinqing as his own for his sake. I'm afraid there will be problems later. After all, the venomous snakes here are extremely poisonous. If one thing goes wrong, it will all be in trouble. But I heard from Uncle Yuan that Xinqing actually studied veterinary medicine. If that's the case, then he is naturally much better than others. He stopped hesitating and said, Okay, since you said so, I'll sell it all to you. Leave me your address, and I'll arrange a car to deliver it to you in a moment. Uncle Wang said nothing more upon seeing this, and asked Xinqing to give him the address so that he could arrange for the goods to be delivered to his door. The iron cages used for these poisonous snakes are very large and cannot be put into ordinary trucks. Okay, thank you, Uncle Wang. Xinqing gave Uncle Wang the address of the store and asked them to arrange the delivery. This also makes it convenient for him. The two also added each other's contact information and agreed to contact him if there were any new products. Things here came to an end. Apart from Uncle Yuan preparing to discuss other matters with Uncle Wang, Xinqing originally planned to take Yuan Zimo away to buy some Chinese herbal medicine for detoxification. I also got the address of a Chinese medicine store from Uncle Yuan. It was also opened by a friend of his. It can be seen that Uncle Yuan's network of relationships is indeed huge, covering all walks of life. But before they had gone far, they stopped beside another warehouse. There happened to be several workers unloading goods there. Of course, the cargo unloaded was not poisonous pets, but some bonsai plants, etc. This is not the point. The point is that those bonsai plants are actually poisonous plants. The appearance is very suitable for viewing, because there are not only green plants, but also flowers. For example, Nandina domestica, hydrangea, acacia beans, wisteria, geranium, schisandra, etc. The reason why he knew what those things were at a glance was thanks to the poisonous pet breeding manual that had been automatically upgraded in his mind. It seems that after this system upgrade, in addition to animals, he can also get relevant information about plants at a glance. Then I remembered that the store was indeed short of some bonsai and flowers for arrangement, which could be arranged. So, he went back and purchased a batch of poisonous bonsai flowers from Uncle Wang. Of course, these will be arranged in the theme room. Anyway, the store will have some antidotes, so don't worry. As long as it's not a plant that causes airborne toxins. Afterwards, under the leadership of Yuan Zimo, they went to a Chinese medicine store to make some purchases. Then he drove Yuan Zimo to the store. This trip, including everything, cost a total of 200,000 yuan, which is not a high price. After all, as far as venomous snakes are concerned, they are all wild, different from artificially bred ones, and they are sold as pets. They are large in size, so the price will naturally not be too low. Just that albino king cobra. If you really sell it to a big shot in the circle, it can be sold for at least 200,000 yuan. After all, the one in my hand is indeed very white, without any impurities, and is snow white. This kind of venomous snake is very popular among the big guys in the circle. The big guys are not short of money, and they want uniqueness, so the price is generally high. Anyway, Uncle Wang did not cheat Xinqing, and they did make a lot less money. Time flies. Around 5 in the afternoon, the sun began to set. The sunset glow on the horizon began to dance, and the bustling traffic was shuttling back and forth. It was already the rush hour. After a busy day, the people in this city finally get off work and go home. Xinqing and Yuan Zimo also returned to the store at this time. The car transporting the poisonous pet left half an hour later than them, and should arrive at the store by 5:30. In order to avoid scaring people when unloading the goods, he simply asked the store employees to leave work early. In fact, his store originally closed at 5 o'clock, but it was just a trial run these 2 days, and more customers came in the afternoon, so it was postponed to 6 o'clock. Fortunately, there were not many customers in the store at that time, and everyone left soon. Oh wow, Brother Shun, your decoration here is so beautiful. It's simply my dream house. I can see so many big pets as soon as I go downstairs. It's so happy. After putting his things away, Yuan Zimo immediately ran down from upstairs and looked at the decoration of the store, the murals, the jellyfish area, the check-in area, and the leisure area. There is also a bar, etc., all of which are amazing. Although I have seen too many netizens bragging about the decoration and style of Xinqing's store online, it's better to experience it yourself. The immersive feeling he now felt made him open his mouth wide, filled with emotion. I didn't expect that a small pet shop could be decorated like this. But he could also see that this model was very similar to a cat cafe. But it is more humane and fun than a cat cafe. Brother Shun, where's that translator you mentioned earlier that can hear pet sounds? Let me listen to it. I've been so excited all the way here. Yuan Zimo looked at the various jellyfish with his eyes shining brightly. Thinking of what Xinqing had explained to him about the functions of the translation machine in the car, he couldn't help but want to experience it himself. Although not many people talk about it online, few people believe it either. Perhaps those 50 people plus a few employees in the store were more or less afraid that their things would be coveted by others, so they remained silent. Anyway, they said it, but no one believed it. So after a month, they can get priority for renewal. How great is that? There is so much less competitiveness. Here are the instructions for use. Please read them yourself. Xinqing handed Yuan Zimo a translation machine at the front desk, let him read a set of instructions, and then left him alone. Because he received a message from the driver on his mobile phone that the truck carrying the goods had already left the highway. It won't take long to get to the store. Yuan Zimo put on his Bluetooth headset, turned on the translator, and walked briskly towards the jellyfish area. And it stopped directly in front of the largest jellyfish. Hi, big jellyfish. Are you a female or a male? Why are you so big? What do you eat to grow up? Yuan Zimo looked at the big jellyfish in the middle tank, also known as the lion's mane jellyfish, with a smile on his face, an innocence that did not match his age. And I don't know if his face was so that I could see it more clearly or for some other reason. Anyway, just stick it directly on the glass. Get away. I'm a man, very manly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll poison you to death. Chapter 102. Its tail is rather strange, like a spider. The next second, the angry voice of Uncle Trump sounded from the Bluetooth headset on his ear. The sound was so loud that it almost deafened Yuan Zimo. In addition, the jellyfish in the glass suddenly hit the glass, as if it wanted to hit Yuan Zimo outside the glass. The two sides came face to face just in this perfect moment. Although I don't know exactly where the jellyfish's face is, I can assume that what we see now is its face. Although Yuan Zimo was mentally prepared, he did not expect the sound and the jellyfish to come so suddenly. I was still savoring the sound in my ears, but before I could react, the scene in front of my eyes suddenly went black. At such a close distance, I could only see the body of the jellyfish. Wasn't it a big shock? Fortunately, there is a glass in the middle, otherwise, I don't know what it would look like. Maybe I will be swallowed by this big jellyfish. Are you okay? Xinqing was originally standing at the door waiting for the arrival of the truck, but when he heard the noise here, he immediately turned around and saw that Yuan Zimo had taken several steps back in fright. When I looked up, I happened to see the lion jellyfish being furious. Because I was standing a little far away, I didn't hear clearly what the jellyfish said. But based on his understanding of lion jellyfish, Yuan Zimo must have said something that made the other party angry. Fuck. Brother Shun is awesome. I actually heard a sound. Yuan Zimo's fright immediately turned into shock and then into surprise. After stabilizing himself, he ran to Xinqing with excitement and said, I heard it, that old Trump-esque voice. It's that big jellyfish, that's it. Who would have thought that one day he would actually be able to hear the inner voice of an animal? The thing in my hand is too high-tech. If he hadn't seen in the manual that the translator was useless once it left the store, he really wanted to ask Xinqing for one to take home. But despite this, it is hard to hide my excitement at the moment. As for being scared just now, That's not a big deal. Yeah, it's true. Go have some fun on your own. The truck's here, I'll go check it out. Seeing that the other party was fine, Xinqing stopped worrying and let him go and play by himself. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw two familiar large trucks driving towards the pet shop, and I felt relieved. I went out and communicated with the truck driver, and together they carried the iron cage covered with black cloth into the snake-themed room on the second floor. Fortunately, the room was originally designed to be wide, so there was enough space for them. Xinqing directly arranged a luxurious space for each poisonous pet, which was also separated by glass so that no one could affect anyone else. In addition, the glass of each partition is single-sided, so that the spaces on both sides do not interfere with each other and the space appears larger. As for the temperature environment inside, we directly choose the environment that they are adapted to. Xinqing doesn't have to worry about this. The luxurious breeding box is easy to use and everything will be adjusted automatically. It saves a lot of trouble. The poisonous bonsai flowers that were brought in were also placed in different rooms by Xinqing. It can embellish the environment in the theme room and add a bit of fun. After finishing the work, I treated the drivers and others to dinner. When I returned to the store, there were still 5 minutes before tonight's live broadcast. It just so happened that there was a new person named Yuan Zimo in the store who took on the task of photographer. I adjusted the stand, raised my phone, and started tonight's live broadcast. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast room. I am your friend Qinkong. You can also just call me Boss Shun. The moment Xinqing's handsome face appeared in the live broadcast room, the fans who had been waiting for a long time began to welcome him excitedly. Ah, the little brother has become more handsome today. What kind of poisonous pet will be broadcast live tonight? Spoiler. Boss Shun, I didn't see you in the store today. I heard you were out getting some stock. Is that true? The most anticipated moment of every night has arrived. Boss Shun, please bring out your poisonous pet and let everyone witness the dominance of the Shun family's poisonous pet. Boss Shun, you don't know that there are a lot of live streams of toxic pets on the platform today. They are obviously trying to get traffic. They have discovered that the toxic pet market has been opened up by Boss Shun, and they all want to get a piece of the pie. Of course, wasn't the streamer who was hospitalized yesterday after being bitten by an island bamboo pit viper the first one to cash in on the traffic? But he didn't go live today, perhaps because the wound hasn't healed yet? My traffic was also diverted to that channel. I clicked in and saw that those streamers were raising less toxic pets, like tarantulas. They must have listened to Brother Shin's advice. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, those old fans who had already formed a habit clicked in at the first opportunity. Xinqing's fans now exceed 3 million, and almost all of them are active fans during live broadcasts. It's not far from 4 million fans. In just less than 5 minutes, the number of live broadcast viewers has exceeded 50,000 and is still rising. It will only take a few minutes to break 100,000. Not to mention the barrage, which has never stopped since the live broadcast began. Everyone is actively participating in the discussion. In addition, the sudden addition of so many toxic pet anchors on the platform inevitably caused heated discussions among fans. Brother Shun, a fan asked if you want to stock up today. What do you think about the sudden increase in the number of poisonous pet streamers on the platform? Yuan Zimo told Xinqing some key issues so that he could understand the situation. Since they have the courage and the intention to raise a poisonous pet, it's certainly a good thing, but they still need to pay attention to safety. Xinqing answered a few questions objectively as he walked, and then shifted the topic to himself. Yes, I went to buy some goods today, and they were big ones. Look, I'm live streaming it for you guys as soon as the goods arrived. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the door of a room at the corner of the second floor. Yuan Zimo finally captured all the big words snake pet theme room in his photo. Everyone watched as Xinqing gently pushed open the door, turned on the spotlight on the wall, and walked in first. This time, Xinqing was filmed into the live broadcast room at the same time as the scene inside. At first, we could only see it from Xinqing's perspective, but now with a helper, Xinqing also entered the camera. He has a unique temperament and is handsome. Even from the back, he looks like a comic book guy. At this moment, his steps stopped at the glass breeding box on the other side. The camera turned, and the situation inside came into everyone's sight. On the other side of the glass, a mountain similar to a gypsum plateau stands on one side. The ground is sandy, gravel, and green grass. Dry branches and stones of various sizes are scattered in every corner. This is not the point. The point is that there is a relatively deep cave a little below the highest point of the highland. A brown snake, almost the same color as the soil, was coiled in it. On both sides of the cave are crevices formed by stacked rocks. The snake's head was lying on the edge of the cave, as if it had merged with the mountain. From a distance, it was impossible to distinguish it from the other side. Its tail hangs calmly at the edge of the cave. But its tail is rather strange, not ordinary, and looks more like a spider. I'm so hungry. When will this human give me something to eat? I've been getting on and off the bus for most of the day, and apart from drinking water, I haven't seen a single bird. My stomach is already empty. A young boy's voice came lightly, sounding weak and powerless. Chapter 103, Master of Disguise, Spider-Tailed Viper. Yuan Zimo didn't take off his equipment, so of course he heard the sound. However, Xinqing was currently in the middle of a live broadcast, so no matter how curious he was, he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked through the camera at the situation inside the glass. There was indeed a small water basin in a corner, so I guess the snake must have drunk some water before they came. The slightly dry sand looked a little moist. Of course, Xinqing also heard what the other party was thinking, but because Yuan Zimo was there, he also wore a translator. It was in my pocket, and I had a Bluetooth headset on my left ear. As for why the poisonous pets were not fed, of course we will feed them later. What he said before about changing the diet of these ferocious venomous snakes was not just talk. After all, it was impossible to feed them snakes or other larger animals in his shop. However, he also read in the breeding manual that in addition to their original food chain, other foods could be used as substitutes. As long as they get enough energy, that's fine. The spider viper, for example, likes to eat birds and uses its spider-like tail to lure birds that eat spiders. The inland taipan prefers to eat small mammals such as mice. But the other three king cobras were different. They have a strong snake-eating habit, which is different from that of other snakes. Not only can they prey on a large number of venomous snakes, but even their own kind cannot escape the fate of being killed. But their intelligence is generally higher than that of other snakes. These are all due to the nature of their species. But since Xinqing wants to raise them, he certainly cannot raise snakes. If each large breeding box could not isolate the smell of snakes, the other snakes here would have been scared to death long ago. There is no way. The king cobra is the evil star of snakes, who isn't afraid of it. When they were transported, the 5 snakes were separated, 3 king cobras in one car and the other 2 in another car. When he decided to change the diet of these snakes, he had already searched for it in the system mall. There happens to be a kind of fruit there called snake fruit, which is specially for snakes to eat. Snake fruit is rich in nutrients needed by snakes, and the content is high. It is full of satiety and is completely sufficient for daily nutrition needs. In a word, snake fruit provides enough nutrients for all snakes. I don't know which world this snake fruit comes from, but it's not found here. But the appearance of the snake apple looks a bit like an apple, purple-red. It's just much smaller than an apple. Add to that the so-called candies that Xinqing had previously provided to the poisonous pets in the store, and all the nutrition was completely sufficient. Let me explain here that candy is also a product of the system, and it contains some spiritual energy. I think it was extracted from spiritual plants. The price is not low. One of those so-called candies costs 100 points, and each snake fruit costs 50 points. One snake counts as 3 meals, and 3 snake fruits a day equals 150 points. Now there are a total of 9 poisonous snakes in the store. If you change all the recipes, you will get 1,350 points a day, and if a month has 30 days, that would be 40,500 points. Candies are rewarded once every half a month, which means twice a month. Now there are almost 40 poisonous pets, and nearly 8,000 points will be deducted in a month. The total cost of all poisonous pet points in the store is 48,500 points. Fortunately, Xinqing can afford it. Just when Xinqing was thinking about feeding this poor big guy soon, netizens in the live broadcast room also discovered the cave under the high and low hillsides. Holy crap, this really scared me. I thought there was just a rock in that hole, but I didn't expect it to be alive. You know what? I was also frightened just now. If I hadn't noticed the eyeball moving, I really wouldn't have realized that there was actually a snake hiding there. Is this the new pet brother Shin mentioned? Does anyone recognize this type of snake? How come its color is so similar to the mountain? It's a master of camouflage. I know what kind of snake this is. Look closely at its tail. Doesn't it look like a spider? This snake is called a spider viper. While the barrage of comments was going on crazily, Xinqing also used another mobile phone to watch the comments of netizens in the barrage of comments. Seeing someone recognize the venomous snake's name, he chuckled softly. Everyone guessed correctly. This is the spider-tailed viper. It's a unique viper. Its distinctive feature is a spider-like tail, which makes it highly recognizable in nature. Xinqing smiled and slowly explained the type of venomous snake to the camera. This snake is known for its remarkable camouflage abilities. Their body color is usually earthy yellow, which allows them to blend well into the surrounding desert environment. Additionally, their scales are rough, further enhancing their stealth. Their tails end in an appendage that resembles a spider's abdomen, while the scales on the tail mimic a spider's legs. This mimicry allows them to effectively attract birds or other small animals to come closer. Then they quickly attack to prey. This type of venomous snake is nocturnal and is more active at night. During the day, it rests in crevices and bushes. Their venom is mainly blood-circulating toxin, and the prey bitten by them will die due to blood circulation disorders. Shenqing slowly told everyone the information in his mind, so that everyone could better understand the danger of this kind of snake. Compared with the previous venomous snakes in the store, this snake is more dangerous. As expected, after Shenqing finished speaking, the fans in the live broadcast room started to post comments crazily again. Holy crap, this is awesome. This is a master of disguise, using its tail to catch its prey. Anyone who falls for it will surely die in the next second. Amazing. This pet's venom is the strongest of all the venomous snakes in the shop, right? A bite can kill you instantly. It's so terrifying. Oh my god, is Brother Shen really that serious? How dare you raise such a venomous snake? Aren't you afraid of getting bit by accident? That could be fatal. Yes, but I went to the store today and heard from the store staff that Brother Shen has prepared some detoxification pills. I wonder how much poison they can detoxify. Even antidote pills wouldn't be much use. If bitten by a venomous snake, you still need to go to the hospital and get serum. But do hospitals have serum for snakes like this? The first venomous snake broadcast tonight is so poisonous, which is bound to cause speculation and doubts among netizens. Those revived black fans immediately seized the opportunity and began to send some bad remarks and speculations in the barrage. He kept saying that the poison in Shenqing's pet was too strong and could kill people if not handled properly. In this situation, who would go to the store to watch poisonous pets? Saving your life is more important. After seeing these remarks, Shenqing didn't say anything, but Yuan Zimo, who was holding up his mobile phone to take pictures, became agitated. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead, but it was not appropriate for him to explain on his own initiative at this time. On the way back, Shenqing told him that the Chinese herbs he bought were used to extract special antidotes for each poisonous pet. Yuan Zimo knew that Shenqing had studied medicine, so he subconsciously thought that since he had done this and bought the herbs, he would definitely be able to make it. But at this moment, the black fans in the live broadcast room began to attack Shenqing because of a poisonous snake. He wanted to explain, but was afraid of causing trouble for Shenqing. I can only hold it in. Fortunately, Shenqing also saw these remarks and was not angry. Instead, he thought it was a good publicity opportunity. So he said to the fans in the live broadcast room, "Your concerns are correct. If I were in your shoes, I would have the same reaction." But Shenqing paused for a moment, then continued. In addition to purchasing poisonous pets today, I also purchased a batch of Chinese herbal medicines. Their purpose is to extract antidotes for all the poisonous pets in our store. Don't worry, I'm not just talking nonsense. I already have a research direction in mind. I will configure it in the next few days and then send it for inspection. I will tell you the results as soon as they come out. Now that it has attracted everyone's attention, the first prescription configuration tonight will be the spider-tailed viper. Chapter 104. Does a poisonous snake eat apples? Sure enough, as soon as Shenqing said this, more and more barges of comments were sent in the live broadcast room. The popularity was already rising, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was also increasing. It had reached more than 200,000 people at some point. As the black fans raised questions just now, it attracted a large number of people to watch the show again. When Shenqing said that he wanted to develop an antidote, most people still didn't believe him. I think he is just bragging. If it is so easy to research, then what are the experts for? There are also a small number of people who think that Shenqing might really be able to figure it out. Of course, Shenqing couldn't do it without the system. But now he has a system to back him up. He has the prescription and the Chinese herbal medicines in hand, so he just needs to mix them in a certain proportion. As for the tools for refining medicinal herbs, nothing can compare to what the system mall provides. After the live broadcast, he cleaned up the empty room next to the study and turned it into his own medicine room. Perhaps it is because Shenqing is very popular now and has a lot of traffic. Among them, there was actually a netizen of considerable influence who clicked into the live broadcast room. I just happened to hear Shenqing say that he could make an antidote. He was suddenly very curious. He didn't believe what Shenqing said, but he was also looking forward to the effect he would produce. This person is Yin Yongfu, director of the State Food and Drug Administration. After finishing his work, he took a rare moment to relax and happened to see Shenqing's live broadcast room. Hearing those words just now made him curious. He also saw the poisonous snake and looked up relevant information online. It turned out that it was indeed a poisonous snake that could kill people. There is currently no serum specifically for this snake. I don't know if Shin can really make it. If it is really feasible, it will undoubtedly be a huge contribution to mankind. Shaoli, if you receive any drug sent for inspection by someone named Shin in the next few days, remember to notify me. Yin Yongfu exited the live broadcast room and called his assistant. Back to Shin. Shin went out for a few minutes and came back with a plastic bag containing exactly 5 fruits. I'm back. It's time to feed the poisonous pets. This is their first time here, so I haven't prepared any other food. However, I do have a few fruits left, which is just right for them to change their taste. He said it naturally, but why was it so confusing? Wait, what did Brother Shin say? Oh, there was no other food, so he prepared fruit? But the question is, do snakes eat fruit? Holy crap, changing the snake's diet? From a living thing to a dead thing? Is it eating it? Or is it eating it? Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. Snakes generally only accept bird eggs, but won't touch fruit. Boss Shun, you should get some live animals. They are carnivores, after all. In fact, some snakes do eat fruit, but venomous snakes don't. If Brother Shin's shop really runs out of food, it's okay to let them go hungry. Snakes are very resilient anyway. When the climate and environment aren't adapted to them, they'll go into a dormant state and can survive a year or even longer without food or water. They only need a small amount of air to survive. The live broadcast room was also buzzing with discussion, and some knowledgeable people came out to explain. Shin naturally saw it through another mobile phone. But he knew that these poisonous snakes had probably not eaten for several days. Otherwise, why would they speak so weakly? I guess Uncle Wong and the others probably fed it a few days ago and haven't taken care of it since. I'm worried that they'll eat too much and be hard to control. The fruit in his hand was nothing but 5 pieces bought from the mall, which cost him 250 points. Although this number sounds unpleasant, it can help employees avoid being unaware and mistakenly thinking that the apples were eaten, so they don't buy too many. However, at this time, the weak boy's voice sounded again. What's this human trying to do? He won't give me meat, not even a single feather, and yet he's still trying to feed me that cold fruit? This is too much of a bully for the snake. No, I want to resist. I am a carnivore. I want to eat meat. Along with these sounds came the heads raised high. It crawled out of the cave directly, hissing and spitting out its tongue towards Shin. The snake's tail was still shaking, expressing its dissatisfaction at the moment and its determination to eat meat. Puff. Yuan Zimo couldn't hold back his laughter and even shook his hand holding the phone. It took a lot of effort to keep it steady, otherwise the phone would have fallen to the ground. Shin smiled helplessly upon hearing this. What did he mean by not even a single bird feather? He was only given cold fruit to eat? The snake fruit in his hand is not ordinary. It was exchanged for 50 points. Others want it, but don't have it yet. You should be content. What I have is unique. I guarantee you'll want more after you've tasted it. Shin took out a snake apple from the plastic bag. It looked like an apple, but was only half the size of an ordinary apple. It's purple-red and looks like a poisonous apple. The fans in the live broadcast room were a little confused when they saw Shin actually took out a small apple. No, Brother Shin really wants to feed fruit to the venomous snake? And apples? Holy crap, has the world started to become a fantasy? Feeding a poisonous snake an apple? Could this apple actually taste like meat? Venomous snakes are carnivores. They don't eat fruit. Boss Shin didn't prepare any food for them, so he just randomly fed them? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. When Boss Shin said so earnestly that the apple in his hand was unique, it felt like a fortune teller trying to trick people. You know what? That little apple is so purple, like it's been poisoned. Could it really be poisonous? All kinds of comments were flooding the screen in the barrage. Everyone thought that Shin was just wasting his time. How could a poisonous snake eat fruit? Some netizens even posted this topic on the forum, attracting countless discussions from netizens. The title is still on whether a poisonous snake eats apples. But the question confused the netizens. Shin didn't care what everyone was discussing. Perhaps he also knew that this action was strange, beyond common sense. However, facts speak louder than words. Shin calmly opened the glass window and reached in with the hand holding the apple. Brother Shun, be careful. Yuan Zimo, holding up his phone, was so scared that he spoke loudly. Because the spider-tailed viper that was originally nearby had already attacked Shin hand. The fangs of that big mouth were clearly exposed, and it was cold and chilling. You should know that the venom of the spider-tailed viper is a deadly toxin. If you get bitten by it, you will probably go straight to hell. The dose of the toxin is the key factor in determining its lethality. Typically, a single bite from an adult spider viper might not deliver enough venom to cause a fatal threat to a healthy adult. But the risk increases significantly for children, the elderly, or people with weakened immune systems. and different individuals may react differently to toxins. Some people may be more sensitive to the toxins, increasing the risk of fatality. So it's best not to try it lightly. Humph. Humans, whoever wants to eat the fruit can eat it. I won't eat it anyway. If I don't teach you a lesson, you probably won't give me meat to eat. I'll show you how powerful I am. I won't be polite to a hand that comes to my door. Hee hee. The boy's voice sounded again, but this time he sounded very excited. What was going on? Chapter 105. You smell so good, even better than those birds. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were so scared that their jaws almost dislocated. The barrage of comments came in overwhelming numbers. Fuck. Brother Shun, run. The venomous snake is angry. What should I do? Call 120 quickly. Please don't let anything happen to Brother Shun. It's over. That last live streamer got bit by a venomous snake and went to the hospital. Luckily, the venom wasn't high, but this snake's venom is deadly. If a murder really happened, we would be witnesses. Why is Brother Shun so careless? Reaching in with your bare hands. Are you feeding the fruit or yourself? It's over, it's over. I don't dare to watch it anymore. I really don't dare to watch it anymore. Holy crap. Holy crap. Look, the situation is turning around. No need to call 120. Everything happened in such a short moment. From the moment Xin reached into the glass window with the apple to the moment the venomous snake attacked, it took only about 3 seconds. When everyone was terrified, they thought it was all over. There is no need to call 120 or be a witness. Because the atmosphere between Xin and the spider-tailed viper was really weird. The spider-tailed viper that was originally preparing to attack Xin was now entangled in his arm in a very servile manner. The snake rubbed its entire head around his arm, and its tongue licked the skin of his hand from time to time. They looked extremely intimate, without any of the ferocity from before. Human, you smell so good, even better than those birds. I feel like I'm not hungry anymore after licking my stomach. The boy's voice was no longer as fierce as before, but gentle and considerate at this moment. The change from his well-behaved appearance to his ferocity just now is a complete transformation. Only Xin could see that the favorability level on the spider-tailed viper's head had been maxed out. His arms were covered with a layer of light green energy, which must be the animal affinity gas. He couldn't see this color at first, but after the system upgrade, he could see it. The changes in color depth indicate the degree of affinity and look more intuitive. Good Brother Shin, are you okay? Yuan Zimo was originally some distance away from Xin, but because he was worried about him, he ran straight up to him. However, the transformation between Xin and the spider-tailed viper only took a few seconds. The expression on his face was so stiff, and he lost control of his facial expressions due to the unexpected reversal. Fortunately, he doesn't need to appear on camera, otherwise everyone would definitely see a slightly distorted face. I'm fine, very good. Little Spider-Tail is also very obedient. Look how well-behaved he is. Xin looked back at Yuan Zimo and realized that he had scared him just now, so he comforted him softly. However, when he said that the spider-tailed viper was very well-behaved, Yuan Zimo just wanted to laugh. I don't know who was the one who was trying to bite me just now. Still obedient? Don't define the word obedient arbitrarily. The fans in the live broadcast room also had the same expression as Yuan Zimo, which was equally indescribable. Fuck, this is what they call a reversal. I thought I was going to get bit, but it just looked fierce. Spider-tailed viper. I just used too much force, is that okay? My master and I have a very close relationship. See how hard I'm clinging to her. Is the word obedient really a good word for a spider viper? Brother Shin, if you're kidnapped, just squeak. Seeing this scene instantly reminded me of when Brother Shin first started live streaming. Every time the poisonous pet wanted to attack him, the moment they made contact, they would reverse and turn into sticky monsters. Yeah, I thought about that. Isn't the situation exactly the same as it is now? So, Brother Shin, how did you do it? Am I the only one wondering if the spider viper eats fruit? Just now, the popularity of the live broadcast room suddenly skyrocketed, directly rushing to the top of the popularity list on the site, and even the number of people in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 1 million. They are all active fans. Now that he saw that Xin was safe and there was no problem, he immediately started complaining in the barrage. Anyway, there are both good and bad ones. Of course, posts about Xin's live broadcast room also emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and also gained huge traffic. It has aroused discussion among netizens. But Xin, the protagonist of the discussion, had no idea at this moment. Eat it. You won't be hungry anymore. You used to eat too much meat. It's good to change your taste and eat some vegetarian food. Xin opened his palm, revealing the purple-red apple inside, and his words remained steady. without the slightest fluctuation. But it was obvious that he was talking to the spider-tailed viper wrapped around his hand. Just when everyone thought that poisonous snakes couldn't understand human language and couldn't eat apples, the slap in the face happened again. The spider-tailed viper, which was originally sticking close to Shinqing, raised its head and looked at Shinqing with its tongue sticking out after hearing what Shinqing said. Then he turned around and looked at the purple-red apple in his palm. Slowly approaching the apple, the boy's voice sounded again. Why didn't I notice just now that this apple smells so good? This doesn't seem like the same apple I've seen before. Since humans say so, why not give it a try? Maybe you can actually taste meat from fruit. When Yuan Zimo heard the sound in his ears, the corners of his mouth twitched. It's really embarrassing. What does it mean to taste meat in fruit? Where can I find meaty fruit? As a carnivore himself, he also wants to eat well. At this moment, the spider viper's tongue licked the apple decisively, and then its pupils contracted instantly. The vertical pupils were almost the size of toothpicks, and this whole scene was captured by the camera. Then, the snake opened its mouth wide and quickly swallowed the apple in one bite. A hasty act of swallowing everything was staged at great speed. Fans watching the live broadcast were secretly amazed. Holy crap, he actually ate it? He swallowed it whole, without even chewing. You forgot that snakes swallow food whole, not chewing. So why do they eat fruit? Aren't they carnivores? This venomous snake is so strange. Not only has it become docile, it's even eating fruit. What on earth did Brother Shin do? Is it possible that all ferocious and poisonous pets will become obedient in Brother Shin's hands? As for why, I guess it might be because he is kind. For a moment, netizens were confused about the changes, not even Yuan Zimo. Curiosity is like a cat's paw. Brother Shun, why is it so obedient? Just now, it clearly wanted to bite you, but it became docile in the end. Yuan Zimo successfully served as a voice for the internet and voiced everyone's thoughts. After all, almost half of the fans in the live broadcast room are new fans, so they naturally forgot what Shinqing used to fool netizens. However, no one will believe it if I mention it again this time. Because they like the smell of me, they became obedient. Yeah, that's right. Duh, that's it. Shinqing nodded seriously at the camera and poked the spider viper's head. You're right, Spider-tail. Spider-tailed viper. Yes, the master smells very nice. Yuan Zimo. Hee, do you think I believe it? OL. Fans in the live broadcast room. Excuses, these are all excuses. Oh, greater than over equal to, less than over equal to, oh. Chapter 106 calling a poisonous snake a little emperor. It's obvious that Shinqing didn't mean what he said. Who would believe it? But that's the truth. Even if netizens don't believe it themselves, they can't blame him, right? Even Yuan Zimo was speechless. Okay, go digest it. Shinqing nodded at the snake's head, signaling it to digest the fruit it had just eaten. The energy content of snake apple is quite high, and it takes a while for it to be digested. He retracted his hand and continued to say to the camera, let's go to the next door. There's also a big guy waiting there. The next door he was talking about was the one next to the spider viper, which was also separated by a glass breeding box. Because the glass separating them is special, they cannot see each other. This makes poisonous pets who like to live alone very satisfied. Although the space is not as large as the natural environment outside, it is much better than the iron cage. Yuan Zimo followed Shinqing tacitly and filmed diligently to ensure that fans in the live broadcast room could see Shinqing as well as the pet. Next door? What kind of venomous snake is that next door? Is it big? There are 3 vipers now, including the one just now. I wonder what it will be this time. I want to see a python. I wonder if Mr. Shun would dare to raise one. Ha 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 ha. I also like large venomous snakes. They look very majestic. I suggest that the anchor buy one next time. I promise to go to the store immediately. I'd love to see Brother Shin raising a king cobra. You know, that snake is the most ferocious and feeds exclusively on snakes. I wonder if Brother Shin would dare to raise one, and if he'd feed it apples? Ha ha ha. The comments in the live broadcast room began to become diverse. This is originally a snake-themed room, so of course the venomous pets inside are all venomous snakes. As for species, the few I have seen before were either vipers or pit vipers, and there were no other species. What they just saw was also a viper, and now they really want to see other kinds of snakes. Large pythons and king cobras are the most discussed by fans. One is huge and looks extremely powerful, while the other is ferocious, smart, and eats its own kind. No matter how you look at it, it is the existence that everyone fears the most. But now that they are separated by the screen, they are even more curious. A whole look forward to staying. Shinqing took everyone's comments into consideration, with a smile in his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling Yuan Zimo to point the camera behind the glass window. The situation inside is completely different from the environment in the breeding box just now. The decoration inside is no longer sand and hillside caves, but a dense bamboo forest. Yes, it's a bamboo forest. In addition to the soil, most of the ground in the breeding box is covered with bamboo forest, which is alive and lush green. I don't know how it was designed, but the space looks quite large and there are many bamboo forests. In addition to the bamboo forest, there are also some bushes, grass, branches, stones, etc. in several corners. There is also a special basin of water on the side. Compared with the environment on the spider-tailed viper's side, the environment here is more humid, while the other side is dry. The living environments of the two snakes are obviously different. When the camera turned to this point, no one had noticed where the snake was. All I saw were bamboo leaves, bamboo poles, etc. Shinqing and Yuan Zimo's ears were also surprisingly quiet, and they did not hear any sound. Is that strange? If he hadn't put the poisonous snake in here himself, people would have thought the snake had run away. However, he knew very well which poisonous snake inside was. It was the king cobra. From the first time I saw it until now, I have never heard the other party's voice. It's really strange. Boom, boom, boom. Shinqing reached out and tapped on the glass a few times, then called out, "Hey, little emperor, come out for dinner." Oh, what? What the hell is this? Little emperor? When the fans in the live broadcast room heard Shinqing's words, they were stunned. They didn't expect that he would actually call the poisonous snake inside little emperor. Poochie, this is hilarious. Brother Shun is here to be funny, right? Calling the venomous snake inside little emperor? Ha 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 ha, so funny. Isn't this name for the live broadcast a bit too advanced? The little emperor is here, but where is the little queen? Fuck. Boss Shun always likes to make a splash. I feel like calling him that name is like insulting him. Hey, what kind of evil spirit is this? This master will definitely take you in. The barrage of comments was quiet for less than a second before it immediately filled the screen with craziness. There are countless different kinds of remarks. Yuan Zimo could hardly hide his smile. The comments from netizens are really funny. However, he also felt strange that Shinqing called a poisonous snake the little emperor. Is it because the word emperor is in the snake species name that it is called this? I have to say, you are telling the truth. Shinqing never thought that just one sentence from him would cause so much discussion among fans. It also added a lot of hot topics to the live broadcast room. At this time, he wanted to lure the poisonous snake out, so he opened the glass window without everyone's understanding. Then he took out a purple-red fruit from the plastic bag. That's the kind of snake fruit we saw earlier. Then he reached into the window. In addition, he also wrapped his hands and the snake fruit in his hands with the aura of affinity. Only he could see that his entire left hand was wrapped in a thin layer of light green aura. Moreover, this green gas also spreads with the air. He moved his mind, and with the floating light green air in his arms, he headed straight towards the depths of the bamboo forest. This place is neither big nor small, but the only place to hide things is deep in the bamboo forest. The other person's figure was blocked by the clusters of bamboo poles, so we couldn't see him. However, with the friendly atmosphere, he didn't believe that the big guy would not come out. Little emperor, come out quickly. You haven't eaten for so long, aren't you hungry? The food in my hand is really good, don't you really want it? Shinqing smiled and shook the fruit in his hand, as if he was waiting for the fish to take the bait. Just when Yuan Zimo thought that what he was doing was useless, he was slapped in the face. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in his ears, and he knew that it must be the poisonous pet here. How can this breath be so comfortable? Just a few words, but they are particularly exciting. This shows that Shinqing's actions were useful. This voice was truly that of an emperor, deep and imposing. Even though the words were very ordinary, when heard in this voice, it was so overbearing. It is worthy of Brother Shun to call him emperor. Finally, the figure of the venomous snake was seen in the camera of the live broadcast room. A black snake slowly crawled out from behind the bamboo pole towards Shinqing. The entire snake's body coming out from the back was estimated to be 4 or 5 meters long, so it was quite big. The snake raised its head high, and the tip of its nose seemed to move several times, as if it smelled something and stuck out its tongue. However, when the snake's body was completely exposed to the camera, all the fans in the live broadcast room were shocked. Even the barrage of comments went silent for a few seconds. A heated discussion ensued. I know this snake. It's a king cobra. Oh my god, it's really a king cobra. Holy crap. It really is a king cobra, and it's this big. It must be even more ferocious, right? Oh my god, is this the king cobra that eats even its own kind when it gets angry? It looks so imposing, so scary. Am I crazy, or is the host crazy? Did they really find such a dangerous snake? What should I do? I'm so excited. Chapter 107. King Cobra, The guy who doesn't even let his own son go? The fans didn't expect that they would actually see this kind of snake, and they were so excited that they almost jumped for joy. Not only is it the largest snake ever seen in the store, it is also the most famous for its ferocity and toxicity. It can be said that if you are bitten by it and do not receive serum within half an hour, you will die. You can imagine how dangerous it is. At this moment, such a dangerous poisonous snake was crawling towards Xinqing. The other party's purpose is also very clear, which is the fruit in Xinqing's hand. Or does his hand count as well? Good brother Shun, just throw the snake fruit on the ground. If it really wants to eat it, it can just bite it. It won't starve to death if it doesn't eat it. Take your hand back first. Yuan Zimo couldn't help swallowing, then looked at Xinqing nervously and said worriedly. At this time, he didn't care whether his voice could be heard in the live broadcast room. He is now also a fan of Xinqing and doesn't want anything to happen to his idol. Moreover, he felt that there was nothing wrong with feeding poisonous pets, but he couldn't just reach in with his bare hands. Isn't this just giving the other party a chance to bite? Xinqing held a spare phone in his other hand and also saw the words in the barrage. They were the same as what Yuan Zimo said, telling him to be careful. After all, the king cobra is notorious for its viciousness, and now that it is approaching with such a purpose, we have to be on guard. But who is he? He is Xinqing, and he has the system backing him up. There is no need to be afraid at all. Besides, the real situation is different from what everyone thinks. Don't worry, I believe some fans have already guessed the species of this snake. Yes, it is a king cobra. When Xinqing said this, he paused for a moment to give the netizens in the live broadcast room time to react. Then continue. As you may have heard, the king cobra is one of the most venomous snakes in the world, and its venom is extremely strong. After being bitten by a king cobra, the toxin will quickly enter the body and cause serious symptoms. If antivenom is not injected in time for treatment, the victim may die within 30 minutes due to respiratory failure and weakened heartbeat. But don't worry, king cobras usually don't attack humans unless they feel threatened or provoked. If you enter the king cobra's territory or the cobra feels threatened, it will bite you. And the reason it came out must be because it knew I had no ill intentions. Isn't it? Where does his malice come from? Only good intentions. Whether it is the affinity scent or the snake fruit, they are both beneficial to snakes. That's right, this snake is probably an ice snake. It probably stays at home all the time when it has nothing to do, and doesn't even have a voice. Maybe it was hiding behind the bamboo and sleeping just now. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. Fuck, I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. After being bitten, there's only 30 minutes to rescue. After that time, it's like playing with your life. This snake is completely black and looks really cool. It's even more dangerous and mysterious than the previous venomous snake. Such a venomous snake, and you say it won't bite? Who would believe that? You have to know that your hand is still inside the animal's enclosure. Wouldn't that be considered a provocation? I also think the anchor is playing with fire. If he's not careful, he'll get burned. After all, venomous snakes are called venomous snakes because, even though they're cold-blooded, they can be docile one moment and ferocious the next. Everyone in the live broadcast room felt that Xinqing's behavior was really dangerous and that he was not taking the poisonous snake seriously. That's a king cobra. If you're not careful, you'll die here. Of course, if you are unfortunately bitten, you can learn about the self-help measures. Xinqing looked at the barrage and then began to popularize science according to his own ideas. He simply doesn't take the dangers that everyone is worried about seriously. On the contrary, I think that giving everyone some scientific knowledge will help everyone have a deeper understanding of venomous pets and the immediate solution after being bitten. First, avoid strenuous exercise and ligate the proximal end of the injured limb to prevent the spread of venom. The ligature should be loosened for 1 to 2 minutes every 30 minutes to prevent limb necrosis. Then squeeze the wound to drain the venom and flush the wound with potassium permanganate or hydrogen peroxide. After completing the initial treatment, anti-snake venom drugs should be used, such as the Chinese herbal medicines such as Hediotis diffusa and Hediotis diffusa, and anti-snake venom serum injection treatment should be selected according to the type of snake. Another point is that the king cobra is at the top of the food chain. Its diet includes non-venomous snakes, such as pythons, rat snakes, etc. Venomous snakes, such as cobra, coral snake, pit viper, etc. Other small animals. When food is scarce, king cobras may hunt other small animals such as lizards, birds, etc., including their own children. Of course, there is more detailed information besides these. For example, the king cobra feeds on snakes, including eating its own children. You know, its snake-eating nature makes it extremely dangerous during the mating season. On weekdays, king cobras live a solitary life and have a strong sense of territory. When other king cobras break into its territory, If the other party is smaller than itself, it will attack the other party and even eat it. Female king cobras will size up their partners before mating to avoid being eaten. This is also a way of survival that they have explored during the process of evolution. Anyway, it can eat anyone weaker than it, even if that person is its own son. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard this, they screamed in shock. Fuck, I expected it to be brutal, but I didn't expect it to be this brutal. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, but this one, when it gets ruthless, will eat even its own children. No, the more I listen, the more scared I get. But I can't control my eyes. That king cobra looks pretty good. The king cobra is truly the pinnacle of snakes. No matter if it's venomous or not, nothing can compare to its palm-sized stomach. The live broadcast room became increasingly popular, and its popularity skyrocketed. Friends around him called their friends to come to the live broadcast room to watch the king cobra. The information that Xinqing had just told them was also spread by fans outside the live broadcast room, such as on Tieba. The title is about King Cobra, and many people are interested in it. In less than a moment, a long list of comments was built. Not only that, some fans even created a separate forum for Xinqing, where they updated the pictures and videos between Xinqing and his poisonous pet in real time. The events of the live broadcast just now were uploaded, which caused a lot of reactions again. Any random sentence can make netizens come up with various ideas. For example, what your own children eat. The person involved was completely unaware that he had come into contact with the feared king cobra. That's right, contact. It's not exactly the same as the previous spider-tailed viper, but it's almost the same. Just 2 minutes ago, the huge king cobra slowly crawled towards Xinqing's arm. It didn't move at all, just staring at his hand, as if this would make it easier to see. Only Xinqing and Yuan Zimo knew that the venomous snake did not think so. That pleasant smell comes from this human, who looks ordinary. Thin arms and legs, not even enough for me to bite. You want me to eat fruit? That's ridiculous. Who has ever seen a king cobra eat fruit? At this moment, the deep and majestic imperial voice sounded. Chapter 108. Damn the contrary. The voice is indeed domineering, a true imperial voice. But isn't the point of its complaint a bit off? What does it mean that thin arms and legs are not enough for it to bite? It's not like he's hand-feeding it. And the red apple in your hand. You may think it is ordinary now, but when you really smell its flavor later, your attitude will be different. Here, I promise you'll want more after you finish it. But first, let me tell you, there's only one tonight. Xinqing was not afraid of the other person at all, and as he spoke, he stretched his hand closer. He almost put his hand in front of the king cobra. His sudden action made the fans in the live broadcast room sweat. Fuck. Brother Xin, stop it. Why are you still moving closer to it? Are you afraid it won't be able to bite you? It's over, it's over. The anchor still can't escape the fate of being bitten. I think I should call 120 first. At least we can get him to the hospital within half an hour. Hiss. If I close my eyes, can I avoid seeing such a bloody scene? They say poisonous snakes don't eat fruit, but why don't you believe it, Boss Xin? You're destined to get bitten this time. I don't think I was bitten. And maybe poisonous snakes eat apples. The previous one did, and this one does too. Just when everyone was arguing, the venomous snake on Xinqing's side actually gave everyone a big reversal. It is clearly the most venomous snake, but it does not attack humans who approach it at all. Its body is also exceptionally honest. After Xinqing finished speaking, he approached her very considerately. The black snake head rubbed Xinqing's palm clearly, and then it opened its mouth wide and bit him. That's right, I bit it. But the one he bit was not Xinqing's hand, but the snake fruit in his hand. Human, this fruit tastes just so, not as good as meat. However, since you're trying to please me, I'll force myself to eat a little. This damn hypocrisy is perfectly brought to life by it. Although the voice is still full of arrogance, why are the words spoken so arrogant? It's still that kind of tsundere feeling of pretending to be dead. He said he didn't like it, but he kept biting the fruit. I took small bites at first, but ended up swallowing it in one gulp. Who can say it doesn't like that impatient look? Xinqing. Haha, I'll just listen to you quietly. Yuan Zimo. It turns out that the clown is actually me. Human, if you want to show your respect to me, you can't just give me one fruit. That's too shabby. Give me at least 10 or 100 more. Although I despise it, but since you like me so much, I will force myself to eat a little. Take it out quickly. At this time, the king cobra that had finished eating the snake fruit looked up at Xinqing again and rubbed his palm which he had not yet closed. She looked so well behaved, just like a kitten begging for affection. But its voice is still low and full of domineering. But the meaning behind the words is really hard to compliment. The arrogant and stubborn tone, the domineering and low voice, and the body that is too straight. It really opened the eyes of Xinqing and Yuan Zimo. If I hadn't been able to hear its inner voice, I would never have imagined that the leader of the venomous snake world would have such a personality. Don't you like staying at home? You've finished eating the fruit. You continue. I'm leaving. The corners of Shun Qing's mouth twitched. He withdrew his hand before the other party could react and closed the glass window directly. Huh. He still wants 10 or 100 more red delicious apples. He really thinks he is being taken advantage of. One gets 50 points. How many points will there be if there are 10 or 100? Aren't you afraid of overeating? You should know that snake fruit is not an ordinary fruit. It contains a lot of energy and is a great tonic for snakes. Eating too much is not good. He had discussed this with the system when he bought it. And this poisonous snake didn't speak for most of the day. It's definitely a homebody. Now that there are benefits, I have become more positive. The abacus beads are falling on his face. Carrot. Yuan Zimo was also very upset. He really didn't expect that the final result would be like this. Not long after, Shinxin's live broadcast room was closed. There are 2 poisonous pets every day, and I didn't add any more today. At worst, I can add 1 more during the day depending on the situation. Anyway, the results tonight were pretty good. After Yuan Zimo and I returned to our rooms, the system settlement came out. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary ends. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 700,900 emotional points. Total emotion points, 327,5450. Ding. Mood value reaches 700,000. Reward, 700,000 cash, 20 detoxification pills, 10 scar removal creams, plus 10 free attribute points, plus 5 mental strength. Ding. There are still 300,000 points left before the system upgrade. Please keep up the good work. Today's business hours plus 350. Pet shop experience plus 350. Then the personal panel popped up. Shinxing divided the attribute points and the panel refreshed again. Name, Shinxing. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV2. Pet shop level, LV1. Experience, 710/1000. Mall level, LV2. Intelligence, 118, 0, 200. Constitution, 38, 0, 100. Spiritual power, 128, 0 to 1000. Cash, 2,898,410 yuan. Total emotion points, 327,5450. Skills, eavesdropping on animals, poisonous creature breeding manual, animal affinity skill, level 10 veterinary skill, /healing skill. Items, hair growth pills 1 bottle, 3 pills /bottle, detoxification pills 40 bottles, 1/10 pill. Scar removal cream 15 bottles. Gift bag 1. Shinxing looked at these data and breathed a sigh of relief. The emotional value gained from the live broadcast was quite good. As the number of people in the live broadcast room increases, collecting emotion points becomes much easier. As long as you interact with the poisonous pet and there is a reversal, you can gain the emotional value of fans. Otherwise, he wouldn't deliberately interact with the poisonous pets without any precautions. It's all about increasing the fans' emotions, whether good or bad. There are still 300,000 points left before the system upgrade. According to the daily emotional value recorded, if you output steadily every day, you can get at least 300,000 emotional points. Now 1 million points can be used to upgrade to the next level, but I don't know if it will be the same for future upgrades. The system has not disclosed any relevant information, but it will be upgraded to LV3 after tomorrow's live broadcast, so you can ask then. I looked at the items on the panel and found that there was an upgrade gift pack that had not been opened, which could be opened today. Open the upgrade package. As Shinxing finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly flashed across the void in front of him, and then exploded before his eyes. Then 3 items appeared on the virtual panel in front of him. Ding. Pet Snack Package Gift Pack 100, Q-Version Pet Doll, Making Machine 1, Pet Toy Package 1. Chapter 109, Low Toxic Ocean Poison Pet. A Pet Snack Package, Q-Version Pet Doll, Making Machine, Pet Toy Package. Shinxing didn't expect that these things would be the ones that came out. They seemed wrong no matter how he looked at them. He runs a poisonous pet shop. Are these 3 rewards really suitable? System, this kind of reward doesn't seem suitable for me. Is there something wrong? Shinxing looked at the 3 boxes in front of him, but he had no idea what was inside. Replying to the host, all pet-related items awarded by the system are available to the host. For example, the pet snack package includes most of the food that can be eaten by poisonous pets in the store, and the effect is more than 10 times better than that of Blue Star. This small snack can increase the interaction between customers and poisonous pets. The most important point is that in real life, The interaction between customers and pets through small snacks can capture emotional value. What does emotion value mean to Xinqing now? It can be directly exchanged for cash. In addition, you can also shop in the mall, which also costs a lot of money. Isn't what the system is saying to increase his income channel? That's a good thing. Of course it's a good thing. The system continued to explain. However, this situation will only be effective when the system reaches level 3. It's just level 3, you can reach it tomorrow, don't be afraid. Please explain the last 2 items as well. Xinqing continued to ask the system to explain that since the first method was so effective, the next 2 methods shouldn't be too bad either. As expected, the system explained the usage of the last 2 things one by one. To put it simply, the Q-version pet doll making machine is a machine for making Q-version pet dolls. This machine can be directly linked to the mind. As long as you imagine the image of a poisonous pet or an anthropomorphic appearance in your mind, you can automatically create a Q doll, which can also be in an anthropomorphic form. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that selling these dolls can also count as points. The price is not low, and you can earn 10 points for the cheapest one. There is no upper limit to the price. As for how to calculate points, the system will automatically determine it. The pet toy package is even simpler. There are unique toys for pets to play with, such as double billiards, the tortoise and the hare race, tug-of-war games, etc. But these are things that animals can use. As long as you can make your poisonous pet willingly play these games, you can also gain emotional points. Suitable for both online and offline. In a nutshell, everything is for the purpose of earning emotional points. All of them are beneficial to Xinqing, except that it is a bit wasteful of poisonous pets. As for how to do it, it depends on how Xinqing arranges it. The trial operation will end tomorrow and the store will officially open. There should be relatively more customers this week, and the number of customers will probably decrease after it stabilizes. But Xinqing had thought of all these. The employees have almost gotten the hang of their work in the past 3 days. It's all very simple, and he doesn't have to worry about it. The first thing he had to do now was to extract some antidotes and then send them to the relevant departments for testing. One is the news about poisonous pets under the sea and on land from Uncle Sue. I can just go there tomorrow. After thinking it through, Xinqing was not idle either. He was going to prepare the antidote for the spider-tailed viper tonight. The prescriptions and medicinal materials are ready. He just needs to experiment a few times. Just do it. Coming to the study room, all the purchased medicinal materials were placed here. Xinqing spent 1 million points to buy an instrument for refining medicine from the system mall. This cost a lot of money, but fortunately the effect is very gratifying. The products produced by the system are of high quality. He only needs to extract the herbs according to the steps on the prescription and then mix them, and the second extraction will be successful. Never failed once. It only took half an hour to spend these 1 million points. Then Xinqing extracted all the antidotes for the 5 poisonous snakes that arrived today, and it was already early morning. It's finally done. I'll take it all in for inspection tomorrow. Then I'll apply for a patent and hand it over to the government. It can also be regarded as an additional layer of insurance for yourself. After all, only by relying on the country can you last long. Xinqing looked at the 5 tubes of medicine of different colors in his hand and smiled. The next day, it's another sunny day. Provincial Drug Administration. Boom, boom, boom. Someone knocked on the office door from outside. Enter. Director, the Xinqing you mentioned submitted 5 snake antidotes today. They are currently being tested. Here are all the materials he submitted. A staff member handed the relevant information in his hand to the person sitting on the office chair. Show me. The middle-aged man, Director Yin, took the information and looked at it carefully. Although the test results have not yet come out, the information he has is enough for him to pay attention to. 5 antidotes specifically developed for venomous snakes. If what he wrote there is true, that would be great. Director Yan's hands were a little excited as he held the document. You know, the words written on it were all poisonous snakes, and they were extremely poisonous. The country currently does not have serum specifically for these types of venomous snakes. If Xinqing can really do it, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for the people of the whole country. How long will it take for the test results? Director Yin couldn't wait to ask. The fastest time will be 2 hours, and it will take 4 hours to complete all the tests. The staff answered honestly. 4 hours, which is a little after 1 in the afternoon. Okay, once the results come out, bring the information here as soon as possible. Director Yin nodded and gave the order. Yes. The other side. After Xinqing handed over the things, he took Yuan Zimo to find Uncle Sue. Today he is going to the beach with Uncle Sue. Let's go. Uncle Sue sat in the passenger seat and told Xinqing the address. Their destination this time was a city on the neighboring coast. A boatload of poisonous pets just happened to land today, and almost everyone who wanted to buy one first rushed over after receiving the news. The same goes for Shin and the others. The news was told to them by Uncle Su's friend. Don't worry, I heard that a lot of poisonous pets were caught this time, of all kinds. Uncle Su told everyone the news he knew. But, I don't know why, but lately, there have been a lot of people wanting to buy marine pets that aren't very toxic, especially those jellyfish that are beautiful to look at. Hearing this, Shin suddenly had an idea and thought, could this be because of him? He also heard that many online anchors have started to follow the toxic pet track. At the beginning, he also suggested that if those people really wanted to go into this field, it would be best to buy some less toxic substances to try first. Now that Uncle Su has said this, it really is possible. It doesn't matter. We'll see what kind of poisonous pets there are. As long as they are suitable for raising in the store, it's fine. Shin is open-minded. If there is a suitable one, he will buy it. If not, forget it. If it really doesn't work, he can directly hire those fishermen to help him find the poisonous pets in the sea. The other party would take this kind of business anyway. Chapter 110. A trip to the seaside, the whimpering jellyfish. An hour later, Shin and the other two arrived at their destination, a village near the sea. There were already a lot of people gathered at the end of the village, and Shin and his friends parked their car in the open space at the entrance of the village. There were already several cars parked there, and from the license plates one could tell they came from somewhere else just like them. It looks like some people have already arrived. Let's go too. Uncle Su pointed towards the end of the village and urged anxiously. I'm afraid that the good stuff will be bought by others. Shin naturally would not refuse, so the three of them walked along the cement road in the village and arrived at the end of the village after a few minutes. Just as Uncle Su thought, there were indeed a lot of people here, more than a dozen. However, at this moment they were gathered around a big bucket and sighing. Only when you get closer do you understand what they are talking about. This thing is extremely poisonous. Be careful and don't let it touch you. I'll just take a look. I don't dare to keep it. I wonder which talented person would dare to take it home today. Old Wu is going to make a fortune this time. They can even come across such a rare item. If they sell any one of them, they'll make a lot of money. Yeah. Usually, only the big guys are willing to pay for this kind of stuff. People like us don't dare or want to buy it. That's right. I'd better buy some nice jellyfish. My nephew just needs them. This is what the men surrounding the big water barrel said. It is worth mentioning that while they said this, they kept stretching their heads to look into the big bucket. But in fact, the distance between them and the big bucket is more than 1 meter. I didn't get close to look. Could it be something terrifying inside? Is it worth them being so fearful that they dare not even get close? Old Su, you're here. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a beard came from not far away. When he saw Uncle Su, he immediately smiled and greeted him. Old Wu, how come you turned into a savage after this trip? Uncle Su stared at the other person's beard with emotion and smiled. However, from the way they spoke, it was clear that they were acquaintances and had a good relationship. Ha 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 ha. You know I've been at sea for months, so I don't have time to clean myself up. Once I get ashore, you guys come back again, so I naturally have even less time. Uncle Beard laughed heartily, hugged Uncle Su, and then continued. However, this time the harvest is rich. You came early and the harvest has just been unearthed. You can pick the harvest first with them. Uncle Beard is the person in charge of this seagoing fleet, so he naturally has the final say. He also happens to be a good friend of Uncle Su, so he naturally won't cheat him. You don't have to tell me that. I've brought everyone here. This is my nephew Shin and his friend. You can just call him Uncle Wu. Uncle Su patted Shin on the shoulder and then introduced him with a smile. Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu. Shin and Yuan Zimo greeted politely and didn't say much else, just quietly acting as a junior. Okay, let's go and take a look at the goods first. Since you call me uncle, I will naturally give you a discount. Uncle Wu was very straightforward. After he finished speaking, he brought the three of them to the crowd. Not long after they unloaded the goods, there were several large buckets on the beach, filled with poisonous pets that they had specially salvaged from the sea. Judging from the visual evidence, there are about 10 of them, which shows that there are indeed a lot of goods this time. I have a lot of poisonous pets here, but I don't know what you want to buy. But I heard that jellyfish poisonous pets are very popular recently. Many people have asked about them just now. If you need them, I will sell them to you first. Uncle Wu said to Shin as they walked. Uncle Su had mentioned Shin to Uncle Wu on the phone before. He knew that he ran a pet store and that he came this time to make a large purchase. And the reason why he mentioned jellyfish was not without purpose. In his impression, pets in pet shops must naturally be ornamental, and jellyfish is one of them. Not only is it beautiful, it is also less toxic. It must be very popular with girls. He felt that pet shops were not suitable for those venomous pets that were highly toxic and ugly. Only some bigwigs in the circle would like it. Look, these are the jellyfish we caught this time. How many do you want? Uncle Wu was a decisive man. He took Xinqing and the other three to a large bucket and pointed at the jellyfish in the bucket and said. The big bucket was indeed full of jellyfish, and they all looked to be the same species. And it's golden yellow, a whole bucket full of it. It looks like gold glittering in the water. It is really very ornamental, a large group of them. I guess there are at least 20 to 30 of them. I don't know what kind it is. It doesn't look very big, about the size of a palm. Not sure if this is an adult or a juvenile. However, after a moment, specific information about the jellyfish appeared in my mind. It turns out that these are Pacific golden jellyfish, one of the largest species of jellyfish. The diameter of its main trunk can reach up to 1 meter, and the average diameter is mostly around 50 centimeters. In addition, it has tentacles that are an average of 3.6 meters long. It can be said to be a veritable large marine creature. Its tentacles also have poisonous stingers and sacs, so even if humans touch it, it is difficult to get rid of it. However, there are not many records of golden jellyfish stinging humans so far. But these little guys in front of me don't look like large jellyfish at all. You can tell at a glance that they are juveniles. Just at this moment, a particularly prominent voice came to my ears. That was the kind of sound of a young lady, a sweet girl. Another group of people came. Are they here to buy our products as well? If someone really wants to buy us, I really hope they can take us all with them. My brothers and sisters are still so young, and who knows if we'll ever see each other again after we're separated. Perhaps we will never see them again in our lifetime, and these humans might even kill us. Wow, I shouldn't have taken my brothers and sisters out to play. Now, we can never come back home. My goodness, at the end, the owner of this voice actually started to sob. But judging from her tone, they were caught because they were playful? Although the species are different, it inexplicably reminds him of the child trafficking incident. Those abducted children were just playing around and not with their adults, so they were kidnapped by the kidnappers. And these jellyfish seem to be the same. However, since we met, it is fate. It just so happened that there was room for them in the jellyfish section of his store, so we could buy them together. Uncle Wu, I want all the jellyfish in this big bucket. I'll go look at the other buckets and buy them all if I find anything suitable. Xinqing has not forgotten what his original intention was for coming here. It is in stock. When purchasing goods, of course I would buy as many different poisonous pets as possible. As for the price, he was not worried at all. First, with Uncle Su around, Uncle Wu would not cheat him. Second, he has plenty of money now and can afford it. Okay, I'll keep it for you. Go and have a look. But don't get close to that bucket over there. Just watch from a distance. The stuff in there is too poisonous. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life here. After Uncle Wu finished speaking, he saw a staff member calling him from the other side. The staff member pointed to a big bucket, gave him some instructions, and then left. The big bucket was where several men gathered at the beginning. But at this time, those people had already gone to observe near other water buckets. Let's go over there and take a look. Yuan Zimo had already started walking towards that direction. God knows he had been curious about what was in the bucket over there since early morning. I don't know what kind of poisonous pet is inside that makes Uncle Wu and the others so vigilant. Good. Xinqing's curiosity was also aroused. Chapter 111 Damn humans, despicable and shameless, actually drugged me while I was injured. After a while, the three arrived at their destination. But they all obediently stopped more than 1 meter away from the big bucket. With their height, they can clearly see what's in the bucket even from a certain distance. Fuck. If I'm not mistaken, that's a giant octopus. When Yuan Zimo saw what was inside, his eyes almost widened, and he was so excited that he cursed loudly. Just at this moment, the giant octopus he was talking about moved. A tentacle quickly stretched out from the bucket, aiming to attack Yuan Zimo. This was accompanied by an angry young man's voice. Damn you humans, you're so despicable. You actually drugged me while I was injured. I'm going to eat you all. Be careful, back off. Xinqing immediately grabbed Yuan Zimo with one hand and Uncle Su with the other, and retreated a long distance before stopping. The three of them just watched as a huge octopus tentacle stretched out from the big bucket. You know, the tentacles are as thick as an adult man's arm. It was also very long, at least 2 or 3 meters. If they had retreated a few seconds later, they would have been entangled by it. The moment he saw this big guy, Xinqing had the other party's detailed information in his mind. This is a giant North Pacific octopus, also known as the Goliath octopus. It is a large invertebrate that lives along the North Pacific coast. They usually live in shallow marine areas, but may also be found in waters thousands of meters deep. The tentacles of an adult can reach up to 4.3 meters in length and weigh more than 70 kilograms. They have 8 strong tentacles, each with suction cups, which they use to catch prey and explore the environment. It is a carnivorous animal that feeds mainly on crabs, shellfish, fish, and other marine life. It also uses the suction cups on its tentacles to hold its prey tightly and uses its beak-like mouth to tear the prey into small pieces for swallowing. Female giant North Pacific octopuses die after spawning. Males also die shortly after mating. The average lifespan of this octopus is about 3 to 5 years. And this octopus is one of the smartest invertebrates. They can solve problems, use tools, and have some learning abilities. This makes them very effective at escaping predators and catching food. In addition to using powerful suckers and strong tentacles, the giant North Pacific octopus can also spray ink to confuse predators and quickly change its body color and texture to blend in with its surroundings. Like to live alone. The giant North Pacific octopus does have some venom, which it uses primarily to catch prey. Its poisonous saliva can paralyze its prey, making it easier to catch. However, for humans, unless bitten by an octopus, the chance of being exposed to its toxins is small, and the actual threat is relatively small. This is also the reason why Xin pulled the two of them back at the first moment. You know, the giant octopus has 8 tentacles, and each tentacle has considerable wrist strength. Moreover, it is covered with suction cups, and once you are sucked on it, you can't get rid of it at all, and you can easily get bitten. Wouldn't that mean direct contact with the venom in its body? However, the other party said that he was injured and was caught only after Uncle Wu and his men used medicine. I guess he just woke up. I just happened to run into them, so I attacked them directly. I have to say this guy is quite smart. He figured out his situation in just a short while. Phew, I'm so scared. This guy is too cruel. He starts to fight as soon as he meets me. He really needs to be disciplined. After Yuan Zimo stood firm, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help complaining. Don't come near me yet. I'll go ask old Wu. Uncle Su saw Xin obviously interested look and knew that he was interested in buying it. But judging from what happened just now, this big guy might be very difficult to deal with, so it would be better to ask old Wu to put my mind at ease. After all, they were the ones who caught the fish, so they should have a way to deal with it. Okay, Uncle Su, you go ahead. We'll just walk around the area. Xin nodded and watched Uncle Su leave. Uncle Wu should be at the beach. He had seen them going to the boat at the beach before. There were quite a lot of people there. Perhaps there were still some things that had not been unloaded. There were only the two of them here at the moment. Yuan Zimo was very curious and was not afraid of the shock just now. Said to Xin, Brother Shen, let's go over and take a look. I don't know why that guy is so angry. I really miss the pet translator. If it could be used outside, I would know what that guy is thinking at this time. Maybe the problem can be solved easily. It will be another day of missing the translator. Yuan Zimo then asked another question. Brother Shen, are you going to buy this thing? If you do, I'm sure the fans in the live broadcast room and the customers in the store will be shocked. If it fits, buy it. It's a little big, but there's still room for it in the store. Xin smiled calmly, and then suddenly walked slowly towards the giant octopus. He just walked directly into the giant octopus's attack range. And he continued to move forward, which made Yuan Zimo's scalp tingle. Brother Shen, wait a minute, don't. Humph, carrot. Come here. Human, if you move any further, I'll show you how powerful I am and bite you until you're poisoned. If you're scared, be smart and let me go immediately. 2 voices sounded at the same time. Then the two of them saw a smooth, tumor-like head rising from the big bucket. 2 dark eyes stared at them. 4 or 5 tentacles behind it were waving in the air, and those tentacles were covered with suction cups of various sizes. It's obvious that it's preparing to attack. Its tentacles are as long as whips and very powerful. If you're not careful, you'll really get hit. Of course, Xin knew about Yuan Zimo's worries. He couldn't say it, but he could do it. Just turn on the affinity skill in one direction so that only the giant octopus can smell it. Sure enough, he didn't need to say much. The light green aura that only he could see floated towards the giant octopus over there. What's that smell? It smells so good. It seems to be floating from that human. After smelling this, I suddenly felt a little weak, as if I had taken a tonic pill, and the pain in my wounds didn't seem so bad anymore. Chapter 112, I am so weak. Is there anything wrong with knowing some poison? Squidward, who was about to take action, stopped, and his waving tentacles became quiet. With his bald head, he sniffed the air left and right in a serious manner. What appeared in Xin eyes was another picture. A light green breath slowly floated towards the giant octopus like green smoke. Perhaps because it was under Xin conscious control, the breath surrounded the giant octopus alone, and it was impossible not to smell it. Sure enough, the giant octopus became gentle after smelling the scent. He did not continue to stop Xin from approaching. Soon, Xin came to the giant octopus easily. Don't be angry, just follow me from now on. Don't worry, I have many pets in my shop, so I won't treat you unfairly. Shinching looked at Squidward in the big bucket with a gentle tone, not afraid at all. You have to know that the opponent's tentacles are right in front of you. It's easy to hook him. And whether it is the wrist strength of the octopus tentacles or the suction cups on the tentacles, they are extremely dangerous. Even if the octopus is not particularly poisonous, it will still be painful if you get bitten. Yuan Zimo was so frightened after seeing this scene that he dared not say a word, fearing that any movement he made would anger the giant octopus and cause Shinching to be attacked. Helpless, I could only swallow quietly and stand there motionless. Is this human talking to me? He seems quite polite. Unlike those people, who actually hurt me, knocked me unconscious, and arrested me. They are simply bastards. However, the smell of other people is terrible, but this human scent is really fragrant. The young man's voice sounded again, but this time his tone was obviously much calmer, and he was also looking at Shinching intently. Then, under Yuan Zimo's horrified eyes, its tentacles actually wrapped around Shinching's exposed arms. It was extremely fast, and was completed in the blink of an eye. Brother Shun. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shinching waved his other hand, and was not frightened by this sudden scene. He still stood there calmly, still looking at Squidward gently, and even shook hands with the other waving tentacle in front of him in a friendly manner. He smiled and said, "Since you shook hands, it means you agree. Very good. I will tell Uncle Wu to take you back later." Because of the support of affinity, Squidward's favorability towards Shinching has been maxed out, and he will not attack him. Whether it was the tentacles wrapped around his arm, or the hand that Shinching later took the initiative to hold, the other party's strength was obviously very light. It simply doesn't reach the point of hurting anyone. As for the suction cups on the tentacles, they didn't move at all, just lightly touching them. But Squidward obviously understood what Shinching said. Wait, is this human really talking to me and saying he wants to take me back? Also, when did I agree? Handshake, what kind of handshake? I sent this a forced sale. But, this human smells good, so he shouldn't be a bad person, right? I might be able to follow him. Hey, human, if you really want to take me away, you must give me plenty of food. If I don't eat enough, I will be very angry. Then no matter who you are, you will not be able to escape my clutches. Yes, that's right. That's it. The young man's voice continued to be heard, but it sounded so clear and stupid. It also exposes his nature as a foodie. But it's all good development. Okay, I promise. Go back to the bucket first, or my friend will be scared. Shinching patted the tentacle gently, signaling it to return to the bucket and not be so excited. Perhaps the friendly aura he conveyed had a soothing effect, and Squidward actually went back obediently, not making trouble. Seeing this, Yuan Zimo walked over in shock, opened his mouth to say something, but saw the fleshy octopus head in the water, especially those dark pupils. He swallowed hard and couldn't ask any more questions. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, the other party would become furious and attack him, which would be bad. Huh, there's another octopus here. Just as Yuan Zimo was struggling over whether to speak, Shinching had already shifted his gaze to another place. It was in a small basin next to the big bucket. It is only about calf height, so the space is not large, and of course the octopus inside is also small. When I saw the octopus, relevant information immediately came to my mind. It turns out that this octopus is the most poisonous blue-ringed octopus. The blue-ringed octopus is a very small species of octopus, with an arm span of no more than 15 centimeters and a body about the size of a golf ball. It is one of the most venomous marine creatures. Its main neurotoxin is tetrodotoxin. The venom of a single blue-ringed octopus can kill 26 adults within minutes. It is a carnivorous animal, mainly feeding on bivalves, shrimps, crabs, and other crustaceans. However, the blue-ringed octopus is shy and likes to hide under rocks, only coming out to move around and forage at night. If it encounters danger, it will emit a dazzling blue light to warn the other party. It turns out to be a shy little guy, but it is extremely poisonous. It is something that most people would avoid if they encountered it. There is only one blue-ringed octopus in this basin, because there is no other cover except water. The guy was almost shy and about to curl up. At this moment, a shy voice was heard, but the voice did not match its body at all, because the voice was actually a rough uncle's tone. Oh my, why is this human staring at me? I'm so embarrassed, what should I do? There's nowhere to hide. Shinching was full of black lines. Using this kind of shy voice is too disjointed. I can't accept it. He really couldn't imagine that this kind of sound could come from the little guy in the basin. In his imagination, shouldn't it be a cute, lowly voice? Or at least a sweet, girlish voice? It was still the kind of voice that would make you blush when you are shy, so soft and thin, so cute. However, this rough uncle's accent is simply outrageous. Even if it is shy, it is still shocking. His brother. This is a blue-ringed octopus, right? Just then, Yuan Zimo also walked over and saw the little octopus in the basin. Because the colors of the blue-ringed octopus are easy to distinguish, he would never make a mistake. Yes, that's it. This guy is very poisonous. Don't touch him just because he's small. Xinqing was afraid that the other party was curious, so he reminded him. But just as he finished speaking, that rough uncle voice sounded again. What do you mean I'm poisonous? I'm so small. How can I not be a little poisonous? I'm defending myself. Only if my venom is strong can I avoid being bullied. What do you know? I'm already so weak. Is it wrong for me to have some poison? Chapter 113. What do you mean you are so weak and a little poisonous? Listen to what you were saying. What do you mean you're so weak and a little poisonous? Is this ordinary poison you are carrying? You are carrying enough venom to kill 26 adults in minutes. It's simply a poisonous milk killer. Hiss. I know this thing is very poisonous. Brother Shin, do you want to buy this thing too? Is it too poisonous? Yuan Zimo doesn't know what his criteria are for selecting poisonous pets? Or just buy all you can? That's why I asked this question. Of course, there are so many poisonous pets in the store, so this one won't make a difference. Xinqing nodded. Just at this time, Uncle Su and Uncle Wu came over. Are you guys okay? Why is this guy so quiet? Uncle Su was talking about the giant octopus, and then he came up to it cautiously. When I looked down, I saw the blue-ringed octopus in the basin. It's actually a blue-ringed octopus. Wow, there are two octopuses, one big and one small. The big octopus looks extremely powerful, and people dare not get close to it. The smaller ones are even worse. Don't be fooled by its small size. The venom in its body is extremely poisonous. The kind that kills anyone who touches it. It takes effect in just a few minutes. If anyone wants to meet his grandmother in advance, he can fulfill his wish in minutes by using this brand of venom. Uncle Wu, I want both of these poisonous pets. Xinqing nodded, and then said something to Uncle Wu. No problem, but you do have a connection with these two octopuses. Take the big one for example. Anyone who gets close to it will be attacked by it. I didn't expect it to wake up so quickly. Luckily, it didn't hurt you. Uncle Wu was talking about the giant octopus. You know, it took them a lot of effort to catch this giant octopus. Even if special means were used, it would be impossible to capture it. He had been thinking about these two guys, one big and one small, and if no one bought them, he would go out and sell them. There's nothing we can do. He fought too brutally, was too strong, and was also very smart. Not an easy sell. The smaller ones are even more powerful, with venom all over their bodies capable of killing more than 20 people within a few minutes. It was pretty good actually. We weren't hurt. Xinqing looked at the giant octopus in the big bucket and smiled. Yuan Zimo, hee good? I suddenly don't understand the word good. Uncle Su, hee good boy? The kind of good boy who whips people with his tentacles at any time? Uncle Wu, hee good? You're challenging 5 grown men to be good. It's hard to describe the 3 of them. Only Xinqing remained calm. Fortunately, no one was talking about this topic anymore. Just as everything on the boat had been taken down, Uncle Wu took the 3 of them to another place. It was a tin house similar to a warehouse, probably built temporarily by someone. When I got closer, I realized that this thing can be easily disassembled and put away. It is worth mentioning that the large buckets outside the beach are all filled with relatively large venomous pets. Of course, there are also venomous pets as small as the blue-ringed octopus. However, each type of poisonous pet was classified and placed on the beach at a certain distance. They are all octopuses, jellyfish, etc. But now all they saw were fish. That's right, it's a poisonous fish pet. The first thing Xinqing saw was the puffer fish in the bucket at the door. Yes, it's pufferfish. Its round appearance is so cute, and its white belly is inflated by itself, just like a balloon, which expands all of a sudden. The sharp spikes on its body protrude one by one, like a hedgehog covered with thorns. Cute and prickly. Ah, that human just now actually molested me and poked my stomach with his hand. I'm so pissed off, so pissed off. I must stab him to death. He is dead for molesting me. The angry voice of the young boy suddenly sounded. Xinqing was already used to it, and he also had 2 pieces of relevant information in his mind. Pufferfish are notorious for their venom. You should know that tetrodotoxin is one of the most toxic neurotoxins found in nature, and 0.5 milligrams can cause death. The toxicity is mainly concentrated in the ovaries, liver, kidneys, blood, eyes, gills, and skin. Unfortunately, the puffer fish has already been served, and if it is not handled well, its meat will taste too milky after eating. But these guys have bad tempers, and they blow themselves up when they get angry. This is puffer fish. We caught quite a few, but several people just bought some and took them home. There's only one left. Uncle Wu saw Xinqing staring at the puffer fish and explained a few things. Although this little guy looks cute, his toxin is very strong. 0.5 milligrams can kill a person. Hiss. The cuter and more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is. My ancestors never lied to me. Yuan Zimo followed Shinqing with a look of emotion on his face. Just now he wanted to reach out and poke the white belly of the puffer fish. When he heard this, he was so scared that he immediately withdrew his hand. Humph, carrot. Humans, now you finally understand how powerful I am, right? And you, don't think I didn't see it just now. Your hand almost poked my stomach. Look at my violent temper. I really want to poison you to death. The angry Shota-in was still yelling in his heart, and the sound was very loud, just like a small firecracker. Looking at the bulging belly, Shinqing was worried that it might explode by itself. Literally, an explosion. If it really exploded, wouldn't the intestines and other things be blown out? Can't think about it. Can't think about it. Shinqing shook his head gently, shaking off the outrageous thoughts in his mind. Then I followed Uncle Wu inside. There were also many large buckets in there, which contained many kinds of fish that he had never seen before. There were fish in almost every big bucket. This is a lemon surgeonfish. Doesn't it look like a lemon? Uncle Wu pointed to a few yellow fish in a large bucket and said, "This fish is also poisonous, but it's very ornamental. Xiaoshun, you can buy this fish and raise it. It should be very popular." That's right, there are 5 lemon surgeonfish here, not too many or too few. There should have been more before he came, and they should have all been sold. First, we have jellyfish in the store, and it would be nice to raise some ornamental fish. Then give me all these. Of course, Shinqing would not refuse. He would buy them all and take them back. He could afford to raise them. Yo, this human wants to buy us all. That's really not bad. Unlike those few people just now, each of them bought one, which separated us. I just wonder if he would still dare to keep us now that he knows we are poisonous. This time, the voice that came was a lazy and evil voice, and it was a male evil voice, which sounded a bit like that of a playboy. Chapter 114, The Anchor Bitten by the Island Bamboo Viper. Shinqing was used to the voice, but he didn't expect the other party's tone to be like this. The sound is just the right amount of deep, with an upbeat ending and a subtle hook. It's very touching. However, his tone sounded elegant and refined, like that of a truly romantic and noble young man. At this time, Shinqing looked down at the guy in the water. An exceptionally lively lemon surgeonfish swung its tail joyfully in the water. Its bright yellow body looks particularly like a lemon, which is probably where its name comes from. Relevant information also emerged in my mind one by one. The lemon surgeonfish, also known as the yellow surgeonfish, is indeed venomous. The most notable feature of fish in the Acanthuridae family is that they have one or more spines or protrusions on their tails, most of which carry venom glands. The toxin is a type of marine toxin with a unique structure that is produced by the Gambia dinoflagellate and accumulated in the body of surgeonfish through the food chain. The toxin of lemon surgeonfish is the strongest natural toxin, about 1/10 of that of the golden poison dart frog. It mainly causes heart failure, so do not eat it casually. Poisoning can cause heart failure, local nerve damage, and even respiratory and heart failure. And its toxins are quite toxic and can affect human heart function and other health conditions. Therefore, extreme caution must be exercised when handling or consuming these fish. I didn't expect this guy's toxin to be so poisonous. He is definitely not an ordinary person. In this way, 5 more lemon surgeonfish were added to Shinqing's shopping list. Afterwards, Shinqing wandered around for a long time and made a big purchase, buying almost all the poisonous pets he liked. There were too many things, so Uncle Wu asked someone to deliver the goods to the store door. It saved them a lot of trouble. The other side. Drug Administration. Director Yin Yongfu looked at the test results in his hand with an expression of disbelief on his face. Then I remembered the sound of shuffling papers. After a short wait, there was a huge laugh. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I really didn't make a mistake about him. The wrinkles on Yin Yongfu's face deepened as he smiled, and he continued to say to the staff member who was still standing opposite him, "Go contact Shinqing and ask if he's willing to sell us the antidote recipe. The price is negotiable. You should know that all these antidotes are effective and are very effective against the toxins of those venomous snakes. The test results cannot be wrong. So does that mean these antidotes can be used clinically? This is undoubtedly a good thing for the people of the whole country." Yes. After the staff left, Yin Yongfu had nothing to do, so he took out his mobile phone and started searching for information about Shinqing. The first thing is to follow Shinqing's live broadcast account. Then he started watching the replay of the first live broadcast, hoping to understand the situation on Shinqing's side. The result was as if my Ren and Du meridians were opened up, and I was really attracted to the poisonous pets in the store. The interaction between Shinqing and the animals is full of hilarious moments. I'm not talking about Shinqing, but the fans who come to watch the live broadcast every day. I always feel like Shinqing is about to play me to death. He likes to scare netizens every time he goes live, and he uses himself to scare people. You should know that all the poisonous pets in his store are poisonous, but why does he have to interact with them in person? Without any protective measures, if you really encounter a particularly poisonous pet, you might lose your life if you get bitten. But there is always a reversal. When you thought he was going to be bitten by the poisonous pet, the harmony between the master and the pet was so good that the poisonous pet did not really bite Shinqing. This kind of reversal happens in almost every live broadcast, but netizens never get tired of watching it. This made Yin Yongfu somewhat confused about the young people of today. However, after watching the recent live broadcasts, Yin Yongfu suddenly became interested in the pet translation machine that appeared in Shinqing's store. Although not many people discussed it at the beginning, later on those fans who had all been to the physical store said that some of them had tried it. Is it really possible to hear the thoughts of poisonous pets through that special machine? Have the high-tech products of today reached this level? Is it really that amazing? I have a day off tomorrow, so maybe I can go to his shop and take a look. Yin Yongfu became curious and made up his mind. After all, they were in the same city and the distance was not far, so he could just go and experience it for himself. By the way, call those idle people. Today, the topic about Shinqing is still very hot on the internet. As a result, his offline stores also became popular. I originally thought that there would be a lot fewer people after the official opening, but the result was really eye-opening. Many fans spontaneously come to the store to check in. Combined with the store's decoration, the poisonous pets to watch, the food and desserts, and the relaxing and comfortable rest area, almost everyone who comes once will like it. Of course, the anchors who wanted to join the poisonous pet track mentioned earlier have already started to perform in the live broadcast room. The poisonous pets they choose are all less toxic. In addition, Shinqing is not broadcasting now. Although this time in the afternoon is not prime time, as long as it can be staggered with Shinqing's live broadcast time and can still attract most people, it would be good. Such anchors started live streaming this morning, including Chung Yuanhua, who was the first to try it out. That's right, it's the anchor who was bitten by the island viper. Everyone originally thought that he would not live broadcast again after the last car accident, but just a few days later, he started again. The time he chose was 2 p.m. Welcome everyone to my live studio. Last time I wanted to introduce another guy to you all, and this time I will definitely let him come out first. Chung Yuanhua's smiling face appeared in the camera, without any panic at all. It can be seen that his psychological quality is pretty good. Of course, the netizens in the live broadcast room began to cheer. Are we going to show you another venomous pet today? I'm not sure if it's still a venomous snake, but I hope it doesn't bite you and send you to the hospital again. Fuck, this guy is a brave man. It's only been a short while since he was bitten by a venomous snake, and he's already live streaming. Hurry up and let the poisonous pet out. Brother Shen is not in the store today and is not live streaming. It's also good to find a meal replacement. I hope the anchor will not disappoint us. This kind of speech accounts for almost half of the comments. This is enough to show that these people were diverted from Shinqing. At this moment, a golden barrage sounded again in the live broadcast room. That was a gift from his top brother on the list. It's just the same as before, there is a requirement. That is to interact with the poisonous pet at 0 distance. Chung Yuanhua certainly saw it, but he was still vaguely worried. But the gift given by the top brother on the list is worth 100,000, which shows that he is a man with a lot of money. Chapter 115. Shinqing in the control group? Since everyone agrees, let's show it to everyone. Chung Yuanhua's eyes lit up surprisingly when he saw the gift, but thinking of the loss he suffered last time, he was determined to avoid it this time. So during the preparation period, I also brought 2 pairs of protective gloves. Actually, they're just the rubber gloves that my parents used to wash dishes. Where did he get professional gloves? He could only make do with what he had. But for the 100,000 yuan from the top brother on the list, he risked it all. Under the watchful eyes of many netizens, Chung Yuanhua finally arrived with his poisonous pet. This is a scaly tree viper. I'm sure everyone recognizes it, so I won't explain it in detail. I bought it last time. I was supposed to show it to everyone last time, but a small accident delayed it. There is also a medium-sized breeding box on the table. This time, she did not cover it with a black cloth as usual, but exposed it openly to the camera. Everyone can clearly see what is inside the box. It was a not very big scaly tree viper, just a little bigger than the island pit viper from last time. That's right, listen to the name and appearance of this poisonous snake, and it has nothing to do with Shinqing. Isn't that a slap in the face or something? Fuck, I said at the time that this anchor is just imitating Boss Shan. I've also seen this kind of snake in Boss Shin's live stream, but it was much larger than this one. In fact, the anchor did this just to attract attention, but safety should always be put first and not compromised for the sake of money. Yes, knowing it's a poisonous snake, yet you still let people catch it. Isn't that harming people? TSK. If your master wasn't greedy, would he get hurt and bitten? The people commenting on the comments in the live broadcast room are all real people. Most of them are Xinqing's fans, and the other half are attracted by the poisonous pet. So it's very lively. Am I the only one who's worried about whether to call the police or 911 if the anchor gets bitten again? Unfortunately, few people saw this message. Don't worry, I brought some equipment with me, so I'm not afraid of getting bitten. Besides, I'm experienced this time, so it won't be the same as before. Come, say hello to everyone. After Chung Yuanhua finished speaking, he had already opened the box of the breeding box and reached inside to pass the poisonous snake out. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned when they saw this. They didn't expect that the other party was such a fierce person. Although he was wearing leather rubber gloves, if the snake really bit him, the rubber gloves would be torn through by its fangs in an instant. Don't let yourself be carried into the hospital again, or you'll become really famous. The audience in the live broadcast room held their breath as they watched this scene, quietly watching Chung Yuanhua's hand reach out to the scaly tree viper in the breeding box. The hand wearing the milky white glove seemed to have gained courage and bravely moved forward to get close to the poisonous snake. Then, Chung Yuanhua's hand was directly bitten by the poisonous snake, and its strength and speed were incredible. But in just a few seconds, he was bitten by the snake. As for the rubber gloves he was wearing, they were completely useless. The snake's fangs were so sharp that they would break with just a poke. The netizens in the live broadcast room were once again broken down. As long as you come to his live broadcast room, the story will definitely be reversed. Everything was fine just now, but the anchor suddenly went to catch a venomous snake to interact with the top brother on the list. Isn't this playing with his own life? Now that's better. Fuck. The anchor is injured. Let's go to the hospital. It's close to home anyway, so we can save on transportation. Is this a case of if you don't commit suicide, you won't die? Is the host's luck a bit too bad? It's a far cry from Boss Shun's lucky physique. That's it. Boss Shun had previously explained this venomous snake. The venom of the unicorn viper is a neurotoxin, capable of causing pain, swelling, and abnormal blood clotting. I also know that their bites are fatal to humans if not treated with proper first aid and antivenom. Hurry up, host. Go to the hospital and get some serum treatment. Otherwise, you'll die here. Chung Yuanhua no longer cared about the comments in the live broadcast room at this moment, and his mentality almost collapsed. I feel like my heart is going to break into hundreds of pieces. Why is he so unlucky? He just wanted to make $100,000, but he got bitten again and again. It feels more painful than last time. Besides that, the wound seemed to be bleeding quite heavily and would not stop no matter how hard he tried to cover it. Although there were only 2 wounds, the bleeding could not be stopped. This point simply scared people. So he didn't care about the audience in the live broadcast room and ran to the hospital quickly again. He even ignored the live broadcast room. This unfortunate kid, I just saw the blood on his hand, and it seems like it won't stop. Could it be coagulation disorder? Fuck. It's so serious. I've been told not to catch venomous snakes with bare hands. Even with gloves, what's the point? I still got bitten. I think the anchor and the venomous snake clash, so it's best not to keep them. Yeah, Boss Shin suggested it back then. Wouldn't it be better to start by buying tarantulas and other animals? It's better than getting sent to the hospital right away because of a venomous snake. Yeah, there are a lot of other pet-themed streamers at night now, and they all raise little creatures, like ants, etc. Isn't that pretty cozy too? Not long after that, Chung Yuanhua's name and the situation in his live broadcast room once again caused a stir on the internet. People say he has bad luck, as he was bitten by poisonous snakes twice during his live broadcasts. It's simply bad luck. However, everyone can see from these 2 live broadcasts that the other party is obviously imitating Xinqing's live broadcast. It's just that one person was lucky, while the other was extremely unlucky and was bitten by a poisonous snake and was sent to the hospital. Xinqing from the control group also became popular, but the person involved has no idea about it. It was almost dusk when Xinqing and Yuan Zimo came back from outside. Following behind them were 2 large trucks. Of course, what's inside is the poisonous pet they chose. Fortunately, the store staff had already left work at this time. Xinqing opened the door first, and then took out the breeding water tank from the warehouse. Then put them all in the ocean-themed room. There's nothing in there now, just wait for the poisonous pet I bought today to move in. And they are all on the first floor, which is very convenient. An hour later, after finally unloading all the poisonous pets, we asked the driver to have dinner and then come back to the store. By then, it was already 7:30 in the evening. As the lights come on, the light at night is no longer as glaring as during the day, but has a different charm. Brother Shen, I'm going to go wash up first. I have to go live later. Yuan Zimo felt that he smelled of fish, so he took a shower first when he came back. Okay, I'll go wash up too. Of course, Shinqing nodded. He also felt that the smell on his body was unpleasant, but he still had a live broadcast soon. So the first thing they did when they came back was to take a shower. As soon as 8 o'clock in the evening arrived, Shinqing's live broadcast room opened on time. Chapter 116. Can a fish get carsick? Good evening, everyone. Did you miss me after not seeing me for a day? Shinqing is now very familiar with his fans and speaks to them naturally and familiarly. Today, his number of fans has reached 5 million, and the increase is not significant, but almost all of them are active fans. Even though many people don't have time to watch his live broadcast every day, there are still a lot of people coming. There are at least hundreds of thousands of fans watching his live broadcast every day. With so many people, a lot of emotional value can be generated every day, as long as he interacts with the poisonous pets. Of course, if you want to gain more emotional points, you still have to rely on unexpected reversals. We have gained experience from so many live broadcasts. I also have a plan for what to do next. Oh, I finally see Boss Shen again. I was hoping to run into him at the store, but he's not there. Could it be that Boss Shen went out to buy more goods today? What kind of venomous pets are being streamed tonight? I saw a lot of spider and insect live streams during the day, and they're completely uninspired and not as good as Boss Shen's. Anchor, do you know the anchor who imitated you? He was bitten by a venomous snake during his live broadcast today and is probably still in the hospital. I know this too. I heard that he ended up in the hospital less than half an hour into the live stream. It was truly unfortunate. During the live broadcast tonight, Shinqing held it himself. Yuan Zimo went to rest. He was tired after running around all day, so he didn't ask him to help. Anyway, he used to be the only one doing live broadcasts, so there was nothing wrong with it. He really doesn't know what everyone is talking about. Because I had a lot of things to do today and came back late, I didn't pay any attention to the comments online. Naturally, I didn't know that I was being compared again. However, the anchor had some image and could guess what the other party wanted to do, but he was unlucky and ended up in the hospital. I still say the same thing. If you want to raise a poisonous pet, find one that is easy to raise and has low toxicity. Ordinary people shouldn't learn from me. If something goes wrong, don't come to me. Shinqing made it clear to the fans in the live broadcast room to avoid those with bad attitudes and those who wanted to take shortcuts. If you try it without thinking, you will end up hurting yourself. That's enough about this topic. Don't you want to know what I did today? Shinqing smiled and changed the subject, then began to walk slowly in one direction holding his phone. Because it was the front camera at the beginning, netizens in the live broadcast room could only see Shinqing's face. I can't really see the others. Boss Shen, please speak up. I've been waiting all day. It's time for us to see some other poisonous pets. That's right. Tell me the truth. What did you do today? You left so many of us waiting in the store. That's outrageous. You need to be coaxed by a poisonous pet. Let me make a blind guess. Yesterday, Boss Shen went out and brought back a new poisonous snake pet. Is it the same today? Oh, I'm so excited. Brother Shen, stop keeping us in suspense and reveal the answer soon. We can't wait any longer. Fans in the live broadcast room were shouting frantically in the barrage, asking Shinqing to quickly introduce the new poisonous pet to them. Don't worry, I'll take you to see the new poisonous pet that arrived today. Shinqing smiled calmly, and then stopped in front of a room on the first floor. This room has never been open to the public, but there are already 2 poisonous pets in it, namely the stonefish and the sea hare. At this time, in addition to the original stonefish and sea slugs, there are several breeding tanks on the right side, one after another. They are about the same size, except that there is a huge glass breeding tank in the corner. The guy inside happened to be a big one. Shinqing held up his mobile phone and walked to the water tank at the edge. He turned the camera so that the fans in the live broadcast room could clearly see the current situation. This little fellow was brought back today. Can you guess its species? Shinqing looked at the puffer fish in the tank and smiled. At this time, the little puffer fish was very small and did not get angry at all. It looks a bit ordinary and is really hard to identify. Fish? What kind of fish is this? Does anyone know? Is it also poisonous? It's not very big and looks very ordinary. It won't make a complete dish. Holy crap. I know this little guy. It's a pufferfish. How can it not be poisonous? The poison it carries is extremely toxic. Just a little bit can kill you. There were actually fans in the live broadcast room who knew him and immediately explained in the barrage. As soon as the name of this pufferfish comes out, almost everyone has heard of it. Of course, it's famous for its poison, And also because this little guy can transform when in danger. Yes, this little guy is a puffer fish. Although Shin-Ching didn't appear on camera, his voice was clearly heard. Besides the toxin, the most typical thing is its belly. Having said that, Shin-Ching took the small wooden stick prepared on the side. To everyone's confusion, he opened the glass cover on top of the water tank with one hand. Then he stuck the small wooden stick in and poked the wilted little fish. Come on, little guy, transform yourself and let everyone see it. Oh my, you're so annoying. I'm in this state now, can't you just be more quiet? Can't you see I'm feeling carsick and I don't know when I'll get better? It's all this human's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been transported here. Humph, carrot. A young boy's voice sounded childish, angry, and with a hint of grievance. But Shin-Ching's hand did not stop moving, and he gently poked its belly. Visible to the naked eye, the white belly suddenly swelled up as if someone was blowing up a balloon. The originally slender little fish swelled up into a ball. It is as big as an adult's palm. The fans in the live broadcast room were stunned by this scene. Holy crap, he really is a true freak. This look is so different from before, it's like heaven and earth. No wonder I didn't recognize him. Ah, so cute. This is what fish look like when they get fat. So adorable. Haha, so cute. It's really cute, but it's also really going to die. This guy is really poisonous. What the fans said is true. Puffer fish are poisonous. Although they can be eaten, the toxins in their bodies must be dealt with properly. If it is not handled properly, it will cause milk poisoning after eating. Shin-Ching was not frightened by its transformation. He was still thinking about what he had just heard. Can a fish get carsick? There really is nothing strange. Thinking this way, he asked, are you really acting like this because of motion sickness? If I'm right, you'll wag your tail. Chapter 117 Hide. You can't find me if you hide. Of course I would. I'm still young, a baby, and I've never ridden in a car before, so of course I'd get dizzy. This human asked this question. Is he testing something? I'm already in her hands. Why can't I be satisfied? The increasingly strange tone left Shin-Ching, the only person who could hear it, speechless. Is he that bad? When did you bully the fish? Never, right? This puffer fish is simply an over-imagination. The toxicity of puffer fish is mainly concentrated in the ovaries, liver, kidneys, blood, eyes, gills, and skin. Tetrodotoxin is one of the most toxic neurotoxins found in nature, and 0.5 milligrams can cause death in humans. Shin-Ching took back the small wooden stick and explained a few words to the fans in the live broadcast room, hoping that everyone could have a clearer understanding of the toxicity of this fish. Sure enough, when everyone heard this, they took a deep breath. Holy crap, this little fish actually has so much toxins in it. It's like Breaking Bad. As my mother said, the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is. The same is true for cuteness. Boss Shin's moves are different. Even if there's no poison, he might not accept it. Is that right, boss? That's not the case. Of course, all the pets in my store are poisonous, but the degree of toxicity varies. Shin-Ching smiled faintly and continued, but my store actually has a place to board pets. It's just that because we just opened, the pet boarding service hasn't been launched yet. Sure enough, when the fans in the live broadcast room heard him say this, they went crazy. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 200,000. When Shin-Ching said that those who have pets at home or are on business trips and cannot take care of their pets, they can come directly to the store. No matter what kind of pet it is, he can accept it. I happen to be going on a business trip tomorrow, and my family won't be around. I'm not sure what to do with my tabby cat at home. Now you can rest assured. I'll pack it up for you tomorrow. Ha ha ha, I had the same idea. I'm going abroad soon, and we'll go to Boss Shin's store tomorrow. Me too, me too. Let's all go together tomorrow. I'm just not sure if Mr. Shin's place is big enough. Because of Shin-Ching's words, everyone started chatting again. Thinking of leaving my pet at Shin-Ching's store tomorrow. In fact, this situation is very common. When there is no one at home but the pet cannot be taken away, the pet is usually taken to a pet shop for care for a period of time. Shin-Ching's pet shop was very different to begin with, and it had just opened, so they really didn't know whether it would be accepted. I was really happy to hear Shin-Ching say with my own ears that he would accept it. Perhaps because they like the environment and atmosphere in Shin-Ching's store, they all want to keep their pets in his store. Shin-Ching didn't know that an inconspicuous promotion tonight would cause a sharp increase in the workload of employees tomorrow. Okay, since you're carsick, then get some rest. Let's go see what's next door. Shin-Ching spoke softly to the pufferfish in the water, closed the lid, and walked towards the other half of the tank with his phone in hand. The live broadcast room has already given an explanation for Shin-Ching's inexplicable words. Those who have used the translation machine have already automatically imagined in their minds that the puffer fish must have said something that caused Boss Shin to say that. I didn't hear what the puffer fish said, but my curiosity was piqued. I was so anxious and kept thinking, tomorrow, I must go over and take a look. At this time, Xinqing's camera was already aimed at a water tank next door. There are also some decorations at the bottom of the water, such as coral reefs, seaweed, sand, and stones. Despite the noise they made, the creature in the water remained motionless, as if it wanted to remain hidden. But its sound had already exposed its hiding place. I'm so nervous, so nervous. I have to hide. Yes, if I hide, this human won't be able to find me. Can't see me, can't see me. The sound coming from my ears was particularly eye-catching, so direct that it could not be ignored. There's no other reason. It's just that its voice is too rough and its personality is kind of shy and timid. The rough, uncle-like voice and shy and timid personality just don't seem to match. Every time I hear this sound and look at its true form, I feel even more disconnected. In my mind, I felt like there was a big, shy man running nonstop, shouting, "Can't see me, can't see me." This made Xinqing's mouth twitch. "Come out. Don't be afraid. Everyone wants to see you." Xinqing did the same thing again, took out the small wooden stick, opened the water tank lid, and inserted the stick directly into it. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he fiddled with the coral reef. Then, a yellowish-brown body emerged from the coral reef. It was small in size, not very big, but as soon as it showed up, people who knew it in the live broadcast room went crazy. Holy crap! Holy crap! A blue-ringed octopus. This has to be a blue-ringed octopus. Too hard. Boss Shen is awesome. It really is a blue-ringed octopus. I didn't expect the streamer to actually find one. Now there's another name on the list of poisonous pets with the most toxins. Blue-ringed octopus? Is it amazing? Why is everyone so excited? You didn't know that? The blue-ringed octopus is one of the most venomous creatures in the ocean. The venom of a single blue-ringed octopus can kill 26 adults in minutes. Isn't that amazing? Hiss. Awesome. The number of comments in the live broadcast room increased instantly. Everyone looked at the little guy in the camera and couldn't imagine that this guy was so vicious. Yes, this is the blue-ringed octopus. It is very venomous and generally does not attack humans. However, when humans pose a threat to their lives, the blue-ringed octopus will attack humans. For example, if people accidentally step on or catch a blue-ringed octopus, they are likely to be attacked by it. Xinqing's voice sounded again, explaining to everyone. It also plays a certain role in popularizing science. However, this timid and shy protagonist seems a little dissatisfied. The slanderous words came again. The venom in my body is a means of survival. As long as you don't attack me, I won't waste the venom. Besides, I'm so small and I don't have any means of survival. Won't I be bullied to death? Also, human, please don't move around. I'm afraid of falling. Please, please don't make me fall. The rough, uncle-like voice is really irritating to the ears. It's no less than a macho man acting like a spoiled child, because macho men are timid and shy. Xinqing frowned and fixed his gaze between the octopus and the wooden stick. My goodness, the little octopus actually wrapped around the wooden stick in his hand without him noticing. Already climbed to the middle. That's right, blue-ringed octopus, are you stupid? You are already in the water, so even if you can't wrap yourself around the stick, you won't fall. Even if I fall, it's in the water. How painful is it? Is it worth being so scared? And it's a tough guy who's afraid, it's just... Chapter 118, did he really develop an antidote? Poochie. Ha 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 ha. How come this blue-ringed octopus is so cute? It's silly and cute, but also a little cunning. It actually climbed up here without me noticing. I just saw this. This little octopus is quite smart. It knows how to climb up the stick. Is it trying to escape? If no one noticed its movements, it might actually climb up, and then the anchor would be in trouble. Fuck. It's true. With that little distance, and Squidward has so many tentacles, he can easily reach the top. Every tentacle is poisonous. I'm afraid Boss Shun will be in big trouble by then. It's terrifying just thinking about it, but luckily, I was discovered. The fans in the live broadcast room were also shocked by this scene. But what shocked them was different from Xinqing's. Xinqing also saw everyone's caring words and felt a soft touch in his heart. Although there are many trolls and haters online, there are also many good people. The atmosphere in his live broadcast room is very good, and all the fans have positive values. Even if there are some trolls and black fans, they can't cause any trouble. It can just be ignored. So he likes his fans very much. Thinking about the news he received from the Food and Drug Administration, he thought it was a good opportunity to tell everyone the good news. I have some good news to tell you all tonight. Xinqing took out the small wooden stick in his hand, then calmly put the lid on, turned the camera, and smiled at the fans in the live broadcast room. What's the good news? Boss Shun, tell us quickly so we can be happy too. That's right. Did something good happen today? Did I get a lot of poisonous pets? It can't be picking up gold on the road, right? Upstairs, there's no gold to be found on the roadside. I'm afraid you won't even see a dime now. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard this, they started to think again, and the comments in the barrage began to go off track, hitting all sorts of topics. It's so lively. It's nothing serious, actually. I just developed a medicine that can cure snake venom. It's not the usual serum, but a medicine. It happens to be for the 5 venomous snakes I bought yesterday. I sent it for testing this morning, and the results are out, and they are useful. As he spoke, Xinxing took out his spare mobile phone and showed everyone the test results in the album. Just 5. It was signed for by the clerk, saving him the trouble of going there in person to pick it up. But he still has to go there tomorrow. After all, there is a big boss waiting for him. The reason why I told my fans at this time is that I wanted to tell them that there will be this kind of antidote in the store in the future, so if someone is accidentally poisoned, they can be detoxified immediately. Ensure the safety of people coming and going in the store, especially the staff, because they have to feed the poisonous snakes. Fuck, this is real. I saw the official seal, so Brother Shin really made it? Oh my god, Boss Shin is awesome. I didn't expect Boss Shin to do something so impressive without making any noise. And it's 5 antidotes. Brother Shin is amazing. He was able to develop an antidote in such a short time. He's a genius. Oh my god, the streamer I'm a fan of is actually so amazing. Does this mean we don't have to worry about poisonous pet snakes anymore? Are there any antidotes for other poisonous pets? The popularity of the live broadcast room rose again, and it has never stopped since Xinxing said that he had made an antidote. The number of viewers also soared, directly breaking through 300,000. It hasn't stopped yet. It seems that everyone is very interested in the antidote. Not only were they interested, but even the big guys who heard the news were curious. For example, a professor in a biological research laboratory in Beijing happened to be on vacation at home. I found that my grandson was watching a young man's live broadcast, and he was full of toxic pets. I took a look with rare interest. As a result, I couldn't take my eyes off it immediately, because he not only saw puffer fish, but also blue-ringed octopus. Those are animals that have their own venom, and the toxins are very powerful. One wrong move could cost you your life. Young people nowadays are still too ignorant. There are so many things to raise, but they actually raise such a poisonous animal. It's simply ridiculous. Professor Yang expressed his strong disagreement. One of his current projects is studying the toxicity of the blue-ringed octopus. You know, this kind of octopus is extremely poisonous and can cause poisoning if you touch it casually. But Xinxing just keeps and teases it so carelessly. In his eyes, this was suicide. Grandpa may not know that Boss Shin's poisonous pet shop has a lot of poisonous pets in it, from blue-ringed octopuses to king cobras. And now there are antidotes. Maybe soon he'll be able to make antidotes for all the poisonous pets in his shop. Old Yang's grandson Yang Lin didn't care at all, and instead started bragging about how awesome Xinxing was. What poisonous pets are there in the store, etc. It's a pity that I have to write my graduation thesis soon, otherwise I would definitely go to Boss Shin's store to take a look. Yang Lin looked at Xinxing in the live broadcast room with regret. Before Mr. Yang could refute, Xinxing said that the news of the antidote had also spread. Mr. Yang, who was about to retort, widened his eyes and almost leaned on his phone. Quick, show me the test report. It's actually true. He really did develop an antidote. Old Yang looked at the test results that Xinxing brought out. He understood many of the professional terms on the report better than anyone else. But this thing is in the hands of a young man. It takes a genius to make these antidotes. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm fine. Please help me contact this anchor. I want to talk to him. Old Yang's eyes lit up surprisingly, and he wanted to go to Xinxing in person to discuss something. The test report cannot deceive anyone. Regardless of whether that person is Xinxing or not, it is true that the other party made the antidote. Just think about how much shock these 5 antidotes would cause to the world. It can also provide humans with many opportunities to survive. You should know that every year, 1.8 million to 2.7 million people are bitten by snakes worldwide, and more than 125,000 people die as a result. Xinxing said that the antidotes he made were formulated according to each poisonous snake. That's great. He actually met such a good talent, and he insisted on meeting him. Maybe the project he was working on could really be successfully researched. Wait, Xiaolin, you don't need to contact me anymore. Just book a flight for me tomorrow. I want to go find him. Old Yang pointed at Xinxing on the phone and spoke to his grandson very seriously. On the other side, after Xinxing told everyone about this matter, he also received support from all fans. After the live broadcast, Xinxing did not return to his room, but came to the room he used specifically to refine potions. At this time, the system prompt sound in my mind also sounded. Ding! Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary Insta. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 880,000 emotional points. Total emotion points, 236,5450. Ding. Mood value reaches 800,000. Reward, 800,000 cash, 15 scar removal creams, plus 15 free attribute points, plus 13 constitution. Store has 290 employees, experience plus 290. Ding. Points have reached the target, system upgrade begins, time 12 hours. Chapter 119, Making a Q-version pet doll. Then the personal panel popped up. Name, Xinqing. Age, 23. System, Poison Pet Live Broadcast System LV2, upgrading. Pet Shop level, LV2, experience, 0 out of 1000. Mall level, LV2. Intelligence, 133, 0, 200. Constitution, 51, 0, 100. Spiritual power, 128, 0 to 1000. Cash, 3,698,410 yuan. Total emotion value / points, 236,5450. Skills, eavesdropping on animals, poisonous creature breeding manual, animal affinity skill, level 10 veterinary skill / healing skill. Items, hair growth pills, 3 pills / bottle, detoxification pills, 40 bottles, 1/10 pill, scar removal cream, 30 bottles. Pet snack package, 100, cute pet doll making machine, 1, pet toy package, 1. Xinqing looked at the eye-catching countdown above his head and realized that it would take time to upgrade the system. However, with this system upgrade, his personal panel and the items in his backpack can still be used. It just happened to be convenient for him. He actually had no plans to continue refining the antidote tonight. He has already taken out 5 of them, which is enough to shock the bosses, and there is no need to rush for the others. The main purpose tonight is to get the things rewarded by the system, such as the Q-version pet doll making machine. He took the things out of the system backpack and placed them on the table in the corner. Fortunately, the machine is not big and can be put down. After tonight's live broadcast, I think the store will be even more popular tomorrow. It just so happens that this kind of Q-version doll has just been launched, and I'm sure many people will like it. Just do it. Xinqing took out the necessary materials one by one. These materials all came with the system, and there were exactly 100 sets. After using it up, you can only buy it from the system mall. Let's start with the adorable jellyfish. First, make 3 pink moon jellyfish, and then replicate the corresponding anthropomorphic versions. Anyway, relying on his imagination, he directly reproduced the anthropomorphic appearance in his mind. The operation is very simple. Just plug in the power and you can use it. Xinqing tried it, and sure enough, the first moon jellyfish came out. It was a palm-sized, cute pink jellyfish. Then Xinqing created a little lowly image. It's the little girl painted on the wall outside the shop. Only her hair is a different color. Hers is pink. Xinqing held a Q-version doll of a moon jellyfish in one hand and a Q-version doll of a little lowly in the other. Both were small, about the size of a palm. But no matter the workmanship or anything else, the quality is absolutely perfect. Yes, they look great. Tomorrow, the first 100 customers who come into the store will receive these dolls. After tomorrow, purchases will be limited to 100 dolls per day. He didn't believe that the customers didn't have a collecting habit, because there were no duplicates among the dolls today. He believes that products produced by the system must be high quality. As for the 100 snack gift packs, they can be used to feed the poisonous pets and other activities tomorrow. And the pet toy set is also a good prop. Everything can be arranged tomorrow. It just so happens that he has something to do, so Uncle Sue can only ask him to take him to purchase the poisonous pet. The other side. After Xinqing ended the live broadcast, the internet was also very lively. In addition to the editors who work every day, there is another forum. The title is particularly attractive. Guess how many kinds of antidotes for poisonous pets Boss Shin can make. This post bar immediately broke through the siege because of its particularly attractive name. Those fans who had just left Xinqing's live broadcast room not long ago naturally saw this post. The comments section below instantly attracted more discussion. Is what's said above true? This anchor can actually make an antidote. That's incredible. It's obviously fake. Just a streamer. How could he possibly make an antidote? Yes, this is just an attention grabber. Let's go to. Those who claim this is fake, please watch the live broadcast video replay before commenting. That's right, our brother Shun is no ordinary man. He's not only handsome, but also has a nice voice. He's also very loving towards poisonous pets. He's also smart, and can easily prepare an antidote. Yes, I happen to work at the Food and Drug Administration. The chapter above proves that Xinqing wasn't lying. He really did develop the antidote. Netizens were talking about the antidote. Once again brought a large wave of traffic to Xinqing. On the other side, Kyoto, the old house of the Yang family. Grandpa, the plane tickets have been booked. The flight is at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and will arrive in 2 hours. I can go with you. Yang Lin waved his mobile phone, which showed 2 electronic tickets. At this moment, he also had an excited smile on his face. What about your graduation thesis? Didn't you say you were supposed to work on it at home? Old Yang couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw Yang Lin smile. I just told the teacher that it's okay to rest for a day or two. It's just the right time for me to set off with Grandpa. Since Yang Lin decided to go, of course he had to greet the school. And he just received a message from a friend saying that Xinqing's store has a treasure, an animal translator. He was very curious about the kind that could hear sounds. Anyway, my friend is a member and also has a translation machine, so I can use his. That's fine. With you here with me, the atmosphere shouldn't be awkward. Old Yang nodded secretly, thinking that he was not good at conversation, but his little grandson was the best person to talk to. That's how it settled. The host they were talking about, Xinqing, was already fast asleep in bed. Seheo had no idea how many distinguished guests would come to visit him the next day. The next day? It was a sunny day, but the air was just great in the morning, with a gentle breeze that brought a hint of coolness and drove away the summer heat. Now that we have entered autumn, the weather has become a little more changeable. There is a big temperature difference between morning and evening, and you can catch a cold if you are not careful. Xinqing got up early in the morning, put all the dolls he made last night into an empty box, and then took it to the cashier at the front desk. Then I picked out some good-looking and cute Q-version dolls, which were just the right size to put in the display cabinet on the wall behind the front desk. There are even several placed on the front desk. As long as there are customers, the first 100 customers will receive a Q-version doll for free. It happened that Yuan Zimo came down from upstairs at this time. When he saw a very beautiful doll placed on the desk at the front desk, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Shun, where did you get this doll? It's so cute. Chapter 120. Where is the fat? It's so cute. Oh, this one, of course it's custom-made. Xinqing looked at Yuan Zimo coming down from upstairs and answered calmly. Of course he couldn't say that these poisonous pet dolls were made by himself. Wouldn't that expose him? As for the machine for making poisonous pet dolls, that was a system reward. Whether it existed outside was another matter, but of course it could not be shown. Please help me watch the store. Xiaohua and the others will be here soon. The first 100 people who come into the store will get one of these dolls for free. I'm going to be out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Xinqing did not forget that he had to keep an appointment with a big boss today. It's okay to ask Yuan Zimo to help take a look at the store. There will be staff here soon anyway. Okay, go ahead and come back soon. I might have to go back in the afternoon. My family needs me if something happens. Yuan Zimo nodded in response, but the words he said next were filled with reluctance. If there wasn't something going on at home, he would have wanted to work in Xinqing's store. Or he could go shopping with Xinqing. It was so interesting to have all kinds of poisonous pets. It was much better than being in the company. But now his father has to go abroad to discuss business, and he can only go home to take charge of the company. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Xinqing waved and left. He could actually guess what the big boss wanted to talk to him about today. It was nothing more than the 5 antidotes from yesterday. Anyway, he had a plan in mind. I believe it won't be long before we can reach a cooperation. Half an hour later. Municipal Drug Administration. Director's office. You must be Xinqing, a good guy. Come and sit down. When Director Yin saw Xinqing being let in, a smile appeared on his face, which showed his recognition of Xinqing. Hello, Director. Xinqing hadn't expected the person he was meeting with was actually the director. He figured those 5 potions must be quite valuable. Okay. I'm sure you understand why I invited you here. Yes, it's for those 5 antidotes. Director Yin stated his purpose directly and directly. I hope you can provide a prescription for an antidote. Can. Director Yin had just begun to speak when he was interrupted by Xinqing. What? Okay, you agreed before I even finished speaking? Director Yan's face was full of disbelief. It was the first time in his life that he met someone as straightforward as Xinqing. In the past, when he encountered such a situation, the other party would either refuse or try to increase their own interests. But when it came to Xinqing, it was completely the opposite. Not to mention refusing. He didn't even bother to increase his own interests. He just said, okay. These 2 words carry so much weight. This is a trust in him. Yes, I was right. Good job. But don't worry, we won't take your things for nothing. Director Yin looked at Xinqing and said seriously. Then he explained it again. In general, the purpose of wanting a prescription is to benefit the whole country. It is better to cooperate with the country than with anyone else. Having the country backing you up is also good for Xinqing. Of course, Xinqing understood, so he said yes directly. Director Yin, I understand. I will apply for a patent for the formula and then cooperate with you. If I develop more antidotes in the future, you will be the first one to be considered. Both parties were very satisfied with what Xinqing said, and he also hinted that he might be able to make other antidotes in the future. It was an hour later when both parties reached an agreement. The other side. Pet shop. At this time, there was a queue in front of the pet shop, and there were quite a lot of people. One per person, today only. Only the first 100 people get one. If you have any friends, please tell each other. There's only one of each doll, and they all look like the store's poisonous pets. Yuan Zimo stood at the front desk and spoke to the young girls who gathered around him, holding a small doll in his hand and handing it to a little girl in the front. Here, this is a moon jellyfish. You can take this over there and compare it. It's definitely 1-to-1. Oh wow, that's really cute. Thank you. The little girl walked towards the jellyfish area with a jellyfish doll in her hand. Yuan Zimo would tell almost every person who came to pick up the doll what the doll looked like and what animal it originally belonged to, and let them use the dolls to compare. It is undoubtedly very dedicated. For a while, the business in the store was surprisingly busy. Xinqing came over at this time. He also didn't expect that pet dolls would be so popular. However, girls generally like this kind of small figurine-like things. After all, the dolls produced by the system are of course of better quality and more exquisite than those on the market. Seeing that there were many people behind, Xinqing automatically joined in and started giving dolls to everyone. The box of dolls that Yuan Zimo took first were the Q version ones of cartoon animals, while the one Xinqing took were the anthropomorphic dolls. They are all anime characters, so there is no ugly one. Here, this pink-haired little girl is the third sister of the moon jellyfish. She's very straightforward and lively. You can go over there and take a look. She must be jumping up and down in the tank right now. Xinqing was extremely familiar with the moon jellyfish, especially the third sister, the little Loliyin. Just as he said, she was jumping up and down in the water tank. Very energetic. Even at such a distance, he could hear the other person's inner complaints. Humph. Master is saying bad things about me again. How could I be jumping around? I'm just exercising. Do you understand exercise? The eldest sister is so quiet. She doesn't want to move when she stays in one place, and the second sister is timid and hides when someone comes. I'm the only one here, keeping humans entertained and making some candy. Hey, this family has to break up without me. There was a deep sense of helplessness in the little girl's voice, as if she was angry that her two sisters were useless. Xinqing felt very amused after hearing this. This is the image of the largest jellyfish. Because it is a male image. Xinqing handed a tough-looking bald uncle doll to a boy. In addition to being bald, the doll uncle is also a big fat man with a round belly as big as a lion's mane jellyfish. The overall color of the clothes also uses the color of the main body. It does look fat, but it's cute and adorable. It does look a bit like Mithriya Buddha, like a mascot. Well, although he's a little fat and a little old, he looks very auspicious. I like him very much. After the boy took it, he automatically walked towards the jellyfish area without Xinqing telling him to do so. It seemed that this was not his first time, and he was very familiar with the place. And he was walking towards the lion jellyfish with a purpose. Xinqing also heard the conversation between the two. Look, the boss said this is your image. Everyone else is pretty and handsome, but you're chubby. Isn't it time to lose some weight? It just so happened that the boy also got a translation machine from the staff. I guess the other party is either a member or has a friend who is a member, so he can use it as well. Just confirm it. Unexpectedly, the next second, an angry voice of Uncle Trump exploded in my ears. Fuck, you idiot. You actually called me fat? How am I fat? I'm just so cute. If you don't know something, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or you'll get struck by lightning. Chapter 121 Feed us as food to those three evil stars. Phew. Xinqing almost died of laughter. You are a jellyfish, and such a big jellyfish, but you are so cute that it's swelling? If your voice is a lowly voice, or at least a girl voice, it won't feel out of place to say this. But unfortunately, it happened to be Trump's uncle voice. It's completely torn. The young man who could hear the sound also twitched his mouth. I guess he was speechless because of this jellyfish uncle. Boss Shun, can you take us to the Viper theme room? I want to take my friends with me. A girl holding a cute white king cobra walked over, followed by another girl. They don't look big. Both of them are fans of Xinqing's live broadcast room, but they have never been to the Venomous snake theme room because they are afraid. If they hadn't seen Xinqing here, they wouldn't have had the courage to go up. Xinqing also noticed the hesitation in their eyes, nodded, and said with a smile, Of course, is this your first time in the store? Hand over the work in hand to Yuan Zimo and the staff. He took the two girls to the second floor stairs. In fact, he was supposed to go out this afternoon, But Uncle Sue sent a message saying that the previous information about the poisonous pet on land was wrong and the other party would not be back for a month. It seems that the place I went to was far away, and I found some good things, so I was unsure about the time of my return, so I postponed my trip. This is my second time, but it's my friend's first time here. She came mainly to keep me company. I like snakes and venomous pets, but I'm also afraid of them, so? The round-faced girl is called Tang Xiaoxiao, a very cute girl. I don't know if it's because Shin Qing is around, so she is not as scared as before. I started talking more. Xiaoxiao was bitten by a snake before, so she has a psychological trauma. But after watching your live broadcast, I think the snakes in your store are kind of cute. I want to come and see them, but I'm still scared. Friendly Ling helplessly spread her hands and said, I can only come here to accompany you. Shin Qing didn't expect this to be the reason. No wonder he came to him. Don't worry. If you're really scared after you go in, just tell me and back out. Don't force yourself. He didn't know why this girl came here even though she knew she was afraid, but still felt a little fond of him. In short, it's quite contradictory. The only thing he could do was to accompany them. Shin Qing pushed open the door. We're here. Two girls followed him. It was their first time here, and they were both curious and scared. After all, the light in the room is not very bright, the light is not particularly sufficient, and it is a bit dark. There are only a few spotlights in the corners, but you can still see everything in the room clearly. However, as soon as they entered the door, the mural above their heads almost scared the two girls. Although they had learned about it online and knew the general situation, they still wanted to understand it as if they had experienced it in person. Especially the picture is of a snake with a huge snake head. Just looking into those cold pupils is intimidating. There is a passage in the middle, and on both sides are spaces separated by large glass breeding boxes. There is a venomous snake in each space. There are either forest environments, rocky environments, or sandy environments. In short, these are environments that all kinds of venomous snakes like, as if it was designed specifically for them. In addition, the temperature here is a bit low, and some white mist like green smoke is floating under your feet. A slight chill came down. Do you like the white snake doll in your hand? Shin Qing naturally noticed Tang Xiaoxiao's situation and had to change the subject to distract the other party. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. This is a psychological problem, and no one can do anything about it. You can only restrain yourself. Yes, it's cute. Sure enough, Tang Xiaoxiao was attracted by Shin Qing's words. Looking at the little doll in her hand, her originally nervous expression softened a lot. Mine is also very cute, and it's blue. It should be the island bamboo green snake that the store has. Li Ling also looked at the blue snake doll in her hand. It looked cute and pretty. It's still blue. Compared with the poisonous snakes in the store, only the island pit viper can match it. That's right, we'll be at Little Blue's house soon. You can see the real one later. Isn't it cute? Of course, Little White is pretty too. They both live across the street. Shin Qing talked as he walked, and soon they arrived at the island where the bamboo green pit viper was. As I got closer, I heard a familiar voice. Hey boss Shin, how come you have time to come visit me today? You've ignored me for a few days. It's true that you only see the smiles of new people and the tears of old ones. A soft and charming voice of a royal sister floated into Shin Qing's ears. The tone was as resentful as it could be, as if Shin Qing was the unfaithful man who had cheated on her. If it weren't for the subsequent criticism, he would have suspected that this guy was really sad. We were so busy with the new snakes the other day that we old snakes were almost forgotten. He even brought 3 evil stars with him. Could it be that he wants to feed us to them as food? God knows what it feels like to see the evil star the moment I look up. I almost feel that my snake body is hopeless. Fortunately, they are all locked up, so I can't smell that nasty smell. Shin Qing finally understood who the evil star it was talking about was. Isn't it the white snake that we just talked about that lives opposite the bamboo leaf green snake on the island? That's not an ordinary white snake, but an albino king cobra. That guy, the one at the top of the food chain, is snakes. Almost all snakes, poisonous and non-poisonous, are afraid of them. But, the day before yesterday, he brought back 3 king cobras at once. It is understandable that the island pit viper is afraid. If 3 natural enemies lived across from his house at once, his faith would be broken and he would feel that life was hopeless. Ahem, this is the snake in your hand. I usually call it Xiaolan. Isn't it very beautiful and graceful? Shin Qing coughed lightly, then pointed to a blue figure on the tree branch behind the glass on the left and said. The branches were just covered by the halo of light from above, making the blue figure more obvious. It was originally very close to the edge of the glass. The snake's head is slightly raised. The beautiful appearance does not bring danger to people, but makes them more attractive. Besides, its pupils don't look scary, and they look a bit cute when they are not moving. It looks very similar to the Q version doll in Li Ling's hand. It's really beautiful and very similar. I feel like I'm holding a miniature island bamboo green snake in my hands. What a wonderful feeling. Li Ling really didn't care about being afraid at this time. Holding the doll, she approached the glass. It just so happened that two island bamboo pit vipers, one big and one small, were in the same frame. At this time, the royal sister's voice sounded again, but the sound was still normal. Hey, this thing's color is similar to mine, but it's a little smaller. From what she said, this little snake doll is a smaller version of me. Chapter 122. I actually saw a poisonous snake acting like a spoiled child? Isn't it? It's a smaller version of you. In addition to this miniature version, there are also dolls in the two-dimensional anthropomorphic paintings on the wall, but I don't know who took them. Ahem, didn't you just say that the Q version snake puppet in Xiao Xiao's hand is also here? It's just over there. Come and take a look. After Xin Qing finished speaking, he walked straight to the opposite side. The two girls looked at each other and followed him. It was only a few steps away, and we soon reached the other side. It is also separated by glass, but the vegetation inside is different from that on the island bamboo green. There are both low bushes and taller trees here, which are suitable for them to hide and hunt. The greenery is gone in a hurry and no animals are seen. However, not being able to see does not mean not being able to hear. A familiar and childish voice came to Shun Qing's ears again. It's that human. He brought two more with him. I was watching them the whole time. Humph, Carrot. They were just chatting and laughing with that ugly snake across the way. What's there to be happy about? If it weren't for this thing blocking me, I could eat that clown snake in one bite. Eat, eat. I'm hungry again. When is dinner? I can't hunt for myself since I'm trapped here. There are quite a few venomous snakes here. They must taste delicious. The innocent Shodion, even if she has some small emotions, doesn't seem annoying, but rather cute. But the meaning of its words was particularly naive and cruel. In its eyes, other snakes are just food. No wonder he is called the evil star of the venomous snake world. Xin Qing actually wanted to teach this little guy a lesson. Since he came to his store, he should not always want to eat his own kind. He doesn't provide such a service here. Other snake pets have eaten snake fruit, and now they are gradually losing their attraction to other living animals. Eat on time every day, follow 3 meals a day, and eat a snake fruit with each meal. The effect is really good. However, the 5 poisonous snakes that just arrived have not all been replaced with snake fruits, and the transformation is still in progress. It will be fine in a few days. He guarantees that every snake in his store eats fruit and not meat or living things. If it's so beautiful, it certainly can't be so bloody. That guy is probably hiding in the grass, but the grass is quite deep, so it's hard to see for the time being. However, he's all white, so you can spot him if he moves. Just wait. After Xin Qing finished speaking, he found a longer wooden stick from the side, which he had prepared long ago and placed in the corner. Boss Shun, what are you doing? Tang Xiao and Li Ling looked at Xin Qing in confusion, especially since he was holding a small wooden stick in his hand. Li Ling subconsciously said, "You're not going to reach in to look for the snake, are you?" Xin Qing answered them with a calm smile, and then watched him open a small window on the glass and then put the small wooden stick in. Even a large part of his hand was inside. What's this human doing? With such a long stick, is he going to hit me? Ah, humans are really bad. I didn't even bite him. How could he do this to me? Carrot, I'm going to be angry, duh. But that stick looks really long. It must hurt to get hit by it, right? Or I'd better hide. I'm still a baby. It's normal to be timid. Yes, it's normal. At this moment, the clearer sound of the Shoda came into Shun Qing's ears, especially the words it said in its heart, which made him laugh and cry. However, from the meaning of these words, we can tell that this guy is actually a coward. I really didn't expect that. Little guy, come out quickly. Don't worry, I won't hit you. Xin Qing determined the location of the albino king cobra by the sound, and controlled the small wooden stick in his hand, gently moving it on the grass. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Liar. You are a big liar. You only know how to deceive snakes. You said you wouldn't hit me, but just now the little wooden stick almost hit my forehead. Humph. You are a bad guy. At this moment, a white head rose from the grass. It was the albino king cobra. At this moment, it was spitting out its tongue towards Xin Qing outside the glass. And most of the snake's body stood up high, with its vertical pupils staring straight ahead. It looks extremely dangerous. It seemed as if it was about to launch an attack in the next second. The white color of the snake really made Tang Xiao and the others see clearly, and they were very impressed by how beautiful the snake was. But why does the scene look so dangerous at this moment? Boss Shun, please take your hand back first and don't irritate it. Li Ling also nodded. Yes, it looks very dangerous. The two little girls were obviously worried. They cared about the snakes, but safety was always their top priority. Don't get yourself into trouble just by looking at snakes. Don't worry, I'll be fine. There are antidotes here, don't worry. Xing pointed to a glass cabinet that appeared at the door, and only then did the two of them notice it. There was a red cross on the outside of the glass, and it seemed that the antidote he mentioned was inside. Humph. You almost poked me in the head. I'll teach you a lesson. Look at my fangs. Ah, Boss Shun, be careful with your hands. Come out quickly. Just when Xing turned around to talk to the two girls, the albino king cobra, which had been motionless, suddenly jumped out. It seems to be spring-loaded and moves extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he climbed up the small wooden stick. The next second, he was about to get close to Xing's arm, especially the big, open mouth, with the sharp fangs exposed. Under the refraction of the light, the tips of the two fangs were chilling, as if they were about to take someone's life in the next second. Extremely dangerous. The two little girls, who had never seen such a situation before, were terrified. He screamed in fear, hoping to warn Xing. Only the person involved, Xing, was not afraid at all. He turned his head calmly and looked at the albino king cobra that was trying to bite him. Without even moving his hands, he just smiled at the little guy inside who wanted to teach him a lesson. A second before the fangs pierced the skin, a reversal occurred. The little guy suddenly froze for a moment, and then was completely stunned. What's that smell? It smells really good. What should I do? This breath makes me suddenly unable to bite. I still want to touch it. It feels so good. More, I like it. Little Shota-in was a little reserved at first, but then slowly changed. Where is the ferocity from the beginning? It's a bit like a clingy kitten, rubbing against my arm, looking like it's enjoying it. This change shocked the two little girls who were just frightened. Tang Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, her face full of disbelief. She stammered, Is this hallucination? Gudu. I guess so. I'm hallucinating too. I actually saw a poisonous snake acting like a spoiled child. Yes, it was acting like a spoiled child. Chapter 123, I don't bite people. After all, I usually bite snakes. Only Xing knows what is going on. Isn't it because of his animal affinity? The light green aura enveloped the albino Cobra King's fangs as they approached him. Start with the initial light green and gradually deepen it until the favorability is fully increased. As long as the favorability reaches 100, the other party will not even think of attacking Xing, but will naturally get close to him, which led to the scene just now. There was no way to talk about this kind of thing. Xing could only laugh. However, he still remembered that Tang Xiaoxiao liked snakes, so he brought the albino king cobra out directly through the window on the glass. Don't be afraid. It doesn't bite and isn't very courageous. It's the type that has a fierce mouth but a timid body. Xing casually wrapped the albino king cobra around his arm, slowly raised it to the front, and said to the two little girls, patting the snake's head, Am I right, little one? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yes, master is right. I am a good boy. Don't worry, I never bite anyone. After all, I usually bite snakes. The little albino king cobra's head nodded symbolically, which was quite humane. Looks really cute. But the scene just now was too exciting, and the two little girls couldn't believe it at all. Seeing Xing push the albino king cobra towards him, he was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Tang Xiaoxiao. Oh, it doesn't bite? Did I see those fangs wrong? Li Ling. It really had a vicious mouth and almost bit you. You know, those are poisonous fangs, and its body is so timid, huh? Do you think I would believe it? In the end, Xing had no choice but to put the little boy back and send the two girls out. There was no way. The two of them were probably really scared and didn't want to stay here any longer. Fortunately, there were also guests visiting Xing. The other party was not alone, but brought a little kid with him. Boss Shin, I'm a fan of yours. I came to you today to let my little darling stay with you. I have to go on a business trip this afternoon, and it will take a while, so I wanted to leave him with you. The person who came was a girl, a female elite with a queen-like aura. Big red lips and waves, a shirt and a tight skirt, plus high heels. She is a true professional woman. What the other party handed over was a small breeding box, but it was also wrapped in a black cloth, so the so-called good boy inside could not be seen. At this moment, an irritable voice of Trump suddenly came. Why are you covering me up? I can't see any light at all. I'm so upset I want to kill someone. A simple sentence is enough to reveal that the other person has a bad temper. He always wants to kill people, and I'm talking about Trump. It seems he is a pet of Sichuan and Chongqing. I just don't know what type of pet the other person is. Come with me here. All the foster pets will be arranged here. I'll listen to your instructions. After all, only the owner knows his pet best. Since you are going to foster care, the required registration information must also be registered. Don't let anything happen to your pet in his shop and end up blaming him. Of course, with him around, he wouldn't let that happen. A few minutes later, the two people and the beast arrived next door. No, it can't be said to be next door. After all, the three storefronts were connected, but Shin-Ching built something like a moon gate as a partition. Go through the moon gate to the other side. Although the space is not very large, it is not small either. Don't worry, Boss Shun. My little Guai is very easy to raise and very obedient. Just make sure he's well fed. Before the royal sister even sat down, she lifted the black cloth on the breeding box and revealed the pet inside. It was a snow-white snake. Shin-Ching got the relevant information about this snake at a glance. The blizzard corn snake is white, non-venomous, and a very docile pet snake. They don't usually attack humans, preferring to avoid conflict. This personality makes the blizzard corn snake the pet snake of choice for many snake enthusiasts. Shin-Ching could still understand. After all, for girls, it is very brave to keep snakes as pets. What's more, it is a snake that looks very docile and beautiful. However, this beautiful woman's snake only seems to look docile, but its real personality is extremely hot-tempered. Don't worry, there are staff in the store who will take good care of it. I wonder if it has any taboos. Although Shin-Ching said this, he already had a clue in his heart. Or perhaps no one knows the hobbies and habits of this kind of snake better than him. After all, he has an encyclopedia-like breeding guide in his mind. Blizzard corn snakes prefer dry environments and usually live in dry woodlands, swamps, and farmlands. They are solitary animals that prefer to be active at dusk and at night, and seek shelter to rest during the day. The ideal temperature range is 27 to 30 degrees Celsius, but a buffer cold zone is also required, with the temperature in the cold zone between 27 and 22 degrees. It mainly feeds on small mammals such as mice, hamsters, house mice, and voles. In artificial breeding conditions, mice are usually fed, so he needed to prepare guinea pigs to feed the little guy. Of course, the snake fruit can be raised, but it is just fostered in the store and will leave in the future. If it eats too much snake fruit and refuses to eat other foods, it will be difficult for its owner to take care of it. It's better not to eat it in the first place. This snake is also a solitary creature, but will display friendly behaviors such as slow tail wagging and a relaxed body posture when feeling safe and relaxed. When threatened, blizzard corn snakes may bite, but their teeth are small and the bite usually does not cause serious injury. Look, just the way it bites makes it many times more docile than the venomous pet snakes in his shop. Although his temper is still very hot, but it is non-toxic and the risk factor is extremely low. Fortunately, the pets he fosters here are separated from the veterinary pets in the store, so it is a way for the staff to relax when they come here to take care of the pets. There's nothing to worry about. I usually just feed the mice. Boss Shin might know more about other things than me. I've only been raising them for a short time, so I'm still figuring things out. The beauty answered calmly, but her other hand had already opened the lid of the breeding box, and she stretched out her white, jade-like hand to tease the guy inside. The next second, Trump's royal sister voice sounded again, but this time, although the tone in her words was still a bit fierce, it sounded like an awkward act of coquettishness. Stop it, I'm still angry. Don't think that just because you're my master, I have to give in to you. I'm telling you, with your behavior of abandoning me today, I won't play with you anymore. And this guy, he seems restless. What if he tries to mess with me after you leave? Chapter 124. A dog is not allowed to gain weight. Listen. A female snake always calls herself old man. How can she be gentle? Oh no. Although he is very rough inside, he looks quiet on the outside. If you don't hear its inner complaints, it seems to be very easy to raise. No wonder this beauty calls this snake tail a good girl. It really is so when you look at it. Okay, I'll take care of it. Shin-Ching nodded and agreed, then completed the basic foster care procedures for the beautiful woman, and the other party directly applied for a membership card. It seems that he is not short of money. Instruct the staff to take the blizzard corn snake away and take good care of it, and ask them to contact Uncle Sue directly to purchase some mice. Now Uncle Sue has become his supplier. Many of the foods eaten by poisonous pets are purchased from Uncle Sue. After all, he has the channels. This is also convenient. Anyway, he won't let Uncle Sue suffer any loss. So of course the matter of the guinea pigs was left to him. However, just as he arrived at the front desk, two more girls came to find him. But these two girls came directly with their pets. A pet cat and a pet dog. One is big and the other is small. The contrast is obvious. Boss Shin, you finally came out. We are both your fans. When you were live last night, we said that we would send the pet to you today. When the shorter girl saw Shin-Ching, she became very excited. She came to him with the small pet dog in her arms, smiling brightly, like a little sun. It's easy to make people feel good about it. Yes, it happens that the place where I'm on a business trip is relatively close to here, so I want to foster it here. The other tall girl was more aloof and spoke clearly. She didn't say much nonsense after stating her purpose. In her arms was a long-haired cat, which was bigger than a pet dog. But like owner, like pet, this long-haired cat is as aloof as its owner and doesn't look approachable at all. There is obviously a sharp contrast between the two pairs of main pets, one hot and one cold. At this moment, two voices came to my ears, which were the voices of the two little pets. Oh, am I going to be living here for a while? The environment here seems nice and spacious. I really like it here. And this human in front of me is also very handsome, much better looking than those guys with abs in the short videos the master sees every day. This is a cute and sunny girl's voice, and the real body is a white Bichon Frise. As soon as I hear it, I feel full of energy, as if I have endless energy. It was obvious who the voice belonged to. It was the pet dog in front of him with its eyes rolling around. But what it said in its heart made Shin-Ching's mouth twitch. I wonder if its owner would tell his pet if he knew that he was watching videos of men with abs. Will you be so angry that you hit it with a stick? As for praising him, well, that's not necessary. But the other voice was also extremely contrasting. What should I do? What should I do? There are too many people here. Is there a quiet place I can hide? I have social anxiety and don't want to socialize. It's best not to talk to me. Why didn't the master take me with him? I'm very quiet and not noisy at all. It's over, it's over. How should I deal with the days ahead? This was a deep, domineering voice, very pleasant to the ear, very similar to Shin-Ching's voice. It's just that because of my personality, my voice doesn't sound as domineering as his. It does add a bit of gentleness and social anxiety-inducing sensitivity and timidity. He obviously has a lot of inner drama, but he turns out to be a socially anxious person who doesn't want to interact with too many people. It is a gray and white Maine Coon cat, but it looks arrogant and indifferent, and its eyes reveal a light that indicates it is not to be messed with. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a proud king who disdains to communicate with anyone. How does it look like a socially anxious cat? Ahem. However, disdain for communicating with others and social phobia have the same underlying logic. Come with me. This is a professional accommodation and activity space provided for foster pets. Shin-Ching took the two girls and walked towards the moon gate. There is a special space for pet boarding, which not only provides accommodation but also an activity area. However, the space is divided according to the animal category. For example, pet cats and dogs have a larger range of activities, a wider area, and a dedicated room. For pets like the snakes mentioned earlier, there is also another space for activities. It is of course much smaller than cats and dogs. It is just a larger breeding box. There are only 3 pets in foster care at the moment, and the staff can take care of them. If there are more in the future, we can transfer people from the toxic pet department. I had thought about pet boarding before, and according to market research, most people keep pets, such as cats and dogs. So Shin-Ching arranged a lot of things that cats and dogs could use, such as cat litter, cat and dog beds, etc. Of course, cat climbing frames and other items are in the free activity room. Their rooms are as luxurious as the villas, some are big and some are small. These are all taken from the luxury package rewarded by the system. You should know that the breeding boxes there also include houses that can be used by cats and dogs. Of course, if it's not enough, you can buy it from the mall. Tell us about your pet's personality, what you need to pay attention to. Is there anything they can't eat? Has their pet been vaccinated? That's right, pets need to be vaccinated, but the pets in his store don't need to be vaccinated because they are all kept in the store. Currently, everyone can only admire them with their eyes, and most people don't have any further contact with them. Besides, he has antidotes in his shop now, so he has nothing to be afraid of. In fact, now he would make his own one-on-one antidotes for those poisonous insects after the live broadcast at night. 2 kinds are produced every day and used in the store first. After a few days, when all are completed, they are tested together and then a patent is applied for. We will also cooperate with the Food and Drug Administration. After thinking about it, he returned his gaze to his pet. My cat, Sunflower, has just been vaccinated. He has a lively and cheerful personality, and his hair is thick and curly, so he needs to be combed every day to prevent tangles. Additionally, their ears tend to accumulate dirt and moisture and require regular cleaning. The hair around the eyes may also become dirty from tears and require regular trimming and cleaning. Secondly, the requirements for food are relatively high. The girl said a lot, and it was obvious that she really cared about her pet. However, what she said was not much different from what Shin-Ching saw, and he even learned more. For example, they are very loyal to their owners and will protect them, especially when strangers approach. They will show alertness and bark. Bichon Frise is smart, has an excellent memory, and can learn various actions to please its owner. However, they can be aggressive towards strangers. They are very loyal to their owners, have independent personalities, are sensitive and clingy. Bichon Frise is a dog with personality. It has a strong sense of self-esteem and will stick to it if it thinks it is right. The requirements for food are high, so you should choose high-quality dog food and be careful not to overfeed to avoid obesity. They are also prone to dental disease and therefore require regular checkups and cleanings. Despite their small size, Bichon Frise dogs require a moderate amount of exercise to stay healthy and energetic. There should be a fixed time every day for them to do outdoor activities, such as walking, running, or playing. It seems that he will have to arrange for staff to take it to the activity room to play and exercise regularly. Such a small dog is not allowed to gain weight. It turns out that fat people are not welcome anywhere. It not only affects your appearance, but also your health. Chapter 125. You've been lucky to meet me. My Yuan eats a lot of different things. I wrote a list with everything on it. The tall girl spoke simply and directly throughout a list full of words. These are all things to pay attention to regarding Maine Coon cats, which shows that they are very concerned about it. Xinqing took it and looked at it, thinking that it was indeed meticulous. But it was not much different from the information in his mind. Maine Coons are gentle, friendly, smart, independent, and considerate, making them good pets. He is stubborn, brave, and clever, likes to be alone, but can get along well with others. Their sleeping habits are very special, and they like to sleep in the most remote and strange places. Maine Coons are loved for their unique appearance and sturdy physique. They have a domineering physique, intimidating appearance, and black eye rims, lips, and paw pads, which are typical characteristics of Maine Coons. Similarly, as a large cat breed, Maine Coons have a strong appetite and high nutritional requirements. They are carnivores, and meat is their main food source. You can usually choose lean meat, chicken, fish, etc., but it should be noted that raw fish and raw meat must be cooked before feeding them to cats. In addition to high-quality cat food and offal, it also eats vegetables and fruits, such as carrots, pumpkin, apples, etc., to provide necessary fiber and vitamins. Canned food, calcium powder, and vitamins are also their snacks and food. However, remember not to feed Maine Coons irritating foods such as onions, scallions, garlic, as well as grapes and raisins. These foods may cause health problems in your cat. Additionally, all food should be fresh and kept well hydrated. Xinqing has never raised cats or dogs. The most pets he has are the ones in the store now. However, because of the support of the breeding box provided by the system, he does not need to worry about things like temperature, humidity, dry sand, etc. Because the breeding box will automatically adjust according to the name of the venomous pet that lives there. This saved Xinqing a lot of trouble. In terms of feeding, except for a few poisonous snakes that eat snake fruit, the other poisonous insects eat food purchased from Uncle Sue. He just needs to remind his employees what food to purchase and tell them what the poisonous pets eat. There is no need to be as delicate as a Maine Coon cat. However, since they are already here, he can't just turn them away. Wouldn't it be a waste of his time to set up the foster care facility? Don't worry, I will have staff take care of them. Anyway, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. After the two men left, a cat and a dog were left in the store. Because they were not familiar with each other, Xinqing was afraid that the two little guys would not be close to him, so he turned on the animal affinity. When a light green aura emanated from his body, the Bichon Frise sunflower, who had been somewhat resistant, instantly turned into a small cannonball and rushed toward Xinqing. It kept calling out, and its little tail was wagging like a propeller. Woof, woof, woof. Aw, boss, you smell so good. I want to be close to you. I like you so much. Hold me quickly, such a cute and charming little angel. You are so lucky to meet me. The excited girl's voice also rang in his ears, and the next second his trouser leg was rubbed by the little guy. That look was so intimate. It was as if Xinqing was its owner. But why does this sound so strange? Did he have 8 lifetimes of good luck? Or was he really just 8 lifetimes of bad luck? You guy, if you can't speak, then don't speak. What are you learning? It can't be that your master taught you randomly, right? Xinqing squatted down, reached out, and touched the little guy's forehead, and smiled helplessly. Another Maine Coon cat with a proud appearance also walked towards Xinqing step by step with elegant steps. The look and temperament are as if of a dominant being looking down on all living beings. No matter how you look at it, the temperament is perfectly controlled by it, and the appearance is particularly attractive. However, the next second, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. What should I do? I also want to be close to my boss. He smells really good. If only I had a personality like Sunflower, I would have immediately hugged the boss's pants leg and clung to him. But if I do this, will my boss hate me? He clearly had the voice of a domineering CEO, but his words sounded pitiful, which was very inconsistent with his arrogant and lonely appearance. And its words almost broke Shin-Ching's defense. What does it mean to definitely hug the boss's trouser legs and stick to him at the first opportunity? He didn't dare to imagine that scene, because its voice was almost the same as his own, and it sounded like an adult. Although it is a pet cat, it is a male. He cannot accept anyone else acting sticky except the little Shota, even if they are pets. I'm afraid I'll get goosebumps all over the floor by then. Fortunately, the guy stopped in front of him and didn't really come close to him and rub against him. Ahem, okay, I'll take you to see your new home. Shin-Ching picked up the two pets, one on the left and one on the right, and walked towards the back. There are many big villas where cats and dogs live. He chose a house according to the two little animals' preferences and put them in. The space is big enough for them to move around in a small area, and once the door is closed, there is no need to worry about them running around. He also needs to go out and buy some food for the Maine Coon, such as vegetables and fruits. After all, this is a cat that can eat apples. Shin-Ching, who was leaving, didn't know that two guests would visit him as soon as he left. Sorry, the manager just went out, and it may take a while for him to come back. You can rest over there for a while. The girl at the front desk smiled and explained to the two people in front of her, one big and one small. Then he led the two of them to the rest area opposite the front desk on the first floor. To the left of the rest area is the jellyfish area, and to the right is the front desk and pet boarding area. Opposite is the poisonous insect area and the stairs to the second floor. The entire store's decoration and style were the first time the two had seen them. They were shocked and curious at the same time. The staff poured the tea and returned to the front desk. Grandpa, this looks amazing. That's the biggest jellyfish over there in Boss Shin's shop. Seeing it offline is more shocking than watching it live. The person who spoke was Yang Lin, who came with his grandfather to find Shin-Ching. At this moment, his eyes were surprisingly bright, rolling around, and his head was looking around, unable to conceal excitement. That jellyfish you're talking about is the lion's mane jellyfish, right? It's very toxic and aggressive. Wait, I think I saw a box jellyfish here too. Professor Yang was completely stunned and stood up from the sofa which he hadn't even warmed up yet. The boss with his eyes wide open. Chapter 126. Everyone is like looking at a monkey. Then he walked quickly towards the jellyfish area not far away, as fast as a young man. Hey, Grandpa, take your time. Don't be in a hurry. Yang Lin didn't expect his grandfather to be so excited, so he could only quickly follow. Finally, the two stopped in front of a water tank, staring at a transparent mushroom-shaped jellyfish in the glass tank, which was only the size of a football. It was our box jellyfish. Humph, Carrot. What's wrong with these two humans? They're running towards me like crazy, giving me a fright. I thought these two were coming to arrest me, but I'm already locked up. What's the point of them arresting me? You know, I'm carrying a lot of poison. Who dares to touch me? No, except Boss Shun. Nowadays, almost all the pets in the store call Shin-Ching Boss Shun. They hear customers calling them like this every day, and they have gotten used to calling them Boss Shin too. The girl's voice was filled with a hint of tsunderiness, and she couldn't help but complain about the Yang family's ancestors and grandchildren in her heart. His entire body was constantly moving in the water, as if he was retreating in fear. It can be seen that it was really disturbed. This is a box jellyfish. I didn't expect a pet shop would have such a poisonous jellyfish. If only. Ahem, Grandpa, don't even think about it. This jellyfish is a pet in Boss Shin's shop. Professor Yang looked at the box jellyfish in the water with a face full of emotion, and he almost put his whole face against the glass. There was the enthusiasm of a scientific researcher in his eyes, and the unfinished words frightened his grandson Yang Lin standing beside him. Hurry up and dissuade him. It's not like he hasn't heard of box jellyfish before, but it's not something that can be touched casually. Not to mention that he is covered in poison. The problem is that this poison is extremely toxic, and even a little bit can be fatal. When he was watching Boss Shin's live broadcast, he was wondering why he was so desperate to raise such a poisonous creature. I'm afraid he'll play with fire and get burned. As a result, until now, for some unknown reason, there are more and more poisonous pets in the store, but nothing has happened. His grandfather is a research fanatic and has participated in a project before to study box jellyfish toxins. He wanted to develop an antidote specifically for box jellyfish. The results were not very good. There are some in foreign countries, but they are not 100% effective either. Today he did not forget the purpose of his grandfather coming here, because Shin-Ching had developed a 100% antidote specifically for various venomous snake toxins. Grandpa, don't forget why you're here. Also, all the pets in Boss Shin's shop are poisonous pets, so they are all poisonous. If you're really interested, let's take a look at them all. Yang Lin just needs to distract the old man's attention and stop him from thinking about taking these highly poisonous animals to the laboratory for research. That's a good suggestion. Let's start on the first floor. I wonder if there are any other poisonous pets here. Professor Yang looked at the jellyfish area. He recognized most of them and knew that they were all poisonous. But compared with the box jellyfish, it is relatively less toxic. This made him even more curious about the other poisonous pets in the store. Then please wait for me. I will go find the staff. A few minutes later, after getting the membership card, he took the old man and followed the staff to the other side of the first floor. He just said that he would ask the staff to introduce them to all the poisonous pets in the store. The staff are already very familiar with this kind of request, and I think more than one person has made this request in the past few days. This is the poisonous insect theme room. It contains some smaller poisonous pets, such as centipedes, scorpions, ants, etc. The staff member opened the door and walked in with two people. The lighting in the room is not too glaring, but it also does not obstruct the view in the room. After entering the room, you can instantly feel the scenery of nature because the background of the wall is made into a grassland, a very open grassland, which maximizes the visual effect. It felt like they were on the grassland. However, there are villas standing on the grassland, but these villas are not for people to live in, but for poisonous pets. Professor Yang had never seen such a scene, and even the young man Yang Lin had never seen it. In other words, he also saw it from Shun Qing's live broadcast room. Who will live in these small houses? And there are so many of them. Professor Yang asked the staff curiously, and he bent over and approached a small villa, a pink villa. If you get closer, you can see clearly what's going on inside. Some of these villas have 2 floors, and some have 3 or 4 floors. However, these villas have only one glass side facing the outside, while the other sides are other colors. For example, the villa that Professor Yang looked at was pink, and everything except the glass side was pink. There are also many decorations inside, such as rockery and trees, dead branches and leaves, soil and stones, etc. Someone else's hero. If it weren't for what Boshin said, I really wanted to hide in the tree hole forever. I don't know what's wrong with these humans, but they're all standing there, as if they were monkeys, timidly waiting outside. If I hadn't been unable to get out, even a good-tempered spider like me would have wanted to poison them to death. They're such an eyesore. For some reason, the lazy and mature voice carries a sense of melancholy. Or maybe he was really exhausted by the humans coming here every day. I saw a small spider crawling out of the tree hole. The unique mark on its body also caught Professor Yang's eyes. It climbed leisurely to a higher branch. It is just close to the glass, so people outside can see it more clearly. This is a black widow spider. Every time someone comes, it comes out of the tree hole and wanders around. After a stroll, it goes back. It's very smart. Oh, the tree hole is its home. The staff explained. This little girl is right. I am just that smart. After showing you my graceful figure, I can go back to sleep. This is what Boshin meant by clocking in. Not bad. I've clocked in over 10 times today. I can redeem it for something delicious. Only the staff could hear the lazy and mature voice. After all, she is the only one here who wears a translation machine. This is an employee benefit. But she couldn't say it and could only enjoy it alone. I didn't expect it to be a black widow. It's really smart. Professor Yang touched his chin and wondered if he could ask Shinqing to sell him some poisonous pets before he left. After all, this is a pet shop. Even though the pets here are all venomous, they should still be sold, right? Every small villa is inhabited by poisonous pets. Some of the higher floors have more people living there. Each one is a large flat, you see. The staff pointed to a nearby 3-story villa where poisonous pets had already begun to crawl out. Chapter 127. Do you want to scare me to death so that you can inherit my venom? Let me see. The top one is actually a scorpion. Yang Lin took the lead to take a closer look and saw that his entire face was covered with the glass. Who is this idiot? With such a big face lying here, is he trying to scare me to death so he can inherit my venom? Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. If this human were a bug, they would have eaten him long ago. But it doesn't matter if they didn't eat him, they can just poison him to death. What a shame. I don't have freedom now. Never mind. I won't bother with that fool anymore. A Yandere-sounding boy's voice suddenly sounded, just reaching Shun Qing's ears. He had just come back from outside and bought a lot of cat food, dog food, fruits, vegetables, and so on. He also told Uncle Sue what the little white mouse said. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the receptionist tell him that someone was looking for him, and it was a grandparents and grandchildren, which was interesting. He knew very well that he did not know the grandparents and grandchildren. Besides, he had only been in this world for a short time and only knew a few people, so he really couldn't imagine who it could be. After putting down my things, I followed the staff's instructions and came to the poisonous insect theme room on the first floor. Just heard this voice. Shinqing has a very good memory. He knew the voice after hearing it once and immediately figured out who the owner of the voice was. Isn't the boy with the Yandere voice the Israeli scorpion number 2 that he brought back before? He was deeply impressed by this little guy, because at the beginning, his character was to eat other animals at every turn. Very cruel. Of course, besides it, there are 2 of its brothers and sisters who are equally ferocious. He remembered that he lived in the same villa with them, with each scorpion living on its own floor. The next second, he heard an irritable, lowly voice. The voice sounds particularly soft, but full of momentum and anger. I'm so fed up. Why do I have to deal with these humans every day? I'm still a child. That unscrupulous boss Shin actually hired child labor. I'm going to report him. Shin held his forehead and wanted to say something back. You are a poisonous scorpion. Where do you get human rights? So what if they are just children? They are not human beings. Who can prove that you are a child laborer? Not to mention reporting it. Are you going to report it again? Wouldn't it be fine if both of you just quietly clocked in? As long as Boss Shen gives us everything he promised, wouldn't that be fine? What's the point of worrying about other things? I can't get out anyway. And don't forget, it was Boss Shen who saved our lives. Even if you are ignorant, you can't repay kindness with enmity. Then, a big man from northeast China came in with a loud voice. His voice was so loud that it showed how good his voice was. Shin also had a clear memory. This was the leader of the Israeli Golden Scorpions, number 3. The previous lowly voice is Israel's Golden Scorpion number 1. The 3 of them were brought back by Shin after he had treated them. It's not wrong to say that he saved my life. But it's not the case that I would repay kindness with enmity. We are all locked up here, and we are not the same species, so there is no need to repay kindness with enmity. Professor Yang is indeed very knowledgeable, and he knew what kind of species it was at a glance. Israeli golden scorpions. I didn't expect there were still 3 of them, and they're all so lively. Isn't it? 3 scorpions crawled out of their caves and waved their claws and tails towards the glass. He looked so happy. Of course, this is because we can't hear their inner voices. If we could really hear them, we would know that they are not as calm as they appear. Hello, I'm Shin. I heard you were looking for me. Shin came over from behind and greeted Professor Yang politely. Professor Yang and Yang Lin were stunned for a moment when they saw Shin suddenly appear, and then they heard what he said. Yes, I came here to see you today. Can you find a place where we can talk? Professor Yang recovered and became the elegant old man again. But he couldn't help but admire Shin eyes. Come with me. A few minutes later, Shin brought the 2 of them to his reception room on the 2nd floor. This was a reception room he had designed specifically for when someone wanted to talk to him. There are sofas and tea sets available. Soon, Shin brewed a pot of tea and poured it for the 2 of them. He was not in a hurry to ask the other party why he came here to see him. Such a calm appearance made Professor Yang look at him with even higher regard. After putting down the teacup, I got to the point. I'm a full-time staff member at the XXX Biological Research Center in Beijing. I'm here to see you because of the 5 antidotes and the test results report you mentioned during your live broadcast last night. Professor Yang then explained the purpose of his visit. In short, to put it simply, he wanted to get the formulas of Shin medicines. It is hoped that these medicines can be made public and mass-produced to solve the hidden dangers of snake venom. Professor Yang, I can provide you with the prescriptions for the antidote for research, but I have already registered all of them and am ready to cooperate with the Food and Drug Administration for production. I believe that these antidotes will appear on the market soon. After Shin finished speaking, he walked to a cabinet on the bookshelf, where there happened to be recipes for 5 kinds of antidotes. Of course, he originally placed these things in the space, but he took them out by using the cover of the cabinet on the other side of the bookshelf. Do you sell poisonous pets here? Although Professor Yang felt it was a pity, he was already satisfied to be able to get the prescription. He was very dedicated to research and naturally wanted to know where he went wrong in his research. It can also be improved. However, he didn't expect that it would be so easy to get the prescription. After all, no one would be so bold as to give it to others. Not afraid of being cheated. However, when he first wanted to get the prescription, in addition to using it for his own research, he also wanted Shin to cooperate with the Yang family company. It just so happened that his family had a company that specialized in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Unfortunately, Shin has already cooperated with the country, so it would be inappropriate for him to let the company be the first to take the plunge. Sorry, the pets in the store are not for sale at the moment. If you like them, you can come and see them often. According to the original plan, he would have just sold the poisonous pet, but since the poisonous pet could talk and they had been together for a while, he really couldn't bear to part with it. So the store has been open for several days, and there are quite a few people who want to buy poisonous pets, but they all come back empty-handed. Professor Yang didn't hesitate and continued with the next question. Then may I ask, can you make the antidote for the poisonous pets in your shop? When talking about this, Professor Yang kept looking at Shin. obviously with a little temptation. You should know that there are quite a few poisonous pets in the store, the most poisonous of which are the box jellyfish and black widow that we saw before. The poison in these little guys is not necessarily easy to study. Moreover, he really wanted to know what Shunqing's research level was. If he was really a genius, he hoped that he could join him. He had a project on hand and was in need of people. What they lack is this kind of genius. His intuition tells him that if Shunqing joins them, the success rate will definitely increase. Don't worry, I've already developed several, but they haven't been sent for testing yet. Chapter 128. Boss Shun is so good at giving in. Shunqing did not hide it and briefly explained the situation on his side. Anyway, he was going to develop an antidote for the toxins of all the poisonous pets in the store to facilitate his store. Of course, we can also cooperate with pharmaceutical factories in the country to make things convenient for the public. Cooperation is win-win, killing two birds with one stone. He has received attention from the country again, which is great for him. Anyway, with Director Yan's connections, it will be convenient if anything happens in the future. Young people nowadays are truly amazing. Xiao Shun, I'd like to invite you to join my next research project, which is also about developing an antidote. Would you like to come? Professor Yang looked at Shunqing with shining eyes and directly told him his final purpose. On the surface, he did come to see Shunqing to see if he could really develop an antidote. The underlying meaning is that he wants to see whether it is true or not. If it is true, he will send out an invitation. If it is false, he will not even bring it up. He is already recruiting people for his next project. He has found half of the researchers and is still looking for a few more. At the moment, he thinks Shunqing is very suitable, and his intuition has always been accurate. Since an antidote for King Cobra can be developed, perhaps the same can be done for other toxins. Such a smart brain should be placed in the laboratory to do research every day. Shunqing had no idea that Professor Yang's true thoughts were actually like this. He would really thank him. I'm sorry, Professor Yang, but the store is busy right now and I really need more help. Besides, I'm not a professional researcher. Thank you for your kindness. Shunqing is very clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. The reason why he was able to develop so many antidotes was because he relied on the system. How could he get it without the prescription provided by the system? Of course, he couldn't say this out loud, so he had to refuse from the beginning. His career has achieved some success now. I live broadcast every day to gain emotional points from my fans, and the store is basically stable. Not to mention the daily income, the membership fee alone is very high. In addition, now that he has to cooperate with large factories in the country, making money seems to be very easy for him. This is already good enough. He just wants to keep this pet shop, run it well, and then hire more staff so that he can continue to be a salted fish. If you are interested, go out and buy some venomous pets to raise. When you are tired, just stay in the store. How comfortable it is. Okay, but let's add each other as friends. It's rare to meet such an amazing guy. I like you very much. When you come to Beijing next time, give me a call. I will definitely do my best to be a good host. Professor Yang saw Shunqing's clear eyes and knew that the other party would not give him the answer he wanted, and he felt very sorry. But I still added him as a friend so that we can keep in touch in the future. Me, I want to join too. Finally, Shunqing had two more friends in his phone. Later, Shunqing took the grandfather and grandson to visit the entire pet store, from the poisonous pet theme room on the first floor to the poisonous pet theme room on the second floor. Only then did he leave the pet shop feeling satisfied. 8 p.m. When the time came, Shunqing's live broadcast room lit up amid everyone's anticipation. "Oh, the live broadcast time is up. Brother Shun, please come on screen quickly. I want to see your handsome face. What animal is Mr. Shun live streaming today? I'm so excited. I've been waiting here since early in the morning just to watch the boss's live broadcast. What will he introduce to us today? Look, what is that? Why did I see a cat at Boss Shun's house? There are dogs too, look." The number of people in the live broadcast room reached more than 10,000 as soon as the broadcast started, which shows how many active fans are watching Shunqing's live broadcast every night. Shunqing hadn't even appeared in the camera yet, but it had already caused such a big reaction. But the camera was frozen in the next second, and then everyone saw a pet cat and a pet dog. This was different from Shunqing's previous live broadcast style, so it was even more exciting. Imagine that your daily live broadcast consists of interactions with your pets, and suddenly a cat and a dog appear. It seems abnormal no matter how you look at it. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming as scheduled. Shunqing finally sat down and revealed himself and hugged the pet dog that was jumping happily beside him. These are new friends in the store. Let them be the opening guests today and say hello to everyone. Sunflower, come and say hello to your brothers and sisters. Maybe your mother is watching your live broadcast. Call her a few times so she can hear your voice. Xing held the Bichon Frise and waved his paw at the camera to greet everyone. But this little dog was so cute that it actually barked obediently. Only Xing could hear it. This was not just woof woof woof. It was clearly just acting coquettishly. Good evening, brothers and sisters. I am Sunflower. Nice to meet you. Really? My mom is watching my live stream too? I'm so happy. Don't worry, Mom. I'm doing great here with Brother Shen. I get to see that handsome guy every day. It's much better than looking at photo albums at home. At least Brother Shen is alive, and I can stick with him anytime. Don't be too envious, Mom. That lovely, girlish voice, like a girl holding a huge lollipop in her mouth, carries a strong sweetness in every word she speaks. But the meaning of the last few sentences really left Xing speechless. What do you mean by looking at photo albums at home more often before and saying that at least he was alive? This is nonsense. If he is not alive, then is he dead? I could only silently say in my heart that this is someone else's child. I can't abandon him. Fans in the live broadcast room really have no resistance to cute animals. Ah, so cute. This is a Bichon Frise, right? Why is Boss Shen raising non-toxic pets? Is he changing his career? This is such a cute little creature. Boss Shen, if you want to keep it, that's fine. Just don't let it run around. If you accidentally hurt the poisonous pet, you'll also accidentally hurt the little cutie. Brother Shen hasn't said who this little pet belongs to yet. Could it really be from the store? There's another cat. I just don't think it's right. The poison pet shop has only been open for a short time. I think Brother Shen is just expanding the business. As they talked, more and more comments appeared in the live broadcast room. Everyone has all kinds of guesses. Ahem, everyone guessed wrong. These are pets that customers have left in the store. We only brought them here with their owner's consent. They'll be staying in the store for the next few days. Xing put the little guy into its small cage and then held another big cat next to him in his arms. Smooth its fur with skillful movements. So comfortable, a little further down. Ah yes, right here, my back feels much more comfortable, and my hair feels much smoother. I didn't expect Boss Shen to be so good at seduce me. I can't hold it in any longer. I really want to roll over. But I usually don't talk much and I'm very reserved, so rolling around has never happened before. But it feels so good, I can't help it, meow. Chapter 129. I bite hard. The gentle and domineering voice of the boss suddenly came here, but it said too much in its heart, and Xing couldn't help but hear it. In just a few seconds, a cat's inner thoughts fluctuated so much. The originally aloof cat suddenly became different, and the aura of the whole cat became softer. The long tail was shaking, and the cat's meow just now created a strong contrast. Fans watching the live broadcast said it was so exciting. Ah, this is a Maine Coon, my favorite kind of pet cat. It looks particularly cool, but it's actually a gentle kitten in private. Yes, I had one before, and we got along really well. He would always cling to me when he saw me coming home from get off work. Fuck, what did I miss? Boss Shen actually accepted pets for foster care? No, I'm going to go foster care in a few days too. I've discovered that Boss Shen is incredibly popular with animals. As long as he's around, all the animals, whether poisonous or not, are drawn to him. He's like a hot commodity. Isn't it true? As long as it is an animal, no matter whether it is poisonous or not, it will be obedient once it falls into his hands. At this time, Xing had already put back the Maine Coon cat that everyone had guessed, and then there was another object in his hand, a white snake. It's just that the snake is smaller and not as poisonous as the ones in the store. This is also a little friend that we have in the store for foster care. It's called the blizzard corn snake. Isn't it beautiful? Xing held the snake in front of the camera so that everyone could see it clearly. Fuck. Boss Shen caught a snake with his bare hands. I was really scared. It does look pretty, but the white snake is still not as good as the albino king cobra. I wonder if it's poisonous. You're being silly, aren't you? Since the pets that just appeared were all non-venomous, and this snake was a guest who had been sent here, it wasn't frightened at all. Therefore, we can conclude that this snake is non-venomous. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room never stopped, and everyone was discussing their own opinions. In just a short while, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached 40,000 to 50,000 and was still rising. Don't worry, this kind of snake is not poisonous and has a very gentle temperament. So many girls like to keep this kind of snake as a pet. Xing explained to the fans in the live broadcast room with a smile. But the next second, another voice came to my ears. Boss Shen's words are quite telling. I'm a gentle and polite snake after all. Since he said such nice things about me, I won't be angry about him starving me. The hot-tempered and arrogant Sichuan and Chongqing's sister suddenly became gentle, which really made Xing dumbfounded. Fortunately, this was just an appetizer. After chatting with everyone for a while, Xing came to another live broadcast venue tonight with his mobile phone. Yuan Zimo had gone back home in the afternoon because of something at home, so he was the only one doing the live broadcast tonight. I guess everyone has been watching venomous snakes for several days. Today, I will live broadcast other pets to see how the little guy is doing. As he was talking, he raised his phone and arrived at the poisonous insect theme room on the first floor. Netizens in the live broadcast room naturally didn't say anything. The reason they came to Xinqing's live broadcast room was to see the interaction between him and Du Chong. So when he said this, the entire live broadcast room became even more lively than before. Here it comes. The moment I've been looking forward to the most is here. I haven't seen poisonous insect pet food in a few days. I wonder who will be appearing today? I just went to Mr. Shin's store yesterday and looked at all the pets, but I still wasn't satisfied, so I came to the live broadcast room to watch again. I saw what looked like butterflies painted on the walls of the theme room. Has anyone seen a butterfly poison pet? This person was referring to the butterfly painted outside the poisonous pet-themed room. However, the people who answered the question were from all walks of life. Some had been to the offline store, some had not, and some had watched the live video. Xinqing happened to see these answers. A butterfly? He happened to have one in his shop. Judging from the time, the only butterfly in his shop is about to emerge from its cocoon. Since everyone likes butterflies so much, let's go and take a look. After saying that, he opened the door and walked in. He was very familiar with this place, so he quickly found the so-called butterfly's home. Because it was a cocoon before, everyone was equally excited and curious, staring intently at the camera, not wanting to miss a single detail. Until Xinqing stopped in front of a small villa at the back. Through the transparent glass window, you can just see what's going on inside. Xinqing was even more excited. He had been waiting for the butterfly to emerge from its cocoon for a long time. At this moment, a weak and small voice was heard, which was so cute. Hey, I just need to bite open the shell a little bit more, and then I can get out of this dark place. I bite hard. However, this voice is actually the queen's voice that comes with a sense of cuteness. There is no doubt that you are listening to a queen's voice acting coquettishly, which is so endearing. Of course, Xinqing couldn't ignore it, and his eyes softened. Xinqing walked to the glass window with his cell phone in hand and looked at a large callus on a branch, which was as big as an adult's thumb. It can be seen that the little guy inside is not very small. That's the butterfly you've been thinking about. See, it won't be long before the creature inside comes out. Xinqing said with a curled lip, but his eyes were always inside. Fans who saw this scene also followed suit in the discussion. Fuck, there really is a cocoon. I think I saw some movement inside. I saw that too. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of butterfly comes out of it. Is it also poisonous? What the above person said is nonsense. Boss Shin put this cocoon in the poisonous pet theme room, so it must be poisonous. As long as it's not too ugly, it's fine. Otherwise, my filter for butterflies will be shattered. More and more people are complaining, but they are also really curious. One by one, they were either lying next to their computers or watching with their phones. Just at this moment, the sound next to Xinqing's ear became more obvious. He knew that the other party was about to come out. I think I can see the light. I'll be able to get out soon if I try harder. Come on up left arrow, caret omega caret, up right arrow. Hey, 1, 2, 1. Hey, 1, 2, 1. I'm so tired. Wait for me to bite a hole. When I get out, the first thing I'll do is kick this broken shell. Are my wings going to be deformed by it? Crack. Hey, this is light. Ha. I finally bit through. I'm about to come out. Hey, I'll help. Xinqing was excited when he heard the queen's voice from the very beginning, and he cheered himself up. It was so cute and touching. It makes people unconsciously let down their guard. It was so exciting at the end, but the excitement didn't last more than 3 seconds before tragedy struck and it fell out of its cocoon. Screaming in fear. You have to know that it was a caterpillar before. If it fell from such a height, its intestines would probably be smashed out. But the reversal also came in time. Chapter 130, Whoever Inhales Will Die. Netizens in the live broadcast room were also surprised when they saw this scene. Oh shit, he fell down. Boss Shun, go help him. Don't let him die from the fall. No way. Is she going to perish just after emerging from her cocoon? Are you focusing on the wrong thing? It's a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. It won't die if it falls from a high altitude. After all, it has wings. You are wrong. When a butterfly first emerges from its cocoon, its wings are very fragile and easily damaged. That is why it takes several hours for the wings to take shape before it can fly. Perhaps what this fan said was too reasonable, and everyone was stunned for a few seconds. Then their eyes turned and stopped at the wings growing on each other's backs. As a result, the next second, the guy who was supposed to fall according to the original plan spread his wings and flew up in front of everyone's astonishment. Although it was trembling, it was flying at least, and did not fall to its death. I'm not dead. I can fly. Ha 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 ha. I can fly. Hey, I'm so tired. My wings aren't healed yet. I overexerted myself. Ahem. I should just take it easy. The protagonist of the incident flapped his wings, which had not yet been stretched, and landed thrillingly. Because the wings have just been stretched and are wrinkled, it takes a while for them to fill with blood before they slowly unfold and harden. When fully extended, the wings are very large, more than 20 centimeters wide. No wonder it kept saying that the cocoon was pressing down its wings when it was inside the cocoon. It seems we need to find a new place for this guy to live. This place is too small. Because its breeding box was not very big, Xinxing provided a small box at the time. For a worm with a full cocoon, such a small breeding box is enough. But now that it has emerged from its cocoon and become a butterfly, of course it has to change places. And we need to find a place where it can fly. What kind of butterfly is this? Does anyone know? Why are its wings so big? I just want to know if this butterfly is poisonous. Those orange wings look pretty nice. You mentioned above that if it's beautiful, then it must be poisonous. You should know that in nature, beautiful butterflies are definitely poisonous, as they are meant to warn others not to get close. This butterfly looks a bit like the African long-winged swallowtail. If it is, it's not just poisonous, it's extremely poisonous. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was jumping wildly. Everyone is expressing their own opinions. The number of people entering the live broadcast room is now increasing rapidly. The previous 10,000 people have already exceeded 100,000 and are still rising. In terms of popularity and number of participants, it ranks first among the contestants of the same period. Almost the entire platform would not start broadcasting when it came to 8 o'clock live broadcast time, and everyone would subconsciously avoid the time period when Xinxing was broadcasting. Anyway, Xinxing's live broadcast is only about an hour every night, so it would be the same if they waited until 9 o'clock to start. This way, there is no need to worry about being hurt by Xinxing's live broadcast. Similarly, when those anchors are not broadcasting live, they all come to his live broadcast room to watch. The person who just guessed that this butterfly was the African long-winged swallowtail butterfly was a science anchor. Because he had indeed learned about this kind of butterfly at that time, and still remembers it now. You guessed it right, this butterfly is the African long-winged swallowtail butterfly, one of the most poisonous butterflies in the world. Of course, Xinxing saw the problem in the barrage, so he calmly began to explain. Its scales contain a lot of cardiotonic toxins. This toxin makes some animals such as swallows, sparrows, and lizards stay away from it. The African long-winged swallowtail butterfly is said to be venomous enough to kill 6 domestic cats. They usually do not actively attack other organisms, but when threatened, they will release toxins to protect themselves. Its toxins can affect predators through contact or inhalation. After a predator is exposed to the toxin, it will quickly develop symptoms of poisoning, which may lead to death in severe cases. Finally, in addition to its body coloration being a warning, this butterfly also emits a strong scent that can be detected at a distance of 10 paces, further enhancing its defensive effectiveness. Xinxing's popular science explanation was very detailed. In a nutshell, this African long-winged swallowtail butterfly is extremely poisonous. Can't get close. Human, can you speak? What do you mean by emitting a strong odor? The word odor is not appropriate at all. My poison is a way to save my life, to warn my predators. It also has a scent. If it's not strong enough, how can I scare them away? I am so weak, so of course I have to be careful. The queen's voice has a unique, domineering tone and is a little bit arrogant. The pair of invisible little eyes stared at Xinxing. If he couldn't hear its voice, he really didn't know what expression it could have. Human, my place is too small. I can't fly very high. Find me a place to live, or just let me go. The long-winged swallowtail butterfly stayed on the ground and stretched its wings. When its wings had strength, it slowly flew up and looked at Xinxing directly through the highest glass window. Let it go? Oh, that's a nice thought. The little one has grown up and there's not enough space. I'll get you a bigger box. As he spoke, Xinxing placed his phone on the stand, then went to a place out of sight of the camera and took out a 1-meter-high and 1-meter-wide glass breeding box from his system backpack. But the fans in the live broadcast room started sending barges again. Fuck, I didn't expect this butterfly to be so poisonous. The saying, the more beautiful, the more poisonous, really applies to any species. I was lucky enough to see one of the most poisonous butterflies in the world. I was so excited. I thought it was a small poison, but it turned out to be a big one. The poison is hidden in the scales on its wings. If you flap your wings, the poison will spread, and anyone who inhales it will die. That's not surprising. Didn't Brother Shin tell you? This butterfly has a unique scent that can be smelled from 10 steps away. If you encounter one in the wild, run away as soon as you smell it. While everyone was discussing, Xinqing had already brought over a larger breeding box. In addition, he wore a mask and disposable gloves. These things are provided by the store, and of course they are also obtained from the system. Needless to say, the effect is great. Because many customers in the stores simply don't have the courage to interact with the venomous pets, these gloves and masks have never been used. He was the first one. I'll find a new house for the little guy inside. He smiled at the camera in the live broadcast room, and then, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, he opened the breeding box and said gently, "Come on, little one, I'll take you to your new home. You'll definitely like it." As he said this, he reached out his hand without any preparation to catch the African long-winged swallowtail butterfly inside. This scene did not alarm the protagonist inside, but shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. "Fuck. Brother Shun, stop messing around. Back off now." Such a vicious guy. "Boss Shin, are you so stupid? How can you do this?" "No, I'm going to call 120 for you first." "Look, Boss Shun is wearing a mask and gloves, so it should be okay, right?" Chapter 131. Would a butterfly with wings be afraid of falling? At this time, Xinqing didn't even have his phone, so naturally he couldn't see the comments sent in the barrage. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased again because of his previous actions. As time passed, it increased from 100,000 to more than 200,000 people. At this time, his hand was already close to the African long-winged swallowtail butterfly. "Don't move, I'll take you there. Don't worry, you won't fall." Why is this human laughing so obscenely? What's that all about? What does he mean by saying he won't fall if I follow him? How ridiculous that a butterfly with wings like me would be afraid of falling. Of course, if you haven't yet mastered the skill of emerging from the cocoon, that doesn't count. Although he had made up his mind at the beginning, when Xinqing touched him, he flew away on his own to prevent him from succeeding. But just as it was about to move, Xinqing had already touched its wings. I subconsciously wanted to resist, but a special breath came over me. That's the smell. I think I've smelled it before. It's so pleasant. For the sake of this taste, I'll let you touch it reluctantly. The Tsundere Queen's voice sounded particularly cute, and Xinqing's face softened. "Don't worry, I won't drop you. I'll just buy you a bigger house. Don't you want to continue flying?" "A new house? Faye, of course I do. Take me there soon." This time the one who was anxious was not Xinqing, but the butterfly that had just stretched out its wings. In the end, Xinqing easily moved the African long-winged swallowtail butterfly to another breeding room. Nothing that netizens worried about happened. "Oh my god, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. That African long-winged swallowtail butterfly is so obedient. It has to be Brother Shin. No matter what kind of poisonous pet it is, once it falls into his hands, it will definitely behave itself. Are those gloves and masks he's wearing really that useful? Will I be able to interact with the poisonous pets when I go to the store tomorrow?" The above person, you are right. I will try it tomorrow. In this way, everyone watched Xinqing change the living place for the African long-winged butterfly. The new breeding box was particularly large. When the long-winged butterfly entered, it saw such a vast expanse of flowers and plants. Exaggerated metaphor. In fact, there are a lot of plants in the breeding box, all of which are flowers that African long-winged butterflies like. Sure enough, the next second the long-winged swallowtail butterfly was happily circling and flying in the new breeding box, as happy as a child. "Ha ha ha ha. Great, great, I really like this room. I like the feeling of flying." Xinqing has not commented on this. Instead, he took the phone and said to the fans in the live broadcast room, "Now that we've finished looking at the butterflies, let me take you to see the pregnant woman. I wonder if she's given birth yet." As soon as Xinqing said this, the fans in the live broadcast room were shocked. "Holy crap. What did I hear? Am I hallucinating? Why did I hear Brother Shin say he was going to take us to see a pregnant woman give birth? Oh my god, there's actually such a request. Am I in the wrong place? Who is this pregnant woman? Is the child Brother Shin's? I've already started imagining what my children will look like. My daughter will look like her father, and my son will look like his mother. Is it possible that your imaginations are too strong? Based on my observations of Brother Shun, he probably doesn't even have a girlfriend, so how could he have a child? Perhaps he's talking about a poisonous pet." While everyone was guessing, Xinqing had already arrived in front of a small villa with his cell phone in hand. "Hong Hong, are you okay? Do you need any help?" Xinqing turned the camera so that everyone could see what was in front of them. It was another small villa, filled with sand-like soil. You can still see some green plants on it, but nothing else. But another cold voice came to Xinqing's ears. "I'm about to give birth, and there are some troubles. Forget it. I'll just break my legs when the time comes. I'll save my nutrition and energy, and I'll recover from the rest later. As long as the baby is born safely, that's all that matters." Xinqing knew that this was the sound of red fire ants. The voice sounded exceptionally cold, and even the tone of its voice had a hint of coldness, as if it was born that way. But in these cold words, there is concern for the child. That's right. In order to conserve nutrition and energy, he even thought about breaking his legs. Relevant information about Hua Hongyi's future production immediately appeared in Xinqing's mind. I did see such a news. Before becoming a queen ant, the queen ant will mate through nuptial flight. She will descend from the air to the ground, dig a tunnel with a diameter of more than 10 millimeters underground, and build a small house at a deeper place for herself to lay eggs. During this period, the queen ant will break off her own limbs to produce the nutrients she needs. During its production period, its weight will gradually decrease, and the queen ant will have a new source of food only after the first batch of adult worker ants grow up. That is to say, during the incubation period, it has to stay there all the time without eating or drinking. We can only wait for the first batch of worker ants to grow up and then find food for them. Then, the queen ant lays eggs, which are carefully raised and nurtured by the worker ants and grow into larvae. After a while, the ants will break out of the cocoon. This is the queen ant's ultimate mission, to give birth to female ants who can inherit her mission. But this is not the wild, and with him around, it doesn't need to go hungry. Xinqing squatted down to the same level as the villa, then stared at the situation inside, and finally found the location of the red fire ant queen through the sound. It was an area covered with dead leaves, with half of the queen ant's body just exposed. Its body is about the same color as dead leaves, so it's really hard to spot. Come, let me show you. This is the pregnant woman I was talking about. But she's about to give birth, and I need to help her. Xinqing had long ago aimed the camera in the live broadcast room at the red fire ant queen and even enlarged it for them to see. The exposed part of the red fire ant queen happens to be her bulging abdomen. Doesn't this confirm what the pregnant woman said? Holy crap, I've been guessing who this pregnant woman is, and now you show me this? Ant pregnant women are also pregnant women. You can't discriminate against them. Ahem, although I was also looking for the so-called boss lady just now. Luckily it was a false alarm. I was thinking about running into Boss Shun offline someday and having a beautiful encounter. Who knows, maybe I'll become the boss's wife in the future. Sister, although it is dark, your pillow is already under my control, so stop dreaming. The queen is actually pregnant, so how does she give birth? Is Boss Shin going to give us a live stream? Chapter 132, Delivering an Ant? For a while, fans in the live broadcast room were talking about it, all discussing how this red fire ant queen would give birth. The reproduction method of red fire ants is oviparous. After the eggs hatch after a certain period of time, the larvae gradually grow and eventually develop into new queen ants and worker ants. Xinqing had already adjusted the ambient temperature in the breeding box to an environment suitable for the production of red fire ant queens. Even the soil becomes loose, making it easier for it to dig and build a nest. The nest has a complex structure and is divided into multiple layers. The temperature and humidity inside the nest are suitable. Therefore, factors such as soil softness, moisture, and drainage will affect the queen ant's choice. This is the soil inside the breeding box. This is also thanks to the deluxe version of the breeding box rewarded by the system. Everything can be adjusted according to the environment that the poisonous pet can adapt to. This makes Xinqing less worried when raising poisonous pets. The queen of red fire ants does not like places that are too bright, especially at this time when she should hide in the underground nest to prepare for giving birth. But for some reason, she climbed up. It would indeed be hard to get back to the nest at this point. No one knows whether it will be produced midway. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Xinqing opened the glass door of the villa, found a pair of tweezers nearby, and prepared to help it. Someone said to the live broadcast room, "Yes, this is the queen of the red fire ants. It is about to give birth. I am here to help it." Originally, he didn't know that the queen of red fire ants was about to give birth at this time, so he brought netizens in the live broadcast room here to see it. I only realized it after hearing its inner voice. The red fire ant queen's nest is right under the dead leaf. At present, there seem to be some dead branches blocking the entrance to the cave. The red fire ant queen is nearby and wants to remove those dead branches and leaves. He just needs to use tweezers to gently clear some small leaves at the entrance and let it go down. It's not really about watching the other person give birth. But the fans in the live broadcast room don't know. Holy crap, I know the red fire ant queen. The anchor brought her back a long time ago. Is she laying eggs now? This little creature's venom is quite strong. If someone with a special constitution is bitten, it can be fatal in severe cases. The host pets here are really poisonous. Even a tiny ant is poisonous. It really is true that we must have respect for nature. Otherwise, even a small one could be fatal. The above person is wrong. Mr. Shin's shop also has a few kinds of cats, dogs, and snakes. They are not poisonous. I just want to know how Boss Shin is going to help it produce. I'm really curious about this. Could Boss Shin really deliver a baby? Or is he just delivering an ant's baby? The comments in the barrage gradually began to diverge, with all kinds of opinions being expressed. But at this time, Shun Chinka couldn't care about anything else, because the red fire ant queen started talking again. This time, he waved his calf directly at Shin Ching. It's Boss Shin, you're here. Hurry up and give me some of that nice smell. I can't hold it any longer. Although the cool and majestic voice was still cold and calm, a hint of nervousness could still be revealed in her words. This is the first time it has given birth to offspring, and it has no experience. But it knew that the pleasant smell it smelled last time could put its body in a state of full energy. It is good for its body and the baby in its belly. The outside is not a good place for production. It has to go back to the cave. However, it had almost used up all its strength and had no extra energy to support it back to the depths of the cave. Fortunately, Shin Qing came at this time. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You can rest for a while, and then go back to the cave to give birth to the baby. Shin Qing spoke gently to the red fire ant queen. His hands kept moving, using tweezers to help it clear some obstructions at the entrance of the cave, while with the other hand, he controlled a light green aura of affinity to wrap around the queen red fire ant. Then a milky white halo enveloped it. That was the healing ability used by Shin Qing. With these two blessings, the red fire ants felt much more comfortable and their legs became stronger. Thank you, Boss Shun. After I give birth to my children, I will make sure they recognize you as their father. The corners of Shin Qing's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. It is really hard to describe how emotionless these words were when spoken in such a cold and majestic voice. He didn't want this father. It would have been fine if he was a cross-species father, but the person who said this was a widow. This is true. After all, the male red fire ants will die after mating. The mating of ants has a very romantic name, called nuptial flight. The entire mating process of ants begins and ends in flight. During mating, the male ant gives the spermatophore in his abdomen to the female ant, so the female ant has the opportunity to be fertilized. After mating, the two ants will fall to the ground, and their wings will begin to break. As the breeze blows their broken wings, the lives of tens of thousands of male ants begin to count down. This is also the mission of the male ant. They must devote their lives to reproduce and contribute all their spermatophores just to increase the female ant's egg-laying rate and improve its survival rate. For the sake of love, the male ant leaves the hope of life to the female ant. He has all this information in his mind. Boss Shun is helping it dig a hole. But don't these ants like to build nests? They don't need him to dig a hole, right? Oh, I'm here for you. Just focus on having a baby. What gentle words. If they weren't directed at ants, they might be even more touching. Oh my God, why do I feel like humans and animals are also good? Ahem, this is all Boss Shun's fault. Not only does he have a nice voice, but his tone is also so gentle. I love him. Brother Shun, I'm about to give birth too. Can you please tell me? Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Just give birth to the baby. The fans in the live broadcast room are really good at finding sweets. Even such a simple sentence can be overinterpreted by them. But the other one is a poisonous ant who is pregnant and about to give birth. It's absolutely amazing. Fortunately, he acted quickly and cleaned the hole. He watched the red fire ant queen slowly move towards the hole and soon disappeared. I guess it won't be long before she gives birth to a baby. He should buy some nutritional supplements suitable for it. Even if he doesn't know whether it is available in the system mall, he can look for it after the live broadcast. Shin Qing closed the glass door of the villa again. Today's live broadcast was almost time. Shin Qing, who was really about to end the live broadcast, actually saw the words of the person who was about to become a mother in the barrage. He didn't know if the other person was joking, but it was fate that they could come to watch his live broadcast. What if she was really a mother? She wanted a blessing, and he could still give it to her. I just saw a fan who's about to be a mom asked for a message from me, so here I am. Don't worry, your baby will be born safely, and both you and your child will be fine. Come on. Chapter 133. Old buddy, let me brush your fur. In the delivery room of a hospital, a young girl with a pale face and a big belly was half lying on the hospital bed. Her left hand was still receiving and for drip, while her right hand was holding a mobile phone to watch the live broadcast. It was Shin Qing's live broadcast. She had been watching for a while, and at this moment, she just heard Shin Qing looking directly into the camera and saying a few words in the most gentle tone. She knew that Shin Qing was talking to her, and her eyes, which had not shed tears in recent days, suddenly turned red. The crystal tears fell like pearls that had broken off the string, falling down without any cost. Finally, it fell into the clothes and disappeared. Thank you. I will do my best. Don't worry, baby. Mommy hasn't shown you the world yet. Let's do our best together. The girl gently touched her bulging belly, feeling the movement of the baby, her eyes gentle and firm. In fact, her body was not suitable for pregnancy, and her husband married her only for the child. The two met through a blind date, got married 6 months later, and soon had a child. The doctor had clearly told her during her marriage checkup that she would need to wait 2 years to have a child until she had recovered. Otherwise, it is easy to have 2 deaths during childbirth. However, her husband secretly got her pregnant, and her menstruation happened to be irregular, so she didn't notice it at all. When the child grew up, she couldn't abort the baby even if she wanted to. My body can't take it. The first thing she wanted to do was to talk to her husband, but she saw her husband, whom she had been married to for less than half a year, hugging and kissing a man in her house. But her mother-in-law looked as if she was used to it. Just like that, she heard the cruelest truth through the half-open door. She was raped. He married her just to leave a descendant and carry on the family line. Once a child is born, the child cannot be taken away regardless of divorce. And her husband can be with that man. Later they divorced, and she returned to her parents' home, but the child could not be aborted, and it was just as dangerous to give birth to it. Her parents were so worried that their hair turned gray, especially as she was about to give birth. She was also under a lot of pressure and had no one to rescue her, so she was very depressed. I felt a little better after watching Shun Qing's live broadcast. Because it was so strange, it made it difficult for her to relax. During the week she was in the hospital, she watched Shun Qing's live broadcast almost every night, or searched for videos and pictures of Shun Qing's store during the day. She also thought about going to his store after giving birth and bringing her child with her. My originally depressed mood has improved a lot, and even the doctor said that my health has improved, which is good for the child as well. Yes, when she was most confused, she saw a different life and interesting things in the live broadcast room. Let her stop being hesitant, and her mood will naturally improve. The doctor said there was no problem and that a cesarean section could be performed tonight, which is why she posted that comment. As a result, Shun Qing really saw it. Shun Qing's voice was very gentle, and there was an unquestionable firm look on his face, which made people feel at ease. It was as if looking at him and listening to what he said, I suddenly felt a lot more courage in my heart. This may be the popular saying on the internet. You don't know that at a certain moment, your words will affect someone else's life. Either dark or light. That's what she is at the moment. Su Xiao, get ready. The nurse will push you to the delivery room soon. Don't worry, our director will do it herself. You'll be fine. Okay, I'm ready. The other side. After Shun Qing finished broadcasting, the system prompt sound came randomly. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary Insta. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 910,000 emotional points. Total emotion points, 327,5450. Ding. Mood value reaches 900,000. Reward, 900,000 cash, 5 hair growth creams, free attribute points plus 20, spirit plus 10. Store has 380 employees, experience plus 380. I didn't expect my mood level to be so high today, higher than usual. Then I realized that today is Friday, and everyone has a day off. So it's no wonder that the number of people online has increased dramatically. The only thing that surprised him was that there was hair growth cream among the rewards this time. But he knew that the rewards from the system must not be simple things. The effect will definitely be good. Uncle Su and Uncle Yuan happen to be facing the crisis of middle-aged baldness, so you can send some over. The personal panel is then refreshed. Name, Shun Qing. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV3. Pet Shop Level, LV2. Experience, 380/1000. Mall Level, LV2. Intelligence, 133, 0, 200. Constitution, 71, 0, 100. Spiritual Power, 138, 0 to 1000. Cash, 4,598,410 yuan. Total emotion points, 327,5450. Skills, Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Creature Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill, /Healing Skill. Items, Hair Growth Pills, 3 pills/bottle. Detoxification Pills, 40 bottles, 1/10 pill. Scar Removal Cream, 30 bottles. Pet Snack Package, 100. Cute Pet Doll Maker, 1. Pet Toy Package, 1. Hair Growth Cream, 5. Upgrade Package, 1. By the way, there is still an upgrade gift pack that has not been opened, and it is a good time to open it. See what rewards are inside. Open the upgrade package. Ding. The gift package is open. Ding. One emotion value brush opened. Then there was a flash of light, and something appeared in the void before his eyes. That's right, there's only one this time. But what does this emotion value brush mean? He didn't think that the things rewarded by the system would be garbage. It must have its uses. Just a blind guess. Literally speaking, the emotion value is the score. As for why it is paired with a brush, I really can't find it for the time being. System explanation. If you don't understand something, look for the system. No one can compare to it. Returning to the host can use this emotion value brush to interact with large poisonous pets, cleaning and brushing their fur to gain considerable emotion value. Wow, you can still play like this, right? It would be great if I had a brush like this that was so easy to use. It's just like cutting leeks, hitting them one by one accurately, but the ones being cut are all poisonous pets. As for how much emotional value can be cut, it is unknown. He can give it a try. Xinqing took this so-called emotion brush to the jellyfish area, ready to try out its effect. I also want to see if this brush can achieve the same effect when it is in water. At this time, except for a few spotlights to drive away the darkness, all other lights in the store were turned off. Xinqing arrived at the jellyfish area quietly. The purpose was very clear, and it finally stopped in front of the jellyfish in the middle, which was the lion's main jellyfish. There was no one else in the store, so he spoke more casually. Hey, old man, let me brush your fur. Chapter 134 Brushing the hair? Brush your immortal board. Brushing hair? Brush you idiot. How can I, a jellyfish, have hair? I'm not a cat or a dog. An angry voice of Uncle Trump was heard, accompanied by the sound of the other party violently colliding with glass. This is obviously angry. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Anger is bad for your health. I'm just concerned about you. Xinqing didn't expect the other party to be so excited, and his temper was still as bad as ever. The light green affinity floated towards the lion's main jellyfish and calmed him down. It's so comfortable, no matter how fragrant your scent is, you can't attract me. Don't even think about it. Humph. If I really want to brush his fur, then I'll become a kitten. Besides, I don't have any fur to brush. Seriously, this person is unworthy. Trump's uncle's voice still rang out, revealing his inner thoughts. In Xinqing's opinion, the other party was just a little embarrassed. So, without any fear of poisoning, he brought a stool, stepped on it, and opened the top lid. Come on, man, stretch out a tentacle and let me see how it works. Xinqing's expression was very calm, and he held a medium-sized brush in his other hand. No, I won't listen to you. Don't try to bully me. Although the other party said so, his body honestly extended a tentacle. It did not touch Xinqing, but stopped a few centimeters away from his arm. A typical example of saying one thing and doing another. Although you say no with your mouth, your body is honest. You should know that Xinqing has maxed out the favorability of all the poisonous pets in the store, and they will not attack him. So even if the lid of the tank is open, he is not afraid of being poisoned by the jellyfish. That's good. Don't worry, I'll try. Xinqing smiled when he saw this, and then the brush in his hand began to gently touch the tentacles on the edge of the water tank. The bristles on the brush are very soft, and I don't know what material it's made of. I originally thought that touching the fleshy tentacle would make the other person feel uncomfortable, but there was no problem at all. Just as it touched the tentacles, the brush head emitted a soft white light that only Xinqing could see. So after the brush is applied, the other party does not have any negative reaction. That's not the case. The one with the problem is Xinqing. Just when he touched the tentacles with the brush, a small screen appeared in front of him, displaying the emotional value. Ding. Use the emotion value brush to interact with the pet. Emotion value +10. +10. Every time he moves, his emotional value will increase by 10 points, which is simply amazing. However, after playing it a few more times, I found that only the first 10 times have emotional value, and there is no emotional value after that. An E is so old, that brush doesn't prick at all. It's like the muscles in my hand have loosened up, and I can brush it a few more times. Uncle Trump's voice suddenly became much gentler from his original slightly irritable tone. Many tentacles in the water were swaying with the current, and they seemed to be in a good mood. One person and one jellyfish looked quite harmonious. Change it. For the purpose of experiment, Xinqing wanted to see if he would still have these emotional values if he changed a tentacle. Or does it mean that only the first 10 attacks of each poisonous pet are effective? Fortunately, the lion's main jellyfish cooperated and replaced it with another tentacle, which also did not touch Xinqing. But there is more than one tentacle, at least 5 or 6. Boss Shen, keep going, you're doing a great job. Oh, you're treating me like a tool now. I wonder who was unhappy just now. Xinqing said this, but he did not stop working, but he finally got a result. Each poisonous pet can spawn in 3 places, 10 times in each place. If it spawns more than that, there will be no emotional value. In just a few moves, he earned 300 points of emotion. Although the emotional points earned during live broadcasts are very few, the system does not say that this brush can only be used by it, and it can give this brush to the staff. But this requires courage. In addition to the staff, can customers also experience the feeling of close interaction with venomous pets? Of course, the idea is good, but if you want to implement it, you need to take it slow. But if poisonous pets are allowed, can other animals in foster care be allowed as well? After all, he still has 2 furry pets in his shop. He did what he said. After settling the jellyfish, Shinqing walked through the moon gate and came to the foster pet area. He decisively picked up Sunflower and started brushing his back with a small brush. Sunflower, are you comfortable? Is my strength okay? If you feel comfortable, just let out a squeak. It's so comfortable. I need to use a little more force. Yes, on my back. Also, I'm not a mouse, so how can I squeak? Even if you're pretty, you can't embarrass a dog. A girl's energetic voice followed, accompanied by more system prompt sounds. Ding. Use the emotion value brush to interact with the pet. Emotion value +10. +10. This broadcast also stopped at a critical point. Sure enough, the sentiment value increased by another 300. Now he knew where to put the emotion brush, so he put it next to the foster pet. He will hand over the small brush to the staff tomorrow. The next morning, Shinqing was called away by Uncle Sue. If for no other reason, the purpose is also to become a poisonous pet in the future. They had originally thought that the reptiles and poisonous pets they were looking for would take some time to arrive. But this morning Uncle Sue received news that some of the other side had already come here with their poisonous pets. I heard there are a lot of good stuff this time. So the two drove to the meeting place. An hour later, Uncle Sue drove Shinqing to an abandoned warehouse. This place is relatively far away from the city suburbs. There are no villages nearby, only mountains. This mountain is actually quite high, connected to several mountains of similar height. A whole area of lush greenery. He knew that the mountains behind were where there were many reptiles and poisonous insects. They choose this place because they want to sell their stuff and then go back into the mountains. After getting off the car, Uncle Sue simply told Shinqing what he knew. In that case, can you please give me the contact information of the other party's boss? If you have any poisonous insects in the future, you can contact me directly. I will accept them as long as I can. Shinqing's smile became brighter. There was still a lot of space in the store, so he could raise more of these little poisonous pets. You can go in and ask later. Uncle Sue patted Shinqing's shoulder with amusement. Now he treated Shinqing like a junior, and he felt proud of him. He really admired Shinqing for opening a poisonous pet shop by himself in such a short time. He had heard from so many people that the pet shop at the end of South Street was so beautifully decorated. It attracts young girls and boys. But the pets there are all poisonous. Not cute cats and dogs. The older generation doesn't understand this. Why keep poisonous pets? Isn't this harmful to people? But the younger generation loves to be curious. The stranger or scarier something is, the more they will rush to see it. Perhaps this is also the reason why Shinqing can succeed. You are here, coming quickly. Just then, a middle-aged man with a bald head walked out. Chapter 135, that's an exploding ant. Come on, let's go in. Uncle Sue motioned Shinqing to follow. A few minutes later, Shinqing and the others came in and gathered around the long table in the middle of the warehouse. There were several breeding boxes on the table without any cover. As soon as Shinqing entered, he saw several kinds of animals. It's better to say poison dart frog. That's right, the poison dart frog. Because it is so obvious, with black spots covering the blue body, it is impossible not to recognize it. One look and relevant information popped up in his mind. The poison dart frog is the most poisonous frog in the world, especially the golden poison dart frog. The toxin in its body can kill 10 adults in 3 minutes. It can not only cause severe pain, but also lead to paralysis and heart failure. Poison dart frogs typically live in tropical rainforests and prefer moist, cool environments. They can be found in small puddles of water in the axils of leaves, between the leaves of bromeliads, or in tree hollows. They are diurnal animals, which means they are active during the day, not at night. They are high in the food chain, and their diet mainly consists of Drosophila, ants and crickets. The toxicity may come from spiders in the food chain, whose venom is absorbed by the poison dart frog and converted into its own venom. Poison dart frogs are highly toxic as part of their survival strategy. Their skin is brightly colored as a warning to potential predators. Despite this, the venom of poison dart frogs is not usually fatal to humans, but it can still cause severe skin reactions or allergic reactions. Shinqing didn't expect that there would be this kind of frog here, but it looked very attractive. At this moment, a voice came into my ears. More people are coming. Could they be our buyers? I really want to poison them all. This was a very calm, lowly voice, with no fluctuations in tone. It was as if the violent factors in the words were all fake. Xinqing's mouth twitched when he heard this, and then his gaze shifted to another breeding box. That was also a blue figure. Oh wow, finally saw a good-looking human. I really want to cuddle with him. Will he buy me as a pet? He definitely wants me, because I'm so pretty. A particularly narcissistic boy's voice sounded, which was much more lively than the previous calmness. When I got closer, I found that it was a blue spider. The metallic blue spider, also known as the Thai cobalt blue bird spider, is a pet bird spider native to the tropical rainforests of Thailand and Myanmar. The juvenile form of the metallic blue spider is gray-black. As it grows older and reaches a body length of more than 5 to 6 centimeters, its feet will gradually develop a signature, shiny cobalt blue color that slowly spreads to the entire body. This blue color is most noticeable under strong light. A typical burrowing spider that likes to live in caves. They don't like to be close to people, and they hate being provoked or having their peace disturbed. Metallic blue spiders move quickly and require special care when raising them because they are very aggressive. It is worth noting that the metallic blue spider is a poisonous spider. Once bitten, the wound should be treated immediately and vaccinated at the epidemic prevention station. Owners of cats and dogs at home need to be careful, as cats and dogs are allergic to all spider venoms. To sum up, as a pet tarantula, the metallic blue spider has a unique appearance and a certain degree of maintenance difficulty. Understanding its habits is crucial for anyone wanting to keep this species. Xinqing quickly finished reading the information displayed in his mind. I also like this little guy in front of me very much. At this moment, he took a fancy to both blue poisonous pets. He believed that putting them in the store would definitely attract more people's attention. There are more here. Take a look for yourselves, and tell me if you like anything. The bald middle-aged man pointed to the ground, where there were many feeding boxes, which he had not seen just now due to the angle. He just saw Xinqing staring at the 2 poisonous pets and knew that the deal was done. Then bring up the other poisonous pets for us to see. Uncle Sue didn't hesitate and started to help get it. There are quite a few poisonous pets here, all of which are terrestrial. In addition to the poison dart frogs and metallic blue spiders mentioned earlier, there are also scorpions, centipedes, ants, etc. In short, there are many types. Xinqing was really curious about how the other party found so many poisonous pets. The ones over here are poisonous, and the ones over there are not. Do you want to see them? The middle-aged bald man pointed to the breeding box on the other side and asked them. He could see that Xinqing really wanted to buy it. If possible, he hoped that Xinqing would buy it all so that he could continue looking for poisonous insects in the forest. There must be good stuff in the mountains behind us. Maybe we can even find a big one. Just now, his men sent a message saying that they seemed to have seen a snake's skin, which was quite large. After hearing the news, he could no longer bear it. He just wanted to sell the things in his hands quickly and lead his men to the forest behind. Xinqing accepted all the poisonous pets and picked out all the poisonous pets on the ground and table. In the end, he only chose 3, the poison dart frog, the metallic blue spider, and the exploding ant. Just now, Uncle Sue was preparing to buy some more poisonous pets to take home, and he continues to pick the ones he likes. Sure enough, among a bunch of inconspicuous poisonous pets, he only took a fancy to the first 2 and the exploding ant. Compared with other animals, it is not big in size, but its inner world is very rich. Xinqing heard almost every word of its inner complaints. It's so frustrating to watch them all the time. I really want to blow them up, just blow them up. When his hot temper came out, I was so shocked that I almost forgot his youthful voice. This is the voice of a young boy. Although still a little immature, he is never vague on major issues. At this time, Xinqing's eyes also fell on the little guy in the breeding box. The information came in the next second. That's an exploding ant. They have venom glands in their bodies, and the venom in the venom glands is highly toxic and corrosive. When they encounter external threats, they will deliberately burst their body walls and spray poisonous liquid on the opponent. The abdominal muscles of this ant can contract violently, eventually breaking the body wall and splashing highly corrosive secretions everywhere, causing harm to the enemy. When its body explodes, the fluid in the gland will spray everywhere. This fluid has adhesive and corrosive effects. It is this unexpected explosion that will prevent the enemy from reacting in time and will instantly be stuck in the liquid, eventually becoming unable to move. Chapter 136 Pregnant Black Mamba. Xinqing didn't expect that the other party had such a bad temper and wanted to blow people to death at any time. You know, if you blow up others, you will also blow yourself up. The way that exploding ants explode is not the same as the way we imagine atomic bombs or grenades explode. They tear their own bodies apart and then spray the toxins inside their bodies onto the enemy, causing serious damage to the enemy. Just like ordinary ants have different divisions of labor, such as worker ants and queen ants. Not all ants can explode. Generally, the ants that can explode are small worker ants used to defend their homes. They are a fixed group. When faced with enemy invasion and seeing that they cannot defeat the enemy, they will choose to sacrifice themselves and protect the continued reproduction of these ants. Unfortunately, this ant is now a small worker ant. He's still a guy with a bad temper. Xinqing was very curious why it was so obedient when it was caught instead of just self-destructing? Or is it that it is actually unable to self-destruct and it is just talk? Xinqing was very curious about this, but he didn't want to see the other party self-destruct with his own eyes. If it really explodes, does he need to buy it back? But he had just checked, and it seemed that his store had most of the poisonous pets here. At this time, he only considered the uniqueness when choosing poisonous pets. In other words, apart from the previous poisonous pets, he probably won't buy too many of the same kinds of poisonous pets in the future. This can also give customers more freshness. Just at this moment, there was a loud noise outside the warehouse. "Boss, we found the snake and brought it back." A thin young man ran in with a smile on his face and an extremely excited look on his face. "Oh, really? Good boy, everyone is okay." The middle-aged bald man was also happy to see this, but he was also concerned about everyone's safety. You know, snakes are most afraid of encountering poisonous snakes, but they actually hope to encounter them so that they can catch them and exchange them for money. But I am also worried about encountering poisonous snakes, getting bitten and poisoned, and not getting timely treatment. Don't worry, boss. We were very vigilant and no one was bitten. I'm here to report the good news. Heisey and the others are almost here with the snake. The young man smiled innocently. Ha ha. Okay. You two come with me to take a look. Maybe if you find something you like, you can take it home directly. The bald boss looked at Uncle Su and Xinqing with a smile on his face. Xinqing and the other person looked at each other and nodded, and then they came to the warehouse door together. Sure enough, several people came in from outside at this time. Two of them were holding an iron cage, the kind used to hold snakes. At this moment, a black snake was coiled inside, with its head raised high, looking very alert. Only when they got closer did Xinqing see clearly what kind of snake it was. Black mamba. Yes, it is the black mamba. Ha 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 ha. Little brother, you have good eyesight. You recognized it so quickly. The bald boss laughed and continued. We've actually been aware of this black mamba for a while, but we were delayed by something we were busy with. Fortunately, we were lucky today and didn't let it escape. How about it? If you want it, we can sell it to you first. The last sentence was spoken directly to Xinqing. After all, he had just seen clearly that it was Xinqing who really wanted to buy the poisonous pet. Uncle Su is just a foil. Humph. You cunning and insidious humans, you've already discovered me. If I weren't afraid of hurting the baby in my belly, I would definitely teach you a lesson. A sudden voice suddenly sounded in Xinqing's ears. It was the cold voice of a queen, and it sounded particularly cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar and was like a machine without emotions. But one can also feel its anger, which is very contradictory. It goes without saying that this must be the voice of the snake in the cage. It turns out that this girl was pregnant. No wonder she was always on guard, but she was caught in the end. It seems that his store has several other types of venomous snakes, but the black mamba is really not available. I came at the right time today. I want this snake, and the 3 I saw in there just now. If you like them, take them back to the store. Okay, don't worry. Uncle will definitely give you a fair price. After everything was settled, Xinqing transferred the money to the other party, and then got into Uncle Su's car with the 4 poisonous pets. Don't worry, I'm a very responsible master. You can take good care of the baby with me. I will definitely not let you and the baby starve. When Xinqing got into the car, he turned around and talked to the black mamba snake in the cage. If he didn't know that the person he was talking to was a poisonous snake, his words would definitely be ambiguous. Perhaps it was because Xinqing gave all the poisonous pets a wave of light green affinity right from the start, which directly maxed out the favorability of the 4 poisonous pets. Even the most vigilant black mamba snake relaxed a lot. Huh? How did he know I have a child? A responsible owner? He won't starve me and the kids? So, should I trust him for once? The icy and piercing voice of the royal sister was full of doubts. Of course, at this moment, it has no choice but to trust Xinqing. It is at the mercy of others, and in order to protect its children, it can only compromise. Fortunately, this human is not that annoying. After Xinqing heard this, the smile on his face became more obvious. He said that if he was friendly, even the cold and poisonous pet would obey him. What you said is too ambiguous. It's hard to believe. Uncle Su was driving just fine, But he heard Xinqing say this out of the blue, especially something like, "I won't let you and the child starve." If you didn't know, you would think he was talking to his wife and children. It turned out that the person he was talking to was a venomous snake that he had just caught a few minutes ago, and the child he was talking about was still in the snake's belly. "I'm just interacting with my poisonous pet. It's better to be close to him." Xinqing didn't care at all, but he didn't continue to tease the poisonous pets. Instead, he chatted with Uncle Sue. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the store's door. It had only been 2 hours since they left and returned, and there weren't many customers in the store at that time. Generally, there will be more customers in the store after noon or after 11 o'clock. One reason is that the lunch and desserts in the store are delicious, and the other is that the drinks here are delicious. What's more important, of course, is that everyone is used to coming here in the afternoon to relax. So, Xinqing took his new poisonous pet and made it his home in the store. The poisonous snake is in the snake theme room on the 2nd floor, and the ant, spider, and the other 3 are in the poisonous insect theme room on the 1st floor. 3 villas were also arranged. Not long after the arrangement was made, a very cute girl came into the store, live streaming with tools in her hands. "I'm at Boshin's pet shop. I'll take everyone to experience what it's like to visit a pet shop." Chapter 137. Sure enough, beautiful things are poisonous. The girl who was speaking was a female anchor who had become quite popular recently, specializing in live broadcasts of store visits. Today, she brought her fans from her live broadcast room to Xinqing's pet shop. Nowadays, everyone knows that Xinqing's store is almost full of poisonous pets. In addition, there has been no end of comments about Xinqing on the internet, which makes everyone even more curious. In addition, a host has come to the store to live broadcast before, and it has received very good responses. If you are lucky, you may even meet Xinqing himself. Nowadays, the name Xinqing represents traffic on the internet. If she meets someone and just lets Xinqing appear on camera, her live broadcast room will attract a large number of viewers. Of course, a large part of them are Xinqing's fans. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the fans in the live broadcast room began to send barrages of comments excitedly. "Ah, this young lady is really a person of action. She just mentioned it yesterday, and she came today. Love it. The host is great. He took us to experience the joy of the poisonous pet shop. It is said online that Boshin's poisonous pet shop is very special. The host must take us to experience it. I had originally planned to meet up with a classmate to visit Mr. Shin's shop, but something unexpected happened, and I couldn't go. Unexpectedly, I lucked out and saw the lady in the shop. Can we go to the 2nd floor? There's an albino snake there that I really like." Such remarks continued to emerge, and the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise. Even the number of people in the live broadcast room jumped rapidly. Looking at the numbers scrolling in the live broadcast room, Xiao Tianjiang swallowed secretly. She didn't expect that her live broadcast in Xinqing's store would attract so much traffic. It really proves the saying that if you want traffic, look for Xinqing. No wonder the video clips and pictures of Xinqing are so popular online. Ahem, in that case, let's start with the 1st floor. The host Xiao Tianjiang walked into the store with a smile on her face and her mobile phone in hand. At this time, Xinqing had just arranged the poisonous pet he bought today, and as soon as he went downstairs, he saw Xiao Tianjiang. It happened that the staff were all busy at this time and no one saw her. So she went up to her and asked, "Hello, do you need someone to introduce you?" "Hello, Mr. Shun. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce my fans to all the poisonous pets in your store. Is that possible?" Xiao Tianjiang didn't expect that when she looked up, she saw Xinqing slowly walking towards her, and he gently asked her if she needed help. Needless to say, of course it is necessary. He is the traffic password. It is so great to be received by him personally. She could already imagine that it wouldn't be long before her live broadcast room would be flooded with traffic. Of course, then where would you like to see first? As for the poisonous pet shop, the 1st floor currently has a jellyfish section, a poisonous insect section, and a fish section, and the 2nd floor is the poisonous snake section. Xinqing happened to have nothing to do, so he could take her on a tour. The audience in the live broadcast room were naturally very excited. "Ah, I actually met Boss Shin. I'm so lucky. Boss Shin personally entertained me. Quick, let Boss Shin take us to see all the poisonous pets in the store. It will also make up for my absence. I wonder if Boss Shin has any other new poisonous pets." Xiao Tianjiang also saw this comment. Her eyes lit up, and she asked, "Boss Shin, do you have any new poisonous pets in your store? The friends in the live broadcast room want to see them." "You asked the right question. The store just got a few new poisonous pets today. I'll take you to see them." After Xinqing finished speaking, he brought Xiao Tianjiang to the poisonous insect-themed room on the 1st floor. We arrived at the 3 newly added villas under everyone's expectant gaze. This little guy in here just arrived today. It's called the metal blue spider. Its character traits are fierceness, sensitivity, independence, intelligence, wit, diligence, thriftiness, perseverance, and calmness. After Qing finished speaking, he made way for Tianjiang and the others. Sure enough, the next second the camera was aimed at the glass side of the villa, and the environment inside was arranged according to the way metal blue spider liked. But no one was seen. What's going on? Where's the metal blue spider? There's nothing here. Isn't it hidden? How can we see it then? Miss, could you ask Mr. Shun to get the spider out for us to see? I really want to see it. Perhaps knowing what the fans in the live broadcast room wanted to see, Qing had already opened the glass window before Tianjiang said anything. He took a small wooden stick from the side and said, "This spider is a cave-dwelling spider and a solitary insect. They have bad tempers and don't like to be close to people. They hate it even more when people tease them or disturb their rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the small wooden stick and poked at the cave. The next second, a young man's voice with gritted teeth came into my ears. "Damn it, human, don't you know that disturbing my rest will make me hate you? How dare you harass me? You actually poked my hole with a stick. I was just about to rest, and you almost poked me in the stomach? If you poke a hole in my beautiful body, wouldn't I be utterly humiliated?" Very good. The anger in his voice did not diminish at all, but at the end he couldn't help but be narcissistic. It's really contradictory. However, after Qing made such a fuss, the metallic blue spider that had been resting in the cave finally showed up. The gray, hairy legs stepped out of the darkness into the light, and then everyone witnessed a miracle. The originally dull metallic blue spider became brighter and brighter under the light, which looked very beautiful. This little guy is so beautiful. The royal blue fur is so cute. Tianjiang originally thought that she would be afraid of these insect-like poisonous pets. Or maybe she was just afraid of animals like snakes, insects, rats, and ants. It turned out that everyone in the comment section was asking her to visit Qing's store. That's why she came here. To be honest, she didn't really like poisonous pets because she was afraid. I'm not afraid of anything unless it's something very ornamental like jellyfish. However, I was quite happy to see the metallic blue spider at this time, and I didn't feel scared at all. I appreciate it a little more. Ahem, this human is quite perceptive. He knows I'm handsome, right? He has good taste. Sure enough, the next second, the boy's voice sounded in Qing's ears again. Still so narcissistic. But what was caught in the live broadcast camera was a metallic blue spider kicking Qing's stick a few times, and it looked as furious as it could be. It's like fighting with a wooden stick. But after a moment he returned to normal, took 2 steps forward, and walked back and forth toward Tianjiang. Like a peacock spreading its tail, he is also showing off his figure. Qing was speechless after seeing this. But the netizens in the live broadcast room were very excited. Is this the metallic blue spider? It looks so cute. Even the way it kicks the stick is so adorable. The metallic blue spider is very ferocious and poisonous. Don't be fooled by its appearance. Most people don't dare to keep it. As expected, beautiful things are often poisonous, and non-poisonous things are not beautiful, and the same is true for animals. Chapter 138, 2,000 words added. It's small, but has a big temper. Isn't it? In the eyes of other people, it is cute because its appearance is not as scary as other spiders, but rather has a kind of delicate and innocent feeling. Like other stuffed animals, it is naturally appealing and does not cause physical fear. But is it really cute and innocent? No, it is a poisonous creature, but it just hasn't shown its fangs yet. Boss Shun, is this the new friend you were talking about? He looks so cute. Even I, a girl who is afraid of insects, want to touch him. He's so adorable. Tianjiang's eyes lit up. This was the first time she wanted to touch this poisonous pet. It was also her first time breaking through herself. After finally overcoming my fear and defeating my terror, I want to break through myself. Her words also made the old fans in the live broadcast room feel emotional and distressed. Wow, my sweet girl is so pitiful. She's obviously afraid of poisonous insects, but she came to the store at the request of us fans, and now she wants to touch one. But Tian is very brave. She is also challenging herself. I admire her. The streamer I'm a fan of is truly a positive one. Even when he's afraid, he's determined to break through himself. This spirit is worth learning from. Come on, little sister. As long as you succeed in this challenge, you won't be afraid of other bugs anymore. Don't worry, with Boss Shin here, nothing will go wrong. There are a lot more discussions in the barrage, all supporting Tianjiang. Qing also saw her reaction, so he asked according to her meaning. Want to try it? Try touching it. Don't worry, it's very well behaved. Good? Haha, does this human have some misunderstanding about me? The boy's voice sounded again, and even the kicking of his legs stopped, as if he was listening to something. Oh, can I? Xiao Tianjiang was excited, nervous, and a little scared, and she clenched her hands holding the phone holder. My palms are sweaty. Of course, wait a minute. After Shen Qing finished speaking, he put down the small wooden stick in his hand, and when everyone was puzzled, he reached his hand into the glass window. Even the metallic blue spider didn't have time to react before Shen Qing caught it with his bare hands. Then he suddenly raised it in front of Xiao Tianjiang. No, just touch its hind legs. The legs are not poisonous. Just don't get too close to the rest. Of course, it's okay if you get too close. I'll hold it so it won't hurt you. Before Xiao Tianjiang could express her opinion, Metal Blue Spider became dissatisfied and started yelling. Hey, human, how could you arrest me without my consent? This is wrong. What do you mean by letting her touch my legs? I'm a male, and you let a female touch my legs. Are you sick? What you're doing is absolutely shameless. I'm going to sue both of you for molestation. Oh my God, I know beauty is the original sin. Who made me so beautiful? Even human females are attracted by my charming appearance. If I am guilty, it must be because I am too charming. The boy's voice was obviously very angry and excited, but as he spoke, his words suddenly changed in tone. It is really shocking that people even say that beauty is original sin. Unfortunately, only Shen Qing could hear such shameless remarks. He was so speechless that he almost lost his grip on the spider. Ignoring the words in his ear, he stretched out his hand again. Come on, you'll be braver after touching it. After hearing what he said, Xiao Tianjiang took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and slowly stretched out her hand towards the hind legs of the metallic blue spider. Encouraged by Shen Qing's eyes, he finally felt the furry texture. The first attempt was successful. Sure enough, the next moment she relaxed a lot and touched me several more times. But the young man's voice that reached Shen Qing's ears was really noisy. This is indecent assault. A human is molesting a spider. Wow, my innocence is gone, taken away by a human mother. Ahem, why not just let her take full responsibility for me? That's a good idea, though I don't know if Boss Shin agrees. Wow, he's still performing a solo here. Shen Qing was speechless after hearing this. Finally, after Xiao Tianjiang finished touching it, he quickly threw it in, then closed the glass door, turned around, and walked to the next poisonous pet's home without even looking. The guy who lives here has a very bad temper. He's the kind of animal that's always ready to explode. Can you guess what it is? Shen Qing looked at the camera with a smile, obviously asking Xiao Tianjiang and his fans. There are such poisonous pets. Fuck, there's a poisonous pet like this? Why haven't I seen it before? What on earth is it? The world is so vast, it's normal that we don't recognize many animals. Boss Shin, could you please reveal the answer quickly? I really want to see it. I think of an animal, the exploding ant. It seems that this kind of ant can explode when it encounters a crisis. Netizens in the live broadcast room began to use their brains to look for clues. Most people still didn't recognize it, and only a few guessed that it was an exploding ant. Is it exploding ants? Of course, Xiao Tianjiang also saw the problems raised by netizens, so she conveyed it directly to Shen Qing and asked him if it was an exploding ant. Yes, this little guy is an exploding ant. Its characteristic is that it will self-destruct when it encounters danger. However, when it self-destructs, it will spray a large amount of venom to poison the enemy to death, and it will also die in the explosion. He's a guy who blows himself up for fun. You don't have to be afraid. Shen Qing briefly told everyone in the live broadcast room some of the news he knew, and even made a joke at the end. At this moment, a voice even more angry than the previous metallic blue boy's voice sounded. Asshole, how could you say that? You made me sound so stupid. What do you mean I'm just kidding myself? Am I a masochist? We explosive ants can only explode once in our lifetime, and after that our lives are over. Am I crazy enough to explode myself? I still want to live a few more years. Ahem, he was just talking, but he didn't expect that this little guy heard it. He was so angry that he crawled out of the cave. So the scene of exploding ants immediately appeared in the camera. A brown ant crawled out of the soil, its antennae on its head moved, and then its head turned along with it, finally settling on Shen Qing's body. Because the ants are too small, we can only zoom in to see them. But no matter how you look at it, the ant still looks the same. There is no difference, except that the color of its body is slightly different. Ahem, it's small, but it has a pretty bad temper. Now that we've seen it, let's go to the next one. It's also a special animal. After Shen Qing finished speaking, he took them to the small villa next door. You can also see what's going on inside through the transparent glass windows. I don't have time today, so I can only finish one episode. I'll make up for today's episode tomorrow morning, and then code tomorrow's 2 episodes. I'll update regularly at 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Thank you all for your support these past 2 days. Repair. This time the situation inside is different. When the camera turned around, what you saw was some white smoke. The poisonous pet here is the poison dart frog. I'm sure many people have heard of it. Look, it's right there. Xinqing pointed at a blue figure in the vast white mist and spoke to Xiao Tianjiang and the netizens in the live broadcast room. Why is the environment here so different? It's different from what I saw before. Xiao Tianjiang didn't understand at all, so she naturally looked at Xinqing and asked. Even many netizens in the live broadcast room were not clear about it. Yes, why is there such a huge difference between before and after? Could it be that Boss Shin deliberately provided a specific environment for the poison dart frogs? I have a bold guess that perhaps these small villas provided by Boss Shin are breeding boxes specifically designed for the living environments of different venomous pets. Boss Shin is so considerate. He even made a custom-made enclosure for his pet. Have you ever considered that poison dart frogs are amphibians and can live in water? They naturally need humidity and water, which is why there is this fog. Yes, I see it. There's a small pond inside. No wonder this villa is taller than the others. Yes, poison dart frogs need high humidity and suitable temperature to live in. The humidity should be maintained at 80 to 100%, and the temperature should be maintained between 24 to 30 degrees. It can be lowered by about 3 degrees at night to create a temperature difference. Since poison dart frogs are often distributed in hilly areas with higher terrain, they are not suitable for high temperatures above 30 degrees. It is worth noting that poison dart frogs are not suitable for group breeding. If multiple adults are housed in a small space, female frogs will fight each other to death, especially in the presence of male frogs. It is best for beginners to keep them individually or in pairs. If it is a young frog, there is less of a problem. The poison dart frog has suction cups on its toes, so it is very good at climbing. Although it cannot climb onto glass, it can easily climb onto rough surfaces. Therefore, the tank must be covered to prevent escape. Xinqing patiently explained it to everyone. The reason why the situation in his breeding box is different from others is, of course, because it is a different species. At this moment, a lowly voice also came to his ears, but with a bad temper. Somewhat irritable and grumpy. Human, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by female frogs fighting each other to death, especially in the presence of male frogs? I am a female frog and will never fight for a male frog. Those female frogs who fight for a male frog are fools. This frog has been motivated since childhood to stay away from male frogs, stay away from males. Male frogs will only affect my life. If I can't escape, I don't even want to see you, a male human Carrot. Good, very good. Still a sexist female frog with a grumpy little lowly. Hearing what it said, Xinqing's mouth twitched again. Is that so? I heard from netizens that this poison dart frog is very poisonous. Is that true? But judging by its color, it does look very poisonous. Xiao Tianjiang finally saw the overall appearance of the poison dart frog. When she saw many black spots on the blue skin, she felt that the toxin level was probably very high. Who are you calling vicious? Who are you calling vicious? I'm so gentle and lovely. How could I be vicious? Well, before Xinqing could speak, an irritable, lowly voice sounded in his ears. The poison dart frog that everyone saw had changed from its previous motionless appearance and suddenly jumped towards the glass window. It croaked while jumping. Even after landing, the pain in my cheeks never subsided. It shows how angry it is. Ahem, don't get excited. She said the toxin in your body is very toxic, not what you understand. Xinqing first explained to the poison dart frog behind the glass, and then turned to look at Xiao Tianjiang and the netizens in the live broadcast room. The poison dart frog has many venom glands distributed on its skin, which secrete a special venom. These toxins can come into contact with prey through the skin, or they can be passed through the food chain to other animals, so they can only be seen but not touched. Then Xinqing explained the toxicity of poison dart frogs to everyone. That is to say, when the poison dart frogs sense danger and the predators have not yet completely approached them, poison dart frogs have created their own protective shield. And the golden poison dart frog is the most venomous frog in the world. The toxin contained in one golden poison dart frog is enough to kill more than 20,000 mice, or about 10 people. Holy crap, I'm just too ignorant. I didn't expect a poison dart frog to be so poisonous. That's pretty awesome, especially the golden poison dart frog. What does 20,000 mice, or about 10 people mean? It's simply invincible. Luckily, we don't usually encounter one. If we do, run away quickly. I've learned a lot. I didn't expect to learn so much from just watching a live broadcast. Boss Shun is truly knowledgeable. For a while, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very good, and Zhao Xianjiang's live broadcast room was also recommended to the first place, because Xinqing's own traffic directly attracted many fans. The number of people in the live broadcast room has now exceeded 100,000, and is still rising. This is a number that has never been reached since Xiao Xianjiang started live broadcasting. There is no way who told her that she is a small anchor, and she is not a very popular small anchor. However, after today's live broadcast, her fame will naturally increase. After touring the first floor, Xinxing took them to the second floor. There is only a snake pet theme room on the second floor. There are almost only poisonous snakes in there, which are also the animals that Xiao Tianjiang fears the most. If you're afraid, I still recommend not going. There's no shame in it. When Xinxing went in, he reminded Xiao Tianjiang because he had already learned a little bit about it and knew that Xiao Tianjiang was more afraid of snakes. But he and the netizens in the live broadcast room wanted to go to the second floor to take a look and asked who wanted to challenge their courage. The reason was that she felt more at ease with Xinxing accompanying her. Don't worry, I'm just taking the fans to have a look. It's really just a look. With Boss Shun by my side, I'm not afraid. So at Xiao Tianjiang's strong request, Xinxing took him to the venomous snake-themed room on the second floor. The other party was very nervous as it was his first time here and followed Xinxing closely. The lights inside are not too bright except for the middle road, which makes it more suitable for poisonous snakes to live. It is daytime again now, and the bright sunlight is coming in through the glass window opposite, bringing some warmth. Xinxing didn't walk far, but came to the place on the right where he could get some sun. It's also today's new venomous pet, the black mamba. Chapter 139, because it eats its own kind. A black snake was lying on a rock, basking in the sun. The light and sunlight fell on its body, and its black scales reflected bits of light, making it look very comfortable. Is this a black mamba? Its tail is so long. Xiao Tianjiang was a little scared at first, but now she was also shocked by the long tail of the black mamba snake. Because he was not fully coiled up when he was lying on the rock, his tail hung down from the rock for a long distance. But all of them fell into the sunlight. Netizens in the live broadcast room were equally shocked. Fuck, this is a black mamba snake. It's obviously a new species. It wasn't even on Boss Shin's livestream before. So cool. The black mamba looks so impressive, with such a long tail and a fairly large body. Just the appearance alone makes it look incredibly handsome. Oh my god, this snake is so long. It's obvious it's not something to be trifled with. I'm scared just looking at it. The girl is so brave that she didn't even scream. If she does this more often in the future, I'm sure she'll be less scared. Haha. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly exploded again, and everyone was discussing how big and long this black mamba snake was. How powerful does it look like? Well, black mambas live below 1,000 meters above sea level, most commonly found in wooded savannas or riverine forests. They are particularly common in rocky hills and areas with dense stands of large trees, but can also be found in coastal scrub, wet and dry savannas, and woodlands. Xinxing remained calm as he explained some basic information about the black mamba snake to Xiao Tianjiang and the netizens in the live broadcast room. Did you know that the black mamba is the longest and most terrifying venomous snake in Africa and the fastest crawling snake in the world? It can reach speeds of 16 to 20 kilometers per hour and is the most deadly snake in the world. They are highly adaptable and prefer to live in dry environments. They often hide in abandoned termite mounds, dead tree holes, or rock crevices. It is mostly active on the ground and is diurnal, preying on small mammals, birds, lizards, and other snakes. The black in its name actually refers to its jet black mouth, not its gray or brown body. In fact, he had already obtained relevant information when he saw the black mamba snake. You should know that the venom of the black mamba snake is a neurotoxin and is extremely toxic. On average, 10 to 15 milligrams of black mamba venom is enough to kill an adult human. The venom of a black mamba snake ranges from 100 to 120 milligrams and can reach up to 200 milligrams, which is enough to kill 13 to 20 humans or a 600 kilograms giraffe. This shows how poisonous it is. At this moment, a cold and royal sister's voice suddenly sounded. Poison is just my protective color. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't attack you. I'm easy to talk to. Besides, you humans are not on my food chain. It turned out that at this moment, the black mamba's eyes suddenly opened, and its head slightly raised, looking at Xinxing and the others with its tongue sticking out. Did it hear us talking about it and wake up? Xiao Tianjiang hid closer to Xinxing in fear, but her eyes were fixed on the front without blinking. It's okay. It wasn't asleep to begin with. There's another venomous snake living next door to it, called the albino king cobra. Xinxing walked to the next room, and then pointed at the white figure hiding in the bushes and said, "Oh, wow. This color is so white. It looks like the color of snowflakes. Very beautiful." Xiao Tianjiang was not afraid when she saw the white color. Or maybe it was because she had just seen the black poisonous snake, and now she was looking at the white color. It seemed that her acceptance ability was much stronger. It seems that as I get more and more afraid, I become less afraid. It's a bit confusing, but it's true. Oh, this is the albino king cobra. I've seen videos of it online, and it seems to be a replay of Ba Shin's live broadcast. If it weren't for its large size, it would look really non-venomous. This statement seems to imply that beautiful things are not poisonous, but often the most beautiful things are the most poisonous. It spotted us. Look, it's crawling over here. It's really fast. What should I do if it falls in love with me? Netizens in the live broadcast room excitedly sent barrages of comments again, except that most of them were fans of Shinching. Other netizens saw the albino king cobra through the live broadcast room for the first time. The freshness in his eyes is particularly strong. Of course I'm excited. Boss Shun, are you here to bring me some food? Where's my snake fruit? Why is there nothing here? Huh? You won't let me eat snakes, and you won't let me eat snake fruit? Why are you so mean? You are abusing the baby snake. I am so young. How can you bear to starve me? The babyish voice of the little boy is so cute. No. Even if what she said was very angry, it still sounded very milky. However, the next sentence is a bit too much. 3 snake fruits a day is not enough. No, I haven't eaten snakes in a long time. The new one here looks so ugly. I have to think of a way to eat it. How do I open this transparent wall? It's a bit difficult. Shinching was speechless. You said you were still a child? Why do you always think about eating other snakes? You still think I'm ugly? Aren't you two a good match, one black and one white? That's right. In its eyes, the black mamba is ugly. The glass walls separating them are double-sided, so they cannot see each other. But when Shinching put the black mamba in, it was seen by the albino king cobra when it passed by. You know, this guy is a naive guy who always wants to eat his brothers and sisters. The brutality index is 5 stars. Don't think this thing is innocent and kind just because it looks good. You should know that it is a venomous snake, and a venomous snake among them. It is even more venomous than the one just now. Shinching reminded Xiao Tianjiang, his tone full of helplessness. The top of this guy's diet is his own kind. The more venomous the snake, the more he likes to eat it. Ah, is this true? It actually eats its own kind? This is the first time I've heard of this. Xiao Tianjiang was also stunned for a moment. She felt that she had been in shock all day. From poisonous insects to poisonous snakes, each one was different from what she knew. I also learned a lot from Shinchinko. Fuck. This is an awesome venomous snake. It even has other venomous snakes on its menu. Is it addicted to eating its own kind? You know what? I just checked, and the king cobra's favorite food is actually venomous snakes. Only when it can't find any of its own kind will it choose other lesser foods. Looking at such a cute guy, I didn't expect him to be such a bad guy. That's right, the king cobra is a bad omen among other snakes because it eats its own kind. Chapter 140 Battle between Tarantulas. Netizens also called it exciting. They didn't expect that we should not judge things by appearances. Now they are slapped in the face. Sure enough, there is a certain basis for why snakes are called cold-blooded animals. After all, some snakes will eat their own kind when they get cruel. Finally, Shinching took Xiao Tianjiang and her fans on a tour of the second floor and introduced all the poisonous pets. Netizens were thrilled. This live broadcast not only made Xiao Tianjiang successful, but also brought more fame to the pet shop. From today onwards, pet shops have almost become check-in spots for internet celebrities. Because as long as the anchors who come to the store to live broadcast, even if they don't meet Shinching to introduce them, there are staff to introduce them. Their introductions were also very accurate, and the pictures in the store were very nice, which was very novel for the drug addicts to watch. Even the lunch was delicious, and of course the drinks at the bar. All I can say is that everything about it fits their idea of a pet cafe. This place is also jokingly called the Toxic Pet Cafe by netizens. A few days later, Shinching stayed in the pet shop almost all the time. I work as a staff member during the day, sometimes at the front desk, and sometimes taking customers to the poisonous pet theme room for introduction. I will start a live broadcast in the evening to show everyone how he interacts with his pets. Life is fulfilling, and the customers in the store have become stable. Almost 1,000 people come to check in every day. Some stayed longer, while others just visited, took some photos, checked in and left. Then they told everyone online that they were in the store, etc. In any case, the pet shop is completely popular, just like Shinching's live broadcast account. It is extremely popular both online and offline. Now his fan base has exceeded 10 million. In just 1 month, he went from being unknown to being a hot topic on the entire internet. The number of fans is even greater than that of some celebrities. It's time for the evening live broadcast again. Hello, good evening everyone. I'm going to play a fun game with you tonight. I've prepared all the props. Shinching got straight to the point right away without any delay. As soon as the opening remarks were made, they immediately started to work. But the fans in the live broadcast room were confused. What is Boss Shin going to do? What game is he going to play? My curiosity has suddenly been piqued. What should I do? Boss Shun, get started. I don't know if there are any surprises waiting for us tonight. I find that watching Brother Shin's live broadcast every day has become a habit of mine. Now, as long as I listen to Brother Shin's voice every day when I fall asleep, I never suffer from insomnia. What's that? I just edited together all the classic conversations from every live broadcast of Brother Shun. Falling asleep to that sound is the real enjoyment. Sister, add me as a friend and send me a copy. I want one too. And me, I. The comments in the live broadcast room went from curiosity at the beginning to a mess, and everyone was talking about this and that. At this time, Shin had already prepared everything. Put them on the table one by one. It was a smaller version of a table football and didn't take up a very large area. It feels like children playing house. Everyone is curious about who this thing is for. Okay, I'm sure everyone wants to know what this is for. Let me explain it to you here. Shin looked at the camera in the live broadcast room and smiled slightly, then continued. This is table football for poison pets to play with. When the last few words came out, the fans in the live broadcast room thought they had heard it wrong. What the hell? A tabletop football for a poisonous pet? Am I really just hallucinating? Wow, Boss Shun is the most awesome. He even came up with this. It's incredible. Oh my god, letting the poison pet play table football. It's a pity that Boss Shun came up with this idea, but I don't know if it will work. Am I the only one who's looking forward to seeing what kind of poisonous pet will appear? I'm curious too, but this small area on the tabletop makes it even less likely to be a large venomous pet. Venomous snakes are ruled out, and venomous pets in the water are even less so. Only venomous insects would qualify. Sure enough, while netizens were speculating, Shin had already brought over 2 breeding boxes not far away. I couldn't tell what was inside because it was covered with black cloth. Let me show you something different today. After saying that, he placed one poisonous pet on the blue net bag of the table football, and the other on the red net bag opposite. The 2-room camp was thus established. Only then did everyone see that they were actually 2 tarantulas. One is the veteran Mexican red knee tarantula, and the other is the metallic blue spider from a few days ago. Now let me tell you the rules of the game. Whoever kicks the ball into the opponent's net first and scores 10 goals wins, and also gets 3 spiritual fruits. You two better compete well. Is this the game Master was talking about? It sounds simple. I will definitely succeed, Master, don't worry. A cute and adorable lowly voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and there was a sense of heroism and pride in the tone. How could a tiny thing like you possibly be a match for this young master? How could you possibly defeat me with your swarthy appearance? Just surrender, little girl. Don't worry, if I win, I'll give you a piece of fruit. This was another voice, a strong boyish voice, but the tone still couldn't get rid of narcissism. Then, in Shin's ears, the two continued to quarrel. It was very lively. Ahem. Now that you're ready, let's get started. I'll be the referee. Shin didn't know when a red flag and a small football appeared in his hand, which was about a quarter the size of a tarantula. Place it on the dividing line in the middle, and after the 2 spiders stand obediently, raise the red flag and wave it. A slogan was shouted. Begin. The fans in the live broadcast room who were watching this scene were dumbfounded. Fuck. What's going on? 2 tarantulas? He's actually letting 2 tarantulas play football. Is Boss Shin just imagining things? This situation is hard to say. Will it work? You must have forgotten that these venomous pets can't possibly understand human language, let alone play football. Brother Shin, you really aren't here to criticize us? Ha ha ha. I'd like to see if there's a reversal waiting for us. After all, there are countless reversals in Brother Shin's livestream. It's best not to comment now and wait until the end to speak. Sure enough, as soon as I saw such a statement, I knew he was an old fan. However, as everyone expected, the 2 tarantulas finally started their battle for the ball. Each has 8 legs and is quite fast. Quickly grabbed the white football on the middle horizontal bar. They both understood the rules that Shin explained. It was just a matter of running to the opponent's net with the ball and pushing it in. Of course they would do such a simple thing. Chapter 141 Humph. Little girl, just wait for me. Update 1. So the next second, what appeared in the live broadcast camera were 2 tarantulas, one black and one blue, frantically fighting for the white football in the middle. It turned out that the Mexican red knee tarantula, which had always been underestimated, was the first to grab the football. And this leg ran very fast, running directly towards everyone. Ha 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 ha. Don't think I'm not powerful just because I'm young. I've been fooled, haven't I? Only the voices in Shin ears continued. Especially this very arrogant lowly voice now. Just wait, little girl. I won't be fooled by you this time. The young boy sounded angry and also chased after him. Then they went back and forth to grab the ball. The fans in the live broadcast room were completely stunned when they saw this. They never imagined that one day they would see two tarantulas fighting over a ball. No matter how you look at it, it seems very mysterious. Holy crap, am I really not hallucinating? Why are two spiders fighting like this? Actually, they didn't fight. They were just fighting over a ball. Could it be that these two spiders understood what Bashin said? Otherwise, why would they be so obedient in grabbing the ball? It was as if they were really playing according to what Shinching said. If this is true, then these two tarantulas have quite a high IQ. Sure enough, Bashin's poisonous pet is different. Even its IQ is much higher than other animals. Come on up left arrow, carrot omega carrot. Up right arrow, Xiaohei, stretch your legs, kick the ball in, and you win. Xiaolon, quickly block it and grab the ball. While Shinching was watching the comments posted on the live broadcast screen, he was also paying attention to the movements of the two tarantulas. At this moment, the first goal was scored by the Mexican Red Knee. Yeah, as expected of me, I told you I was awesome. Now you see it, ha 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 ha. The cute lowly voice really makes people feel soft-hearted, and even the cocky laughter makes people feel pity. It is happy, but the other one doesn't look so good. Humph. Carrot, you only beat me once, right? This time I definitely won't lose to you, little girl. Just wait and see. The young boy finally shed his narcissism and became serious. The momentum in the tone sounded like that. Second round, start. Shinching continued to act as his referee. When he saw the metal blue spider finally taking the ball seriously and rushing towards the other side, the fans in the live broadcast room all screamed excitedly. Ah, don't be afraid, Blue. Just charge, and it'll be over. Up left arrow, carrot omega carrot. Up right arrow, come on. You are the best. We all support you. Don't be discouraged, Xiaohei. Get the ball back. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became particularly good, and everyone was cheering for their favorite poisonous pet. Everyone just watched the two tarantulas fight over the small white football. It will be very exciting to watch then. This live broadcast was Shinching's first attempt, and the effect was very friendly. Ha ha ha, I won. I cast 10 first. Master, is the reward mine? The little girl was spinning around on the table excitedly. That looks cute. It makes people ignore the fact that it also carries toxins. The losing metal blue spider pouted. Humph, I'm just letting you go. I'm afraid if I win, you'll burst into tears and I won't be able to comfort you. Shinching, I will just watch your performance quietly. Okay, the game is over. I'll give you what I promised you tomorrow morning. After Shinching finished speaking, he put away the two poisonous pets, but did not put away the table football. He planned to put it on the first floor. He only broadcasts live for an hour every night, and it goes by quickly. After he went off the air, the content about Shinching's live broadcast tonight had already been edited online. Especially when Shinching let the two tarantulas start fighting, almost all the netizens who saw it were shocked. They never imagined that the two spiders seemed to understand orders. A fierce battle really started on the table, with people going back and forth. But the original owner's two spiders were not so excited. Instead, the fans in the live broadcast room were excited. The comments under those edited videos have long been flooded with comments from netizens. This is so adorable. I've never seen two drug addicts playing games together, and they're so good at it. It's amazing. No way, no way. How could anyone believe this kind of special effects? Perhaps your eyesight is poor? That's right, this is obviously fake. Has Bashin made a mistake? What's the point of playing table tennis? It's just to attract attention, but it's still a deliberate deception. Black fans, please go watch the live broadcast replay before you fart. No, please don't fart at all. I'm afraid of polluting everyone's minds. Exactly. I'm squatting in the livestream room tonight. Can't I see that the person stirring up trouble is probably just jealous of Bashin? There were comments like this everywhere, but the name Shinching once again topped the list for everyone to see. Shinching, the central figure in everyone's discussion, was calculating the results of his live broadcast. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary ends. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 1 million emotional points. Store live broadcast dividend. Sentiment value plus 500,000. Total emotion points 4775450. Ding. Your emotional value has reached 1 million. Rewards 1 million cash, 30 scar cream, 30 free attribute points, and 10 spirit. Store with 1,200 employees. Experience plus 1,200. Shinching didn't expect that the live broadcast this time would be so effective. In addition to his own live broadcast, there was also a live broadcast in the store during the day, all of which brought benefits. The personal panel is then updated again. Name, Shinching. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV3. Pet Shop Level, LV3. Experience, 580/1000. Mall Level, LV2. Intelligence, 134, 0, 200. Constitution, 100, 0, 100. Spiritual Power, 148, 0 to 1000. Cash, 5,598,410 yuan. Total Emotion Points, 477, 5450. Skills, Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Creature Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill, /Healing Skill. Items, Hair Growth Pills, 3 pills/bottle. Detoxification Pills, 40 bottles, 1/10 pill. Scar Removal Cream, 60 bottles. Pet Snack Package, 100. Cute Pet Doll Maker, 1. Pet Toy Set, 1. Hair Growth Cream, 5. Mood Brush, 1. Chapter 142, An Explosion on the Spot. The next day, because the live broadcast last night was very effective, it attracted more customers. Especially the part where netizens saw the poisonous pets playing games with each other. It is simply unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Who would have thought that spiders could play games and understand what people say? So, everyone is looking forward to seeing it offline. Boss Shun, are there any projects for poisonous pets to play games today? Yes. We came here specifically to watch the performance of Poison Pet. Me too. Not long after Xinqing came down from the stairs, he was surrounded by a group of young men and women as soon as he arrived at the front desk. As a result, he heard these words. He didn't expect that his live broadcast last night would make his fans exclaim in surprise and immediately come to check in offline. Well, if you want to see it, it's available, but you need me to be in the store. Xinqing nodded. It was not that he didn't want other staff members to take over, but no other staff member could make these poisonous pets so obedient. After all, no one could max out the favorability of all the poisonous pets like he did. Really? What game are we playing today, Poison Pet? Or tabletop 2-player football? A round-faced girl opened her eyes wide. The excitement on her face was self-evident. Of course, she wasn't the only one. Even the staff in the store looked over curiously. They also wanted to see it with their own eyes. Ahem, it's certainly possible for poisonous pets to play games. Wait a minute, I'll go invite today's protagonist. In fact, Xinqing had thought about it since yesterday's live broadcast. Will there be customers in the store asking him to let Dukong play games the next day? So he already had a plan, plus the available props in the game gift pack rewarded by the system. It's still feasible. While everyone was waiting, Xinqing brought 2 little guys from the poisonous pet theme area on the first floor. There was a black bag in the other hand, but it was unclear what was inside. Walk to a display platform in the middle of the jellyfish area, remove the flowers on it, and put everything in your hand on it. Today we're having a tortoise and the hare race, and the contestants are these 2. Are you looking forward to it? After Xinqing finished speaking, he first took out the things in the black plastic bag and arranged them, then opened the cover on the breeding box so that everyone could see what kind of poisonous pet was inside. The breeding box he took was only the size of a palm, and it was obviously for temporary use, so the poisonous pet inside must not be very big. But as soon as the things were taken out, everyone gathered together to watch, and immediately saw who today's 2 little guests were. They were 2 little ants, the panda ant and the exploding ant. Although they are called ants, panda ants are not ants. Oh my god, this little guy looks so cute, like a little panda. The girls surrounded the panda ant with overflowing love, and their affection was beyond words. That little ant over there should be an exploding ant. I think I came to see it a couple of days ago. One boy looked at the exploding ant and joked, will it perform a live explosion today? Haha, please don't talk nonsense. If there really is an explosion on the spot, he will be dead. I advise you to be kind. The atmosphere was light and cheerful as they talked and laughed. At this time, Xinqing had already arranged the props. Actually, it was not very big, just a running track about 1 meter long. Of course, this running track is not for humans, but for poisonous pets. The walls on both sides of the track are made of glass and are about 1 meter high. After Xinqing put it down, he started assembling the track. After seeing the appearance clearly, customers immediately started asking questions. Boss Shun, your running track is really complete, but it's only this long. Isn't it too long for poisonous pets? Will they run obediently? Yes. Animals are animals, and they can't understand what people say, so how can they race according to their wishes? Originally, everyone had this doubt when Xinqing live-streamed the animal competition yesterday, so they came offline to see with their own eyes how it was done. In fact, everyone still didn't believe that Xinqing could command these little animals to compete and run according to the designated movements. The person involved, Xing did not have this concern. No one knew better than him that these little guys could indeed understand what he said. As for whether they would compete for the sake of competing, he certainly had a solution. Humans are all profit-driven animals, let alone these little guys. As long as the benefits are sufficient, they will naturally obey. The first prize given by Xing was the spiritual fruit. Ningguo was also purchased from the system, and it is naturally beneficial for these small animals to develop intelligence. In addition to making their bodies healthy, it can also develop their intelligence. Of course, these little guys didn't know, but Xing had taken it out for them to smell before, and the smell was enough to attract all animals. Animals' instincts told them that spiritual fruits were good for them. Here we are rewarding them with spiritual fruits. Let's see if they will run away. You should know that a spiritual fruit is about the size of a longan, but it costs 1,000 points, which is much higher than the previous candies and snake fruits. The attraction is naturally greater. Why hasn't it started yet? The flowers I've been waiting for are almost withering. I hope I can finish the competition soon so I can enjoy the delicious fruit by myself. Amidst the chatter, a single voice reached Xing's ears. It was the panda ant on the table. Humph. You idiot, you want to compete with me? Just go back and take a shower. How could you possibly catch up to me with your tiny body? The reward will definitely be mine. Another young voice then sounded, and his tone was still as fiery as ever. He started verbally attacking right away. Xing remembered that when the exploding ant came to the store before, even if it had a bad temper, it was not so talkative. Could it be that it learned it after staying in the store for a while and became more eloquent? What's wrong with me being small? I'm small and cute, and all those human brothers and sisters like me. You're so big, and you don't even have any pretty patterns, and your belly is so big, like a fat man. Yeah, you're so fat. You must be very clumsy. There's no way you can catch up with me. The panda ant's cute voice sounded a little lively, but not much. However, what it said made Xing smile. You know, the exploding ants are bigger than the panda ants. Judging from the size of the exploding ants, they are much larger than the ants we normally see. An adult exploding ant is about 3 times the size of an ordinary ant. Its head and abdomen are also particularly large, and its legs are very long, so it can move very quickly. Although panda ants are called ants, they are not real ants. But it is a wingless, lonely bee. Its actual size is about the size of a peanut, and its body is covered with thick black and white fur, which makes it look silly and cute. Alright, both of you, stop arguing and get ready for the race. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins and gets the reward. Chapter 143, The Speedy Panda Ant. After Xing finished speaking, he found a prop similar to a small shovel and placed the 2 little guys at the entrance. This runway is straight without any bends. There are 4 runways in total. Xing directly placed the 2 poisonous pets on the 2 middle tracks. The one on the left is the panda ant, and the one on the right is the exploding ant. Humph, Carrot, you won't be embarrassed if you admit defeat now, but once I make a move, you won't have the chance to regret it. The panda ant in Shotaphany used its silly body to challenge the exploding ant next door before the game. But the exploding ants also have bad tempers and get angry at the slightest provocation. Although he didn't explode himself, the tone of his voice was full of gunpowder. Little guy, I'm afraid you've blown all that bullshit. How fast can you possibly be with that round head of yours? I can run faster than you even with my eyes closed. I'll be the winner this time. The boy's voice was also full of provocation and tension. The onlookers also looked at the 2 little guys with great anticipation. Guess who will win this time? I like Panda Ant, I hope it wins. But it looks a bit clumsy, isn't even as big as the exploding ant, and has short legs. Can it really win like this? The little girls standing around had already started to take sides. They are all supporting their favorite poisonous pets. At this moment, Xing shouted the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. While everyone was not paying attention, the 2 ants actually started to move. Everyone was just curious, but few believed that these poisonous pets could really be so obedient. Look, it's a slap in the face. Although the 2 ants were unhappy with each other, they had to run forward in order to get the reward. Originally, everyone had a preconceived notion that the winning method should be the exploding ants. The panda ant looked so cute, and with its short legs, they couldn't believe it. But after running for a while, everyone's eyes changed. Holy crap, this is such a reversal. Who would have thought the panda ant could actually overtake the exploding ant? Yeah, I really misjudged you. How can such a small creature have such explosive power? Look, panda ant is about to win. Come on up left arrow, carrot omega carrot, up right arrow. The number of onlookers is no longer just the few at the beginning, but now there are more than 10 people, all of whom are customers who come in one after another at this time. Unexpectedly, I saw an ant running competition. It was an unprecedented scene. When the panda ant was about to overtake, the crowd was getting bigger and bigger. Humph, I'm going to speed up. You can just crawl slowly. After the little shotaphone panda ant finished speaking, its speed of crawling forward increased instantly. The short legs seemed to have accumulated strength and rushed forward. In just a few seconds, it had thrown the exploding ants far away. How is that possible? How did it do that? It's smaller than me, sure, but how can it be faster than me? Is it an ant? The young boy was so aroused by this scene that he could no longer express his anger, and his tone was full of astonishment. He really didn't expect that the panda ant was so fast that he began to doubt his ant life. I was really unwilling to give up, so I calmed down and chased forward. This time, in addition to wanting to get the reward, he also wanted to surpass Panda Ant and didn't want to be outdone by him. Xinqing, who was watching the battle from the side, did not expect that the fastest one was the panda ant. Its original silly panda-like appearance is its protective color. However, I feel completely relieved when I think that although the panda cat ant is called an ant, it is not an ant at all, but a bee without wings. Perhaps that's why the exploding ants didn't catch up with it. Ha ha ha. I won. The spiritual fruit is mine. It belongs to me, an ant. So happy, so happy. Win. Ha ha ha. Panda ant wins. I guessed right. Hey, if the exploding ant loses, will it get so angry that it explodes on the spot? The crowd of customers watching and teasing the two ants also made Xinqing see something different. For example, people are quite receptive to animals playing games. Perhaps the situation will develop in this way in the future. It's just that it's easy to get messy when there are too many people, and this place is a jellyfish area, so the space is not big. However, there are still many undeveloped areas on the second floor that are vacant. It would be better to turn another vacant room on the second floor into a place suitable for poisonous pets to play games. This way, the audience can see it more intuitively when they come in to watch. In just a short while, Xinqing had already figured out the way forward. Now that the game is over, we naturally can't let everyone gather together again. After packing up, I said goodbye to everyone without taking a single cloud with me, and left the rest to the staff. What he didn't know was that right after he left with his two poisonous pets, many videos about him were posted online. The number of views for each video is quite high. One of them directly took the shooting angle of a person at the scene and filmed him and his poisonous pet together. The screen area exploded directly. Whoever came up with this idea of having two little ants race each other must be a genius. Awesome. Boss Shun is the one who can come up with something like this stuff. Oh my god, that little ant is so cute. It's like the national treasure panda. When it finally turned the tables and slapped its opponent in the face, it instantly burst out with such rapid speed, directly throwing its opponent several blocks away. This is so fun. Could it be that Boss Shin's shop has added more fun stuff? From last night's poisonous pet table football to today's ant race, it looks so fun. No, I also want to go check it out offline tomorrow. The news about the poisonous pet in Xinqing's store has once again attracted more attention online. Almost 1 out of 10 people was talking about Xinqing and the topic of poisonous pets. The business in the store also became booming. Even the number of pets in foster care has increased. For example, at this time, a boy stopped Xinqing and said, "Boss Shun, now that you're here, I'll leave my baby lizard to you. I have to catch a plane soon, so I won't say much. The foster care procedures have been completed, and I believe you can help me take care of him. Now let's go." Xinqing. What happened? He was stuffed into a feeding box as soon as he came over. The other party also said a lot of things to me. Chapter 144, I am a poor little thing longing for sunshine. I extracted relevant information from what the other person said, and then applied it to the breeding box in my hand, and I understood the cause and effect of what happened. The man who left in a hurry just now originally came to the store to foster his pet. After all the relevant information is registered, just hand your pet over to the staff. As a result, when he saw Xinqing coming over, he handed the pet directly to Xinqing. What else can he say? He believes Xinqing can take good care of his baby. It's both laughable and sad. The front desk staff also laughed. "Boss, that person has already registered. Do you need me to take the things next door?" "No, I'll go by myself." After Xinqing finished speaking, he carried the breeding box through the moon gate and came to the foster home next door. The breeding box was also covered with black cloth, so no one knew what animal was inside. But others may not know, but Xinqing can hear it. "Why is it so dark here? I need the sun. Why are you blocking my light?" "Wow, I'm afraid of the dark. Can you please let me see the sunlight? I am a poor little creature longing for sunshine, and no one can understand my sadness." A girl's hesitant voice came through, her tone full of sadness, as if she was being abused, which was very funny. "Okay, don't be afraid. I'll open the black cloth for you first." Xinqing said this with a smile, then lifted the black cloth outside the breeding box and put it on the table. Only then could he see clearly who the little guy inside was. It was a black lizard. When he saw the other person, relevant information naturally emerged in Shunqing's mind. Bearded dragon lizard, reptile, diurnal. They are active during the day and are most active in the morning and evening. Sufficient sunlight is needed to maintain body temperature and promote digestion. When Shunqing saw this, his brows raised. He didn't expect that the other party actually needed sufficient sunlight to maintain body temperature and promote digestion. This must be the reason why he complained in his heart just now. Bearded dragons live in dry environments such as deserts, scrubland, and rocky areas. It mainly lives in desert environments and is semi-arboreal. They are able to survive high temperatures and have physiological mechanisms to adapt to drought conditions. They are omnivores, and their diet includes insects, small mammals, vegetables, and fruits. In the wild, they adjust their diet based on available food sources. Bearded dragons have a certain social structure, but in captivity, they often exhibit more independent behavior. Males may fight among themselves for territory and mates, while females are relatively peaceful. Besides, when a bearded dragon feels threatened, it opens its mouth and inflates the skin around its throat to intimidate its opponent. This is one of the reasons they are called bristled lion lizards. After learning these basic information and related breeding information, the manual still focuses on sunlight. It seems that at night or when there is no sunlight, a daytime heating lamp and a nighttime heating lamp or ceramic heating must be installed in the breeding box. The key is to keep the lizard's body temperature normal. Who is this human? Did my master abandon me and run away? Wow. I just took a nap, and now I'm in a strange place. Did my master sell me to this human in front of me? What should I do? I feel like crying even more. Wah frog. Shunqing never expected that this guy had such a rich inner life, and was also a crybaby. The originally sweet girl's voice also became a little pitiful. It's more than a little funny. Come on, how about I take you out to sunbathe? Shunqing opened the box that originally housed the animal and reached out to take it out. However, the animal-friendly aura emanating from him was like a large green net, covering the lizard. This smell is so nice, it comes from this human. Strangely, I don't dislike it at all. The more I smell it, the less uncomfortable I feel. But he said he would take me out to sunbathe. It seems this human is a good person. Every word the girl spoke reached Shunqing's ears, and he laughed secretly. Fortunately, the lizard was very obedient. It followed the comfortable breath and climbed up towards Shunqing's hand, and soon climbed onto the back of his hand. Shunqing felt the strength in his arm and sank slightly. It was obvious that the little guy in his hand still had some weight. He knew that a newly hatched bearded dragon was about 8 to 10 centimeters long. 1 month after hatching, the bearded dragon is about 12 to 15 centimeters long. A 2-month-old bearded dragon is about 15 to 20 centimeters long. A 3-month-old bearded dragon is about 20 to 25 centimeters long. The one in my hand is only this big. It seems to be a little lizard that was born not long ago. Shunqing was naturally filled with emotion. He had not expected these lizards to grow so fast, changing every month. No wonder the other person cries all the time. It seems like he is still a child. Are you really only 3 months old? That's quite a weight. Shunqing weighed the lizard in his hand and brought him to the floor-to-ceiling window while speaking. At this time, the sun was about to set, and all the sunlight and heat came in through the glass on the windows. There happens to be a sofa over there. Shunqing sat with the lizard in the sunlight. The orange-red sunlight fell, coating them with layers of golden light. Oh wow, it feels so good. I feel like I'm alive again. Ha. I declare that the sun will be my favorite from now on. Comfortable. The sighing sound is like that of a kitten, so cute. That's not wrong. From his voice to his tone, he is indeed cute, but with his appearance, it doesn't have such a big effect. There is a sense of contrast. Think about the cute girl's voice plus the dark animal body, or the one that looks a little scary. The contrast is simply too strong. Shunqing was also enjoying the soft light of the setting sun. Holding the lizard in my hand and touching it from time to time is so comfortable. Just at this moment, something tugged at his trouser leg. When I lowered my eyes, I saw that it was the Maine Coon cat. What's wrong? Human, have you forgotten something? Did he really forget? What should I do? Sunflower is still waiting there. Shunqing often heard several voices in his ears, which were the voices of Maine Coons. Its gentle and domineering voice was easy to distinguish. As for what he said he forgot, he really couldn't remember. What should I do? Or just ask directly? Ahem, Yuan. If you have any questions, just tell me. We can all figure it out. Tell me what's going on. Fortunately, Shunqing is the only one here. Otherwise, if there were another person present, they would definitely think you were crazy. Asking a cat to speak is not only embarrassing, it is almost humiliating. Maine Coon Yuan Yuan. Meow meow meow. What do you want me to say? I'm just a cat. I can't speak human language. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Seriously, you're bullying the cat, right? Chapter 145, I was cheated by this boss. In fact, Shin Qing, who could understand, could only touch his nose awkwardly, because he really forgot what he had promised the two little guys. This human seems a bit scumbag, actually forgetting what he promised. The mandible lizard, which was originally enjoying the sun, raised its head instantly after hearing this, and its inner complaints followed. This made Shin Qing beside him curl his lips. Is he a scumbag? Haha, it's not okay. Human, didn't you say yesterday that you'd take us to the park today? The sun's almost setting, and we've been waiting for you all day. The Maine Coon's gentle, domineering voice sounded again. Although he looked extremely cold and difficult to approach, he was actually very gentle and a little socially anxious inside. If it couldn't stand the sunflower's wilted look, it wouldn't have come to find Shin Qing. After all, it is best to have as little contact with outsiders as possible, which can effectively avoid socializing. But, for the sake of friends, it still came. After hearing this, Shin Qing remembered that he had indeed promised this yesterday, but he forgot about it because he was busy with many things. Ahem, I remember now. Shin Qing clearly felt that after he finished saying this, the Maine Coon's eyes lit up and stared at him without blinking. Even its tail began to wag unconsciously, and it seemed that its mood had improved. Then let's go for a walk in the park now. After Shin Qing finished speaking, he placed the lizard in his hand into a breeding box beside him, facing it towards the sunset so that it could always feel the warmth. But it doesn't matter if there is no sun, the breeding boxes here are many times better than those outside. The temperature inside always changes with the poisonous pets that move in. For example, if a mandible lizard is staying here today, the temperature will be automatically adjusted to suit it. If a panda ant is staying here tomorrow, the temperature environment will also change accordingly. All I can say is that there is nothing bad produced by the system. This human is truly a scumbag. Just now he was holding me and enjoying the sunshine. But now that he has a new cat, he's abandoned me and even left me alone when he went for a stroll in the park. Boo-hoo. Master, when will you come back? This boss has been a jerk to me. Hey, the temperature in this little house seems to be more comfortable than the sun. It's so warm. The girl's voice sounded like a drama queen, calling out scumbag, scumbag, and no one knew who she learned it from. It's really speechless to see a lizard learning all kinds of nonsense. She even said that he had cheated on her. Why would he be so low as to cheat on a mandrill? What a strange lizard. It seemed to be enjoying itself, so I left it alone and took the Maine Coon and Bichon Frise out. There is a park behind the store, which is quite large. There is a residential area near the park, so every morning and evening, many people come to the park to play and chat. They are all nearby residents. There are also a lot of children, cats and dogs. Shin Qing brought the two little ones to the park. He was holding a leash in his hand. He had just bought it. Since he was going to take the dog out to play, he had to be prepared. What if they get lost without a leash? It's better to bring it with you just to be safe. Soon, a tall figure appeared on the lawn in the park, and two small animals were standing on his legs, one on the left and one on the right. Look, Mom, that puppy is so cute. At this moment, a childish voice sounded, and then a pink figure like a cannonball ran over. Big brother, can you sell me this puppy? My mother has money. Shin Qing. Bichon Frise. Human cub, are you being polite? I have an owner. Don't try to kidnap me just because I'm cute. Maine Coon. Sure enough, wherever Sunflower goes, people like it. Even little babies like it. I'm sorry, my child is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't bother with her. A young mother came over, took the little girl's hand, and started to apologize. No need to apologize. They are honored that children like them. Shin Qing squatted down and touched the child's head, smiling gently. This puppy is called Sunflower. It's not my brother's. I'm just helping a friend take care of it. If you really like it, just pet it. Don't worry, it won't bite you. Shin Qing has no resistance to human cubs at all. Just hold the Bichon Frise and go to the child to indicate that he can touch the back of the animal. With him in control, even if the puppy wants to bite someone, it won't bite the child. Mom, can I pet the dog? The little girl was wearing a pink dress, which made her look more like a princess. Her cute face was full of excitement at the moment. Looking at her mother, those grape-like glass eyes were so pure. He thought that no one could resist it, not even the child's mother. Sure enough, the child's mother nodded in agreement, and the child carefully stretched out his chubby little hand and touched the puppy's back. Oh wow, the dog's fur is so soft, so cute. The little girl, who was about 3 years old, was already very cute, and now she was praising other animals. Human cubs are cute and clean too. I love them. Let's be close. I'll stroke my fur for you. Since coming here, the girl's voice has long since changed from her previous depressed mood. Even if she doesn't move, her whole body exudes vitality. Just when Xinqing was full of energy and luck, a burst of excited screams came from not far away. Ah, Xiao Hong, please don't die. Someone, please help me call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Look, the dog on the ground over there seems to be dying. Let's help him take care of it. Not far away, a crowd of people had formed a circle, and Xinqing and the others in the back could not see what was inside at all. But I could faintly hear the sound of their conversation. It seems like there was something wrong with the dog, and the situation has escalated to the point where they need to call 120. Out of curiosity, Xinqing took the two little ones and walked towards the crowd. Maybe it was because he was tall, and the onlookers in front of him were not as tall as him, so his vision was not obstructed, but he quickly understood what was going on. At this moment, a weak and painful voice came to my ears. My stomach hurts so much, what should I do? Am I going to die? It's all that kid's fault. Woohoo! Why did he tempt me with delicious food? I just ate a piece of cake that fell on the ground. Why did my stomach hurt so much? Woo-woo, is there anyone who can help me? Xinqing didn't expect that he would want to laugh while listening to it. This little dog is really, his inner drama is too lively. He doesn't look like he's about to die. Chapter 146. Something is biting me in my stomach. I studied veterinary medicine. If you don't mind, I'll give it a try. Xinqing pushed through the crowd and came to the front, looking at a lady sitting next to the puppy, and said, Veterinarian is better. Please help me save Xiao Hong. It will take some time for the ambulance to arrive here, but it is in so much pain. Let's go see how it is doing first. Fortunately, the owner of the animal did not completely lose his mind, but spoke clearly to Xinqing. After hearing that Xinqing was a veterinarian, the others also dispersed and made room for the empty space. He handed the two ropes in his hands to an old lady next to him, asked her to watch them for him, and then walked away. Don't be afraid, I'll check you out. The ambulance is on the way, and nothing will happen to you. Xinqing first gave the puppy a quick check. There were no wounds on its body. Just as it said, the problem was most likely with its stomach and the food it ate. The moment his hand approached the puppy's body, a virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes. It shows what's wrong with this puppy. It turns out that this rolling dog has parasites in its stomach, which is why it is in this state. And the parasite must have been there for some time, because there is more than one small lump on the puppy's body. Of course, these were all scanned by the system. Because of the hair covering it and the small bump not being very big, I really didn't notice it. What we need to consider now is how to get rid of the parasites in its body. The first thing, of course, was to get these parasites out on the spot. There was a bag of small tools in the system backpack, which he had bought before and stored there. The second is to wait for the ambulance to arrive and send it to the hospital, then it has nothing to do with you. What happened to this little dog, young man? The old lady who was holding his cat and dog asked curiously. Yeah. The ambulance won't be here for at least half an hour. The puppy is in so much pain, he keeps rolling around. I don't know if he can hold on. Didn't you study veterinary medicine? Is there any way you can help it? The crowd started asking questions one after another, all of them expressing their concern for the puppy. This puppy has parasites. It just ate something bad today, so they broke out at the same time. After Xinqing finished speaking, he pointed to several places on the puppy's belly. If you look closely, you can see that there are slight bulges and some black spots, which does not look very good. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. It is covered by the dog's hair, so it has been delayed until now. He also felt strange. It was clearly a pet dog, so how could there be so many parasites in its body? It was really weird. But now is not the time to worry about that. I can indeed deal with these parasites, but I still need the approval of their owner. Of course I agree. Please save my child quickly. It looks like it's in so much pain. The owner of the puppy is a woman in her 30s, probably a white-collar worker. Judging from her tone and nervousness towards the little animal, she should be an unmarried or married woman with no children. She treats the puppy as if she is taking care of a child. Of course, all this is just appearance, and no one knows whether it is true or not. Since the master agreed, Xinqing certainly didn't say anything else. Taking advantage of the angle, he avoided the crowd and took out the tools he needed from the system backpack. It makes people think that it was taken out from a clothes pocket. It was a set of small scalpels, which would be very convenient for picking out the parasites later. At this time, even if someone wondered why he carried these tools in his pocket, they would only think that he was really a veterinarian and did this just in case. After all, he was bringing two pets with him just now. All I can say is, this was a perfect misunderstanding. I'm about to start. Don't be afraid. If you're really scared, just close your eyes. Xinqing was naturally speaking to the puppy that was still rolling around. How terrifying. This person is holding this sharp knife. Is he going to do something to me? But my stomach hurts so much. Could it really be a parasite? Should I wait a little longer? Maybe this human can actually help. Ah, no. There's something biting me in my stomach. It's so scary. Human, hurry up and save me. Woo. Shin-Ching did not continue to comfort it, but disinfected the knife in his hand carefully. Then he quickly cut open the bump and used tweezers to pick out the black stuff under the wound one by one. When these black, unidentified objects were picked out one by Shin-Ching, everyone didn't react at first, but when they looked closely, they instantly lost their composure. The bug was very small, but still alive. It was still twisting when it was picked out, and it looked disgusting. What is this? It's black. Could this be a parasite? As the first sigh appeared, other voices also came out one after another. Everyone focused on the same thing, whether this thing was a parasite, etc. It's so disgusting. I didn't expect to find so many parasites on a puppy. I've learned a lot. Isn't it? The puppy is a corgi. It is not very big, but it is also very cute. Especially when it moves, it's but twists and turns, which is particularly magical. Even its owner couldn't help but retching when he saw the parasites being picked out. Just looking at it was enough. How could she dare to imagine how she had hugged him before? His eyes changed. But Shin-Ching was so focused at the moment that he couldn't hear what the people around him were saying. Instead, he kept looking for the bulge on the corgi's body. Once he found it, he would immediately cut a hole and pick out the parasite. When the last small bump was picked clean, Shin-Ching used his self-healing ability on the other party. Then he took some medicine for treating external wounds and applied it to the knife wounds. Not long after, the corgi, which had been exhausted from the tossing and turning, was now full of energy as if it had taken a tonic pill. There was no trace of the weak look he had before. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Did this human give me some good medicine? And just now, all those black parasites were actually picked out from my stomach. It's so horrifying. I will never eat anything random again. The little Shotain spoke in a serious tone, and from its tone it was known that its admiration for Shin-Ching had reached a peak. I was almost going to follow him home. Fortunately, it was held by its owner. Son, how are you? Mom will take you to the hospital for a full body checkup later. It's not that she doesn't trust Shin-Ching, but she wants to feel more at ease, so it's better to go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. This young man, I also want to thank you. I don't know what would have happened without you. You're welcome. It's fate that we met. Of course I'll help if I can. Shin-Ching turned around and continued. However, don't feed it raw or half-cooked meat. These things contain a lot of parasites, which can easily cause trouble to its body and breed bacteria and parasites again. Of course, there are many things to avoid. These can be found in the information provided by the system. I didn't expect Mr. Shun to know so much. No wonder our master wanted to leave us in his shop. Even if we eat something bad or get sick, we can just go to Shin-Ching first. There's no need to bother anyone else. I'll find a way to get Shin-Ching to give us a physical examination when we get back. The Bichon Frise and Maine Coon Cat were quietly leaning against each other, as if discussing something important. It's very strange. Chapter 147. If you love acting so much, why don't you join the entertainment industry? Shin-Ching felt helpless listening to what the two little guys said. He had just come out and encountered trouble not long ago. But fortunately, it's not a big problem. Let's go. Let's take a walk and then go back. After thanking the ant, Shin-Ching took the two little ones and walked towards the lawn in front. There are many people playing over there. He also saw a number of pet cats and dogs. It seems that there are quite a lot of people keeping pets in this community. There is even a Maine Coon Cat, the same breed as Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, I didn't expect to see a breed like you. I just don't know if his personality is the same as yours. It is, but it is not as beautiful as Yuan Yuan. Don't worry, my heart will always be yours. The girl's voice was full of energy, her tone was cheerful, and she was obviously in a good mood. Of course, the owner of the sound was equally happy, surrounding the Maine Coon Cat and wagging his tail vigorously. The tail is almost a shadow. Be careful not to fall. Also, you are very cute. None of the dogs here are as cute as you. The gentle and domineering voice was particularly considerate today, but why did these words sound so awkward? Of course, only Shin-Ching felt awkward, the other two didn't. After hearing this, the Bichon Frise wagged its tail even more happily. The Maine Coon's originally somewhat arrogant and cold appearance can now be seen as pampering. Shin-Ching was speechless. Why is there a sour smell when you and your cat and dog are together? Could it be that he opened it the wrong way today? But if you just listen to the sound, it's still quite good. When a gentle and socially anxious boss meets his energetic young wife, all he needs is one word: spoil her. Cough cough. Pay attention to your brain and don't overthink it. Okay, this place is empty. You two can go have fun. Just don't run around. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xinqing squatted down and looked at the two little ones, giving them special instructions, and loosened the leash in his hand. This was the same for the other pets here, so there was no need to worry about them getting lost. Meow, we know. Woof woof. Don't worry, let's go play over there. I saw something fun. The two little ones ran away without hesitation, especially the Bichon Frise, who simply let himself go. Maine Coons are still elegant and calm, exuding coolness and nobility at all times. Xinqing found a place to sit down and watch the two little ones play. However, not long after, a girl carrying a breeding box came over. Boss Shun, I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm so happy. The girl's tone rose, and her expression was particularly excited. Xinqing nodded politely. Hello. He didn't know the other person, but she called him Boss Shun. He thought she must be a customer of the store or a fan of his live broadcast room. I just don't know what the other party wants to do. But since he was holding a breeding box, I guess the thing inside was a small pet. Sure enough, the next second, a young boy's voice came to my ears. Why are you so excited? You smile so brightly when you see someone good-looking, but why haven't you ever seen someone smile like that at me? Women are really fickle, and they don't know how to cherish what they have. But why does this guy look so familiar? When Xinqing heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He really couldn't describe how he felt at the moment. He actually heard a strong sense of resentment from a pet. And the other party's words were also very misleading. What does it mean to be fickle and not know how to cherish what you have? Listen, this is what a pet said. If he didn't know you were a pet, he would have thought they were in love. Boss Shun, I just came from your store, but it was already off work. I ran into an employee, and he told me you were over there. It seems I'm lucky. The girl was a social worker. She sat down on the bench next to Xinqing and placed the feeding box in her hand between the two of them. This also allowed Xinqing to see clearly what the pet that was talking nonsense was. It turned out to be a hedgehog. That's right, a hedgehog. The relevant information appeared in my mind the next second. The genus Echinops is a genus of the family Erinicidae in the order Erinaceiformes. It is commonly known as the hedgehog, also known as the thornball, thorn pig, and hedgehog mouse. Hedgehogs are known for the protective spines covering their backs, and when threatened, they curl themselves into a ball for protection. The genus includes 4 species: the northeastern hedgehog, the eastern European hedgehog, the European hedgehog, and the northern white-breasted hedgehog. And this is the northern polar hedgehog, and it's albino. It's not very big. These species have a total of 8 subspecies. The hedgehog is about 15 to 30 centimeters long and weighs about 600 to 1,500 grams. Typically, males are smaller and females are slightly larger than males. Hedgehogs come in a variety of colors, usually brown, black, white, cream, or a mixture of these. Its spines are non-toxic, its claws are curved and sharp, and it has 4 to 5 toes. Hedgehogs are nocturnal animals that are afraid of light and prefer darkness. They mainly live in temperate terrestrial environments, such as mixed deciduous and coniferous forests, and also often live in human settlements and suburbs. It also has the habit of hibernation, and the hibernation period is about 6 months. It is also considered a beneficial animal for agriculture and forestry, which can control the number of invertebrates and promote the spread of seeds. They are nocturnal and are generally active at night, spending most of the day sleeping in caves. It is an omnivorous animal that mainly preys on various invertebrates and small vertebrates, such as earthworms, insects, snails, frogs, small snakes, lizards, mice, etc. It also eats the roots, stems, fruits, etc. of plants. They live in burrows and use their sharp claws to dig caves under tree roots, rock crevices, and dead wood. They prefer dark and humid places. They have a hibernation period, which begins in late autumn and does not wake up until the spring of the following year when the temperature warms up enough. However, their bodies are very cold resistant. When hibernating in their nests, their body temperature drops to 6 degrees Celsius, making them the animals with the lowest body temperature in the world. However, they have strong resistance and can generally resist many kinds of poisons, but cannot resist pesticides. Now that autumn is coming to an end, the little guys in the breeding box are probably going to hibernate. Sure enough, the next second its owner said, Boss Shun, can I leave him in your store for the time being? I will be going abroad for a few months and will not be back until the end of the year. It is inconvenient to take it with me. Besides, it's about to go into hibernation, and it's inconvenient to have no one around. In fact, she could leave the little guy to be taken care of by her friends or family. But since I watched Xinqing's live broadcast, I think it would be better to put it in a pet shop. That's right, she is an old fan of Xinqing's live broadcast room. So you were planning to abandon me and go abroad, but now you think I'm an eyesore, so you're handing me over to this stranger? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to see me when you come back? What if he throws me into the trash can to die after I fall asleep? Oh, how could I have ended up with a heartless master like you? Why is my life so miserable? Every word the boy spoke was full of drama. He is definitely a dramatic actor, and even threw it into the trash can to let it die. It's speechless. Shinxing, if you love acting so much, why don't you get into the entertainment industry? Maybe you could even become the first hedgehog in history to win an Oscar for Best Actor. Oh, I forgot. No one can hear you or understand you except me. Chapter 148. The barrage is stuck again and again. Of course, add my contact information and send me the relevant information later. I'll register when I get back. Shinxing did not refuse and naturally took out his mobile phone, and the two of them added each other's contact information. And the hedgehog was left like this. The sky had already darkened at this time, and all the street lights in the park were lit, driving away the darkness of the night. Shinxing carried the breeding box and walked towards the pet cats and dogs in the distance. Before I got close, I heard Himawari's voice, but this time her voice was filled with anger. What's wrong with you, you female cat? Why are you always clinging to Yuan Yuan? She's my good friend. Don't you dare snatch her from me. Shinxing looked up and saw a Bichon Frise barking at a slightly smaller Maine Coon cat. It was a white Maine Coon cat, half a head shorter than Yuan Yuan. She doesn't look as arrogant and cold as Yuan Yuan, and she doesn't seem difficult to approach. The slightly round eyes make it look more simple and soft. Even the voice is very pleasant, the kind of gentle and soft young royal voice. Sorry, this is the first time I've seen one of my kind around here. I'm so happy, so I want to be friends with Yuan Yuan. Also, I like it very much. I want to have babies with it. I believe the cub we give birth to will be very strong. Yuan Yuan, just agree to it. You didn't refuse me just now. Xiao Yuan was still gentle, without any aggression in her tone, but her words made her purpose clear. It fell in love with Yuan Yuan and wanted to have a baby with her. As expected, Sunflower became even angrier after hearing this, and her voice became a little louder. No, I won't allow you to have a baby with it. Yuan Yuan is mine. If you want to have a baby, it should be with me. Yuan Yuan, don't you agree? The girl's voice immediately changed from angry to pitiful, which made Shinxing feel overwhelmed. What's going on? Yuan Yuan just came out for a trip, so why did she attract peach blossoms for herself? And Sunflower's attitude is also strange. You, a dog, want to have puppies with a cat? So is the baby born a dog or a cat? Shinxing shuddered and shook out the strange thoughts in his head. He felt that if he didn't go over, Yuan Yuan would probably become a scumbag cat. Ahem, Yuan Yuan, Sunflower, it's getting dark, let's go back. After Shinxing finished speaking, he walked forward, fixed the leash in his hand, and motioned them to follow. Let's go now. Yuan Yuan saw Shinxing's eyes light up and immediately took action. If it weren't for the leash, she would have run away immediately. Of course, Sunflower was not far behind, and the whole dog was happy. We're going home, so you should hurry back too. As for the rest, don't think about it. You won't see each other again. Humph. We won't be coming out from now on. Where can you find Yuan Yuan to give birth to a baby? The Bichon Frise wagged its tail happily again. The two Maine Coons walked away without looking back, while the other meowed sadly. It seems to be telling the story of Yuan Yuan's ruthlessness. At this moment, Shinxing wished he couldn't understand what they were saying. However, the hedgehog, which had been quiet, actually spoke. I never thought you, a cat, actually have the potential to be a scumbag cat. Look how obsessed you are with this little female cat. Also, that silly dog, you don't like this scumbag cat, do you? But even if you like it, it's useless. You're not of the same species, and you can't have children. Give up. I'm someone who's been through this. You see, the person I liked wasn't my type, so I was abandoned. The young boy started to stammer as he spoke, which instantly stunned the two innocent cat and dog. I'm not a bad cat. Sunflower and I are good friends. The gentle and domineering boss explained for the first time that it was not him who attracted the female cat. It clearly rejected them all. I didn't intend to have a baby with Yuan Yuan. I was just trying to piss off the cat. Also, don't be sad. I'll be your friend from now on. The girl's voice regained its former vitality, and at the end, there was a hint of sympathy in her tone, and there was no trace of the temper just now. Shinxing listened to the whole thing along the way and was too tired to complain. He just wanted to say that he no longer understood the current animal world. After returning to the store and having dinner not long after, Shinxing's live broadcast room opened on time. Good evening, everyone. I'm Shinxing. The nightly live broadcast has begun. Tonight we have a new friend joining us. Do you welcome him? Who's this new friend? Boss Shun, tell me now? Stop keeping me in suspense. If you can't guess, it is recommended that the host announce the answer directly. I guess the new friend must be a new poisonous pet, but I don't know who it is. By the way, has anyone counted how many poisonous pets Boss Shin has? Have you all finished watching the live stream? I know this. There are probably about 50 or 60 of them in offline stores. If we count 60 of them and watch 2 every night, it would take the streamer a month to finish watching them all. How many more poisonous pets do you think are left to watch? As soon as these words were spoken, netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly excited, because many of them had never been to an offline store. Although I often see netizens posting photos of poisonous pets in offline stores online, the effect is naturally not as good as seeing them with your own eyes. The only option is to watch it in the live broadcast room. Shin didn't expect netizens to say that, but there were more and more poisonous pets in his store. He picked 2 unique pets every day to live broadcast. He couldn't remember which ones he hadn't picked yet. In that case, let the netizens talk about it. So, after introducing the new friends, let's vote on who will appear next. The poisonous pet that gets the most comments will appear first tonight, and the ones who are ranked last will appear live tomorrow night or the day after tomorrow. But it would be best if it's a pet that's already in the store. After Shin said this, fans started to send comments even more crazily. Originally, the number of people in his live broadcast room were all active fans. After he became famous, the number of viewers always started with tens of thousands when he started broadcasting, and soon it would reach 100,000 or even 200,000. Today, he has firmly become the top anchor of the platform. Even his anchor contract was changed to the highest level. Who would have thought that in less than a month, Shin would be able to become the top anchor on the platform? All this is due to the support of the fans and the novelty of the track. Otherwise, so many people would imitate him and follow the poisonous pet track. Although they have achieved some results, the response is still mediocre. It is impossible for a second person to replicate Shin path to fame. He is the king of topics and traffic on the platform today, and his traffic is no less than those of celebrities. Just as I finished speaking, the barrage of comments froze the screen again. Chapter 149, The Little Hedgehog Who Fantasizes About Eating and Sleeping, Sleeping and Eating. After waiting for a long time, the barrage of comments started to move. I'm so excited. Today's new friend, please come out soon. And then my favorite poisonous pet, please come out. Everyone, hurry up and farm it. Money trapdoor spider, money trapdoor spider. I want to see the bamboo green. I haven't seen it in a while. My lucky color is green, just like it. Red claw scorpion, red claw scorpion. It is very cute. Have you forgotten about the black widow? Forgot about the venomous lizard? How can such adorable venomous pets be left out in the cold? There are all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room. Everyone has their own favorite pet, but most of these people have been to offline pet shops. Of course, more people watch Shin's live broadcast online. When these fans saw so many unique pet names in the barrage, many of which they had never seen before, they began to post the names of poisonous pets. Shin was also helpless when he saw this, and then he picked a few contestants with higher popularity. Thank you all for your active participation. So, the second guest tonight is the money trapdoor spider. Now, let me reveal the first guest of the night. As soon as Shin finished speaking, he took out a breeding box from the side, and the small animals inside fell into the camera of the live broadcast room. It was the little hedgehog he received tonight. Little guy, say hello to everyone. Shin opened the breeding box. There was only a lid on top of the hedgehog. He gently poked the small branch next to the little hedgehog with a small wooden stick. What are you doing? I knew you weren't a good person. My master asked you to take good care of me, but you made me perform for money. I tell you, if you want me to surrender, that's another price. The boy's mood suddenly changed at the end, which was really speechless. I don't know what its brain circuits are like, or in other words, does it even have a brain? Surrender? Perform? Another price? Listen to what these words are saying. What normal hedgehog could say something like that? Of course, it's also possible that he hasn't heard it before. It's a little hedgehog, so cute. Oh my god, this is the first time I see a white hedgehog. Is it albino? What kind of hedgehog is this? It's so cute. I really want to pet it. Brother on the stairs, you are so brave. You actually dared to pet a hedgehog. From now on, you will be the #1 person in the universe. The comments in the live broadcast room jumped wildly again, and everyone was shocked by the pets they saw. The little hedgehog in the breeding box looks so small and cute, but it has many sharp spines on its body, which can easily prick people if they are not careful. But no matter what, everyone is very curious about the origin of the little hedgehog. You guessed it right. This little hedgehog is tonight's first guest. It's not a poisonous pet, but was left in our shop by another customer. Shin explained to everyone calmly. Little cabbage, yellow in the field, only 2 or 3 years old. I have lost my mother. Dear mother doesn't want me anymore. How miserable, how miserable. As soon as Qing finished speaking, he heard the young man's miserable voice. And the magical words it adapted itself are so speechless. If you didn't know, you would think he was watching a melodrama. I wonder how its owner can stand this dramatic look. Oh, I forgot, others can't hear it. Qing suppressed the twitching of his lips, looked at the guy showing off in the breeding box, and gently touched him with the thing in his hand. Since you are full of energy, why not perform a show for the audience? If you perform well, I will give you a reward later. Ouch, Boss Shun is trying to trick the little animal, right? Can it understand? What was the little hedgehog doing just now? He was walking around, as if looking for something. In fact, it is just a show to match the sad words, and it is done on purpose. The little hedgehog is so cute. I want to raise one, but what should I pay attention to? How sharp are its thorns? Many fans in the live broadcast room prefer this kind of small animal. Some girls even think that they might be able to raise one. Raising this little hedgehog is much easier than raising a poisonous pet. At least you don't have to worry about poisoning. Meanwhile, the little hedgehog was also thinking about what Qing said. If I just perform as I'm told, will he really reward me? You won't fool the hedgehog, right? But I don't know how to do anything. What should I perform? Rolling on the spot. This time, the boy's tone was unusually serious, as if he was really thinking. He didn't look as dramatic as before. Qing smiled when she heard this and reached out to take out a plate of fruit from a small box on the other side. That's right, just eat some fruit and cherries. You can tell from his appearance that he was well prepared. Just as everyone was talking, Qing picked up a small cherry, hung it above the little hedgehog's head, and said, "Since you don't know what to perform, why not perform a food delivery show and let everyone see how you usually deliver more food? The more you deliver at one time, the more rewards you get." As he said that, he took 2 more cherries and waved them in front of its eyes. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard Qing say this, they instantly became excited. Is Boss Shin planning to do something? Of course, he was just giving orders, but it was the little guy who did the action. It can't be said to be using one's hands, but rather using the spines on its body. Hedgehogs usually use the spines on their backs to transport food. Boss Shin still knows how to manage his subordinates, but does the little hedgehog understand what he says? And the more he delivers, the more rewards he gets. We have to criticize Mr. Shin severely for this. The little hedgehog is so cute. How could you treat it like this? If it wants to eat fruit, just give it to it. That's right. Boss Shin won't give us any rewards, so we just need to let the sisters rub it. The warrior from above is the one above, right? Others pet cats, but you pet a hedgehog. Awesome. While everyone was chatting and sending comments, Qing had already placed the cherries in his hand next to the little hedgehog and just looked at it quietly. Sure enough, the next second, the little hedgehog moved. The little hedgehog transformed in front of everyone, wrapping himself up into a ball. All the thorns on my back stood up. When everyone was puzzled, it started rolling automatically and rolled directly towards the cherries. And Qing also heard the boy's clear voice in his ears. These cherries smell so good. It's okay if I don't get a reward. Only 3 pills, isn't that a bit too little? This human is so stingy. At least give me a pack of 10 or 100 pills so I can sleep in it. This way, I can eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Qing, you know how to enjoy life. Chapter 150. How many cherries can you carry? Although Qing was speechless after hearing this, he still met its request and took out all its cherries and placed them in the breeding box. All the cherries are here. It's up to you how many you can take. For every cherry you carry, you'll get 3 as a reward. It depends on how many you can carry at once. The more cherries you carry, the more rewards you'll get. There's nothing wrong with what Qing said, but the back of a little hedgehog is only that big, and even if his body is covered with thorns, he won't be able to move much. I can only carry 5 or 6 at most. Careful netizens discovered that according to this calculation, if the little hedgehog carries 6 cherries, he can get 3 times the reward, which is 18 cherries. It just so happens that all the cherries here only add up to 20. In other words, Qing gave all the cherries to it. But this little guy didn't know about it. Of course, we are only considering it from a subjective perspective. After all, we can understand what Qing said, but the small animals may not be able to understand it. But the discussion among netizens has skyrocketed. Oh my god, I feel like Boss Shun is trying to trick the little hedgehog. You're right, I feel the same way. The poor little hedgehog didn't know it yet, but it had already fallen into a trap the moment it started to act. That's right. What Boss Shun wants to see is not how much it gains in the end, but as long as it moves, it's a success. As expected, humans are cunning. How could a small animal possibly surpass them? I sympathize with it for a second. Sympathy is sympathy, but it's also really cute. Look at how adorable the little hedgehog is when he's trying so hard to carry the cherries. As expected, the little hedgehog was already trying hard to carry the cherries. He rolled to the nearest cherry blossom and stabbed it with the back spike. The first one was completed easily, and then I worked hard to attack the second one without any difficulty. But it became a little difficult when I got to the third one. If you want to memorize more, you have to find the right angle. After all, Xing said that the more you memorize at one time, the more rewards you will get. Hey, I already have 3 on my back now. If I carry 1 more, I'll have 4. If I squeeze in, I can even carry 2 more. As long as I collect 6, I can get 18 cherries. I can eat so many cherries until tomorrow. Come on, work hard, and never give up. The boy's voice was full of fighting spirit, as if he would never give up and was full of energy. With that silly look, he watched everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. I find it very interesting. Ha 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 ha. So cute, so cute. I really want to take it home and raise it. It's over. My girlish heart was actually struck by a hedgehog. Little hedgehog, you have to take responsibility and come to your mother's arms quickly. Oh my God, how can there be such an obedient little hedgehog? Can it understand what Boss Shun says? Boss Shun, you can't bully the little hedgehog anymore. We'll be protecting this little cutie from now on. That's right, if you want to bully someone, we should be the ones to do it. The popularity of the live broadcast room continues to rise, and everyone is quite fond of this silly little hedgehog. Especially the little hedgehog, who was struggling to find a way to carry the cherries on his back, was so adorable that it made everyone fall in love with him. Its animated images were also edited by netizens and made into emoticons and posted online. It was downloaded by many netizens in a short time. Even Xing later collected this kind of emoticon package. Of course, that's a story for later. Of course, the little hedgehog's owner was also watching the live broadcast while waiting for the plane. I just happened to see the cute look of my pet. Actually, it's stupid. I can't help but feel happy. As expected, it's the right decision to leave this silly boy to Boss Shun's care. I can rest assured when I go abroad now. Let's talk about Xing. In the end, the little hedgehog successfully carried 6 cherries on its back. So everyone saw a hedgehog covered with cherries. Ha ha ha. I succeeded. I finally succeeded. I memorized 6. 3 times that is 18. Boss Shun, you saw it. You said you would give me 18 cherries. When will you deliver on that promise? I want to sleep in a pile of cherries, la la la. The little hedgehog was in a particularly good mood at the moment, and his tail seemed to be floating. Although I couldn't see its face clearly, I could hear the joy in its voice. Even though her short legs were trembling a little from the weight on her back, she couldn't hide her happiness. Alas, poor little hedgehog. His small body is carrying so many things, it's almost weighed down. It must have heard what Boss Shun said, which is why it tried so hard to memorize so much. Unfortunately, it doesn't know that this is a trap. That's not the case. Boss Shun simply cashed in the reward early. I suddenly feel a little scared to see the consequences of the little hedgehog knowing the truth. If it really understood, would it be heartbroken when Boss Shun told it the answer? No, I don't dare to look at this anymore. The fans in the live broadcast room were even more excited at this time, and the speed of sending barges was a little faster than before. But everyone feels sorry for the little hedgehog at this moment. Will you be extremely sad when you find out the truth? Xing saw all of this, and the smile on his lips deepened a little. However, he could hear the little hedgehog's voice, so he naturally knew that he was not the kind of little hedgehog whose heart would be easily broken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sung a song like "The Cabbage Field is Yellow." That acting genius is very strong inside. Therefore, he has no psychological burden when he does it. Of course, he didn't cheat it either. He just redeemed the reward in advance. I'm a good person. Didn't I redeem the reward for you a long time ago? As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the barrage of comments quiet down, but even the little hedgehog, who was full of expectations, quieted down. It's like a silent question, where is the reward? And many netizens. It's over, the broken scene is here. Xing smiled evilly, and then said, look at the cherries all over the floor. Are there triple the amount? I'm giving you this reward in advance. Do you like it? Hey, no need to ask, you will definitely like it. These 3 sentences shocked the little hedgehog to the point of being stunned. The little head turned stiffly, and finally stopped on the cherries scattered around it. This is my reward? Give it to me in advance? Then what was I working so hard for? I'm so pissed. Xing, you're kidding me. I'll fight you, ouch. Either remain silent in the force or explode where you are. The little hedgehog burst out of silence and ran towards Xing excitedly. But it ignored the 6 cherries on its back and her trembling short legs. He fell to the ground with a thud. At this moment, silence is like a tide. Chapter 151: The Hedgehog Who Was Deceived. For a long time, fans in the live broadcast room sent barrages of comments crazily. This reaction is so adorable, so silly and cute. You guys are so unethical. Didn't you see how the hedgehog's heart was shattered after hearing what Bashan said? But please come back for more of these shows. I love them. Poor little hedgehog, you're so naive. Don't believe what humans say in the future. Of course, you can listen to me. Little hedgehog, I sympathize with you, but you've made me laugh all day today. Please allow me to laugh for 3 minutes. Ha! Xinqing also saw the reactions of the audience in the live broadcast room and smiled helplessly. I'm afraid netizens have figured out the meaning of the word ridicule. Look at the comments they posted, which one is not very offensive. This little hedgehog is a little stupid, but it's cute, so he'll give it some more rewards. Just as he was about to speak, the angry young man's voice rang in his ears again. Ah, Xinqing, I curse you. I curse you to never have a wife. You are so bad. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. The little hedgehog tried to get up with his trembling short legs, but because of his anger and the force behind him, he couldn't get up for a while. But its little head was raised and glaring at Xinqing fiercely. Of course, with that little face of its, how can you tell what expression it has? In the eyes of others, he only looked more pitiful. I was thinking you looked so pitiful that I would give you all the cherries in the basket, but you actually... Xinqing didn't say the rest of the words, but the little hedgehog grasped the key information. Xinqing wanted to give it all the cherries in the basket, which meant there were still cherries in one basket. And it just cursed him, so it should still be in time to take it back now. For the beloved fruit, it fights hard. Boss Shun is a really nice guy. He probably wouldn't bother with a little hedgehog like me. I think Boss Shun is the most handsome man I've ever seen. Even a male hedgehog like me can't help but be moved by him, let alone those human girls. For example, my mistress is really attracted to Boss Shun's face. Of course, she's also attracted to his figure, but you just can't usually see it. My master asked me to follow you just to pursue you. I am the bridge that bridges the distance between you two. So, how could Boss Shun be single forever? As long as you are willing to get out of being single immediately, it is not a problem. If I say that, Xinqing will probably give me all the cherries. After all, I flattered him so much and even betrayed my master. The young man's voice sounded, and his tone was full of flattery, which made Xinqing raise his eyebrows. I thought this little hedgehog was really adaptable. However, when he heard the last sentence, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He said that this little hedgehog was slippery and very dramatic. So how could he be praised so much right from the start? It turned out that there was a purpose. But after it broke free from the cherries on its back, it immediately became lively and made little movements towards itself. It was really cute. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room were amused by its actions. Ha 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 ha. How come this little hedgehog is so cute? It looked like it was dying just now, but the next second it jumped up from the spot. Luckily, its back is covered in thorns, so even if it falls, it's others who get hurt. Where can I buy a similar hedgehog? I'd like to try and raise one, hoping I can get one as cute as this. As expected, everyone likes cute and silly little animals. Watching more of this kind of stuff will make you feel more relaxed. The netizens who come to Xinqing's live broadcast room are such a beneficiary group. Every time they watch the live broadcast, they feel relaxed. This is also why everyone loves to come to his live broadcast room. Any animal can have a healing effect on the soul, it just depends on where the animal is. For example, if you encounter a poisonous snake in the wild, it is not a question of whether it can be cured or not, but whether it will be fatal. But if you go to Xinqing's poisonous pet shop, there will be no such problem. You can enjoy these poisonous pets to your heart's content. Even if you observe it closely, there is a glass door between us, so you don't have to worry about it hurting you. If you are afraid of such situations in offline stores, then you can watch some poisonous pets that you rarely encounter but are curious about through Xinqing's live broadcast room. That's fine too. Over time, everyone likes to come to Xinqing's live broadcast room. This is also the reason why Xinqing was able to gain so much attention in such a short period of time. The first reason is of course curiosity, and the second reason is that everyone is very relaxed in his live broadcast room. He has a variety of poisonous pets here, and there is nothing dangerous. And there are always little surprises. What's more, he has offline stores to support him, which makes it even more contagious. So even though there are many similar anchors on the internet nowadays, no one can reach the level of Xinqing. It's not that they don't want to, but that they simply can't do it. Xinqing has everything: the right time, the right place, and the right people. If he isn't popular, who else will be? Back to the topic. When everyone was laughing, Xinqing did not continue to embarrass the little hedgehog, but actually took the remaining half of the cherries from the small basket next to him and said, "Here, these are all yours, but you can't finish so much tonight, so I'll put them away for you first." After saying that, He picked up all the cherries that were originally scattered in the breeding box, leaving only the 6 next to it. The little hedgehog was defeated again after seeing this scene. The smart brain is finally online. Yes, I can't eat all these cherries in one go. Even if I get them, Xin still has to keep them. Besides, wasn't I fostered here by my master? Isn't it his responsibility to support me? Why do I have to earn my own living? Even after making money, you still have to spend it. Ah, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Humans are truly the most cunning. Woohoo, I've been deceived. I've been deceived by Xin, this big liar. Wow, wow, wow. I'm too embarrassed to see other hedgehogs. I'm so embarrassed. The boy's voice suddenly became louder, but his words were still so unexpected. The brain circuits are too big to understand. What does it mean to be deceived by oneself? Why would he deceive the body and mind of a little hedgehog? No, he didn't deceive. At most, it was just a small trick, not a complete deception. Forget it. Just let it be alone and quiet for a while. After thinking it through, I closed the door of the breeding box. However, just before the door closed, another cherry was thrown in. Xin. Well, just consider it as compensation. Chapter 152. Receive hundreds of thousands of customers at a time. Ahem, the little hedgehog needs to rest. Everyone, wait for me. I'll go greet our next guest. After saying that, Xin left and would come back later. There is also a small feeding box in the hand. Little guy, come out and receive the guests. When these words were spoken, the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. Poochie, Boss Shun is getting better and better at making things happen. He even called a pet out to entertain customers. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This statement is a bit ambiguous. If you don't know, you might think we are watching a program that is not suitable for children. Actually, if you take it literally, what Boss Shun said is not wrong. Isn't it just about receiving customers? Ha 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 ha. That's true, but we just received a lot of customers at once. Of course, it's impressive to receive hundreds of thousands of customers at once. Please let it out quickly. We are all waiting anxiously. There are lots of jokes in the comments, and everyone is making fun of the word receiving guests, but the popularity is still increasing. It seems that everyone is very interested in the next guest. Because this pet was voted for by everyone, many people who have never been offline and have never seen it in Xin's live broadcast room are even more curious. Now I want to see the little guy's true appearance. Everyone, don't worry. Now let's turn the camera to our protagonist, the money trap spider. After Xin finished speaking, he aimed the camera at the small breeding box and enlarged the lens so that the audience in the live broadcast room could see the situation inside more clearly. Inside is all dark coconut soil, brown in color, almost all the same color. But the guest they mentioned was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the empty breeding box, fans in the live broadcast room were puzzled. What's going on? Didn't they say there were money trapdoor spiders in there? Why can't I see any? Boss Shun, are you kidding me? There's nothing in here, just dirt. Is there anyone who knows about the golden dollar trap spider who can share some information? I know a little bit. The money trapdoor spider is a terrestrial creature, so it must have gone into the dirt. Come and find out what it is. In fact, this is true. At this moment, the money trapdoor spider has already hidden itself. You can't find me. You can't find me. I hid so deeply just to prevent humans from finding me. They are so mean, wanting to see other people's butts every day. They are really hooligans. You even tempted me with food. How shameless. However, the crickets that person fed me today were quite delicious. A crisp, yet cute and gentle voice rang in Xin's ears. Even though there was a hint of complaint in the tone, it was still very cute. Now that there are more pets in the store, he no longer takes care of each pet personally like before. Instead, he handed it to the staff, and for a while he really ignored this little guy a lot. But what it said does exist. After all, the customers who come to the store to see it just want to see the mark on it, but that looks like an ancient bronze coin, right? This is the guy it got its name from, so it's normal for people to be curious. However, he provides a lot of food for poisonous pets, and customers can ask the staff for food to feed them when they want to interact. It's just that you can't give a certain amount, or the amount needs to be approved by the staff. Otherwise, if there are too many people, these smaller poisonous pets may be stuffed to death by just feeding them a little. You should know that his store now has thousands of customers every day. However, this small breeding box is only used temporarily to house it. Its own house is much larger and more luxurious than this one, but it is inside the cave. Seeing that everyone had searched for a long time but couldn't find it, Xin took a small box from the other side, which contained the food of the golden trapdoor spider, crickets. I picked one up with tweezers and opened the lid of the breeding box. He threw it in directly, quickly closed the lid, and said, "Don't worry, it will come out in a while." Although the money trapdoor spider is a terrestrial animal that likes to build its own nest, and live underground. But this breeding box was for temporary use and did not have its own cave. After entering it, it dug a hole for itself, crawled in and buried itself, so no one else found it. However, according to his habits, he will definitely set up his own web on the surface of the soil to sense enemies and prey from the outside world. At this moment, the cricket fell on the ground. No matter how it jumped or climbed, it would definitely touch the spider silk of the money trap bead. They just need to wait patiently, and they will see the big hunting scene. The netizens in the live broadcast room really began to look forward to where the guy Shin was talking about was. However, this wait did not last long, and there was movement in the breeding box. I saw the cricket slowly crawling into a corner. There was a pile of coconut soil in the corner. It was lying on it, looking for something. Perhaps it was because there was nothing dangerous in such a small enclosure. So this cricket is quite leisurely. But tragedy happened the next second. Just as its feet stepped on the mound, it seemed as if someone had lifted a corner of it, and a dark shadow stretched out from inside, grabbed its body, and dragged it towards the mound. This scene happened so quickly that in the blink of an eye, the lively cricket was now lying on the pile of dirt. The cricket's entire body was grasped by 7 or 8 claws, and even worse, 2 large pincers had pierced into its body. The cricket that was originally lively and energetic has now become prey. And our hunter is the money trapdoor spider hiding under the pile of soil. Holy crap, I got a scare. It looked fine at first, but in the blink of an eye, something flashed past my eyes, and the little cricket fell right in front of me. Oh, I just saw it. That pile of dirt can actually be lifted up from the bottom. Oh my god, this is amazing. How did it know the cricket was approaching? This is a typical underground killer. No one would have thought that the enemy is hiding right under their feet. Cricket, wow wow wow, I underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect that Old 6 was hiding underground. Old 6 golden coin trap spider. Oh my goodness, food is delivered to my doorstep every day. I'm so happy. Although the netizens in the live broadcast room were reminded by Shin, who could have imagined that the breeding box was calm just now, in the next second, this calmness concealed murderous intent. Did you see that? That's another guest tonight, the money trap spider. However, this guy isn't poisonous. He's one of the few pets in the store that isn't poisonous. Chapter 153. The tail looks like an ancient copper coin. Shin gave everyone some basic information about the golden coin spider. The money trapdoor spider, scientifically known as the genus money trapdoor spider, belongs to the phylum Arthropoda, class Arachnida, family Therididae. It is small in size, generally 5 to 10 millimeters in length, with a cylindrical body and bright colors, mostly red, orange, or yellow. The golden trapdoor spider has a distinct trapdoor on its abdomen, which is one of its unique ways of hunting. Their valves are located in the abdomen and can open and close freely. When prey enters the trap, the spider quickly closes it, trapping the prey. This hunting method is very unique, making it highly competitive in nature. However, they are timid by nature and will quickly retreat into the tube when frightened. The tail is round and has patterns on it, and it gets its name from the fact that it resembles an ancient copper coin. It is rare and very valuable. The money trapdoor spider is non-venomous and has a mild temperament. Generally speaking, it is safe to handle. However, it is best not to touch it casually after handling it. Otherwise, it is easy to be bitten. Shin said as he looked at the little guy eating inside. Of course, the bite requires disinfection, and subsequent wounds will not cause major problems. Therefore, for reptile enthusiasts, the money trapdoor spider is very suitable for personal breeding, and it is also a very popular species in the market. But the price is much more expensive than other spiders. When the little guy inside finally bit the cricket to death and was about to drag it into the cave, it spoke again. But this time he was speaking to the money trapdoor spider in the cave, and his tone was especially gentle. Xiaojin, can you please come out and say hello to everyone? The brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room like you very much. Didn't Boss Shin mention that this living golden pearl was very timid during his science lecture earlier? But seeing how fast and ferocious it hunted just now, it was incredibly fast. But I really want to see if there's really a copper coin pattern on its butt. I suddenly want to raise a golden triangle spider. Where can I buy one? Do you think this little Gene will come out? Isn't he hiding in his cave? Although he's timid and gentle, I'm a little scared after seeing how quickly he hunted just now. Fans in the live broadcast room were all looking forward to it, wanting to see with their own eyes what this spider looked like. I just saw a few claws and nothing else, let alone the iconic pattern that looks like an ancient bronze coin. What should I do? I'm a little scared and shy, and I don't want to come out. But Master is very kind to me and heal my injuries. If I don't come out, won't Master be embarrassed? Then come out for a moment. Just for a moment? The gentle Xiao Yuan sounded delicate and weak, and certainly didn't sound bold. But it was not wrong to say that Xinqing saved it. When it was brought back, 1/3 of the copper coin mark was missing. It was only thanks to Xinqing's treatment that it was still alive. I don't know what kind of magical medicine it was given, but the missing third of its tail grew back. This is also why it was difficult to refuse Xinqing's request. This is its benefactor. So, when everyone thought it would not come out, the little guy slowly pushed open the door above his head and walked out. The whole body was also captured by the camera in the live broadcast room. Of course, Xinqing also saw this little guy, and his eyes were also fixed on its intact tail, which was the pattern of the ancient bronze coin. Thinking about the bottle of recovery potion I bought from the system mall, after giving it to this little guy, I got busy with other things and didn't pay attention to it. I didn't expect it to really grow out. It seems to be working very well. So, in front of everyone's astonishment, he opened the lid of the breeding box and reached out directly to grab the golden coin trapdoor spider. Just when everyone thought the other party would hide, the money trap spider lay motionless and let Xinqing catch it in his hand. It looks very well behaved. It is not as timid as Xinqing said during his popular science lecture, nor is it as ferocious as when hunting. Only Xinqing could hear the other party's gentle and soft voice calling out, "Master." Xinqing. Well, the sound is nice and ear-friendly. I enjoy it. Don't be afraid. Xinqing lightly tapped the copper coin of the money trapdoor spider, but when he thought about what he had heard it say before, that customers wanted to see its tail, he subconsciously withdrew his hand. I feel quite embarrassed. Ahem, now you can see clearly, Xiao Jin is very cute, but a little shy. If you come to the store to see it, don't scare it. The little one is still a girl and has a thin skin. Don't stare at its tail all the time. Its tail is actually the thing that looks like a copper coin. Ha ha ha. Boss Shin, are you being kind to women? Don't worry, we're not bad people. He's definitely not a bad person, but he's even more inhumane than a bad person. It would be best if you could touch him too. I heard that the golden dollar Trappist spider is a noble among spiders. It is very rare, and this species has existed for a very long time. This spider is so gentle. It stays in its burrow and never comes out, but it's so well behaved. I really want to take it home. Is anyone willing to join me in stealing this spider? Spider? My heart is very big. It can hold all the poisonous pets in the pet shop. If I really want to steal, I will just steal the shop and leave Boss Shin alone. The netizens in the live broadcast room were chatting enthusiastically. However, everyone loves this golden spider very much, and some fans are already thinking of going to the offline store to see this little guy tomorrow. Happy times always pass quickly, and tonight's live broadcast ends here. The content about his live broadcast room was also edited online so that fans who did not attend could also see it. Of course, if you want to watch the whole process, you can only go to Xinqing's account. As for the platform officials, they have already regarded Xinqing as their pillar, so the traffic will naturally be tilted towards him. This is understandable, as they can drive and detonate traffic at any time. Those jealous anchors can only lay low and avoid the spotlight. After the live broadcast ended, Xinqing's live broadcast settlement came out. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary ends. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 1,200,000 emotional points. Store live broadcast dividend. Sentiment value plus 300,000. Total emotion points 6275450. Ding. Mood value reaches 1.2 million. Reward 1.2 million cash. Free attribute points plus 20. Spirit plus 20. Message wall 1. Note. Message wall. This is where customers can leave messages. Each message is worth 10 points. Store has 1091 employees. Experience plus 1091. Personal panel refresh. Name, Xinqing. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV3. Pet Shop Level, LV4. Experience, 671/1000. Mall Level, LV3. Intelligence, 154, 0, 200. Constitution, 100, 0, 100. Spiritual Power, 168, 0 to 1000. Cash, 6,798,410 yuan. Total emotion points, 6275450. Skills, Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Creature Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill, /Healing Skill. Items, Hair Growth Pills, 3 pills/bottle. Detoxification Pills, 40 bottles, 1/10 pill. Scar Removal Cream, 60 bottles. Pet Snack Package, 100. Cute Pet Doll Maker, 1. Pet Toy Set, 1. Hair Growth Cream, 5. Mood Brush, 1. Message Wall, 1. Chapter 154, A Poisonous Snake, is also engaging in sex discrimination. The next day, customers who came to the store saw a message wall at the entrance. There is a pin for writing next to it. As long as you write a message on it, Xin will receive the message. It is directly linked to his mobile phone. This is also convenient for him to watch, and he can use it to read in the live broadcast room. The increased interaction can also be counted into the emotional value, which adds a lot of fun to his live broadcast room. As soon as this message board came out, it really attracted the favor of many customers. Every customer who comes to the store after interacting with Dukong will leave a message on the message board when leaving. Now, every poisonous pet in Xinqing's pet shop has a special antidote, which is prepared by Xinqing after he goes off the air. And there are test reports and relevant information. During this time, he also took the time to get a veterinary license, which he hung at the front desk of the store. Privately, he also sent a copy of all the antidotes he developed to the Drug Administration, and the two sides then deepened their cooperation. All the products are produced for state-owned pharmaceutical companies, and he gets dividends. Before we knew it, many bigwigs were standing behind Xinqing. Back to the pet shop, with the veterinary certificate and antidote, the customers in the store have become bolder. In addition, the poisonous pets in his shop don't seem to be as ferocious as those poisonous creatures outside. Instead, they are very cute. So everyone likes to interact with poisonous pets and feed them. Of course, the food is provided by the store. This also increases the fun for customers. Of course, the reason why these poisonous pets cooperate so well with customers is because the rewards given by Xinqing are so generous that these poisonous pets are willing to go to work. Xinqing directly used the food that the animals loved to eat purchased from the system as reward, and of course they were willing. After all, after eating the fruits produced by the system, their somewhat cloudy heads became clear and their intelligence also improved. That's why they're willing to go to work. That night, it was Xinqing's turn to broadcast live again. Because before the live broadcast, Xinqing said in advance that he would add a message board segment within 10 minutes before the live broadcast tonight to listen to customers' messages with everyone. So there are a lot of fans tonight, and everyone is very excited. Especially those who write on the message board. I'm so nervous. Will my message be picked? I wrote several today. I was the first one to write on the message board. Boss Shin looked at me, and he had to look at me. Please be kind to those of you who leave messages, and leave some space for the next person to write. When I came this afternoon, the message board was already full. If it weren't for being indelible, I really want the last person to come out on top. The last spot is occupied by me. I am such a lucky guy. The fans in the live broadcast room were discussing the message board, and Xinqing also took out a spare mobile phone and directly bound the message board to the mobile phone through the system. Because it is a system thing, after binding, the message board will be sorted by the time of writing. In this way, Xinqing will get a list. There are now 200 messages on this list. If the message board was not full, I believe every customer who comes to the store will leave a message. However, this message board will be cleared at midnight every day, but the list will not be cleared. A separate copy will be kept in his mobile phone. It's time for the long-awaited message reading. We received 200 messages today, but we only have 10 minutes to read them all. So we'll randomly select as many as we can within 10 minutes. Xinqing has shared the screen of his mobile phone, so there are two screens in the live broadcast room. Half of it was Xinqing, and half was the content on the phone. Count down 3 seconds. Whoever is chosen first gets it. It turned out that there was a red button and a small red triangular pointer on Xinqing's mobile phone. The pointer flashed quickly on the list. As long as the button was pressed, the pointer would stop. This will select the message you want to read. Of course, this little thing is also a plug-in purchased from the system mall. It is very convenient for drawing prizes and the like. I'm going to start. I'll press stop in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, stop. As he spoke, he pressed the button and the jumping pointer stopped at message number 28. This is a message from someone named Alan. The fans in the live broadcast room have started to get excited, especially the girl named Alan on the other end of the network cable, who is looking at the live broadcast room excitedly at this moment. She also went to the pet store today and of course left a message. Her favorite is the scaly tree viper in the store because it is so cool and handsome. The scales on its body are like armor, just like a general who has killed countless enemies on the battlefield, full of momentum. Especially after the interaction, it seemed a little dull. The contrast was really big, which was in line with her preferences. Who doesn't like cute pets? Although this cute pet is a poisonous snake, who can blame her for liking it? She is also a customer of the translation machine and can hear the voice of the scaly tree viper. That cold and noble voice is also her favorite. She simply loves the voice-controlled light. The first lucky winner is here. Let's see what she wrote. I'm really curious. Who did he leave the message for? Was it for Boss Shun or a poisonous pet? Actually, leaving a message for a toxic pet is just to express your opinion and love for it. Even if they don't know, it's nice to let everyone know. Indeed, knowing that so many people like venomous pets and don't look at them with strange eyes makes me, a longtime venomous pet player, very happy. I feel that my love for venomous pets is finally recognized. Fans in the live broadcast room were chatting about all sorts of things and expressing their opinions. The expectations are full. Xin went straight to the point. Xiaolon said, "My favorite is the scaly tree viper in the store. Don't be fooled by its cool and handsome appearance. It's actually very silly, cute, and simple. It's a cute creature that can be deceived by a piece of fruit. I suggest everyone go and see it more often." After saying this, Xin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that someone would say that the scaly tree viper was cute. What on earth gave her this illusion? The other party is a poisonous snake and has nothing to do with cuteness. Cunning is more like that. After all, you don't stay still when negotiating terms with him. Even very shrewd. Is this true? Can someone be tricked into leaving with just a piece of fruit? Is this a venomous snake or a cute cat? You know what? I once saw a girl interacting with a scaly viper. She actually fed it a fruit and let it pet it. It wasn't aggressive at all. This must be fake. I gave her the fruit, but she ate it anyway and wouldn't let me touch it. Is this a venomous snake that's sexist? Only letting girls touch it. Chapter 155. I don't know who will eat whom if they are put together. When Xin saw this, he could only curl his lips and smile. Thinking about the behavior of that scaly tree viper, it really is sexist. It seemed like she wasn't very friendly to other men except him, and it was already a great favor that she didn't show her fangs. If you want to touch it, you have to pay another price. In fact, it was not like this originally. Later, it ate too much snake fruit and other system foods, which increased its intelligence, so it became more cunning. And this scaly tree viper, for some unknown reason, seemed to have suddenly come to its senses and became particularly disgusted with men. Once he seemed to hear the other person say that the smell of men's sweat was really bad. Considering that snakes are cold-blooded animals, they naturally don't like hot things. Men have strong yang energy, and the smell of sweat is naturally not something they like. On the contrary, girls like it very much. Ahem, let's see what the second customer who left a message said. Then Xin repeated the same lottery, number 56. King Cobra Enthusiast said, "I like king cobras the most, but Boss Shun has several here, and they are all quite large. I heard that they eat their own kind. I wonder who will eat whom if we put them together? Will the toxins in their bodies become more potent after eating them?" When Xin read this, he felt helpless. This netizen has a good idea, and the issue is worth discussing. However, the snakes in our store have become vegetarians. They don't eat meat, let alone their own kind. Nowadays, most of the poisonous pets in the store have become accustomed to eating food purchased from the system. It is not only good for the body, but also can increase intelligence. The smart ones are already thinking about how to earn more food. Otherwise, how could they cooperate with customers so actively? The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't stop laughing when they saw this. Ha 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 ha. This netizen is quite talented. He knows that king cobras eat their own kind. Is he reminding Boss Shen to feed them venomous snakes? And he put them together. Uffed. After hearing this message, I feel like the person who sent it is a scientific researcher, the kind who's doing research and wants to clarify their doubts. Fuck. That's awesome. This guy isn't thinking about going to watch it himself one day, is he? And the netizen who left this message was actually in the live broadcast room. The fans were right in their guess. He is indeed a scientific researcher. Recently, he happened to have a special antidote for king cobra developed by Xin. He had clearly analyzed the composition of all the potions, but the effect he produced was only half. It seemed to be a problem of the order of preparation and the amount used. No matter how he adjusted the ratio, the medicine he made was still far worse than Xin's. So he went to Xin's shop, looked at all the poisonous pets in his shop, and left this message. I didn't expect that my message at that time was suddenly picked by Xin. That was just a subconscious reaction on the spot. It was all he thought about. It's almost time. Let's look at the last message of the day, number 188. Xin operated the phone skillfully and dialed the number 188, which was indeed an auspicious number. "This is a netizen named Lawamo," she said. "My favorite thing in the store is the group of golden jellyfish. They are so small and look like gold ingots floating in the sea. They are very cute. If I hadn't known how huge these jellyfish would be when they grow up, I would have wanted to buy some to keep as pets." Xin raised his eyebrows when he read this, smiled faintly, and continued. "This netizen is right not to keep it. Besides the fact that this jellyfish grows very large, it's also poisonous. If you're not careful and touch its tentacles, you could be poisoned. Although the poison is not fatal, no one wants to be stung." Fans in the live broadcast room also echoed this. that's right. That netizen, please wake up. Why do you have a poisonous pet? Why not just come to Boshin's shop and watch? There's no need to waste too much time. You're right, that's how I am. I'm too tired from work, so I might as well come to Boshin's shop on weekends to look at the poisonous pets and enjoy my time in the pet shop. Yes, cloud breeding is very good, but I can't really raise one. My family is afraid because I want to raise a king cobra. Ha 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 ha, you are so brave upstairs. Okay, time's up. That's all for the message broadcast. Today, I'll take you to the scene to see if the golden jellyfish has grown. Everyone should take advantage of this time to look at it more. When you grow up, you will not be able to see such small and exquisite jellyfish. You should know that the mature Pacific golden jellyfish is no smaller than the lion's mane jellyfish. As he spoke, Xinqing stood up and walked towards the jellyfish area holding his cell phone. In fact, this was the first time that the golden jellyfish appeared in his live broadcast room, and only people who had been offline had seen it. I know the Pacific golden jellyfish. This jellyfish is a large jellyfish that lives in the eastern Pacific Ocean. I've seen it online, and the golden jellyfish hasn't grown up yet. It's only the size of an adult's fist. I've seen it too. There weren't just one jellyfish, but many, floating in the water. When the light shone on them, the golden jellyfish seemed like gold ingots with their own soft light, glittering brightly. It seems that many people have seen it, but there are also many fans who have not seen it. After all, there are many pets in Xinqing's store, and the jellyfish area is their territory. Here we are. This is the Pacific golden jellyfish I was talking about. Doesn't it look more like a gold ingot now? Xinqing aimed the camera in the live broadcast room at a breeding water tank. There are dozens of golden jellyfish living in it, floating happily in the water. Boss Shun is here. Boss Shun is here. Everyone hurry up and get to work. A young royal voice suddenly rang in his ears. It was the golden jellyfish in the tank, but it was hard to tell who it was. Because they are in groups and look the same, you can't tell who is who. Then he heard more and more voices, all kinds of them, but most of them were female voices. This is the golden jellyfish, but the toxins in its body are low-risk toxins and will not cause harm to human life. The Pacific golden jellyfish is golden yellow in color with a red hue. The diameter is usually 50 to 100 centimeters, and the tentacles are 360 to 460 centimeters long. Toxins with low risk. The main food consists of plankton, crustaceans, small fish, and other jellyfish. Asexual reproduction. Their movements are visible to the naked eye, usually swimming slowly through the water. Chapter 156, A Sudden PK Invitation. Because the Pacific golden jellyfish here have not grown up yet, they are only the size of an adult's fist, and they look really cute. In addition, its color is light yellow, and it really looks like a gold ingot as it rises and falls in the water. And there is not just one, but dozens of them, which is very spectacular. Many fans in the live broadcast room have never been offline, so naturally they have never seen it. Seeing so many Pacific golden jellyfish at once, and they look so beautiful, is really friendly to their eyes. Oh my god, they really do look like gold ingots. Does seeing them mean I'm going to get rich? Ha ha ha, so cute. It turns out that only jellyfish this small living in groups are ornamental. The grown ones are only suitable for living alone. It's true. For example, the largest lion's mane jellyfish in the store right now has always occupied the biggest spot. The host said this jellyfish is not very toxic, so it seems suitable as a pet. Upstairs, you have to understand that this jellyfish is only like this when it's small. It may not still be cute when it grows up. Do you really want to keep it? Fans in the live broadcast room were very diligent in sending barges, all expressing their own thoughts. Many fans also want to raise the Pacific golden jellyfish because they see that it is so cute, has low toxicity, and has such pleasing colors. Xinqing did not give too much explanation, but looked at the group of golden jellyfish that were called to work and smiled slightly. Good evening. Am I disturbing your rest? It's a very common sentence, but people and animals who hear it have different perceptions. Fans only felt that Xinqing was gentle and equal to his own poisonous pet, as if he was treating a human being instead of an animal. It was even more obvious with the animals. They knew the kindness and friendliness that Xinqing conveyed, so they became closer to him. Good evening, Mr. Shun. Sorry to bother you. We were just playing games. A lively voice of Xiao Yu was heard, followed by a slightly larger golden jellyfish, which was sticking to the side of the glass closest to Xinqing. The tiny tentacles floated in the water, touching the glass from time to time, as if wanting to touch Xinqing. Yes, we really like Boss Shen. Of course, we also like going to work because we can earn good food. This was another sound. Xinqing clearly saw that the owner of this voice had just rolled over and floated directly to the level of Xinqing's eyes. You can tell at first glance that he's a smart guy. Then golden jellyfish kept approaching the glass on Shin-Ching's side, with some having the voice of a loli, some of a girl, some of a boy, and so on. Anyway, everyone gathered together, making a lot of noise, as if they were going to a market. It's really laughable. And in front of everyone in the live broadcast room, because of Shin-Ching, all the golden jellyfish subconsciously moved closer to the glass in Shin-Ching's direction. In the end, the entire glass wall was filled up, and there was almost no empty space. The entire glass turned golden yellow. People who don't know would think it has always been like this, but in fact, that color is all from the golden jellyfish. Holy crap, this is awesome. I didn't expect these jellyfish to automatically form a whole wall. Ha 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 ha. Could it be that they are attracted by Boshin's good looks? How come these little guys are so obedient? When I go offline, they always swim separately, never so united. Is this what they call charisma? I really don't understand why this so-called charisma also works on small animals. Has this world become something I don't understand? Shin-Ching didn't expect such a situation to happen, and he felt helpless. Just when he was about to say something, a PK challenge invitation suddenly popped up on his screen. The other party is also a pet blogger. Shin-Ching never thought that one day he would receive a PK invitation from other anchors. Before he could say anything, the fans in the live broadcast room had already started sending comments frantically and excitedly. Boshin has been challenged. Hurry up and accept the PK. I finally have the chance to reward Boshin. Boshin, please agree quickly. We want to see you compete with others. Don't worry, we will definitely protect you. I know the person who invited me. He's a very popular pet streamer, but he raises all kinds of cats. Since it became easier and easier for Shin-Ching to make money, he no longer thought about asking fans in the live broadcast room to spend money on him, so he turned off the reward function. These fans wanted to give him gifts, but couldn't. Who would have thought that such a big blogger has rarely received gifts from fans? This is also a breath of fresh air, which makes his fans like his naturalness and non-utilitarianism even more. This was the first time someone came to PK, and they were even more excited than Shin-Ching, the real owner, and kept asking him to agree. You guys really want to see me compete with others? You don't even know what to compete with. I don't have any talents. Shin-Ching didn't want to disappoint everyone, and of course he was also curious about how to play PK, so he clicked to agree. Although he said so, the people in the live broadcast room did not believe that Shin-Ching had no talent at all. At this moment, the screen in the live broadcast room was split into two. The other half of the screen became another person, the anchor who had just made the invitation. Hello, I'm Shin-Ching. Hello, good evening, Boss Shun. You can just call me Fuxing. I'm also your fan. The other person was a young boy named Fuxing, who looked to be in his 20s. The profile picture is a selfie of him and his cat. He looks like a sunny boy and gives people a very comfortable feeling. When he heard this, Shin-Ching raised his eyebrows. He didn't say how good his vision of people was, but this anchor named Fuxing had very clear eyes and didn't have any calculations. You can tell at first glance that he is a simple-minded person. But why would you come to PK with him? With that in mind, he asked, why are you thinking of playing PK with me? I haven't played before. Aren't you afraid that I'll hold you back? He knew that the general purpose of PK was to increase interaction and increase rewards from fans. But he doesn't need it now, and he accepted it just out of curiosity. As for whether it is a delay or not, it is just an excuse. I lost a PK match against another streamer, and he asked me to challenge you, but I didn't expect you to actually agree. Fuxing felt a little embarrassed when he said this. After all, he was stupid and was tricked by others. And he is indeed a fan of Shin-Ching, and he also likes poisonous pets. But he runs a cat cafe, and there is no way he can give up the kittens in the shop. So I can only watch Shin-Ching's live broadcast to satisfy my craving. At this moment, a lot of people suddenly came to Shin-Ching's live broadcast room. Boss Shun, our anchor is too naive and didn't even realize he was being tricked. Luckily, Boss Shin agreed to the PK, otherwise our anchor would have been completely screwed by that person. Yeah, that person is truly wicked. He actually bet that if Boss Shin didn't accept the PK, he'd have my brother not attend the offline event next month. That person is just jealous that my brother has made it into the top 10 in popularity on the website, so he is jealous. It seems that these new netizens are fans of Fuxing. Chapter 157. Are you serious? Let a poisonous snake write. So that's what happened. Fans of Shin-Ching's live broadcast room also went out to the hall to get the news and quickly investigated the whole process of the incident. It's just like what Fuxing's fans said. He was targeted by his old rival. Fuxing's family conditions must be very good, or he grew up in a loving atmosphere, so there is no dark side of intrigue. So I don't think others are that bad. The anchor who deliberately set a trap for him was also in the pet track. The number is the same as Fuxing's. Both of them are hosts who run cat cafes, but one is a real cat cafe and the other is a fake one. The reason why he deliberately let Fuxing come to find Xinqing was just because of jealousy. He was jealous of Fuxing before, and now he is jealous of Xinqing. It's also the pet track. Fu Sheng had suppressed him before, and now there's Xinqing. Naturally, that person is not convinced. That's why they did this on purpose, wanting to provoke a fight between fans of both sides, and then after the show was over, they would stir up public opinion to discredit one of them. He wins, but of course it would be best if both of them were to be discredited. Thank you for your interest, but this is my first time competing in a PK. I don't know what to compete in. Do you have any suggestions? Xinqing was not angry at all, but looked at Fuxing and asked, how about we just have a random comparison? We're both pet streamers, so let's compare how we interact with our toxic pets. My pets are all cats, so Boss Shun, you can do whatever you want. Fuxing bent down, picked up a ragdoll cat from the ground, and smiled at the camera. That expression is the same as the ragdoll cat in his hand, just very cute. No wonder sisters like this kind of cute, well-behaved and sunny brother. He really looks comfortable and like a boy next door. Okay, I'll ask. Who should I ask? Of course, it's the fans in the live broadcast room. What kind of poisonous pet do you want to see? Oh, interaction? Then use the king cobra. Boss Shun has an antidote in his shop anyway, so don't be afraid. Nowadays, the antidotes for these venomous snakes have begun to be mass-produced, and hospitals already have them, so everyone says this. After all, Xinqing is the researcher of the antidote. Asking him to interact with the king cobra is not meant to make things difficult for him. Okay, wait for me. Xinqing didn't care. The poisonous pets in his shop were very well behaved and would not bite him at all. Even the king cobra, the evil star among snakes. Soon, Xinqing walked down from the second floor, but there was an extra white figure in his hand. It's the albino king cobra. At this moment, its body was wrapped around Xinqing's arm, and its head was lying on his shoulder, its eyes also staring forward, motionless, like a perfect pendant. Only Xinqing knew that the little guy was bargaining with him at this moment. No, you didn't bring me out to get some fresh air, you brought me here to work. This is a different price, you have to pay more. Mingming is still the cute little boy Ian, but I don't know if he has grown up now and knows how to settle the score with him. This guy is pretty good at bargaining. I can only add one more, no more. If there are more, I will go find other snakes. Xinqing raised his hand and gently patted the other person's head, smiling helplessly. Just to get it to come out and interact, he directly offered 10 red apples as a reward, but the other party actually learned to bargain. Along the way, the number of satellites has increased from the original 10 to the current 15, and these 5 were negotiated. It can be seen that its intelligence is quite good. Okay then, remember to give it to me later. Shotaphone is still cute, but now it has evolved into version 2.0. It's a bit prickly. When he walked in front of the camera and sat down, everyone noticed the white figure on his shoulder. Oh wow, it's an albino king cobra. I didn't expect Boss Shen to choose a snake. This guy may appear to be very well behaved now, but he actually has a very fierce personality. That's right. I went to see it before. It's really fast. When I was feeding it fruit, I was almost bitten by it. Although this is true, it was something he found himself. He had agreed not to put his hand completely out of the window, but he forgot and almost got bitten. But even if you get bitten accidentally, it doesn't matter. There is an antidote at home that is very effective. Most of Xinqing's fans know this snake, so they are relatively calm. Well, it does seem so on the surface. These fans even went to Fuxing's live broadcast room to learn what kind of snake it was and how powerful and venomous it was. The main point is that no matter who dies, Xinqing will not die. However, Fuxing also saw the poisonous snake on Xinqing's shoulder in the live broadcast room and was stunned. Holy crap. No, that's a king cobra, right? And an albino king cobra. Yes, that's it. Didn't someone edit a video of this snake online? It's the bane of snakes. Hiss brought a king cobra to the table right away. Isn't Boss Shen afraid? What are we not afraid of? Everyone knows that we are not afraid of the poisonous snake. At this time, Fuxing spoke. Let's see whose pet is more obedient, just for the sake of showing our appreciation. When Fuxing said this, he looked at Xinqing's expression and found that he was not surprised. Just as he thought, she didn't care at all. Good. After Xinqing finished speaking, the voice from the other side could no longer be heard. But there is no such change on his side. He is just interacting with the poisonous pet, which he is very familiar with. Come on, little one, give us a show. How about writing a word with your snake tail? Xinqing's words were obviously a joke, but the netizens in the live broadcast room, and even the guy on his arm took it seriously. Fuck, Boss Shen, are you letting yourself go? Just come and chat with us if you want, and leave the rest to us. Boss Shen is awesome. He actually let a venomous snake write. He must be teasing it. Of course, that's for sure. Otherwise, do you really think venomous snakes can write on their own? Just when everyone was questioning it, the poisonous snake on Xinqing's arm actually moved. He crawled along Xinqing's arm towards the table, where there were pens and even a notebook. I saw the white figure coming to the side of the book. Its tail began to press down on one side of the notebook, and the tip of its tail rolled up the pen and started writing on the book in front of everyone's astonishment. Yes, you read it right, it's writing. Is a poisonous snake starting to learn culture now? At this moment, the cute little voice was heard again. Carrot, Humph, who are you looking down on? I am the most noble and elegant albino king cobra. It's just writing a word, it's not difficult. Just watch me. I haven't even started my special skills yet. Chapter 158, What does this venomous snake that can write look like? As a result, the style of Xinqing's live broadcast room became particularly unique, and some people even went out to call for people to watch. It was their shouts that attracted more people to Xinqing's live broadcast room. Everyone wanted to see whether this snake was real or fake, and how it could write. Where is it? Where's the snake writing? Fuck. There really is a snake holding a pen with its tail, and it's a venomous one at that. Let me see. There really is a snake writing. The question is, does it know how to read? If just randomly moving the pen is considered writing, then I lose. Oh my god, what kind of skill is this? I wonder if I can still see it offline tomorrow after I finish watching it today? It's like a venomous snake writing. This is unprecedented. Quick, move your tail. Forget the simple 1, 2, 3, and just write Boss Shun's name. Fans in the live broadcast room and netizens who had just entered sent comments excitedly. I was so curious about what I saw, and my expectations were high. Even the fans of Fu Sheng who were lurking in Xinqing's live broadcast room were curious. In fact, Xinqing just said that. He just wanted it to roll up the pen. It would be really difficult for a snake to write. He did this just to interact with the fans in the live broadcast room and make everyone happy. Now that the snake is out, we have to do something. If not right, should we perform a live biting show for everyone? That's not necessary. Actually, I don't know if it can write. I just said that, but now it seems very confident. Why don't we all look forward to it? Xinqing's smiling voice reached the live broadcast room, making the atmosphere here relaxed and cheerful. This caused the fans to laugh as well, and they all said that they would look forward to it for Xinqing's sake. However, the albino king cobra heard what Xinqing said and was very dissatisfied. What do you mean by just wait and see? Do you really not believe I can write? I'm angry, I'm telling you. The baby voice Shodan sounded like a puffed-up pufferfish, and its snake head turned around. It even bared its fangs at Xinqing and hissed as a threat. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw this, they thought the other party was going to attack someone and became very nervous. Fuck. Boss Shun, will he be okay? That's a venomous snake. If you get bit by it, you'll die here if you don't handle it properly. Although I know that Mr. Shin's shop has antidotes, I'm still worried after seeing this scene. No, Boss Shun, you better be careful. It doesn't matter if you write or not. You can't get bitten. We still want to go to the offline store to play. Maybe that venomous snake can really write. As the barrage of comments drifted, the style of the painting became weird, and my attention returned to the writing. Everyone's worries were unnecessary. Xinqing was not really afraid of the other party. After all, his favorability was not gained in vain. Don't be angry. Hurry up and write your words. The game is almost time, and we all depend on you to get the tickets. Come on. Xinqing didn't know that everyone was nervous and was not afraid of the albino king cobra at all. He just reached out and tapped the other's head. The fans were so frightened that they dared not say a word, but the snake did not react at all. It just spat out its tongue and then disappeared. Oh, no, the other party really moved. I saw Snakeway rolled up the pen and started writing on the notebook in an orderly manner. He was still muttering in his heart. Humph, Carrot, I can write a lot of words. During this time, when I couldn't eat with my brothers and sisters, I was learning from the customers. Last time, a human was sitting in front of my door doing homework. Although I couldn't understand what he was saying, he taught me the character Shun, in Boss Shun's name. Humph. When I finish writing, I'll blind all of you. So, in the end, everyone really witnessed a poisonous snake writing a big word Shun. Although it looks like a dog crawling, the other party is actually a poisonous snake. The fact that he wrote this is enough to shock the entire internet. Oh my god, this snake must have become a spirit. It can actually write. Without editing or special effects, I saw with my own eyes that venomous snake actually write the word Shun with its tail. It's simply amazing. It's over. This world has become unrecognizable to me. A venomous snake can actually write with a pen. Don't tell me it will turn into White Snake one day. I'm really going to turn into White Snake. I'm Su Xian. I'm going to meet White Snake offline tomorrow. Xinqing was speechless when he saw this. This was not White Snake, it was a male. Just when netizens saw the albino King Cobra writing, fans in the live broadcast room had already started giving gifts. Those who have money support him with money, and those who don't have money support him with their presence. Anyway, everyone is assisting Shinqing. In the last second of the game, he directly crushed the opponent's Fuxing. The excited fans screamed and yelled. They finally had the chance to give gifts to Boss Shen. The fans here gave him gifts in the first few days, but there is no way to give him gifts anymore after that. Who asked Shinqing to directly close the reward channel? It is easy for him to make money nowadays, so he naturally doesn't think about earning tips from fans. If you want to watch his live broadcast and interact with him more, you are helping him. Even if it is a gift you just received, it will be returned to everyone directly after the live broadcast ends. Everyone's money doesn't come from the wind, so if you can avoid giving gifts, do so. It's good to keep this money for your parents, children, or yourself. I lost. What does Boss Shen want me to do? At this time, Fuxing on the opposite side looked at Shinqing and asked without any frustration. He lost the last live broadcast, so he came to connect with Shinqing, and luckily he completed it. In a PK, the loser usually has to listen to the winner and do something, as long as it's not too excessive. This also increases the interactivity and participation of fans in the group. For example, some people like to play pranks and make the loser throw his slippers into the refrigerator. Others just go on talent shows and sing and dance. Then let's sing a song for everyone. Shinqing didn't make things difficult for the other person. He smiled and asked him to sing. I was also very glad that I won, otherwise it would have been his turn to sing. Finally, Fuxing sang a song and both parties hung up. After chatting with fans for a while, the live broadcast ended. And there are more and more live videos about Shinqing on the internet. For example, the separate clip of the venomous snake writing was once the focus of the entire network. Even any video with the 4-character phrase of venomous snake writing would attract a huge amount of traffic. Everyone's focus is on curiosity. What's going on? Can this venomous snake really write? No way, no way. If a venomous snake can write, then why doesn't it fly into the sky? I don't believe it. This video must be a composite. It has to be Boss Shen. In his shop or in his live stream. It seems like there's nothing he can't do. Who wants to go offline tomorrow? Let's arrange a date and see what a venomous snake that can write looks like. Chapter 159. What are the good things? Just like that, Shinqing became popular again. Those who are jealous of him can no longer be jealous. There is nothing they can do. Even if they hire some internet trolls to attack him, it is useless. Because his fans are just casual fans, and they are the kind that become diehard fans once they become his fans. Because everyone is paying attention to Shinqing out of curiosity, there is already a certain curiosity, and they like him even more after watching it. Those who don't like poisonous pets left at the beginning, so naturally they won't pay attention to him and will be directly screened out. So he now has tens of millions of fans, but they are not zombie fans. They are all converted from passersby. It doesn't matter to those who are jealous of him or criticize him. He is not a star, so he doesn't need to care about so many rumors. Besides, he is just one person. How can he be slandered? The poison pet shop is right there, and everyone can still meet him offline. In addition, Shinqing is making money now, and he will send red envelopes to everyone in the live broadcast room from time to time to have fun. Just like the tip money today, he did not take a penny of it and finally returned it all. It can be seen that his character has been recognized by fans, and everyone likes him more and more. The black spots will naturally stop being able to move. Here, after Shinqing finished the live broadcast, the system settlement came out. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary ends. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 1,800,000 emotional points. Total emotion points, 807,5450. Ding. Emotional value reaches 1.5 million. Reward, 1.5 million cash, free attribute points plus 40, intelligence plus 10, and 5 lottery cards. Ding. The points have reached the requirement. This system upgrade will be a comprehensive upgrade, and the corresponding points will be deducted. Do you agree to the upgrade? Shinqing didn't expect that points would be deducted for this upgrade. Previously, upgrades were automatic after meeting the requirements. This upgrade seems a bit like a comprehensive reform, and I don't know what changes will be made to the system after the upgrade. System, after the upgrade, what changes will you see? If not, then what is the purpose of the upgrade? You'd better explain it clearly. There was no need to deduct points before. The system automatically upgraded, so he didn't say anything. Anyway, there would be rewards for upgrade packages. But this time points need to be deducted, and there is no clear explanation yet. According to the nature of the system, as long as he agrees, all his current points will be deducted by it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said just now that the points have reached the requirement. It's better to ask clearly. There is no benefit. It doesn't matter whether the system is upgraded or not. Replying to the host, after this upgrade, the system will become an intermediate system, and an additional system space will be added, in which more poisonous pets can be cultivated. Also, this system space can be connected to real-life stores. The system then introduced a series of benefits after the upgrade. The first is to get a space, which is initially half the size of a basketball court. The second is that this space can be connected with the theme room in the store, which is equivalent to adding another store, just like expanding the capacity. The third is that the interactive emotional value generated in the space store has doubled. In Shunqing's view, emotional value is money, and who can resist money? And it's space that can be entered and exited freely. Who doesn't want that? So, Shunqing reluctantly clicked the Confirm Upgrade button. The next second, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! 8 million points deducted, 75,450 points remaining. Ding! System upgrading. Upgrade completed. This time, I spent points to upgrade quickly. Then the personal panel pops up. Name, Shunqing. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System, LV4. Mall level, LV4. Intelligence, 164, 0, 200. Constitution, 100, 0, 100. Spiritual power, 208, 0 to 1000. Cash, 8,298,410 yuan. Total emotion points, 75450. Skills, Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Creature Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill, /Healing Skill. Items, Hair Growth Pill 1 bottle, Detoxification Pill 40 bottles, Scar Removal Cream 60 bottles, Hair Growth Cream 5, Mood Brush 1, Message Wall 1, Lottery Card 5, Space 1. Then Shunqing really saw that system space through his spiritual sense. The space seemed to open in the void, with a white door standing there. And the space is behind the door. Link Pet Shop. As soon as he finished speaking, the system space door that was originally floating in the void merged with the pet shop icon in his mind. The pet shop icon merged with him. The next second, he felt that his shop suddenly had an extra floor, which was the third floor. The entire third floor has become the system space. This is what the system said about being connected to the store, and it has indeed been achieved. As for what to do next, let's wait until he finishes the drawing. This is his first time drawing a lottery. There are only a few cards, and I drew them all. Shunqing didn't care and just drew all the cards, but he only drew one. The next second, there was a flash of silver light, and suddenly there was an object in front of him. It was an ordinary branch, neither too big nor too small, just enough to be held in the hand. I just don't know what's the use. System, what is this thing used for? He really couldn't figure out what a branch could do. Even when fighting, the branches are too brittle. Replying to the host, this branch is used to discipline disobedient poisonous pets. It was broken off from a thorn tree in the beast taming world. It is very helpful for you to manage your pets. A branch from the thorn tree in the beast taming world? Can you also help him manage his pets? It sounded so strange, but the system didn't explain it, so he could only put aside his curiosity. You can try it when he goes live tomorrow. The next day, the weather gradually became colder. There was an autumn rain today, and the temperature began to drop. I believe it won't be long before this city enters winter. As the daytime hours began to get shorter, Shunqing simply asked his employees to come to work at 9 o'clock every day. This was the initial time, but as more and more customers came, everyone started working at 8 o'clock. It's just that Shunqing pays a high salary, gives bonuses, and the work is easy, so everyone likes this job very much. Even though they had to serve those poisonous little ancestors in the beginning, they have gradually gotten used to it and are no longer afraid. Just at this moment, Uncle Sue came to the store carrying a breeding box. Shunqing happened to be sitting at the front desk looking at the account book. Now that the business is stable, he will look at the account book every day when he has time. Xiaoqing, look what good things I brought you. Uncle Sue walked directly to the front desk and placed the breeding box in his hand on it. Unfortunately, it was blocked by a black cloth, so I couldn't see what the pet inside was. Chapter 160, One Careless Move. Uncle Sue, why are you here? Come and sit down. When Shunqing heard the sound, he quickly looked up and saw the covered breeding box. What's in here? Of course, he was asking about the contents of the box. Your Aunt Lianhua had someone send this morning. I thought you might want a poisonous pet, so I'll show it to you. If you don't like it, I'll take it back. Uncle Sue waved his hand, then pulled open the black cloth covering the box, revealing the contents. That's a golden snake. The moment I saw the snake inside, the other party's information appeared in my mind. The golden flower snake is a genus of snake in the family Colubridae of the suborder serpents, also known as flying snake. This snake secretes a toxin that is relatively mild and rarely poses a major threat to humans, but it is still a venomous snake. The golden flower snake is mainly distributed in Southeast Asia, the Melanesian Islands, and India. A total of 5 species have been confirmed so far. The golden flower snake, also known as the beautiful golden flower snake, is a rare, mildly venomous, back-grooved venomous snake in China. They live in tropical and subtropical forests at an altitude of 550-1040 meters and often live in trees. It is active during the day and preys on lizards, birds, small mammals, and also snakes. Golden flower snakes are commonly known as flying snakes, mainly because they can bounce and shuttle in high areas and perform flying-like movements in midair, hence the name. In fact, this snake certainly does not know how to fly. It just uses the swing of its body muscles to glide in the air for a short distance. Their gliding distance can reach more than 100 meters. Xinxing looked at the snake with a black head and yellow scales inside and raised his eyebrows. I really don't have this kind of flying snake here. Thank you, Uncle Su and Aunt Lianhua. If you have any in the future, you can give them to me. I want them all. Xinxing was not polite. After all, the poisonous pet store had already opened, and there would only be more and more poisonous pets in the store. At this moment, a young man's vulgar voice sounded in my ears. While this human has a handsome face, I wonder how many women he will charm. If I had a face like that, I guarantee all the females would surrender to me. Xinxing, what kind of words are you talking about? What do you mean by giving it his face? You, a poisonous snake with a human face on your head, really won't scare people? This train of thought is simply amazing. Maybe snakes don't have brains. Then I'll put it on the second floor first. People will be coming to work soon. As for the price, please ask Uncle Su to ask Aunt Lianhua, and then transfer the money directly. Xinxing said, while holding the breeding box. Okay, I'll tell her that you're busy and I won't bother you. Uncle Su came in a hurry and left in the same hurry. He left after saying that. Xinxing put the despicable guy on the second floor and placed him next to the king cobra. After all, it is a poisonous snake that eats snakes. Now he has 4 venomous snakes that eat their own kind, but the other snakes have become vegetarians. Go in and have a good rest. Someone will feed you when it's time for dinner. Just don't make any noise. What do you mean by I'm making a fuss? For a snake as handsome as me, everything I do is justified. Well, Xinxing concluded again, I wonder what's going on in this guy's head. Anyway, it is a foregone conclusion that he is a narcissist. Xinxing didn't care about him, but this guy was very energetic. As soon as he landed, he greeted Xiaolan on the opposite side. Hey, beautiful snake, when did you come here? Can you tell me about it? The young man's voice still sounded mean, but it was very familiar. But the next second, another cold and noble voice was heard. If your eyes are useless, you can donate them to snakes in need. This is an implicit criticism that he is blind and can't tell the difference between male and female. He only knows how to talk nonsense, but he didn't expect to hit a wall this time. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. You actually called a guy in armor a beautiful woman. Since your eyesight is so bad, it's better to just stay still. The soft and charming voice of a queen rarely fails to release its damn charm, and she looks at the new guy with a smile. The other party had just climbed onto the branch when he was shocked to the ground by these words. A male? That handsome venomous snake opposite is actually a male. This was really hard for it to accept, because it fell in love with the scales on the other party's body at first sight. It looks more than just like armor, it also looks a bit like a real dragon. It turned out that the other party was a male like it. This made its entire body stiffer. After hearing this, Xinxing ignored them, but came outside. At this time, customers have already come in one after another. It's just that many people were attracted by last night's live broadcast. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes what it looked like for the venomous snake to write. All of a sudden, almost all the customers who came to the store went to the second floor. There were several staff members around to explain things to them. Xinxing returned to the front desk and started working as a receptionist. At this moment, a girl in Cheongsam came up to him and said, Boss Shun, I'd like to leave my pet with you for a while, but it's poisonous and may not be suitable to be placed with other foster animals. After she finished speaking, a bodyguard who was one step behind her happened to be holding a large feeding box in his hand, which was also covered with black cloth. He walked up and placed the box of the breeding box on the ground. The size of the breeding box is enough to prove that the things inside are not small. Can I see how big the pets are inside first? Although Xinxing felt that the other party's request was a bit strange, he could also understand that if it was a poisonous substance, it would indeed be difficult to put it together. But he has many rooms here, so it doesn't matter if he has more poisonous pets. Maybe he made the profit. It depends on who this big guy is. Of course, whatever you want. After getting the answer from the beauty, Xinqing didn't hesitate and directly tore off the black cloth on the breeding box. The moment the black cloth was lifted, he also saw what the poisonous pet inside was. It was a snake, a pit viper. Its color is dark brown with fine reticular patterns, interspersed with many rust-colored or yellow-green spots. The head is triangular, dark brown, and the tail is white. At this moment, it was looking around vigilantly, and its vertical pupils just met Xinqing's eyes. It's full of ferocity and bestiality. When Xinqing saw this snake, he really couldn't imagine how this beautiful woman could think of raising such a venomous snake. Are they planning to stage a scene of the beast and the beauty? You should know that the venom of the original lance-headed pit viper is very toxic. Its venom is a hemotoxic toxin with a maximum toxicity of 108 milligrams, and the lethal dose for humans is 48 milligrams, dry weight. The protein components in the venom contain a variety of enzyme activities and biologically active substances, such as thrombin-like enzymes, fibrinolytic components, platelet aggregation inhibitors, etc. These ingredients can cause symptoms such as blood coagulation, tissue necrosis, and flesh ulceration. After being bitten, if treatment is not timely, most people will die from respiratory failure and acute renal failure. If you're not careful, it will crack. Chapter 161. Does this guy still want to eat me? Mongshan pit viper, also known as Mongshan ironhead. It is known as the world treasure, little blue dragon. In fact, the Mongshan pit viper is just one of the species of the genus viper. Because it is unique to China, it is also known as the panda among snakes. The Mongshan pit viper is a typical mountain snake that lives at an altitude of 1,000 to 2,000 meters. They prefer moist, shady forest areas with abundant vegetation, especially rocky areas near streams. It has a wide diet, mainly feeding on small mammals, birds, and reptiles. The total length of the Mongshan ironhead snake can reach 2 meters, and its weight is more than 10 times that of the ironhead snake. Due to its huge body size, the amount of venom secreted also increases. Once bitten, the snake venom will quickly take effect in the human body along with the blood. If not treated in time, death will surely come as expected. An adult snake is at least 2 meters long and weighs more than 3 kilograms. The heaviest one caught weighed 17.75 kilograms, exceeding the heaviest venomous snake recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records at 15.44 kilograms. The one Xinqing saw was probably not yet fully grown, because the weight is only about 3 kilograms. Otherwise, if it is any bigger, this breeding box will not be able to accommodate it. Just as Xinqing was looking at the poisonous snake inside, the other party was also looking at Xinqing. How can this human be so ugly? He's staring at me. It's really irritating. Why doesn't my master come to comfort me? Is she really willing to let me stay here? Isn't she afraid that I might bite people? Humph. As expected, women are fickle. One second they say they love me, and the next second they abandon me. I'm very angry now, the kind that can't be appeased. A domineering voice suddenly sounded in Xinqing's ears. Without thinking, he knew that this was the inner criticism of the poisonous snake. But isn't the meaning of its words a bit too extreme? What do you mean he's ugly? He's also an eyesore. He was a handsome guy after all, but this was the first time a venomous snake disliked him. The reason for his dislike was that he was ugly and hurt its eyes. Who wouldn't be angry? He was pissed. Is it because the species are different, so there is a difference in aesthetics? That's not right. Judging from the way it looks so arrogant towards its owner, there is no sign of any aesthetic barriers. It's just that this guy's inner drama is a bit too rich, and he expresses it in that serious, domineering voice, which is so disjointed. The kind that is hard to coax. Vomit. Don't worry, leave this guy to me. Add me on WeChat. If you need anything, you can leave first. If you have any questions, contact me on my phone. Xinqing calmly told the girl that he had already filled in the basic information and that if she had any questions, she could just contact him by phone. As for arranging a place for this poisonous snake, he had already thought about it. Just go to the second floor. There are poisonous snakes there anyway, and there is still space available. But I am also thankful that this venomous snake is not that big yet, otherwise I would have to find a separate place for it to live. Okay, then I'll trouble you. After saying that, the Chongsam beauty and her men quickly left, leaving behind the Mongshan iron head in the breeding box. And that somewhat excited voice. Hey, master, are you just leaving like this? Leaving me alone here. You really don't love me anymore. Chi AI's domineering voice appeared so abruptly that Xinqing couldn't stand it. The snake looks so domineering and its voice is also domineering, but why is its personality so arrogant, sticky, and so annoying? Well, your master has left, and now you're in my hands. Remember to please me from now on, or you'll be in trouble. Xing deliberately knocked on the door of the breeding box, smiled smugly, and raised his eyebrows provocatively. It's you, ugly freak. As expected, ugly people speak such ugly words. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do, or I'll poison you to death. Wow. The hesitant tone in the domineering voice has faded, and the voice has returned to being cold and aloof, and it sounds like it really is true. Even if it's okay, the words he said are still so vicious. The head that was originally raised was lowered calmly, and he even closed his eyes. He simply ignored Xing's provocation and became lazy. Hey, this guy really has a poisonous mouth. I'm afraid that even if he licks it, he will be poisoned. Okay, you keep talking tough. I want to see if you can still be so tough later. Xing smiled with some ill intentions. His eyes were full of the desire to watch a good show, and even a sly smile appeared on his lips. Then he carried the breeding box to the second floor. There weren't that many customers in the store at that time, so he didn't need to watch over them. He didn't have to worry because the clerk was there. Opening the door on the second floor, Xing walked in carrying the breeding box. He was very purposeful and walked directly to the king cobras with the breeding box. You should know that the size of king cobra is generally larger than that of Mangshan pit viper. The body length of a king cobra is usually between 3.8 meters and 5.5 meters, while the body length of a Mangshan pit viper is generally around 2 meters. King cobra is the longest and heaviest venomous snake. It feeds on snakes. Whether it is a highly venomous coral snake or a small python, it will become its prey. If we talk about who is the most ferocious, it is naturally the king cobra. In comparison, the Mangshan ironhead is very cautious and timid. If we talk about who is the most powerful, it is naturally the king cobra. The main food of the Mangshan pit viper is small mammals, and the king cobra's snake-eating nature is simply too dominant. Therefore, the natural sense of oppression still exists. When Xing stopped outside the glass door with 3 king cobras, the creature in the breeding box in his hand became inexplicably restless. The previous leisure is long gone. It smells like a bad star, and there's more than one. Although he spoke in the same tone, Xing could hear the nervousness in the other person's voice. Could this human be seeking revenge on me by feeding me to that evil star? When Xing heard this, his brows furrowed in smile. He didn't expect that the other party would actually tell this matter himself. It's just a good way to scare him and make him say that he is ugly. This is your neighbor. He is resting here with us for the time being. When his owner returns in a few days, we will take him away. Just when Mangshan Ironhead was puzzled, a king cobra that was bigger than himself jumped out from the glass and came to the glass window. He raised his head and looked at the breeding box in Xing's hand. Hey, Boss Shin is really not here to deliver food to us. This venomous snake is not yet an adult, so its meat should be quite tough. What a pity. It's a pity that it is now a vegetarian. The lazy and mature voice came floating in the air, but the weight of its words is still very heavy, and its pupils were indeed fixed on the breeding box, and it happened to look at the Mangshan pit viper inside. What? This guy actually wants to eat me? Chapter 162. The manta ray flies with the help of external force. Xing. Haha. If you had met them earlier, you would have been eaten. Looking at Mangshan Luo Taitu, who was suddenly frightened, Xing felt relieved. I feel better too. Well, you can live here. It's just right that you have a companion. You two can chat and exchange feelings from time to time. Xing opened the glass door next to the king cobra and put the Mangshan soldering iron head in. These 2 poisonous snakes really became neighbors. As for the environment inside, it was changed into an environment suitable for it the moment Taitu entered Mangshan Road. No, you're just letting me live here? Aren't you afraid my master won't see me when he comes back? That thing is a snake evil star. What if it really eats me? The bossing suddenly became excited and full of emotions. This time he no longer spoke harshly and disliked Xing for being ugly. Instead, he kept moving closer to Xing and said, Open the door quickly, I don't want to stay here. However, the glass door had been closed for a long time, and Xing had no intention of opening it. Instead, he looked at it leisurely and smiled faintly. Hey, what's wrong with you? Isn't this place good? Look at the environment here, it's all specially prepared for you. What else are you dissatisfied with? Besides, there's a beautiful woman living next door to you. You should be content. When the king cobra next door heard this, he was very happy. Not bad, Boss Shun is still good at talking. Don't worry, Boss Shun, leave this little guy to me. I promise he won't say anything outrageous again. The lazy royal sister Een is a bit more active now. Even its entire body came here. If it weren't for the glass separating the 2 places, it would have come directly to Luo Taitu in Mangshan. The sense of oppression was still strong, which put Mangshan Luo Taitu under tremendous pressure. The king cobra that caused the other party pressure did not feel embarrassed at all, but continued to talk to the other party. Why are you so timid? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Mongshan Luo Taitu was already extremely nervous. When he heard this, he thought to himself, as expected, among all snakes, the one it fears most is the king cobra because they eat snakes. And it's also on the other person's recipe. If there wasn't that glass door in the middle, he would have been eaten by the other party long ago. This thought kept lingering in its mind. You're saying that because you can't come over. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have to move and would have already been in your stomach. Although the boss sound was shocked, it also had a meter and took a few steps back. It just hit the big tree inside. That silly look immediately made Shin and King Cobra laugh. Oh, it's really unique. I need to practice more courage. Ha 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 ha. This is so interesting. This guy is so funny. He can even fall down like this. Is he weak? The lazy and domineering lady was laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. It really meant what it means. She couldn't straighten her back. I saw that it originally had some image, and the look of holding its head high was still very cool. But once it relaxed at this time, the whole snake fell directly to the ground, literally lying on the ground. Shin was not interested in what the two snakes talked about later. Anyway, he had provided the place, and he would wait for the staff to feed them. At this moment, another customer came to Shin-Chin's front desk. Boss, a customer wants you to board his pet. The front desk staff handed the registered message to Shin-Chin, and then pointed to the breeding box and the received information on the table. Shin-Chin looked at the thing on the table, which was also covered with a black cloth, and was speechless. But I still opened it, and took a look. The things inside also caught everyone's eyes. That's a manta ray. That's right, it's a manta ray. A lot of information related to manta rays emerged in Shin-Chin's mind. Manta ray, poisonous. Also known as the manta ray, it is a bottom-dwelling cartilaginous fish that lives in tropical and subtropical waters. They usually feed on organisms surrounding coral reefs. They contain toxins in their bodies, which are mainly concentrated in the stinger on their tails. When a manta ray senses danger, it will use its stinger to attack its prey, including humans. The consequences of being stung by the stinger include redness, swelling, skin peeling, and in severe cases, confusion, fainting, and even death. Treat stingrays and their stingers with extreme caution and avoid contact. If stung by a stinger, seek medical help immediately. One of the most distinctive habits of manta rays is their amazing leaping skills that are like coming out of the sky. Manta rays' flight ability refers to their ability to leap above the water and glide briefly through the air using their body's gliding ability, but they cannot maintain sustained airborne flight. Despite their large size and intimidating appearance, manta rays are actually gentle animals. They feed only on crustaceans or schools of small fish and shrimp, and use their head fins to drive the food into their mouths and swallow it. Generally speaking, manta rays are peaceful marine creatures known for their unique leaping behavior and social lifestyle. They feed primarily on plankton and exhibit impressive behavior during the breeding season. Hello, Mr. Shun, my master has left. Sorry to bother you for the next few days. This is a very gentle royal sister voice. It sounds comfortable no matter where you listen to it. Look how good he is at talking, unlike the previous one who actually complained that he was ugly. Don't worry, you can stay as long as you want. It would be better to just stay here and bring joy to his store. He doesn't have this kind of fish in his store yet. It looks like it has wings on its back, which is enough to attract customers. I'll show you where you'll be staying next. After Shin-Chin finished speaking, he brought the big guy to the jellyfish area. That happened to be the seafood area, which contained some fish that Shin-Chin had brought over. For example, pufferfish is here. Now we have another little friend, the manta ray. This little guy is extremely obedient. He never asks questions that he shouldn't ask. It goes wherever it is told to go, it won't obey. Boss Shun, you are such a nice person. I like this place very much. The gentle voice sounded very happy, and even the ending tone rose a few degrees. When the manta ray entered the water, the joy was even greater. And the lemon surgeonfish next door suddenly spoke. Hey, it's a manta ray. I heard you can fly? The enchanting voice sounds very pleasant, with a hint of a playboy's charm. But now he has to wag his tail and stare at the manta ray next door. It can't be considered flying, it's just relying on external forces. The manta ray briefly explained the principle of its flight, and the two little guys started chatting across the glass. The gentle voice of a royal sister and the enchanting voice of a romantic young man. This voice is very friendly to the ears. Chapter 163, A Fish Loves to Compare. You know, manta rays are quite big, and they don't look very good in appearance. In contrast, the lemon surgeonfish appears smaller and cuter in front of the manta ray. But if the voices and personalities of the two parties were swapped, it might be better. But this is the contrast. At this moment, A customer was walking towards Xinqing and happened to see a new poisonous pet here and was very excited. Boss Shun, what kind of fish is this? Why does it look like it has wings? A cute girl spoke doubtfully, her eyes full of confusion. The boy next to him was also looking at the fish in the glass tank and said, "This must be a manta ray. I saw it online." "Yes, this fish is called a manta ray, and it was left here by a customer." Xinqing nodded and then answered the girl's question. In fact, the manta ray's wings are actually its pectoral fins. This is the result of their evolution to adapt to marine life, not real wings. Boss Shin knows so much, so amazing. He even knew my wings are pectoral fins. It's just as the master said. There was actually a hint of admiration in the gentle royal sister's voice. If the other person had a face, she would definitely have stars in her eyes and look like a fangirl. After all, who doesn't like the gentle and mature voice? For example, the lemon surgeonfish next door is now smelling sour. Tisk, what's so impressive about that? Xinqing is quite cunning. He must have looked up information about you online long ago to answer like that. I've only met you once, and I know what your wings are. Why don't you praise me? With a slightly sour tone, the devilish voice immediately took over the conversation. Why does it sound like besides being sour, there's also a hint of grievance? Xinqing's mouth twitched after hearing this. He really couldn't imagine that a fish would love to compare so much. But looking at the situation, this little guy might have some interest in the manta ray. It's not Xinqing's fault for being sensitive. It's because of the story about the stonefish and the sea hare that happened before. At least now these two guys are fish. What kind of fish is this? It looks so cute, but why is it moving towards the manta ray? The cute girl leaned in to watch and saw a small lemon-yellow fish next to her swimming to the glass window and watching quietly. The cheerful tail wags from time to time. The manta ray opposite him also responded in the same way. This is a lemon surgeonfish. It has one or more spines on its caudal peduncle, which are very sharp and used for defense against predators. When threatened, they will quickly swing their tails and scratch their enemies with their spines. Tango toxin is the most potent natural toxin, with an LD50 of 50 ing/kg. Only a few bacterial protein toxins are more toxic than tango toxin. In addition, eating fish containing surgeonfish toxin may cause symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, sweating, collapse, and palpitations. In severe cases, symptoms of systemic poisoning such as convulsions, dysphonia, breathing difficulties, and muscle paralysis may occur. Xinqing gave them a simple science performance on the spot. He spoke clearly and logically, and his unique voice narrated the story so eloquently that the two of them were instantly attracted to his speech. But these two people listened to it, and the other two fish also listened to it. Especially when Xinqing talked about eating fish. TSK, TSK, TSK. Humans are truly the most vicious. They actually said they wanted to eat my flesh right in front of me. Now you see, right? Xinqing is such a hypocrite. He actually eats fish. The evil Een transformed into a black-bellied fish, slandering Xinqing and directly saying that he eats fish. This immediately made the gentle and mature sister opposite become timid. Even its body trembled, and it moved a little closer to the lemon surgeonfish. Hey, is Boss Shin really so cruel? But aren't we all pets? He wouldn't want to eat us, would he? His voice became lower and lower, for fear of being discovered by Xinqing. It's okay to be simple, but he's not as cunning as that lemon surgeonfish. Is it really edible? Isn't it poisonous? The girls were also confused. Aren't they all poisonous? How could they be eaten? There's a poisonous part of it. I think it can be eaten as long as it's removed. I've seen this kind of fish in the seafood market before. The boy next to him gave the same answer, but he didn't know where the toxin in the lemon surgeonfish lay. Most surgeonfish have poisonous spines, and only a very few are non-venomous. The thornfish toxin is the strongest natural toxin, about 1/10 of the toxin from the golden poison dart frog, and mainly causes heart failure. Therefore, do not eat the poisonous parts of surgeonfish. When consuming lemon surgeonfish, special care should be taken to remove bones, the liver, and potentially toxic parts of the fish. Xinqing actually had never eaten it, but he could see the relevant information in his mind, so of course he knew it. The reason I said this was to see the reaction of the lemon surgeonfish. I said it on purpose. Who made that little guy say that he was vicious and ruined his reputation in order to pick up girls? No, that's not acceptable. Boss Shin has said a lot, and he even knows which parts of your body are poisonous and how to avoid them. Is he planning to eat you? What should I do? After I eat you, will I be the next one to eat? The master has left, no one comes to save us. Sure enough, the next second, a gentle and mature voice came to my ears again, also in a very low voice, and with a little bit of fear. The manta ray's wings, which were originally spread out, were carefully retracted slightly. It seems that he is really scared. Don't worry, there are so many people watching here, he can't eat me. The poison in my body is very strong. What can a little boss Shin do? If he dares to eat me, I will poison him to death. Don't worry, I will protect you. The lemon surgeon fish didn't care at all, and instead had a heroic and proud feeling. It's like he's making his position clear to the manta ray on the opposite side. Shin was stunned after hearing this. It seems that these two little guys were labeled as bad guys without you saying a word. Why are the manta ray's wings folded up a little? Is it sick? The girl took a closer look, found something strange, and asked Shin directly. It might be a little shy. After all, it's the first time in the store today. In fact, I was afraid because of the guy's few words provoking me. What can he do? Chapter 164, A Child in His 20s. Shin was also speechless. Who would have thought that a fish could have so many tricks up its sleeve? But the manta ray looks a little scared, but it is so simple. This is really a huge contrast. Boss, someone's looking for you over there. Just then, the clerk came with the news. You explain it to them both. I'll go take a look. After Shin apologized to the two people beside him, he walked towards the front desk. Sure enough, I saw two people waiting there. There was a man and a woman, both of whom looked very young, but he didn't seem to know them. Hello, what can I do for you? He really didn't know why the other party was looking for him. Hello, Mr. Shun, can we talk somewhere else? One of the girls spoke up. This way, please. Shin brought the two of them to the reception room on the first floor reserved for him. After motioning the other party to sit down, he did not ask any questions immediately, but instead made a cup of tea for them. Then he looked at the two of them and said, I wonder why you two came to see me. He doesn't like beating around the bush and just says what he wants to say directly. After all, his interpersonal relationships are still very clean. There is no overly complicated relationship. Well, I'm from the Beijing Pet Association. On behalf of the association, I'd like to invite you to attend the National Pet Conference next month. One of the girls also spoke directly to the point. Pet Association. Shin has never come into contact with these things. Even when his parents were alive, he never heard them mention it. His family just honestly took care of the pet shop. Why did these people come to him? Why did you invite me? You should know that all the pets here are poisonous. Are you really not afraid of anything happening if you invite me to participate? In his opinion, even if there is such a thing as a pet association, the people invited are those who keep cats and dogs, not him who keeps a poisonous pet. Besides, what's the point of joining such a pet association? Thinking of this, he asked directly, what's the point of participating in this kind of pet conference? This time, the one who answered him was the boy who had been silent the whole time. Actually, the pet convention is held every year, but the pet association is almost declining, so not many people come each time. But Shin's appearance gave those in the pet association hope. The so-called pets are not limited to cats and dogs, but only these two are more easily accepted by the public, and the others seem to be less attractive. It would be fine if it stayed like this. But this year, the pet craze has emerged not only in China, but also in other countries. They even created an international pet festival. Domestic pet associations also received invitations. There are also requirements for the invited countries, and there must be at least 10 types of pets. Isn't this embarrassing? If we don't go, we will be looked down upon by other countries, and if we go, there won't be so many pets. After all, cats and dogs are just two categories. It just so happened that Shin's live broadcast was very popular on the internet recently, and he also had cooperation with the State Food and Drug Administration. We are one of us. So someone recommended them to come to Shin. The purpose of the pet convention in Beijing is to select candidates similar to Shin. This is a unique way of fighting for the country. Perhaps one day in the future the pet track will also be included in the competitive industry. Now it is just the beginning of a sign. Of course, the most important thing is the exciting final reward. Although it is still unknown whether it is a competition or something else, the rewards have been leaked in advance. They are a fragrant snake and a green python. Although they are both non-venomous snakes, they are the most popular among humans. They are all snakes, but they are quite ornamental and can be brought to the store. Because these two types of snakes do not have fangs, they are more suitable for interacting with customers in stores. Shin was indeed moved after hearing this. It's just a trip, and if it succeeds, I can bring back 2 species of snakes, which is quite cost-effective. That's the thing. We all really want you to come. After saying that, the two of them left the invitation card and left. They had to visit a few other people, so they didn't stay any longer. Shin did not try to persuade him to stay, but instead considered the possibility of this matter in his mind. Finally, he felt interested and agreed. In addition to the rewards, you may also be able to go abroad to see what other people's pets are like, and perhaps even bring some back from abroad. That's pretty good. Time passed quickly, and soon the agreed day arrived. At the Beijing airport, a young boy walked out. This man was Xinqing. He came here today to keep an appointment. I took a taxi directly to the hotel where we agreed to meet. After all, there are quite a lot of people coming, and this hotel is just booked by the organizer. You can get a room number after registering with an invitation letter. Please gather at the venue on the second floor at 3 p.m. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning when Xinqing arrived, which was neither early nor late. After checking in and getting the room card, he could rest for a while. The room is on the third floor, and the venue is on the second floor, which has been introduced to those who registered. The person who invited him said that he should bring at least one pet with him when he comes here, so that he can get the most out of the communication. Although he didn't know how to perform, he still led it obediently. He just put the poisonous pet directly into the system backpack. Just wait until the room is ready. On the way to the third floor, he saw several people holding pets or carrying pet boxes. He guessed that these people were invited guests like him. It's getting more and more interesting. Before it even started, he felt that this matter might not be simple, and that the information those two people knew at the time might not be complete. But since I'm here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xinqing. Just at this moment, Xinqing heard someone calling him, the voice coming from behind. When I looked back, it happened to be an acquaintance. Yuan Zimo's father, Uncle Yuan. And there is another acquaintance next to him. That is Aunt Lien. How did these two get together? Uncle Yuan, Aunt Lien, they invited you too. The last sentence is an affirmative sentence. Now that we are here, isn't the problem obvious? Why are you still asking? In particular, the two of them were carrying a medium-sized breeding box in their hands. That's right. I told you you'd come back. I didn't expect to actually meet you. Uncle Yuan laughed heartily, without any awkwardness at all. He looked at Xinqing with even more favor than his own son. Your Uncle Su is here too, but he's gone to see an old friend. Aunt Lien also spoke softly, and then explained her relationship with Uncle Yuan. We are old classmates, and we met at the door. This world is really small. I didn't expect that two people I knew who had nothing to do with each other turned out to be old classmates. I just got here a short time ago, and I'm going to rest for a while. It's almost time to go to the second floor. Why don't we three join each other later? Xinqing also smiled. With these two people around, he thought that if something really happened later, he wouldn't need to show up. In their eyes, I am still a child. Well, not bad, a kid in his 20s. Chapter 165. Find a secret place and leave alone. Finally, the three of them agreed on a time and went back to their rooms to rest. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, quite a few people had arrived at the meeting place on the second floor, but they were all strangers. Of course, there are people I know, like those two people from before. A long table was placed in the middle, with chairs on both sides surrounding the table. Judging from the location, there are quite a lot of people, at least dozens of them. After all, this table is very long. Not only the chairs are connected in a circle, but the table is also connected in a circle. It's like a big auditorium. Flowers were placed in the open space in the middle, and the organizers paid great attention to details. The three of them found a place to sit down and watched as the chairs around them were filled one after another. They either held their pets in their arms or, like Xinqing, placed their breeding boxes on the table. Anyway, it's covered with black cloth, so there's no need to worry about scaring everyone. Soon the speaker arrived. A middle-aged man in a suit and glasses walked in, followed by two people who were distributing invitations. Everyone, please take a seat. I'm sure many of you don't know me. My name is He Xiangbing, and I'm the president of the Pet Association. In fact, his position as president is now almost in name only. If his superiors hadn't suddenly supported him, he would have packed up and gone home. I'm sure everyone has already understood why I invited everyone here today, so I won't waste any more time. Today, we have only one goal: to select 5 people to compete abroad in 7 days. Then he briefly explained the rules of the game. The first one is that you have raised 10 or more pets. The second is to select 5 people present and ask them to talk about the characteristics and habits of the pets they brought. They were eliminated one by one, and finally 5 people remained. Of course, anyone who wins will receive a reward, and you can choose any cash or pet. Xinqing probably also pieced out the answer he wanted from their mouths. In general, in one sentence, the domestic pet industry is looked down upon by foreign countries, so they deliberately make a big fuss. They don't want to bring Chinese people to play, but they want to watch the Chinese people's show. So there is an international invitation card. No wonder the people above are always paying attention to the impact of this incident. Then I'll go first. The person who spoke was a fat man, dressed casually, and even spoke casually, so casually that he pointed at Xinqing. Little brother, show me what your pet is. Except for the pets held in the arms, almost everything on the table was covered with black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. Sure. After saying this, A staff member handed paper and pen to the two people. This assessment actually tests everyone's understanding of pets, and testing the amount of knowledge reserves is not difficult for Xinqing at all. But both of them still have to write one for him and one for the challenger. This can be used as a reference for comparison. The test is about the habits of animals. It is simple and difficult at the same time. However, under everyone's curious gaze, Xinqing still lifted the black cloth wrapped around the breeding box. The pet inside was also revealed, which was an island bamboo pit viper. Ouch, I finally see the light, but I'm dying of suffocation. The soft and charming voice of a royal sister suddenly sounded, and the blue poisonous snake that was originally coiled in the breeding box also raised its head high. He glanced vigilantly around the visible area. This is a subconscious reaction when suddenly arriving in a strange place. When its eyes fixed on Xinqing, it secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's actually the island bamboo green viper. The fat middle-aged man opposite started writing immediately after he finished speaking excitedly. Almost all the onlookers were looking at the middle-aged man. I want to see what good start this pioneer can make. Only the snake being observed, the island pit viper, was particularly leisurely. Oh my, this person is looking at me with such a strange look, it really hurts my eyes. The royal sister's voice floated over from time to time, expressing her own opinions, not caring at all about the gazes of the people around her. Just at this moment, the person opposite finished writing. This is the island pit viper. It's poisonous and quite toxic. Xinqing nodded. What the other party said was correct, but everyone knew it. Information about the island bamboo green snake also appeared in Xinqing's mind. The toxicity of the island pit viper may be similar to that of other pit vipers, with symptoms primarily manifested by blood-circulating toxins. If bitten, take emergency measures immediately. They probably like to live in woods, bamboo forests, and other places. They are nocturnal and phototactic, and they gather in bright places to hunt at night. The fat guy on the opposite side thought he would win by mentioning these two habits. In fact, if it weren't for Xinqing's manuscript, the other party's writing would have been quite decent. But now he is still a little worse than Xinqing. After all, what Xinqing wrote down were all the basic information about the island bamboo green snake. Then there were several similar questions. Some people could answer them, and some people had no idea. When it was finally Xinqing's turn to draw the number of people, there were 5, so he simply clicked on the middle row opposite him. They just happened to be the people around the fat man. At this time, the contents of their breeding boxes were also exposed. Among these 5 people, 3 were holding kittens and puppies, and the other 2 were using the same breeding boxes as Xinqing, but smaller ones. At this moment, a voice was heard. It was a cold and clear voice like a faint orchid in a valley. There are so many people here, so noisy. I really want to go home. When he said this, his tone was full of grievance, and he clearly looked like someone with social anxiety. But when paired with the cool and noble voice, the contrast is really strong. In addition to the pitiful sound, even its body looks a little wilted. Xinqing had already discovered from the sound that the owner of the voice was the puppy in the arms of the girl opposite. It was a Shiba Inu, held in the arms of its owner. However, he is actually a cold and noble young man, and this contrast hits Xinqing's eyes. It made him blink a rare moment. Just one glance, and all the information was already in my mind. Start writing immediately. 1. Shiba Inu has a keen sense of smell, which ranks first among animals. It recognizes and distinguishes things through smell. 2. They have a strong sense of territory and hierarchy and may show rejection of newly introduced pets or other visitors. 3. Express emotions through body movements. For example, the movement of the tail can express happiness, joy, danger, anxiety, or fear. 4. When they are sick or feel that they are getting old, they may avoid humans and other dogs and find a secluded place to live alone. When writing this, especially the last one, Xinqing couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Sometimes, animals are more affectionate and gentle than humans. He doesn't want his master to face his departure, so he would rather endure the loneliness and grow old alone. At this moment, another voice sounded. Brother Chai, if you think it's noisy, let me tell you a joke. Chapter 166. A ragdoll cat tells a joke to a Shiba Inu. The sudden lowly voice made Xinqing raise his eyebrows, and he immediately locked onto the owner of the voice, who was a pure white ragdoll cat. The sound just now came from it. The ragdoll cat is small and looks very cute. Wearing cute pet clothes, it looks like a little princess being held in someone's arms. The owners of the 2 pets seem to know each other. No wonder the 2 little ones know each other. However, isn't it a joke in itself that a ragdoll cat is telling jokes to a Shiba Inu? But at least give it a listen. Maybe it's really a funny joke? Xiaohong asked Xiaoming. Is life always difficult, or will it always be like this? Xiaoming replied. In the adult world, there's no such thing as easy. So, Brother Chai, even if you have social anxiety, if you look at it in a positive way, it's just like that. Lolian spoke very clearly and seriously, and nodded its little cat's head. Qing, who was watching all this, twitched the corners of his mouth and his eyes were full of smiles. Especially the line, even if you have social anxiety, it's not that difficult if you look at it in a positive way, which is full of sarcasm. It's funny that a cat would say such philosophical words. But the Shiba Inu's next answer made his smile deepen a little. I'm not a human, I'm a dog. I can't see straight. I'm in a state of autism. Please don't disturb me. Thank you. The cold young man's voice still sounded so steady, but just a few simple words revealed his social anxiety side. Even though it was a dog, it sounded like it was scolding itself. After the Shiba Inu said this, it nudged its head towards its owner's arms, almost burying its entire head in his arms. If its owner wasn't a man, this scene would be too scary to look at. Just look at the girl holding the ragdoll cat next to her, and you will know. What's wrong with Xiao Chai today? He keeps hiding in your arms. Is he shy? The girl also looks cute, which matches the ragdoll cat in her arms very well. She is wearing a Lolita lace skirt. Combined with the pure white ragdoll cat, it looks a bit like the little ragdoll cat has become a spirit, because she also wore a pair of blue contact lenses. Xiao Chai is afraid of strangers. I originally brought him out to let him see the world, but I didn't expect this guy to be so socially anxious. The boy was also helpless as he held the Shiba Inu in his arms. Of course, he knew his dog's personality better than anyone else. I can only pat the dog on the head to comfort it. The one in his family has all the personality traits of a Shiba Inu, except for the added characteristic of social phobia. I don't know if it has mutated or what. Of course, Qing also observed this and silently added another sentence, social phobia, to the paper. He also wrote down the habits of the little ragdoll cat clearly. The other one is a pet dog, a pug, also known as a lapdog. According to records, pugs are very lively and cute, and their IQ is quite high. Although it does look a little silly and its appearance is not as good as other dogs, it is really an ideal companion dog. Gentle, loyal, and adaptable. However, pugs are not only fragile, but also have very strong self-esteem. As long as they feel they have something to say, they will show their dissatisfaction and argue with their owners to the end. Like now. Tell me, have you fallen for another dog? Do you think my appearance is not good enough? Or are you attracted to the cats next door? You just stared at them for ages, but they ignored me. You must give me an answer today. Will you choose me or those two? He has a silly appearance, but a heart as soft as glass. When this young man from northeast China roared with a loud voice, Qing's eardrums were almost broken. But the tone of his words sounded a bit like he was questioning a heartless man. It sounds funny for some reason. Qing almost laughed out loud on the spot, but fortunately, he managed to keep his composure in the end. He wrote a few more words on the paper neatly. Well, a glass heart and a face that looks like a stepmother. Although the dog's face couldn't be seen, it could still be felt. The pets of the other two people are interesting. One is a poisonous snake, and the other is a poisonous scorpion. Like Qing, he raises poisonous creatures. No wonder those people just now deliberately avoided the pets of these two people when choosing. Perhaps they already knew that the pets they raised were poisonous. After all, 2/3 of the people here have furry pets like cats and dogs. Among the remaining 1/3, more than half are kept as non-toxic reptile pets. The remaining small group of people raised poisonous pets, such as Qing and others. As luck would have it, he knew the species of the two people opposite him, a poisonous snake and a poisonous scorpion, because he happened to have them in his pet shop. The poisonous snake is the bamboo green snake, but it is the Tibetan bamboo green snake. The whole body is green, with no red or white vertical stripes on the sides of the body, irregular rust-red patches on the back, light green on the belly, and pure green on the tip of the tail. The total length can reach about 600 millimeters, but the one we see now is not that long. Although the bamboo green snake is somewhat aggressive, its venom is not particularly strong, and the amount of venom it excretes is small. I guess this is also the main reason why the other party raises it. How annoying. Why did you wake me up at this hour? It's so hot. I feel like my skin is melting from the heat. Humans are truly cruel. Did they capture me to eat roasted snakes? It's so hot. Can someone give me some water? If you don't give me water, I'll turn into a demon snake when I die and eat all of you humans. I'm really powerful. The weak and powerless voice of the young boy sounded lightly, as if he was really about to be melted by the heat, and his voice became powerless. But at the end, I don't know why, but I suddenly felt stronger. He also shouted that after his death he would turn into a ghost snake and eat humans. He felt like laughing for some reason, but relevant information about the other party also appeared in his mind. I also understand why it said it was going to die of heat. Tibetan bamboo green snakes usually live in grass by streams, shrubs, rock walls, or stones, bamboo forests, and other places in mountainous areas at an altitude of 150 to 2,000 meters. They are good at hiding themselves and are not easily discovered. This kind of snake is mostly active on rainy days, especially in the evening and at night. This suggests that they are somewhat nocturnal. When the temperature exceeds their suitable activity range, between 22 and 32 degrees, bamboo green snakes may feel hot. They will cope with high temperatures by seeking shade, reducing activity, and staying active at night. The indoor temperature is quite high now because it is winter and the weather in Beijing has turned cold. There is heating indoors, so the temperature is naturally high. Even if they are wearing short sleeves now, it's okay. In addition, the light above its head was always shining on it, and there was no place to hide, so it was very hot. Chapter 167 Human. Are you going to take me away? The other poisonous pet is the red-clawed scorpion. Similar to other poisonous scorpions, the red-clawed scorpion is less poisonous. His personality traits are bad temper and strong aggressiveness. For example now, "Hey, you're disturbing my sleep. Be careful, or I'll sting you to death with my tail." I didn't expect that this red-clawed scorpion was talking about Trump. Moreover, her loud voice and temper give her some reminiscent of the landlady in the movie. The voice is also very appropriate. When Shinqing heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect that this red-clawed scorpion would make such a sound. The scene of the landlady yelling at people quickly came to my mind, except this time the landlady used a Trump accent. Who would have thought that a red-clawed scorpion could speak in a Trump-like manner? It's just awesome. I have to give a thumbs up, just like the pug that could speak Northeastern dialect. And the relevant information about the red-clawed scorpion also automatically emerged in Shinqing's mind. The red-clawed scorpion's wild habitat is the tropical rainforest. They are aggressive and should not be kept with other scorpions. Adult red-clawed scorpions are typically 12 to 16 centimeters long. The suitable temperature range is 25-30 degrees Celsius, and the suitable humidity range is 80% to 90%. Such environmental conditions are conducive to their growth and activities. No wonder it was the owner of the red-clawed scorpion who took this red-clawed scorpion out of the cave just now. No wonder the red-clawed scorpion, who already has a hot temper, would say that. It feels like someone has dug up his nest. If he was sleeping and someone pulled off the quilt and shouted at him to get up, he would undoubtedly collapse and want to curse. After all, if he stayed outside like the snake just now, with the temperature and the spotlights above his head, the red-clawed scorpion can be roasted to a crisp in minutes. After all, it also prefers to penetrate into environments with a depth of 80 to 90%. The red-clawed scorpion is a carnivorous animal that feeds mainly on crickets, spiders, caterpillars, and beetle larvae that also hide in rotten wood. They will also eat the carcasses of larger insects. Also, when raising red-clawed scorpions, you need to pay attention to providing suitable temperature and humidity conditions. A water bowl should be placed in the enclosure to maintain humidity, and excessive disturbance should be avoided as the red-clawed scorpion is very vulnerable during the molting period. Fortunately, the red-clawed scorpion opposite had not yet shed its skin. Shinqing wrote down the character and habits of the last poisonous pet and handed it to the staff. The final winner was indeed Shinqing. In the end, 10 people were selected, and the rest were persuaded to withdraw. And each of these 10 people can take away the reward from the pet association. There's money, there's pets, and of course there's more. For example, Uncle Yuan and Aunt Lien were among them, and they both had the same contract. The two either own their own companies or have industries at home. They take things that are beneficial to the family, and these things are actually given secretly by the state. Now that I have received the award, I naturally want to bring glory to my country when I go abroad. Although these things are not made public, the country is still paying close attention to them secretly. Shinqing was interested in a fragrant snake and a green tree python, both of which were non-venomous, but really beautiful and unique. The fragrant snake is a strange snake that is non-venomous. They mainly live in Guyana. It can emit fragrance and has the effect of repelling insects and mosquitoes. What's even more interesting is that the fragrant snake can curl up its body and twist it into a very beautiful speckled pattern. The locals use this special self-made pattern and sprinkle glue on the snake's body to shape it, making beautiful snake window panes. It is precisely because of this unique characteristic that the fragrant snake is used by local women to make earrings. After they caught the fragrant snake, they used some glue to coil its body into a circle and put it on their ears. The fragrant snake has a very strong vitality. When it is caught, it will close its eyes and not resist. It will remain motionless, and then its body will begin to dry up from the tail part. The body also began to shrink from the tail, and the fragrance gradually faded. After a few days, the fragrance gradually disappeared. The local women would abandon it and go catch other musk snakes, which at this time were already dying. Once they are out of control, they will try hard to absorb water and food and slowly recover, so they have strong survival ability. So a fragrant snake will be caught many times in its lifetime. Shenxing looked at the fragrant snake in his hand, which was usually no longer than 50 centimeters, and smiled. I could indeed smell a unique fragrance at the tip of my nose. It was very pleasant, like a natural perfume. Reaching out to release his affinity, he gently touched it, as if afraid of scaring it, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I won't make you into earrings. Just follow me well from now on." After saying that, he quietly bought a small fruit from the system mall and threw it into the breeding box. The little guy is really timid. If it weren't for the affinity, he would have hidden himself. Oh my, why does this human smell better than me? Could it be that he was also transformed from a snake? This fruit smells delicious. Can I eat it? Will I really be caught and made into earrings if I eat it? A girl's voice, as gentle and soft as a whisper, came softly. There was an innocent simplicity in his tone. I was a little hesitant at first, but I couldn't resist my curiosity, so I walked to the small fruit, smelled the flavor, and took a bite. The sweetness of the flesh instantly captured the little guy. It's delicious. It's actually sweet. I'm so happy. This human is a good person. He gave me some sweet fruit. That's great. I want to follow him. Shenxing's eyes softened when he heard this, and he smiled softly. Okay, follow me. You eat first. I'll go see the other little friend. He still has a green tree python that he hasn't claimed yet. But this green python should not be very big. After saying that, he closed the lid of the breeding box and then covered it with a black cloth cover. He walked to another table, lifted the cover, and sure enough, he saw his other target today, the green tree python. Information about the green tree python immediately appeared in my mind. The green tree python, found in New Guinea, Indonesia, and northern Australia, is a small, arboreal, nocturnal python. Although it is a python, the body length of this species rarely exceeds 180 centimeters, making it a relatively small species among pythons. Due to the green tree python's moderate size, gorgeous body color, and unique habits, this species has been sought after by many players and collectors as soon as it appeared on the market. As its name suggests, the green tree python has a bright green body color. There is a blue stripe along the spine, and white or yellow scales are scattered throughout the body. Like other tree pythons, it lives on trees. They will curl their bodies around the branches and finally hang their heads in the middle, which looks like a saddle from a distance. Human, will you take me away? Chapter 168. The Green Tree Python with a Charming and Crazy Vision. A domineering voice suddenly sounded, but this voice sounded particularly arrogant. That's right, it's that look of looking at people with squinted eyes. These few simple words give people a sense of evil and madness. Shenxing felt as if he was watching a melodramatic skit. I was afraid that the other person would say in the next second, "Woman, you can only be mine." Thinking of this, Shenxing shuddered all over. He really couldn't accept it. His eyes changed when he looked at the green tree python, but fortunately no one knew what he was thinking. That's right, you will follow me from now on. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Logically speaking, the green tree python should have a gentle personality, and its small size makes it very suitable for keeping as a pet. But this green tree python has a different personality. It's true that it doesn't attack, but it seems a bit aloof no matter how you look at it, especially when it speaks evil and crazy words in that domineering voice. Fortunately, he is not a girl and is immune to this. Is this human a bit stupid? If you want to take me away, just do it. You're so talkative. It's really not good to be locked up here every day. If I keep being locked up, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Once I get ruthless, even I'm afraid of myself. The boss's voice still rang out, but it was a few degrees lower. This was the other person's inner criticism. But what it said really made people frown. What does it mean that if he is locked up any longer, he will go crazy? And one last sentence. Once you get ruthless, even you are afraid of yourself? Is this a bit of an exaggeration? Ahem, just stay here and come back with me tomorrow. Shenxing is not afraid of these snakes. After all the snakes in his shop are poisonous. In fact, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. The meeting will be over in the afternoon, and everyone will go home. Shenxing also returned home with his spoils. As for going abroad to participate in the competition, there was no fanfare, but the time has been agreed upon, which is early next month. But it is only a full moon now, and there is still more than half a month left. When they go abroad, someone will naturally contact them. So not long after Shenxing came back, he opened the live broadcast room. Good evening, everyone. I went out today and brought back 2 new pets. Let them be the opening guests for tonight. What exactly did Boss Shin say? Did he go out and buy poisonous pets? I'm so excited, what should I do? I really want to know what kind of pet Boss Shin bought. Boss Shin, please quickly invite out tonight's guest so everyone can see him. Now that Shin Ching starts broadcasting, there will always be a lot of people in his live broadcast room. Old fans have been following him all the time, and new fans don't want to leave. This resulted in the number of people in the live broadcast room remaining high as soon as he started broadcasting. Not to mention the barrage, which never stopped. They were very happy that Shin Ching went out to buy some pets from time to time. Because every time Shin Ching buys a new poisonous pet, he will immediately put it in the live broadcast room to share with everyone. Just like now. Then let's take a look at the first guest of the evening. After Shin Ching finished speaking, he took out a breeding box from the side and lifted the black cloth covering it in full view of everyone, exposing the animals inside to everyone's sight. That little yellow snake was much smaller than the other poisonous snakes in Shin Ching's shop. Why is it so sudden? It's so dazzling. What's going on? Did this human bring me back to use my body as earrings? I knew it wouldn't be good to run into a human. I just smell a little strong. Why would you bother with that? As for these smells, you come to arrest me. The little snake inside made a hissing sound, and Shin Ching could hear the girl's accusing voice in his ears. It sounds extremely pitiful and cowardly. However, after Shin Ching learned about Xiangsha's information, he actually felt a little sympathy for her. This kind of fragrant snake was originally captured by local villagers and used to make earrings. After all, the scent of the fragrant snake is like a natural perfume, and it also has the effect of repelling insects and mosquitoes. This alone is enough to make people see his uniqueness, not to mention that he is not poisonous. What kind of snake is this? It's so small and looks pretty cute. This snake is probably the smallest one in the store. I think even a king cobra wouldn't be able to fill its teeth with it. Does anyone know this kind of snake? As expected, netizens in the live broadcast room were all attracted by the little snake in the breeding box. Because many people have never seen this kind of snake, they are very curious. Let me introduce this snake to you all. It's called a fragrant snake. Shin Ching explained to everyone with a faint smile, and his hands began to open the small box of the breeding box and reached in to take out the little snake inside. It is called the fragrant snake because it emits a unique fragrance. It is also the only snake with a scented body that scientists have discovered so far. This smell is very nice, like a natural perfume, and it also has the effect of repelling insects and mosquitoes. It is precisely because of this unique characteristic that the fragrant snake is used by local women to make earrings. Shin Ching then shared the detailed information he knew with the netizens in the live broadcast room. Let everyone fully understand what kind of snake this little snake in your hand is. As expected, netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly excited when they heard Shin Ching's popular science talk. Holy crap, it's actually a Sri Lanka. I actually know a little bit about this. I heard this kind of snake is very timid. Oh my god, I didn't expect there's a snake that has its own fragrance and can repel insects and mosquitoes. Isn't this a walking mosquito coil? It turns out that nature has everything, and what people see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Isn't it? Who knew you could smell fragrance on a snake? It's really depressing. I only smell like sweat. What's the big deal about sweat odor? Don't most people have body odor? Shin Ching watched the comments in the live broadcast room become more and more bizarre, and also had an inexplicable flavor. I really don't know what to say. However, the fragrant snake in his hand felt very comfortable. It turned out that it was feeling very comfortable because of Shin Ching's affectionate touch. While others pet cats, Shin Ching pets snakes. He has clearly understood this. This scent is so comfortable, even better than my own. Human, move a little further to the left. Yes, right there. Push harder. It feels so good. So this is what it feels like to be served. Try harder. Chapter 169. It seems that he is the one who is having a seizure, Part 1. The girl's voice, which was originally a little restrained, became more and more bold under the influence of Shin Ching's affinity. The tone of his voice also became unusually gentle, and it was obvious that he was sighing with joy at being served by Shin Ching. Well, that statement is a bit ambiguous. Fortunately, only Shin Ching could hear it. But the little snake twisted and turned in Shin Ching's hand, and even licked Shin Ching's hand with its tongue. The intimate interaction made the audience in the live broadcast room very excited. Oh, I didn't expect this little snake to be so cute. Was it just being coquettish? Was it being coquettish? Fuck. It has to be you, the anchor. Others pet cats, but you pet snakes. You're really unique. But, when will I be able to pet snakes in your store? What are you waiting for? I'll be there tomorrow. Little fragrant snake, you better wait for your brother. Oh my god, how many people are eyeing this little guy? I can't be the only one there, haha. I must be the first one there tomorrow. After all, I live in the same city. It's non-toxic, cute, and even has its own fragrance. It deserves to fall into my hands. Little guy, just wait for me. As expected, the fans in the live broadcast room were flooded with comments, and what they said was extremely inappropriate. It's really unique that you can tease the little snake through the screen. Sure enough, no matter what kind of netizen they are, when they come to Xing's live broadcast room, their style will become particularly unique. Xing didn't expect that everyone was so looking forward to the fragrant snake, and the corners of his mouth twitched. When I heard that everyone would come to the store tomorrow, I suddenly felt some sympathy for the store employees. He seems to have added more workload to everyone. Well, give them all a bonus at the end of the month. Ever since Xing's live broadcast room and store became popular, Xing has been paying very high salaries to the employees in the store. However, because there are many customers in the store, Xing will give bonuses to the store employees from time to time. Especially when there are more customers, more bonuses will be given to the store employees, who are also old fans of Xing's live broadcast room and pay attention to the boss's movements every day. When the store clerks saw that netizens said they would come to the store to see the little fragrant snake tomorrow, their eyes lit up. He even thanked these fans directly in the barrage. Thank you all brothers and sisters for patronizing our business. You are living bodhisattvas. That's right, we can handle more of these kinds of events. We can accommodate as many as you want. Boss Shen, have you noticed? Remember to improve employee benefits. When Xing saw such language in the barrage, the corners of his mouth twitched. How could he not guess who these people were? Aren't they just the employees in the store? But because he got along well with the employees in the store and talked to them like friends, he didn't think there was anything wrong with what they said. He is simply the ideal boss, so it's no wonder that none of the employees resigned. The salary is high, the work is easy, the boss is easy to talk to, the employee meals are good, and there are bonuses from time to time. Who wouldn't want such a job? Don't worry, we have everything. After Xing said this, the fans in the live broadcast room also asked the employees about the situation, and they were so envious that their teeth were aching. They all asked if they could work in Xing's store. Not only could they make money, but they could also see their favorite poisonous pets every day. It was simply too good to be true. Unfortunately, Xing's store is not hiring now. Okay, we've seen the little fragrant snake, but there's one we haven't seen yet. Let's show it to everyone. You already have a snake as fragrant as me, yet you still want another snake? Humans are truly the most fickle, sob. Xing put the little fragrant snake into the breeding box and closed the lid amid the other party's resentful voice. I pulled a black sheet over it to cover it up, blocking the other person's sight. Ahem, what do you mean by being the most fickle? He just treats everyone equally. Just as he finished complaining, his other hand had already moved another feeding box over. The black blackout cloth was lifted in front of everyone in the live broadcast room, and the things inside also fell into everyone's sight. Especially one of the green snakes. Yes, it is still a snake this time, and it is a green snake. Regarding the green snakes, it seems that there is only one bamboo snake in the live broadcast room that is this color, but the green snake in the breeding box is not a bamboo snake. Does anyone know what kind of snake this is? In my mind, snakes were just one kind, but after meeting the host, I realized there are so many different kinds of snakes. That's right. After coming to the Anchor's live broadcast room, I have learned about many reptiles. I don't know what kind of snake this is now. I know this. This is a green tree python. It's not venomous. Is it actually a python? It doesn't look like one at all. As expected, among so many people in the live broadcast room, there are always some who know the green tree python, but many netizens have never seen it. I feel that this green tree python does not look like a python at all. After all, in everyone's stereotype, pythons should be very large and long and able to swallow people. Yes, this snake is a green tree python. Xing also saw this kind of comments, so he smiled and explained to everyone. Green tree pythons are small in size and are very suitable for keeping as pets. And it won't eat people, because with their petite size, they can't swallow them even if they want to. So if you want to keep a snake with a good temperament and is not venomous, the green tree python is a very good choice as a pet. Xing said this with a smile and opened the lid of the breeding box in full view of everyone. He also reached his hand in. At this moment, a domineering voice came to his ears. Human, what do you want to do? Are you going to attack me? I tell you, domestic violence is not acceptable. Don't think I'm easy to bully just because I'm docile. Be careful or I'll bite you to death. Humph, carrot. Even if I can't swallow you whole, I can still swallow an arm. Otherwise, how did I get the name of a python? These crackling neurotic words made Xing's mouth twitch involuntarily. My eyes were fixed on the snake's suddenly raised head in the breeding box, especially its open mouth ready to attack. I was suddenly speechless. He seemed to have forgotten that although the green tree python had a gentle personality, it could sometimes be neurotic. That's right, it's neurosis, commonly known as convulsions. I forgot to tell you all that although the green tree python has a very gentle personality, it will occasionally have a seizure, like now. It would be fine if it was just acting up, but it just had to use the same domineering voice as mine, which was really speechless. It was as if the one who was having a seizure was actually him. P.S. Sorry, I took a leave yesterday. I will update 3 times today, wait for me. Chapter 170. Scarier than a ghost watching a horror movie. Second update is coming. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard Shinqing's words and looked at the green tree python in the breeding box that was about to attack people, they didn't know how to describe it. However, there are indeed people who know the character of the green tree python, and it seems that this is really the case. Fuck. This is true. I once had a green tree python. It seemed very gentle, but it also had its moments of tantrums. I was bitten by it. I never expected this. Luckily, this type of snake isn't venomous. Otherwise, if it suddenly bit me while I was feeding it, it would be terrible. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you notice how speechless Ba Shen was when he said that? That look was hilarious. I was wondering why this snake, which seemed so gentle just now, suddenly showed its teeth. So does it bite or not? Does it just bar its teeth in warning? Suddenly, I think the little snake from earlier was more obedient. Fuck. Anchor, be careful. At this moment, the green tree python that was being questioned by everyone had already opened its mouth and bit Shinqing's outstretched hand. Although they knew that the green tree python was not poisonous, the people in the live broadcast room were still shocked. But the next second, everyone fell silent. Because Shinqing had already predicted the movements of the green tree python, he simply reached out and grabbed the opponent's vital point. That's right, 7 inches. There is a saying that 7 inches is the most fragile and easily broken part of a snake's spine. When a snake's spine is broken, the channels connecting its nerve centers to the rest of the body are destroyed. There is also a saying that the snake's 7-inch point is where its heart is. Hitting there can seriously injure the snake and thus subdue it, so the snake should be hit at the 7-inch point. 7 inches here is not a unit of length, but refers to the heart of the snake. Once the heart of a snake is hit hard, it is a fatal injury to them. A 7-inch injury will definitely kill them. But Shinqing now directly grasped the vital point of the green tree python. No matter what, its vital point has been grasped. The guy who was having a seizure also calmed down. Hiss. Ahem. Human, your hand is not in the right place. Can you change it? Shinqing raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to make the other party behave better by being friendly, but he didn't expect that this guy was thinking of biting him before he even made a move. It's not his fault. Little guy, you don't even have fangs, yet you still want to bite me? Have you forgotten who your father is now? Shinqing took the man out with his arm around him, patted him on the head, and continued. Have you forgotten that I will be your breadwinner in the future? These words were also heard by the fans in the live broadcast room. Without the tension just now, everyone's defense was instantly broken when they heard this. Especially the one about who is the daddy. Ha 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 ha. I didn't mean to laugh at first, but when I heard the line, who's the daddy now? I couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's right, Xiaolu. Boss Shun is your bread and butter now, and you're already bullying him before you even start working. And you're actually rebelling against Tiangang. Pucci, I'm laughing at you. My disobedient son deserves a beating. I'm just hitting him right in the groin. Let's see what else you can do. Green tree python. Dad, I'm wrong. Let me go first. There's no reason for us to harbor grudges. After Shinqing opened his mouth, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room filled the screen again and again. The atmosphere instantly became lively, and everyone was laughing all over the screen, making jokes from time to time. It can be said that the atmosphere in his live broadcast room is particularly good, with almost no dirty words, and everyone is laughing. Of course, even if there was one, but everyone was posting too many comments, so it was so small that Shinqing couldn't see it at all. Over time, even the haters didn't want to come to Shinqing's live broadcast room, because his fans were so powerful and there were so many of them. If they say something bad, tens or hundreds of fans will rush up and drown out their comments. What else is there to say? Humans, we are not the same species. You want to be my father, can you turn into a snake? However, since you want to support me so much, I can acknowledge you as my godfather. Godfather, can you move your hand down an inch? The boss's voice in his ear broke Shinqing's defense. Especially when the other party suddenly called out, Godfather. It was like being struck by lightning, and I almost laughed out loud in front of so many people in the live broadcast room. The scene of a snake suddenly calling a person Godfather is even more terrifying than a ghost watching a horror movie. He was so scared that he let go of his hand on the spot, not caring whether it was 7 inches or not. Trying hard to suppress the twitching of his lips, he really couldn't imagine what the thing he brought back was. Other green tree pythons are neurotic and want to attack people at any time, but this green tree python doesn't attack people much, but it is very good at using verbal attacks. If you want to eat your fill, you have to work. Come on, let's move on to the next step. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. After Xinqing finished speaking to the green tree python, he took out a row of small golden eggs from under the table. There are 10 in total, exactly 2 rows. He bought these little golden eggs from Taobao. As for what is inside, only Xinqing knows. The audience in the live broadcast room were very curious when they saw Xinqing suddenly take out 10 small golden eggs. Boss Shen suddenly took out 10 little golden eggs. What's the purpose? Is there some kind of reward? I suddenly dreamed of those little golden eggs during the lucky draw, but unfortunately the most I got was the thank you for your patronage, 1. Could it be that Boss Shen is here to smash the golden egg? I really want to know what's inside the golden egg. But what did Boss Shen mean by what he said to the green tree python just now? Could it be that it wasn't Boss Shen who was hitting the green tree python, but the green tree python? When everyone was puzzled, Xinqing looked at the live broadcast room and explained. There are 10 golden eggs in total. Inside are 3 messages from the message board, 6 cash prizes, and 1 mystery grand prize. Then Xinqing explained in detail to the fans in the live broadcast room what was contained in these 10 golden eggs. In fact, he was just holding a lottery event for everyone through the live broadcast room. Apart from the 3 messages on the message board, how much are the other cash rewards? And what is the mystery prize? Xinqing did not explain. I'll count to 321 and take a screenshot. The netizen who takes the first barrage of comments can designate a golden egg, and Xiaolu will smash it, and whatever it hits will be the golden egg. It was just a short while after he finished speaking when the fans in the live broadcast room started shouting with joy. Of course, everyone just wants to participate in this kind of activity. After all, there is no shortage of bigwigs in the live broadcast room. Xinqing did this just to give something back to his fans, which was not much for him now. From now on, there will be a lucky draw for everyone before the broadcast ends every day. There is no limit on the amount. Chapter 171, I want to see the green tree python smash the golden eggs. 3rd update coming. Holy crap, there's even this kind of segment? Hurry up. I want to see a green tree python smash the golden eggs. That's right, money doesn't matter. We just want to see how the green tree python smashes the golden eggs. Aw, Boss Shen, please start quickly. I've prepared the commentary. When are you going to take the screenshot? Actually, even if I only get 0.01, I'll be happy. As long as Boss Shen can take a screenshot of it, I'll be the lucky one. That's right, not just the first one. As long as the screenshot has a name on it, then you're a lucky person, and you'll be lucky no matter what you do. Not to mention that the number of people in Xinqing's live broadcast room has reached hundreds of thousands, and each of them is an active fan. But everyone is posting barges. If you want to take screenshots in this situation, not to mention the first person, the online names of those people whose screens are captured are all lucky ones. You have to know that they are just one of hundreds of thousands of people. How can I not be excited? Whether you have money or not is another matter, but the honor is there right now. Xinqing also said that there will be a lucky draw every night at the end of the live broadcast. Everyone was aroused by this mood. In just a short while, the popularity of Xinqing's live broadcast room rose again, attracting the attention of other anchors who were following it. I am amazed at how strong the cohesion among the fans in Xinqing's live broadcast room is. Even a small lottery event can make fans in the live broadcast room cheer. Who wouldn't be jealous? So many anchors have held raffles before, but the response is still not as good as Xinqing's. Some anchors even created a secondary account and came to Xinqing's live broadcast room to see how much lottery money he could give out. After all, this is Xinqing's first time to organize such an activity in the live broadcast room. Naturally, it attracted a lot of people. Come on, no more nonsense. Start counting down by 3, 3, 2, 1. Xinqing didn't waste any words and counted down to 3 directly in the live broadcast room. After all, the barrage never stopped at this time, and he couldn't see clearly what was said on the barrage. If each person sent a barrage of comments, there would be hundreds or even thousands of them, and he couldn't even see them clearly because they were scrolling. As for what he used to take the screenshots, of course it was his other phone. Okay, here are the screenshots. Take a look, everyone. It's the first friend named Apple Tree. Choose a golden egg from 1 to 10. After Xinqing took the screenshot, he pointed the picture at the camera for everyone to see and also sent a copy to the barrage. The name of the first netizen is circled prominently. Holy crap, the lucky winner has appeared so quickly. Pick your number quickly and let's see if you're really lucky. I'm in the screenshot too, but unfortunately my name is at the end. Haha, I'm the second one. See how excited I am? Yes, I am excited. Oh, why am I not the first one? I was just so close. Oh my, I didn't expect that I would be the first lucky winner. I chose number 8. No matter what's inside, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket right now. With my luck, I'm definitely going to win. There were still a lot of comments in Qing's live broadcast room, but with the system, he quickly saw the number 8 mentioned by the netizen who was just named. Number 8, very good. Come here, I'll give you a small hammer. Hit it here. If you break it open, I'll give you a reward as well. As Qing spoke, he took a small hammer and handed it to the green tree python in his left hand. He placed the small golden egg number 8 in front of the green tree python and pointed at it and said. Everyone then understood that what Qing said before was right. He really wanted this green tree python to smash the golden eggs. But it's not so magical that a snake can lift a hammer and obediently smash the golden eggs. Everyone expressed their confusion about this. Even the snake itself was puzzled. No, you want me, a snake, to use this thing to smash the golden eggs? Are you sure? I don't have hands. Besides, this golden egg looks just like a snake egg. Hitting it feels like I'm hitting a snake egg. What are snake eggs? They're snake cubs. Aren't you asking me to smash the cubs? No, I won't do such a stupid thing. How could the domineering bossine do anything when he heard what Qing said? His temper, which had originally calmed down, suddenly became violent again. Although it did not attack Qing, what it said was too abstract. Golden eggs look like snake eggs? Are there cubs inside snake eggs? So the golden egg is also equivalent to the cub, so you can't smash it. Only a neurotic green tree python could have such incredible logic. But who is Qing? He specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. The reason they are unwilling is simply that the benefits are not enough. So, Qing, who was well prepared, took out a snake fruit from the drawer of the table, but actually took it from the system backpack. He weighed it in his hand, then held it in front of the green tree python and let it smell it. This fruit smells good, doesn't it? Sure enough, the fragrance of the fruit floated in front of the green tree python. Originally, this fruit was a snake fruit, smaller than an apple, but not big either. But for snakes, it is already attractive, not to mention it smells so good. I'm already thinking about it before I even put it in my mouth. Gulp, it smells so good, give it to me. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Qing heard the sound of swallowing saliva, and when the other party was about to open his mouth to bite the snake fruit, he flipped his wrist and took it away. It looked like it was placed in the drawer, but it was actually put into the system backpack, and only a very faint fragrance remained. Oh my god, why are you still bullying snakes? Am I not your adopted son? Why don't you let me eat it? The boss's voice suddenly changed to a weird whimpering sound, which was really too eye-catching. But the other party was still a snake, not of the same species. And what the hell is adoptive father and adopted son? Who acknowledged it? Qing was speechless and choked with sobs, but still spoke. As long as you're obedient and smash the golden eggs, I'll give you a reward for every one you crack. If you want to eat them, go ahead. Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. If I smash the golden eggs, will you really let me eat them? How many do you want me to eat? Certainly. The green tree python hissed at Qing, but did not open its mouth to attack Qing. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't know what to think when they heard what Qing had just said. Holy crap, is Boss Shin negotiating terms with the green tree python? Can it really understand? As expected, even someone as cunning as you know how to use fruit to lure a green tree python. But don't snakes eat apples? Other snakes don't eat apples, but the snakes in Boss Shin's shop do. If you don't believe me, you can go to Boss Shin's homepage and watch the replays of other live broadcasts. Yes, I know this. The snakes in Boss Shin's house are all vegetarians, and apples are their main source of food. Don't worry, it definitely understands what Boss Shin is saying. Just wait and see the scene of the snake smashing the golden eggs. Many fans of the live broadcast room have been to the offline store, so they have naturally seen other snakes eating apples in Qing's store. Of course, this apple is not that apple, but the snake apple that Qing bought from the system mall. Moreover, these snake fruits have great nutritional value for snakes, and have a unique fragrance and good taste. It can be said that not only snakes like to eat them, but other small animals also like to eat them. As for some netizens saying in the live broadcast room that the green tree python can understand what Qing said, that is of course true. After all, that person has used a pet translator. Do you think the green tree python will really obey and pick up the hammer to smash the golden egg? I have great doubts, but also great expectations. Chapter 172 Godfather, are you still going to smash the golden eggs? So, the netizens in the live broadcast room really saw a big drama. The green tree python really climbed from Qing's hand to the table, and used its tail to roll up a small hammer on the table, and hit the small golden egg in front of it with the hammer. Crack! The little golden egg was broken. Look, I did it, a fruit arrived. The green tree python was excited when it saw the shattered golden egg in front of it. Its tail was still holding the hammer, dancing vigorously, and its eyes were fixed on the other 9 golden eggs that had not been smashed. It seemed as if it would swing its hammer and hit those golden eggs in the next second, smashing them all to pieces. Of course he thought so and did so, but was intercepted by Shinqing. Just smash this one first, and smash the others later. Shinqing directly grabbed the green tree python into his hand and took away the small hammer. Only then did he fix his gaze on the broken golden egg, and the contents inside also caught the eyes of everyone in the live broadcast room. But everyone's attention seems to be not on the golden eggs, but on the green tree python. Holy crap! Snakes can actually use hammers and smash golden eggs. Oh my god, I thought that scene just now was an illusion, but I didn't expect it to be real. Snakes can actually use hammers. Oh my god, I actually saw a circus. A snake was so obedient. Is this the same green tree python I used to raise? Stop talking. I was watching the live stream with my green tree python at home. The scene just now scared it to death. Why do the same species have such different personalities? Oh my god, my brother's green tree python can crack golden eggs, but my green tree python can only eat. Am I the only one interested in what's inside the golden egg? Is it a message or a cash prize? Or will I still be lucky enough to win the mysterious grand prize? Shinqing lived up to everyone's expectations and directly picked up the note in the golden egg and opened it for everyone to see. It clearly says 5,000 yuan. Cash reward of 5,000 yuan. Congratulations to the netizen just now. Send me the payment code in a private message and I will transfer it to you on the spot. Shinqing smiled and pointed the note at the live broadcast room so that everyone could see clearly what was written on it, and directly asked the netizen to send him a private message. He didn't wait until the live broadcast was over to transfer the money, but transferred it directly on the spot. 5,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for rich people, but for ordinary people it is a month's salary, which is quite a lot. It just so happened that the lucky guy was an ordinary person, and 5,000 yuan was still very rare for him. Who doesn't like free money? I immediately sent a payment code via private message. After the system identification, Shinqing transferred the money in front of hundreds of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room. If you get it, just say it in the barrage. Received. Thank you, Boss Shen. You are my lucky star. I finally have money to pay the rent. I love you, Boss Shen. Wow, this lucky guy confessed his love to Shinqing directly in the barrage, and even attached a picture of the payment. This directly doubled the popularity of the live broadcast room. This made the other anchors who were waiting in the live broadcast room feel jealous. While they were all thinking about how to get money out of the top guy's pocket, Shinqing was already giving back to his fans, and his live broadcast room had long closed the reward channel and there was no top guy on the list. That's why the fans in his live broadcast room are so excited and like Shinqing even more. Of course, it is impossible to say that Shinqing did not gain anything. No matter how saintly she is, she would not use her own money to give to others. But this little money is just a drop in the bucket compared to the money he earns in the live broadcast room. And all the money he earns comes from the emotional value provided by his fans. Of course, this cannot be told to anyone else. Wow, Boss Shun is so generous. He just gave me 5,000. My monthly salary is only 5,000. My salary isn't even 5,000 yet. How can I be so envious? Not bad, not bad. This anchor is capable. Other live broadcast rooms are all about how to get money out of fans' pockets, but Brother Shun's is the opposite. From the perspective of appearance to character, this is what I mean when I say Brother Shun. From now on, you are the super A in my mind. No other anchor can compare to you. There are still 9 golden eggs. Boss Shun, please start soon. I can't wait. The fans in the live broadcast room were also very excited. Although they were not the lucky ones, Shinqing's action just now directly won him countless fans. You should know that the number of people watching his live broadcast is still increasing, and many of them are passers-by fans, and some are even new netizens who came today. With just that one move, he harvested all these newcomers. The number of fans has increased again. Godfather, are you still going to smash the golden eggs? At this moment, the adopted son, the green tree python started talking again. Its eyes were always fixed on the remaining 9 golden eggs. After all, each golden egg represented a snake fruit. Shinqing looked at the green tree python twisting in his hand, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Godfather, who is your godfather? A ghost godfather. However, the lottery will continue. Count down 3 numbers, 3, 2, 1. Okay, screenshots complete. The first one this time is a netizen named Boss Shun Snake. When Shun Qing read this name, the corners of his mouth twitched again, and he was helpless. This netizen is very talented at naming. No wonder he's so lucky. Which number did he choose? Also post the screenshot in the barrage for everyone to see. Poochie. Ha ha ha, what kind of name is this? What the hell is Boss Shun Snake? Is it because there are more snakes in Boss Shin's shop? But I'm really lucky. Is it too late to change my username now? If I just change my username to Boss Shin's wife, will the next mystery prize be mine? I am Boss Shin's daughter. Very good. The style of the barrage has changed again, and everything has gone astray. But the lucky guy chose golden egg number 1. Shin Qing placed the number 1 golden egg in front of the green tree python. Come on, let's see what kind of luck your hand can bring to this lucky guy. Don't worry, Godfather. I'm incredibly lucky and will definitely give him a mysterious jackpot. Look at my invincible tail wag. The green tree python had already skillfully used its long tail to roll up the small hammer on the table. The tail spun several times in place, and the next second it hit the golden egg. With a crack, the golden egg shattered. The contents inside were also exposed. It was also a folded note, but this time it was red. Even if it wasn't opened, everyone knew that what was inside was probably not simple. Chapter 173 Gentleness is just my appearance. Neuroticism is my inner self. Yes, this time it's a red note. Does that mean I should get an extra piece of fruit? Before anyone else could react, the green tree python's voice had already reached Shun Qing's ears. This guy has become visibly cunning. He also knew to ask for one more fruit. Holy crap, this red note looks different. Could it be that this note represents the mysterious grand prize? If that's really the case, then that lucky guy is really lucky. Ah, why not me? I took the second screenshot. I envy JPG. Number 1 is number 1, so the mystery prize must be this. I really want to know what is inside this mystery prize. The netizens in the live broadcast room became even more excited, and the number of comments they sent out was more than doubled. But what everyone is more curious about is what is written on this red note. Good luck, the second one was opened. Shin Qing took the red note in his hand, and the smile on his lips deepened a little. Just as he said, the numbers chosen by this netizen were very good this time, because he really won the mysterious grand prize he entered. You guessed right, everyone. This is the best reward of all. Of course, we also have to thank Little Green for smashing the golden egg. You'll get an extra fruit. Shin Qing did not forget the green tree python that had been twisting and turning in front of him, and what he had said before. Ha ha ha, now I have 3. Open. Keep opening. I'm going to crack open all the remaining golden eggs. As expected, after hearing what Shin Qing said, the green tree python became extremely excited, and even its tail shook like a propeller. It was hilarious to watch. How adorable. Is this green tree python really that cute? Look at its tail, it's wagging back and forth excitedly. It's more than just shaking back and forth, it's like an airplane propeller. If it keeps shaking, it might take off from the spot. Why is my green tree python so ordinary, but the one next to Brother Shun is so different? You're wrong. You should say that only the green tree pythons around Brother Shun are unique. Ah, look at that tail, look at that graceful figure. It must have been blessed by the goddess of luck, otherwise why would it draw the best prize? Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was extremely excited, Shin Qing opened the red note in his hand. It clearly said inside that it was a high-end computer worth nearly 50,000 yuan. This is 10 times more than the previous 5,000. Whose live broadcast room can give such expensive rewards to fans at one time? No one, unless it's a celebrity. Of course, celebrities also have to be popular. A high-end computer. Remember to send me your address in a private message and I'll send it to you tomorrow morning. When Shin Qing held up the note and showed it to everyone, the live broadcast room became even more excited. You should know that although there are big shots in Shin Qing's live broadcast room, they are only a small part, and everyone is basically ordinary people. So when faced with this computer worth nearly 50,000 yuan, of course I can't escape the temptation. They all screamed excitedly. Oh, I know this computer. It's a new model that just came out. The price on the official website is 49,999 yuan. It's definitely a high-end computer. Now I'm not only envious, but also jealous. WTF. Brother Shun is awesome. Brother Shun is so generous. He just gave me a 50,000 yuan gift without hesitation. I love it. Why isn't this person me? Jealousy made my face look ferocious. Oh my god, I'm also in the screenshot. Why am I not the first one? Huh, does that mean those of us who aren't on the screenshot list are even more miserable? Didn't Brother Shin say there would be a raffle every night during the live stream? If I pray to the god of wealth tomorrow, will I be that lucky too? Actually, I think giving cash is fine too. After all, it's 50,000 yuan, and some people only save that much in a year. I think it's time to pay my respects to the god of wealth. After all, there are still 8 draws tonight, although only 5 of them are prizes. The fans in the live broadcast room have begun to get excited. Even those lurking haters are envious. Why is the anchor so generous that he can give away tens of thousands of yuan in a lottery? They are not only envious, but also crazy with jealousy. But the body was still very honest, and immediately sent out barges, changing the previous disgusting words. They all praised Xinqing and called him the god of wealth. It's free to send barges anyway, and maybe the more you send, the greater the chance of winning. There are still 5 cash prizes that have not been awarded. But now all the fans in the live broadcast room have the same idea. Because of the 2 recent draws, some netizens have already posted the situation here online. This immediately attracted more passersby to watch. If there hadn't been staff watching over Xinqing's live broadcast room from the official backend, it would have been stuck long ago. It's not like today, where we can accommodate so many netizens at one time. I'm afraid it's comparable to the live broadcasts of some big-name stars. Now, with the addition of more and more passersby fans attracted, the number of viewers of the live broadcast has reached 1 million. And they are all active fans. Of course, most of them are just here to watch. After all, only a few people can actually win the prize. It's just that with so many people, the original 1 in hundreds of thousands was increased to 1 in a million. The fans who were in the live broadcast room were so angry that they started screaming. And Xinqing was also very happy watching it. Finally, a series of screenshots were taken to draw prizes, and the green tree python swung its propeller-like tail to smash the golden egg frames in front of it. The more he smashes, the more excited he becomes. Another one smashed, little golden egg. A little golden egg, you deserve to not be able to escape my divine tail. Ha ha ha, listen to this sound. It's so beautiful. Come again, come again. Smash it hard. Break it all into pieces. At this time, the green tree python was having so much fun that it had no idea why it started smashing the golden eggs. Those neurotic thoughts had long since drifted away to who knows where. And the golden egg became its place to vent. It completely forgot that it didn't even know how to hold a hammer at first. This scene of smashing the golden egg made netizens who also raise green tree pythons secretly amazed. Some netizens have even made up their minds to let their snakes smash the golden eggs as well. Those who are quick prepare props while watching the live broadcast. Let your green tree python watch and follow as it cracks the golden eggs. However, the other party didn't understand, and instead of picking up the hammer, he opened his mouth and bit people. Of course, Xinqing didn't know this. All the golden eggs have been smashed. The lowest 3 message notes have a reward of 2,000, and the other rewards are also above 2,000. You can see how happy the people who were selected were. I just took 10 screenshots in total. Excluding the first person, the rest will receive a 1,000 yuan reward. Thank you all for your support during this period. At the end of the broadcast, Xinqing posted the screenshot on the public screen and continued. People on here sent me a private message. I'll forward it to you guys after the show. Thank you again for your support. See you tomorrow. Very good, Xinqing said and ended the broadcast quickly, and the screen immediately went black. But the fans in the live broadcast room did not leave immediately. The excited barrage of comments is still being sent. When everyone learned that everyone in the screenshots would receive a reward, their enthusiasm did not end even after Xinqing ended the live broadcast. Some people have even started promoting it online. Even Xinqing's recently established super topic started posting videos of today's live broadcast. Of course, the most talked about topics were the green tree python smashing the golden eggs and Xinqing's raffle for fans. Chapter 170 for the despicable golden flower snake. You don't know? I was in the live broadcast room. Boss Shen was so generous at the time. The mysterious grand prize was worth 50,000. Ha ha ha. I'm also in the screenshot. I didn't expect Boss Shen to actually transfer me 1,000 yuan. Woohoo, I'm so touched. I have enough for my food this month. I'm completely captivated by that green tree python. Look how enthusiastically it swings its hammer. I'll go to the store tomorrow to check it out. Why isn't my green tree python as human-like? Is all the intelligence in Mr. Shun's green tree python? I'm jealous. Why didn't I attend tonight's live broadcast when I just got off work? I'm so sad. I'll watch the live broadcast even if I slack off at work tomorrow. There are countless such remarks on the internet. All live videos and edited videos tonight were flooded with such remarks. It can be seen that everyone greatly appreciated the live broadcast effect tonight. Of course, it could also be because of the final lottery. But no matter which one it is good for Xinqing. And he gained another wave of fans. This alone makes other anchors jealous. He is not the only one who has done this in the lottery process, but he is also the only one who can achieve such good results. Naturally, it makes others jealous. Sure enough, the next morning, The pet shop welcomed its first wave of customers as soon as it opened. I want to see the green tree python smash the golden eggs. Is that okay? I want to interact with the scented snake and find out if the scent is real. I want to. The first thing 3 or 5 girls said when they came in was their demands. It seemed that they were all attracted by the 2 snakes from last night. There is no other reason. The first reason is that it is not poisonous and it looks good. The second reason is that their unique features allow girls to give up their fear and want to experience the joy of petting snakes. Of course, if we hadn't seen the green tree python smashing the golden eggs last night, perhaps the most popular animal today would have to be the fragrant snake. The staff also watched the live broadcast last night and of course understood everyone's psychology. After all, they also wanted to see the 2 new non-venomous pet snakes. Okay, everyone please follow me. The staff took the 5 girls to the second floor. Yes, it's the second floor. Although it is not a poisonous snake, it is still a snake, so Xinqing still placed it in the snake-themed room. It was obvious that these girls were regular customers who came to the store frequently, but they only came to the second floor rarely. Most of the time, I'm on the first floor. Because there is currently only one snake-themed room on the second floor, and it is full of poisonous snakes. But they were all afraid, so they only went there once and never came back. Most of the time is spent in the jellyfish area on the first floor. After all, that is the most visually appealing part of the store. This is my second time on the second floor. What should I do? I'm excited and scared at the same time. A round-faced girl pulled the tall and thin girl next to her and said, her face showing a mixture of fear and anticipation. Of course, I was afraid of the poisonous snakes inside, and needless to say, I was looking forward to the 2 non-venomous snakes I saw during the live broadcast last night. Ahem, don't be afraid. Isn't the reason we came here to overcome fear? Yes, we are not afraid. We will interact with the pet snake later. Don't worry, I'll be the first one to go. Several others also expressed their opinions, which temporarily alleviated the fear. The staff could understand this. After all, she was also a girl and was also afraid at the beginning. But later I got used to it and was no longer afraid. Of course, this is also thanks to the pet translator. Being able to hear the thoughts of poisonous pets can reduce 99% of the fear. The remaining 1% is due to accidents. The fragrant snake and the green tree python are placed at the back of the room. Follow me. The staff pushed open the door and led the 5 people through the area where the other poisonous snakes were staying, moving forward. Because it is daytime now and many venomous snakes are nocturnal, Xinqing directly put a black light-proof cloth outside each venomous snake breeding box. The name of the poisonous snake will be written on the outside of each black cloth. The blackout curtain will only be lifted when a customer wants to see it. This will also avoid unnecessary lighting. However, after raising the snakes for so long, the people here have become accustomed to the poisonous snakes. It's just that these people arrived the earliest, and the shade cloth has not been pulled up yet. So, everyone was terrified along the way. There's nothing we can do about it. It's because these girls are so timid. I'm afraid a poisonous snake might suddenly jump out of the glass, which would be absolutely terrifying. For example now, a kiwu tree viper darted out and suddenly stuck to the glass, just as a girl was walking by. Hiss. These people came really early today. It's the first time I've seen so many girls come at once. It's really unusual. A young man's voice suddenly sounded, and the staff in front immediately turned around. I just happened to see the round-faced girl and was shocked. Ah, great, another one that got scared. Perhaps the girl's scream woke up the other poisonous snakes in the room, and the rustling sounds coming from her ears became more frequent. That's the sound of the grass. It was accompanied by the hissing sound of poisonous snakes. Then several figures appeared near the glass. It goes without saying that they are the indigenous residents here. One of the poisonous snakes was closer to them and also scurried to the edge of the glass. But it fell on a long branch, stretching its body and spitting out its tongue at the people outside the glass. Hey, another person is coming. Look at this little girl, tears streaming down her face. I'm afraid she must be really scared. Sure enough, seeing humans cry is so beautiful. I need to do this more often in the future. The young man's voice was particularly passionate, and the tail of his voice was floating. This shows how wonderful its mood is now. Of course, this beauty is brought out by the girl's screams. The true face of the poisonous snake was revealed. It was a golden flower snake. I had just arrived at the store and the staff was in charge of the snake-themed room on the second floor, so of course he was aware of this. In fact, I have long discovered that this guy is particularly active, and he says different things to different people. For example, if the customer is a boy, it will definitely treat him as a brother in a servile manner and complain about other snakes. Girls are just like I said before, they really like to see others cry. I don't know why. Fortunately, these girls couldn't hear the sound. Don't be afraid, it can't get out. There are fragrant snakes and green tree pythons not far ahead. After comforting them twice, he took the girls to the back. Sure enough, the fragrant snake and the green tree python were waiting there. After all, they also heard the shouting just now. Here, it's very gentle. You can touch it and try it. If you want to handle it, be careful not to drop it. When the staff took the fragrant snake out, it was a little confused, but it had a very gentle temperament and did not attack anyone. But still remind the other party. If anyone wants to pick it up, be sure not to scare the snake so much that it flies away. Chapter 175. Being caught by a two-legged beast and still only knowing to be narcissistic. The staff here brought a few girls to interact with the fragrant snake and green tree python, and Xinqing also came down from the first floor. But he didn't stay in the store for long, but went to find Uncle Su. As for why, this story started 10 minutes ago. Originally, Xinqing was planning to come to the store to help, but before going downstairs, he received a call from Uncle Su. Hey, Xiaoqing, Uncle has a lot of poisonous pets here. Come over and take a look. Take away any that you need. Okay, thank you, Uncle Su. I'll be right there. So after Xinqing hung up the phone, he walked towards Uncle Su's house alone. Anyway, the distance between their stores is not very far. It only takes about 10 minutes to cross the road and walk to the destination. They are both the same street, just at the end of the street and the beginning of the street. Not long after, Xinqing arrived at Uncle Su's side. Xiaoqing, I'm waiting for you here. Uncle Su saw Xinqing walking towards them from a distance and waved to him. There were several other people around him, and there were also many large buckets. It goes without saying that the thing inside must be the poisonous pet that Uncle Su mentioned. Although it was not explained clearly on the phone before, it is clear now that these poisonous pets are in the water. Uncle Su. Xinqing walked up and nodded, then fixed his eyes on the small basins next to several large buckets in front of him. When I saw what was inside, relevant information already emerged in my mind. Leaf sheep, an animal of the family Aplydae and genus Aplysia, is the most special species in the genus Aplysia. The shell of leaf sheep has completely degenerated, and they only have a thin, almost transparent shell on the back, some of which have a pearly luster. The main body is in a soft state and is an atypical group animal. What is special about the leaf sheep is that it has cute tentacles and big eyes that are not possessed by other mollusks. If you take a quick look at their shape, they look a bit like sheep. It is for this reason that they are called leaf sheep. The leaf goat's food source is the cellular contents of algae. They have the unique ability to retain some cellular components from algae in a functional state within their bodies, a process called kleptoplasty. Chloroplasts carry out photosynthesis within the leaf slug's body, helping the slug survive for long periods without food. Due to this special ability, they are also called solar sea slugs. Their toxicity is mainly found in their skin and glands. Their skin is capable of producing and storing toxins that are often lethal to the leaf sheep's natural enemies. When leaf sheep feel threatened, they are able to release these toxins to defend themselves against their enemies. In addition, leaf sheep also have a special gland called the purple gland. This gland can spray out purple-red liquid when encountering danger. This liquid can not only block the enemy's vision, but also cause damage to it. After reading this information, Xinqing understood that this little guy was actually another species of sea slug. There is even a sea hare in the store now. But there are more than one here, at least a dozen, all green, and look a lot like seaweed. Several voices also rang in my ears. It started with Shota. It's over. Our whole family has been captured. Do these humans want to make us into food? The girl's voice was filled with worry. Yes, bipeds love seafood the most. They even eat prawns with claws, let alone us. The lowly voice sounded pitiful. Wow, 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 brother and sister, I'm scared. I don't want to be eaten by the two-legged beasts. I'm not delicious either. Hot boy voice, why are you crying? If a biped dares to eat us, I will poison him to death. Gentle, royal sister voice. All right, things aren't as serious as you say. Our entire family isn't even enough to fill a plate of food. If we really want to eat, it won't even be enough to fill our stomachs. Xinqing also agreed with what this royal sister said. That's right, the whole family together is not enough for a dish. Besides, they are not food yet, and there is no possibility of them being served on the table. Although humans don't have many taboos when it comes to eating, they are also very picky eaters. Not all animals can be eaten, but it's nice to bring it back to the store as an ornamental pet. It just so happens that there seem to be fewer types of venomous pets in the water. This is a leaf sheep, a type of sea hare. Do you want to take it to the store? Uncle Su saw Xinqing staring at Yi Yang in the water, so he began to explain. Of course, he only knew the name, but not the specific details. It was just that the supplier said these were also poisonous, and they happened to look good, so I asked Xinqing. If we talk about who knows the most about poisonous pets in the sea, it's Xiaolian. These people also followed Xiaolian's suggestion and sent the things to him. If Shenqing doesn't want it, he can still ask them to send the others to Xiaolian after he has selected them. There are some smaller pets here, and they look pretty good. Uncle Su moved aside, revealing several other smaller water tanks blocking the way behind him. There are animals in there too. When I saw the animals inside, relevant information also came to my mind. The gorgeous sea slug, a sea slug of the family Aplysia, is a marine gastropod belonging to the family Metaphilidae of the order Cystagmus. Poisonous. Its appearance is like an elf covered with millions of glass lotus petals, elegant and dreamy, making people reluctant to touch it, but it is a real beauty. This sea slug is no more than 40 to 50 millimeters in size, and its color ranges from translucent cream white to reddish brown. It is widely distributed in the Indian Ocean. There is also more than one gorgeous leaf inside, but they are not leaning against each other like the leaf sheep. Instead, they are separated by a distance. At this time, one of the voices also came to my ears. It was an exceptionally charming, domineering voice, and also very narcissistic. Oh my, I really am the most beautiful being in the world. The skirt I wear is like a beam of light in the dark night, dazzling myself and illuminating others. I am the elf draped in glass lotus petals. Who can compare to me? Shenqing looked down at the owner of the voice, who was a reddish-brown, ornate leaf sea slug. It really looks like a red lotus blooming in the water. Each petal-like leaf sways in the water like a dancing girl. Attracted all attention. Even a boy like Shenqing was attracted by its external beauty. If the person coming is a girl, it goes without saying. There is no doubt that this little guy must be brought back to the store. Yes, he is indeed a bit narcissistic. In addition to this reddish-brown, gorgeous leaf sea slug, there are several others in other colors. Transparent as glass, with a light smoky pink. However, the petals of this flower will show blue spots under certain light. As beautiful as glowing. At this moment, an indignant young voice rang out. Some guys are caught by bipeds and are still narcissistic, talking about skirts all the time, as if no one has skirts. Chapter 176, A Cute Little Dragon. Shenqing was obviously stunned when he heard this. Then some relevant information came to mind. Sea slugs are usually hermaphrodites, meaning each individual possesses both male and female reproductive organs. This trait makes them more flexible when it comes to reproduction, as any two individuals that meet can mate and lay eggs with each other. Hermaphroditic organisms are not uncommon in nature, especially in marine life. Like the leaf sheep, the sex is hermaphroditic. This means that each individual has both female and male reproductive organs. During mating, two leaf sheep will play the roles of female and male to each other and mate. This means that they do not need to seek out a partner of the opposite sex during reproduction, but can mate with anyone of the same species they encounter. So it was normal that Shenqing heard both male and female voices. However, this transparent, gorgeous leaf doesn't sound like it has a very good personality. Perhaps it's a sense of being disappointed in one's friends. After all, in its heart, the situation is very bad now that they have fallen into the hands of humans. I don't have the time to be conceited. Hey, are you jealous of me? Jealous that my skirt is the most popular. But don't worry, even if something happens, it will definitely be me. After all, I'm so beautiful, even bipeds can't resist my beauty. Let me conquer these two-legged beasts with my beauty. The enchanting royal sister's voice is full of incomparable narcissism, as if it is the most beautiful creature in the world. Shenqing and the other humans present could not escape its beauty. Shenqing was speechless after hearing this. With all the pets in his shop, this was the first time he had encountered such a shameless and narcissistic creature. But its voice sounds so enchanting and beautiful. Even though those words sound narcissistic, I think I can forgive them a little based on the voice. Ahem, it's because Shenqing is a potential voice controller. Who can resist the enchanting voice of a queen? He can't do it anyway. And next to them, there is another kind of marine creature. Relevant information automatically emerges in my mind. This little cutie that looks like a dragon is called the giant naked chin sea slug. It ranks first in the world in terms of body size among naked gills, with an average body length of 7 to 10 centimeters and the largest individual reaching 18 centimeters. It is called naked gill because of the fish-like gill tufts exposed on its back. The body color varies, ranging from a simple grayish-white tone to a passionate orange-red tone. Their body color is related to the pigmentation of the prey they ingest. The fish-like protrusions on its back are called dorsal gills. It lives on sandpaper seabeds, and its most interested prey is anemones. They have no visual organs and rely on their olfactory horns to detect prey. Their natural enemy is the rose starfish. The giant naked chin sea slug is poisonous. Its venom gland can release a very smelly acidic liquid, which is toxic. Venom is an effective means for them to protect themselves, and they will release venom when they encounter danger. Humans should avoid direct contact. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Are the two-legged beasts planning to starve me to death? At this time, a silly young man's voice sounded in Shinqing's ears. But the voice sounds particularly deep, giving people the feeling of a fat man. That's right, you can tell he's fat just by listening to his voice. It's strange, but that's how it feels. Shinqing could only think of the word foodie. In addition, its body is much larger than Yang and Hua Mei Mei Yi, making it look even more like a fat man in comparison. I want to eat anemones. Give me some anemones. If that doesn't work, give me some shellfish or shrimp. I'm really starving. How unlucky I am. I caught a sea anemone, but before I could even eat it, I was caught by a two-legged beast. That's right, it was excited and wanted to have a big meal at that time. The result is that the anemone is right next to my mouth. I can eat it if I get a little closer. But it's all tears if I talk too much. When Shinqing heard this, he couldn't help but feel sad and pity for its unfortunate physique. However, the color and appearance of this guy are really nice and very ornamental. It looks like a little dragon under the sea, and also a bit like a qilin. In short, such small animals are generally very popular among girls. Uncle Sue, I want all these ornamental animals, as well as those over there. Shinqing pointed to the marine animals he saw and said, there are several kinds in total, just enough to add more marine poisonous pets to his store. Okay, these are all yours. Do you want these bigger ones over here? Uncle Sue said this and pointed to the marine animals in the big bucket. What's in here is much bigger. Shinqing picked some and asked someone to send them back to the store. Fortunately, his store is spacious and the ocean area is large enough to accommodate these poisonous pets. There just happened to be quite a few customers in the store at this time, and many of them were on the first floor. Seeing Shinqing coming in with so many people and carrying things, it was easy to guess what was inside. However, because there were so many customers, Shinqing did not immediately place the poisonous pets in the corresponding area. Instead, they carried it directly to an empty room on the first floor and sorted it out slowly after get off work. Did you see that? When Boss Shun and his group went over there just now, they seemed to be carrying marine animals. I saw what looked like fish in it, but nothing else. I saw it too, but it seems like there are a lot of other things, probably more than just fish. Even if it's not released today, it might be released tomorrow. What's more, there's a live broadcast tonight. According to Boss Shun's temperament, he will definitely show it to us tonight. Voices came in twos and threes, and curiosity was piqued. Even the employees were curious, but only a few of them went over to help. Fortunately, this was not the first time Shinqing had done something like this, but this time it was the loudest. So, the discussion started again online, and everyone was guessing what kind of marine poisonous pet Shinqing had purchased today. All of a sudden, everyone's attention to Shinqing continued to increase. Some netizens have been waiting for Shinqing's live broadcast. This wait lasted for several hours. The live broadcast didn't start until 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone rushed into the live broadcast room and almost knocked it offline. After all, besides curiosity, people are more interested in the lucky draw at the end of the live broadcast. Good evening, everyone. I am your anchor, Shinqing. Welcome to my Poison Pet live broadcast room. Shinqing gave an opening speech to the live broadcast room. Then the topic changed. Today I'd like to introduce you to some new pets in the store. Can you guess what they are? Many of the fans in the live broadcast room were in the store at the time. As soon as Shinqing said this, they immediately started discussing it in the barrage. I know, they are marine animals. I saw some in the store today, and one of them was a fish. I also seemed to see a crab, though it was only a glimpse, as I was very close at the time. There are a lot of jellyfish in the store, as well as octopuses and fish. Will there be sea snakes? Chapter 177, The Two-Legged Beast Wants to Eat Me. There are only a few types of marine life that we know about, and there are not many that we can think of. But the sea serpent must be one of them. The most speculated among all the comments was the sea snake. All of a sudden, more and more barges were sent, and it was impossible to see what everyone was saying. If there wasn't a system helping him streamline the content, Shinqing would probably not be able to finish reading the barrage. Because of the lottery, there are more people in Shinqing's live broadcast room than before. Originally, the number of viewers at the start of the show was just over tens of thousands, but now it has reached over 100,000. You have to know that it has only been on air for 5 minutes. This situation is probably higher than many celebrity live broadcasts. It can be seen how great Shinqing's influence has become today. Everyone's guess is correct. There are sea snakes. Besides sea snakes, there are others. Let's first take a look at other venomous pets that are more ornamental. Shinqing smiled faintly and went straight to the point after he finished speaking. I took it from the small water tank that I had prepared early in the morning. Made of glass, it is completely transparent, allowing fans in the live broadcast room to see clearly what is inside. Since the poisonous pet in the water tank was relatively small, Xinqing also enlarged the lens a little. However, even when zoomed in, the lens still has high-definition quality. Not blurry at all. It can be seen how high the picture quality of Xinqing's live broadcast equipment is. What the heck? What's inside? Why does it look so cute? It's exactly as Mr. Shin said. It's very ornamental and beautiful. But what kind of animal is this? Looking at this tiny animal reminds me of a sea hare. Don't you think they're similar? They don't have shells. Is there any knowledgeable person who can explain this to me? Isn't the biggest boss Shin the real boss? If you don't understand, just wait for Boss Shin to explain. What he says is more comprehensive than anything you can find online. When fans in the live broadcast room saw the animals in the water tank, they really couldn't name them. But it is really good to watch. Not only girls, but even boys couldn't help but curl their lips when watching it. After all, looking at cute things a lot does make you feel good. The green one is called a leaf slug, and it belongs to the sea slug family. The one that looks like a flower is called a gorgeous leaf sea slug, and the one that looks like a little dragon is a giant naked-breasted sea slug. As Xinqing spoke, he took a small wooden stick and gently tapped it above the poisonous pet. Of course, they didn't touch each other. This biped brought me here alone. What on earth is he trying to do? I'm so scared. Those two sea slugs across the way are bigger than me. Will they bully me? Oh sis, I'm scared. At this time, Xinqing heard a pitiful lowly voice. It's the smallest leaf sheep. At that time, he picked one at random, but he didn't expect that he picked the smallest little lowly among them. You can tell from its muttering that it is really timid. Of course, it could also be because he is the youngest. So he cries all the time and is still looking for his elder sister. I want to eat anemones. I want to eat anemones. Bipeds, please give me anemones. I'm hungry. The little fat boy, who was a real foodie, was also mumbling to himself, his whole body slumped under the water, motionless. It seems like there is no point in living if I don't eat the anemone. A real foodie. As for the other two living under the same roof, it didn't take them seriously. After all, those two were too small for it. Especially the leaf sheep. As for the gorgeous leafy sea slug, it just wants to be beautiful alone. Narcissistic traits are the same everywhere. Oh my goodness, the lights here are so bright. Even my skirt is glowing. I'm so beautiful. Are these two motionless creatures stunned by my beauty? That must be the case. Who says every piece of their skirt is shining? They really have good taste. The words spoken by the enchanting queen were extremely narcissistic, but those light and airy words were particularly alluring. It was like a small hook, piercing through the eardrum and scratching the tip of my heart. It makes people stop in their tracks. This is what Xinqing is like at the moment. Ahem, little Yiyang is rather timid, so he hid in the corner. The naked chin sea slug is a foodie, and now he's still thinking about the anemones he didn't get to eat. Xinqing explained to the fans in the live broadcast room while speaking. As for this gorgeous Maya in a red dress, she's a narcissist and loves to be praised for her beauty. As soon as Xinqing finished speaking, Hua Maimai began to refute. The enchanting royal sister's voice is still beautiful even when she is angry. Two legs, who's the narcissist? It's not me. Let me tell you, I'm naturally beautiful. You, with your ugly face, certainly don't understand me. Xinqing looked at Hua Meiyi, whose skirt was fluttering in the water, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Is he ugly? Oh, what kind of vision? Xinqing then explained the origins and toxicity of these three animals to the netizens in the live broadcast room. The main feature is a detailed teaching, which made netizens in the live broadcast room say that they have learned a lot. I'd say Boss Shin's explanation is the most detailed, but that leaf sheep looks really timid. It does look like a little lamb, though, and is quite adorable. My favorite is the narcissistic Hua Meiyi. Its skirt really looks like flower petals. It's beautiful. Is that little dragon-like cutie really a foodie? How did it manage to flatten itself into a pancake? Boss Shin said it wants to eat anemones. Is it hungry? Should we feed it something? Xinqing had actually prepared it a long time ago, but he just didn't take it out. All three species have algae in their food chains. Among them, the giant naked sea slug is particularly fond of preying on cnidarians such as jellyfish and anemones. Xinqing just happened to prepare seaweed. So he took out some fresh seaweed from a small box nearby, which of course was also from Uncle Sue. Aren't you hungry? Come, let's eat. Xinqing threw a few pieces of seaweed into the water tank. There were not many of them, but they were already very big for the three little ones. The original three-way confrontation was instantly broken by the addition of seaweed. The fastest mover is the giant naked gilled sea slug that spreads out like a pancake. In the blink of an eye, the other party's flat image turned into a three-dimensional image. It raised its head and rushed towards the seaweed quickly, as if standing. It really looks a bit like a dragon. Ah, seaweed food, here I come. Although it's not as delicious as anemone, it's good enough to fill your stomach. I can't hold on to my expectations for the Tulegs. After all, those who aren't my kind must have different hearts. Perhaps the Tuleg's true intention is to eat me. The little fat foodie is running with his not-so-bright brain. It's just that it doesn't run very well. Even those who are not of my species have come out. I don't know how much seaweed they have eaten in their stomachs and how many times they have performed photosynthesis to have such intelligence. Shin could only use the word hee to describe his mood at the moment. Chapter 178. The venom is 10 times that of a rattlesnake. Except for this little foodie, the other two are not so impatient. One reason is that the body is small and the crawling speed is not fast, and the other reason is that it wants to stay beautiful at all times. So this is what the fans in the live broadcast room saw. A large sea slug was eating quickly there, while the smallest one was slowly approaching the seaweed at the speed of a turtle. The gorgeous leaves, as beautiful as a flower, stop every 3 steps, just like a peacock spreading its tail. Oh my god, I was really scared just now. I thought something was going to jump out, but it turned out to be this. I didn't expect it to be able to walk upright. It really does look like a dragon. Oh my, why is Hua Mei Mei still spinning around? If we don't get over here, the seaweed will be eaten up. Hey, wait a minute, naked sea slug. Can't you see that little Yi Yang is still struggling to make progress? Leave some food for the child. The fans in the live broadcast room were obviously attracted by these 3 little ones. After all, they are ornamental poisonous pets, and you can't tell at all that they are poisonous. These 3 poisonous pets are just a small part of his harvest today. He also brought back all the other poisonous marine pets. Push the tank of these 3 little guys to the other side and let them feed themselves. Shin bent down and picked up another water tank from the ground. But this water tank is much larger than the previous one. This time it was also covered with black cloth to keep the poisonous pet inside mysterious. Next, another guest will meet everyone. Guess what kind of poisonous pet is inside? When the fans in the live broadcast room saw Shin like this, they immediately knew that the person inside might be the finale poisonous pet of the night. Otherwise, they wouldn't have covered it with black cloth. It's so mysterious. I guess it's not a poisonous pet for show. After all, 3 of them have already appeared. Based on my years of experience, it's possible that there's a sea snake inside. After all, Brother Shin just purchased a lot of venomous marine pets today, didn't he? The comment above is exactly what I thought. When the show premiered, Brother Shin mentioned there were sea snakes. Maybe that's one of them. Ah, so excited. I can recognize a few snakes on land, but I've never seen anything like it in the sea. Because everyone's expectations for sea snake are very high, more barges are sent. The popularity and number of people in the live broadcast room continue to rise, as if there is no peak. The other anchors watching were both envious and jealous. However, no matter how much you slander Shin, it seems to be useless. After all, the country is standing behind Shin now. The antidote he took out from time to time was enough to attract the country's attention. Since his antidotes were fully promoted, they have been put on the shelves of hospitals and pharmacies across the country. Many poisoned people were saved. Of course, Shin didn't pay attention to this. You guessed right. What's inside is the sea snake you've been waiting for. Shin looked at the camera with a smile, then turned the camera around, and with his other hand he lifted the black cloth, revealing the contents to everyone. Inside the completely transparent glass box is a snake curled up on the sand. Its body is gray and black, and it looks a bit like a zebra crossing. The head is flat, and the tail is also flat, similar to a paddle. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned when they saw this. Holy crap, I thought I saw a coral snake. It looks like a zebra crossing with stripes, but one is black and white, the other is gray and black. It does look like one, but does anyone know what species this sea snake is? You see its head and tail are flat. Is it because they are flat that they can swim more easily underwater? This sea snake is obviously poisonous. If it weren't, I would wash my hair upside down. When Shin saw this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. There is no need to wash your hair upside down. I'm sure you've all seen it. This is a sea snake, but it's called a flat-tailed sea snake. I'm sure you'll understand how it got its name after looking at its tail. Shin zoomed the camera in again so that the audience could see the situation inside more clearly. Then explained the relevant information about the flat-tailed sea snake. The flat-tailed sea snake is a reptile of the genus flat-tailed sea snake in the family Elapidae, and often lives along the rocky reefs near river mouths. The head is flat, the body is blue with black rings or gray with black rings, and the tail is flat, similar to a paddle, used to provide propulsion in the water. The total length is about 1 meter. The head and neck are difficult to distinguish, with anterior grooved teeth and lateral nostrils. They live in seawater and are commonly found along rocky reefs. It mainly feeds on small eels. They lay eggs in coral crevices or on the beach. Flat-tailed sea snakes live in seas and coastal waters influenced by warm tropical climates, including coral islands, coral reefs, mangroves, etc. They are often found in small cracks or under rocks on the shores of small islands, and in shallow waters at depths of 0 to 10 meters. Flat-tailed sea snakes are good swimmers and spend most of their time in the ocean, but they also spend 25 to 50% of their time living on land. This allows for mating, egg-laying, digestion of food, and molting. Mainly active at night or dusk. The temperature is adjusted by alternating periodically from shade to sunlight. They feed primarily on fish, but also other marine life such as crustaceans and squid. When saying this, Xinqing paused for a moment to give fans enough time to digest it, and then continue. The venom of the flat-tailed sea snake is very strong and is a neurotoxin. After biting a person, the toxin takes effect quickly, rendering the person immobile. Their venom is 10 times that of a rattlesnake, and they are the only sea snake among the top 10 venomous snakes in my country. Only a tiny amount of venom is needed to be fatal. However, flat-tailed sea snakes are relatively gentle and generally do not attack humans. Just as Xinqing was talking, the flat-tailed sea snake inside raised its flat head, looking at Xinqing. The next second, a gentle voice of Xiaoyu was heard. I was just fishing, so why did I get caught? And now I'm being held captive in such a small place? Why was I the only one caught? I only go to the sea once every 10 days or half a month. Why wasn't I caught by an eagle, but by a human? Why? Although his voice is gentle, his personality is very Buddhist. Or it can be called lazy. He was just lamenting why he was so unlucky, but now he lazily lowered his head. Stay there quietly, without moving. But its head and tail are close to each other, and it is really hard to tell which is the head and which is the tail. The fans in the live broadcast room were already very excited when Xinqing introduced it. Holy crap, is this a flat-tailed sea snake? It's so venomous, so scary. Oh my god, this snake's venom is 10 times that of a rattlesnake. It's incredible. I wonder if the hospital has any serum? But Brother Shin said this snake is gentle and won't attack humans. If you really encounter one, there's still a chance of escape, right? Since Brother Shin brought this venomous snake home, does that mean he'll research an antidote for it in the future? Chapter 179. Too many people, lowering the probability of winning. The antidote for poisonous pets produced in Xinqing's shop has been recognized by the country. All relevant certificates are available, even clinical trials. In a nutshell, all his antidotes are effective. And it is 100% able to detoxify. No side effects at all. Even the people at the Institute of Biology were amazed at how smart Xinqing was. Of course, they naturally didn't know that all this was because Xinqing had a cheat. Of course, I will research the antidote for the new poisonous pet in the store in the next few days. With Xinqing's words, the fans in the live broadcast room felt more at ease. It's better to be safe than sorry. When going to a pet store, Xinqing will provide you with safety. There are staff members from the Drug Administration and the Beijing Institute of Biology who keep an eye on Xinqing's live broadcast room on a daily basis. It is to get useful information as soon as possible. For example, what I just said is very useful to them. At this time, the lazy Xiao Yuan sounded again. My venom is extraordinary. It has evolved over a long period of time and is even more potent than that of terrestrial snakes. If I weren't a homebody with a good personality, I'd be at least one of the most notorious people in the underwater world. Wow, you have a very high level of self-awareness. Being lazy, he became a stay-at-home, and he has a mild personality but still wants to be known as a fierce fish in the sea. This is probably the one. Although Xinqing heard the flat-tailed sea snake's complaints, the other party really did not move. Just coil it the same way you coiled it just now. If he didn't know that the other party was a sea snake, he would have thought it was on land. But after all, it is an amphibious animal. Except for hunting in the sea, they spend the rest of the time resting on the seashore or on islands near the sea. If you count it this way, I'm really a homebody. As for what it said about the toxin being very powerful, that was indeed true, but it didn't pose a problem for him. The system mall has the antidote recipe, and now he has neither lack of money nor points. Brother Shun is awesome. You're responsible for my safety. I have some free time tomorrow, so I can come visit you. I'm going to. Brother Shun must have brought back more than just these 4 poisonous pets today. There must be others. I want to try them out. I've discovered that since I became a fan of Brother Shun, I've learned a lot more about animals. If these were the topics tested in biology class, I would have definitely gotten a perfect score. Fans in the live broadcast room spoke one after another, and some had already made appointments and were preparing to come to the store tomorrow. At this moment, Xin took out another small bucket and put it directly on the table. He said, "The flat-tailed sea snake mainly feeds on eels. It came to the store and had not eaten yet, so we just had eels ready." Xin pointed the camera at the small bucket, and there was an eel in it. It was not big, but not small either. "It's time for dinner. Even though you're too lazy to move, you still have to eat. Your favorite eel is here." This sentence was said to the flat-tailed sea snake in the tank. But there was no water in the tank, only soft sand and a few larger rocks. The space is not very large. The length and width are only the distance of a keyboard. However, as soon as Xin finished speaking, the water and eels in the bucket were poured into the water tank. "Fill the tank 2/3 full directly." Hiss. Eels and water actually fell from the sky. Oh, I was mistaken. It was that human who did it. But eels, there are eels. I can smell their fragrance from far away. An eel mixed in the water that fell from the sky directly filled the tank, which had not a drop of water in it. And at this moment, the lazy Xiao Yuan became much more energetic. And it rushed out the moment the water covered its body. Go straight for the eel. That's not slow at all. There wasn't much space in the water tank to begin with, and now there were two animals chasing each other inside. It was impossible to use it at all, no matter how the eel tried to escape. The flat-tailed sea snake that attached itself to it wrapped itself around it directly. Like a flexible rope, it binds the eel so that it cannot break free. The flat-tailed sea snake's mouth has already bitten the eel's body. The camera was placed by Xin and was aimed at the snake and the fish that were still fighting inside. Even the moment the flat-tailed sea snake opened its mouth and revealed its fangs was captured on camera. Fans in the live broadcast room were thrilled to see this. Fuck. The guy who just didn't move at all reacted like this after seeing the food. Oh my god, it turns out that its hunting speed is so fast. Its movements are so smooth, as expected of a sea snake. It's different in water than on land. Ah, I saw its fangs. It's over. The eel is already in the countdown to death. I'm the only one wondering, with such a small mouth, can a flat-tailed sea snake really swallow an eel? Most fans are confused about this question. After all, even a small eel is twice as big as a flat-tailed sea snake. But just as he said this, the next second a scene of a small snake swallowing a big fish was played out in the live broadcast room. That's right, just eat it raw. The eel's head had been swallowed by the flat-tailed sea snake, and 3/4 of its body was still outside. But the eel was no longer moving, and it seemed to have died from the poison. And our flat-tailed sea snake can finally enjoy its meal in peace and quiet. It will probably take some time to completely swallow this eel. Ahem, it's going to take a while for it to eat. Let's stop watching and move on to the next step. Xin readjusted the live broadcast camera. He also pushed the flat-tailed sea snake that was eating the eel to the other side and closed the lid. Everyone saw that the screen in the live broadcast room had turned to Xin, and no one was dissatisfied. After all, no one really wants to see with their own eyes how a flat-tailed sea snake swallows its food step by step. Everyone is looking forward to the last part even more. Ah, I've been looking forward to this all night. And it's finally here. Smash the golden eggs, smash the golden eggs. I've been watching it since it premiered, waiting for this moment. I'm glad I didn't miss it. I don't ask for it to be there, but I want to be a part of it. Me. I've already burned incense and bathed, just waiting for Brother Shun to take a screenshot. I'll definitely be on the screenshot list. Who's smashing the golden egg today? Is it the same green tree python from yesterday? My heart is shaking with excitement. I can actually take care of smashing the golden egg. Brother Shin, let me do it. As expected, when everyone thought about what the final part of the live broadcast would be, they all couldn't sit still. The number of people in the live broadcast room has exploded. There were already a lot of people in the live broadcast room, with over 200,000 active fans, and now there are only more. In just a few minutes, it has exceeded 300,000 and is still rising. Although there are only 10 golden eggs, the total number of people is only 1 or 200. Compared with the hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room, it is not even a drop in the bucket. But the Chinese people's love of joining in the fun can never be changed. Since you are here, you might as well take a look at the excitement. However, when the number of people increases, the probability of winning is lowered. Let those old fans feel sad. Don't increase the number of participants anymore. It's a big deal. If it continues to increase, the probability of winning will only get lower. Oh my god, I regret it. I shouldn't have posted about the golden egg smashing incident online yesterday. I wouldn't have had to compete with so many people for it. Last night, the chance was at most 1 in 200,000. Tonight, I'm afraid it could be 1 in 300,000 or even 1 in 400,000. Goddess of luck, please bless me. Even if it's okay to put my child on the screenshot leaderboard, that will provide me with living expenses. Chapter 180, A Silly Crab That Can Bow. At this time, Xinqing not only took out 10 golden eggs, but also did the same as yesterday. They were laid out in rows on the table, but there was still one unopened note. Here they are, 10 golden eggs, a few copied messages from pet shop fans, and of course, a guest to open the eggs. Apart from that, he didn't stop, but while he was talking, he bent down and picked up another feeding box from the ground. It was also covered with a black cloth, so that the fans in the live broadcast room had no idea who was inside. After all, many people were speculating whether it was the green tree python from last night. The part I'm most looking forward to is here. The one that opened the egg was yesterday's green tree python, right? It uses its hammer really well. Yes, I also blindly guessed it was a green tree python. Who else could it be if not it? Actually, any snake can use its tail to pick up a hammer. It just depends on whether the other party obeys. Besides snakes, what other animals can lift a hammer? I think cats and dogs are fine too. They can bite with their mouths. Doesn't Brother Shin Shop have pet foster care? Am I the only one who thinks jellyfish are okay? They have a lot of tentacles, and there's also Squidward. But this box isn't big, so I guess it's not. Wow, everyone in the comments is guessing who is in there. Everyone guessed all the animals they could think of, but none of them were right. I'm sorry, you all didn't guess it right. Xinqing smiled, then lifted the black cloth on the box. Ding 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 ding. This is tonight's egg opening expert. The animals inside were finally revealed. It was a crab, a big crab with dense bumps all over its body. Especially its two large pincers are particularly eye-catching. What the hell is this guy talking about? An expert at cracking eggs? Are you talking about me? Though my large pliers are sharp, they are not for opening eggs, but for grabbing food. A voice of an uncle sang the song of Dakotsi with a northeastern flavor. Especially the words that were spoken were particularly loud. The shock made Xinqing's eardrums tremble. That loud voice is amazing. He didn't understand. This guy seemed to be a crab living in the deep sea. Why could he speak northeastern dialect? All he could say was that the world had already gone insane in places he couldn't see. Fans in the live broadcast room also saw this guy. Fuck. I've never seen this crab before. Just looking at its appearance, it's obvious it's no ordinary creature. Awesome. Using a green tree python to open an egg is already amazing, but now using a crab to open an egg is completely unheard of and unseen. Does anyone know what kind of crab this is? I have a feeling it's something special. Yes, the crab that Boss Shun likes must be extraordinary. Perhaps it is also poisonous. I know this crab. It's called the Wan's monster crab. It's extremely poisonous and one of the most venomous crabs known in the world. It also eats carrion. As soon as this sentence came out, the entire live broadcast room exploded again. I guessed that the crab was poisonous, but I didn't expect it to be so poisonous. They are on the list of the most poisonous crabs in the world, which is really amazing. The most venomous creatures in the store include snakes, spiders, box jellyfish, blue-ringed octopus, and now a crab. We have both land and sea, except for the space. That's right. This not-so-good-looking crab is called the Wan's monster crab. It comes from the deep sea, is extremely poisonous, and feeds on decaying matter. Xinqing smiled and prepared to introduce the origin of this crab to the fans in the live broadcast room. Wan's monster crab is a crab that lives in the deep sea and is dark red in color. They usually live in deep sea and are quite large in size. Its external characteristics include a body covered with dense bumps, two large pincers, and it often feeds on rotten matter, and its body looks strange. These characteristics give them certain survival advantages in the deep sea environment. And because it is toxic, it also poses a certain threat to potential predators. Its toxins are as strong as those of other poisonous crabs. It can cause serious harm to the human body or even death. It is extremely toxic and is one of the most poisonous crabs known in the world. Also, they often feed on decaying matter. This suggests they may play a scavenger role in the ecosystem, helping to break down and remove organic waste from the ocean. There are also two large pincers which are important tools for hunting and defense. Just as he finished speaking, his ears were once again bombarded by the voice of that old man from northeast China. What's wrong with you? What do you mean by my appearance is a little unpleasant? These bumps on my body are like my iron armor. I don't know how many crab girls have been attracted by my handsome appearance. I advise you to take it easy and praise me again. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive you. You even want me to help you open your balls. You're so beautiful. You have to know that my pliers are very sharp. When something comes to me, I can just snap it in 2 or 3 times. A loud roar is really piercing. Xinqing wanted to clean his ears to see if he was deafened. Unfortunately, the crabs in the breeding box have started to walk sideways. That heroic and high-spirited look really seems to be the case. It feels like he is wearing armor, dark red armor at that. The two large pincers it holds are like two double-edged swords. As for opening the egg, it looks, well, it really works. Holy crap, this crab monster is a bit weird, but its claws are really impressive. Indeed, it's walking sideways now. Does this mean it's lucky and the eggs it'll open soon will be just as good? I've only heard of koi fish, but I've never heard of crabs bringing good luck. Isn't this crab poisonous? Is it really safe to let it open its eggs? Or should I just throw the golden egg in and let it open? All of a sudden, fans in the live broadcast room were sending barges of comments, and there were people sending them all the time. The screen never stopped. Okay, I was wrong just now. Your clothes are indeed as powerful as armor, and your big pincers are very sharp at first glance. I'll need you to open the eggs later. Shin touched his nose, then lowered his head and praised the wand's monster crab in the breeding box. The main focus is on a sugar-coated bullet. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, as long as it's believable. But the other party actually fell for it, and even lowered his loud voice a few notches. With an innocent look on his face, he stopped walking sideways and stared at Shin. You are right, I agreed. Since you've apologized sincerely, I'll reluctantly help you crack the egg. Hey, I'm a little hungry. Can you give me something to eat first? It doesn't matter if it's too fussy. Even rotten food is fine. These words sounded very naive. You can tell at first glance that he is a clueless guy, but its big claws made a proper bow, and he could even hear the sound of them colliding. This scene is simply magical. Chapter 181. If you're not hungry, who would eat that stuff? Shin really didn't expect that this strange crab would be so stupid. Although it looks weird, it still looks a bit cute now. As for the food that the strange crab mentioned, he also prepared it, but it was not rotten. The eating habits of the wand's crab indicate that they are omnivorous, preying on both living organisms and decaying organic matter. Shin had prepared some small shrimps early in the morning, which were just right for it to eat. Don't worry, it's all ready. Once you finish eating, get ready to work. Shin bent down and picked up a small bucket from the ground, which was filled with some small shrimps. I got another small plate and put it in the breeding box, then poured the shrimps into the plate. Because there was only some moist sand in the breeding box and no water, Shin simply made a small plate to hold the shrimps. The moment Wan's monster crab saw the little shrimp, he became even more excited. He walked sideways directly and quickly, performing an effective sprint. Ah, it's a shrimp, a live, lively shrimp. I'm so touched. Finally, I can create something alive again. How bad is Tianxianer's bad habit? If he wasn't hungry, who would eat that stuff? The loud voice with a northeastern accent was also roaring excitedly, and it sounded as if its previous life was very miserable. It seems that they eat rotten things because they are hungry, so they just eat whatever they can. Of course, I'm excited to be able to eat fresh live things now. Fans in the live broadcast room also saw the wand's monster crab eating with relish, and the scene of it running made them laugh so hard. Fuck. What does it feel like to see someone walking sideways so clearly? Awesome. If anyone wants to walk sideways in the future, just learn this. This is the authentic sideways walking style. But I do find it a little strange. Doesn't the wand's monster crab eat rotten food? Why would it eat living things? Is it possible that they eat rotten food out of necessity? Who would want to eat rotten food if they could have fresh food? It eats really fast, catching a tiny shrimp with its sharp claws. If I let it crack an egg, I think it would be pretty effective. Shin looked at what everyone said in the live broadcast room and nodded secretly. He felt the same way. After all, those two pliers are really sharp. This is also the reason why it is asked to place the order. What I like are those two big pincers. Okay, let it eat for a while. Let's see what today's message said. Shin did not put the note from the fans into the golden egg today, but read it to everyone at this time. A netizen named Dudu Lil left a comment asking why lion jellyfish always like to hit the glass. Is it because they like to torture themselves? After Shin finished reading, fans in the live broadcast room also raised questions, but most of them were questioning this issue. Ha 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 ha. Although I have this question too, I am more confused about what happened to the netizen Dudu Lil. Explanation: I also want to know why. It's not self-torture, it can't be because it likes to hit the glass, right? Being bold, I guess that jellyfish must be a male, and this Dujal netizen is a cute girl, so it was attracted by her beauty? Did it want to push its limits? Did it break the glass to get intimate with her? 666. Doesn't it know that once the glass breaks and the water disappears, its life will be over? Seeing everyone discussing with divergent thoughts, Shin couldn't help but smile. As for why lion jellyfish always like to hit the glass, he knows a thing or two. What one of the netizens said made a lot of sense. The lion jellyfish was indeed tempted by the beauty. This is what he discovered in his later observations. Every time a girl came over to check in and teased it, the lion jellyfish would appear very excited. Hitting the glass seems to have become its routine operation. But when facing boys, she is very cold and sometimes doesn't even want to move. He was not like this when he first came to the store, but after a while his true nature was revealed and he preferred young girls. It's just unbearable to watch. However, the girls who came here didn't know this, so every time they took a photo, the lion jellyfish would excitedly hit the glass, wanting to get closer to the girls. If those glass water tanks were not produced by the system, they would have been violently knocked open by it long ago. Ahem, the lion's main jellyfish doesn't abuse itself, but it does have intermittent convulsions. It doesn't usually act like this when it sees boys. It might be because the girls are too beautiful and it gets jealous. Xing explained seriously, not feeling that there was anything wrong with him smearing the lion's main jellyfish. But don't worry, the glass water tanks are specially made, so there's no need to worry about safety, so even if it hits the glass, it won't be of any use. As expected, Xing's answer made the fans in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, I didn't know there was such an explanation. I almost cried because of laughing. Indirect convulsions, damn. Indirect convulsions, I never thought this word could be used to describe jellyfish. I've never seen such a thing before. Awesome class. I'm going to meet this lion's main jellyfish tomorrow to see if it becomes cold when it sees us boys. It turns out it was banging its head against the glass because it was jealous of its sister's good looks. Fortunately, the lion jellyfish didn't know what they were saying, otherwise it would have really gotten angry. The netizen who posted, "You guoxianking," said he once had a green tree python, but it would attack people every now and then. He wanted to know why the green tree python in the store was so obedient. When Xing read this fan's message, he immediately thought of the green tree python in yesterday's live broadcast. I think the other party must have watched the live broadcast and later experienced some interaction in the store. As a result, I felt the difference and was very puzzled. He was not the only one who was puzzled. Even many people in the live broadcast room who had raised green tree pythons were surprised. Why were the green tree pythons in Xing's store so gentle? Other people's green tree pythons will attack people when they have a seizure. Although they are not poisonous, their bites are painful. But the green tree python in Xing's store is different. When it gets angry, it will just use its tail to swing a big hammer and smash the golden eggs madly. That's right, it's about smashing the golden eggs. Xing started it last night, and he couldn't help it after that. Of course, all this is also thanks to Xing throwing the hammer into the breeding box, and also giving away several golden eggs. It just so happens that when it's having a nervous tantrum, it can smash things. He bought these golden eggs wholesale from the internet. They were not worth much money, so he just smashed them. Actually, you can do what I did. Give it a hammer and some golden eggs. Maybe it will smash the eggs when it gets crazy. Ahem, but as to whether you will hurt yourself when smashing the golden egg, that's not certain. Anyway, it depends on the snake, and the ones in his shop are not so stupid. Chapter 182. Give it a few golden eggs and let it go crazy. Poochie. Ha 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 ha. I didn't know there was such a thing. Give it a hammer and a few golden eggs and let it go crazy. It actually sounds good. I'll try it out soon. Don't try and die, but a green tree python wouldn't be that stupid. For a moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely cheerful. Some people are even preparing to place orders for the small hammer and the small golden egg on Taobao. They also wanted to see if their own green tree python would become the one in Xing's store. Then Xing read several messages from fans. The questions were all kinds of strange, making hundreds of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room laugh. Okay, we finished reading today's messages. Now it's time for the part we're most looking forward to, smashing the golden egg. Xing put the paper filled with messages aside, and then moved the wand's monster crab breeding box, which had already eaten all the food, to the front. Then he moved 10 golden eggs over and placed them all under the camera. Let's not be ridiculous. Let's count down and start taking screenshots. 3, 2, 1. After Xing placed the things under the camera, he was very fast and did not give anyone a chance to react and just took a screenshot after he finished speaking. The main goal is to take the enemy by surprise. As expected, when Xing posted the screenshot of the fan's online name on the public screen, the whole screen was filled with screams of "Aya. Boss Shin is so mean. I'm not even ready yet. I'm crying. Fuck. Was it so sudden? I was constantly sending comments, but I'm still not in the screenshot. Brother Shun, I love you. Ha 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 ha, I'm on the list. The comment I just sent was actually screenshotted. I'm so happy. Although I'm not the first one, I'm on the list. Hee hee, I declare that I am the first chosen one tonight. Number 1 on the screenshot list. Yes, the first lucky winner is our netizen, Dongbei Yizihua. Which golden egg is it? Xinxing looked at the first netizen who took the screenshot and smiled, then directly asked him which number of golden egg he chose. Yesterday, the golden egg number 1 was the most valuable, so of course it was not included today, and everyone guessed it. So the netizen chose number 10. Okay, then let's open number 10. Xinxing took the golden egg number 10 in his hand, then opened the lid of Wan's monster crab breeding box and threw the small golden egg directly in front of it. Come on, Xiaowan, now that you've had enough to eat and drink, show us how powerful you are. Open this golden egg, no matter what method you use. Yes, of course. It's a piece of cake. Since you gave me the shrimp to eat, I'll take care of the eggs. Northeastern people are synonymous with heroism, and now it is also appropriate to use it to describe this strange crab. The tone and attitude are exactly the same. He almost made a promise with a pat on his chest, but he really didn't learn any tricks from me. So everyone saw this scene. The Wan's monster crab in the breeding box raised its 2 big claws and headed horizontally towards the golden eggs. In a short while, they arrived in front of the golden egg. The eldest brother with 2 big claws opened his arms and embraced the golden egg. The pointed pliers directly pierced the shell of the golden egg. The entire upper part of the golden egg was cut off by the 2 big pliers. It looks like he has a shaved head. The sharpness of the pliers was so unexpected that all the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Wow, awesome. I didn't expect this crab brother's claws to be so sharp. Mr. Krabs, is that you? Are the Krabby Patties made with these giant claws? Sure enough, the crab cracking the golden eggs was just as spectacular as the green tree pythons cracking the golden eggs yesterday. Let's take a quick look at the note inside to see what the reward is. I'm so excited. Xinxing didn't expect that the Wan's monster crab was so fast and smashed the golden egg in a short while. Or maybe it can't be described as smashing, but rather directly cutting it open. Sure enough, the crab's claws are their weapons of attack. Ha ha ha, look at these scissors. If you shake your hand, the golden egg will break. I need to make Crab Girl look at me so majestically. She has to be fascinated by me. The old man's voice was full of corn saliva, but the smugness in his tone was a little cute. It is very funny when it holds up its pliers and snaps twice towards the sky. And the crab sister it mentioned, I'm afraid she is not the one it likes. But even in this lifetime, I'm afraid I'll never see it again, because it fell into the hands of humans. If it really wants to find a partner, he can just find one of the same kind for it. Hey, Xiaowan, you are really amazing. You opened the golden eggs with just a casual move. Very good. I will get you some small shrimps later. When you open all the golden eggs, I'll give you a feast then. Xinxing did not forget that the crab loved to hear nice words, so he attacked it again with sugar-coated bullets. As he spoke, he reached into the golden egg and took out the note. His actions immediately scared all the fans in the live broadcast room. After all, Wan's monster crab is highly poisonous. You should know that the venom of poisonous crabs is mainly transmitted through their claws. The claws of poisonous crabs are very powerful and sharp. Once you are pinched by them, you will not only feel severe pain, but the venom will also be quickly released into the wound, causing related symptoms. So everyone was still shocked when they saw Xinxing stretching his hand in front of Wan's monster crab with his bare hands without any protective gear. Fuck. Brother Shun, be careful. That crab is poisonous. Stay away from those big claws. Wait, Boss Shun. Even if you want to take it, you don't have to reach out with your bare hands. Can't you just use a pair of chopsticks or tongs to pick up the note? Please don't get into any trouble. Please don't get into any trouble, Boss Shun. You are my god of wealth. You must be well. My living expenses for next month are depending on you. I think everyone's worrying is unnecessary. Boss Shun wasn't attacked at all. Didn't you see the crab lower its claws? Really? Could it be that Boss Shun just fed it some shrimp, so it's repaying the favor? No matter how the people in the live broadcast room guessed, there was no result. Xinxing took out the note calmly, without any embarrassment on his face. He opened the note and said with a smile, "Congratulations to the Northeast Beauty, 8,000 yuan in cash." Xinxing put in cash this time, so if they wanted to buy anything, he could just let them use the money to buy it. Send me the QR code in a private message and I'll forward it to you right now. As expected, when the 8,000 yuan in cash written on the note fell into the camera's view, everyone in the live broadcast room was even more excited. Especially those passers-by who came to the live broadcast room to watch the excitement. The fans were all shocked by Xinxing's generosity. 8,000 yuan is not just 8 yuan. It is almost equivalent to 2 months' salary for an ordinary person. This is no different from throwing money around. After all, most people in this world are ordinary people, so everyone will be excited to see such rewards. Wow, this is actually real. I just came here to watch the fun and to expose fake news, but I ended up seeing a live money transfer. Awesome. Boss Shun is very generous. He never accepts gifts from fans during his live streams. He even holds a daily raffle, often giving out thousands of dollars in prizes. He's like the god of wealth. No wonder Boss Shen was able to rise to the top of the streamer ranks in such a short time. He really has a big vision. From now on, if anyone slanders Brother Shen again, we will have a hard time. Chapter 183 Wan's Monster Crab Opens Golden Eggs. Shinxin's live broadcast of giving out money simply flooded everyone's circle of friends. Almost 90% of the fans who came to Shinxin's live broadcast room forwarded his live broadcast room. There are more people today than on the first day. The number of people who forwarded and liked the post has increased many times compared to yesterday. After all, yesterday's lottery was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but today everyone knew about it in advance. So many people came to fight against counterfeiting. With their testimony, the anti-counterfeiting campaign was successful, and the answer we got was of course true. So the news spreads faster. The news of Shinxin giving away money through live broadcast can be heard almost everywhere. Isn't it just giving away money through live streaming? The rewards are often thousands of dollars, and it's not just one draw, but every night. He is simply a living god of wealth. So the number of people coming to his live broadcast room doubled again. Even if you don't win the prize, it's still okay to watch the fun. It perfectly reflects the Chinese people's love of joining in the fun. Of course, Shinxin couldn't have gained nothing by doing this. All I can say is that the more people there are, the more he earns. He really didn't care about the little money spent in the live broadcast room. After all, the more people there are in the end, the more people will see the Wan's monster crab open the golden egg. He only needs to interact with the crabs at the right time to arouse the reactions of fans in the live broadcast room and gain emotional points. From this perspective, isn't it a win-win situation? The fans were satisfied, and he was satisfied too. The Wan family's monster crab was also equally satisfied. It really is true that if you are good, I am good, and everyone is good. The next 9 golden eggs were finally thrown to the Wan family monster crab by Shinxin one by one. It was definitely used as an egg-opening artifact. It shaved the head of each egg neatly, and not surprisingly, there were 10 headless eggshells in the breeding box. If you put some water in it, you can raise fish fry. After the live broadcast ended, Shinxin called out his personal panel. He turned off the system broadcast, otherwise it would have sounded the moment he went off the air. He forgot to check the harvest after the live broadcast ended last night, and happened to watch it together today. Name: Shinxin. Age: 23. System: Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV4. Mall level: LV4. Intelligence: 164 open parenthesis 0 minus 200 close parenthesis plus 20. Constitution: 100. Spiritual power: 208 open parenthesis 0 minus 1000 close parenthesis plus 37. Cash: 8,298,410 yuan plus 10 million yuan. Total emotion value / points: 75,450 plus 10 million. Skills: Eavesdropping on animals, Poisonous Creature Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill / Healing Skill. Items: Hair Growth Pill 1 bottle, Detoxification Pill 40 bottles, Scar Removal Cream 60 bottles, Hair Growth Cream 5, Mood Brush 1, Message Wall 1, Space 1, Ordinary Branch 1, Book of All Poisons 1. I didn't expect that there would be an extra book of 10,000 poisons this time. This was something he had never seen before. System: What is this book of 10,000 poisons? Explain it to me. Replying to the host, the Book of All Poisons is a collection of all poisonous creatures in this world. It not only contains detailed introductions, but also contains antidote prescriptions. This is not the Book of All Poisons. It is definitely the formula for the antidote to all poisons. You can imagine how precious this thing is. With this thing, he no longer has to go to the mall to buy an antidote prescription every time he brings a new poisonous pet to the store. Thinking of this, I immediately checked the system backpack, and sure enough, I saw a book quietly lying in the backpack. He took the book in his hands and started reading it through his mind. He actually saw the introduction of the poisonous pets in the store, and there were also antidote prescriptions. It was exactly the same prescription as the one he had bought before, except that this one contained more of the same, and it was free. It's really a good thing. Moreover, the medicinal herbs mentioned above are all found in this world, which is the most important thing. Ding. Detection. Points have reached the requirement. Do you want to upgrade the system? At this moment, the system prompt sounded again, and it was an upgrade reminder. He remembered that the last upgrade seemed to have rewarded him with a system space, and he directly integrated into the pet shop. It's just that he was too busy to take care of it recently, but he already had an idea in his mind to put some larger poisonous pets in it when the time comes. There's enough space anyway. As for what changes this upgrade will bring, I don't know, but I am also looking forward to it. Upgrade. Ding. 10 million points deducted. System upgrading. Upgrade completed. Upgrade rewards. Strawberry Greenhouse 1. Space Overlay Card 1. Snake Fruit Tree 10. Space Ocean 1. Wait, what's going on? Why is the reward so strange this time? System, explain. Xing saw that there was no upgrade gift package this time, but instead an upgrade reward was directly given. There were still things in it that he didn't understand, such as the Strawberry Greenhouse, the Space Overlay Card, and the Space Sea, which he couldn't understand. On the contrary, he could understand the Snake Fruit Tree. After all, he bought snake fruits from the System Mall every day. Today, snake apples are a favorite among pets in the store, especially snakes. The problem is, even if we give him the snake fruit tree, he has no place to plant it? This is indeed a problem. Replying to the host, Strawberry Greenhouse is exactly what it says, but the strawberries here are different from those grown outside. These strawberries are high in energy and can be eaten by both animals and humans, so they're very good for the body. And this Strawberry Greenhouse can be placed in the host's space. A space overlay card is actually an expansion card, which can overlay a space of the same size on top of the original space. After hearing this, Xing completely understood. It was about expanding the space. No wonder they wanted to put the Strawberry Greenhouse in the space. So I'm waiting for him here. But, in this case, wouldn't his pet shop have 4 floors? The first floor is now almost fully used, but there are still a few theme rooms on the second floor that have not been used. He plans to decorate the other rooms with snakes, but he still needs to collect more snake species. The third floor is planned to be a large poisonous pet theme room, which also needs to be stocked. It depends on whether I can get some back when I go abroad later. Now that this space expansion card has been used, a 4th layer has been added, and the Strawberry Greenhouse can be placed in it, and the snake fruit tree also has a place to live. He believed that the plants produced by these systems would grow in different ways. Then how do we grow these strawberry and snake fruit trees? Xing always asks if he doesn't understand something. He has already planned to grow the crops well so that he won't have to buy from the system after they bear fruit. Maybe it can be sold back to the system. Replying to the host, there is plant nutrient solution in the System Mall. I usually use that nutrient solution to grow strawberries and snake fruit trees. Okay, he actually guessed it right. As expected, this is the system's routine. What is the Space Sea then? He did not forget that there is a Space Sea. It can't be a sea in space, right? Chapter 184. Going out to work. I wonder what humans taste like. Reporting to the host, the Space Sea is just a small sea placed in the space. The system then gave Xing a detailed explanation. In fact, it is to use this Space Sea. If you directly put it into the space, the surface of the sea may not look big, but the inside is very large. According to the system, if this Space Sea is placed on the 4th floor, on the surface, it looks like the size of a room, like a small fish pond. But in fact, the water depth can reach more than 1,000 or 2,000 meters, or even deeper. And this will not be affected by other spaces at all. The small pond you see on the surface is just an entrance. In fact, there is another space under the water. But it is not empty inside. There are real sea creatures. For example, animals in the ocean. Of course, no one knows what is in the sea, but whatever is in the sea is also in his Space Sea. Xing was completely stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that this system upgrade would bring him such a big blow. Does that mean that if I want to find some poisonous pets in the sea in the future, I can just search for them in this spatial sea? Yes, that was his point. Since the sea exists and the animals in it also exist, wouldn't it be easier for him to catch them? Host, your understanding is correct, but if you want to catch a poisonous pet, you still need to catch it yourself. Or purchase the corresponding poisonous pet trap in the mall. Then the system said a lot of things in his ear. In fact, in general, if he wants to catch poisonous pets in this Space Sea, he can either go into the sea to catch them himself, or buy a poisonous pet trap from the System Mall. You also need to purchase the corresponding poisonous pet trap so that you can trap poisonous pets within a certain range. The specific operation is yet to be determined. Anyway, you just have to spend points. He understood the nature of the system, which was always trying to make him spend more. Just like the points I just earned tonight, they were immediately sent out before they even had time to warm up, although they were used for system upgrades. But it's almost spent. Fortunately, he is not short of money now, so he can use the points to upgrade. While he was checking his personal dashboard, online comments about him were still increasing. It caused a sensation across the entire internet for a while. Or perhaps Xing's name has already been known to the entire internet during this period, and any slight movement will attract more people's attention. What's more, the current commotion is quite big, which naturally makes everyone pay more attention to the matter itself. Edited videos of the live broadcast replay are also circulating on major platforms, especially some anti-counterfeiting videos, which attracted many netizens to make jokes and comments. They also said that they would come to the live broadcast room tomorrow night. Maybe the lucky person whose photo was captured is them? Shinching had no idea how these netizens were promoting him online. Maybe he wouldn't care even if he knew, since it wouldn't do him any harm anyway. The next day, a car left from behind the pet shop and arrived in the next county more than an hour later. Shinching drove his car and stopped in front of a villa in the suburbs. Well, I'm already at the door of the villa, okay. After hanging up the phone, he got out of the car, holding a small box with no information on the outside. After the live broadcast last night, Shinching received a message for help from a fan. They were from the same city, but in the next county. The other party said that his friend had a big cat at home, but it seemed to be sick recently and had no appetite. He was very worried and had consulted many veterinarians, but no one could find any problems. It just so happened that the fan mentioned Shinching and thought he could give it a try. After all the antidotes in the pet shop were developed by Shinching alone. He also studied veterinary medicine, so it's not impossible to let him take a look at what's wrong with the pet. So he sent a private message to Shinching, also attaching a picture of a pet. The reason he came here was because he saw the picture of the pet. It was exactly the pet he had been looking for. Soon, the door of the villa opened and a young man walked out. He immediately smiled when he saw Shinching. Brother Shin, you're finally here. I'm the lone wolf from the north, Li Zirwei. Please come this way. Hello, Li Zirwei. Shinching didn't expect that the fan who asked him out was so young. He looked to be in his early 20s, a sunny and handsome guy. The two chatted for a while before walking into the villa. There was no one in the house except the two of them, and the owner of the house was nowhere to be seen. After all, Li Zirwei said this was his friend's home. My friend is watching his pet in the back. I'll take you there. Li Zirwei did not forget the purpose of calling Shinching over, so without saying much, he took him directly to a large area behind the villa. What you can see is the surrounding walls, which are 2 or 3 meters high. The roof is covered with transparent glass, and the sunlight just penetrates the glass from above and falls to the ground. Of course, the ground is not empty, but there are many stones like rockery. The rocks placed on the ground in an orderly manner look like rocks in a forest. In addition, there are some larger trees and low grass plantings, which give the illusion of imitating the forest form. The friend that Li Zirwei was talking about was now holding a large pair of pliers, picking up a piece of fresh meat from the iron bucket on the ground and throwing it into an iron basin not far away. He kept saying, "Hey dear, eat quickly. This is all your favorite meat. You haven't eaten or drunk anything for several days. You've lost weight." It was at this time that Shinching and the other person slowly approached the man. It was at this time that I got closer and discovered that there was a barbed wire fence in front of the boy. Isolate the nearby mountains from the areas behind them. There was just a small window, and underneath was a large iron basin. The clamp that was holding the piece of meat just now was inserted through this window. As for the guai that the boy mentioned, he was the protagonist that Shinching was going to see today. "Hailing, I brought Brother Shin here. How's it going? Little cutie still doesn't want to eat." Li Zirwei walked up to him and asked anxiously. He also knew Zai Guai, and they had raised it together when the other party was young. In the past few years, I would come over to visit when I had nothing to do. "Hello, my name is Lu Hailin. Zirwei told me you're a veterinarian, so I came to check on my little one. He hasn't been eating much lately. I've taken him to many veterinarians, but they couldn't find anything wrong." Lu Hailin didn't actually hold much hope for Shinching, but he was introduced by a good friend, so now he was just trying his best. If Shinching can really help him cure his pet, he will naturally thank Shinching very much. "Hello, I'm Shinching." Of course Shinching could see the distrust in the other person's eyes, but since he was already there, whether he could be cured or not was another matter. But he dared to guarantee that if he couldn't cure it, no one else would be able to help. After all, his current treatment methods came from the system. Just as he was looking at the poisonous pet on the other side of the stone mountain, a voice that was obviously not in high spirits rang in his ears. "Another human is here. How annoying. I just bit my tongue and haven't felt like eating lately, so why can't anyone understand? They just keep nagging in my ear. Why not just eat them all? I wonder what humans taste like." Chapter 185. His mouth stinks. I can tell he hasn't brushed his teeth. It was a deep, young man's voice that sounded particularly fierce. Although the words were spoken calmly, there was a strong sense of hostility in them. It's just that the other party hid it very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't say he wanted to eat people. And Shinching also saw the true face of the animal that wanted to eat people. It is also his target today, the Komodo dragon. Relevant information immediately popped up in my mind. The Komodo dragon, also known as the Komodo monitor, belongs to the Varanus genus of the Varanidie family and is the largest lizard in the world. Adult individuals are mostly over 2 meters long and weigh 50 to 70 kilograms. The largest individual reaches 3.13 meters in length and weighs 166 kilograms when full. You can eat food equivalent to 60% of your body weight at one time. Komodo dragons are carnivorous monitor lizards that feed on wild boars, deer, monkeys, anacondas, and other animals on the island. Sometimes they prey on weaker species and young ones. Occasionally attacks humans and searches for human corpses. And eat people. They attack humans because their territory is violated, a threat is misjudged, they are driven by hunger, or they encounter humans by chance. Therefore, in order to avoid such incidents, humans should try their best to avoid interfering with the lives of Komodo dragons and take appropriate protective measures when necessary. This also explains why Lu Hailin has set aside an area to raise Komodo dragons. And they also specially set up a blacksmith net here. However, Komodo dragons prefer hot and dry places and usually live in dry, open grasslands, savannas, and low-altitude tropical forests. This place is well laid out. There is no open grassland, but there is still a lot of grass. There is also a dry area, which is near these rockery rocks. There are two types of landforms on the site. One side is dry, with rockery, stones, loess and gravel, and the other side is grass, trees, and a pool. It looks really good. It is dry when needed and moist when needed. It looks comfortable no matter how you look at it. After all, there is only one Komodo dragon here. They are most active during the day and are solitary animals. They usually only gather together for breeding and feeding. Coincidentally, this big guy is nothing. It is not in the breeding season and there are no other creatures like him here. It wants to eat but doesn't want to. I don't feel like moving even during the day. However, the saliva of Komodo dragons contains a variety of deadly pathogenic bacteria. Once the prey is bitten, bacteria will enter the prey's body through the wound, causing sepsis, slowing down the prey's movements, and killing it within 72 hours. However, they have very strong resistance to viruses and rarely get sick. This is because there is a substance called antimicrobial peptide in their blood, which has a pure disgust for all kinds of bacteria. So it is not easy to get sick. This is also why he felt incredible when he heard that this guy was sick. Now that we've met, I know that he's not sick at all. The reason why it looks so sick is that it feels embarrassed about biting its tongue. Look at what he said just now. Are you still thinking about how to eat people? I think the veterinarians who came before probably just took a quick look from outside the iron fence and didn't go in to observe it personally. After all, this big guy is very ferocious and has a very strong sense of territory. It seems that its brain is not very smart. It can even misjudge whether it is food or not, and it is very cruel. If you really get close to him, you might be swallowed up. This guy looked like an adult, and he looked more than 2 meters tall just lying there. Very strong. I don't know where Lu Hailin bought this thing from. Has it always lived here? Or did it move here later? Shin Qing asked casually, and withdrew his gaze from the Komodo dragon. Turning to look at Lu Hailin. I raised Guai 3 years ago. He wasn't this big then. Lu Hailin then talked about how he raised this Komodo dragon. In fact, it was by chance that he met this guy. Then I became curious and asked someone to buy one for me to raise. It took a lot of effort to raise it at that time. After all, this guy is a carnivore, notoriously vicious, and even poisonous. Even the saliva is poisonous. A bite from it can be fatal. Of course his family disagreed, but he was stubborn and secretly moved to a house in the suburbs. We set up a breeding ground and hired staff to help with the breeding. But for safety reasons, feeding is done outside the iron net. This process took several years, and the little one grew into a big one. However, I'm going abroad next month and I can't take this guy with me. But I won't be back in the short term, so I wanted Zirwei to help me look after him. Lu Hailin paused for a moment before looking at Shun Qing seriously and saying, "But he told me about you and your pet shop, and I thought, if you can make it less repulsive, I'll foster it with you. But it'll take a little while. However, it has a very fierce character and is poisonous. Do you dare to take it? Of course, I won't treat you unfairly." He was not exaggerating. No one knew better than him what the creatures he raised were. If Shen Qing agrees, that would be great, and he would certainly not be shortchanged on any compensation. His family still has some money. There is nothing I can do if you don't agree. I will just have to find someone else to watch over you. Humph. As expected, this human just wants to give me away and doesn't want me anymore. After all these years, he's finally tired of me. I should have eaten him long ago. If I had eaten him, he wouldn't have left me. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang in my ears. The voice was incredibly loud and the tone was extremely aggressive. The real body suddenly jumped out and rushed straight towards the iron net. He also opened his mouth wide towards them, looking very ferocious. Qin and his companions happened to be outside the iron net, very close to it. At this moment, I can still smell the fishy odor coming from the big guy's mouth. Can you please stop yelling? Your mouth stinks. I can tell you haven't brushed your teeth. Just shut up. Qin covered his mouth and nose, frowned, and his words were full of disgust. He even fanned himself with his other hand, as if he was really disgusted by the stench. He took a few steps back, and his disgust was almost written all over his face. As for the other two, they were completely stunned by the roar, although Komodo dragons usually have bad tempers. I often lose my temper, but it has never been as severe as this. I really didn't react for a moment. Even when he retreated, he was pulled back by Li Zhiwei. However, the next second, Qin responded calmly. And it just happened that as soon as Qin finished speaking, the irritable Komodo dragon miraculously stopped roaring. He stood there blankly, mouth still open, just looking at Qin. He looks a bit silly, very strange. But this look did not last, and the next second an even louder roar was heard. Ah, Two Legs, you're the one with the foul mouth. Your whole family has the foul mouth. I want to eat you. Chapter 186. The Angry Subject Duolong. Qin didn't expect that the other party would be so excited. In addition to the huge roar, there was also the sound of Komodo dragons hitting the iron net. It was wagging its tail violently and biting the iron net with its mouth open, making a lot of noise. The iron net that was so close to him kept shaking, as if it would be torn to pieces by the big guy inside in the next second. The violent side of the Komodo dragon caught everyone's attention and made them extremely worried. Lu Hailin, who had never encountered such a situation in all these years, was stunned. What's going on? Why has Guai become so violent? Even if he had a bad temper before, he wouldn't be like this. As he spoke, Lu Hailin's eyes were filled with worry. I was afraid that Qin would misunderstand and not accept it. How could he know that the reason why the Komodo dragon was so angry at this moment was because Qin said it had bad breath? It must be feeling guilty. It knows its mouth stinks, but it still roars so loudly. I should have kept my mouth shut a long time ago, don't you think? The first sentence was said to Lu Hailin and the other person, while the second sentence was said to the Komodo dragon. Then Qin spread his hands helplessly and looked at the irritable Komodo dragon with sympathy. Sure enough, IQ is not high, and I only know how to use brute force. Otherwise, I wouldn't be locked up here. That's right, I'm talking about you. Your master is going abroad, and you've become a poor wretch that no one wants. You can't leave, and you can only starve to death. How pitiful. After Qin finished speaking, he deliberately sighed and waved his hands, looking like he deserved a beating. Lu Hailin and Li Zhiwei, who were listening to this behind him, were very confused. Whispered communication. What does he mean by that? What does he mean by I'll just be well behaved when I go abroad? Lu Hailin pulled his friend aside to ask, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Shouldn't you be wondering why Brother Shun is saying this to Guai? Can it really understand? Li Zhiwei knew Qin a little bit after all, and he felt that Qin must have his own intentions when talking to the Komodo dragon. Thinking of those poisonous pets in the pet shop, and how Qin would interact with them every time he live broadcast, and it seemed that those pets could understand him. Every time, he does something incredible. It looks very smart. Could it be that this Komodo dragon can understand? Haven't you heard your friends say this before? Hey, can your darling really understand what we are saying? I don't know either. Sometimes I seem to understand, and sometimes I feel like I don't understand. Lu Hailin couldn't explain it either. In the past, whenever I fed the Komodos and called out to them to eat, they seemed to understand. But other times it ignores me when I call it, as if it doesn't understand. The two of them spoke loudly, so Qin naturally heard it. He really wanted to reply that maybe the Komodo dragon just didn't want to bother with him. How could I not understand? Look at the Komodo dragon that was smashing the iron net crazily just now. After hearing what Qin said, it suddenly stopped. His head was drooping and he lay on the ground, giving people a sad feeling. Of course, the other party is indeed sad at this moment. Whoa, Master really doesn't want me anymore? Am I going to starve to death? Wow. How could I be so miserable? I'm locked up here with no one to care for me and no food to eat. I'm really going to starve to death. The Komodo dragon's roar also became lower in frequency. In addition, the young man's voice beside Qin's ear also became deeper. The sobbing and crying sounds really make people speechless. It was as if there was an adult man standing in front of Qin, squatting on the ground and crying loudly, extremely sad. Sympathy only lasts 2 seconds, and the reversal comes unexpectedly. I saw that next to the place where the Komodo dragon had just been lying was the iron bowl where it usually ate. There was also a piece of fresh meat inside, which Lu Hailin put in when Qin came. Originally, it didn't want to eat because its tongue was bitten, But now it turned its grief and anger into appetite and bit off the bloody piece of meat. Just started eating with relish. The way he ate it was brutal. Xinqing reasonably suspected that the other party might have thought that he was chewing the piece of meat. It was confirmed the next second. Oomph. This biped is so annoying. He speaks so rudely and even complains about my bad breath and why I don't brush my teeth. Which lizard needs to brush its teeth? It's best to eat him, just like this piece of meat. Tear him apart. Two-legged beast, just wait for me. I'm going to eat you. Ah, delicious. Meat is still delicious. Xinqing. Don't act like a foodie right after you've just said those harsh words. That's really stupid. However, Xinqing achieved his goal. Since he was ready to take this guy back, he naturally had to train him first. Ahem, it's commonly known as suppression. Who made this guy so cruel that he even wanted to eat people? Although he is not afraid, he still has to establish his authority. However, he still understands the principle of giving a sweet reward after a slap in the face. Then a faint affinity spread from him and wrapped around the Komodo dragon that was still feasting. It also came with a faint healing power, which just healed the wound in the Komodo dragon's mouth. Sure enough, the Komodo dragon that was eating heartily just now was stunned. The pain in its mouth disappeared instantly, and a faint fragrance surrounded it. The scent was very pleasant and made it feel comfortable all over. The animal instinct made it look up following the scent, and it just happened to see Xinqing. This pleasant smell is coming from this annoying biped. My wound doesn't hurt anymore. Was it caused by this biped? How could he be so powerful and yet so kind? He was complaining about my foul mouth just now. How weird. Since he helped me, I'll not eat him for now. I originally had great hostility towards Xinqing, but now that hostility has gradually subsided. Even the voice he spoke in was not as aggressive anymore. He really is a stubborn person. Only Xinqing could see that after the affinity covered the Komodo dragon, the other party's favorability towards him was slowly increasing as time went by. Although she still disliked him, she had already gradually accepted Xinqing's approach in her heart. You should know that Komodo dragons have a strong sense of territory. As long as they sense something approaching, they will classify it as prey. This is also the reason why the dragon attacks humans, because sometimes it is a misjudgment. Anyone entering its territory will be regarded as a provocation and attacked. But now Xinqing is already heading towards the iron net. The Komodo dragon, which had been very irritable just now, did not react at all, as if it agreed that he could come near it. On the contrary, Lu Hailin was very nervous. Wait, don't get too close, especially when it's eating. Otherwise, it will attack people indiscriminately. Even the iron net may not be safe. This is all based on his experience. Chapter 187. You used to call me a good boy, but now you despise me? What do you mean? Are you saying I'll bite people randomly? How is that possible? The taste of this two-legged beast has changed. I won't eat him. If I were to eat you, I'd eat you. Even though you're my master, who told you to abandon me? It happened that the Komodo dragon had already finished eating the meat in the iron basin. After hearing what Lu Hailin said, he immediately refused to do it, stood up suddenly, and yelled a few more times towards the iron net. However, this appearance is similar to its previous personality, which makes Lu Hailin very familiar. Look, it doesn't like people to get close to it while it's eating. Let's move back a bit. But it can eat now, so I think there shouldn't be any problem. If you don't want to, I won't force you. He was talking about his previous suggestion to Xinqing to bring the Komodo dragon back. Originally, he was really worried about this guy who hadn't eaten or drunk anything for several days. But now he saw that the food was delicious, and he also knew that there was a substance in the Komodo dragon's body that was antiviral, so it rarely got sick under normal circumstances. He had raised it for several years and had never seen it get sick. This time he was just worrying too much. Now that I see it can eat and move, I am no longer worried. I was thinking about what to do with this guy after I go abroad. Although he really wanted to hand this guy over to Xinqing, it was just a thought. If Xinqing was willing, it would be fine, but if not, there was nothing he could do. After all, Komodo dragons are very dangerous, violent, and ferocious. It is poisonous, and a bite from it can be fatal. Who among ordinary people would dare to raise one? Even the staff he hired were hired at high salaries. Now that he was preparing to go abroad, he naturally dismissed those people. Lu Hailin had no idea that every word he said was bouncing on the Komodo dragon's head. The original reluctance had long been destroyed by his constant belittling. Two Legs, please take me away. I don't want to see this guy. He's really pissed me off. How can you belittle your own pet like this? He used to call me a good girl, but now that I'm going abroad, he's treating me like this. He's such a scumbag. The angry young man's voice rang in Xinqing's ears again, especially its resentful words, which made it even funnier. However, the result is good. Look, isn't she willing to leave with him? Don't worry, It's not forced at all. It's very obedient. We will get along well, don't you think? Shinqing's last words were to the Komodo dragon. So after some discussion, Shinqing drove in front to lead the way, and a large truck carrying goods followed Shinqing and left the place. After returning to the pet shop, we moved this big guy from the back to the third floor. Then Shinqing directly purchased a decoration design card and replanned the expanded space on the third floor. Create an environment that is more suitable for Komodo dragons to live in. It just looks like the space is not big at all from the outside, but only the Komodo dragon inside knows that the environment it lives in is much wider than Lu Hailin's. This is the system product. 8 o'clock in the evening. Shinqing's live broadcast room started on time. Good evening, everyone. I'm the host Shinqing, and I'm glad you all came to my live studio. The familiar opening remarks floated in the live broadcast room. Finally, we've waited for you. Brother Shin, you're finally here. The flowers we've been waiting for have all wilted. Boss Shun, look at me. You're my lucky star. Confession, confession. Last night's reward allowed me to live another month. Ha! The above person is dying of laughter, but now Brother Shun is all over the internet. I am afraid that there will be more people watching tonight. Is it too late for me to remove the video promoting Brother Shin? I want to enter the lucky draw. It's true, the odds of winning have gone from 1 in hundreds of thousands to 1 in a million. Anyone who makes it onto the list is incredibly lucky. While I don't hold out hope, it's still fun to watch the excitement. In an instant, netizens in the live broadcast room started chatting enthusiastically, and the number of people continued to rise. The number of viewers before the broadcast was tens of thousands. Now the number of viewers starting broadcasting starts from 100,000. In just one chat, the number of comments has reached 200,000, which shows that everyone is very active. And this is not the peak number of people, as the number of people online will reach within 10 minutes after Shinqing's live broadcast ends. After all, that was the time for the lottery. Shinqing saw that everyone was so excited, even the barrage was the same, and naturally knew what everyone was talking about. However, he did not feel any disgust, as he held the lottery to give benefits to his fans. During this period, he gained a lot thanks to his fans. Compared with what he gained, the amount of money he won in the lottery was pitifully small. But now, money has long ceased to be just a means of satisfying his hunger. It has long become the string of numbers on the card. Since that's the case, it would be nice to give back to our fans. I'm very grateful for everyone's support, both online and offline. I can't get to where I am today without you and your support. So, I decided to change the nature of the lottery. There will be 100 red envelopes of 100 yuan, 50 red envelopes of 1,000 yuan, 10 red envelopes of 2,000 yuan, 5 red envelopes of 5,000 yuan, and 1 red envelope of 10,000 yuan. At the end of the live broadcast, red envelopes will be sent to the live broadcast room, and everyone can grab them. As soon as Shinqing finished speaking, the fans in the live broadcast room screamed. This means there are much more red envelopes than before, and fans can grab them themselves, which increases their enthusiasm. At most, there are about 110,000 or 120,000 yuan, but it is nothing for Shinqing. He only does more live broadcasts in one night, not less. The wool comes from the sheep. Fuck. Brother Shun is awesome. You are my god. Ah, Brother Shun, I love you. Do you still need a 1.8-meter leg pendant? Boss Shun, are you in need of a daughter? A 240-month-old baby. Just give her something to eat. Everyone, please don't forward this live broadcast. Please be quiet and don't spread what happened today. Otherwise, our chances of winning will increase. I'm sorry everyone. Woo woo woo. My hands are shaking. I've already forwarded it. The comments in the live broadcast room were varied, unable to conceal everyone's excitement. Anyway, at this moment, Shinqing has become like the god of wealth in their minds. It just so happens that these netizens who are fans of Qing all have very upright values, and they are not those jealous black fans. Maybe, but not many. Therefore, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room is very good, which is why Shinqing is willing to send red envelopes in the live broadcast room. Moreover, he doesn't just send out red envelopes every now and then. He plans to keep sending them out as long as there is a live broadcast. In addition, Shinqing also invested part of the money he earned in a charity fund. No one knows either. No, someone knows, and that is the leader from the Food and Drug Administration. After all, he invested the dividends from the antidote potions. That's a lot of money, which is why the country stands behind Shinqing. Okay, let's start today's live broadcast. There's a new partner in the store, and he's quite a big guy. Let me show you around. Chapter 188, Two-Legged Beast. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? The big guy Shinqing was talking about was the Komodo dragon that came to the store today. Sure enough, the fans in the live broadcast room became excited when they heard this. You know, whenever Shinqing says there is a big one, It must be really big. So excited. What kind of big thing will it be? Can Brother Shun give me a spoiler? I guess that thing is really big. Otherwise, how could Boss Shin move it while holding the phone? Huh? Brother Shin, are you going to the third floor? Oh my goodness, the third floor is open now. How come I didn't know it when I went to the store today? For a moment, the fans in the live broadcast room were very curious about the new guy on the third floor. Shin Qing did not explain anything else and went straight to the third floor holding his phone. Until he stopped in front of the door, he said, "The third floor has just been completed and will be open to everyone tomorrow. However, there is only one pet inside. As for what it is, let's go and see it together." Push the door open and go in. The camera also began to turn so that everyone could see the environment inside. What comes into view is also a passage, but this passage is like a square. It looks like the small box inside the Chinese character, Wei, and of course it is made entirely of glass. You won't be able to find it unless you look at the signposts under your feet. Some of the decorative facilities inside are completely different. On one side is a dry sandy area with a little vegetation as embellishment. There are also some stone rockery, and the most special one is the place that looks like a cave, because it looks so much like real stone, with rockery scattered on both sides. The other side is a simulated jungle environment with trees and vegetation, but there is still a large space for movement. In general, the whole room is divided into two forms. There is only one protagonist here, which is the big guy that Shin Qing mentioned. Holy crap, I didn't expect the third floor to be like this. I feel like I've been to the wilderness, and in two completely different places. Look, it's a big one, a really big one, right in the cave, with a huge tail. What the hell is that? That tail looks a bit like a crocodile. Could it really be a crocodile? Brother Shin said, "Please zoom in a little. We want to see the whole body, or let that big thing come out." Some fans in the live broadcast room happened to see a piece of the tail sticking out of the cave. So everyone started to guess what the big guy inside was. But judging by the shape and size of its tail, it does look a bit like a crocodile. Shin Qing also saw the scene described in the barrage, which was the Komodo dragon. So the camera was enlarged so that the audience in the live broadcast room could see more clearly. He also said, "Yes, this is the protagonist of tonight, but it is not the crocodile that everyone guessed, but another big guy." He paused deliberately when he said this, then shouted a little louder towards the cave. "Come out and meet the guests. Tonight is your first time to receive a guest, so be quick and don't hide." These words are obviously normal, but why do they sound weird when they come out of Shin Qing's mouth? It feels a bit like a brothel. The fans in the live broadcast room were stunned by what they heard, and then they burst into laughter. And the protagonist here is indeed moving. A bad-tempered voice reached Shin Qing's ears. "Why are you yelling? Humans just don't know the rules. Can't you see you're disturbing my rest? This is my first time receiving a customer, and I'm the only one who needs to receive a customer? I'm not a prostitute." However, those fruits were indeed delicious. Ahem, how about giving the two legs some face for the sake of the fruits? The bad-tempered young man should speak in the end and seem to compromise. And its figure slowly emerged from the cave. The cave is very big, and the big guy inside is not small either. When its figure slowly falls under the light, the audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. What the hell? What the hell is this? I haven't seen it clearly yet, but it's really huge. It still looks a bit like a crocodile, but the crocodile is much bigger. No, it clearly has a big tail, so it shouldn't be. If it weren't for that big tail, I would have thought it was a hippopotamus. Wait, you guessed wrong. This is a lizard, a big one. Fuck. Because the big guy inside didn't come out from the head first, but slowly retreated out of the cave with its tail. So at first no one could tell what kind of animal it was until its entire body came under the light. Only then did everyone see clearly what the big thing was tonight. You guessed it right. This is a big lizard, and its name is Komodo dragon. Because it has many similarities with dinosaurs, it was once considered a descendant of dinosaurs. Shin Qing's calm voice came into the live broadcast room, instantly calming all netizens. But when he introduced the Komodo dragon, the fans became even more excited. You should know that the Komodo dragon is by far the largest pet in the pet store. Not only is it big, it's also ferocious. It can be said that this guy is the largest lizard on Earth and one of the most ferocious animals. From the perspective of paleontological fossil research, the earliest fossil record of Komodo dragons comes from 40 million years ago. It is a monitor lizard that originated in Asia. Later, with the continental drift, the Komodo dragon finally grew to perfection in Australia, Australian continent. It's actually a Komodo dragon. Oh my god, Brother Shun is awesome. Wow, Boss Shun is amazing. He actually managed to get a big one. This is truly eye-opening. 666. This thing looks ferocious. Is it really not going to attack people? I wonder if the isolating glass can withstand a beating. Yeah, this thing looks dangerous. I wonder if it could just shatter the glass with a single tap. It would be a disaster if I tried to escape. How cool. I'm going to go to the store tomorrow to see this thing in person. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was lively, and the popularity and number of people increased sharply again. Almost at the same time, they sent barges to express their opinions. At the same time, Kejualong also slowly walked towards Shinqing, only a piece of glass separating him from him. The whole body is more than 2 meters long, with strong and powerful limbs, and it stands about 1 meter tall. The skin is rough, and the raised scales all over the body are like pearls, which are very defensive. When it raised its head, it looked even taller, just meeting Shinqing's eyes. At this time, the tongue in the mouth was still sticking out. The young man's voice sounded in Shinqing's ears, and his tone was very casual, as if Shinqing should take care of it. 2 legs, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? I'll have some fruit and some meat. I'm not picky about food. Chapter 189, it's a little too small to fill the gaps between teeth. Shinqing raised his eyebrows, fixed the mobile phone holder, and actually walked to the door and brought over a large iron bucket. This is the fresh pork he prepared in advance. When he came up to it, he had no idea that just a moment ago, the fans in the live broadcast room were screaming as they watched the Komodo dragon's head getting closer and closer. Fuck. You guys just opened your mouth, didn't you? You're drooling. No way, it's not trying to swallow the phone. I can see the teeth in its mouth. Although I was only seeing it through the live broadcast camera, when it opened its mouth, saliva flowed, and the stench was overwhelming. I've never felt this horrified when I've seen venomous snakes before, but this one seems to be even scarier than before. Just had a meal and almost choked. Well, it seems that everyone is unable to handle the Komodo dragon's sudden approach. Even though they were separated by a live broadcast room and an internet cable, everyone could still feel the fear brought by the other party. Shinqing came over at this time and put down the bucket in his hand. Don't worry, this glass is made of special material and Komodo dragons can't break it. After seeing the general meaning of the comment, he began to explain. He was afraid that if he didn't explain clearly, no one would dare to come to the 3rd floor in the future. After all, this big guy was indeed very dangerous. Komodo dragons usually eat dead and decaying animals. This creature moves very fast, but never chases its prey. They usually hide in the grass and wait for their prey to get within a few meters or even 1 meter before suddenly attacking. Small prey such as wild boars and monkeys will be attacked continuously, tearing their skin and flesh apart. If the buffalo's wound becomes infected and becomes weak and dies, the Komodo will follow the smell to find the carcass accurately. In addition to wild boars, deer, monkeys, snakes, goats, etc., it also includes preying on young of the same kind, and sometimes even eating other adults. The swallowing speed is very fast, and a meal can be completed in just 5 seconds. This is due to their strong jaws and efficient digestive systems. Shinqing talked freely and told everyone the information he knew so that everyone could understand what this big guy was like. Fuck, how could it be so ferocious? It even eats its own kind. Brother Shin mentioned earlier that the king cobras in the store eat their own kind, but they weren't the same species. But now this Komodo dragon is eating its own cubs and its own kind. It's becoming increasingly venomous. Holy crap, so this guy not only eats carrion and corpses, but also some living animals, their own kind, and their cubs? It's a real glutton. No wonder it's called the world's largest lizard. To grow so large, it must come at a price, and that price is a lot of dead animals. The barrage in the live broadcast room became fresh again, and everyone focused on what the Komodo dragon eats. Moreover, the painting style has changed and it has a flavor that is hard to describe in words. What do you mean by eating rotten meat? I only eat it because I'm starving, okay? You've never been hungry, so of course you don't know what it feels like to be pressed against your back. Since I'm so big, I naturally need to consume more energy, so of course I need to eat a lot. Also, they only attack their own kind when they have no other choice but to do so when they encounter young or other members of their own species, who would normally eat their own kind. Stop spreading rumors. The young man's voice sounded again, but this time the words he spoke were even more angry. It seemed like someone misunderstood him, and there was a hint of grievance in his last words. Having said that, its body had already made violent moves, and it opened its mouth and roared at Shinqing. The tail also began to swing nonstop, as if it was ready to use its big tail to attack Shinqing in the next second. As for the glass separating them, it was naturally safe and sound, but the Komodo dragon was not paying attention and its head hit the glass with a bang. Everyone in the live broadcast room heard that sound, which was even louder than the sound of kneeling and kowtowing. Fuck. I was so scared that I was afraid the glass would be shattered by it. Who says it isn't? If the glass shatters like this, I'm worried it'll swallow Brother Shin whole. Komodo dragons have very bad tempers and are ferocious, and they actually eat people. Boss Shun is really going big this time. I heard this guy has toxins in his body. Isn't that even more dangerous? These words were collected by the system and given to Shin Qing, allowing him to more clearly understand the general content of the fans' conversations in the live broadcast room. So he explained, "Don't worry, it won't break. It just has a bad temper. It's still a good person." Shin Qing was not wrong about this. After all, his favorability has been maxed out, so the other party can no longer attack him. At most, they can just complain. After collecting them, he used tongs to pick up the meat from the iron bucket, opened the glass window, and threw the meat in. The meat weighed several pounds, all raw pork. When Shin Qing reached into the glass window with the piece of meat, the Komodo dragon had already smelled the aroma of the meat. The moment the piece of meat fell, he opened his mouth wide and caught it. Oh whoa, the meat smells so good, so delicious. It's just a little small, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Human, give me more, give me more. The Komodo dragon opened its mouth and chewed the piece of pork. It only took a minute or two for the piece of meat to be swallowed whole into its stomach. He didn't hear a single sound and continued to look at Shin Qing. Judging from the amount it eats, such a small piece of meat is really nothing. You should know that the Komodo dragon's food intake is quite amazing. It needs to eat more than 80% of its own body weight each time to feel full. For example, a wild Komodo dragon weighs an average of about 70 kilograms, so it can eat about 56 kilograms of food at a time. The reason Komodo dragons can eat so much at once is due to their large size and low metabolic rate. They live in a relatively harsh natural environment, and it is not easy to obtain food. Therefore, when there is an opportunity to capture large prey, Komodo dragons will eat as much as possible to store enough energy to cope with long periods of hunger. The structure of Komodo dragons' stomachs allows them to hold large amounts of food, and they have a low metabolic rate. This means they don't need to eat frequently to stay alive. Shin Qing, knowing this, didn't say much. He picked up the piece of meat again with swift movements and threw it into the glass window. Also explained to everyone, this guy is a big eater and eats a lot, but his stomach is very special. It can accommodate large amounts of food and digest it slowly, so one feeding can keep him full for several days. This creature also possesses a complex venom gland that will cause the prey it bites to have low blood pressure, causing it to bleed profusely and then die of infection. Like venomous snakes, it uses venom to attack its prey, not deadly bacteria. Of course, the mouth also breeds a lot of bacteria and germs. Chapter 190, Another egg opening guest arrives. Wow, this big guy is so agile, and he looks like he has a really good appetite. It moved, and then its mouth moved again. Was it hungry? The boss opened his mouth wide. Didn't you hear what Brother Shin said just now? This big guy has a huge appetite. For a guy this big, he eats 80% of his body size. He just ate such a small amount of meat. It wasn't even enough to fill his teeth. You're right. The Komodo dragon clearly hasn't had enough, but I feel like it's acting a bit like a spoiled brat, looking at how happily it's wagging its tail. Sure enough, the Komodo dragon opened its mouth wide, as if waiting for Shin Qing to feed it, and its tail had already been swaying from side to side, as if it was free. It looks a bit like a pug's tail. It is also the swaying movement that makes it seem less scary and a little silly. As a lizard, I don't need to brush my teeth. It's normal for my saliva to have bacteria. Hurry up and give it to me. I saw that your bucket is full of meat. Give it all to me, and I won't mind you saying bad things about me. Shin Qing often heard the voice of the Komodo dragon, and it also mentioned that it did not need to brush its teeth, and that its saliva contained bacteria. Hasn't it forgotten how Shin Qing slandered it in front of its owner? There is also the second sentence which says that as long as you give it food, it won't care. Once these words come out, its foodie attribute is immediately maxed out. It's indeed a bit silly. Don't worry, I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Shin Qing touched his forehead helplessly, then quickly picked up the meat in the bucket and threw it toward the window. The Komodo dragon is also fast. As soon as a piece of meat is thrown to it, it catches it and swallows it whole. It can definitely keep up with Shin Qing's feeding speed. In just a few minutes, it had eaten up the entire bucket of raw meat. This was not the end. Shin Qing brought another bucket over, and in total he fed the baby about 60 or 70 kilograms of meat. But the other person's stomach didn't look bulging at all, and the way he looked like he was eating with relish made the people in the live broadcast room secretly amazed. Fuck. Oh my god, this bloody mouth is like a sky-swallowing python. It really wants to swallow all the food into its stomach. Can it digest all that? Why isn't its stomach bloated? Isn't it bloated at all? Boss Shin mentioned before that they eat a lot after feeding, but they don't need to eat again for a long time after they are full, and their digestion is also slow. Oh well, it's a big eater. Not bad. I'll check in tomorrow. It's so big, it looks really cool. Soon, the barrage in the live broadcast room became popular again. It only took a few minutes for everyone to go from being afraid to being calm and even interested. Many people are already thinking about coming to the store tomorrow to see this big guy. Finally, Shun-Ching interacted with everyone for a while and then returned to his live broadcast room. After reading the fans' messages, he continued. Great, it's time for tonight's lucky draw. Please welcome our guest for today's egg opening, the blue-ringed octopus. As Shun-Ching spoke, he brought up a smaller water tank from the side and pointed the camera at the water tank on the table. The blue-ringed octopus also appeared in the live broadcast. Ah, so excited. My favorite blue-ringed octopus finally made an appearance. Wow, I didn't expect to see it tonight. So excited. Oh my god, the guest to open the egg tonight is actually this one. But this guy isn't that big either. If you put it next to the golden egg, who's bigger? How does an octopus open an egg? With its 8 tentacles? I don't know why, but I suddenly want to watch this. Very good, everyone's curiosity is very high, everyone is looking forward to it, and everyone is watching the live broadcast room. The protagonist is in a very good mood at this moment, because Shun-Ching had already told it, or in other words, anyone who was chosen to broadcast the egg opening live had been interviewed in advance. He gave them a lot of rewards and hired them directly, so they are paid for laying eggs. Just do your job well, and you'll be done. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've been chosen by Boss Shin. I must perform well. It's just opening an egg, no big deal. I can open as many as I want with my hands, even with a sword swing. The rough uncle's voice was a little shy at first, and he spoke very timidly. And he was still cheering himself up, just like a newbie in the workplace. But later on it became hard to put into words. You can fight back with many weapons, or even swing your sword. But where is this sword in the water? However, there is no sword, but there is a knife, which can be used by it. Otherwise, how do you open the egg? Shun-Ching had already thought of a solution and was not in a hurry at all. Let's start the lottery, everyone get ready. After he finished speaking, Shun-Ching asked the system to start the lottery directly in the live broadcast room. Great. The first golden egg number 9. Congratulations to this netizen named Hua Fei Hua. After Shun-Ching finished speaking, he threw the golden egg representing number 9 into the water tank. Then he said to the blue-ringed octopus, Little Blue, start working and let everyone see what you can do. And he also threw in a smaller fruit knife. Such a sudden scene made netizens in the live broadcast room very curious. Oh my god, Brother Shin threw the golden egg in, but why did he throw the fruit knife in as well? Isn't he trying to get the blue-ringed octopus to use fruit to open its eggs? That fruit knife looks quite heavy. How could a tiny blue-ringed octopus like that be able to lift it? Come on, up left arrow, carrot omega carrot, up right arrow Shaolon, come on, we're counting on you. Use those surprisingly numerous hands of yours to raise the knife and kill the golden egg. When Shun-Ching saw these comments, netizens almost laughed him to death. He even raised the knife and killed Jindan, which was 200% funny. Moreover, Shun-Ching did not mind the trouble and repeated to the blue-ringed octopus. Netizens are asking you to use your amazing hands, raise the knife, and kill Jindan. What do you think? That's a good suggestion, isn't it? I'm also optimistic about you. Keep it up. The blue-ringed octopus was at the bottom of the water, and the small fruit knife that Shun-Ching had just thrown in was right in front of it. As for the golden egg that had been thrown in long ago, it was floating on the water. If you want to pry open the golden egg, you can only swim to the surface with a fruit knife. This process is not that easy. The tentacles of an octopus are soft, and although the suction cups are very strong, it is still difficult for the blue-ringed octopus to be sucked because of its small size. Don't worry, it may look small, but it's incredibly powerful. It's just cracking the egg, just watch me. The rough uncle tone sounds very confident, which is nothing like its head. And after it finished speaking, 8 tentacles slowly moved towards the fruit knife. But at the beginning it only used 1 tentacle to hook the handle of the fruit knife. I can lift this knife with 1 hand. Why is it so heavy? Chapter 191 Look, it really picked up the knife. So, fans in the live broadcast room saw a small blue-ringed octopus using its tentacles to wrap around the knife handle and lift it up with all its strength. However, because he was too weak, he couldn't lift it at all. Then another tentacle was added. This looks more like a person bending over, struggling to lift a heavy object on the ground with both hands. Holy crap, this is completely out of character. How can a blue-ringed octopus understand what Brother Shin is saying? I didn't expect the blue-ringed octopus to be so smart, but it seems their intelligence is only in their brains, and their physical fitness can't keep up. Ha 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 ha. Why do I think it's so cute when it's holding the knife? It's so innocent. If one hand can't hold it, just add another. Anyway, there are so many hands. There are still several. Look, it really picked up the knife and swam towards the golden egg. At this moment, some netizens in the live broadcast room discovered that the blue-ringed octopus at the bottom of the water had picked up the fruit knife. He swam towards the golden egg, dragging the fruit knife, and his purpose was obvious. However, the picture is too incongruous. A tiny octopus is dragging a fruit knife that is longer than itself and is trying to attack the egg in the avatar, which is almost the same size as itself. The contrast is too obvious. It looks weird no matter how you look at it. That's why the collective laughter level of netizens in the live broadcast room increased by more than a little. Come on, you can do it. You're almost there, come on. Shin created a great atmosphere and kept cheering for the blue-ringed octopus from the side, acting as a diligent cheerleader. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed a lot, and the atmosphere was very lively. Hey, don't worry, Boss Shun. I can definitely do it. The rough uncle's voice did sound a little tired, and he was even panting, which showed that the fruit knife still had a certain weight on him. Adding the effect of gravity, it does take more effort. However, the blue-ringed octopus was really powerful and smart. It raised the fruit knife and stabbed it directly on the top of the head, as if it was piercing a balloon, and the golden egg immediately broke. The note with the reward amount inside also floated in the water. Shin took out the note without any preparation. He wasn't worried at all that the blue-ringed octopus would attack him. Directly point the note under the camera lens so that everyone can see the amount on it clearly. Congratulations, the reward is 5,000 yuan. Seeing this, the fans in the live broadcast room were excited again, and the enthusiasm of the barrage remained unabated. I can only say that during Shun-Qing's daily live broadcast, when it comes to the final lucky draw session, there are more people watching, more comments, and it's more exciting. Nowadays, fans' love for Shin-Qing has been increasing day by day. Regardless of whether they have won the prize or not, they are very fond of his fan-pampering behavior. Many new and old fans have become Shin-Qing's diehard fans. Now, whenever there are comments online that are unfavorable to Shin-Qing, they will go to whitewash her and control the comments. They are even more active in protecting Shin-Qing than in protecting themselves. It can be said that the stickiness of his fans is even stronger than that of some big stars. Next, Shin-Qing showed everyone several ways to use the blue-ringed octopus, all of which were fancy ways of opening eggs. Let everyone see the versatile little guy. This time, everyone's focus was not on the venom it carries. Instead, people noticed its smart mind, flexible tentacles, and obedient nature. In short, it has attracted countless fans. Many netizens also said that they would come to the store to see this little guy the next day. Even at the end of the live broadcast, some people were still calling on Shin-Qing to compensate this expert in opening eggs. He naturally nodded in agreement. After the live broadcast ended, system messages followed. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary insta. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 1,700,000 emotional points. Total emotion points, 177,5450. Ding. Emotion value reaches 1.7 million. Reward, 1.7 million cash, plus 59 free attribute points, 1 pet egg. Name, Shin-Qing. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV5. Mall level, LV5. Intelligence, 200, 0, 200. Constitution, 100. Spiritual power, 290, 0 to 1,000. Cash, 19,900,000 yuan. Total emotion points, 177,5450. Skills, Eavesdropping on Animals, Poisonous Creature Breeding Manual, Animal Affinity Skill, Level 10 Veterinary Skill, /Healing Skill. Items, Hair Growth Pill 1 bottle, Detoxification Pill 40 bottles, Scar Removal Cream 60 bottles. Hair Growth Cream 5, Mood Brush 1, Message Wall 1, Space 1, Ordinary Branch 1, Book of All Poisons 1, Strawberry Greenhouse 1, Space Overlay Card 1, Snake Fruit Tree 10, Space Ocean 1, Pet Egg 1. Very good, there is an extra pet egg this time. I wonder what is inside. System, what's inside the pet egg? When will it hatch? Shin-Qing was really curious about this. Replying to the host, the system doesn't know what will come out of the pet egg. It all depends on the host's luck. This kind of pet egg is like opening a blind egg. As long as the host provides it with energy liquid, it will slowly grow and eventually break out of its shell. Energy liquid is available in the mall. The system gave a brief explanation and then said nothing more. Xing took out the pet egg from his backpack and looked at it carefully. What the hell are you? The egg in my hand looked like an ostrich egg, bigger than my palm, and felt quite heavy when I weighed it. There were colorful patterns on the eggshell. Just as he asked the question, the patterns on the eggshell seemed to move, as if responding to Xing. It seemed to be telling him that the egg was alive and magical, and that it needed to be taken good care of, and that it would be very powerful when it hatched. Of course, this meaning came to his mind through consciousness. Anyway, it's very mysterious. Finally, Xing spent 50,000 points to buy a box of energy liquid. According to the instructions, he found a small basin for the pet egg and poured all the energy liquid into it to soak it. Okay, if you want to get out quickly, just absorb it. I'll wait for you outside. After Xing finished speaking, he moved the small basin into the system space. Time passed slowly, and soon it was time to go abroad. Inside the airport, Xing had already been waiting there, and soon Uncle Yuan and the others also arrived one after another. Uncle Yuan, President He. Xing, I didn't expect you to come so early. Uncle Yuan laughed and came over to say hello. Yeah, it seems like we old guys are late. We made you wait. Uncle He, the president of the pet association, also laughed and started joking when he saw Xing and the others. Chapter 192, Revised, The Human Who Covets This Prince. This time they were preparing to go abroad just for the international invitation they had received before. Calculating the time, the so-called competition would not start until 3 days after they arrived at their destination. That's right, it's a competition. Xing only found out about this last night. The competition is not only about the fighting between pets, but also about the level of understanding between owners. So everyone brought their own poisonous pets with them when they went abroad. It's just that those animals have special shipping methods. After exchanging greetings, the group began security checks and did not arrive at their destination until 8 o'clock that evening. The room has been prepared for a long time. Everyone can adjust to the time difference and rest for a while before going out for dinner or shopping. Uncle He gave a few brief instructions and let everyone arrange the next steps on their own. Anyway, the competition is still a few days away. It's a rare opportunity to go abroad, so it's a good thing to relax a bit. It just so happened that their pets were arriving a day later than them. After they left, another group of people walked into the hotel. The hotels here are specially prepared for athletes from various countries who come to compete, so naturally all the invited athletes from various countries stay here. Fortunately, the place is big enough and there are enough rooms, otherwise we might not be able to accommodate everyone. Those are the Chinese up ahead. I didn't expect them to be invited this time. Huh, they really are overestimating themselves. A thin, short boy stared at the backs of Xing and the others, smiling sinisterly. Zhuosheng, don't underestimate anyone. Go and rest first. The leader of the team was an older middle-aged man with a particularly noticeable beard under his nose. Although he was scolding the young man named Zhuosheng, his eyes were also fixed on Xing and his group who had already walked to the corner. There was also a dark look in his eyes. Xing, who was the last one to fall, happened to glance sideways and naturally saw their reactions. A sneer played on his lips. Ever since he was able to use affinity, he could sense the aura released by others very clearly. The people behind him gave him the feeling of poisonous snakes staring at them in the dark and dangerous. Of course, it's just a metaphor. The venomous snake in his house is a very cute baby. For example, the few baby snakes he brought this time are his partners in the competition, so they are naturally better than others. I hope to meet you in the next game. Poisonous pets for sale? Sir, do you have any poisonous pets you're interested in? I have all kinds of poisonous pets here, and they're easy to keep. An old man at a stall looked at Xing and talked enthusiastically, promoting his poisonous pets. It is worth mentioning that this place is a venue specially set up for competitions, used to sell various poisonous pets. You can trade here as long as you want to sell them. Some people don't go there for the competition, but for this trading place. This is the second floor of the hotel. It is a very spacious place with many stalls selling poisonous pets. The trading floor here will remain open for 3 days before the competition. Anyone who wants to buy poisonous pets can see it here. After all, no one knows how many poisonous pets are required according to the rules of the game, so it is normal to be prepared. Xing was also curious, so he came here after waking up and having dinner. Wow, this human wants to sell me today, but yesterday he said I was his baby. He changed his mind so quickly. I'm so sad. Wow. At this moment, a pitiful lowly voice came into Xing's ears. It's just that the tone and words it uses are really funny. What does it mean that he was a sweetheart yesterday and changed his mind today? He is simply acting like a scumbag. Xing looked in the direction of the sound and saw a fat green frog on the other party's stall. The next second, the other party's information popped up in my mind. Snake-eating frog. There is a ferocious snake-eating frog living in the primitive jungle. It is a subspecies of the American bullfrog with a mottled tiger-like skin. Adults can weigh up to 1 kilogram, and extra-large ones can weigh 1.5 kilograms. It has the physiological characteristics of a common frog, with sharp vision and strong jumping ability. Its main food is insects, small reptiles, and birds and mice that it can catch. But what is most remarkable and commendable is that it can prey on various poisonous and non-venomous snakes within 80 centimeters in length without being poisoned and rarely letting its prey escape. It has a big mouth, hard palate, and a long tongue. The long tongue covered with sticky substance is like a soft arrow. Their front limbs are particularly powerful, making it easy to pin down struggling snakes. The snake-eating frog's stomach acid is also very strong, capable of corroding and digesting the tough skin and highly toxic proteins of snakes. It looks very ferocious at first glance. It is simply a fighter among frogs. It eats both poisonous and non-poisonous snakes, and is even less picky than the king cobra. No wonder its mouth is so big. It must be used to eat big things. This frog's mouth is so big. I've never seen a frog like this before. It's so unique. How much is it? I want it. Shinshing asked directly to the uncle at the stall. He felt that he had to capture this snake-eating frog no matter what, as it might be useful in the next game. Wow, wow, wow. How could you be so mean? You actually called me a big mouth. Don't you know how to be gentle with women? I am a delicate flower that needs careful care. You are so mean. How could you possibly be nice to me? I don't want to go with you. The little girl's voice was filled with anger, followed by a strong sense of reluctance. This cute voice really doesn't match its body. For some reason, one feels that this frog is cute. This is another reason why Shinshing wants to buy it back. Of course I can. Ha ha. Today I finally opened my business. You little brother, I can handle it. The vendor was completely stunned, and then he introduced some other poisonous pets on the stall and wanted to sell them. Some of these poisonous pets are poisonous, while some are mixed in without toxins. He brought them all from his home. He didn't plan to participate in this competition, but he really enjoyed selling poisonous pets. This is the charm of money. Look again. Look again. If you look again, take me away. Human who covets this prince, please take me away quickly. If you take me away, I will forgive your rudeness. Just as Shinshing moved his steps, another voice came to his ears. That was the clear voice of a young boy. Shinshing finally saw the other person's appearance clearly, and relevant information appeared in his mind one by one. The tentacles and flowers of the piranha plant are coated with a sticky mucus. When insects come into contact with this liquid, they will be stuck and broken down by enzymes in the digestive juices, thus providing nutrients to the piranha plant. Although the slime of the piranha plant is not directly fatal to humans, it is not recommended to ingest it or have prolonged contact with it. Shinshing didn't expect that there was a carnivorous plant standing right in front of him, and it is the only plant in the whole venue. It goes without saying that it must have been brought in by the stall owner. This is commonly known as taking the back door. The piranha plant, also known as the rafflesia, can reach a maximum diameter of 1.4 meters, weigh 10 kilograms, and have petals 5 centimeters thick when in bloom. It is the largest flower in the world. There is a hole in the center of its flower that is big enough for a child to sit in, like a trap. In addition, the flower body emits the stench of a rotting corpse, which makes people feel awe. The piranha plant is a killer in the plant world. It can obtain nutrition by capturing and digesting other insects, spiders, and other small animals through its special structure and growth habits. They have no seasons, so it's not certain when it will appear. Its flowering time is unpredictable, which poses many challenges to observation and research. Shinshing looked at the information that suddenly popped up in his mind, and was especially surprised to see that the heart of the man-eating plant had a space large enough for a child to fit in. It seems that this guy is destined to be with me, and I can take him home to guard the house. I want this flower too. Okay, boss, can you please take a look and see if there's anything else you need? The owner of the stall scratched his head embarrassedly when he saw Shinshing was so straightforward, and then asked him if he needed the poisonous pet on the other side. The other poisonous pets were similar to those used in the store, so he didn't look at them any further. Just then, a noise was heard in the distance. Stop it! Tell your pet to stop it! Bang! Oh! Only after everything had settled did Shinshing slowly walk forward. The people standing next to him were also there to watch and got some useful information from his few words. It turned out that just now a customer and the stall owner had a verbal dispute, which then escalated into a fight between poisonous pets. Finally, I also came on stage. If the staff hadn't stopped them and the security guards hadn't come to control the situation, the fight would have gotten much worse than it did now. Oh, what a pity. That tall boy was a hot favorite in this competition. Who knew he would fail here today? Yeah, what a pity. The other party seems to be from Korea. Shin was standing behind the two of them and heard everything he should and shouldn't hear. But he found a suspicious point. He just saw the player from the island country, the one who had been staring at their team when they first arrived at the hotel. When he saw the two men fighting, he smiled excitedly, the kind of smile that comes from a successful plan. Shin felt that this matter was probably related to this boy. It seems that this person likes to use shady tactics, so I must pay more attention in the next games. Whoa, it hurts so much. Is there anyone who can help me? Am I going to die? At this time, an extremely miserable little boy's voice was heard. Just by listening to the voice, you can tell that this little boy is very cute. But now I am asking for help. Shin looked in the direction of the sound and saw a snake with 5 heads. That's right, there are 5 heads, not one more, not one less, and all neatly arranged. It was the first time that Shin saw a snake with 5 heads. The next second, relevant information also entered his mind. The 5-headed snake, also known as the 5-headed viper or the 5-headed snake king, is a type of snake. It belongs to the order Squamata and family Viperidae and is one of the largest venomous snakes in existence. It is huge in size, with a total length of up to 6 meters and a weight of up to 100 kilograms. The 5-headed snake has 5 heads, 2 of which are normal heads, and the remaining 3 are non-functional degenerate heads. The venom of the 5-headed snake contains neurotoxins, hemotoxins, and cytotoxins, and is extremely toxic to humans and other animals. The 5-headed snake is a nocturnal animal that hides in dark places such as tree holes and rock crevices during the day. Chapter 193, Edit, Shut up. You're not dead yet, you're crying. It mainly lives in humid environments such as tropical rainforests and mountain forests. They are good at climbing and can find food and habitats in trees, rocks, etc. It feeds on insects, small mammals, birds, etc. They are usually active at night and use their 5 heads to attack prey simultaneously when hunting, increasing their success rate. Its venom contains neurotoxins, hemotoxins, and cytotoxins. These toxins are lethal to prey and can quickly render them unable to resist, thereby increasing the 5-headed snake's success rate in predation. However, the venom of the 5-headed snake is not as aggressive as that of other venomous snakes, and it will only cause serious harm to the human body if bitten. Shin looked at the information in his mind, raised his eyebrows, and the other party's voice sounded in his ears again. Am I going to die today? No. Wow. I'm still a baby. Why am I so pitiful? Then another young man's voice filled with anger sounded. Shut up. You're not even dead yet, and you're already crying. Your crying is giving me a headache. Even if you were to die, I'd be with you. Are you still not satisfied? Shin now understood clearly that the young voice was spoken by another snakehead. There are 5 heads of snake, only 2 of which are normal, namely the Shoden-e at the beginning and the Shonen-e just now. Now its owner has long disappeared and doesn't care about them at all. It was bitten and had been lying on the ground, feeling like it was breathing in more than out. It seems like it will explode at any time and anywhere. I think he was injured in the fight just now, or he was poisoned. In cases like this, staff will usually deal with the snake. Sure enough, it wasn't long before staff came to clean up the floor. The 5-headed snake was also carried by 2 or 3 staff members and thrown into a black plastic bag, which was then thrown into the large trash can at the door. In their eyes, this 5-headed snake had no hope of survival and would die on its own soon. Shin has been watching there. I waited until there was no one around, then walked to the trash can outside the door, and sure enough, I heard the sound of the Shoto again. However, this time he became extremely weak, as if the loud talk just now was just a spent force. Wow, it's so dark here, brother. I'm so scared. Brother, are we going to die? The wound that the biped just touched hurts so much. Then the boy's voice also sounded, but it seemed to have no strength either. Don't be afraid. I will be with you even if you die. Your body is mine too. If you're in pain, I'm in pain too. Shin was standing next to the trash can. After hearing these words, he immediately understood the current situation of the 5-headed snake. Immediately release the affinity in your body, which also contains healing power. When this breath directly covered the trash can, the healing power also enveloped the 5-headed snake inside. You have to know that the thing in here is not small. If it is not a big trash can, it can't fit in it at all. The 5-headed snake is huge, with a total length of up to 6 meters and a weight of up to 100 kilograms. The 5-headed snake in the trash can was estimated to be at least 4 or 5 meters long and weighed about 80 or 90 kilograms. Otherwise, why did it take 3 people to lift it? But it is also because it is now poisoned and dying. Otherwise, given its size and toxicity, how could it not attack humans? What a nice smell. My wound seems to be healing. Brother, do you feel it? My tail doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't hurt anymore. The little boy's voice was like a soft and adorable little animal. Shinqing's heart softened when he heard it, and the smile on his lips deepened a little. It was that breath, just now. I felt that there was some energy in it that healed our wounds. Among them, the young boy's mind is obviously much more mature than the Shota's. I soon figured out the deeper meaning behind it. He looked at the wound that had almost healed, and a rare look of confusion appeared on his face, but fortunately no one saw it. Shinqing believed in his healing power very much. Listening to the friction sound of the bag coming from the trash can, he smiled in a good mood. It seems that these two little guys are fine. Aren't you two going to come out? So he calmly opened the lid of the trash can and looked at the only black plastic bag inside. Yes, it is a plastic bag, just a little bigger. Also, the five-headed snake inside that was originally thought to be dead is now all healed. Bro, there's a biped out there. Should we just bite him to death? Humph. None of the humans are good. Not only did they not save us, they also threw us into the trash can. I'm so angry. The little boy yelled angrily, but unfortunately his body was very honest, and he didn't dare to act rashly without his brother's nod. Don't be impulsive. I think this person's appearance is not a coincidence, or he is the one who saved us. Don't talk for a while, let me do it. The boy seemed to be quite intelligent, and he was able to guess that the person outside might be the one who was treating him. That mysterious power healed the injuries on their bodies, and the poison in their bodies had long since dissipated. If he wasn't someone outside, how would the other person know that I was still alive? And say that. Shinqing became more and more interested. He really didn't expect that the boy in among them would have such a high IQ. Rustle. At this moment, the plastic bag was torn open by the snake head inside, and then the five-headed snake crawled out. Raising their heads, they finally saw Shinqing clearly, who was very close to them. Hiss. Are you the one who saved our brothers? The young boy looked at Shinqing. Because of his friendliness, he had no intention of attacking Shinqing. Instead, he felt like getting close to him. After all, that pleasant scent just now was emanating from Shinqing. Yes, I saved you two brothers. Do you want to come with me? Of course, if you don't want to, I will send you to where you should go. The place Shinqing said to go was naturally the staff. He originally thought that the five-headed snake looked cool and was big in size, and he would definitely be able to participate in the upcoming competition. As for the fact that the five-headed snake was defeated by other animals this time, Shinqing didn't take it seriously. As long as the other party followed him, he would naturally help them improve their strength. Including defense, there are such medicines and fruits in the system mall. Take the drug addicts in his shop, for example. They have been eating too much food he bought from the system mall and have become completely different from before. It is many times more powerful than those similar poisonous pets outside the store. Both the strength of the body and the toxins have increased by who knows how many times. It just so happened that he had plenty of food, which was enough to feed the five-headed snake. In addition, he had another idea, which was to bring it back to the store. It went without saying that it would become another signature item of the store. If we get hurt, will you abandon us? The five snake heads tilted their heads and looked at Shinqing, but the voice of one of the young boys came to his ears. Chapter 194, Revised. We are snakes and do not eat apples. You don't have to think about why the other party asked this. After all, just now, they had fought with other poisonous pets, were injured, and even about to die from the poison, but their owners abandoned them. It can be said that if they had not met Shinqing, they would definitely not have survived. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. This saying also applies to our five-headed snake. Shinqing understands. Don't worry, any poisonous pet that follows me will die of old age. Even if there is a natural disaster or man-made disaster, I will not abandon them and will definitely bury them properly. Shinqing spoke seriously to the five-headed snake in the trash can. He is not a very harsh person and has always treated his venomous pets very well, otherwise the venomous pets in the store would not like him so much. Then, will you give us something delicious to eat? We're hungry and haven't eaten in days. If you give us food, I will let my brother follow you. The little Shota's voice then sounded, and the other snake head also shook seriously. The nature of children is obvious. You can tell at first glance that he is a little foodie. But the other party said that they had not eaten for several days. Could it be that the previous owner deliberately starved them? Did the previous owner not give you food? That shouldn't be the case. What? It's not like they are starving them on purpose, and then letting them eat the opponent's poisonous pets during the competition? Shinqing really couldn't understand it, as their previous owners happened to be from other countries. That's right, he was starving us on purpose. His goal was to make us so hungry that we'd become ferocious and eat our opponents during the game. The young man's voice sounded again, and it was very clear and logical, and it was obvious that he had a high IQ. Yes, The reason we lost the game this time was because my brother doesn't eat his own kind, so we were ambushed by the other party. After all, we were so hungry that we didn't have much strength left. Little Shota finally told the reason why they lost. It seems that they are too hungry and don't have the strength to fight back, or even if they have the strength to fight back, they don't want to eat their own kind. Here, eat something to fill your stomach first. Shin took out 2 snake fruits from the system backpack and threw them to the 5-headed snake. The snake fruit is not very big. Even though it has many heads, it is very flexible and can catch it with its mouth open. However, the next second, the voices of the 2 guys were heard one after another. Shota, we're snakes, we don't eat apples. They're not very tasty, and they make your teeth ache. Huh? They smell nice, and they taste pretty good. They're delicious. From being indifferent and a little disgusted at the beginning, he ate with gusto and even laughed at the food. Young voice. There's no fruit in our food chain, but as long as we're not eating our own kind, it's okay to make do with it. Yeah, it does taste good. Very good. This one also captured the taste buds with the snake fruit in the mouth. It seems that he still likes to eat it. Shin was very satisfied. After they finished eating, he took them away. So, when the man and the snake arrived at the floor where they were staying, the people passing by were so scared that they retreated back to the door. The reason is very simple, because of the 5-headed snake following Shin. Shin was walking in front, and the 5-headed snake was following behind like a little tail. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. It's a very simple picture, but it looks very special. After all, they keep poisonous pets in cages to avoid accidental injury. But now Shin had nothing to worry about. The distance between him and the 5-headed snake was less than 1 meter, and he was obviously within the opponent's attack range. Without a cage, if the 5-headed snake suddenly attacks, Shin will be the first to suffer. This is also why the people in the corridor immediately retreated after seeing this scene. Anyone who dares to pass by Shin so openly must be thinking he is dead. Well, wasn't it Shin himself who was the first to complain about his long life? Look, that thing behind him is actually a 5-headed snake, and he's not afraid of it. Oh my god, that's a poisonous snake, and it's such a big one. Any bite will poison you. Hide quickly and wait until they leave before we come out. Here they are, but let's be frank. Why is that snake so obedient? Not only does it not bite, but why is it following me so obediently? Is this really the strength of the Chinese? They can make the venomous snake obey without any control. Such voices rang out around those who were hiding from the 5-headed snake. The people living on their level were from more than one country. There are people from several countries here. It happened that the room assigned to the Chinese was at the very end of the corridor, so Shin led the 5-headed snake from the beginning to the end of the corridor. During this period, no one dared to come out of the room, for fear of encountering the 5-headed snake. La 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 la, today's weather is so nice and sunny. Hey, it's so sunny. The scenery is beautiful everywhere, beautiful scenery. But the person involved, Shin, didn't care at all and walked forward calmly. The atmosphere was very good with the little boy singing happily in my ears. Both Shin and the 5-headed snake were in a very good mood at the moment. One found a large poisonous pet, and the other came back to life and found a long-term meal ticket. How could they not be happy? What's there to be proud of? If you weren't so big, I could eat you all by myself. This was another lowly voice that suddenly sounded, and it was quite targeted. The guy who was talking was the snake-eating frog in a small breeding box that Shin was holding in his right hand. It was also the only 2 poisonous pets he bought. It just so happened that the height of the breeding box was the same as the 5-headed snake, and it was facing the little boy, so the scene just now happened. You little thing, you still want to eat me? You didn't see how small I am, did you? If you weren't your master's pet, I would have swallowed you whole long ago. The little boy's good mood was interrupted by the lowly voice. He got angry and stretched his neck to start quarreling. I should be the one eating you. If you can, just shrink a little and let me eat you. The little girl immediately started to refute, but why did these words sound so strange? Shin and the other poisonous pets shook their heads speechlessly. Especially the little boy Yin's brother. He turned into a cold boy, was very frugal with words, and didn't say a word. He would only tell it if Shin asked him. The other is the flower pot he is holding in his left hand. Inside was the only plant-type poisonous pet he bought here, the piranha plant. You two are just like newbies pecking at each other. What's there to argue about? Why don't you just come into my mouth and turn into my nutrients together? That's great. The piranha plant also has a boyish voice, but why does what it says sound so annoying? It instantly diverted the attention of the 2 little ones. Lowly voice, you stinky flower. How can you have such beautiful thoughts? You must be dreaming before it gets dark. Little Shota-in. That's right. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ask my brother to teach you a lesson. I'll pluck out all your petals, and leave you completely bald. Xinqing. Five-headed snake boy voice. One man, one snake, a flower and a frog returned to their room in harmony. Only after they left did the others dare to come out of the room. Chapter 195, revised. I made you treat frogs as food. Now the situation has changed. Xinqing, the Chinese, and the five-headed snake have already revealed their faces to the other national players on this floor. Of course, even if Xinqing knew, he wouldn't care. That night, Xinqing still started his live broadcast. Even if I am not in the country, I will continue to live broadcast as long as I have time. It just so happens that several friends have joined today, and we can show them to the fans. Good evening, everyone. Finally, I waited for you. Luckily, I didn't miss it. I was already waiting for Brother Shin's live broadcast half an hour in advance. Wow, look at the number of people in the live broadcast room now. It's been over 10,000 in less than a minute. Brother Shin's position is very stable. Why does the room I'm using for today's live broadcast seem a little strange? It looks like a hotel. Could it be that Brother Shin isn't home? Brother Shin wasn't at the store this morning. I didn't see him even when I went there. Could you tell me where he is? Brother Shin isn't going on a business trip, is he? I just want to know if he'll bring a poisonous pet with him. Is there a lottery tonight? The above person exposed me. Although I wanted to ask this question too. __intersection. Don't mind, Brother Shun. I still love you as always. Of course, I love your wealth even more. Just give me some luck points so that I can win once. As they were talking, the fans in the live broadcast room started to have fun. Even talking about the lottery was not offensive, so Xinqing didn't care much about it. You guessed it right. I'm not in the store right now. I've already gone abroad. Although Xinqing did not explain why he came, he did not hide from everyone that he was abroad at the moment. Today, a new poisonous pet has joined our pet shop, and I would like to introduce it to you all. After saying that, Xinqing also brought over a breeding box. Then they pointed the camera of their mobile phone at the breeding box, and the contents inside came into everyone's sight. What the hell is this frog? It's so big, and its mouth is so big too. Is there anyone who knows this kind of frog? Please come out and share some information. Its body is a truly eerie green, and its mouth is so big, it's very different from other frogs. Could it be that this frog is a big eater, which is why it has such a big mouth? Soon, the comments in the live broadcast room became strange. The focus is on the frog's mouths and colors. This is the snake-eating frog I bought today. How about it? Pretty cool, isn't it? Xinqing was not stingy with his praise and simply zoomed in again with the camera. The next second, the little lowly-like voice of the snake-eating frog came to my ears. Stupid master, it's not handsome. When they say female frog, you should say beautiful. Quack. Xinqing. Haha. Very good. You even know how to distinguish between beautiful and handsome. Holy crap. It's actually a snake-eating frog. Oh my god. I only knew frogs were on the food chain of snakes. I didn't expect it to be the other way around. Suddenly, I felt like a surf rising up and singing. Snake-eating frog. Haha, what's up? My food is snakes. I let you treat frogs as food, but now the tide has turned and it's my turn. I think I've heard of snake-eating frogs. They're also poisonous, right? When fans in the live broadcast room heard that this frog was called the snake-eating frog, some of them actually knew a little about it and knew that it was poisonous. You all guessed right. This snake-eating frog may look big, but it's actually a little girl. And as everyone says, it is poisonous. Although he looks quiet now, he is actually very ferocious and is a ferocious snake-eating frog. It is a subspecies of the American bullfrog. It has a mottled tiger skin and an adult can weigh up to 1 kilogram, with a large one weighing 1.5 kilograms. It has the physiological characteristics of a common frog, with sharp vision and powerful jumping ability. The main food is insects, small reptiles, and birds and mice that can be caught. But what is most remarkable and admirable is its ability to prey on various venomous and non-venomous snakes up to 80 centimeters long, without ever being poisoned and rarely letting its prey escape. Xinqing paused slightly when he said this, but the smile on his lips did not diminish at all. Fuck, this guy is really awesome. Eating snakes is fine, but he eats venomous snakes without getting poisoned. Awesome. No wonder its mouth is so big. It turns out it's used for eating snakes. Awesome, Klaus. You're the one who can easily encounter a fierce frog like this. Snake-eating frog. I'm still a cute girl. How can I be fierce? Be careful, or I'll punch you in the chest. As expected, the fans in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment after hearing Xinqing's words, and then there was an even more intense discussion in the barrage. Xinqing and the others in the live broadcast room reacted and continued. Its favorite food is rattlesnakes, because the keratin rings on their tails make noises when they swim, which undoubtedly provides a target for the snake-eating frog. When it jumps to the rattlesnake, it immediately adopts the strategy of biting the snake's head first. However, snake-eating frogs themselves are not poisonous, but they are able to prey on and digest poisonous snakes. The frog's skin has a mottled pattern similar to tiger skin, which provides excellent camouflage. Their front limbs are particularly powerful, making it easy to pin down struggling snakes. The snake-eating frog's stomach acid is also very strong, capable of corroding and digesting the hard skin and toxic proteins of snakes. Finally, Shin gave some more relevant information. But while he was talking, he opened the box of the breeding box, took out a red apple from somewhere, and threw it into the box and said, "Little guy, eat it. This is the fruit that I reward you for helping me with the live broadcast." This sentence was obviously said to the snake-eating frog in the breeding box. However, before I could hear the sound of the snake-eating frog, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room had already started. Why is Brother Shin feeding apples to frogs? I just said that their food chain consists of insects and reptiles. Could it be that Brother Shin doesn't have any food for him, so he's using fruit instead? Poor snake-eating frog. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time I've seen a frog eating fruit. It's so funny. As expected, coming to Brother Shin's live studio means you can see all kinds of funny things. Holy crap. Look, that snake-eating frog is actually eating fruit. I feel like the sky is falling. Sure enough, the snake-eating frog had already rolled up the small snake fruit with its tongue and brought it to its mouth and started to chew it. I don't know where its teeth are or how it bites. Chapter 196, Edit, Snatching Food from the Mouth of a Poisonous Pet with Bare Hands. Delicious. It tastes pretty good. Why didn't I realize this fruit is so delicious before? The little loli's voice reached Shun Qing's ears, and it sounded particularly cheerful. Originally, this guy was a little foodie, and now that he had tasted the sweetness of the snake fruit, he was naturally in a very good mood. Now he is obviously very happy, but except Shin Qing, no one else knows it. Although this fruit isn't particularly large, aren't you afraid of choking if you eat it directly like this? The reason why Shin Qing said this was because the snake-eating frog seemed to be unsatisfied with the meal and opened its mouth to take the whole snake fruit in. I was about to swallow it down in the next second. Shin Qing was left speechless. Without thinking, he reached out to snatch the food from the snake-eating frog's mouth. This sudden action not only scared the snake-eating frog, but also shocked the fans in the live broadcast room. Fuck. Brother Shin, stop scaring me all the time. This snake-eating frog is poisonous. Take your hand back immediately. This isn't the first time I've snatched food from a poisonous pet's mouth with my bare hands. I admire Brother Shin for that alone. Isn't this snake-eating frog said to be very ferocious? Why isn't Brother Shin afraid at all? I'm already picking my toes nervously. Brother Shin won't get bitten, right? Of course, Shin Qing, who was missed by many fans, was not bitten. But the man and the frog were in a stalemate. Huh, why aren't you moving? What's wrong with the master? Is he trying to steal my food? This fruit was clearly given to me. How could you go back on your word? Humph, bad guy. If you don't let go, I'm angry. Every word of the little Lolita's complaints reached Shin Qing's ears. Because it had already bitten half of the snake fruit in its mouth, it did not say anything, but instead criticized Shin Qing in its heart. Shin Qing's hand just happened to be stuck on the other intact half of the snake fruit. Make it difficult for the opponent to advance at all. Don't be so ungrateful. Can your throat really swallow such a big fruit? Shin Qing nodded the snake-eating frog's head with amusement, not afraid of it at all. Don't worry, everyone. Didn't I tell you this guy isn't poisonous originally? It just eats poisonous snakes. This was an explanation to the fans in the live broadcast room, because his action just now was too sudden and everyone in the live broadcast room was really scared. They didn't remember at all that snake-eating frogs are not poisonous. But this explanation also comforted them. Okay, it turns out I was the one who spoke too much. There's nothing wrong with the relationship. Ha ha ha, it has to be Brother Shin. But as Brother Shin said, how can it possibly eat such a big fruit? Is this snake-eating frog so confident because of its large mouth? The truth about you upstairs. The fans in the live broadcast room were calmed down by Shin Qing and started to pay attention to other things. The snake-eating frog's wide-open mouth is particularly eye-catching. Okay, eat slowly. Don't eat the whole thing at once, or you'll choke. But it's okay, it's just a little bit of suffering. After Shin Qing finished speaking, he let go of his hand and gently warned the snake-eating frog. But the little loli didn't understand what Shin Qing meant at all, and only complained in her heart. What's the point of suffering? It's just eating a piece of fruit. Why is there so much trouble? My mouth is so big, a snake can swallow a piece of fruit. What's that? You're underestimating me. Not only did the snake-eating frog not understand what Shin Qing meant, but even the audience in the live broadcast room did not understand. Fortunately, Shin Qing didn't keep everyone waiting for long. He took out a small first aid kit from outside the camera, which was actually taken out from his space. Then it slowly opened in front of everyone. He took out a scalpel directly from it and said, "If you choke on the fruit, it's okay. I can perform a small operation on you. I'll use this knife to cut your throat and take the fruit out. I'll just sew it up for you. Don't worry, your life won't be in any danger. You have to trust my skills." Shin-Ching held the scalpel and gestured a few times in front of the snake-eating frog. This immediately scared the extremely ferocious snake-eating frog. Even if the fruit in its mouth smelled delicious, it didn't dare to swallow its saliva, for fear that it would get excited and swallow the fruit. Then, just as Shin-Ching said, the thing got stuck in his neck, and finally his throat was cut by the shining scalpel. The cold and sharp blade of the scalpel was already close to it, and it seemed as if it could feel the chill coming from it. The ferocious snake-eating frog was so frightened that it vomited the fruit in its mouth. And croak, "Oh, I don't want it, I don't want it, don't cut my throat, I don't want to eat it, ooh. I was just a little impatient. How could you kill me? Am I not your baby anymore? That's not what you said when you wanted her." As expected, humans always like to have fun with someone and then abandon them. "You don't like me anymore, so you want to kill me. How cruel. Woo woo woo." Very good. The little loli's miserable narration is just like that little cabbage. The arrogance was gone, leaving only a pitiful look. Shin-Ching was so embarrassed that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked by Shin-Ching's action just now. Fuck. Was that snake-eating frog frightened by what Brother Shin said and the knife in his hand? You know what? Brother Shin's story just now gave me goosebumps. I was scared too. Brother Shin is so mean, but I love him so much. Oh my god, Brother Shin's hand holding the scalpel is killing me. Just those two gestures are so powerful. I love it. The person above is so perverted, actually loving this. But honestly, Brother Shin was so cool when he threatened the snake-eating frog with a knife just now. Ahem, I'm telling the truth, why don't you believe me? Didn't I tell you before that I've learned veterinary skills? This kind of minor surgery is no problem at all. Even if this little guy is really stuck, I can rescue him, don't worry. After Shin-Ching finished speaking, he put the scalpel in his hand back into the medicine box and smiled awkwardly. Then he calmly closed the lid of the snake-eating frog breeding box. Okay, the little guy is scared, so let him play on his own for a while, and then we'll introduce the next guest. As Shin-Ching spoke, the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room was also diverted. At this moment, Shin-Ching picked up a flower pot from the ground. Suddenly, a large red flower with brown spots appeared in the camera. Come on, Xiaohua, say hello to everyone. Good evening, everyone. I am the master's favorite little flower. Chapter 197, Revised. The world has become something I don't recognize again. The boy's voice came very calmly. As the flowers sway from side to side, it seems as if they are really greeting people. However, it spoke so calmly and coquettishly in a boyish voice that Shin-Ching was unable to accept it for a moment. If it was a girl's voice, that would be easy to say. But the blooming flower is particularly ostentatious and eye-catching. The corolla of the carnivorous plant in front of him was neither big nor small, but it was about 60 or 70 centimeters long. It was naturally much larger than other flowers. So the fans in the live broadcast room were really shocked when they suddenly turned their attention from the snake-eating frog to the man-eating plant. Holy crap, is this a piranha plant? I never thought I'd see a real piranha plant in my lifetime, and one this big. The petals were moving on their own just now. Oh my god, am I dazzled? The world has become something I don't recognize again. Do you think this carnivorous plant can really eat people? Ha ha ha. If it really ate people, Brother Shin would have been swallowed directly by it since he was so close to the piranha plant. For a moment, the audience's attention was attracted by the carnivorous plant. Everyone is guessing what this carnivorous plant eats. Will it eat people? Anyway, the frequency of barrage scrolling increased again. Don't worry, everyone. The piranha plant is very well behaved and doesn't eat people. It's also called the Rafflesia. Look at this big flower. Isn't it very appropriate? Shin-Ching said with great emotion. It's just that the smell on it is a little hard to accept, too pungent. Human, are you disgusted with me? Humph. You're obviously jealous that I have a scent that allows me to protect myself. Do you understand? Once my fruit is ripe, the flavor will be gone. The boy's originally calm voice suddenly became even colder, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction with Shin-Ching. After he finished speaking, the big petals of his flower began to move more obviously. The smell in the house became a little stronger. Fortunately, Shin-Ching had blocked his nasal senses long ago, otherwise he would not be able to bear it. But just as the piranha plant said, this smell doesn't always last. Relevant information comes to mind. The piranha plant does not eat people. It is actually a Rafflesia. The piranha plant grows in the primeval forests and swamps of the Amazon River in America. The shape is very delicate, and the flower is shaped like the sun. Moreover, the piranha plant relies on flies to spread pollen and absorbs nutrients from other plants to survive, so it has no leaves and no stems. It doesn't have seasons at all, so you don't know when it will appear. Xinqing began to introduce the piranha plant to the fans in the live broadcast room. However, according to local people, May to October every year is its main growing season. When it first emerges from the ground, it is only about the size of a ping pong ball. After several months of slow growth, the flower buds grow from the size of a ping pong ball too. It became the size of a cabbage, and then the 5 fleshy petals slowly opened. It took 2 days and 2 nights for the flower to fully bloom. It is hard to believe that the huge flowers that the Rafflesia has finally opened can only last for 4 to 5 days. And during these 4 to 5 days, the flowers will continuously release a strange odor. It stinks like feces, and butterflies and bees are unwilling to pay attention to it. Large animals will also naturally avoid it, and let some smell-seeking insects act as pollinators for it. When the petals fall, they turn into a pile of rotting black matter. Soon, the fruit matures, and inside it are hidden countless tiny seeds, ready to drop into the ground and find a suitable place to germinate. Xinqing slowly told this information to the fans in the live broadcast room. Fuck, this flower seems so unique, and it actually smells stinky. I've never heard of that before. I've only heard of the short-lived bloom of the epiphyllum, but this time it's the piranha plant's turn. As expected, fairy tales are all lies. Even the piranha plant doesn't eat people anymore. The fans in the live broadcast room were instantly attracted by the carnivorous plant. At this moment, Xinqing also took out a snake fruit and calmly walked to the camera. You know Xiaohua doesn't eat people, but at most they will eat some small insects. However, I have a fruit in my hand. Do you think it will eat it? Of course, Xinqing bought the snake fruit from the system mall. All the poisonous pets in his pet shop will eat this fruit. I just don't know whether this carnivorous plant will eat food now. Xinqing didn't know this himself, so he wanted to give it a try. After all, the nutrients contained in snake apples are good for animals, but I don't know whether they will attract plants. Looking at the fruit, which was half the size of a palm, under the camera, people in the live broadcast room were talking about it. This fruit looks like an apple, but how could this piranha plant eat fruit? Although Brother Shun said this piranha plant doesn't eat people, it might actually eat fruit. Brother Shun, give it a try. We want to see it. Okay, only Brother Shun would feed a flower fruit. So, let's write the title. Inhumane Brother Shun actually forced a flower to eat an apple. Post this, it's definitely going viral. When Xinqing saw everyone saying this, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that the fans would have such weird ideas, and even came up with titles. Xiaohua, everyone wants to see you eat fruit. Do you want to eat it? Don't force it. Xinqing smiled and moved the snake bone in his hand towards the flower and said, It smells so good. Come a little closer. Why does this fruit smell so good? This scent is 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times better than the smell on me. If I eat this fruit, will it also change the smell of my body? Don't think I don't know they dislike the smell of me. As Xinqing's hand approached, the flowers of the carnivorous plant swayed wildly. And the boy's voice also came to Xinqing's ears. This was the first time it showed its emotions so openly, especially when talking about its own taste. It even had a hint of grievance. The smell emitted by the petals of the carnivorous plant is as bad as that of a rotting corpse, which is meant to warn surrounding prey not to get close. It is a self-protection mechanism. If you really compare it with other flowers, of course it can't compare. The piranha plant is actually a Rafflesia, because the diameter of its flower is very large, and the flower's body itself emits the stench of a rotting corpse. So people think it eats people, hence the name carnivorous plant. Because of this unique scent, its flower language has become, if you can't get it, you must destroy it and love each other as if every day is the end of the world. But this time, the carnivorous plant actually disliked its own smell and wanted to change it. This was something Xinqing never expected. Here you go, but it can't change your scent. Just give up. Xinqing threw the fruit in his hand towards the piranha plant. The next second, the petals of the piranha plant caught the whole fruit and wrapped it up. No one could see how he ate it. But such a small action has already made the audience in the live broadcast room scream. Ah, a flower really ate fruit? Am I seeing things? Oh my god, those petals just now moved so fast, they felt like they were alive. It was originally alive, but it was indeed a bit mysterious. I almost thought that the spirit energy had revived and the piranha plant had mutated. Chapter 198, Edit, immediately give everyone a blooming. The fans in the live broadcast room were amazed and couldn't imagine how a flower could eat fruit. Although the piranha plant can eat some insects and animals, This is the first time we have seen it eat fruit, so everyone is so excited. It tastes pretty good. It's sweet, much better than those stink bugs. Master, give me another one. At this time, the clear voice of the carnivorous plant boy came to Shun Qing's ears again. It didn't care what Shin Qing had said before. At this moment, it was only fascinated by the sweet taste in its mouth. And in such a short time, it had already chewed and swallowed the snake fruit, and was still thinking about the next one. You still want to eat? Fine, show us a show, and I'll give you 2 more fruits. How about that? Shin Qing looked at the piranha plant in front of him with amusement, and took out 2 snake fruits, and shook them in front of it. Isn't this pure temptation? Brother Shin, are you trying to seduce it? Listening to what he said, it's clear. However, it would be strange if the piranha plant could understand what we were saying, and even put on a show for everyone. Upstairs, you may have forgotten that Brother Shin's live broadcast room cannot be described by common sense. Ha 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 ha. Maybe in the next second, the piranha plant in front of us will immediately bloom in place. This is also a performance, right? When the fans in the live broadcast room heard Shin Qing say this, they immediately laughed out loud. In their eyes, the piranha plant is just a plant, even worse than an animal. How could it possibly understand what Shin Qing said? Before, being able to shake leaves and petals was already a very magical situation. One more performance, this carnivorous plant might really become a spirit. Although the fans were joking and making lots of jokes in the live broadcast room, they were slapped in the face the next second. The reason is simple, the piranha plant really started to perform. It's just a performance, simple as that. Watch me show you how he's shooting the sun. Hey ha, Bill. After the carnivorous plant was folded, the flower was still wrapped, but the next second it swelled up like a balloon. Then, as if exerting force, a small crack opened up in the middle of the petals, and several yellow things popped out from inside. The sound of breaking air came randomly. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the black object shot onto the opposite wall. And it goes deep into the wood. Shin Qing just looked at it with a look of surprise. The fans in the live broadcast room did not miss a single thing, and were equally shocked by what had just happened. Even the scrolling comments fell silent, and no one spoke. It took a few seconds before it started to explode. Holy crap, that's like a goat farting like a sheep. It's both sassy and fashionable, outrageous. This is definitely a heifer from the 3rd shift, not a cow from the 1st shift. Isn't this the real-life version of Qiu Qianqi spitting out dates? Qiu Qianqi spit out the date pit. What did you spit out? It can't be the snake fruit seeds you just ate, right? Am I the only one wondering why it's so agile? Is it really experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy? The comments scrolled quickly, and everyone was discussing whether the piranha plant was originally like this, or whether it had really mutated. After all, such a spiritual carnivorous plant is rare in the world. Aren't you really afraid of being taken to the laboratory for research? But Shin Qing was not worried about this. After seeing that the piranha plant had stolen the show, he moved it away, and of course he did not lose his reward. There's still a companion who hasn't met up with everyone tonight. He must be waiting anxiously. After Shin Qing finished speaking, he did not take out a breeding box, but waved towards the outside of the camera. Come over here and show yourself to everyone. Master, I'm here. The little Shota-in shouted happily, showing how excited the other party was. Then came its body. When the body of the 5-headed snake appeared in front of the camera, the audience and fans in the live broadcast room exclaimed collectively, "Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? It actually has 5 heads. I'm so scared. Is this a snake? 5 heads, is that real? Could it be a mutation? This is the first time I've seen a snake like this. Does anyone know one?" Sure enough, Brother Shun is always restless, constantly giving us surprises. Just now, he almost scared the hell out of me. Oh my god, this snake has 5 heads. It can be seen that there are still big guys in the live broadcast room who know this kind of snake. Yes, this is the 5-headed snake, our new partner today. Shin Qing spoke calmly, and in front of the audience, he raised his hand and stroked one of the heads of the 5-headed snake. The movements are very skillful. Such a simple action has already made the fans in the live broadcast room jump with surprise. A 5-headed snake, you can tell it's not just a simple snake, it's a poisonous snake. Even if someone doesn't know it, they won't mistake it for an ordinary non-venomous snake when they see so many heads. The venom of the 5-headed snake is highly toxic and can cause rapid poisoning and death in its prey. Also known as the 5-headed viper or the 5-headed snake king, it is a type of snake. It belongs to the order Squamata and family Viperidae and is one of the largest venomous snakes in existence. It is huge in size, with a total length of up to 6 meters and a weight of up to 100 kilograms. The 5-headed snake has 5 heads, 2 of which are normal heads, and the remaining 3 are non-functional degenerate heads. The venom of the five-headed snake contains neurotoxins, hemotoxins, and cytotoxins, and is extremely toxic to humans and other animals. It has a very wide diet, mainly feeding on insects, spiders, small fish, frogs, lizards, and other small animals. It is a nocturnal animal that hides in dark places such as tree holes and rock crevices during the day. Shinseai directly read out the information in his mind, allowing everyone to better understand this poisonous snake. Master, is there anything you need me to do? I'm very obedient, and so is my brother. As long as you feed us, we will listen to you. At this time, the little boy's voice sounded, and the five heads began to sway from side to side, plus the tail on the table was also shaking. It was really too simple. Shut up. Don't move. I'm dizzy. Before Shin could speak, another young man's voice sounded, with a strong sense of dissatisfaction in his tone. Even talking feels cold. Shin followed its words and looked at the five swaying snake heads. It turned out that just now, Xiao Zheng was too excited, so he started wagging his tail. But it forgot that it has 5 heads on its body. Although 3 of them are disabled, the other one is normal. 2 minds living in one body are naturally 2 individuals. But if it moves, the other party will naturally be shaken as well. It just happened to be dozing off and was woken up by being shaken. Naturally, it looked unhappy because it was in a bad mood. It was the first time Shin had seen such a situation, and he found it very funny. However, the shaking scene just now had already been seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. There are so many heads, it's a bit scary at first, but after looking at them for a while, they're not that scary anymore. Why did I just see another snake head suddenly stop while swaying? Could it be that their heads can move independently? I'm curious why Brother Shun was so bold as to place it right in front of me, without even having a feeding box. The fans in the live broadcast room were all excited. They had never encountered or even seen this type of snake before. So everyone is very curious. These 2 brothers have quite different personalities. The older one is quieter, while the younger one is more mischievous. Look, this is the older brother. Doesn't he look very cool? Shin was not afraid of the 5-headed snake's poisonous body at all. He simply reached out and tapped one of the snake's heads. They look like brothers, which is terrifying to watch. Human, I have a bad temper. Don't touch my head, or I'll bite you. At this moment, a young boy's voice came to Shin's ears. It still sounded cold, but one could hear anger in it. And its head tilted subconsciously. Although its favorability towards Shin is already full, it will not actively attack him. But, even if you have 100% favorability, you can't touch its head. Humph. Not just anyone can touch a male snake's head. Very good, and a bit tsundere. Shin didn't expect this guy to have such a personality. I told him not to touch my head, but he still did it. You're so young, why are you so worried? Okay, I won't touch your head. Shin said so, but his hand shook and nodded its head again when the other party didn't notice. Why is Brother Shin so aggressive he's attacking again? Isn't he afraid of being bitten? Is this what I understand 2 heads share one body, so they are brothers? Why do I suddenly find this a little funny? I said I wouldn't touch its head, and right after I said that, it hit me. I think the snake was stunned. Poochie. Ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard I got rich. Suddenly I can feel the snake's confusion. Stiffened. Look, the snake's head isn't moving. As expected, the fans in the live broadcast room were very worried. But suddenly they saw that the venomous snake that was supposed to bite people not only did not bite people, but also froze in place. Something feels wrong. She looked so well behaved, as if she was deliberately letting Shin touch her. If Shin hadn't heard that what it said was full of rejection, he would have really thought that it was willing to touch its head. Hey, master, you touched my brother's head, so please touch mine too. My head is easier to touch. At this time, the little Shota's voice also sounded, but what it said was like a child asking for a touch, so the effect was different. It's obviously an attempt to win favor. And it didn't just say that. It even obediently moved its head close to Shin arm and rubbed it. As soon as its head moved, the other head moved as well. They share the same body, and their heads are so close together that if one head moves, the other will inevitably move as well. There's nothing we can do. They will suffer together if they suffer together. Poochie. Ha! I suddenly thought this scene was hilarious. One snakehead looked so unhappy that it was about to pop out of the screen, while the other was as obedient as a puppy. 5-headed snake brother. Fine. I'm being cool here, but you're tearing me down the next second. You're truly brothers. Beautiful. I suddenly thought this 5-headed snake looked quite cute. It completely overturned my perception of venomous snakes. However, its large body doesn't make it a small pet. It's more like a puppy, clingy and spoiled. The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment by the 5-headed snake's actions, and then they burst into laughter. especially when I saw one of the heads rubbing against Shinqing's arm in a serious manner. The other head was also pulled closer to Shinqing. It's funny no matter how you look at it, 100 times or 1,000 times more. But the problem is that this is a poisonous snake. Why does it act like a tamed puppy when it comes to Shinqing? It's completely devoid of snake nature. This extreme contrast shocked and amused the audience and fans in the live broadcast room. I instantly put aside the tension I had just felt. Old fans all know that there seems to be no accidents in Shinqing's live broadcast room. Even if he stands and interacts with a poisonous snake, it will not bite him. But every time they interact, fans are still worried. After all, if they are not careful, something bad could happen. After worrying, I felt relieved to see Shinqing getting along harmoniously with the animals. Therefore, fans' reactions to the interaction between Shinqing and Duchong are as ups and downs as a heart rate graph, magnificent and dramatic. The purpose of the game is excitement. All right, stop acting like a spoiled brat. Look how much your brother has become withdrawn. Come, let me give you some fruit. Of course, Shinqing saw the five-headed snake brother with a look of despair on his face. Although he couldn't see anything on the snake's face, he could feel that the other party had this mentality. And his younger brother, Xiao Shoda-in, nodded happily. Yes, I like eating fruit. It's red, fragrant, and sweet. My master is so kind to me. Yes, that's good for you, brother. Thank the master quickly. We'll eat together later. The crisp sound of the little boy is extremely cheerful, as if a cute little creature of 4 or 5 years old is acting coquettishly towards you. No one can deny that Shinqing is like this, and the same is true for the other five-headed snake brother. I could only say helplessly and awkwardly, thank you, master. After saying that, it glanced at Shinqing and then remained silent. After all, it was the one that had been roaring just now. It will bite anyone who touches its head. So, the fans in the live broadcast room saw Shinqing take out 2 more snake fruits from somewhere and handed them to the five-headed snake in front of him. Then the five-headed snake used its tail to circle both snake fruits. He raised it directly to his mouth and took a bite in front of everyone. They even saw the fangs when they bit down. However, the fact that snakes eat fruit was enough to shock them for a long time. What's more, they ate both heads together. It was definitely the first time I saw that scene. It was strange and harmonious, and it was an indescribable feeling. Holy crap, this is the first time I've seen a snake eat fruit like this. It actually uses its tail to hold the fruit in front of it. How clever. Am I the only one who thinks this guy is so adorable? Even though the 5 heads look a bit scary, the adorable foodie expression still makes me soft-hearted. I never thought foreign snakes would look strange, but they also have personalities as docile as puppies. If this continues, will our domestic venomous pet snakes fall out of favor? This is over. I really want to see if Brother Shun will be sued by the snake babies at home when he returns. The snake babies in the store, carrot, humph. What a scumbag, actually having affairs outside, and he's a weirdo with 5 heads. For a moment, fans in the live broadcast room were talking about it. The barrage is also full of various comments. Most of them were teasing Shinqing for not forgetting to bring his poisonous pet home when he went out. At the same time, Shinqing's live broadcast editing videos and various interactions with his poisonous pet began to appear again on the domestic internet. They just happened to be the 3 new guests for tonight. Chapter 199, edited. Stupid, don't take me with you even if you do something stupid. Okay, next up is the lottery. Tonight, let the 5-headed snake brothers be the lottery officials. Shinqing knows what everyone likes to watch. So they arranged for the 5-headed snake to smash the golden eggs for everyone. That's right. He didn't forget to bring the golden egg with him when he went abroad. When the golden egg appeared in the live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Shinqing would bring this thing with him when he went abroad. It's great that the live broadcast can be on time, but I didn't expect there would be a lucky draw. It feels like I haven't been abroad. Although Shinqing gives benefits to fans during live broadcasts, the benefits given every day are cash rewards. And the amount is quite large. Some fans really like Shinqing and have told him a long time ago not to draw so many prizes every day. He also said that it was not easy for Shinqing to make money, so there was no need to do this. Anyway, I really care about Shinqing. They don't know that the bonuses they gave out were not even a fraction of what he earned. However, he received this kindness, but he was willing to give back to his fans. Naturally, it cannot be interrupted. Even going abroad is not allowed. Fortunately, under this offensive of money, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room is very good. Even those who usually like to criticize Shinqing shut up, because they are also waiting for a chance to win. If it doesn't work today, try again tomorrow. One day you'll get it. With this in mind, he no longer had the face to criticize Shinqing. It can be said that more than half of his black fans have been reduced thanks to the lottery. The exciting moment has arrived. Let's start quickly, I can't wait. The five-headed snake smashed the golden eggs with its tail, didn't it? It's so big, it must be very strong. Hurry up, start. I've already prepared more than a dozen phones. I don't believe I can't grab one even with this. Fans are very optimistic about the five-headed snake. Since they could see Viper perform acrobatics and win prizes, of course they wanted to watch it. These eggs are so ugly. At this time, the oldest brother among the five-headed snake uttered a contemptuous sound in his youthful voice. And the ugly egg in its mouth is used to smash the golden egg. That's right, the older brother among the five-headed snake obviously dislikes the golden egg. But it doesn't like it, but my brother does. The color of this egg is so beautiful, so sparkly and shiny. I really want to make myself smaller, crawl into the golden egg, and live there. Such a beautiful shell, it's exactly my dream house. Why wasn't I born from these golden eggs? The crisp and cute little voice began to sound. But what it said was really funny. What does it mean that it wants to make itself smaller and then live in the golden egg? Although the snake hatches from the snake egg. However, his golden eggs are made of plastic and cannot be compared with real snake eggs. But after listening to the end, Shun-Ching finally figured it out. It seems that little Shota-in fell in love with these golden eggs and was attracted by the glittering things on them. I even want to live in it. If it weren't for its current large size, which makes it impossible for it to live there, it would actually try. You're overthinking it. This golden egg isn't meant to be lived in, even if you're small. Shin-Si calmly looked at his younger brother among the five-headed snake and said. As for his brother, he became aloof again, as if he didn't want to have too much contact with them. But his eyes always followed Shin-Ching, curious about what Shin-Ching is going to do. Idiot, don't bring me along even if you're stupid. You've completely lost face. This egg is obviously fake. It doesn't have any life in it. The cold young boy also heard what his brother said, as well as Shin-Ching's answer, and immediately felt humiliated. They clearly share the same body, so why are their IQs chopped in half? It would be fine if she just acted coquettishly towards humans, but she actually started fantasizing about fake eggs. What's so good about this color? It's very glaring. Weren't the eggshells they were born from before beautiful? Milky white, as bright as the sky back then? Shin-Ching was really surprised to hear the five-headed snake brother start talking so much because of being provoked by his younger brother. I didn't expect that this guy who has always been so aloof would be driven crazy by his own brother one day. That's right, it's crazy. Look at the tail wagging back and forth. No, maybe it can't be said to be wagging back and forth, but it is slapping the table hard. He saw the tabletop vibrate several times, which shows how strong the force was. I'm right, brother, how dare you scold me? Be careful, or I'll tell the master, and I won't let you eat the sweet fruit. Good guy, little Shota-in also knows how to use his own advantages, which is to complain. It's also very threatening. That's right, the sound doesn't sound aggressive at all. She also has a cute and adorable look. What's the five-headed snake doing? Its tail is so powerful that it's shaking the tabletop. Is it angry? Holy shit, this is real. Is there really anyone who isn't scared of this thing? Just looking at the five heads makes my scalp tingle, not to mention the venomous snakes. Brother Shun, be careful, don't get bitten. You're so strong. Now it'll be easier to crack the golden egg. Is this dancing? It's like the king cobra in the movie Dancing to the Flute. Boss Shin, could you perform a little? We'd love to see it. The fans in the live broadcast room were immediately excited when they saw this. One was afraid that Shin-Ching would be attacked by the five-headed snake, and the other felt that the five-headed snake was dancing. Of course, some people think that the five-headed snake's tail is very powerful, and it should be very effective to let it smash the golden eggs. The audience thought so, and the next second Shin-Ching made it come true. Without further ado, let's begin the golden egg smashing session. I'll call out a number, and you'll smash one golden egg. Each golden egg represents one fruit. Shin-Ching said this first to Guan in the live broadcast room, and then to the five-headed snake. As long as it is obedient, the live broadcast effect will be achieved. When he was in the pet shop before, Shin-Ching came several times to let his powerful poisonous pet smash the golden eggs. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by what they saw. After all, these golden eggs contain real cash. No matter who throws the lottery, you'll be lucky enough to win the prize. You should know that during this period there are special posts online that count the number of winners and the amount of cash. 10 people every day, no change. The minimum amount is 1,000 and the maximum is 50,000. Of course, the reward amount is different every day, but none of them are redeemed. So everyone was very excited. Whose anchor is so awesome? Not only does he not make money from fans, but he also gives money to fans. Anyone who is in the live broadcast room can participate in the lottery. Even if it's Shin-Ching's, it's fine. However, he was indeed confirmed to be a black fan, and he never apologized to Shin-Ching, so he would not redeem any rewards. This alone is enough for fans to love him so much. In addition, it has also promoted check-ins in pet stores. Nowadays, the store is packed with customers almost every day. Chapter 200, Revised. Daddy baby, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. The result was just as everyone expected. The five-headed snake used its tail to hit the golden egg with such great force that it flattened the golden egg. Fortunately, there was no node inside. If it was a real egg, it would have exploded long ago. The scene is so beautiful that I can't even imagine it. Finally, the live broadcast ended with everyone excited. Ding. Live broadcast ends. Viewer sentiment scores are being compiled. Ding. Summary Insta. Tonight's live broadcast generated a total of 1,810,000 emotional points. Total emotion points, 353,5450. Ding. Emotion value reaches 1.81 W. Reward, 1.81 W cash, plus 50 free attribute points, 2 pet eggs, 1 pet nutrient solution deluxe package. Name, Xinqing. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV5. Mall level, LV5. Intelligence, 223, 0, 200. Constitution, 100. Spiritual power, 320, 0 to 1000. Cash, 21,710,000 yuan. Total emotion points, 353,5450. Skills, eavesdropping on animals, poisonous creature breeding manual, animal affinity skill, level 10 veterinary skill / healing skill. Items, hair growth pill 1 bottle, detoxification pill 40 bottles, scar removal cream 60 bottles. Hair growth cream 5, mood brush 1, message wall 1, space 1, ordinary branch 1, book of all poisons 1, strawberry greenhouse 1, space overlay card 1, snake fruit tree 10, space ocean 1, pet egg 3, pet nutrient solution deluxe set 1. This time the reward was pet eggs, 2 at a time. Originally, his pet egg had not yet opened. It ate a lot, but it just didn't grow, and there was no sign of it breaking out of the shell. Now there are 2 more. It's really like raising a living ancestor. A box of nutrient solution with 50,000 points can only be used for soaking for a few days. However, this time the reward was pet nutrient solution. There were 108 boxes in this deluxe package, which saved him the trouble of buying it. So, I found a place and took out 3 pet eggs from the system backpack. Then placed them in a small basin, pour the nutrient solution in, and let them soak. Soon, a faint soft light appeared on the pet egg, and the eggshell became a little brighter. And the pet egg that was the first reward finally moved. It absorbed the light very quickly, and the soft silver-white light gradually deepened, as if a band of light was surrounding the pet egg in the basin. After a while, the nutrient solution in the basin was completely absorbed, and the pet egg seemed to be hungry and jumped a few times in the basin automatically, as if urging Xinqing to give it nutrient solution quickly. So Xinqing poured another box of liquid into the basin, and it was also absorbed completely by it. He repeated this action more than 10 times before stopping. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from the eggshell. More noise followed. Xinqing looked at the eggshell covered with cracks and knew that it was about to hatch. The whole person was excited. He really hadn't thought about what kind of pet could come out of the pet egg. After all, these eggs all come from the system, and no one knows where they came from. At this time, the eggshell was completely broken and the little guy inside jumped out. That's a rabbit half the size of a Tamagotchi. That's right, it's a rabbit, and a rabbit with very thick hair. The pure white fur covered the entire body of the rabbit, leaving even the eyes uncovered. His entire face seemed to be buried in the white clouds. The overall appearance is a fluffy and soft little white cloud. If it wasn't at the moment when it was digging the eggshell and stuffing it into its mouth, letting him see the typical big rabbit tooth, he really wouldn't be able to tell what it was. After all, he had never seen a rabbit that was less than the size of a palm. Then the little rabbit's information came to my mind. This is a grown-up Angora rabbit, but it is not a native species, but a rabbit from some high-tech dimension. Growing type, very gluttonous, and poisonous. Are rabbits poisonous? This is the first time I've seen it. After that, I read the information about this little rabbit in detail and finally understood why it was said to be poisonous. Because the grass that the rabbit eats is not ordinary grass, but poisonous plants. After they hatch, the nutrient solution is no longer effective for them, so we can only buy some poisonous plants for them to eat. It is sold in the system mall. If you want it to grow quickly, you have to keep feeding it. This newly born Angora rabbit is now non-toxic and belongs to the infant stage. When it has eaten enough and grows to the size of a palm, its teeth will be slightly poisonous. In the second stage, when the teeth grow to the size of a football, the toxins they carry will also increase, and so on. It can grow up to the knee of an adult. Moreover, the temperament of Angora rabbits is divided into 2 levels. When they are quiet, they are very quiet and sleepy, and you can hug them as you like. But once he is not full, he will get mad and very fierce. Its 4 legs are very powerful. Not only can it jump very high, but it can also hurt people when it hits them. Plus, its teeth are poisonous, so in short, its combat power is off the charts. But it is also easy to coax. As long as there is food, it can be quiet for a long time. It is a real foodie. Wow, it's delicious. This eggshell tastes so good. I'll eat it all. It's all mine. At this moment, the soft and cute lowly voice reached Shunqing's ears, and the soft voice made people's hearts soften. Shunqing had never seen such a small and cute creature before. This is a cutie that he personally watered. Although he didn't quite understand why a little rabbit could come out of the egg, it was really cute. Who can resist such a cute and adorable little guy? After the little rabbit has eaten all of its eggshells, put it in the palm of your hand. He gently smoothed the fur on its body and parted the rabbit hair on its face, revealing its pair of bright red eyes. Hello, little rabbit. The next second, a soft and cute lowly voice called out. Mom. Poochie. Mom. Shunqing's defense was instantly broken. He didn't expect that the little guy would call him Mom the first time he saw him. Although he knew that many small animals would recognize the other person as their mother when they saw each other for the first time. But he is a boy, so at least call him Dad. Little guy, don't think you can act like a spoiled brat just because you're cute. If you want to call someone, call me Daddy. Shunqing raised his hand in front of him, touched the tip of the little rabbit's nose, and said lovingly, Daddy baby, I'm so hungry I want to eat. Very good. The little guy is very understanding and started to act like a spoiled child right away, shouting so sweetly, as if he had eaten some soft marshmallows. I'm still a baby, so of course I need to eat when I'm hungry. Okay, I'll buy you something to eat. What can Shunqing, who is happy to be a father, do? He has his own child, so he has to spoil him.